After the apocalypse, the land of Earth was submerged by the ocean, and sea monsters roamed freely. Human machinery and artillery were completely ineffective against the sea monsters. However, this man was betrayed by his girlfriend and best friend, and was used as bait for the sea monsters. He was severely injured by a megalodon and died from excessive blood loss. When Lucci opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn as a skeleton in a dilapidated wooden boat, but unexpectedly bound to the ghost ship evolution system, becoming the captain of the ghost ship of the undead race, which would later allow him to restore his body to flesh and blood. The ghost ship is the dilapidated wooden boat beneath your feet. Upgrading it requires collecting resources and absorbing life force to sustain the undead. Lucci chose the unlimited potential gift pack from the newbie gift pack, obtaining an exploration radar and a ship-guarding sea beast sea fiend. Lucci discovers that he has been reborn 10 years in the future, and his enemies have already become powerful superhumans. He has no choice but to temporarily put aside his revenge and focus on improving his strength. After accepting the system's mission to upgrade the ghost ship within 5 days, Lucci sailed away from the high-risk waters, relying on sea monsters to salvage supplies along the way. However, he found that simply salvaging was too inefficient, so he began to obtain life force and resources by killing marine life and plundering pirates. Along the way, he was robbed by 2 fishing boats, but successfully fought back by feigning death and with the help of a sea monster. After dismantling the loot, he gathered enough upgrade materials, chose the undead evolution path for his ghost ship, and successfully upgraded it into a sloop. The evolved ghost ship unlocks the S-rank ability Plunder, which allows it to steal the special abilities of other ships and the superpowers of superhumans. It can also summon undead crew members. Lucci then recruited Jack, Rose, and other undead crew members to continue hunting at sea, killing elite deep-sea wolffish and crafting powerful weapons. After arriving in Baytown, he amassed wealth by selling his spoils and discovered that his enemy, Song Liching, had become a Lord-level superhuman and had formed a powerful bounty hunter team, while M.O. Shouting's whereabouts remained unknown. In the town of Bay, Lucci clashes with the Iron-Blooded brothers. Using the ghost ship's agility and powerful firepower, he defeats the enemy's frigate with a single-masted sailboat, unlocking new weapon blueprints. He also registered the Netherworld Bounty Hunters group and unexpectedly purchased Mu Wanting, an A-level ability user who had lost her powers. He discovered that her ability was mind control, healed her injuries, and recruited her into his team. During his exploration of the Golden Kingdom's secret realm, Lucci, relying on his spatial abilities and teamwork, seized the treasure Star Luo Mind Flower, greatly enhancing his mental strength, evolving his spatial abilities, defeating multiple powerful enemies, and gaining immense prestige. After returning to Earth, he accumulated fear points to unlock more undead summoning privileges while preparing supplies to upgrade the ghost ship to a cruiser. During this time, he killed Park Young-hee, a powerful figure under the Pirate King, and plundered his supernatural abilities, further enhancing his strength. Subsequently, Lucci directly challenged Song Liching of Highport, summoning an army of tens of thousands of undead with his SS-level superpower Catastrophe Descends, ultimately killing Song Liching, destroying Highport, and settling a 10-year feud. This battle caused his fear level to skyrocket and also unlocked several system rewards, greatly enhancing the strength of his undead crew. Afterwards, in order to obtain materials for the evolution of the battleship, Lucci went to a high-dangerous sea area. The Sea Fiend had already evolved into a Lord class, and he planned to dive into the deep sea to cut down high-grade hardwood. Along the way, Lucci went from being a lonely and helpless skeleton to gaining loyal subordinates and building a powerful fleet by relying on multiple superpowers such as the ghost ship evolution system, spatial control, diamondization, and the ability to bring natural disasters. He gradually rose to prominence in the post-apocalyptic ocean. But Lucci's story is not over yet. Next, he will launch a new challenge. He will use his wisdom and strength, along with his powerful fleet, to climb to the top step by step in this post-apocalyptic ocean. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be bringing you the second part of Age of Sail. He awakened an evolution system and upgraded a broken raft into a legendary warship. The story will begin in Chapter 201. Chapter 201 Netherworld versus Wasteland. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place on the sea. Before a battleship could react, it was blown in half by a sudden explosion. Half of the hull rolled and sank into the sea, while the other half was still burning on the surface. Thick smoke billowed from the deck, and the flames illuminated the entire sea, resembling an apocalyptic scene, tragic and awe-inspiring. Of the more than 2,000 soldiers originally on board the giant ship, half were killed instantly. The scene was horrific, as if hell had descended upon them. Standing aboard the Nightmare in the distance, Lu Qi watched this scene with a cold smile. He was no longer the pathetic skeleton he once was. Among the surviving soldiers, some jumped into the sea to save themselves, but those who were slower were trapped in the inferno, their screams echoing one after another. Limbs, severed arms, and burning metal fragments floated on the water, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and gunpowder, like a lament for blood and fire. What kind of weapon is this? Its power is insane. A lieutenant general stared in horror at the burning wreckage on the sea, his eyes filled with disbelief. The firelight illuminated his face, revealing his shock and anger. He never imagined that the enemy could unleash such destructive power. Another major general frowned, guessing uncertainly. Could it be a new legendary weapon that the Netherworld has developed? Not really, Wasteland replied calmly, his gaze deep and his tone decisive. While it is powerful, it doesn't quite reach the standard of a legendary weapon, but it is much stronger than an ordinary weapon. He was a veteran general with rich experience, and he saw through the situation in a few glances. He then gave the order, activate the Heavenly Punishment Cannon, target Nightmare, fire. The Heavenly Punishment Cannon is the Sky Empire's trump card, a truly legendary weapon with earth-shattering power. The massive black cannon barrel, as thick as a stone pillar, stood high on the deck of the Sky Dome, exuding a sense of oppressive death in its darkness. Red energy began to gather at the muzzle, like the eye of a demon, locking onto the distant netherworld. The surrounding air twisted violently, and small whirlwinds began to swirl around the cannon. Fire! At the gunner's command, the Heavenly Punishment Cannon roared deafeningly, and a thick beam of red energy shot out. The beam of light ripped through the sky like a bolt of lightning, moving at an astonishing speed, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. The next second, the beam of light struck the Nightmare. The sea exploded with a deafening roar, and a huge column of water shot into the sky, as if the sea god had been awakened. Fortunately, the Nightmare automatically activated its shield system, blocking the attack, but the entire ship still shook violently and almost capsized. This cannon feels so much more powerful than our Dragon Breath cannon, doesn't it? Jack gripped the railing tightly, his eyes wide. Yes, that's normal. Mu Wanting's expression was solemn. There are also differences in strength among legendary weapons. The Heavenly Punishment Cannon is the Empire's trump card. How can it be compared to ordinary weapons? Her words were clear. Even a super battleship like the Nightmare couldn't withstand several volleys of fire. Meanwhile, the Black Sea Overlord, standing nearby, wasn't idle either. Soul Eater ordered a retaliatory barrage of dragon breath cannon fire. The shell transformed in mid-air into a giant fiery dragon, roaring as it lunged at the Sky Dome, like a god of death from hell. The fire dragon, its body wreathed in flames and its eyes glowing red, trailed a trail of fire across the sky, its aura terrifying. Just as the fire dragon was about to collide with the Sky Dome, suddenly a massive curtain of water appeared out of thin air, blocking the Sky Dome's path. With a deafening roar, the fire dragon crashed into the water curtain, the explosion shaking the heavens and the earth. Water and fire intertwined, creating a scene resembling a mythical battlefield. A massive amount of seawater was instantly evaporated, and the rising water vapor blurred the view, resembling the intersection of hell and heaven. What? Where did this water curtain come from? The Dragon Breath cannon was actually blocked. Wingly exclaimed in disbelief. It's the Hell Ship, Lumenly said calmly. They activated their legendary ability, Wrath of the Ocean, and withstood the attack at the crucial moment. Upon hearing the name, Wrath of the Ocean, Lu Qi's lips curled slightly, and he said calmly, "This ability is quite good. I'll take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to the sky, and a huge spatial rift appeared above a Nightmare, like the sky torn open, deep and cold. A chilling aura emanated from the crack, as if it led to another world. A deafening dragon's roar resounded, sending shivers down one's spine. A colossal dragon composed of white bones flew out of the crack, its eyes burning with hellfire staring into the distance, its aura terrifying. Having advanced to the king rank, Lu Qi's mental power is strong enough that he can now forcibly open the Hell Rift to summon Ito's without needing any nodes. With a light leap, he landed atop Ito's head. Spreading his dragon wings, the bone dragon carried him into the sky, heading straight for the sky dome. Upon reaching the target, Lu Qi leaped into the air, plummeting headfirst, his entire body enveloped in a terrifying aura, as if a god had descended to earth. The netherworld has arrived, a soldier shouted in terror. The surrounding navy all looked up, their faces changing drastically, and panic instantly spread. What's the panic? Wasteland coldly shouted, golden light bursting from his body, his aura like that of an enraged lion, his entire being like a god of war possessed. Just as Lu Qi was halfway down, he slowly extended his right hand, and the entire battlefield instantly seemed to be weighed down by a giant mountain. Everyone on the sky dome felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe, as if the end of the world had arrived prematurely. Netherworld, don't be so arrogant. Wasteland roared, his entire body radiating golden light as a protective shield formed in the air, shielding the entire warship. It was a golden shield, shining with holy brilliance, the Empire's last line of defense. Outside the shield, Lu Qi's killing intent had arrived, his right hand slowly pressing down. Chapter 2:02 Empress vs. Crimson Flame. As Lu Qi's hand gesture fell, an invisible giant hand appeared out of thin air, pressing down fiercely on the golden shield of the sky dome, as if an entire mountain had fallen from the sky. The next second, a muffled thud resounded throughout the battlefield, the deep vibrations seeming to crush one's heart and lungs. A massive impact erupted, whipping up raging waves on the sea. Surrounding ships rocked violently, and crew members scrambled to grab onto the handrails, barely managing to stay upright. The golden shield protecting the sky dome finally gave way under the violent impact, shattering into pieces with a piercing, cracking sound. Golden shards of light scattered like rain, beautiful yet deadly. At the same time, the giant hand vanished silently, as if it had never existed. The direct confrontation between Lu Qi and Huang Yuan instantly became the focus of the entire arena, countless eyes turning to the center of the battlefield. Wow, this is exciting. That Guy Yuming and that old codger Huang Yuan are finally going head-to-head. Pirate King Noah, on another warship, stared excitedly at the projected image in the distance. He rubbed his chin, grinning broadly, watching the battle as if it were a top-notch theatrical performance. King Noah, how long do you think the underworld can hold out? A trusted aide approached and asked in a low voice. Noah turned his head, a playful smile playing on his lips. You're asking the wrong question. The question is, how long can the wasteland last? With that, he tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor, the smile on his lips sending chills down one's spine. What? You mean wasteland can't beat netherworld? The confidant instinctively raised his voice, his eyes filled with shock. Wasteland possesses SS-level light element control and is ranked third on the peak list. How could he possibly lose? Noah shook his head, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Your vision is too shallow. You only see the halo of the wasteland, but you don't see the unfathomable depths of the netherworld. The netherworld killed King Kong when it was still a lord, and now that it has advanced to the king rank, who can fathom its true strength? As he said this, the relaxed expression on his face vanished, and his eyes turned cold. Now, apart from the return of the Blood Emperor and the Wave Lord, no one can stop the netherworld. The confidant felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were soaking in ice water, his scalp tingling. He realized that they might have underestimated the netherworld far too much. On the other side, in the center of the battlefield, the moment the protective barrier shattered, Lu Qi's figure teleported like a ghost, appearing directly beside Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, let's see if your third place on the peak ranking is good enough. Before he finished speaking, he swung his hands violently, and several black light blades shot out, carrying a terrifying tearing aura as they hurtled towards the wasteland. But the wasteland's eyes remained unchanged, and his body suddenly transformed into specks of starlight, like illusory bubbles, easily pierced by the light blades. Light elementalization. Wang Li's expression tightened in the distance, his face full of worry. This skill can make one immune to physical damage, Master's attacks probably won't be able to penetrate it. As he spoke, Wasteland had already returned to its physical form. With a light stroke of his 10 fingers, 10 points of light appeared out of thin air, their energy incredibly strong. Yuming, try my SS level ability. With a low shout, 10 points of light suddenly exploded, transforming into 10 golden beams that struck with lightning speed. Lu Qi was at the core of the beams, and the surrounding space was compressed and deformed, as if the entire world was collapsing towards him. But in the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye, the beam missing its target. The beam pierced through the spot where he had just been, shooting into the sea and creating a 100-meter-high wave, engulfing the sky dome in a mist. The people on the warship staggered, unable to even stand, their faces filled with horror. At this moment, Lu Qi and Huang Yuan were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand in the short term. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side was also quietly heating up. The Nightmare and the Black Sea Overlord were fighting side by side, the two warships firing at full power, like two mobile fortresses, forcing the Imperial Army to retreat step by step. For the Sky Empire, without eliminating these two warships, there would be no peace in their rear. Thus, General Crimson Flame made his appearance. He leaped into the air, his entire body like a red meteor, leaving a fiery trail across the sky. His aura was violent, and the surrounding seawater began to churn violently, as if it were about to boil, with a scorching heat emanating from afar. Qi Yin, one of the generals, a peak king-level expert, possessed the S-rank ability Lava Control and ranked 12th on the peak list. His combat strength was not to be underestimated. He roared, and 200-meter-tall lava dragons surged from the seabed, roaring and blazing with intense heat as they hurtled towards the Nightmare. Far away in the safe zone, Luo Chuan was overjoyed at the sight, clenching his fists and shouting, "General Crimson Flame has made his move. This time, the Netherworld's people are definitely going to lose." But before he could be excited for long, the winds of war suddenly shifted. The two lava dragons began to writhe in agony, their lava solidifying and frosting, their temperature plummeting as if they were living creatures frozen in ice. Then, their entire bodies were frozen solid, transforming them into two giant ice sculptures, stripped of all their power. A woman slowly stepped out, icy wings unfurling behind her. Standing atop the ice sculpture, she resembled an ice goddess descending. She was Lu Mengli, cold and elegant, her eyes fixed on Qi Yin, her voice icy. "Want to defeat me? Not so easy." Qi Yin frowned, his aura heavy. "Empress of the Marshalsea, you really think you can stop me?" Lu Mengli's expression remained unchanged, and she simply replied, "Even if I can't beat you, I can still hold you off." Chapter 203 The Mighty Bull of the Broken Army. Just as Lu Mengli and Qi Yin were locked in a stalemate, a slight tremor suddenly arose on the deck of the Black Sea Overlord, as if the air itself was being gently torn apart. Immediately afterwards, a figure dressed in the uniform of a general of the Sky Empire slowly emerged. He was calm, his steps were steady, and his aura was overwhelming. He was one of the three great generals of the Empire, time and space, a peak king-level expert who possessed the same S-level ability, spatial mastery, as Lu Qi. Ranked 8th on the peak list, he is undoubtedly one of the Empire's most powerful forces. "Looks like you've used up most of your trump cards, haven't you?" Shirkong smirked, coldly scanning his surroundings with disdain in his eyes. He was just about to launch an attack when, in the next second, a sense of oppression suddenly overwhelmed him, making him instantly alert. He looked up abruptly and saw a gigantic figure, as tall as a mountain, appear before him, pressing down on him so intensely that it was hard to breathe. "Mu, I, Nyoda, have been waiting for you to test your skills." The Minotaur roared, and his double-edged battle axe, wielding terrifying power, slashed mercilessly down into space. The scene shifted abruptly, the figure flashed rapidly, disappearing from the spot at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the attack. The giant axe slammed down on the deck, the entire ship shuddering violently, a large crater being cleaved into the sturdy deck, splinters of wood flying everywhere. This attack even caused the air to tremble. Everyone could see that the Minotaur's power was exceptionally terrifying. "You actually have a hidden peak, king-level expert." Time Travel's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that the opponent had such a trump card. But there's no pause button in a battle. With a wave of his hand, he conjured two-dimensional blades, which shot sharply towards Nyoda. Nyoda roared, not dodging at all, and directly raised his battle axe to block the two spatial blades. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing the entire ship to shake violently. An invisible shockwave exploded outwards, spreading in all directions. This was his skill, War Stomp. Caught off guard by the sudden blast, he was struck head-on, his head spinning and his body thrown back several steps. His eyes instantly sharpened with alarm. Just as he regained his footing, Nyoda was already upon him, his double axes raised high, a flash of cold light that seemed to cleave the heavens and earth in two. Damn it! Time and space roared, about to teleport, but was locked in place by Nyoda's aura, his movements slightly halted. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the sea as time and space was sent flying by an axe, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the other side of the ship. In the distance, on a warship, a burly man with a full beard stared wide-eyed at the minotaur that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and couldn't help but shout, "Who is that? Where did this king-level minotaur from the netherworld come from?" His companion, looking serious, said in a deep voice, "Impressive. Yuming actually had this trick up his sleeve. Even with the three generals of the Sky Empire mobilized, they couldn't suppress him." "I have a feeling," a thin man suddenly spoke up, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "If the Blood Emperor doesn't return, they might actually be able to take over Sky City with just the power of the netherworld." After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, seemingly imagining that seemingly absurd, yet increasingly real future. The bearded man gazed into the distance, his expression becoming complicated. He said in a low voice, "If the netherworld truly defeats the heavens of Blue Star, things are likely to change." On the other side of the battlefield, Shirkong landed in a disheveled state, blood streaming down his right arm, dripping onto the deck like the sounding of a tense war drum. He gritted his teeth, staring at Nyoda, his voice as cold as ice. "You're very good. I'm going to turn you into beef jerky." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged, and an oppressive force that almost solidified the air swept outwards. He slowly raised his hand, clenched his fists, and coldly shouted, "Spatial storm." In an instant, the space around Nyoda violently distorted, and invisible energy, like blades, slashed at him from all directions. With a soft whoosh, a piece of flesh was sliced off Nyoda's shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. But this was just the beginning. More spatial blades surged forth, each wave more ferocious than the last. Nyoda's body was rapidly shredded into a bloody mess by this invisible storm, his skin torn and flesh ripped open, a truly gruesome sight. Shirkong watched coldly, his expression blank, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. This move was his trump card. He believed that even the strongest opponent would not last 3 breaths against the spatial storm. At this moment, Nyoda's flesh was torn and mangled, his bones exposed, as if he might collapse at any moment. A smug smile appeared on Shirkong's face. But the next second, that smile froze. From one side of the nightmare ship, a black energy surged out like a venomous snake, coiling around Nyoda's body and slowly seeping into it. As the energy was poured in, Nyoda's almost skeletal body began to recover little by little. Muscles, blood vessels, and skin grew back. In less than half a minute, he had fully recovered, even appearing stronger than before. Shirkong stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. "What kind of monster are you?" He simply couldn't understand. If even an ultimate attack like Spatial Storm couldn't kill this guy, what else could possibly suppress him? Chapter 2:4 Summoning the Skeleton King. Hee, I'll fight you until dark. Nyoda grinned, his double axes swirling like a storm, seemingly unafraid of fatigue, as he launched another ferocious charge against time and space. Just as he swung his axe down, the battle situation projected in the distance was being monitored by many forces. Apollo, the leader of the legendary mercenary group, Wavebreaker Iron Hands, was also staring intently at the screen. The veteran general with eagle eyes had a cold expression, but his tone was thoughtful. The Netherworld fleet is indeed powerful, but their combat strength in the lower and middle ranks of the king rank is far inferior to that of the Sky Empire. His tone was calm, but he pointed out the biggest weakness of the Netherworld Legion. The deputy commander next to him nodded in agreement. That's right. Sky City is the headquarters of the Imperial Navy. The number of king-level generals is ridiculously high. A rough calculation shows that there are more than a dozen king-level lieutenant generals, plus more than 20 king-level major generals. Their numbers overwhelmed those of Netherworld. Apollo sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Lu Qi is indeed formidable, but his foundation is insufficient. To be honest, the chances of winning this all-out attack are slim. However, before he could finish speaking, the vice captain suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, look at that. What's that? On the battlefield, the situation unfolded exactly as they had analyzed. With over 30 royal-level generals from the Sky Empire joining the battle, the Netherworld fleet suffered a series of defeats. But just when everyone thought the battle was over, two enormous, 5-meter-tall skeletal figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Clad in tattered royal robes, wielding scepters ablaze with the flames of their souls, their eyes glowing with ghostly light, they resembled emperors from the realm of the dead. Peak king-level undead monarchs. And two of them. The vice-captain's voice changed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. Apollo's expression was also more solemn than ever before. Lu Qi can actually summon beings of this level. This is his SS-level necromancy. I underestimated him. The moment the undead king appeared, a unified roar erupted from the void. 40 undead guards, clad in black armor and wielding heavy blades, silently materialized, forming a battle formation and awaiting orders. These guards, all at the initial king rank, their black armor gleaming coldly in the battlefield firelight, resembled a legion of death born solely for slaughter. The two skeleton kings raised their skeletal fingers, slowly pointing towards the Sky Empire, then let out a low roar. The next second, the 40 undead guards charged out like ghosts, roaring as they moved. Despite their heavy armor, they were as agile as the wind, leaping onto the Imperial warship in a few bounds, their long swords slashing down mercilessly. With the addition of the undead guards, the previously suppressed Nether fleet instantly turned the tide, and the battle became fiercely stalemate. Shouts of battle rose again, fire and blood intertwined once more, and the entire sea was shrouded in killing intent. But what truly influenced the course of the battle was the life-or-death duel between Lu Qi and Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, as the third strongest on the peak ranking, lived up to his reputation. His ability to transform into light elementals allowed him to dodge Lu Qi's attacks multiple times. For a moment, Lu Qi felt agitated and didn't want to delay any longer. He knew his true goal was to breach the Sky City, find Imo, shouting whom he had hated for 10 years, and take revenge. Against an opponent in this invincible state, normal attacks are useless. Only elemental attacks are the key to breaking the deadlock. Lu Qi no longer suppressed himself and whispered, "Thunder Dragon transformation, activate." In an instant, lightning surged all over his body, his form changing within the light, ultimately transforming into a silver-glowing lightning warrior. Light element, huh? I'll see if you can dodge lightning. Centered on him, a lightning domain rapidly unfolded, with electric snakes dancing and thunder rumbling within a 100-meter radius. The next moment, he roared, and the lightning around him condensed into a lightning dragon, which roared as it charged towards the wasteland. The scene was breathtaking. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, at the colossal, thunderous beast soaring into the heavens. Huang Yuan's expression instantly turned extremely serious. He could clearly sense the terrifying aura of destruction contained within the Thunder Dragon. That wasn't ordinary lightning. It was a destructive law of lightning that could directly damage the soul. Wasteland dared not be careless and immediately activated his light elementalization skill, his body transforming into a beam of light as he fled at top speed. But Lu Qi had anticipated his reaction and quietly set up an invisible wall of air in front of him. Spatial lockdown, Wasteland had just rushed out when he crashed into the invisible wall, his body forced back in his solid form, his eyes filled with horror. Yu Ming, you are very strong, but the dignity of the Sky Empire cannot be trampled on. With that, his whole body surged with light, and his right hand condensed into an extremely bright spear of light, both holy and destructive. As the spear took shape, he hurled it, a golden light piercing the sky and heading straight for Lu Qi. At the same moment, the lightning dragon roared and attacked, tearing through the sky and rushing towards the wasteland with its sea of electricity and lightning domain. Two forces collided violently in midair. A massive explosion swept across the entire battlefield, instantly illuminating the sky with golden light and lightning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire sea trembled, countless ships shook violently, and even those watching from afar felt the intense heat and shock in the air. Everyone, even those locked in fierce combat, involuntarily stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes to the sky where light and lightning clashed. They all understood that this clash was the true decisive blow, the one that would decide the outcome. Chapter 2:05 The Sky Empire's Defeat. General Wasteland, go for it. You must win. Mo shouting clenched her fists tightly, her entire body almost pressed against the screen, afraid of missing a single detail of the battlefield. She knew that the outcome of this battle would directly determine her fate. As the deafening explosions gradually subsided and the thick smoke slowly dissipated, a figure finally appeared in the center of the battlefield. It was Wasteland, but he was no longer the imposing figure he once was. His naval cloak was burned beyond recognition, his entire body was charred black, and his breathing was disordered. He stood there like a statue about to collapse. Just when everyone thought he could still fight, thump, Wasteland's body swayed, and he fell heavily onto the deck without warning. At that moment, it was as if the entire battlefield fell silent. The sound of his fall, like a heavy hammer blow, pounded into the hearts of every soldier in the Sky Empire. Wasteland had fallen, but what of Netherworld? Could he withstand Wasteland's soul-ripping attack? Soon, Lucci's figure appeared in the dust storm after the explosion. He still stood upright on the deck of the Nightmare, his silver dragon scales shattered and his flesh mangled, but he stood firm like an immovable mountain. His aura remained powerful, his energy still surging within him, as if completely unaffected. The battlefield froze instantly. Even the wind seemed to dare not pass through the air. All eyes were fixed on the person lying down and the man standing. The Wasteland, once known as the Empire's strongest, was now lying on the ground. Lucci, once seen as a traitor and a discarded pawn, had become a king overlooking the Empire. Defeated, how could this be? Luo Chuan murmured, his eyes fixed on the upright figure in the image. He involuntarily leaned back, finally collapsing onto the sofa, his face pale. He knew better than anyone what the fall of the Wasteland meant. The Sky Empire had lost this battle. On the other side, Mo shouting was also stunned. She couldn't believe that the man she had betrayed was so powerful that even the Wasteland couldn't defeat him. Fear began to spread in her heart, and with it came an overwhelming sense of regret and shame. If only I hadn't betrayed him. If only I believed him and stood by his side. Perhaps everything would be different today. She glanced at Luo Chuan beside her, a surge of intense disgust rising within her. If it weren't for this good-for-nothing, who had repeatedly failed to eliminate Lu Qi in his younger days, she wouldn't be in this predicament today. It's all his fault, she cursed inwardly. Wife, what should we do next? Luo Chuan's voice trembled as he sought her advice. Mo shouting immediately adopted a weak and helpless expression, gently grasping Luo Chuan's hand. Husband, let's hide first. The defenses of Sky City are still intact. The Netherworld can't break through for the time being. After all, she still needed Luo Chuan's protection. At the same time, Qi Yin was also shocked to see Huang Yuan fall. In his heart, Huang Yuan had always been the Empire's most reliable pillar, and now that even he had been defeated, Qi Yin found it hard to accept. However, he was, after all, a veteran general, and after the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure, transforming into a streak of fire and rushing towards Huang Yuan, attempting to rescue him. But how could Lu Qi let this opportunity slip by? His figure blurred, a flash of silver light appeared, and he charged forward with murderous intent, his eyes filled with coldness. Strike while the iron is hot. But Qi Yin blocked his way. A ball of flame rose up, forcefully stopping Lu Qi. Lu Qi's eyes turned cold, and his dragon tail swept out like a thunderous whip. The air was torn apart, a sharp whistling sound sending chills down one's spine. Crimson Flame gritted his teeth, raising his arms to shield his chest in an attempt to block the attack. Crack! A deafening crash. Crimson Flame was swept away as if by a whirlwind, flying backward and crashing to the side of the Wasteland. Crimson Flame, a peak king-level expert, couldn't even withstand a single attack from Netherworld. This attack not only sent Crimson Flame flying, but also shattered the confidence of all the onlookers. A death throes. Lu Qi coldly snorted, gathering dimensional energy in his hand, several light blades slicing through the void and instantly shooting towards the wasteland. But a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the wasteland behind him. It was time and space. With a wave of his right hand, an invisible spatial shield appeared, swiftly blocking the fatal attack. After the spatial shield trembled a few times, the dimensional blade gradually weakened and finally dissipated silently. But time and space's expression was unusually grave. Crimson Flame, we can't fight anymore. Netherworld is too strong. Take Wasteland and retreat. I'll hold him off. After he finished speaking, he opened a spatial rift beside Crimson Flame. Qi Yin struggled for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and nodded, bending down to pick up the unconscious Huang Yuan, stepping into the spatial rift. Lu Qi was about to give chase when he suddenly felt a violent tremor in space. He looked back and found himself pulled into an unfamiliar spatial region. Space-time interference had held him back. At that very moment, the signal to retreat came from the Sky Dome. With the wasteland collapsing, the Empire's morale plummeted. The Imperial soldiers, who had previously held the will to fight, were now driven only by the instinct to flee. Thousands of warships immediately began to turn around in disarray, and the situation spiraled out of control. A person's name, a tree shadow. The soldiers of the Sky Empire's fear of the Netherworld had seeped into their very bones. Whoever stayed would die. And how could the Netherworld fleet let this bloody opportunity slip by? While Lu Qi was still trying to escape, the Nightmare and the Black Sea Overlord had already launched a full-scale attack. The Netherworld fleet, like wolves entering a sheepfold, frantically pursued and killed the fleeing Imperial fleet. Chapter 206, A Showdown Between Space Ability Users. Haha! Wasteland has been taken down by the captain. They're trying to escape. Jack stood on the deck of the Nightmare, his eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement, laughing and shouting, "Everyone, aim your cannons and fire at them. Today, not a single one of them will get back." With his command, the Nether fleet unleashed its full firepower, countless shells pouring out like a torrential rain, transforming into the scythe of death, sweeping across the sea. The entire sea was instantly illuminated by flames, the explosions deafening, and smoke mingled with the waves, creating a brutal scene of apocalyptic naval warfare. Meanwhile, inside Sky City, a heavy gate slowly opened. Luo Chuan and Mo, shouting cautiously, pushed it open, only to freeze in place. The outside was already surrounded by a dense swarm of naval soldiers. "Lieutenant General Luo Chuan, where are you and your wife headed?" A deep voice rang out, and a lieutenant general slowly stepped out from the ranks. His tone seemed warm, but his eyes were as cold as knives. He casually stubbed out the cigarette he was holding, and a momentary stillness as his words fell seemed to foreshadow the outcome. Luo Chuan stood there, his face ashen, coldly glancing at the lieutenant general, his tone full of sarcasm. "What are you starting to put me under house arrest?" The lieutenant general shook his head with a smile, his face still maintaining a feigned amiability. "How could that be? Your Excellency misunderstands. It's just that the military has ordered that your unauthorized actions must be thoroughly investigated. Until then, please cooperate and return to the villa to await further orders." His seemingly polite tone concealed an undisguised threat. A cold glint flashed in Luo Chuan's eyes, and a murderous intent quietly spread. Meanwhile, in another chaotic space, Lu Qi was facing off against Shirkong. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Lu Qi looked calmly at Shirkong, his tone completely unwavering. Shirkong's expression was solemn, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. "We are both king-level powerhouses and both control spatial abilities. We may not be able to determine who is superior." Lu Qi smiled calmly after hearing this. "Do you really think that just because we have the same superpowers, we're equals?" He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, an extremely terrifying spatial energy rapidly gathered, forming a vortex that devoured everything. The black hole-like power continued to expand, and the surrounding light and sound seemed to be swallowed up, plunging everything into a suffocating silence. Superpowers are merely tools. What truly determines victory or defeat is the person who wields them. Lu Qi's voice seemed to strike directly at the heart of space-time, causing his expression to change. He immediately raised his right palm, releasing a spatial vortex in response, attempting to counter Lu Qi's black hole. "Fine, then I'll see just how powerful your space truly is." Two spatial forces collided violently in midair, unleashing a terrifying roar. Cracks appeared everywhere in the void, spreading like a spider web, and space itself was tearing and trembling. But a few seconds later, the situation rapidly shifted. Lucci's black hole gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the vortex of space-time. Sher Kong's face was ashen. He felt his spiritual energy being frantically drained from his body, and he could barely stand. Impossible. How can your spiritual energy be so strong? Nothing is impossible. Lucci's tone remained calm, but every word was as heavy as a death sentence. In front of me, your so-called spatial vortex is nothing but a child's toy. With that, the black hole in his palm expanded dramatically, completely engulfing the spatial vortex of time and space. Seeing the situation was dire, time and space immediately tried to teleport away, but before it could even open a spatial gate, its expression froze. Trying to escape from me? Too naive. Lucci chuckled, his fingers twitching slightly, instantly disrupting the surrounding spatial structure. Space-time instantly descended into chaos, making it impossible to accurately pinpoint the teleportation location. He could only watch helplessly as the black hole approached. The next second, his body was swallowed by the black hole, the surrounding spatial turbulence tearing at every inch of his flesh like knives. Aya! A piercing scream rang out, then abruptly ceased. The Sky Empire's general, a peak-level king-rank warrior, had perished on the spot. High in the sky, a spatial rift slowly opened, drawing everyone's gaze. They're coming out. They're returning, an officer exclaimed. A final hope rose in everyone's hearts. Even if they couldn't reverse the tide of battle, they hoped that time and space could bring some change. But when the rift fully opened and the figures slowly emerged, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Lucci's figure stepped out of the crack first, standing tall in the sky, looking down upon all living beings. In his hand, he held a bloody human head, the head of the time-space one. Those unclosed eyes were still filled with terror and resentment. The entire Sky Empire fell into a deathly silence. Countless soldiers stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The sea churned and surged, as if tolling a death knell for their fallen general. However, time and space fought desperately to buy the Imperial fleet time to retreat. After suffering heavy losses, they finally returned to their anchorage in Sky City Harbor. And Sky City finally revealed its true defensive might. The entire city was surrounded by towering metal walls, with massive defensive cannons deployed along the coast, like steel monsters fiercely guarding the edge of the largest city on Earth. It was a true war fortress, with a forest of heavy artillery, its defenses airtight and virtually impenetrable. Lucci instantly rejoined the team, appearing on the deck of the Nightmare. Upon seeing him return, Wang Li immediately approached, her face beaming with excitement, and asked, "Master, those cowards have all hidden in the harbor. Should we just attack Sky City?" Chapter 207 Spatial Ability evolves to SS rank. Lucci stood on the deck, shaking his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant steel behemoth. The defenses of Sky City are too thick. A direct assault would be too costly. Not worth it. His tone was indifferent, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Mu Wanting's eyes flickered upon hearing this, as if she had sensed something, and she tentatively asked, "Captain, are you planning to blockade their sea routes?" "Smart." Lucci nodded, then snapped his fingers lightly. Although Sky City is large, its resources are pitifully scarce, relying almost entirely on sea transport. Once their sea outlets are blocked, they won't last long without us even lifting a finger. His tone was calm, yet it exuded a chilling confidence. This was psychological warfare. He intended to use encirclement to crush the entire empire. Lucci's orders were quickly issued. "Pass on my command. All warships are to strictly blockade the waters surrounding the Sky Dome. Any ship that dares to approach, sink it all." As his voice fell, the Netherworld fleet swiftly deployed, thousands of warships turning around to form an encirclement. Every cannon was locked onto the sea surface, all ships standing ready, like beasts lurking underwater, waiting for their next bite. In the distance, Pirate King Noah observed everything remotely through a projection bird. Watching the Netherworld fleet siege, he clicked his tongue, his tone full of amusement. "Tisk tiske tiske. The Netherworld is trying to trap the sky in a trap." A trusted confidant beside him couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, Do you think the Empire will hand over Luo Chuan and Mo shouting to sue for peace? Noah shook his head with a cold laugh, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. The problem isn't that simple. This isn't something that can be easily handed over to someone. If the Empire wants to quell this storm, it'll probably have to go through a lot. His tone was relaxed, yet it concealed a sharp insight. That guy from the wasteland was too rigid, and what happened now, look at him, he's been dealt a fatal blow by the netherworld. His trusted confidants behind him broke out in a cold sweat, as if they were witnessing an empire crumbling step by step. After giving the orders, Lu Qi quickly returned to the captain's cabin and opened a spatial rift. Within the dark rift, the tattered corpse of the general slowly appeared. System, plunder his abilities. System scanning in progress. Target, space-time, S-level space mastery. Status, dead, kill confirmed. Lu Qi's target energy has not completely dissipated. Plundering is possible. Current success rate, 2.5%. Use 100% success rate opportunity. Lu Qi chose to use the 100% success rate opportunity given by the system without hesitation. This was his second time using it. The opportunity was precious, but worth it. Success rate item confirmed. Currently plundering. Plunder successful. Gained ability. S-rank space mastery. The host has been detected to possess space mastery and is automatically evolving. Evolution successful. Space mastery upgraded to SS rank. As the notification tone faded, a massive surge of spatial energy instantly flooded Lu Qi's mind. In that instant, he felt as if he had entered another dimension, perceiving the flow and changes of endless space. He could see the layers and gaps of space, and even freely alter their shape and direction. Spatial power was no longer a tool, but an integral part of his being. He could even connect to different spatial dimensions at will, opening spatial passages for large-scale cross-dimensional movement. Lu Qi's realm broke through at this moment. His consciousness slowly returned to his body, his hands clenched lightly, and he could feel a new power leaping within his control. SS-level spatial control now. I don't even need spatial coordinates anymore. I can go wherever I want. Lu Qi muttered to himself, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He then noticed a new piece of information displayed on the system interface. Fear value had soared, exceeding 1 million. Defeating the wasteland and time-space had finally brought new rewards. Unlocked blueprint. Ghost Sail. Ghost Sail can only be equipped on ghost ships. Grants flight ability upon equipping. Required materials. Divine Soul X1. Soul Crystal X1. Silk of Sorrow X1000. Moonlight Dew X100. Lu Qi's eyes lit up when he saw the blueprint. Flying ghost ship? That's a killer weapon. But he couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw the materials needed to make it. I have seen a god-level soul once, but the rest will keep me busy for a while. At this moment, the city of the sky was under heavy guard, with all soldiers on high alert and all the city's defensive cannons ready to fire. They believed that the Netherworld fleet would launch a full-scale attack at any moment. But as time passed, the cannon fire remained silent. It wasn't that the Netherworld dared not act, but rather that Lu Qi had no intention of fighting at all. He wanted to besiege the city and throw the enemy into disarray, and the blockade was already beginning to take effect. The entire sea route of Sky City had been completely sealed off by the Netherworld fleet. Any ship attempting to break through the blockade was instantly reduced to wreckage and sunk to the bottom of the sea under the cannon fire of the Netherworld warships. Chapter 208 Luo Chuan's Defection. The news spread like wildfire through Sky City, like dry tinder being ignited. Panic quickly spread. The once bustling streets were now filled with anxiety and unease. People's faces were etched with fear, and whispers arose everywhere. Everyone knew that Sky City had very little food. If they were trapped for 10 days or half a month, starvation was no joke. Soon, the problem of food shortages began to surface. Long queues formed in front of grain stores, and prices were driven out of control, some even more than tenfold. But even so, the amount of grain available for purchase was still extremely limited. Seeing the dwindling inventory and soaring prices, many citizens began to panic, their eyes revealing fear and despair. Emotions quickly escalated throughout the city, and finally, some radicals took to the streets to demonstrate. Holding banners, they shouted their goal. The military must hand over Luo Chuan and Mo shouting. They believed that handing them over might bring some peace and force Yuming to withdraw its troops. This outcry, like a tidal wave, created ever-growing ripples throughout the city. As night fell, the atmosphere inside naval headquarters was even more oppressive than outside. In the conference room, several high-ranking officers argued heatedly, their faces flushed. Prime Minister Fergus even pointed at Wasteland and roared, "How much deeper of abyss do you intend to drag Skyfall into?" His voice was filled with rage, while Wasteland stood calmly in the center. Wasteland had changed into a clean uniform, but the charred ends of his hair still reminded everyone that he had just escaped death on the battlefield. Faced with the questioning, Wasteland looked up and stared directly at Fergus, his tone low but heavy with authority. "Our responsibility is to uphold the dignity of the Empire, no matter the cost." But these words did not ease the tension. Instead, they fueled further discontent. "Then what do we do now? Our food supplies won't last a week." Silence fell over the room. Everyone knew that reinforcements might not be able to turn the tide of the battle. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds before Fergus gritted his teeth and offered a solution. Hand over Luo Chuan and Mo shouting. In his view, the two had long been a source of trouble, useless and a nuisance, and keeping them around would only drag the entire city down with them. These words plunged Wasteland into deep thought. He didn't care about Luo Chuan's life or death, but this action represented the Sky Empire bowing to its enemy, a complete show of weakness. But reality was too cruel. He ultimately had to make a choice. "Let's do it this way," Wasteland said with a hint of helplessness. He knew this was a heavy compromise. He turned to Chi Yin. "General Chi Yin, bring Luo Chuan and Mo shouting here." Chi Yin nodded, said nothing more, and then led his men out of the conference room. The door behind him closed, and the air seemed to grow even heavier. When they arrived at Luo Chuan's residence, Chi Yin sensed something was wrong. The area in front of the villa was eerily quiet. He quickened his pace and saw that the lawn was a mess, with all the guards lying on the ground. The lieutenant general on the ground, covered in blood and barely breathing, said, "Luo Chuan escaped." Chi Yin's expression changed instantly, his eyes turning extremely grim. Escaped? With this impenetrable fortress, where could he possibly go? Despite his words, he also felt a growing unease. Chi Yin immediately ordered martial law throughout the city. Search for Luo Chuan and Mo shouting. The soldiers acted immediately, and a massive search net was spread out from the center, quickly encircling the entire city. Patrols were deployed on every street and alleyway, and all exits from the city were sealed off. Kelawatchuan had vanished without a trace, as if evaporated. The atmosphere throughout the city became unprecedentedly tense. Even the night wind sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black night, Luo Chuan was quietly escaping with Mo shouting. He held her in his arms, and the two glided through the air like shadows, silently crossing the city walls. When the wasteland was defeated by the netherworld, Luo Chuan knew he would become a pawn sooner or later. He wouldn't foolishly wait to die. He had prepared an escape plan long ago. They finally landed on a deserted island, temporarily escaping their pursuers. Upon landing, Mo shouting looked overjoyed and hugged Luo Chuan, sweetly pleading, "Honey, you're so amazing. Thank goodness you got me out of here." Her soft voice and sweet tone softened Luo Chuan's heart. He gently embraced her and said tenderly, "Once this calms down, we'll run away and find somewhere to live a good life." Mo shouting nodded obediently, but her smile concealed a hint of insincerity. However, a burst of applause shattered the silence. Clap, clap, clap. A familiar yet mocking sound slowly rang out. Lu Chi stood not far away, a smile playing on his lips, watching them as if they were a poorly executed stage play. Wonderful, truly wonderful. His eyes were cold and sarcastic as he stared at Mo shouting, 10 years have passed, and you're even more disgusting than before, Mo shouting. Luo Chuan and Mo shouting instantly turned pale, as if struck by lightning. "How did you find us?" Luo Chuan asked in terror, his eyes filled with panic. Chapter 209, The Ruthless Mo shouting. Mo shouting's expression stiffened upon seeing Lu Chi appear, then a glint of unfathomable light flashed in her eyes. Lu Chi wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he casually pulled a chair from his spatial storage and sat down calmly. A smile played on his lips. "I've been watching you ever since you left Sky City. If I didn't have this much ability, I wouldn't be alive today." He spoke casually, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. "Keep acting, I haven't had enough yet. If you act well, Maybe I can let you die with some dignity. Luo Chuan's face darkened, and he immediately stepped in front of Mo, shouting, his eyes extremely grave. Yuming, do you have to eliminate us completely? What you did is shouting back then, those beastly things, do you still? Before he could finish speaking, a muffled thud rang out, and Luo Chuan's body jolted violently as a knife was thrust into his chest. He turned his head in a daze, recognizing the hands that held the knife. It was Mo shouting. She stood behind him, her expression incredibly complex, a mixture of vengeful pleasure and deep sorrow. She seemed to have used all her remaining strength to plunge the knife fiercely into Luo Chuan's body. What? Luo Chuan's voice trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. This woman, who had just been so affectionate towards him, had delivered a fatal blow. Mo Xiaoting's eyes glistened with tears, as if she were carrying endless pain. Why? Don't you really remember? She screamed almost hysterically. You forcibly kidnapped me and did those things to me. I've been waiting to kill you with my own hands. Her words were simmering with emotion, like a volcanic eruption, as if she had lived in hell all these years. I'll repay you for every single humiliation you've inflicted on me over the years. She looked at Luo Chuan with a face full of grievance and sorrow, as if she were the one who had suffered the most. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Chuan's mouth. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Then, she suddenly turned and rushed towards Lu Qi, crying out, Qi, is that you? I've finally seen you. I missed you so much. She hugged Lu Qi tightly, as if she had found a refuge, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with grievance and pain. Qi, that year song leeching poisoned me, forcing me to leave you. After you died, I always thought of avenging you, but Luo Chuan suddenly barged in and took me away. At this point, she looked at Luo Chuan's corpse with great emotion. I killed him to avenge you. Then she threw herself into Lu Qi's arms. Qi, I've lived like a walking corpse for the past 10 years, and you're in my dreams every night. I really missed you so much. Her voice gradually choked up, as if she was recounting a heavy past. Lu Qi looked down at her, a familiar memory from 10 years ago flashing through his mind. Her appearance hadn't changed in 10 years. She was still so delicate and beautiful. He slowly reached out and placed his hand on her head, gently stroking it as if to comfort her. At that moment, Mo Xiaoting's lips subtly curled into a smile, a barely perceptible hint of smugness. Men, no matter how ruthless, can't escape my tricks. She sneered inwardly. Unfortunately, that smile only lasted a second. Suddenly, she felt a tightness on her scalp, and Lu Qi threw her flying. Bang! She crashed heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Her delicate makeup was covered in mud, and her clothes were already tattered. She struggled to look up at Lu Qi, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Qi, you don't believe me? Lu Qi lowered his head and patted his chest, as if cleaning away the filth she had just clung to him. You acted quite well. It's a pity you were born in the wrong era. If you're still in the entertainment industry, you might have won a Best Actress award. His tone was full of sarcasm and disdain, his face devoid of any lingering affection. That idiot Luo Chuan must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to run into you. He said it casually, but his eyes were cold as ice, making no attempt to hide the disgust in his heart. Mo Xiaoting panicked immediately and desperately crawled toward him. No, that's not how it is. I didn't lie to you. I really love you. Her face was full of panic, and her voice was trembling with tears, trying to evoke Lu Qi's pity. Lu Qi just sneered, walked up to her, and suddenly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Weren't you being quite emotional? Then let's play a game. I have a superhuman under my command who can make people tell the truth. You know her too. Her name is Mu Wanting. Lu Qi's tone suddenly lightened, as if he were talking about something extremely amusing. I'll call her here right now and have her investigate how much of what you said is true. The moment he finished speaking, Mo Xiaoting's face froze, and the pretense in her eyes completely crumbled in an instant. She panicked, utterly panicked. She knew that once interrogated by a psychic, all her lies would be exposed. She thought rapidly, her eyes darting back and forth like a fox trapped in a desperate situation. I can't let Mu Wanting come over. I can't, she screamed frantically in her mind, desperately searching for a way to escape. Chapter 210. Mo Xiaoting feeds the sea monster, settling the score. Lucci's expression turned completely cold. He was clearly tired of his clumsy performance. Seeing Mo Xiaoting's panicked and calculating appearance, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. He's had enough of this cat-and-mouse game. He slowly raised his right foot, looking down at Mo Xiaoting's arm. His movements were unhurried, yet they carried a suffocating sense of oppression. At that moment, Mo Xiaoting finally realized that the Lucci in front of her was no longer the person she remembered. "Chi, don't be like this. It hurts me. You used to love me the most." She cried out in terror, her voice trembling, desperately trying to bring back his former tenderness. But there was not a trace of emotion in Lucci's eyes. He slowly applied force with his foot, his movements calm and firm, without hesitation or pity. For him, this was not an impulse, but a reckoning that had been destined long ago. The next second, a crisp snapping sound rang out in the night. Mo Xiaoting let out a heart-wrenching scream, her whole body aching so much that she lost her voice. Her body struggled instinctively, but she couldn't break free at all. Lucci's feet were like iron nails, pinning her firmly to the spot. She finally realized that pleading was pointless. Lucci withdrew his foot and slowly landed on her other side. "I won't ask you anymore." She was on the verge of collapse, her voice filled with nothing but despair. But she was met with indifference. The cracking sound rang out again, and the screams abruptly ceased. Next comes the legs, the final support. Lucci showed no emotional fluctuation, as if he were completing something he had already decided long ago. Mo Xiaoting collapsed to the ground, her consciousness nearly broken, completely consumed by pain and fear. She finally realized that she could no longer deceive this man. Lucci, who was once willing to risk his life for her, died 10 years ago. Overwhelming regret washed over her like a tidal wave, completely engulfing her. If only I hadn't betrayed him back then. The thought echoed wildly in her mind, but it could no longer bring her any chance. "Chi, I really know I was wrong." She pleaded with her last ounce of strength, her eyes filled with nothing but humility and fear. That was her last bargaining chip. Lucci merely smiled faintly, a smile devoid of warmth. "Go to hell, and then slowly love me." This sentence sealed her fate. He snapped his fingers crisply, and the sea suddenly churned. The sea in the distance split open, and a huge black shadow slowly rose. Sea demon has appeared. Thick tentacles burst from the water and mercilessly wrapped around Mo Xiaoting. Her cries sounded particularly faint in the night sky, like the lingering echo of someone abandoned by the world. Fear completely filled her eyes. "Please, Chi, give me another chance." Her voice had lost its rationality, reduced to nothing but an instinctive will to survive. But Lucci didn't even glance at her. "Get rid of the sea monster." His tone was flat, as if he were issuing an ordinary command. He knew all too well how he had crawled back from the brink of death. The sea monster opened its massive maw, and shadows descended upon it. Mo Xiaoting's struggle seemed incredibly insignificant at that moment. All sounds soon fell silent. The sea returned to calm, leaving only churning crimson waves as proof of what had just happened. That name, that person, vanished from this world forever. Lucci glanced at the sea quietly, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. It was as if we had just accomplished something that was many years overdue. The vow I made when I was resurrected has been fulfilled today. Mo Xiaoting, this is the end between us. The sea breeze blows, sweeping away the last traces. The feud ended there. Afterwards, Lucci turned and left the isolated island, taking the dying Luo Chuan back to the nightmare. Luo Chuan was already in a coma due to the severity of his injuries, and his life force was very weak. "Captain, have you brought the man back?" Rosie quickly stepped forward, her eyes filled with undisguised coldness as she looked at Luo Chuan. "Well, just handle it simply, leave it alive." Lucci said calmly, "I want his superpower." Jack and Wang Li also gathered around, looking at Luo Chuan with complex yet satisfied expressions. Chapter 211 Peace Talks Fail. Jack kicked Luo Chuan twice while sneering, as if his pent-up anger over the years had finally found an outlet. "This guy is finally in our hands. Wasn't he quite good at jumping around before?" Wang Li was not to be outdone and joined in the education, resorting to fists and kicks, her tone full of resentment. If he hadn't gone to Poison Bee's side to sow discord, so many of our brothers on the Nightmare wouldn't have died. He was yelling as he hit, clearly having been holding back his anger for a long time. Mu Wanting, who was standing next to her, frowned, unable to bear it any longer. Hey, that's enough. Don't kill him. The captain still needs his special ability. One sentence was enough to stop the two of them. Jack chuckled sheepishly. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. So they quickly carried Luo Chuan away for emergency treatment. However, Lucci did not immediately attempt to seize Luo Chuan's supernatural abilities. The reason is simple. Luo Chuan's shadow manipulation is an S-level ability, and the success rate of plundering is only 5%. To achieve a 100% success rate, he can only use his last guaranteed chance. However, he had other plans for this opportunity. The real target is the legendary warship of the Sky Empire, the Hell. The ocean fury bound to that warship was what Lu Qi truly coveted. As for Luo Chuan, he's not worthy of wasting this trump card. Just then, a series of blue sounds of din mushy, snail phone, came from inside the cabin. Lu Qi gently raised his hand to signal, and Rosie immediately stepped forward to answer the call. A few seconds later, she looked up and said, Captain, it's Colonel Wong calling. He says the Sky Empire wants to negotiate with you. It seems they know we intercepted Luo Chuan and Mo Shouting and are preparing to back down. Lu Qi's lips curled into a playful, cold smile. Rose asked, should I take it? Lu Qi nodded. Go ahead and accept it. I like to see how they start. Soon, Rose completed the transfer. Lu Qi stepped forward and said in a cold tone, I am Yuming. A burst of laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. Haha, Lord Wu Hai Yuming. It's an honor to speak with you. I am Fergus, the Prime Minister of the Sky Empire. His voice was loud and clear. You could tell he was an old fox. Have you caught Luo Chuan and Mo Shouting yet? He asked tentatively. Lu Qi responded calmly. Yes, caught. Upon hearing this, Fergus seemed relieved, and his tone softened. Now that the culprits have been caught, the war should be over. Look, shouldn't we withdraw from this battle? That said so casually, like it's a business deal. Lu Qi didn't respond directly, but instead asked, What do you mean? Fergus continued with a smile. We won't pursue the matter of you arresting people, and you can stop besieging the city. How about that? Withdrawing troops? Of course. Lu Qi spoke calmly, as if he had already given in. Fergus was overjoyed. That's wonderful. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Qi uttered a single sentence. Trade me the hell ship. The air froze instantly. There was complete silence on the other end of the phone, and Fergus's smile instantly froze on his face. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't say a word. As a result, the phone was snatched away by the person standing next to him in the wasteland. You don't have the netherworld or the hell, but I can give you a few of the hell's shells. The wasteland roared furiously, making no attempt to conceal its rage. Luki chuckled. Oh, you're quite tough. The wasteland continues its threat. My Imperial fleet numbers in the millions, and reinforcements are on their way. You may have a chance to survive if you withdraw your troops now. But Lu Qi refused to back down. Let's see who has the last laugh. After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Huang Yuan was so angry that his chest heaved violently and his fists were clenched tightly. Damn it, how dare he mention the hell? Even the usually composed Fergus frowned and abandoned his negotiating stance. He looked into the distance and gave the order in a deep voice. Accelerate the mobilization of fleets across various regions and prepare for a full-scale decisive battle. Yes, the naval soldiers responded immediately, obeying orders without question. Meanwhile, on the nightmare side, Lu Qi's eyes turned cold. It seems they won't give in unless it hurts. Then I'll help them feel the pain once. At this point, the two sides have completely broken off relations. A new storm is brewing. In the dead of night, the city of the sky fell silent. The streets were deserted, and the moonlight shone faintly on the stone pavement. The patrolling soldiers walked slowly, cautiously surveying their surroundings. One of them suddenly frowned. Huh, did you hear something? Another soldier smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You must be too tired and are just hallucinating, right? Chapter 2:12 The Calamity of the Dead descends. However, the first soldier firmly shook his head. No, listen carefully, there really is a sound. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, a serious expression on his face. Seeing this, his companion also stopped smiling and calmed down to listen carefully. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only the occasional rustling of leaves in the distance. Suddenly, a piercing wail tore through the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. It sounds like something is wailing. His companion's voice trembled. He too had heard that terrifying sound and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The sound is getting louder. This thing is getting closer to us. The naval soldier exclaimed, his eyes filled with terror. Just then, a zombie missing half, its head suddenly burst out of the darkness. It reeked of a foul stench, and its eye sockets burned with eerie green flames. What is this thing? The soldier cried out in alarm and reacted swiftly, immediately swinging his long sword and stabbing it fiercely into the zombie's heart. However, the zombie did not react at all. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down hard on the soldier's neck. Upon seeing this, his companion immediately chopped off the zombie's head with a single blow. The zombie finally collapsed to the ground, but the naval soldier who had been bitten was now clutching his neck, blood gushing out, and he was barely breathing. Immediately afterwards, more roars and wails echoed through the night sky. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless ghosts were gathering and roaring. No, no, no. The soldier gripped his long sword tightly in terror, but his eyes were filled with despair. Countless skeletons and zombies surged in from all directions, waving their bony arms, opening their blood-red mouths, and letting out terrifying roars. The soldier fought valiantly, but his strength seemed insignificant against such a vast number of enemies. He was quickly engulfed in endless darkness and terror. At the same time, nearly 500,000 undead poured out from every corner of Sky City like a dark flood. The silent night was shattered by mournful howls and piercing roars. The Sky City seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. The city was instantly engulfed in flames, with raging fire dancing wildly in the night sky, casting everything into a crimson glow. Countless civilians were awakened from their sleep, and faced with this sudden terror, they struggled to survive in panic and despair. However, the merciless vengeance caused many to fall amid screams, their lives extinguished in an instant. However, the Navy of Sky City was no easy opponent. Faced with the undead's fierce attack, they quickly organized a defensive line and launched a counterattack with powerful firepower. Countless cannon fire intertwined in the night sky, forming dazzling streaks of light that contrasted sharply with the darkness of the undead. The naval soldiers gradually suppressed this sudden, small-scale natural disaster. From high above, the wasteland witnessed it all. His eyes reflected the flames burning throughout the city, and his ears were filled with the howls of the dead and the terrified cries of the common people. He clenched his fists in anger, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He knew that all of this was caused by Yuming. Yuming's SS-level necromancy summoning skill was already widely known, and this disaster was precisely summoned by that ability. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps broke the surrounding silence. A soldier ran frantically to the back of the wasteland, panting as he reported the battle situation. Reporting to the general, most of the dead have been cleared by the army. Tonight, approximately 350,000 civilians perished and 100,000 soldiers died in battle. Additionally, Granary No. 2 was burned down. Wasteland's expression remained unchanged when he heard about the civilian and soldier casualties, as if he had expected it all. But when he heard the news that the No. 2 grain warehouse had been burned down, his expression changed drastically, and a flash of shock and anger appeared in his eyes. What? He turned around quickly and stared at the soldier. Then, Huang Yuan's face turned ashen, and he immediately ordered, "Send heavy troops to guard Granary No. 1 immediately. Granary No. 1 must not be lost." "Yes." The soldier saluted, turned, and hurried away to relay the order. Standing on high ground, Huang Yuan looked at the city ablaze with flames, his heart filled with worry. The destruction of Granary No. 2 means that Sky City's food reserves have been halved, and the reserves of Granary No. 1 alone probably won't last more than a few days. He understood that soon, this city with tens of millions of residents would face the threat of hunger. Now, he can only pin his hopes on reinforcements, hoping they can break the Netherworld sea blockade. Otherwise, this city will probably soon become a dead city. About 300 nautical miles north of the Sky City, a fleet is cutting through the waves. Their goal is singular, the City of the Sky. This fleet is the Dawnlight Fleet, stationed in the northern city of Lycum. As their name suggests, they're the guardians of the north, the first rays of light at dawn. On a massive, near-legendary warship, Lieutenant General Alberto Santos, holding binoculars and gazing into the distance, sighed softly. I never expected that Yu Ming would have such great strength. Even the wasteland general was no match for him. A major general handed Santos a cup of hot tea. Yes, just 6 months ago, Yu Ming was an unknown nobody. Who would have thought that he would be able to stand against an empire all by himself? Here, have a cup of hot tea. Santos glanced into the distance one last time, then put down his binoculars, turned, and took the teacup from the major general. However, Yu Ming underestimated the strength of the Sky Empire. Now all the fleets are on their way, and no matter how powerful he is, he cannot truly win this war. Oh, really? A sudden whisper echoed in the air, as if it came from another world. The major general's ears caught the unusual sound. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted almost reflexively. Who is it? His voice cut sharply through the night wind, filled with alertness and unease. Everything around fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of waves crashing against the ship echoing in the night sky. Then, to everyone's horror, a strange man dressed in black appeared on the ship at some point. He was like a ghost emerging from the darkness, emanating a chilling aura of death. Intruders. The major general reacted swiftly and decisively. At his command, hundreds of naval soldiers surged forward like a tide, surrounding the man in black. Their movements were swift and orderly, demonstrating their well-trained military skills. Who are you? How dare you sneak onto this ship? What are your intentions? Seize him. The major general shouted sternly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Chapter 213, The Surrender of the Sky Empire. However, the man in black remained unusually calm in the face of the crowd's attack. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he were mocking the ignorance and futility of the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was about to rush to his side, invisible spatial blades suddenly slashed through the air. Screams filled the air as hundreds of naval soldiers charging towards a man in black were neatly cut in half at the waist. The deck was instantly stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and the painful screams of the soldiers. Lieutenant General Santos witnessed all of this, and his face instantly turned ashen. He recognized the man in black. He was their target and the Empire's greatest threat, the Netherworld. The Netherworld. Santos called out the name with a trembling voice, his voice filled with fear. Lucci's lips slowly curled into a bloodthirsty smile. You got it right. So here's your reward. Go die. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a lingering, terrifying aura in the air, like the trace of death. When everyone rediscovered Yu Ming, he was already standing beside the Major General. The Major General, who had just been shouting sternly, was now kneeling on the ground, his head firmly held in Lucci's hand, powerless to resist. His face was filled with terror and despair, as if he had already foreseen his fate. Let's start with your fleet. Lucci's voice carried a chilling coldness, like the north wind in winter, biting and cruel. Then, Lucci suddenly exerted force. The Major General's head exploded like a ripe watermelon in the horrified gazes of the crowd. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding deck and walls red. A naval rear admiral at the initial king rank was instantly killed before everyone's eyes. His death was gruesome and horrific, too painful to look at. Upon witnessing this scene, Santos's eyes were filled with fear and shock. He had imagined that the Netherworld would be very powerful, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to defeat the wasteland and destroy time and space. But he never imagined that the Netherworld would be so powerful. That was a master of the king rank. Yet in Yu Ming's hands, he was as weak and helpless as an infant. However, Lucci would not stop his actions because of their fear. He stood still and began to slowly wave his hands. As he moved, the surrounding air began to distort, and a huge spatial rift slowly formed. The sight that appeared on the other side of the spatial rift made everyone gasp in horror. Those were actually over 1,000 warships of the Netherworld fleet, arranged in neat rows, exuding an imposing aura. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could your spatial abilities possibly teleport a fleet? Santos exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something beyond reason. Santos felt that his understanding had been seriously challenged. He was well aware of the power of spatial abilities. After all, the Sky Empire's general, Shi Kong, was an S-class spatial ability user. Even with the power of space-time, all it can do is teleport a few people, Teleporting a ship is difficult enough, let alone creating a spatial rift large enough to teleport an entire fleet. If this were a game, he would definitely report Yuming for cheating. However, reality did not give him that opportunity. Lu Chi's figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Santos. At the same time, the massive Netherworld fleet also opened fire fiercely on the Dawnlight fleet. Dense artillery fire poured down like a meteor shower, and the sounds of explosions, flashes of light, and smoke intertwined to create a breathtaking scene. Sky City. The atmosphere at Naval Headquarters was oppressively suffocating at that moment. The news had barely arrived when the two fleets that had come to provide support were completely annihilated by the Netherworld en route, with a staggering 200,000 lives lost at sea. Such losses were undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Sky Empire. Splash! With a sharp crack, the wasteland suddenly smashed a beautiful vase to the ground, scattering shards everywhere. Can anyone tell me how Yuming did that? His eyes widened in anger, and he roared loudly. His voice echoed in the conference room, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Wasteland could not understand how the Netherworld could destroy the two fleets, which were thousands of nautical miles apart, in a single day. Even though Yuming is powerful, it is extremely difficult for him to fight against an entire fleet by himself. The meeting room was silent. Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to meet Huang Yuan's gaze. They too were filled with doubt and unease. It seems that Yuming's spatial abilities have already advanced to SS level. Fergus said gravely. Wasteland looked at Fergus. You mean, the underworld has already plundered the power of time and space? Fergus nodded. That's probably true. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why two fleets so far apart could be destroyed in a single day. His eyes were filled with solemnity as he continued. After the Netherworld's spatial abilities evolve to SS level, it will probably have the ability to remotely teleport fleets. Upon hearing this, Wasteland fell silent, pondering Fergus's words. If the Netherworld truly possesses such abilities, then this battle is impossible to win. Fergus sighed and said heavily, if Yuming possessed such an ability, he could have easily defeated the numerous fleets before they could gather, thus dismantling the support for Sky City. However, despite possessing a large number of formidable coastal defense cannons, the Sky City was not afraid of the Netherworld's powerful attack. However, the city's food reserves are currently running low. As long as the Netherworld continues to maintain its blockade of the Sky City, it won't be long before the Sky City falls without a fight. Report. Suddenly, the conference room door was flung open, and a pale-faced soldier rushed in. His eyes were filled with fear, and his voice trembled as he reported, Report. Another fleet that came to our aid has just been wiped out. The soldier's words echoed in the meeting room, the air thick with heaviness and oppression. Everyone understands the meaning behind this message. Another 100,000 lives were lost at sea. In a single day, a total of 400,000 soldiers perished, and 3 fleets were lost. This was an unbearable blow, a shocking number. The meeting room was deathly silent. No one dared to speak. This news undoubtedly provided strong evidence for Fergus's speculation. His guess was correct, and the underworld truly possessed the ability to remotely teleport fleets. Fergus looked out over the wasteland, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. Wasteland, we can't fight anymore. Let's admit defeat. He shook his head, as if grieving for this unchangeable reality. Chapter 214, Plundering Legendary Abilities, Wrath of the Ocean. Wasteland took a few steps back weakly and slumped into the chair. His eyes had lost their former luster, replaced by endless gloom and despair. He remained silent for a long time, as if struggling internally. Finally, he sighed deeply and uttered those words. Fine, fine. Tell Yuming that I agree to his request. After saying those words, Huang Yuan seemed to have aged several years. His voice was filled with weariness and helplessness, as if he were heartbroken over his failure and despair. He understood that from this moment forward, he would become a sinner of the Sky Empire, because he had to compensate the Netherworld with the legendary Warship Hell. This was a disgrace to the Sky Empire and a personal tragedy for him. However, faced with a powerful enemy and an unchangeable reality, what could he do? He had no choice but to accept defeat and take responsibility. Brew. On the nightmare, the phone rang. Rose walked quickly over, answered the phone, and listened intently to the voice on the other end, nodding occasionally. Okay, I understand. I will pass it on to Wuhai. After hanging up the phone, Rose's face revealed an undisguised excitement. She turned to look at the crowd, her voice filled with excitement. Captain, we won. The Sky Empire has agreed to our demands. Upon hearing Rose's voice, everyone gathered around. Ha ha ha, Captain is awesome. We've won. Jack jumped up with joy, waving his hands and cheering. Wang Li's face was flushed with excitement, and he shook his head incredulously, saying, The Celestial Empire. That's the Celestial Empire, the most powerful nation on Earth. Master actually managed to subdue the Celestial Empire. My God, Master, you're amazing. Niuda, Mole. Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons at that moment. Does that mean our Netherworld fleet will have another legendary warship? We're about to have another legendary warship. But it's not the hell, it's our nightmare. Lu Qi walked over with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Legendary warship, what a majestic name. Soon, a huge warship slowly sailed out of Sky City. This is the hell, its name symbolizing its power and status. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi immediately teleported onto the hell ship. Standing opposite, Huang Yuan saw Yuming appear. His eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he only sighed deeply. This sigh was filled with helplessness and heaviness, as if it were a lament for the impending end. Wasteland waved his hand, signaling everyone to evacuate. Following his orders, the crew of the Hell began to evacuate in an orderly fashion using small boats. Their faces all bore a hint of resentment and disappointment. After all the crew members had evacuated, Wasteland spoke again. Netherworld, you have won completely. Lu Qi didn't say anything more sarcastic. Lu Qi still held Huang Yuan in high esteem, considering his upright character, patriotism, and love for the people throughout his life. Yuming, let this matter end here. No more innocent people should lose their lives because of this. The Wasteland spoke again, his voice revealing weariness and age. After saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Qi stood there, watching the Wasteland recede into the distance. He looked around and realized that the Hellship was now completely under his control. This legendary warship, famous throughout the Blue Star, now belonged to him. Now that he has achieved all his goals, there is no need to continue the siege. The formidable defenses of Sky City prevent Lu Qi from launching a direct assault. The strategy of cutting off food supplies only affects innocent civilians. When it comes to a true life or death situation, the Wasteland will surely abandon the tens of millions of people in the city and use all the food to supply the army. Moreover, and most importantly, the Sky Empire also has a god-level powerhouse. Things shouldn't be taken too far. A complete breakdown in relations wouldn't benefit him either. Soon, the three enormous warships, Nightmare, Black Sea Overlord, and Hell, docked together, forming a spectacular seascape. Wow, this is spectacular. I think the three most powerful ships in this plane are here. Mu Wanting stood on the deck, her eyes filled with joy and pride. From now on, with just these three ships, our Netherworld bounty hunters will be able to take on anyone who dares to mess with us. Jack exclaimed excitedly. Even without these three ships, no one on Earth would dare to mess with us, unless they wanted to die. Bamli lauga khartili. Lu Qi said calmly. All right, we won't keep the Hell ship. I'm going to use it to strengthen the Nightmare ship. The Nightmare ship is the foundation of our Netherworld. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As it turned out, their captain's decisions were always correct. The system has the ability to plunder the Hell ship. Ding, scanning Hell ship. Scan complete. Target. Hell ship, possessing the legendary ability Wrath of the Ocean. The Hell ship's owner is its host. The Hell ship's main structure is intact and can be looted. Success rate of 1 in plundering. As expected, the success rate of plundering legendary abilities is pitifully low. Lu Qi immediately said, System, use the plundering success rate 100%. Ding. The host has a 100% success rate for using plunder. The success rate of plunder has been increased to 100%. Plundering. Successful plunder. Ghost ship gains new ability. Ocean Fury legendary ability. Ghost ship can manipulate the ocean to a certain extent. After the looting was complete, the massive Hell ship was instantly drained of its soul. The entire ship looked old and dilapidated, as if hundreds of years had passed in an instant. But this legendary ability was not what Lu Qi wanted. Lu Qi continued speaking to the system. System, can I use the ability fusion to enhance my S-rank ability, Plunder? To use ability fusion to enhance abilities or ship capabilities, the amount of ability consumed must be at least one level higher than the ability being enhanced. In other words, to upgrade an S-rank ability to a legendary ability, at least one legendary ability must be used as a sacrifice. Lu Qi instantly understood. He had previously thought that the fusion of superpowers was not just a simple fusion, but could also be strengthened. System, consume the legendary ability, Wrath of the Ocean, to enhance the S-rank ability, Plunder. Lu Qi spoke to the system. Ding, strengthening in progress. Then, from within the nightmare, the sound of violent waves seemed to emanate, like the mournful cry of the legendary ability, Wrath of the Ocean. As time slowly passed, the sound of the waves gradually faded away. Instead, a dense black energy appeared. This energy, like a black hole, continuously devoured everything around it, as if it could absorb and plunder anything. Lu Qi kept his eyes tightly closed. He could feel the powerful energy constantly gathering and intensifying. His heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Ding. Enhancement successful. S-rank ability. Plunder has evolved into legendary ability, Abyss Plunder. Chapter 215 Legendary Battleship, Nightmare. Abyss Plunder legendary abilities. Ghost ships can plunder legendary abilities from other ships. The host can also plunder the abilities of other ability users through the ghost ship. Abyss Plunder generates 100% success rate plunder opportunity per month, with a maximum of 3 opportunities stored. Currently, it's 3 to 3. Success. The plundering ability has evolved into a legendary ability. A hint of excitement flickered in Lu Qi's eyes. A major reason why Lu Qi could crush other superhumans was that he had plundered this ability. It could be said that this ability shaped Lu Qi into who he is today. Therefore, compared to the fury of the ocean, plundering is more important to Lu Qi. After upgrading to a legendary ability, a 100% success rate for raiding will be generated once a month, which is very important to Lu Qi. After all, the success rate of plundering energy was quite low before, especially when plundering abilities or superpowers of higher quality. Immediately afterwards, the system notification sounded in Lu Qi's mind again. Ding! Ghost Ship has been detected to have legendary abilities. Ghost Ship is ready to evolve into a legendary warship. Do you wish to initiate evolution? Evolution. Lu Qi chose to evolve without hesitation, wondering what changes the nightmare would undergo after becoming a legendary warship. In evolution, compared to the major changes in previous evolutions, this evolution was almost non-existent. The hull remained virtually unchanged. Soon, the system notification sounded. Ding! Evolution successful. The Ghost Ship has successfully evolved into a legendary warship, a top-tier warship of the Age of Exploration. Ghost Ship Legendary Battleship Class 7-masted sailboat. Can summon undead crew members. King level, 0 to 1. Lord level, 0 to 20. Boss level, 200 to 200. Standard grade, 3794 to 3800. Special equipment slots, 3 to 6 Undead Enhancement Device 2, Soul Reincarnation Device 1. Special abilities, Undead Repair, Rank B, Abyss Plunder, Rank Legendary, Wind Manipulation, Rank C+, Underwater Stealth, Rank B, Pseudo Ability Fusion, Rank S. The Ghost Ship's next evolution stage is a space battleship. Prerequisites not yet met. Absorb Life Force, 492,400 to 1 million. Current Fear level, 2,013,200. 10 million fear points needed to unlock a new blueprint. Summon undead creatures. Enkarungu, T to 300. 2. Carrion Shark, 30 to 300. 3. Corpse Sea Eagle, 10 to 100. 4. Corpse Titan Whale, 1 to 10. After becoming a legendary warship, the biggest change is that it gains 3 special equipment slots and can summon a king rank undead crew member. In addition, the number of undead creatures that can be summoned increases tenfold. However, when Lu Qi saw the next evolution direction of the Ghost Ship, he frowned slightly. System, evolution to the next stage shows that the prerequisites have not been met. What does that mean? Currently, Ghost Ships are still vessels from the Age of Exploration. To advance to the next stage, they need to acquire flight capabilities. I see. So what are the next warship classes? Lu Qi's voice revealed a hint of anticipation and curiosity. The system then displayed 4 levels: Space Battleship, Starfield Mothership, Void Ark, and Creation God Ship. A magnificent scene seemed to appear before Lu Qi's eyes. In a vast universe, massive warships shuttled back and forth, each possessing world-destroying power, demonstrating cosmic-level majesty and glory. Lu Qi took a deep breath. He understood that the next evolution of the ghost ship had reached the level of a planetary plane. This is a completely new challenge, but also an unprecedented opportunity. Soon, the feedback regarding the ghost ship's evolution into a legendary warship arrived. However, this time was different from the past. Lu Qi's strength only increased to the mid-level of the king rank. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his mind. He knew that in the past, the evolution feedback from the ghost ship would directly elevate it to a major level. Why was this time different? Seemingly sensing Lu Qi's confusion, the system thoughtfully provided an explanation. The host has now begun to grow stronger. Strength level is no longer tied to the ghost ship, and the ghost ship's evolution will no longer provide feedback to the host. Please continue your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt relieved. He smiled, not seeming to care too much about the result. After all, if he continues to rely on the feedback from the evolution of the ghost ship, his growth path may be limited. While external forces can quickly enhance one's strength, ultimately, to go further and climb higher, one must rely on one's own efforts and self-cultivation. It seems I'll have to rely on myself from now on. Lu Qi murmured to himself. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, as if he could already see himself standing atop the universe. Now is the perfect time to try out Abyss Plunder, which has evolved into a legendary ability. Jack, bring Luo Chuan over. Yes, Captain. Jack responded, and he quickly led several undead crew members, dragging the heavily injured Luo Chuan to Lu Qi. At this moment, Luo Chuan was barely clinging to his last breath, thanks to the nightmare ship providing him with the power of death. Upon seeing Luo Chuan, Wang Li couldn't help but purse his lips. Luo Chuan is truly pitiful. Meeting a woman like Mo Shouting is probably his destiny. Lu Qi glanced at Luo Chuan, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He knew that from Luo Chuan's perspective, protecting his woman was not wrong. But in this cruel world, being his enemy, Lu Qi, came at a price. He felt no sympathy, no pity. However, since we are enemies with Lu Qi, we must pay the price. The system plundered Luo Chuan's supernatural abilities. Ding! System scan in progress. Scan complete. Target: Luo Chuan. S-rank ability. Shadow manipulation. Status: severely injured. Available for looting. Choose to plunder the target's ability. Success rate is 30%. A hint of joy appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. Sure enough, the success rate of legendary level plundering had increased significantly. It's important to know that before the plundering evolution, the success rate of plundering S-class abilities was only 5%. But now it has increased 6-fold. However, even with a 30% success rate, it's still not very reliable. When evolving into Abyss Plunder, 100% success chances were stored. Lu Qi used one opportunity to successfully steal Luo Chuan's supernatural abilities. Once the pride of the Sky Empire, a rising star, he was slowly drained of his life force and turned into a dried-up corpse, ending his life in misery. Ding! Plunder successful. Host has acquired S-rank ability, Shadow Manipulation. Feeling the shadow power within his body, Lu Qi's lips curled into a smile. I wonder if Luo Chuan will seek revenge on Mo Shouting after his death. If so, things will get interesting. Chapter 216 New Member, Necromancer Alvin. When all this settled down, the warships of the Netherworld fleet receded like a tide, and the shadow that had once shrouded the Sky City was finally torn apart by the sunlight. The smoke of war slowly dissipated in the morning breeze, revealing a long-lost tranquility. This war not only shocked the planet Earth, but also profoundly changed its landscape. Former pirate kings like Poison Bee and General Time and Space fell in this fierce battle, their names disappearing from the top rankings and replaced by new powerhouses. Among them, the most eye-catching is undoubtedly the sea god of death, Yu Ming. He single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, making the Nether Fleet the most powerful force on Earth. After the war, his ranking soared to 3rd place on the peak list, second only to the 2 god-level powerhouses. However, During the time, these two god-level powerhouses were gone. No one could match Yoming's strength. His name sparked a frenzy across the planet Earth. People revered him, worshipped him, and even regarded him as the epitome of the strongest being on Earth. At the same time, he was also known as the most untouchable person on Earth. Better to provoke ghosts and gods than the netherworld. This saying quietly spread throughout Earth. It is not only a reverence for the power of the netherworld, but also a depiction of his cruel, bloodthirsty, and ruthless character. On the vast ocean, a massive fleet is sailing. Springtime filled the spacious captain's cabin of the Nightmare. Lu Qi gazed at Lu Mengli on the bed. At this moment, Lu Mengli was like a flawless piece of jade, with fair skin, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a faint fragrance emanating from her. At this moment, her clothes were half undone, revealing her alluring collarbone and slender neck. A blush rose on her face, making her appear even more beautiful and alluring. Unable to suppress his emotions any longer, Lu Qi leaned down and kissed Lu Mengli's red lips fiercely. Lu Mengli responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Qi's heartbeat echoed in her ears like the most beautiful melody. At this moment, Lu Mengli was no longer the majestic empress of the martial sea, but an ordinary girl who had fallen in love. As they reached the crucial step, Lu Mengli trembled violently. A strange tension welled up inside her. She blushed and pushed Lu Qi away. "No, Lu Qi, can you give me some more time?" She whispered, "This is my first time. I'm so nervous." Lu Qi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Lu Mengli's shy appearance, his heart was filled with love and doting. He gently pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "Of course, we can take it slow." Lu Mengli nestled her head against Lu Qi's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, and felt an immense sense of happiness envelop her. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in this warmth and sweetness. At that moment, she felt as if she were in a warm harbor, surrounded by endless love and care. The feeling of happiness was so real and profound that she couldn't help but want to stay in this moment forever. However, no matter how wonderful the times are, they always come to an end. Lu Mengli gently reached out her hand, her fingertips lightly gliding across Lu Qi's face. The warmth and the touch filled her heart with reluctance. Her voice trembled slightly. "Lu Qi, I have to go back to Moonshadow Island once we get there. The Moonshadow Kingdom needs me." Lu Qi grasped her hand, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes, but he quickly nodded firmly. "Okay, I'll come see you when I have time." Subsequently, Lu Mengli led the royal fleet of the Moonshadow Kingdom back to Moonshadow Island. Lu Qi also ordered the Azure Dragon fleet of the Dragon Kingdom, along with the 3 fleets he had temporarily mobilized, to return to their original bases. He also ordered the Black Sea Overlord to return to the Dragon Kingdom with the Azure Dragon fleet. "Captain, what's our next step?" Rosie walked behind Lu Qi and asked softly. "We're currently missing a legendary weapon, and we happen to have a complete treasure map for it. Now, it's time to reclaim that legendary weapon." Lu Qi smiled slightly. Although his current strength has reached the pinnacle on Earth, it's important to remember that Earth has god-level powerhouses. Who knows, the Blood Emperor might return someday. Therefore, we still cannot be careless. By the way, after the Nightmare was promoted to a legendary warship, there is still 1 slot left to summon a king-level crew member. Lu Qi immediately chose to summon. After consuming a large amount of life force, a black mist spread out, and a figure gradually condensed in the black mist, like a ghost emerging from nothingness. The figure was dressed in a large black robe, and was hunched over, clearly an elderly man. His face was eerily pale, and what was most striking was the skull staff he held in his hand, which seemed to emanate endless death energy, inspiring fear in those who beheld it. The aura emanating from him was clearly that of a peak king-level expert. "Alvin has met the captain." The old man spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse, yet revealing an undeniable wisdom. He bowed to Lu Qi, his demeanor exuding an elegant solemnity. Lu Qi waved his hand, a slight smile on his face, indicating that Alvin didn't need to be so polite. He was secretly delighted, as this summons had clearly exceeded his expectations. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Soul Eater standing to the side. It was actually the necromancer Alvin. Lu Qi turned to look at Soul Eater, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, Soul Eater, tell me about it." His tone revealed a strong interest, clearly indicating his curiosity about Alvin's identity. Soul Eater slowly spoke. Alvin enjoys a very high reputation in the Netherworld, not only because he has the strength of a peak king level, but also because he is an extremely rare necromancer in the Netherworld. He was extremely knowledgeable, with an unfathomable understanding of necromancy and alchemy. It is said that he single-handedly created many amazing alchemical works. Alvin waved his hand modestly. Those are just past honors. I'm just an old man in my twilight years now, but if the captain doesn't mind, I can still contribute something. His tone revealed a calm humility, as if he were talking about past glories and present indifference. A hint of surprise flashed in Lucci's eyes. This time, he had summoned a treasure. It's important to understand that the summoning that takes place on the nightmare is different in nature from the summoning that occurs during a cataclysmic event. When natural disasters strike, Lucci can choose the type of undead he can summon, but summoning the nightmare requires the undead to actively choose the nightmare. The arrival of a natural disaster is more like finding a thug who only knows how to obey, while the nightmare summons is like recruiting allies. Necromancer. That title sounds so high-class and impressive. But I have to ask, what exactly is alchemy? Wang Li scratched the back of his head, looking on with curiosity. Chapter 217, The Bermuda Triangle. Alvin chuckled softly. He glanced around. If I use alchemy on this ship, I can enhance some of the ship's onboard weapons from the underworld. I also have some experience with smaller weapons. That's not all. Soul Eater picked up the conversation, saying that Alvin's talents went far beyond that. He had profound expertise in multiple fields such as undead enhancement, magical items, and necromancy. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's respect for Alvin was like a surging river, endless. He was simply a titan of the undead world. With him, wouldn't we get whatever we want? Haha, with Alvin's help, I'm like a tiger with wings. Lucci looked at Alvin, his smile growing even brighter. Lucci then expended a large amount of his life force to replenish all the undead summoned creatures. Below the nightmare roamed 10 low-level king-rank corpse titan whales, 300 corpse sharks, and the unfathomably powerful sea fiend. In the air, 100 carrion sea eagles and 300 carrion seagulls were flying. At this moment, the Netherworld bounty hunters on the surface consisted of only one ship. But the terrifying power underwater can easily destroy an entire fleet. In the spacious and brightly lit captain's cabin, 3 ancient treasure maps were laid out on a large table. Lucci slowly pieced the 3 maps together. When the corner of the last treasure map perfectly matched the other 2, the 3 maps miraculously merged into one. The merged treasure map exudes a mysterious glow, with a clear location marked in bright red. After memorizing the location, Lucci activated his spatial ability. Instantly, a massive spatial rift formed, and the nightmare sailed directly into it. The surrounding scenery blurred and distorted in an instant, and when everything became clear again, the nightmare had arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. This is a desolate and mysterious sea area. The waves gently lap against the hull of the ship, and in the distance, the sea and sky merge into one, stretching to the horizon. What would normally take several days to reach was now accomplished in less than a minute thanks to Lucci's spatial abilities. Lucci stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze gently ruffling his hair, his eyes slightly narrowed. This is the Bermuda Triangle, a no-go zone for navigation before the apocalypse. A place full of mystery and eeriness, which still inspires fear even in this era of spiritual revival. Captain, this place is the Bermuda Triangle. Mu Wanting gripped the nautical chart tightly in her hand, her eyes wide, her voice revealing deep shock. The Bermuda Triangle? Wang Li also felt a chill run down her spine. He swallowed hard and said with some apprehension, I never expected a legendary weapon to be here. What is the Bermuda Triangle? Is it scary? Jack's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Mu Wanting took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil, and carefully explained. Before the apocalypse, there were many mysterious events and legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Numerous ships and planes wrecked or disappeared there, and many supernatural phenomena were said to remain unexplained. The Bermuda Triangle was already so eerie before the apocalypse. Now, in this era of spiritual revival, who knows what lies beneath it? Wang Li's expression was grave. He was filled with apprehension about the Bermuda Triangle. He looked around, as if he could sense that mysterious and dangerous aura quietly approaching. Hey, interesting. Lucci's lips curled into an interested smile. I'm quite curious to see what's different down there. Long before the age of exploration, Lucci had heard countless mysterious rumors about the Bermuda Triangle. Whenever he heard these stories, a strong desire to explore would well up within him. However, he had never had the opportunity to set foot in this mysterious sea in person before. But now, this wish had finally come true. Everyone, get into the cabin. All weapons ready. We're about to dive. At Lucci's command, the crew on deck quickly and orderly returned to their cabins. Then, the nightmare, like a black behemoth, slowly sank into the depths of the sea. As the depth increased, the surrounding light gradually became dimmer. When the nightmare descended to 500 meters, sunlight could no longer penetrate the seawater, and the surroundings began to be shrouded in a deep blue. When the depth reached 3,000 meters, the last glimmer of natural light disappeared completely, and the surroundings were plunged into complete darkness. In the dark and silent depths of the ocean, only the light from the nightmare shines alone in the darkness. The surrounding water temperature is gradually dropping, sending a chill down one's spine. As the nightmare descended to 10,000 meters, the surrounding darkness became even denser. All that could be seen with the naked eye, apart from the faint light emitted by some deep-sea creatures, was endless darkness. Muwaning exhaled a puff of white breath, her voice carrying a distinct chill. It's so cold. She couldn't help but rub her hands together and stomp her feet to try and ward off the cold. Lucci turned to look at her, took off his coat, draped it over Muwanting's shoulders, and said gently, "This place is tens of thousands of meters underwater, and the temperature is close to freezing. Master, I want one too." Wang Li moved closer to Lucci and rubbed his hands together. "Come here, Jack, I'll give you your clothes. Just call me brother," Jack said with a slightly mocking smile. He handed Wang Li a piece of clothing, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. "Get lost. You want me to call you brother? No way. Even if I, Wang Li, freeze to death outside, or jump off this building, I will never take a single piece of your clothing." Wang Li angrily rebuked them with righteous indignation. 3 minutes later, Wang Li was wrapped in Jack's clothes. "It's so warm. Jack, do you have any more clothes? Find me another one." Lucci ignored Wang Li, that clown, and kept his eyes glued to the exploration radar on the system panel. "We've already descended to 11,000 meters. Before the end of the world, that's about the same depth as the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth." But at this moment, the nightmare was like a ferocious beast unafraid of the abyss, continuing to advance into deeper waters. Suddenly, a huge echo appeared on the exploration radar, approaching the nightmare at an alarming speed. "What is that?" Muwanting exclaimed and pointed ahead. Suddenly, a huge light source appeared in the previously pitch-black sea, like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2:18 The Appearance of a God-level Kraken. "How could there be a light in such a deep sea?" Jack asked, his face full of doubt. Lucci stared at the source of light, his tone calm but tinged with seriousness. "I'm afraid this light wants to devour us." His words made everyone's hearts tighten. As the nightmare drew closer, the outline of the light's source gradually became clearer. Only then did everyone realize that it was not a light source at all, but an enormous manta ray. Its body is even larger than the nightmare, which is over 300 meters long. That light-emitting organ is the bioluminescent organ on the manta ray, like a bright lamp, which is particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Then, the giant manta ray opened its terrifying maw and lunged at the nightmare. Its eyes revealed greed and cruelty, clearly indicating that it had already regarded the nightmare as its prey. "Court death." Lucci snorted coldly, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he was already in front of the manta ray. With a wave of his hands, two enormous dimensional blades instantly formed, like two bolts of lightning slicing through the dark sea, shooting towards the manta ray. Hiss! With a cutting sound, the manta ray was instantly sliced into 3 pieces by the two-dimensional blades. The bright red blood and entrails instantly filled the cold seawater, creating a shocking scene. With a wave of his hand, Lucci stored the manta ray's corpse in a storage space. This fish's strength should be around the mid-level of the king rank, which is a considerable gain for him. It's important to understand that both the storm-venomous beetle queen and the sea demon require energy-rich flesh and blood for evolution. and the manta ray's flesh perfectly meets their needs. Lu Chi then used teleportation to return to the nightmare. "Captain," Mu Wanting pointed ahead and said in a trembling voice. Lu Chi followed her gaze, and instantly, a cold sweat trickled down his back. In the surrounding darkness, those familiar light sources reappeared, but this time, their numbers were staggering. The once pitch-black seawater now resembled a night sky, with countless lights scattered throughout like twinkling stars. Each glimmer of light represents a giant manta ray. They're like a vast army, silently lurking in the darkness, waiting for their prey to walk into their trap. "Master, should we fight them? There are quite a few stingrays here," Wang Li stammered, his face filled with tension and unease. As countless manta rays relentlessly approached the nightmare, Lu Chi's expression turned grave. The terrifying energy emanating from him pressed down on the surrounding air as if it were a tangible force. Lu Chi quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although there were many manta rays, the individual strength of each one was not strong. If they can quickly eliminate some of them, there might still be a sliver of hope. Even if they are outmatched, he still has his spatial abilities as a last resort, ensuring everyone's safe evacuation. Just as Lu Chi was preparing to go all out and engage in a desperate battle with countless manta rays, a sudden change occurred. The manta rays, which had been so aggressive, suddenly turned tail and fled as if they had encountered some extremely terrifying creature, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Huh? Why did all those manta rays escape?" Jack asked with a puzzled look, clearly not expecting the battle to change so dramatically at this moment. Mu Wanting frowned and slowly said, "Usually, this means something even more terrifying has appeared and scared them away." There was a hint of unease in her voice, because she knew that if her guess was correct, they were about to face a creature even more terrifying than a manta ray. Wanting is right. It seems we won't be able to obtain this legendary weapon for the time being. Lu Chi's expression instantly turned serious. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching. This aura was more powerful than any creature he had ever encountered before, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chi made his decision immediately. A wise man avoids dangerous situations. While legendary weapons are important in the face of such a powerful, unknown creature, they are not worth the great risk. He must leave this area as soon as possible. His mental energy surged wildly, activating his spatial abilities. Ahead of the nightmare, space began to distort and tear, slowly forming a massive spatial rift. After the spatial rift formed, the nightmare slowly sailed into it. Once they enter the spatial rift, they can leave this dangerous area and temporarily escape the threat of unknown creatures. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A gigantic tentacle shot out from the darkness with incredible speed, instantly binding the nightmare. The suction cups on the tentacles, as large as millstones, acted like tiny black holes, clinging tightly to the ship's hull and causing the nightmare to shake violently inside. What kind of creature is this? Wang Li stared in disbelief at the enormous tentacle, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He had seen the tentacles of the sea demon before, but compared to the tentacles before him, the sea demon's tentacles were like miniature toys. The kraken, a god-level kraken, Alvin, standing to the side, said with a grave expression. His voice revealed a deep fear of this creature. Clearly, even he had not expected to encounter such a terrifying being in this sea area. God-level. Jack's eyes widened. He had never imagined that a god-level kraken would be hidden in the so-called Bermuda Triangle. This was undoubtedly a very shocking piece of news for them. In the instant everyone was speaking, another tentacle struck, binding the nightmare tightly. At that moment, the nightmare seemed to have become the prey of this North Sea giant, bound tightly in the darkness. The nightmare's thousands of gun ports opened instantly, ready to counterattack. However, at that moment, Lu Chi extended his right hand, signaling everyone not to act rashly. This godlike kraken doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Lu Chi looked at the enormous tentacles outside the porthole, his eyes thoughtful. He had come into contact with the sea demon and knew that the intelligence of a king-level North Sea kraken was in no way inferior to that of an adult human. He did not sense any obvious killing intent from the giant sea monster. Upon hearing Lu Chi's words, the crew members immediately stopped what they were doing, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Mu Wanting closed her eyes activated her supernatural ability, and attempted to establish some kind of mental connection with this god-level North Sea giant. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, a deep light shining in them, as if she had already seen through the heart of this giant beast. "The captain is right," she said firmly. "This kraken really doesn't mean us any harm. It seems to be taking us somewhere." Upon hearing Mu Wanting's confirmation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the god-level sea monsters is immense. If they are forced to fight them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the nightmare was slowly dragged towards the depths of the sea by two enormous tentacles. The god-level kraken moved at an extremely fast speed, and the surrounding scenery flashed past everyone's eyes. They could no longer determine how many meters they had descended. All they knew was that it was pitch black all around them, and they could not see any living creatures. Of course, except for that giant octopus. "Look, there's light down there." Rose suddenly pointed down in surprise and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone pressed their faces against the portholes and looked down. The once pitch-black seabed was now as bright as day, and what illuminated this was none other than an enormous, gigantic tree. This giant tree stands deep in the ocean, its canopy towering high and its trunk incredibly thick, requiring at least several hundred people to encircle it. The branches stretched out in all directions like winding, giant dragons, and the leaves shimmered with a luminous green light, as if inlaid with countless gems. Chapter 219, First Encounter with the Mother Tree of Blue Star. Under the light of this giant tree, the surrounding seas also become vibrant with life. Colorful corals and marine life of various shapes and sizes create a wonderful underwater world. The crowd was deeply shocked by the sight before them. They had never seen anything so magnificent and beautiful. So beautiful! Mu Wanting's eyes sparkled like stars, and her face radiated undisguised surprise and admiration. The scene before her eyes seemed to transport her to a dream world, breathtakingly beautiful. It turns out that the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle has such beautiful scenery. Wang Li stared in shock at the scene, seemingly captivated by the breathtaking view before him. This giant tree exudes such intense vitality. Could it be that this tree is... Alvin guessed something and asked in confusion. His gaze shifted back and forth between the giant tree and the crowd, as if searching for an answer. "That's right, this tree should be the mother tree of the Blue Star." Lu Chi nodded, his eyes also shining with shock. He never expected that the mother tree would grow in such a deep seabed. No wonder no one had ever discovered it before. At this moment, the god-level kraken seemed to have brought the nightmare to its destination, and its tentacles slowly detached from the nightmare. Under the light emanating from the mother tree of the world, everyone was able to see the full form of this colossal beast. The behemoth was hundreds of meters tall, and its tentacles were thousands of meters long. The enormous sea monster, if placed in front of it, would appear as small as a baby. The sheer size of the creature was a tremendous visual shock to everyone. They couldn't believe that such a massive creature existed in the world. "Holy crap, is this a god-level sea monster? It's enormous." Jack stared blankly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "You, Netherworld, have finally arrived." At that moment, a gentle female voice, as soft as spring water, echoed in the deep sea, carrying a sense of inexplicable intimacy and anticipation. Wang Li looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. "Huh? Master, someone is calling you, but who is speaking?" "Stop looking, it's the mother tree." Lu Chi spoke calmly, his gaze as deep as the sea, as if he had seen through everything. Having said that, he flashed and instantly appeared before the massive trunk of the mother tree. The Blue Star people, Yu Ming, have seen the Blue Star mother tree and are grateful for its nurturing. Lu Chi bowed slowly to the mother tree, his voice filled with respect and gratitude. "Yu Ming, it seems you've already guessed everything." A soft light slowly emanated from the mother tree, gradually coalescing into the image of a middle-aged woman. She looked gentle and kind, like a loving mother. There are some guesses, but there are still many things that are unclear, such as how this system came about. Looking at the female figure of the mother tree, Lu Chi asked the question that had been bothering him. The mother tree smiled gently and said slowly, "I can't explain the system's origins either. It's a cosmic treasure born from an extremely advanced civilization. I can only temporarily borrow 1 in a billion of its power." Her voice was soft and ethereal, as if it possessed a mysterious magic. Lucci nodded in understanding, then asked, Mother Tree, in the very beginning, I wasn't the only one with the system, right? You found out. The Mother Tree covered her mouth and smiled like a playful little girl. Initially, I selected 10 system hosts on Earth, but in the end, only you were recognized by the system. So I poured all my energy into you. So that explains why the feedback from the ghost ship became weaker and weaker after evolving into a legendary warship. Mother Tree, your abilities must have reached their limit. Lucci suddenly realized the answer, and the mystery in his heart seemed to be solved at this moment. Well, my current abilities aren't sufficient to directly cultivate a god-level powerhouse. So, advancing to godhood still depends on you. However, with your aptitude, it's only a matter of time. Mother Tree, the system has always given me a very urgent feeling that it wants me to improve my strength. Is something about to happen? Lucci frowned, his tone revealing an indescribable sense of urgency and worry. Yes, your feeling is correct. The Mother Tree took 2 steps forward, her movements gentle and graceful. She gently lifted a small fish in her hand, and the fish swam happily to and fro in her palm. Her eyes were full of smiles and tenderness. However, as she continued speaking, her tone became heavy. In fact, in the vast universe, countless planes experience the revival of spiritual energy, while countless planes are destroyed. A plane that merely gives birth to life may not attract the attention of other powerful planes, but a plane whose spiritual energy is reviving will certainly. The Mother Tree's voice revealed a deep sense of helplessness and worry. At this point, the Mother Tree let out a long sigh, a look of worry on her face. Blue Star began its spiritual revival more than a decade ago. It was around that time that I gained my own consciousness. However, I soon realized that Blue Star at that time was no match for the invasion of higher-level planes. So you created the apocalypse, destroyed the original human system, rendered weapons and gunpowder ineffective, and forced people to cultivate elemental power and discover their own supernatural abilities. Lucci raised an eyebrow and said. Upon hearing Lucci's words, the Mother Tree showed a sorrowful expression, and her eyes glistened with tears. Yes, I know the devastation my actions have caused to Earth. Those innocent lives, those destroyed homes, these are sins I cannot undo. But I had no other choice. Her voice trembled, filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. Since God has given me consciousness, I will spare no effort to ensure the continuation of Earth's civilization. Lucci nodded, his heart filled with complex emotions. Although he deeply resented the disaster 10 years ago, he also understood the helplessness and inevitable choice that the Mother Tree had made at that time. If we don't do this, once the spiritually revitalized Blue Star is discovered by other planes, powerful raiders will surely come and ruthlessly seize the life core of the Mother Tree. At that time, the energy of the entire blue planet will dissipate, causing widespread devastation and the cruel eradication of all life. Thinking of this, Lucci couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He took a deep breath and continued to ask the Mother Tree, Mother Tree, our Blue Star already has 2 god-level powerhouses, and the Kraken guarding you is also god-level. Isn't such power enough to protect Blue Star? Chapter 220 Evolvable Legendary Weapon, Nightmare. The Mother Tree gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a deep worry. Reaching godhood, in a sense, is merely a ticket to enter the universe. Their potential is far from sufficient. At this point, the Mother Tree turned her gaze to Lucci, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. I'm so glad you're here on Earth. Even with the system's assistance, your evolutionary speed still amazes me. I believe that with your abilities, you will definitely leave a significant mark on this world. Perhaps you can also let more people know about our planet, Earth. Hearing the Mother Tree's words made Lucci a little embarrassed. The Mother Tree was almost saying, Lucci, you are the hope of our whole village. Haha, I will try my best. However, Mother Tree, how long do you estimate it will be before we are discovered by other planes? The Mother Tree solemnly stated, after I gained sentience and realized that Blue Star might attract the attention of other dimensions, I used my power to barely conceal its location. At this point, her tone lowered. However, as the spiritual energy recovery progresses, my abilities are gradually becoming unable to conceal the aura of the main planet. I'm afraid that within a year, the planet will be exposed to the view of all planes. However, I can't say for sure about these things. You should know that there are many spatial rifts that suddenly appear on Earth, connecting to unknown spaces. It's possible that we will be discovered by other dimensions tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Qi nodded. Mother Tree, please rest assured, I will do my best to enhance my strength and advance to the god level as soon as possible. Yuming, you should have already met the Overseer, right? The Mother Tree looked at Lu Qi with a smile on her lips. Yes, I met Senior Black Blade Blood Fiend in the Tower of Destiny. He taught me a lot during the inspection order. The Mother Tree then said meaningfully, you should cherish your identity as an observer and not expose it easily. Also, you should learn from Black Blade Blood Fiend. It's rare that he still has the interest to teach you after all these years. Okay, I will. At this moment, Lu Qi thought of the purpose of his trip here. The Mother Tree, is the legendary weapon here? The Mother Tree smiled gently, her gaze softly falling on the trunk behind her, and said in a tender voice, Come out, little one. Lu Qi followed the Mother Tree's gaze, and his eyes were instantly drawn to a small figure behind the trunk. It was a little boy who looked to be only about 3 years old. He was peeking out and looking at Lu Qi with bright and curious eyes. As if he had heard the Mother Tree's call, the little boy slowly walked out. He hid shyly behind the Mother Tree, his little hands tightly gripping her clothes, but his little head couldn't help but peek out curiously to look at Lu Qi. Mother Tree, who is this child? Lu Qi asked in confusion. This child is the legendary weapon I'm giving you. The Mother Tree explained with a smile. Well, Lu Qi didn't react for a moment. He stared wide-eyed at the Mother Tree and the little boy, his heart filled with confusion. The Mother Tree gently patted the little boy's head, then explained to Lu Qi, He's the most precious gift I can offer you. You can think of him as a legendary weapon with intelligence. Once he is bound to your warship will develop its own consciousness. And that consciousness is this child. At the same time, he is also a very valuable, upgradable weapon. No matter how powerful you become in the future, he will be able to keep up with your pace. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was utterly shocked. He stared wide-eyed at the little boy, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Then his gaze towards the little boy was filled with fervor. This was truly a treasure, a legendary weapon that can grow, and it can even give the nightmare its own consciousness. Doesn't that mean the nightmare won't need anyone to sail it anymore, and it can fire its own cannons? That's insane. Lu Qi instantly realized just how precious the legendary weapon the Mother Tree had prepared for him was. A radiant smile instantly bloomed on his face as he knelt down in front of the little boy and opened his arms wide. Come here, my darling, come to your master. The little boy seemed a bit scared, his small hands clutching the Mother Tree's clothes tightly, a hint of unease and tension flickering in his large eyes. The Mother Tree gently patted the little boy's head. Go on. He will be your master from now on. The little boy looked up at the Mother Tree, seemingly searching for courage. Encouraged by the Mother Tree's gaze, he stretched out his legs, took that step, and walked towards Lu Qi. Oh my, so good. Lu Qi happily hugged the little boy, his eyes sparkling with affection and doting. By the way, Mother Tree, what's his name? The Mother Tree shook her head. He doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you give him one? He gently flicked the little boy's nose. All right, from now on you'll be called Nightmare. Nightmare. I'll evolve you into the most powerful weapon in the universe. As he spoke, Lu Qi lifted the little boy high into the air, and at that moment, the bond between them was formed. In Lu Qi's eyes, he saw infinite possibilities and hope for the future, and a bright smile appeared on the little boy's face. Then, Lu Qi chatted with the Mother Tree for a while, exchanging some thoughts about Earth and the universe. He felt that he had gained a lot of valuable knowledge and experience from the Mother Tree, which would undoubtedly be of great help to his future growth and development. Finally, he picked up Nightmare and prepared to return home. After all, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had many things to do. However, after taking only a few steps back, he suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. He turned his head, looked at the Mother Tree, and a smile appeared on his face. Mother Tree, is that big octopus outside male or female? He asked curiously. The Mother Tree was taken aback by Lu Qi's nonsensical question, and then replied, You mean Kraken? She should be a female octopus. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten Hai Sha, who had accompanied him all the way. He had once promised that once the ghost ship evolved into a legendary warship, he would find a bunch of king-level female octopuses for the Sea Fiend. Now, aren't god-level female octopuses much more prestigious than those king-level ones? Thinking of this, Lu Qi smiled and said, Mother Tree, I also have a Kraken companion from the North Sea. He's a male octopus. Why don't we let them develop a relationship and have a few more baby octopuses for you? Chapter 2:21 Finding a Partner for the Sea Demon. The mother tree was amused by Lu Chi's words. Okay, just have him come over then. I'll tell the manta rays not to attack him. Okay, thank you, mother tree. Lu Qiansur epiri. With his goal achieved, Lu Chi returned to the nightmare with satisfaction. Sea Demon, this is all the help your master can give you. From now on, it's up to you. You must live up to your potential. At this time, Haisha was left in the shallow water by Lu Chi. At this moment, everyone on the nightmare was eagerly awaiting Lu Chi's return. They stood or sat, their eyes fixed on that space, waiting for Lu Chi to appear. With a ripple in the space, a familiar figure instantly appeared before everyone. It's Lu Chi, he's back. Captain, how are things? Jack asked eagerly, but his words caught in his throat halfway through, because he saw that Lu Chi was holding a little boy in his arms. The scene fell silent instantly, everyone staring blankly at the little boy, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. I knew my master was so lucky. Turns out he had an affair with the mother tree of Blue Star. Look, his illegitimate child is all grown up now. Wang Li whispered to Rose C beside her. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chi with admiration in his eyes. As expected of my master, he is really awesome. He can even seduce the mother tree of Blue Star and have a child with her. Rose rolled her eyes at Wang Li and ignored him. But Lu Chi's ears were incredibly sharp. He heard Wang Li's words perfectly clearly. He teleported in front of Wang Li and gave him a hard flick on the forehead, accompanied by a crisp snap on the head. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Li clutched his head in pain and squatted down. Spreading rumors about your master deserves a beating. Lu Chi blew on his fingers and said with a serious expression, Captain, who is this little boy? Mu Wanting naturally didn't believe Wang Li's nonsense. She asked softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and curiosity. His name is Nightmare, and he'll be one of us from now on. As Lu Chi spoke, he put the nightmare down. Nightmare looked at everyone with her big, curious eyes, then opened her little hands and walked towards Mu Wanting. So cute. Mu Wanting's heart melted. She hugged Nightmare tightly and kissed his little face. The nightmare is the legendary weapon we were looking for. Our objective has been achieved. Lu Chi's next sentence stunned everyone again. Master, this is ridiculous. It's clearly just a little boy. So what if he's an illegitimate child? I won't tell my wife. But you've concocted a legendary weapon for him? Who would believe that? Wang Li rubbed his head and came closer, looking incredulous. He was met with a second sharp rap on the head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Li covered his head and squatted down again. This time, he was smarter and kept his mouth shut. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Chi's mind. Ding. Legendary weapon detected. Annihilation cannon. This legendary weapon can be bound to the ghost ship. Do you wish to bind it? Once bound, it cannot be unbound. Lu Chi shifted his gaze from the system notification to the nightmare in Mu Wanting's arms. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with tenderness. Nightmare, from now on you will be this ship. Nightmare's large eyes looked around, sparkling with curiosity and anticipation, as if observing its new body. Begin binding. Lu Chi spoke decisively to the system. Binding in progress. As the system's voice faded, the nightmare in Mu Wanting's arms slowly transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging into the nightmare's hull. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone's eyes were fixed on this scene. Black mist swirled within the ship's hull, blending with every inch of metal and every groove. Then, a terrifying, phantom-like cannon slowly appeared on the deck of the nightmare. Like a behemoth from the abyss, it lay there silently, awaiting its master's summons. The illusory image of the giant cannon gradually dissipated, and at the same time, the nightmare seemed to be infused with a soul. The previously still weapons began to rotate slowly, and the huge sails rose and fell automatically. All these movements were so fluid and natural, as if a curious child was moving his body and exploring the world around him. My God, this kid really is a legendary weapon. Wang Li was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, her eyes wide open like copper bells, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Even Alvin, a master of alchemy, wore an unusually solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, Moreover, this is definitely not an ordinary legendary weapon. If I'm not mistaken, this legendary weapon should be able to evolve. As expected of a renowned alchemist in the underworld, Nightmare indeed possesses the ability to evolve. Lu Qi smiled and nodded, very satisfied with the legendary weapon he had acquired. Jack scratched his head and asked with a curious look, I don't really know. Which is stronger, the Annihilation Cannon on our Nightmare or the Heavenly Punishment Cannon of the Sky Empire? Alvin shook his head. There's absolutely no comparison. Legendary weapon is just an abbreviation. The difference between the Annihilation Cannon and the Heavenly Punishment Cannon is like the difference between an SS level and a C level superpower. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes flashed with excitement. Haha, so our Nightmare is truly invincible on Earth. Just then, a child's innocent voice suddenly rang out. Owner. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and discovered it was coming from inside the Nightmare's hull. So, Nightmare, are you satisfied with your new body? Lu Qi asked with a smile. I'm satisfied. I like it very much. Thank you, Master. Nightmare said happily. At this moment, information about the Annihilation Cannon was also displayed on the system. Annihilation Cannon, an evolvable legendary weapon, evolving through the ability to devour fear. The Annihilation Cannon possesses the attribute of annihilation, is extremely powerful, and has an extremely long cooldown time. Please fire with caution. Lu Qi frowned slightly as he looked at the information. He rubbed his chin, somewhat puzzled, and asked, After Nightmare, how long will it take before the Annihilation Cannon can fire the next shot? Master, I'm still very weak. If I shoot, I may need to rest for more than a month before I'm able to launch another attack. Nightmare's childish voice carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. A cooldown period of more than a month was indeed quite long. As for its power, he certainly wouldn't fire a shot right now to test it. He then looked at Alvin, the old man who was an expert in alchemy. Alvin, are you familiar with the Annihilation attribute? Chapter 222, The Flame Demon Awakens. Alvin bowed slightly to Lu Qi, a solemn expression on his face. Captain, I know little about it. Annihilation is an extremely powerful attack attribute, similar to devouring, both originating from destruction. Both attributes can disintegrate the 7 elements and possess immense destructive power. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, and then slowly said, even a god-level expert would be fatally injured if wounded by an attack with Annihilation attribute. As Alvin finished speaking, everyone gasped. They could almost imagine the destructive power that would terrify any enemy. Now Lu Qi had a general understanding of the system's explanation of its immense power. The fact that it can pose a threat to a god-level expert shows that its power is considerable. Okay, let's prepare to return. Lu Qi was about to give the order when he suddenly stopped. The ice soul sword he gripped trembled slightly in his hand, its blade emitting a faint, intermittent light, like a heartbeat, seemingly conveying some urgent message. Lu Qi's gaze sharpened instantly. He sensed the abnormality of the ice soul sword. It seems that the ice soul sword sensed that its creator was in danger. Mengli? A strong sense of unease welled up in Lu Qi's heart. 2 days ago, Lu Mengli was handling government affairs in the palace of the Moonshadow Kingdom when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. Your Highness, Your Highness. A woman in yellow rushed over, her face full of anxiety. Lu Mengli looked up and saw the anxious expression on the woman in yellow's face, and her heart sank slightly. Your Highness, according to the reconnaissance ship's report, the flame demon in the north is currently awakening. Every time this monster awakens, it wreaks havoc on our Moonshadow Kingdom. The woman in yellow said urgently. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli frowned. She was well aware of the Balrog's threat. This demonic creature brought endless disaster and suffering to the Moonshadow Kingdom every time it awoke. This can't go on forever. It seems we have to get rid of it, otherwise my Moonshadow Kingdom will never have peace. Lu Mengli said in a deep voice, her eyes flashing with determination. Upon hearing this, the woman in yellow nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness. Why don't you ask Will Haiyumin for help? If he takes action, wouldn't a mere flame demon be easily destroyed? Speaking of the netherworld, the woman in yellow showed an expression of admiration. The last time she met Yu Ming was at the auction when he was only at the leader level. Only a few months have passed, and he has already grown to 3rd place on the peak list. It's truly terrifying. Lu Mengli nodded. Okay, let's contact Lu Qi with his help. Things will be more secure. The woman in yellow immediately picked up a Den Den Mushi snail phone to make a contact. But after a while, a look of frustration appeared on her face. Your Highness, I can't get through. Lu Mengli wasn't surprised. She guessed that he was currently searching for the legendary weapon on the treasure map, and there was probably no way for him to receive outside information. With that, Lu Mengli stood up, picked up the weapon on the table, and said, "It's all right. Notify the fleet to prepare. We'll destroy the flame demon." Upon hearing Lu Mengli's words, the woman in green beside her advised, "Your Highness, the flame demon is at the peak of the king rank, and his strength is extremely powerful. Why don't we wait a little longer for Lord Yuming to return?" Lu Mengli shook her head. "There's no time. Once the flame demon awakens, it will inevitably come to my Moonshadow Island first. If I don't stop it in its lair, the battle will take place on Moonshadow Island. At that time, who knows how many innocent civilians will die. Moreover, I have also reached the peak of the king rank." Lu Mengli said calmly, her tone exuding confidence and composure. Upon hearing this news, the woman in yellow's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with surprise and delight. "Your Highness, you have advanced to the peak of the king rank." She couldn't help but ask loudly, her voice filled with excitement and admiration. Everyone around them also showed expressions of ecstasy, as they clearly knew what advancing to the peak of the king rank meant. Lu Mengli was able to fight against the peak of the king rank when she was at the intermediate level of the king rank. Now that she has advanced to the peak of the king rank, she probably already has the strength to kill the peak of the king rank. Lu Mengli smiled and nodded, her smile revealing a hint of pride and satisfaction. "Ever since I met Lu Qi, I've been constantly discouraged. His advancement speed is just too fast. Fortunately, I've also successfully advanced to the peak of the king rank. Your Highness, you are amazing." The woman in green jumped up with joy, her face beaming with happiness and pride. "All right, notify the fleet to prepare. We're heading to Crimson Flame Island." Lu Mengli gave the order. "Yes." The people around responded in unison. This time, no one tried to dissuade her. Everyone knew that Lu Mengli now possessed the strength to slay the flame demon. The Moonshadow Kingdom's fleet swiftly arrived at Crimson Flame Island, its warships arrayed on the sea, a truly imposing sight. Looking out from the deck, Crimson Flame Island resembles a dark red gem embedded in the ocean, exuding a dangerous yet alluring aura. "It seems the Balrog hasn't fully awakened yet. We've arrived at just the right time." Lu Mengli stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at Crimson Flame Island ahead, a hint of relief in her voice. At this time, the volcano on Crimson Flame Island has not yet erupted. If the flame demon awakens, it will inevitably trigger a volcanic eruption. Lu Mengli took a deep breath, and the air behind her began to surge, from which two crystal-clear ice phoenix wings sprouted. Its wings fluttered gently, emitting a cold and pure energy wave. "You don't need to come with me. The Balrog's lair is too cramped." Lu Mengli turned to her subordinates behind her and said, "Yes, Your Highness, please be careful." The woman in yellow pouted. She knew her strength posed no threat to the flame demon, and could only silently pray that Lu Mengli would return safely. She clenched her hands tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Lu Mengli nodded and smiled slightly at the woman in yellow and her subordinates. Then, her ice crystal phoenix wings flapped suddenly, and she instantly transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the crater of Crimson Flame Island. Lu Mengli flew down the crater, her figure appearing exceptionally small against the backdrop of the crimson lava. As she drew closer, the Balrog's enormous body gradually came into view, submerged in churning lava. At this moment, the flame demon was radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, like a colossal beast about to awaken. The surrounding magma churned even more violently, with flames occasionally shooting out, as if foreshadowing the impending disaster. Lu Mengli took a deep breath, and the surrounding air seemed to cool down as she inhaled, spreading a chilly aura. Her hands began to gather supernatural power, and an icy blue light flickered above her, gradually forming a small ice crystal phoenix. Chapter 2, 23 The Birth of the Heart of Divine Origin. This ice crystal phoenix is incredibly lifelike. Every feather shimmers with a cold light and contains powerful icy energy. Lu Mengli's gaze was firm, and she suddenly swung her right hand. The ice crystal phoenix shot towards the flame demon like a sharp arrow. It gleamed with a cold light and possessed extremely strong penetrating power, leaving a chilling trail wherever it went, as if even space itself was frozen. The ice crystal phoenix struck the flame demon instantly. Roar! A tremendous roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire sea, deafeningly loud. Enraged by the sudden attack, the fire demon's flames intensified. It struggled to its feet from the lava, its crimson eyes flashing with raging fire. The Balrog's enormous body rose completely from the magma, its flames burning like a blazing sun, intense and blinding. It opened its blood-red maw, and a torrent of scorching fire shot out, rushing straight at Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli moved with agility, instantly dodging the fatal blow. Instead of confronting the flame demon head-on, she used her speed advantage from flying to move quickly around it while continuously releasing ice shards to attack. Each impact of the ice shards left a deep frost wound on the Balrog. However, the Balrog's vitality was extremely tenacious, and these wounds were quickly melted away by its blazing flames. Seeing this, Lu Mengli understood that to completely defeat the flame demon, she had to find its fatal weakness. While dodging the flame demon's attacks, she carefully observed its body structure. Finally, after several exchanges, Lu Mengli discovered the flame demon's weakness. On its chest is a crimson demonic heart, which is constantly providing energy to the flame demon. Lu Mengli was overjoyed. She immediately gathered all her supernatural powers and launched a fatal attack. This time, the ice crystal phoenix she conjured was larger and more solid than ever before. Go! At Lu Mengli's command, the ice crystal phoenix, like an ice blue meteor, streaked through space and headed straight for the flame demon's heart. The Balrog seemed to sense the threat of this attack, and it let out a deafening roar, trying to block the ice crystal phoenix's attack with flames. However, it was all too late. The ice crystal phoenix struck the flame demon's core precisely, unleashing a terrifying burst of cold air. The fire demon's heart was frozen into an ice crystal, which then shattered with a bang. As the demonic heart shattered, the Balrog's life force rapidly drained away. Its massive body began to tremble, then gradually stiffened. Finally, he collapsed into the lava, unleashing a shower of fire. Lu Mengli hovered in midair, gazing at the corpse of the flame demon, her heart filled with joy. She knew that she had finally removed this huge threat from the Moonshadow Kingdom. However, this joy did not last long. Suddenly, the surrounding earth began to shake violently, as if an invisible giant hand was churning the earth's crust. The massive volcano began to collapse, like a dying beast making its final struggle. Lu Mengli's expression changed. She immediately sensed the threat posed by the tremor. Without the slightest hesitation, she flapped the ice crystal phoenix wings on her back and flew away from the collapsing volcano as swiftly as the wind. Rumble. Behind her, the sound of the volcano collapsing was deafening, as if the entire world was trembling. Looking back, Lu Mengli saw billowing dust rising up, obscuring the sky and the sun. However, amidst this chaos and danger, a shimmering golden light caught her eye. Lu Mengli looked closely and saw a golden fruit floating quietly in the air, surrounded by soft golden light. It shines like a dazzling pearl in the darkness. This is the heart of the divine source. Lu Mengli covered her mouth in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had heard the legend of the heart of the gods, a natural treasure, a magical fruit containing boundless power, hailed as a gift from the gods. Unexpectedly, what the flame demon was guarding here was actually the heart of divine origin. If Lu Qi had this heart of divine origin, he should be able to advance to the god level. Thinking of Lu Qi, a tender feeling appeared in Lu Mengli's eyes. She immediately made up her mind to obtain this divine source heart. However, at that moment, the heart of divine source suddenly emitted a huge beam of light. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, turning the entire sky golden. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the heart of the divine source, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Oh no! My battle with the flame demon has caused the heart of divine origin to mature prematurely. Lu Mengli's expression changed. She understood what this meant. The maturation of the divine source heart will inevitably attract the attention and competition of the powerful. She must take action as soon as possible, otherwise things will become much more troublesome. Lu Mengli reached out, attempting to retrieve the heart of divine origin. However, the immense energy emanating from the heart of divine origin prevented her from getting close. She felt a powerful resistance pushing her away, as if an invisible force was protecting the heart of God. Lu Mengli's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness showing on her beautiful face. She gazed at the divine source heart, which floated in the air and was surrounded by golden light, and sighed softly. I didn't expect that the divine source fruit could not be harvested before it was ripe. It seems that I can only wait. However, the strange phenomena that had erupted on Crimson Flame Island had already attracted the attention of countless people. The closest power among them is the pirate king, Mwaka. Haha, such a violent celestial phenomenon must mean that a great treasure has been born, and it's so close to me, it's truly heaven helping me. Mwaka is a tall, muscular black man. He gazed at the sky, now bathed in gold, a greedy expression on his face. Then, 2 insect wings sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he flew swiftly towards the place where the anomaly had occurred, like a black lightning bolt. Meanwhile, nearby powers also noticed the unusual developments. They organized fleets to sail over, hoping to gain a share of the spoils in the impending battle. The woman in yellow stood beside Lu Mengli, her heart filled with anxiety as she gazed at the divine source heart, so close yet unattainable. Your Highness, when will the heart of divine origin mature? The reconnaissance ship reports that many forces are starting to head here. Her tone revealed worry and unease. Lu Mengli said calmly, there's nothing we can do about rushing it. Nobody knows how long it will take to mature. However, even if someone else comes, I'm confident I can protect the heart of divine origin. Her voice was calm yet firm, as if it possessed a magical power to soothe people's hearts. After Lu Mengli advanced to the peak of the Tao King level, her strength increased dramatically, enough to rank her among the top 10 on the peak list. Chapter 224 King Kong's Goodwill. As time goes by, the light emanating from the heart of divine origin remained dazzling, and powerful figures from other forces continued to arrive. However, the heart of the divine source is still not mature. Your Highness, more and more people are arriving. What should we do? The woman in yellow asked softly, her eyes revealing deep worry. Lu Mengli followed her gaze and saw that Crimson Flame Island was completely surrounded by warships from various factions. Among them, the warships of Pirate King Mwaka and Thunder Noah were particularly eye-catching. They were like 2 hungry wolves, staring at the heart of God, waiting for the moment of its maturity. Lu Mengli's expression also became quite solemn. She hadn't expected the divine source heart to be so immature for so long, which had led to so many powerful figures rushing over. She took a deep breath and said calmly, it's okay. The Deep Sea Alliance will send people over too. As Mwaka gazed at the heart of godhood, the greed on his face intensified. The heart of divine origin. It's actually the heart of divine origin. With this heart of divine origin, I can advance to the God level. He stared intently at the heart of divine origin, ready to seize at the moment it matured. However, this place was very close to the Deep Sea Alliance, and soon, the Deep Sea Alliance's warships arrived. The Deep Sea Alliance takes this appearance of the divine source fruit very seriously. Both Wu Hai Jingang and Wu Hai Shui Yao came in person, along with Lu Mengli, who had been guarding the scene. There were a total of 3 Wu Hai from the Deep Sea Alliance present. The 3 martial arts masters are like 3 insurmountable mountains. Their arrival immediately changed the situation on the battlefield, drawing wary glances from powerful figures from various factions. They knew that it was almost impossible to seize the heart of divine origin from the 3 Martial Sea warriors of the Deep Sea Alliance. Upon seeing that the reinforcements were none other than King Kong and the Water Demon, Lu Mengli's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps because of Lu Qi, she didn't have a good impression of these 2 martial arts masters. However, she also knew that in the current situation, having support was far better than going it alone. So she suppressed her displeasure and calmly observed the situation around her. King Noah, the Deep Sea Alliance actually has 3 Martial Sea warriors here. It seems they are determined to obtain the divine source heart. Should we make a move later? A trusted confidant asked in a low voice. Thunder Noah crossed his arms, a playful smile playing on his lips. No rush. Mwaka's here too. He's an impulsive guy. Let him lead the charge, and we'll observe how things unfold. His gaze swept across the battlefield, as if searching for the perfect moment to strike. Empress, I didn't expect you to arrive even earlier than us. It seems you're also very interested in the heart of the divine source. Jin Gang laughed as he walked to Lu Mengli's side. Upon hearing Jin Gang's words, the woman in yellow behind Lu Mengli immediately retorted. This divine source heart was discovered by our highness, and it should rightfully belong to our highness. Haha. All right, this time the water spirit, and I will help you get this divine source heart. But remember our favor. King Kong crossed his arms and laughed. The water demon stood silently to the side, seemingly tacitly agreeing with King Kong's words. Upon hearing Jin Gang's words, Lu Mengli felt a sudden surge of unease. She couldn't help but recall the past actions of King Kong and the water demon. They were always opportunistic and always willing to take advantage of any opportunity. Why had they suddenly become so generous and offer to help me? Your Highness, I suspect they are wary of Lord Yuming and want to repair their relationship with him through you. The woman in yellow whispered her analysis into Lu Mengli's ear. Lu Mengli nodded. The reason was indeed plausible, but she still couldn't shake off her unease. But, not wanting to be rude, she still managed to smile at the two of them. Then I'll have to trouble you too. If you can help me obtain the heart of the divine source this time, I will owe you a huge favor. Haha, Empress, you're too kind. Just put in a good word for us with Yuming later. After all, we had some unpleasantness before, and we're all colleagues in the Deep Sea Alliance. We'll need Yuming's help in the future. King Kong laughed heartily, as if all previous conflicts had been thrown to the winds. Lu Mengli nodded slightly, but her heart remained filled with vigilance. She forced herself to stop thinking wildly, but she could never completely let go of her feelings for King Kong and the water demon. Suddenly, the golden pillar of light enveloping the heart of divine origin vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a mysterious force. The heart of divine origin has matured. Someone with sharp eyes immediately shouted. Their voice was filled with excitement and greed. Mwaka, who had been closely monitoring the divine source heart, reacted instantly. With a swift movement, he streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt, flying straight towards the heart of divine origin. He stretched out his arm, his 5 fingers spread wide, like an eagle's claw, to grab the coveted treasure. As he drew closer to the heart of God, Mwaka's heart pounded faster and faster, like drumbeats pounding in his chest. His eyes gleamed with fanaticism and greed, as if he could already see the moment when he held the heart of God and became an invincible powerhouse. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Crunch, crunch. Mwaka was shocked to find that her arm was starting to freeze. The frost spread at an alarming speed, instantly covering his entire body. Mwaka quickly solidified into an ice sculpture. Just then, Lu Mengli appeared beside the heart of divine origin. She gracefully extended her palm, gently grasped the heart of divine origin in her hand. Splash! The ice only held onto Mwaka for a fleeting moment before shattering into countless ice fragments. Mwaka broke free from the ice, his dark face now pale with rage. Empress, I'm determined to have this divine source heart. You'd better just give it to me obediently. Mwaka said viciously, his tone full of threat. Lu Mengli did not back down at all. She raised the divine source heart in her hand and sneered. Come and take it if you dare. Upon seeing this, Mwaka's face darkened considerably. His aura began to become terrifying, like a ferocious beast about to go berserk, and the surrounding air seemed to become oppressive as a result. At this moment, one of Mwaka's subordinates, seeing that things were going badly, quickly stepped forward and said, Pirate King, the Empress is a woman of the underworld. You must be careful. His voice was filled with worry and fear, and his tone trembled noticeably when he mentioned Yoming's name. According to incomplete statistics, the number of people who have died directly or indirectly at the hands of the underworld has reached over 1 million. The name of the sea god of death is truly terrifying. Chapter 2:25, The Empress's Majesty. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, a clear look of apprehension flashed in Mwaka's eyes. Although he was arrogant and powerful, he was not stupid. He was well aware of the power and terror of the Netherworld. The Netherworld, capable of slaying time and space and defeating the Wasteland, was a huge threat to him. It's quite a poignant story. Just a few months ago, everyone was afraid to lay a hand on Lu Qi because they were wary of Lu Mengli, fearing that they might anger the Empress and bring about their own destruction. But now, the situation is exactly the opposite. Everyone is afraid of Lu Qi and dares not show the slightest disrespect to Lu Mengli. Mwaka stood there, a jumble of thoughts churning within him. He understood that if he attacked the Empress, he would surely incur a powerful retaliation from the Netherworld. He had no doubt that once Yu Ming made his move, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. After all, even powerful figures like Pirate King Poison Bee and General Time in space died at the hands of Netherworld, so he himself was just as easy to kill as Netherworld. However, when Mwaka's gaze fell upon the divine source heart in Lu Mengli's hand, a greedy flame reignited in his eyes. The alluring light emanating from the heart of divine origin seemed to be constantly tempting him, making it impossible for him to resist. If I obtain the heart of the divine source, I will be able to advance to the god level. At that time, even the Netherworld will be easily destroyed by me. As Mwaka thought this through, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that obtaining the heart of the gods required taking a risk. Although the risks are extremely high, the rewards would be unimaginable if successful. Thinking this, Mwaka's hands instantly transformed, slowly turning into two gleaming mantis scythes. A hard carapace with an eerie emerald green sheen covered his body, like an indestructible suit of armor. At the same time, two mantis wings burst forth from his back, thin yet powerful, like the wings of a demon from the abyss. This is Pirate King Mwaka's S-Class ability, Insect Transformation. Someone recognized Mwaka's transformation and cried out in alarm. The surrounding crowd stirred, and they all felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the powerful aura emanating from Mwaka. What is Mwaka going to do? Is he going to attack the Empress? Isn't he afraid of the Netherworld's revenge? Someone else exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief and doubt. I suspect he wanted to seize the heart of divine origin from the Empress and then use it to advance to the god level. How is that possible? With so many powerful figures present, did he think the other two Martial Sea warriors from the Deep Sea Alliance were just decorations? Some countered that they felt Mwaka's actions were too risky and foolish. To everyone's astonishment, Mwaka suddenly attacked Lu Mengli. His wings flapped violently, creating gusts of wind, and the giant scythes that his hands conjured gleamed with a cold light as they slashed fiercely at Lu Mengli. However, facing Mwaka's attack, Lu Mengli merely snorted coldly, showing no fear whatsoever. An icy aura erupted from her instantly, as if freezing the surrounding air. Immediately afterwards, these energies condensed into a massive ice crystal phoenix, which raised its head and let out a long cry that shook the surrounding land. Ice Phoenix transformed into a shooting star and attacked Mwaka. Empress, your man is quite capable, but you are still lacking. Mwaka's face contorted with rage, and with a wave of his hands, two sharp, massive blades slashed through the sky, hurtling fiercely towards the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix let out a mournful cry, and under the slash of the giant blade, it was instantly cut into 3 pieces, scattering ice fragments everywhere. However, before Mwaka could even rejoice, an even more terrifying aura of extreme cold suddenly emanated from the Ice Phoenix's body. This aura was so powerful that it seemed to freeze even the heavens and earth. Frost instantly began to form on Mwaka's body, and his movements became sluggish. His expression changed drastically as he realized he was being affected by Lu Mengli's chilling aura. He channeled his full power, attempting to resist the onslaught of this frigid aura. Just then, Lu Mengli suddenly appeared in front of Mwaka. She looked at Mwaka's terrified expression, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Now you should know that not only can you not mess with my man, but you can't mess with me either. Before she finished speaking, she had already swung her long sword wildly. A sharp, icy blade sliced through the air, making a piercing whistling sound, and struck Mwaka squarely in the chest. Mwaka let out a scream and flew backward as if struck by a giant hammer. His wings could no longer maintain his balance, and he could only watch helplessly as he crashed heavily into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang and dust flying everywhere, Mwaka's body slammed heavily on the ground, the enormous impact instantly creating a large crater. The Empress has actually advanced to the peak of the king rank. Noah's confidants behind him widened their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Having just reached the peak of the king rank, they were able to overpower Mwaka, who was also at the peak of the king rank. TSK, TSK, TSK. These two are truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Noah shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. It seems our trip was in vain. we have little chance of seizing the heart of the gods. Hearing Noah's words, even his trusted confidants couldn't help but sigh. Manhwa is the fifth strongest on the top ranking. Even he couldn't defeat the Empress. That's normal. When the Empress was at the mid-level king rank, she was already on par with peak king rank experts. Now that she has advanced to the peak king rank, her strength is bound to be even greater. As Noah spoke, his gaze fell once more on the graceful figure on the field. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of apprehension arose in his heart. Buzzing. At that moment, a dense sound of insect wings flapping suddenly came from the deep pit where Manhwa had fallen. Everyone looked on in astonishment, only to see countless flying insects rising from the deep pit like black whirlwinds, heading straight for Lu Mengli. Upon seeing this, Lu Mengli's eyes narrowed, and she lightly tapped her finger. Suddenly, a cold shockwave erupted from her center and spread rapidly outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, flying insects were attacked by the cold air, instantly frozen into ice, and then fell like raindrops. However, the number of flying insects surging out of the deep pit was so enormous that it seemed boundless. They relentlessly charged towards Lu Mengli, defying the chilling shockwaves. Faced with this relentless offensive, Lu Mengli had no choice but to retreat step by step to avoid its sharp edge. Just as the swarm of flying insects was about to reach Lu Mengli, Manhwa suddenly appeared from within the swarm. He swung his giant scythe-like right arm and slashed fiercely at Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli reacted quickly, immediately wielding her long sword to defend herself. Chapter 226 King Kong and the Water Demon's Betrayal. Clang! With a piercing metallic clang, the two men's weapons clashed violently in midair, sparks flying. Thus, Lu Mengli and Manhwa were temporarily locked in a stalemate. At this moment, the Vajra water demons exchanged a glance. Empress, I'm here to help you. The water demon rushed towards the two of them quickly. However, just as everyone's attention was focused on the water demon, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a vicious look appeared on the water demon's originally effeminate face, and his right arm transformed into a Yiksha's claw in an instant. Surprisingly, his target was not Manhwa, but Lu Mengli, who was also a member of the Deep Sea Alliance. Upon seeing this, a chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, and everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Your Highness, be careful. The woman in yellow covered her mouth with both hands and screamed in terror. She couldn't understand or accept that the water demon would attack her own prince. In her eyes, Manhwa was their common enemy. However, Lu Mengli never truly trusted the water demon and the Vajra. This doubt, like an invisible line of defense, constantly reminded her to remain vigilant. Just as the water demon launched its sudden attack, Lu Mengli reacted swiftly and decisively. With a sharp cry, the chilling aura around her instantly condensed into an indestructible ice shield, blocking the water demon's fatal attack. However, at this critical moment, another, even more powerful steel spear attacked from the side, its speed and power astonishing. Lu Mengli only had time to turn her body to the side, but the steel spear still pierced her chest mercilessly. Blood gushed out like a torrent, staining her clothes red and stinging the eyes of everyone present. The divine source heart in her hand was also knocked out of her grasp by the sudden impact and was seized by Manhwa, who had been eyeing her covetously. Despite the excruciating pain, Lu Mengli turned her head. She looked at King Kong, the man who had just brutally attacked her. King Kong, how dare you betray the Deep Sea Alliance? Lu Mengli pressed her right hand tightly against the wound, but blood continued to seep out from between her fingers. Her face was as pale as paper, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked like a ravaged rose. At that moment, King Kong burst into wild laughter. Empress, oh Empress, the Deep Sea Alliance is utterly corrupt. Today, I will join forces with Manhwa to create a new empire and take its place. Your Highness, Your Highness, the woman in yellow shouted and ran to Lu Mengli's side, supporting her swaying body. At the same time, he angrily rebuked King Kong and the water demon. You two are martial sea warriors of the Deep Sea Alliance, openly betraying your country. Aren't you afraid that the Wave Lord will come back and punish you? Upon hearing the words Lord of Waves, Vajra and the water demon exchanged a glance, their faces displaying mockery and ridicule, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. King Kong burst into laughter again. Lang Tsun, still thinking about Lang Zun? If he could come back, I promise I'd obediently serve the Deep Sea Alliance. What a pity! What a pity you'll never see him again. As he spoke, he crossed his arms, his face full of mockery and disdain, as if victory was already assured. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengli's expression changed drastically. She struggled to stand up, but her injuries were too severe, and she could only lean weakly against the woman in yellow. What do you mean? She spoke with difficulty, her voice weak and trembling. What happened to Lang Zun? What's wrong? King Kong sneered. In other words, the Wave Lord died in another dimension long ago. That Sea Knight just kept it a secret from everyone. Now you know, right? The Deep Sea Alliance is finished. You will all become stepping stones for the new empire. His words were like a bombshell, creating a huge uproar in everyone's hearts, and everyone showed an expression of disbelief. What? Lang Zun is dead? Those present could not believe that the Wave Lord, who was like a god in the Deep Sea Alliance, would actually perish. That can't be. Someone exclaimed. Lang Zun is a god-level expert. His strength is unfathomable. How could he have fallen so easily? But if Lang Zun is still safe and sound, how dare Vajra betray him so blatantly? Someone else chimed in, their tone full of doubt. That's true. Murmurs rose and fell among the crowd, everyone still reeling from the shock of the sudden news. Just then, the water fairy lightly blew on her fingers and said in a nonchalant manner, "Heh, Empress, stop fantasizing. Lang Zun's life force extinguished months ago. We just couldn't confirm it before, but now Vajra has received definitive news. Lang Zun has indeed perished." His words were like a sharp knife, piercing the hearts of everyone present. The members of the Deep Sea Alliance, who had initially held a sliver of hope for Lang Zun, were now utterly despairing. They knew that without Lang Zun, the Deep Sea Alliance was like a ship without its backbone and could no longer maintain its former glory. There are surprises everywhere. I didn't expect that Lang Zun is already dead. When Shui Huang returns, won't the world of Blue Star change? Noah seemed to already see that on the day the Blood Emperor returned, the entire Deep Sea Alliance would probably be plunged into a sea of blood. King Kong, you did a great job this time. Mwaka raised the divine source heart in his hand with satisfaction. Once I absorb this divine object, I will never break my promise regarding what you asked for. King Kong's gaze unconsciously followed the divine source heart, and a longing instantly ignited in his eyes. It was an endless pursuit of power. Before this magical gem, he could hardly conceal his greed. However, he quickly composed himself, knowing full well that this divine heart was not something he could touch. The heart of divine origin can only help those who still have the potential to advance to the god level, and his potential can only support him to advance to the peak of the king level at most. So, he turned his gaze to Lu Mengli, who was lying on the ground. Even in her disheveled state, the most beautiful woman on earth could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. A lewd glint flashed in King Kong's eyes. Pirate King, I'm also interested in this woman. I'm very curious to know what it's like to be the most beautiful woman on earth. Mwaka, who was focused on absorbing the heart of God, waved his hand without turning around upon hearing this. As you like. In his view, she was just a woman and was utterly insignificant. As Mwaka began refining the heart of the divine source, an incomparably powerful force gradually emerged from the gem and slowly flowed into his body. At this moment, Mwaka was like a demon god descending upon the world, and no one dared to contend with him. Chapter 227. Mwaka advances to godhood. Meanwhile, King Kong approached Lu Mengli with heavy steps. His face wore a nauseating lewd grin, as if he couldn't wait to taste the beauty of that stunning woman. You will never harm His Highness. The woman in yellow shouted angrily, and then the long sword at her waist instantly drew from its sheath. She twirled her sword and suddenly thrust it towards King Kong's throat. The woman named Huang Zi was named Huang Waner, and she possessed the strength of a low-level king. Huang Waner's strength is something that ordinary people would have to look up to, but compared to a powerful figure like King Kong, she seemed so insignificant. Clang! The moment the long sword touched the Vajra skin, it was as if it had hit an iron wall, sparking as it went, and could not advance an inch. King Kong gave a disdainful snort, clenching his right fist. With a casual wave, a terrifying force surged forth, striking Huang Waner squarely in the chest. Puff! Huang Waner felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. He was thrown dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to stand up again. Vanya! Lu Mengli's heart was breaking. Her mournful cries echoed through the empty space. She watched helplessly as Huang Wanner collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to do anything about it. Seeing Huang Wanner's horrific state, her heart felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 needles at once. Haha, beautiful lady, don't worry. It'll be your turn soon, hee. King Kong slowly extended his filthy hand toward Lu Mengli. Sha, what's so great about these women? The water demon rolled his eyes at the lewd look on King Kong's face. In his eyes, men were far more attractive. However, at this critical moment, an old figure appeared before Lu Mengli like a ghost. He was dressed in a black robe, held a skull staff, and exuded a chilling aura of death. The Empress's dignity is inviolable. The old man's hoarse voice carried a chilling undertone. Now, my captain is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. King Kong was startled by the sudden appearance of the old man. He paused for a moment, then sensed the strong aura of the dead emanating from the man. His expression changed drastically, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. A ghost? You're from the netherworld? You got it right. The old man said coldly, I am Alvin, the necromancer under the command of the underworld. I have come to take your life on the captain's orders. In the end, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in Alvin's eyes, and the skull staff in his hand instantly unleashed a black death ray that roared towards King Kong. King Kong's expression changed drastically. He had no time to dodge and could only instantly activate his metallization ability. However, the death ray seemed to possess the power to corrode everything, and it slowly melted his steel body. King Kong roared in pain, and at the same time, two enormous metal spears instantly materialized around him, shooting towards Alvin with terrifying force. However, Alvin remained remarkably calm in the face of King Kong's full-force attack. He murmured a spell, and then a huge bone shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. This shield, pieced together from countless bones, seemed to embody boundless necromantic power, emanating a chilling aura. Bang! The metal spear slammed into the bone shield, producing a deafening roar. However, despite King Kong's fierce attacks, he was unable to budge Alvin in the slightest. Oh no, they're from the underworld. The water demon cried out in alarm, immediately realizing the situation was dire. Seeing that King Kong was struggling, he wanted to go forward to help, but at that moment, a huge figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him like a mountain. It was a Minotaur warrior standing 5 meters tall, wielding a giant axe as he slashed at the water demon, the blade gleaming with a chilling light. The water demon sensed the terrifying force rushing towards it. Its heart trembled, and it dared not be careless in the slightest. He instantly transformed into a drop of water, dissipated into the air, and then reformed 10 meters away. The ox of the broken army. The water demon stared intently at the Minotaur warrior before her eyes filled with solemnity. He knew that this warrior named Junji Nyo was another peak king-level expert in the Netherworld team, who had once fought to a draw with General Chi Yen. Their strength is unfathomable. Boom! The ox that broke through enemy lines swung its giant axe and slammed it hard into the ground. Dust billowed up and the ground shook, as if even the air itself was trembling. Your opponent is me. Nyoda, carrying a giant axe, spoke in a deep, gruff voice. Although his voice was low, it exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance. It's a peak king-level expert under Yoming's command. Yuming is here, someone exclaimed. But where is the Netherworld? One of them asked in confusion. As he finished speaking, everyone seemed to realize something, and all eyes immediately turned to Mwaka, who was evolving. Suddenly, the shadow behind Mwaka, who was evolving, began to move strangely. A shadow blade instantly materialized in the shadow's hand, and then it stabbed fiercely towards Mwaka's head. Pirate King, watch out for your shadow. Mwaka's men roared in shock. Just as the shadow blade was about to touch Mwaka's body, a powerful light suddenly erupted from within Mwaka's body. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying surge of power swept out from his body. The shadow seemed to let out a mournful howl before slowly melting and dissipating into the air under that force. At this moment, Mwaka's aura also reached its peak. Mwaka has successfully advanced to the god level. Noah's confidant exclaimed in shock. You have successfully advanced. Noah looked at Mwaka and said solemnly, "He can only be considered a half-step god at best. A god-level expert like him, who advanced through external forces, is completely incomparable to a true god-level expert. But even as a half-step god, he is currently invincible on Blue Star. The Pirate King has truly advanced to god level." King Kong witnessed Mwaka's transformation and couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement. The water demon also forced Nyoda to retreat, its face beaming with barely suppressed joy. "Oh ho, Yuming, you've really bitten off more than you could chew this time. Prepare to die." He gloated and laughed, as if he could already see the downfall of the underworld. At the same time, Nyoda and Alvin tacitly stopped their attack. They slowly moved in front of Lu Mengli, forming an impenetrable barrier. Although they didn't speak, the determination and resolve in their eyes were enough to reassure anyone. Chapter 228, The Terrifying Waka. Then, Lu Chi's figure slowly appeared beside Lu Mengli, looking at his beloved's pale face and the hideous wounds on her body. His heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. He gently pulled Lu Mengli into his arms, carefully wiping away the blood from the corner of her mouth with trembling fingers, his voice so tender it seemed to drip with water. "Mengli, I'm sorry I'm late." Lu Mengli shook her head helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "I wanted to give you that divine source heart as a gift, but they stole it from you." In the end, her tone was filled with helplessness and regret. Lu Chi smiled nonchalantly and gently took Lu Mengli's hand. "Silly girl, that divine source heart is useless to me. True godhood isn't something that can be achieved through external force. You don't need to blame yourself." Although his words were spoken casually, the confidence and domineering aura they exuded were enough to make anyone take notice. At this moment, Mwaka seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He seemed to have transcended the realm of mortals and entered the realm of gods. He walked slowly forward, each step seemingly imbued with the power of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Yuming, I have successfully advanced to the god level." Mwaka's voice seemed to come from the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. "On this planet Earth, I have no equal. I have high hopes for you, and now I'm giving you a chance to submit to me." His words were like a royal decree, not to be defied. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and aimed it at a near-legendary warship of the Deep Sea Alliance on the distant sea. With a surge of energy, a red beetle with wings flew toward the warship at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The beetle slammed into the warship in an instant, unleashing a devastating force in the horrified and desperate gazes of the soldiers. Rumble. With a deafening roar, a massive ball of flame shot into the sky. The massive near-legendary warship, along with several other warships moored nearby, was instantly reduced to ashes by this terrifying attack and vanished into the world. With just this one strike, tens of thousands of naval soldiers were completely wiped out in the horrific explosion. As the deafening explosion gradually subsided, a deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone seemed frozen in that moment, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the still-burning wreckage of the warship on the sea. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and burnt odors, stimulating everyone's olfactory nerves. Glug glug. A sound of swallowing saliva stood out starkly in the silence, yet no one knew where it came from. The sound acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the fear and unease in people's hearts. "Is this god-level power?" someone asked in a trembling voice, as if talking to themselves. "Humans are capable of launching such terrifying attacks with ease." That's terrifying, that's terrifying," someone muttered to themselves, their voice filled with deep fear and helplessness. There were over 10,000 people on those warships, and they were just gone like that. Is there really anyone who can contend with this power? This question echoed in everyone's mind, yet no one could provide an answer. "I have this urge to kneel down." Someone muttered something under their breath, which perfectly captured the true feelings of many people present. Faced with godlike power, they felt so small and helpless. Fortunately, Mwaka gave Yuming a chance to submit. Someone said with a sigh of relief, as if they could see Yuming being pulled back from the brink of death. If he had really attacked Yuming, then Yuming would have been doomed. These words seemed to resonate with many, and those around nodded in agreement. Indeed, After witnessing Mwakana's terrifying godlike power, they all felt that the only way for the netherworld to survive was to submit. After showing off his muscles, Mwaka was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. He enjoyed the feeling of being respected and admired. He raised his head, looking down at Yu Ming with an air of superiority, as if he were giving alms to a pitiful beggar. Yu Ming, I know all about your grudges with the Heavenly Empire. If the Blood Emperor returns, without the Wave Lord's restraint, you'll be as vulnerable as an ant under his feet. Submit to me, and I'll guarantee your safety. However, Lu Qi ignored Mwaka's offer of recruitment as if he hadn't heard it. He simply held Lu Mengli tightly in his arms. Upon seeing this, Mwaka immediately understood Lu Qi's intentions. He burst into laughter, trying to dispel Lu Qi's concerns with his magnanimity. Haha, Yu Ming, I know what you're worried about. The Empress is your woman, right? Don't worry, as long as you submit to me, she will still be your woman. No one will compete with you for her here. King Kong, who was standing nearby, immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Pirate King, that's not what you said before. We just agreed that this woman would be mine. He stared wide-eyed at Mwaka, who seemed to want to argue something. But Mwaka didn't give him a chance at all, waving his hand to interrupt him. Jean Gang is just a woman. I can give you anyone else besides her. King Kong wanted to say something more, but seeing Mwaka's unwavering expression and eyes, he ultimately chose to remain silent. He knew that arguing with Mwaka at this point was pointless. Mwaka's ability to become the Pirate King was indeed due to his exceptional qualities. But standing opposite him was Lu Qi, the man who dared to be an enemy of the Sky Empire and challenge the Blood Emperor. For Lu Qi, any act that harms his beloved is unforgivable. No matter how powerful the opponent is, it will never be an exception. Anyone who dares to harm his woman will have to pay with their life. Mwaka truly values the potential of the netherworld in this opportunity. Some people sighed, their words revealing their admiration for Mwaka's vision. It seemed that the empire Mwaka was about to establish had the potential to replace the Deep Sea Alliance and become one of the most powerful nations on Earth. Everyone nodded in agreement, as if in their eyes, the netherworld's submission to Mwaka was a foregone conclusion. After all, faced with such immense power and an alluring future, who would choose to refuse? However, just when everyone was convinced that Yu Ming would choose to submit without hesitation, Lu Qi spoke up. Lu Qi's expression was extremely gloomy, and his words sounded like the voice of a demon from hell. Chapter 229, Anyone who harms my woman shall die. Mwaka, you think you're very strong? Eating a single divine source fruit can propel you to godhood? Don't even mention you're only a half-step god. Even if you were a true god, so what? Dare to harm Mengli, you will die. Lu Qi's words were like a sharp sword, instantly piercing the silence in the room. Everyone was stunned by Lu Qi's words. They couldn't believe their ears. This ghost, whom they thought would surely submit to Mwaka, had actually rejected Mwaka's offer of surrender and even threatened to kill Mwaka. Did I hear that right? Someone stammered, as if needing someone to confirm whether what they had just heard was true. You heard me right. He not only rejected Mwaka, but he also said he would kill him, another person replied, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. He's gone mad. He's completely gone mad. Noah's gaze towards Lu Qi was filled with complex emotions. He admired Lu Qi's style and courage, but he also knew what refusing Mwaka in this situation meant. He sighed and said, Yu Ming a true man? I admire his style. He always seeks revenge, is decisive in killing, and never compromises. It's just a pity that such a remarkable man will likely perish here today. Mwaka's originally confident face suddenly stiffened after hearing Lu Qi's extremely cold rejection. His pupils contracted slightly, clearly not expecting anyone to dare challenge his authority so blatantly. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a surge of anger rose within him, but a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Very well, Yu Ming, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Mwaka spoke slowly, each word carrying the force of a thunderbolt. It seems you still don't understand just how terrifying God-level power truly is. Today, I will use your blood to forge the name of Mwaka. As he finished speaking, a suffocating aura erupted from Mwaka. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the invisible pressure made everyone present feel breathless. King Kong laughed uncontrollably, as if he had witnessed something extremely amusing. Ha ha ha, Yu Ming, Heaven gave you a chance to live, but you insisted on courting death. How utterly ridiculous. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Mengli beside him, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Empress, your man is indeed quite strong, but he's not very bright. When you come with me, I'll take good care of you. The water fairy covered her mouth and giggled, a hint of mockery in her voice. Oh my, Brother Yoming's domineering aura is truly captivating. No wonder the Empress is so devoted to you. But alas, you're about to become a corpse. Don't worry, Brother Yuming. I'll give you a proper burial after you die. Despite the hostility and mockery surrounding her, Lu Mengli's face remained completely unmoved. She simply nestled quietly in Lu Qi's arms, her trusting gaze fixed on his face. She knew this man had always been creating miracles, and today would be no exception. Nyoda and Alvin stood like two towering mountains, firmly blocking Lu Qi and Lu Mengli's path. Even if the enemy is powerful, they will still charge forward without hesitation as long as their captain gives the order. Yuming, today I will show you that below the level of a god, all are but ants. Mwaka roared, his voice booming like thunder, making the eardrums of those around him ring. His energy surged and churned violently, like boiling water, eventually coalescing into an enormous phantom of a worm. The giant worm was surrounded by a sinister, dark light, radiating a chilling aura of evil, as if it were a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell, making people afraid to look it in the eye. With a sudden wave of his hands, Mwaka transformed the giant insect phantom into a dazzling meteor, carrying a terrifying, world-destroying force as it hurtled towards the location of Lu Qi, Lu Mengli, and the others. A meteor streaked across the sky, its sharp, deafening whistling sound seeming to tear the surrounding air apart with its immense power. The ground trembled violently, as if it were about to crack open with countless enormous fissures at any moment. The surrounding trees swayed wildly under the impact of this terrifying airflow, making a rustling sound, as if they were lamenting their fate. Everyone around stared in disbelief as this earth-shattering attack hurtled towards Lu Qi and the others. They could almost feel the approaching breath of death, the oppressive aura emanating from a god-level powerhouse, making them feel unable to breathe or move an inch. Even the powerful pirate king, Thunder, Noah couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. Although he maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface, his clenched fists were trembling slightly, because he knew that if this attack were aimed at him, he would surely die. At this moment, Lu Qi was facing this terrifying attack head-on. His clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the wind brought by the attack. He looked at Lu Mengli in his arms and asked softly, "Are you scared?" Lu Mengli shook her head, then slowly buried her head in Lu Qi's chest, just like they had done in that hellish place. "With you here, what is there to fear in death?" Looking at Lu Mengli in his arms, a smile appeared on Lu Qi's face. Faced with this terrifying attack, he didn't react at all. The giant insect phantom flew towards them like a shooting star, getting closer and closer to Lu Qi and his group. The terrifying aura instilled fear in those around them. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. They could almost see the scene of Yu Ming turning to ashes under this terrifying blow. Alas, Yu Ming, a hero of your time, never imagined you would die here in such a way. Some people shook their heads, their voices filled with regret and sighs. Wah, my empress. Is she going to die with Yu Ming? No, she's so beautiful. Some people couldn't bear to see Lu Mengli die tragically. Just before the giant insect phantom was about to touch Lu Qi, an incredibly deep spatial rift suddenly opened up in front of the giant insect, like lightning in the night sky, silent yet awe-inspiring. The giant insect phantom instantly disappeared into the dark, bottomless crevice. At the same time, to the astonishment of Mwaka and the others, another spatial rift quietly formed beside him. Before he could react, the giant worm phantom that had just disappeared roared out of the crack, charging towards him with an even more ferocious aura than before. Chapter 230, The Fall of Wuhai. How is this possible? The water sprite's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, her face filled with disbelief. As is well known, under such a violent energy impact, space becomes extremely unstable, and it is difficult for any space-age ability user to create a stable rift in such an environment. However, Yu Ming did it, which not only defied common sense but also seemed to overturn their understanding of spatial abilities. But the water demon had no time to think about these things. The disbelief in his eyes quickly turned into terror and despair. Mwaka's eyes were filled with disbelief. His own powerful attack had actually hit himself? His face contorted in a ferocious grimace as he desperately tried to control his skills to alter the giant insect's flight path. But it was all too late. The giant worm phantom, like a raging beast, pounced on him without mercy. Rumble. The deafening explosion instantly engulfed the entire Crimson Flame Island. At that moment, the entire island trembled violently, as if a giant beast was struggling in agony. The dust and debris kicked up by the explosion were like dark clouds that blocked out the sun, obscuring everyone's view. As the dust slowly settled, revealing the chilling scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Where Mwaka had stood was now a huge, deep crater, its edges charred black, as if telling the story of how violent the terrifying explosion had just occurred. Mwaka himself was standing at the epicenter of the explosion. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was covered with wounds of all sizes. However, he was powerful after all. Although he was covered in wounds, his breathing was stable, and he had not suffered any fatal injuries. In contrast, King Kong next to him looked much more miserable. One of King Kong's arms and one leg were missing, and blood was flowing freely from the severed wounds. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, and blood stained his entire body. The weaker water demons were not so lucky. In the deep pit, people could only see half of his head. His mangled face still bore the marks of terror and despair before his death. Those who witnessed this scene felt as if they had been struck by an invisible hammer. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, as if something invisible was tightly gripping their throats, making even breathing extremely difficult. How did Yuming manage to do that? How was he able to successfully create a spatial rift under such a terrifying attack? Finally, someone asked the question that everyone had been wondering about. It's likely that after Yoming's spatial abilities evolved to SS level, his understanding of spatial abilities has reached a level unimaginable to us. An older man stood there in the darkness, his eyes filled with admiration. These words drew sighs of admiration from everyone present. Someone murmured, "Yes, no one on Earth has ever possessed an SS-level spatial ability. Yuming is truly a genius. His strength is no accident." However, at that moment, a young voice broke through everyone's reverie. "However, Mwaka's strength is truly terrifying. With a single strike, he crippled King Kong and killed the water demon. Although Yoming's spatial ability succeeded unexpectedly once, Mwaka is now on guard. What will Yuming do next?" Upon hearing this person's words, everyone also realized that, yes, what should Yuming do next? Mwaka is still powerful. He only delayed his own death a little longer. Kong struggled, using his powerful supernatural abilities to create a crude metal prosthetic limb for himself, barely supporting his broken body. He looked down, his eyes blazing with rage, at his gruesome wounds and missing limbs, and a furious roar echoed through the sky. "Ah, Pirate King, help me kill Yuming. You must kill that bastard. I'll use his bones to make my hands and feet, so he'll never be reincarnated." Mwaka's face was also terribly grim. He originally thought that after advancing to the god level, he would be able to sweep away all obstacles, but he never expected to be played by a netherworld being. This sense of humiliation fueled a burning anger within him. At this moment, even if Yuming knelt before him begging for his life, he would not show the slightest pity or hesitation. "You're quite something, Yuming. You've successfully chosen the most painful way to die." Mwaka's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably with rage, his dark face turning pale with fury. His eyes revealed a strong, killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Yuming to pieces to vent his anger. Lu Qi, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. He gently helped Lu Mengli sit down, then slowly walked towards Mwaka. His gaze was firm and cold, as if he were looking at a man already destined to die. "Mwaka, with your abilities, you could have achieved even greater things," Lu Qi said calmly. "But unfortunately, you injured Mengli. So today I will kill you." Mwaka scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha. You think you're invincible just because you succeeded once with those underhanded tricks? How naive." He said no more, for in his view, any further conversation with Yuming would be a waste of time. All he wanted now was to wipe this annoying guy off Earth completely and let his anger be fully vented. Mwaka roared, his entire aura exploding instantly. His body began to undergo tremendous changes. His muscles swelled up like air, and his skin turned into a hard carapace. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an enormous, terrifying red beetle giant. His massive body resembled a walking mountain, and his heavy footsteps made the earth tremble. This is Mwaka's strongest form, the red beetle giant. Roar! The insect giant's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light, and its ferocious maw opened wide, unleashing a deafening roar. It attacked Lu Qi with terrifying force, as if it wanted to crush this thorn in its side. Lu Qi, facing such a terrifying attack, remained unfazed. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Mwaka, if you were a true god, I might be a little wary of you, but you are only a half-step god. Facing the menacing red-armored giant, Lu Qi's eyes flashed with a sharp, knife-like light. Subsequently, the mental energy in his mind was rapidly consumed at an alarming rate, as if being devoured by a black hole. Lu Qi could clearly feel every ounce of his strength being drained away, as if it were taking his soul with it. Chapter 231, Slaying a Half-Step God-Level Being. Just then, the space around the red beetle giant suddenly became distorted and unstable, violently fluctuating like boiling water. The terrifying power made the giant red beetle feel an unprecedented danger. It let out a deafening roar and charged at Lu Qi even more fiercely. At this critical moment, Lu Qi's mental energy was almost completely drained, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Because he knew that if he relaxed his guard even slightly, he would be torn to shreds by the red-armored giant. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and that powerful skill finally came into being. As the crimson beetle giant drew ever closer, Lu Qi took a deep breath and then uttered 4 words calmly. Space. Collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the red beetle giant suddenly began to collapse violently. Vast expanses of black nothingness rapidly devoured everything around them. It was the terrifying void revealed after space collapsed. When Mwaka, transformed into a giant red beetle, saw the pitch-black void, his eyes widened in terror. He couldn't understand why this king-level enemy before him could shatter space and wield the power of the void. This power was too mysterious and too powerful for him. Mwaka unleashed all his power in an attempt to escape the collapsed space. But would Lu Qi let him escape so easily? Lu Qi spread his arms wide, frantically squeezing out the remaining mental energy from his mind. With his movements, the space, which had been slowly collapsing, instantly became incredibly violent. Vast expanses of black void were exposed, devouring everything around them. Mwaka's face was filled with despair and madness. He tried with all his might to resist the pull of the void, but it was all in vain. His body began to move uncontrollably toward that void. No, I've only just reached godhood. My path to domination has only just begun. How could this be? No. Mwaka let out a desperate roar, but nothing could change his fate of being swallowed by the void. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he could not accept this cruel reality. At that moment, the space to his right suddenly collapsed. At this moment, a silent terror enveloped the entire battlefield, as if even time itself had stopped. The giant red beetle's hard carapace was instantly covered with countless cracks the moment space collapsed. These cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, demonstrating the destructive power of spatial collapse. However, the red armored giant's formidable defenses successfully withstood the collapse of the airspace barrier. However, the most terrifying aspect of the space collapse skill is the void that follows. As the void after the collapse of space gradually became apparent, Mwaka's right hand also began to slowly disintegrate into countless particles. These particles seemed to be mercilessly swallowed by the void, disappearing little by little into nothingness. The red beetle giant's formidable defense appeared so fragile and vulnerable in the face of this power. Subsequently, the space surrounding the red beetle giant also completely collapsed. Mwaka's tough armor was instantly covered in cracks, which looked like the marks of death, announcing his demise. He was horrified to find himself gradually being swallowed up by the void power after the space collapsed, unable to break free or escape. In those final moments, Mwaka only had time to let out a single, piercing scream. His voice was filled with endless fear and resentment, but it was all too late to undo the damage. As the void devoured him, his body gradually decomposed into countless molecules and completely disappeared from this world. As everything around them gradually calmed down, only Lu Chi's tall figure remained on the battlefield. He stood there like an eternal mountain, his face pale from the exhaustion of his mental energy, but his eyes remained firm and profound. Lu Chi let out a soft breath, a mocking smile curving his lips. Half-step god-level being, utterly vulnerable. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated in everyone's ears, as if carrying an indescribable majesty and power. The crowd looked at him with awe and wonder. They knew that the man before them had surpassed their imagination and reached a whole new level. Is the god-level manhwa really dead? Some people rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They looked at the space that had returned to peace, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. Although we have always known of the power of the netherworld, today it has once again refreshed our understanding. Some people exclaimed that his power had surpassed our imagination and reached a whole new level. Even if the Blood Emperor returns, I believe Yuming can kill him in one move. Some people excitedly waved their fists as they spoke. Their words were filled with trust and admiration for Lu Chi. That was terrifying. The move that Netherworld just made was too terrifying. Even manhwa, who had advanced to the god level, was killed by that move. From now on, Blue Star will truly enter the Netherworld era. Someone spoke excitedly, almost incoherently. Their eyes were filled with awe and anticipation as they looked at Lu Chi. It turns out that after the space collapsed, what was revealed was an empty void. This was the first time I had ever seen such a sight. Someone exclaimed in amazement. They looked at the space that had returned to peace as if they were seeing a new world. I only just realized that space can collapse under the control of powerful spatial ability users. Someone exclaimed that the power of the netherworld has surpassed our understanding of space. Its strength is beyond words. King Noah manhwa died, just like that. The confidant's voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had witnessed something that defied all reason. Pirate King Noah was also utterly shocked. He stared intently at the battlefield, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I was too shallow. I never imagined that Yoming's understanding of spatial abilities would reach such a terrifying level." Noah suddenly turned around and solemnly said to his trusted confidants behind him, "Pass down my order. From this day forward, all members of my Thunder Noah pirate crew must give way to the underworld or any of its people, and must never engage in conflict with them." His tone was firm and resolute. Yes. Noah turned back to look at the figure on the battlefield, his eyes filled with deep fear. This was a feeling he had never experienced since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Chapter 232, Lingqi Jingang. He is not afraid of powerful enemies because he believes that he will continue to grow stronger. But it was Yoming's terrifying understanding of spatial abilities, his agile combat skills, and his unparalleled talent that truly terrified him. He knew clearly that in the future, the gap between him and the netherworld would likely widen until he had to look up to them. He knew that from this day forward, Earth would usher in a new era, an era belonging to the netherworld. This thought lingered in his mind for a long time. At this moment, King Kong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by an invisible hammer and could not utter a single word. He never expected that manhwa, who had just devoured the heart of godhood and ascended to godhood, would suffer such a miserable defeat at the hands of Yuming. The shock in King Kong's heart was like a surging wave, instantly engulfing him. He dared not linger any longer. Fear drove him to turn and flee. King Kong knew that if he didn't leave this terrifying place immediately, death was the only thing waiting for him. He staggered backward, each step feeling so heavy, as if he were carrying the weight of the entire world. However, just as he was about to escape the battlefield, a burly figure suddenly appeared in his path. "Moo, well, hi, where are you going?" Nyota asked in a simple, honest voice. Although his voice sounded somewhat simple and honest, his hands moved with remarkable precision. Nyoda's double-edged giant axe slashed fiercely at Jingang with a sharp whooshing sound. The ox of the broken army. King Kong's expression changed drastically, and then his arms quickly turned to metal as he crossed them, attempting to block the fatal blow. Clang! The moment the giant axe collided with the metal arm, a piercing metallic clang erupted. King Kong felt an overwhelming force coming at him, as if it would tear his body apart. He was unable to resist the force and was sent flying backward as if hit by a cannonball. Bang! King Kong's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand up, but his body felt like a severely injured beast, unable to move. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. It was Liu Qi. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and the murderous aura emanating from him made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Lu Mengli was his Achilles heel, his bottom line, and yet Jin Gang dared to cross that line and even hurt Lu Mengli. A chilling glint flashed in Liu Qi's eyes as he decided to give King Kong the most painful way to die. When Jin Gang saw Liu Qi approaching, a wave of fear washed over him. He no longer cared about dignity or face and begged for mercy. "Yu Ming, I know I was wrong. Spare my life. My strength is still useful to you. I can be your slave. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." However, Liu Qi merely gave a cold laugh. "Even if I were a slave, I wouldn't take just any slave. You're not qualified." After speaking, Liu Qi gently waved his right hand, and a small spatial blade instantly condensed and was activated. King Kong only had time to let out a scream before feeling excruciating pain in his lower body. He looked down and saw that the ugly Kuan had been cut off, and blood was gushing out. "Ewa!" King Kong clutched his wound tightly with both hands, writhing in unbearable pain. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. However, Liu Qi showed no pity at all when faced with his miserable state. Liu Qi waved his hand again, and tens of thousands of tiny dimensional blades were instantly generated and activated. These sharp dimensional blades sliced across Kong's body, tearing away pieces of flesh and blood. King Kong's screams grew even more piercing, but his pleas for mercy grew weaker and weaker. Moments later, King Kong was covered in blood, his body covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, with not a single patch of intact skin. Liu Qi's eyes were as cold as ice. He showed no intention of stopping. Countless dimensional blades seemed to be summoned, continuing to shoot towards the Vajra relentlessly. Each blade precisely avoided fatal points, yet still sliced off pieces of flesh from King Kong's body. King Kong's screams gradually faded, his body becoming a bloody mess from the countless blades cutting him, turning him into a skeleton with his skin peeled off. At this moment, he had lost even the strength to struggle. Only the faint rise and fall of his sternum proved that he still had a breath left. Everyone on the field was stunned by this scene, and their faces were filled with fear. How tragic! Who would have thought that the renowned Wu Hai Jin Gang would end up like this? Someone couldn't help but sigh. Alas, he only has himself to blame. Everyone knows the Empress is a woman of the underworld, yet he still dared to lay a hand on her, another person said, shaking their head. "Is this the legendary 1,000 cuts?" one man said, frowning. His words were filled with fear and awe at Liu Qi's methods. "No, this is even more cruel than being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Look at King Kong's powerful vitality. Even after being cut tens of thousands of times, he didn't die immediately." Someone else added. Noah stared at King Kong's mangled and bloody state, his brow twitching violently. He secretly rejoiced, thankful he hadn't acted impulsively. Otherwise, his fate would probably be no better than King Kong's. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his fear, and then turned to his trusted confidant and said, "Pass down the order that from now on, everyone must give way to the Empress and must not have any conflict with her." "Yes." Liu Qi glanced around at the crowd and said casually, "Is this very interesting to watch?" Although his tone was calm, it carried a chilling undertone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet Liu Qi's gaze. They all waved their hands and said, "Haha, this is boring. This is boring. Let's go." With that, he turned and hurriedly left. Who would dare mess with this living devil? Joking at that, Noah also gave Liu Qi a slightly stiff but friendly smile, then quickly led his confidants away. He silently prayed that Liu Qi wouldn't impulsively kill him as well. After all, 2 of the 4 pirate kings had already been killed by Yu Ming, and he didn't want to become the 3rd unlucky one. Soon, all the ships anchored near Crimson Flame Island set sail and left this place of trouble. The sea returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. "Great!" Liu Qi shouted, "Bring King Kong back to the nightmare. Remember, He has to be alive. All right, Captain. Nyota awkwardly agreed, then carefully lifted the now unrecognizable King Kong. Chapter 233, The Blood Emperor Returns. Alvin, exist. Take Huang Wanner with you. She's injured and needs treatment, Lu Qi instructed. Yes, Captain. Alvin responded and quickly walked towards Huang Wanner. After arranging everything, Lu Qi took a deep breath and walked towards Lu Mengli. He gently lifted her up in his arms, his movements as tender as if he were holding a fragile treasure. Mengli, let's go back to the nightmare first and heal your injuries. Lu Mengli responded softly. Although her voice was weak, it was full of trust and reliance on Lu Qi. Then, with a thought from Lu Qi, a spatial rift slowly opened around them. Lu Qi, carrying Lu Mengli, went inside first. Immediately afterwards, Nyota, carrying King Kong, and Alvin, supporting Huang Wanner, and their group returned to the nightmare through the spatial rift. The wind on Crimson Flame Island gradually subsided, and the waves returned to their usual rhythm. Only the devastation on the island seemed to silently testify to the brutality of the battle that had just taken place. 10 days later, a shocking piece of news swept across the entire Blue Star like a hurricane. The only god-level powerhouse on Blue Star, the Blood Emperor, is about to return today. The news stirred up a storm of emotions in countless people. Wasteland and Fergus, along with a group of naval officers and internal affairs personnel, arrived early at the location to welcome the Blood Emperor. Their faces showed anticipation and reverence, but even more so, trepidation and unease. Alas, if the Blood Emperor returns today and finds out that we compensated the Netherworld with the Hell ship, I wonder if he will be furious. Fergus said with a bitter expression. Upon hearing Fergus's words, a look of shame appeared on the Wasteland's face. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, "The defeat in the battle against the Netherworld is an unforgivable sin of the Wasteland. I will take full responsibility, and whatever punishment the Blood Emperor may bestow, I will accept it with equanimity." Fergus patted the Wasteland on the shoulder, comforting it. "Don't worry, old friend. The Wave Lord has been confirmed dead. Now, only the Blood Emperor is a god-level powerhouse on Blue Star. The Sky Empire still needs you to assist the Blood Emperor in unifying Blue Star." At that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, as if the light had been obscured by an invisible hand. Immediately afterwards, the entire sky seemed to have been splashed with blood, slowly turning blood red, and a bloody smell permeated the air. The Blood Emperor has returned. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the sound spread rapidly like a wave whipped up by the wind. Wasteland and Fergus led everyone in a synchronized bow, their movements demonstrating their utmost respect and loyalty to the Blood Emperor and the Sky Empire. "Welcome back, Blood Emperor." The deafening sound echoed between heaven and earth, as if even the air itself was trembling. Amidst this grand welcome, a figure slowly descended from the blood-red clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a man who looked to be about 40 years old standing in midair. His face was deathly pale, and he wore a blood-red robe that fluttered and rustled even without wind. The man's eyes were deep and cold. The Blood Emperor stared blankly at the crowd, his gaze sweeping across each face as if trying to see everything about them. After a moment, he waved his right hand, signaling everyone to rise. "Who's in charge here?" The Blood Emperor spoke slowly, his voice cold and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the Blood Emperor's words, wondering why he would ask such a question. Wasteland and Fergus exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. But they still answered respectfully. "Reporting to your majesty, this is your subordinate, Admiral Aragaki." Aragaki stepped forward and said, "The Emperor of Blood returns, and his subordinate Prime Minister Fergus." Fergus followed up with a reply. "Blood Emperor, why don't you recognize me in General Wasteland? What happened?" He was filled with confusion and worry, because judging from the Blood Emperor's behavior, he did not seem to recognize him or the Wasteland, which made them very uneasy. "Oh, I was injured in another dimension, so I don't remember a lot of things." The Blood Emperor spoke casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. The Blood Emperor's gaze then fell upon Fergus. "Prime Minister Fergus, do you know where the Mother Tree is located in this plane? I have some information to report to it." Fergus bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the location of the Mother Tree is extremely mysterious, and no one knows it to this day." Upon hearing Fergus's reply, the Blood Emperor suddenly flew into a rage, unleashing a terrifying aura that seemed poised to devour the entire world. Damn it! You live in this plane, and you don't even know the location of the mother tree. His roar made everyone's eardrums ache, and they were filled with terror. Sensing the Blood Emperor's wrath, everyone immediately knelt down in unison, including Wasteland and Fergus. They knew that the Blood Emperor's wrath was beyond their ability to withstand. Blood Emperor, please calm your anger. The mother tree has never shown itself, and the spiritual energy recovery of Blue Star is still relatively recent. Please forgive us, Blood Emperor. Wasteland mustered its courage and explained. However, his doubts grew stronger at this moment. Why is the Blood Emperor so interested in the mother tree? Why did he suddenly lose his memory? These questions lingered in his mind, but he dared not ask them aloud. Suppressing his doubts, Wasteland continued. Reporting to the Blood Emperor, I have committed a grave error, losing the treasure of the Sky Empire, the legendary warship. Hell, I beg the Blood Emperor to punish me. He lowered his head deeply as he spoke, awaiting the Blood Emperor's judgment. But to everyone's surprise, the Blood Emperor seemed completely unconcerned about the Hell ship. He waved his hand and said, "It was just a legendary warship. Once it's gone, it's gone. Order. Use all resources at all costs to find the mother tree's location. A huge reward will be given upon its discovery. Yes, your majesty's orders will be obeyed." Everyone responded in unison. Subsequently, the vast celestial empire slowly started up like a giant machine, and countless ships began to enter various remote, high and medium danger waters in search of the Blue Star mother tree. The next day, night had fallen, but the lights in the military headquarters were still on. Fergus stood before the enormous map of Earth, his brow furrowed, holding a magnifying glass in one hand and gently stroking his chin with the other, his gaze shifting back and forth across the map. At that moment, the Wasteland quietly appeared behind him and asked softly, "Fergus, it's so late. Are you still looking for the mother tree?" Fergus put down his magnifying glass and sighed deeply. Chapter 234 Suspicion in the Wasteland, the Strange Blood Emperor. Yes, the soldiers are heading into highly dangerous waters to find the mother tree, regardless of the cost. But the casualties so far are too high, and we still haven't found anything. His tone was filled with helplessness and heaviness. He understood that with each day of delay, more soldiers would face a life-or-death test. The Wasteland was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I suspect that the roots of the mother tree are not on land at all." Fergus was taken aback by this. Then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "You mean the seabed?" His eyes gleamed, as if he had seen new hope. The Wasteland nodded. "That's right. Only this explanation makes sense. The mother tree must be enormous. If it were located above water, it's impossible that it would have remained undiscovered until now, even in highly dangerous waters." Upon hearing this, Fergus frowned. "So what should we do? In this day and age, it's common for water to be thousands of meters deep, and many bodies of water are tens of thousands of meters deep. How do we find such places?" His tone revealed deep worry and helplessness. He knew the Wasteland had a point, but searching for the mother tree in such a deep sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps not finding the mother tree is a good thing, the Wasteland said meaningfully. His tone carried a complex emotion that was hard to describe, as if his words concealed a deeper meaning. Upon hearing what Wasteland said, Fergus's expression changed drastically. He waved to the busy staff and said, "You all go out first. I have something to discuss with General Wasteland." Upon hearing this, the staff members bowed to Fergus and left the room. Now only Fergus and Wasteland remained in the room, and the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Fergus stared intently at the Wasteland and asked seriously, "Wasteland, what do you mean by that?" Wasteland walked to the window, gazed at the scenery outside, and slowly said, "Fergus, don't you sense something's wrong with the Blood Emperor?" His tone carried a hint of doubt and unease. Upon hearing what the Wasteland said, Fergus frowned. "Are you saying that the Blood Emperor's behavior after returning was very abnormal?" "Indeed, he seems like a completely different person." Fergus's face showed a thoughtful expression. "It's not just about personality." Wasteland turned around and looked at Fergus, saying, "Have you ever carefully observed the Blood Emperor's skin color?" "Color?" Fergus was taken aback, then began to recall carefully. He suddenly realized that the Blood Emperor's skin was indeed unnaturally pale. Yes, The Blood Emperor's skin is as white as the skin of a dead person. Fergus exclaimed in shock. Wasteland nodded heavily. That's right, the Blood Emperor's skin color is now the skin color of a dead person. I suspect he may no longer be the Blood Emperor we know. Upon hearing this, Fergus trembled with fear. Don't scare me, Wasteland. The Blood Emperor's power is blood control, and his skin color is probably related to that power. Besides, you saw that he walked normally, and his aura was so terrifying, it can't be fake, right? Despite his efforts to remain calm, a slight tremor was still visible in his voice. These aren't the only suspicious points. Wasteland took a deep breath, his brow furrowed with doubt. The Hellship was once the Blood Emperor's most cherished possession. He loved that ship more than anything. Now that the ship is gone, he acts as if nothing happened. Is that reasonable? Even if he has amnesia, can his feelings for that ship simply disappear? Furthermore, why is the Blood Emperor so eager to find the Mother Tree? His words were like stones thrown into Fergus's heart lake, creating ripples. Fergus was stunned. He had thought about these questions before, but each time he was intimidated by the Blood Emperor's majesty and power and dared not delve into them. Fergus, you should know that mother trees can devour each other, right? The voice of the Wasteland was deep and powerful, as if reminding Fergus of a terrible truth he had forgotten. Fergus's face turned deathly pale instantly. Are you saying that the Blood Emperor has become a lackey of other planes and is plotting against our mother tree? His voice trembled slightly, as if the guess was too terrifying for him to accept. Wasteland shook his head. I'm not sure either, but if my guess is true, then if we don't take action, we'll become the eternal sinners of Blue Star. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if to say that he was prepared for the worst. Fergus realized the gravity of the situation. Wasteland, what are you going to do? Wasteland looked at Fergus, a resolute glint in his eyes. I'm going to test the Blood Emperor and see if he's really in trouble. How should we test the waters? Fergus asked nervously. There was no other way but to stop him from continuing his search for the Mother Tree, the Wasteland said in a deep voice. Fergus was silent for a moment. Wilderness, have you ever considered that if things really turned out the way you imagine, your life would be in danger? His voice revealed a hint of worry and concern. Wasteland laughed heartily. I've lived long enough. If I can go down and see my wife sooner, that wouldn't be such a bad thing. After all, I haven't seen her for a full 10 years. A hint of tenderness and longing flashed in his eyes, as if he were recalling the beautiful times he shared with his wife. Then, Wasteland stared at Fergus and said seriously, if things really turn out as we expect, Fergus, I need your help. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible trace of sadness flashed in Fergus's eyes. He knew the Wasteland and knew that once his old friend made a decision, it would be very difficult to change it. He nodded slightly. Go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Wasteland took a deep breath. If everything goes smoothly, that would be ideal. Everyone would be happy. But if things really do turn out the worst, I hope you can tell Yuming to find a safe place to hide and evolve to godhood as soon as possible. Then come back to save Blue Star and protect our mother tree. The Underworld? Fergus repeated the name with some doubt. That's right, it's the Netherworld. He's the only one on Earth with that ability right now, Wilderness said definitively. He's our last hope. Day 5. In the tense, almost frozen atmosphere of the Sky Empire's palace, a piercing cracking sound suddenly rang out. Crash! A glass was smashed hard against the forehead of a naval soldier who was kneeling on one knee. The moment the glass shattered, the soldier's forehead skin cracked, and blood mixed with sharp shards of glass slowly slid down his cheek. Despite the excruciating pain, the soldier dared not even blink, let alone react in any way. Chapter 235 Death in the Wasteland. The Blood Emperor stood high above, his eyes blazing with fury, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the palace. Are you all useless? An army of millions, and you can't even find the location of a single mother tree. I'd rather raise a bunch of pigs who only know how to eat than keep a bunch of useless people like you. His anger was like a whirlwind that swept through the entire palace, chilling everyone present to the bone. At this moment, the Wasteland stepped forward. He bowed deeply to the enraged Blood Emperor and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The mother tree doesn't seem to be above water. If we continue searching blindly like this, we'll only be wasting resources. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Emperor's eyes were fixed on him. What did you say? The atmosphere inside the palace instantly became even more oppressive. But Wasteland did not back down. He continued, "Your Majesty, in just a few days, our naval soldiers have been venturing into dangerous waters one after another. So far, we have lost over 500,000 soldiers. Such losses are far too great for the military. Perhaps we should withdraw the army first and let the elite teams explore at their own pace. This way, the military's losses will be less. Are you making the decision for me?" The Blood Emperor's tone was extremely cold, and every word seemed to carry a chilling, killing intent. Sensing the terrifying aura surging forth like a raging storm from the Blood Emperor, Wasteland's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if it were about to burst out of his chest. He clenched his fists, trying to remain calm. After taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his head to meet the Blood Emperor's sharp gaze. "His Majesty." The voice of the Wasteland was firm and powerful, carrying with it a fearless courage. "Everything I've said is for the benefit of the Sky Empire, without a trace of personal ulterior motive. Your Majesty's urgency in searching for the Mother Tree suggests an urgent situation. Could you please inform us so that the soldiers exploring the dangerous waters at the front lines can understand the reason and be more courageous in their advance?" However, the Blood Emperor instantly accused the Wasteland of rebellion, his tone cold and authoritative, questioning my orders. "Do you want a rebel?" These words immediately created a tense atmosphere in the audience. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew the Wasteland's status and prestige in the Sky Empire. He was the top leader of the Empire when the Blood Emperor was away. Now he was being so severely accused of rebellion by the Blood Emperor. What was going on? Seeing this, a lieutenant general behind Wasteland gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop talking about it. At the same time, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Your Majesty, please calm down. General Wasteland had some wine this morning and is not quite lucid. Please forgive him this time for his past merits." But what the Wasteland said next was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. His voice was firm, each word seeming to burst forth from the depths of his heart, resonating in everyone's soul. "I'm not drunk," he spoke loudly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the Blood Emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a few questions, and I humbly request Your Majesty's answers." At this moment, the Wasteland stood tall, as if transformed into a majestic mountain, unyielding and bravely facing the Blood Emperor's suffocating pressure. "The Blue Star Mother Tree possesses its own consciousness." He spoke slowly, each word clearly reaching everyone's ears. "We have sent millions of people to search for her. The Mother Tree must know this, and if she were willing to meet us, she would surely reveal some clues. Yet so far we have found nothing, which can only mean one thing. The Mother Tree does not want us to know her location." At this point, the Wasteland's tone suddenly became more forceful, as if an invisible force was stirring within his words. "Your Majesty, since the Mother Tree does not wish to see you, why are you so persistent? Do you intend to do something detrimental to the Mother Tree?" His words were like a sharp sword, piercing the tension and silence in the air. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the Wasteland in disbelief. They couldn't believe that this Imperial general would dare to question the Blood Emperor's intentions so directly. Hee ha 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 ha. The Blood Emperor's laughter was initially low and deep, then gradually rose in intensity, like thunder before a storm, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. "Very well, Wasteland, it seems you've been living a carefree life while I was away, not even taking me seriously anymore." The Blood Emperor's tone was chilling and furious, as if a gale was howling around him. His gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into the heart of the Wasteland. However, the Wasteland met the Blood Emperor's gaze without fear. He knew his time was running out, and he had to expose the conspiracy of this impostor of the Blood Emperor as soon as possible. "The Blood Emperor has shown me great kindness and respect. He will always be the person I respect most, and the person I will always be loyal to. But you are not the Blood Emperor." Wasteland's words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present once again. As they looked at the Wasteland, they seemed to see a lone warrior stepping forward to defend truth and justice. The Blood Emperor has always loved his soldiers like his own children. How could he send them to their deaths so casually as you do? Wasteland continued its furious shout. "And what's with that corpse smell on you? I don't care what you are. Get off the Blood Emperor." The Blood Emperor suddenly stood up. He knew he couldn't let the Wasteland continue speaking. He simply stretched out his palm towards the Wasteland, and the Wasteland immediately blushed as if an invisible hand had grabbed its neck. He struggled to breathe and to speak, but found he could no longer make a sound. Admiral Arahara, plotting a rebellion. The Blood Emperor said calmly. Officially remove Wasteland from all his posts and execute him immediately. His voice was cold and ruthless, like the cold wind in winter, sending chills down one's spine. The people present looked at the Wasteland with regret and awe, knowing that this brave general was about to pay the price with his life for his beliefs. Upon hearing the Blood Emperor's cold and merciless pronouncement, everyone knelt down in unison. Their hearts were filled with reluctance, for they knew that this great general of the Wasteland, who had given countless lives for the Empire, was about to face death. His Majesty, a desperate glint flashed in General Chi Yan's eyes as he stepped forward to plead for the Wasteland. General Wasteland has served the Empire with utmost dedication and merit for many years. I beg your Majesty to spare his life. Your Majesty, please spare General Huang Yuan's life. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices filled with earnestness and expectation. Chapter 236, The Shameless Li Tanma. However, the Blood Emperor remained unmoved, like a cold-blooded statue. As the energy surging from his body gradually intensified, a terrifying aura filled the air. Everyone saw that the blood on Huang Yuan's body seemed to be guided by some mysterious force and began to slowly gush out from his 7 orifices. Despite this terrifying sight, the Wasteland remained strangely calm. He slowly turned his head and looked at Fergus beside him. Tears welled in Fergus's eyes. He suppressed his grief and nodded gently to the Wasteland. In that instant, without words, their hearts were connected. Seeing Fergus's response, a faint smile appeared on Wasteland's lips. His smile conveyed a sense of relief and contentment, as if he had let go of all his worries and obsessions. "Wife," he murmured softly, 10 years have passed. You must be missing me down there, right? I've come to find you." Before he finished speaking, the Blood Emperor's energy erupted completely. Blood gushed from the Wasteland at an alarming rate, and in an instant he drained all the blood from its body. His body quickly withered away, eventually turning into a desolate, mummified corpse. But that faint smile was forever frozen on his face. Admiral of the Sky Empire Navy, peak King-level strength, SS-level superpower, light element control, Wasteland, death. Upon seeing the death in the Wasteland, a profound silence fell over the palace. But many people's eyes gleamed with a strange light. They weren't fools. The Blood Emperor's unusual behavior had already caught their attention. However, no one dared to speak out because the tragic fate of the Wasteland had already sounded the alarm for them. He stood out in the Wasteland, and that's why he died. After all, the Blood Emperor on the throne is still a true god. Although they had many questions and grievances, they could only choose to remain silent. The traitors are dead. Anyone who dares to question my orders will face this fate. The Blood Emperor's icy gaze swept over the assembled crowd like a sharp sword. His voice exuded an undeniable authority and coldness, sending chills down everyone's spines. But what Wasteland said did remind him that simply searching like this wasn't enough. He needed to think of another way. Then, the Blood Emperor slowly spoke. "Who among you knows who has improved their strength the fastest on Earth?" However, everyone lowered their heads and chose silence. Clearly, the Wasteland's words had planted seeds of doubt in everyone's hearts. They began to reflect on the Blood Emperor's actions and began to question his true identity and intentions. At the same time, they were also expressing their dissatisfaction and suspicion towards the Blood Emperor through silence. The entire palace fell into a deathly silence, with only the Blood Emperor's cold gaze sweeping around. Snort! The Blood Emperor let out a disgruntled snort, his gaze sweeping across the evasive eyes of the crowd like sharp swords. To break the deadlock, the Blood Emperor threw out a bait. "Whoever tells me this news will be richly rewarded by the Emperor." Upon hearing this, a hint of wavering flashed in everyone's eyes. After all, the Blood Emperor's rewards were no joke. Finally, someone couldn't resist the immense temptation and stepped forward. A major general slowly raised his hand, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Your Majesty, your subordinate Li Tanma knows." Upon seeing this, the Blood Emperor forced a stiff smile onto his face. He said gently, "Very well, General Li, tell me what you know, and I will certainly reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Li Tanma's eyes gleamed with even greater greed, as if he could already see those generous rewards beckoning to him. So he took a deep breath, bowed to the Blood Emperor, and then spoke. Blood Emperor, currently, the person whose strength has increased the fastest on Blue Star is none other than Yuming. In less than a year, he has soared from the elite level to the king level, a speed that is simply astonishing. Moreover, his strength is extremely terrifying, probably exceeding most people's imagination. The Netherworld? A hint of joy flashed in the Blood Emperor's eyes, as if he had caught some important clue. He secretly pondered. Such a terrifying speed of advancement must be someone that the Mother Tree has been nurturing with all its might. As long as he captures Yuming, he can follow the clues to find the location of the Mother Tree. Thinking of this, he eagerly asked Li Tanma, "General Li, do you know the location of Yuming?" His tone revealed both anxiety and anticipation. Li Tanma hesitated slightly before replying. "Your Majesty, Yuming is an SS-level spatial ability user. His whereabouts are unpredictable, and he has no fixed abode. Finding him immediately is indeed not easy." Upon hearing this, the Blood Emperor's face immediately showed displeasure. He frowned, seemingly disappointed by Li Tanma's answer. However, at this moment, Li Tanma changed the subject. "However, I have a plan that might make Yuming show himself." The Blood Emperor's expression softened slightly, and he said eagerly, "Oh, General Li, what brilliant plan do you have? Tell me quickly." Li Tanma cleared his throat and began to explain his plan. "Your Majesty, although Yuming is cruel and bloodthirsty, he is also clear about his gratitude and grudges. He values his woman, the Empress, highly. The Empress resides in the Moonshadow Kingdom of the Deep Sea Alliance, far from us, and possesses great power. Perhaps we should start by targeting the others around Yuming." He paused for a moment and continued. "Gua Champing, who guards the Tower of Destiny, has done a favor for Yuming. If we capture Gua Champeng and use him to threaten Yuming, he will surely come obediently." "Shameless!" General Crimson Flame roared angrily, his voice echoing through the palace like thunder. He glared at Li Tanma, his eyes blazing with fury. "General Li, when has my Sky Dome Empire ever done such a despicable and shameless thing? Your scheme has truly humiliated me." Li Tanma trembled at Qi Yan's angry rebuke. He shrank back and dared not utter another word. He lowered his eyes, avoiding Qi Yan's sharp gaze, as if afraid of being consumed by the other's anger. However, at that moment, the Blood Emperor's voice rang out. "Where's the shamelessness? I think it's great. It doesn't matter what method is used, as long as the Mother Tree can be found." His tone revealed a hint of disdain and indifference, as if in his view, the means were not important, but the result was the key. Upon hearing the Blood Emperor's words, Crimson Flame abruptly stopped speaking. He glared angrily at the Blood Emperor, but had no way to vent his anger. His heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. He knew that the Sky Empire was finished. He then turned and glared at Li Tanma, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. "It is truly shameful to associate with such despicable people." He snorted coldly. In his view, Li Tanma's actions not only violated the honor and dignity of the Sky Empire, but were also a great insult to his personal character. Chapter 237: Gua Qingping's Misfortune. However, now that he had the Blood Emperor's backing, Li Tanma straightened his back and smiled broadly. He seemed like a completely different person, transforming from timid and hesitant to arrogant and haughty. For him, although General Qi Yan was incredibly powerful, he was nothing compared to the Blood Emperor. As long as the Blood Emperor supports him, he can become second only to the Emperor in the Sky Empire. Tower of Destiny. After Yoming's crushing defeat of the Sky Empire at the Tower of Destiny, the Tower of Destiny was completely taken over by the Deep Sea Alliance and became a place for cultivating the younger generation of the Deep Sea Alliance. However, today the Tower of Destiny welcomed an uninvited guest. Guo Champeng was sitting leisurely on the deck of his flagship, sipping fragrant tea and reading the latest newspaper. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura descended, and the air inside the entire flagship seemed to freeze. Guo Champeng felt a pang of fear. He looked up and saw a figure exuding a bloody aura suddenly appear in front of him. "Are you the Blood Emperor?" Guo Champeng's voice trembled slightly. He stared at the terrifying figure before him, his teacup slipping from his hand and spilling tea all over the floor. The Blood Emperor. This name resounds like thunder on Earth. He is currently the pinnacle of combat power on Earth, known to all. Guo Champeng never expected that this legendary expert would suddenly appear in front of him. The Blood Emperor remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Guo. After confirming that he hadn't mistaken the person, he gently waved his right hand. Instantly, a crimson light burst forth from his palm, like a nimble snake, swiftly binding Guo Changpeng tightly. The sudden restraints startled Guo Changpeng, and he instinctively tried to activate his supernatural abilities to retaliate. However, despite his mid-level king-rank strength, he was like a helpless 3-year-old child in front of the Blood Emperor. No matter how much he struggled, or how much he mobilized his inner strength, he could not break free from the restraints of that blood-red light. "General, what happened?" Soldiers who heard the commotion rushed over from all directions. They saw Guo Changpeng bound by the blood-red light, and the Blood Emperor standing to the side, and their faces showed expressions of horror. However, the Blood Emperor didn't even lift an eyelid, as if these soldiers were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. Just then, screams echoed through the flagship. The soldiers who had surrounded it suddenly found their blood being uncontrollably drained from their bodies. Their faces turned deathly pale, and their bodies rapidly withered. In just a few seconds, all the surrounding soldiers had become dried corpses. The extracted blood was not wasted. Under the Blood Emperor's control, it slowly gathered together, eventually forming a massive blood monster. The monster was grotesque and terrifying, its entire body composed of blood, exuding a nauseating stench of gore. It roared and then charged toward the other ships. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The rest of the Third Fleet also spotted the terrifying blood monster, and they immediately sounded the alarm and began organizing a counterattack. The large fortress cannons, mounted on the bow of the ship, opened fire on the blood monster. However, shockingly, those cannonballs, powerful enough to flatten a bunker, passed right through the blood monster's body without causing it any damage. As the blood beast ravaged the Third Fleet, the blood of everyone it killed was cruelly drained. The blood beast's body thus grew larger and larger, like an ever-expanding nightmare. It roared, each attack taking a vibrant life and leaving behind a withered corpse. Soon, the massive Third Fleet was completely destroyed by the attack of this terrifying blood beast. Guo Changpeng was tightly bound by the blood-red light and unable to move. He watched helplessly as his men were turned into dried corpses one by the blood beasts, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the horrific scene any longer. Just then, the Blood Emperor spoke lightly. All right, come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the roaring blood beast immediately stopped attacking and obediently returned to the Blood Emperor's side. The Blood Emperor turned to look at Guo Changpeng, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Guo Changpeng, you know Yu Ming, right?" His tone revealed a hint of amusement and anticipation. Guo Changpeng snorted coldly, meeting the Blood Emperor's gaze without fear. So what if it is? He had already resigned himself to certain death. In his view, the current Blood Emperor was invincible. No one could pose a threat to the god-level Blood Emperor, not even the Netherworld. However, the Blood Emperor did not seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He smiled slightly and continued. "I've heard you've helped Yu Ming several times. Do you think Yu Ming will show himself for you?" Guo Changpeng instantly understood the Blood Emperor's intention. He was planning to use himself to force Yu Ming to reveal himself. Thinking of this, Guo Changpeng felt a surge of anger and humiliation. Shameless. He glared angrily at the Blood Emperor. At this moment, Lu Qi was immersed in the illusory space of the Surveillance Order, practicing swordsmanship with Black Blade Blood Fiend. His swordplay was sharp and swift, as if each strike could tear the air apart. However, outside the surveillance area, a storm the size of a calf leisurely flew around Lu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, creating a peculiar scene. Since defeating Waka, King Kong, and the Water Demon, Lu Qi has plundered King Kong's S-Class metal manipulation ability. The powerful corpse was then used as nourishment to feed the Storm Venomous Bee Queen. Now, after a period of cultivation and evolution, the Storm Venomous Bee has begun to possess combat capabilities, although it still appears somewhat powerless in battles at the king level. Creak! Just then, the door to the captain's cabin was gently pushed open, and a graceful figure walked in. It's Lu Mengli. At this moment, Lu Qi and Lu Mengli finally broke through that barrier and truly became one. However, Lu Qi's prowess in that area was too great, which made Lu Mengli, who was new to sex, feel somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, Lu Mengli sat quietly beside Lu Qi, a hint of worry on her face. Sensing someone beside him, Lu Qi exited the space of the surveillance order and opened his eyes. Seeing the beautiful woman beside him, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "What's wrong, Mengli?" Lu Qi's voice was gentle and concerned. He noticed that Lu Mengli's expression was a little off. Lu Mengli said in a deep voice, "I just received news that the Blood Emperor has returned. And as soon as he returned, he mobilized the entire power of the Sky Empire to search for the Blue Star Mother Tree." Chapter 238, Fergus's phone call. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's brows furrowed slightly. What is he looking for about the Mother Tree? An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Lu Mengli shook her head. "I don't know either, but I have a very bad feeling that this Blood Emperor is very abnormal." She paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts. After failing to find the Mother Tree, he had kidnapped General Gua and threatened to execute him if she showed up within a day. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed into slits. The Blood Emperor could actually do such a thing? He then took Lu Mengli's hand, and the two walked out of the captain's cabin together. Outside the door, all the core members of the Nightmare had gathered, clearly already aware of the news. "Master, you can't go." As soon as Wang Li saw Lu Qi, he hurriedly said, "This is obviously a trap. The Blood Emperor is just waiting for you to walk into his net." Yes. Jack chimed in, "Captain, you have SS-level spatial abilities. As long as you don't want to come out, no one can catch you." Mu Wanning also advised, "Captain, what Jack and Wang Li said makes sense. Why don't we hide for a while and deal with this Blood Emperor after you successfully advance to the god level?" Rose looked at Lu Qi quietly, saying, "Whatever decision the captain makes, I will carry it out unconditionally." Just as Lu Qi was about to respond to everyone's advice, a series of system notifications suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered an emergency mission. Kill the Blood Emperor. Mission rewards: Soul Crystal X1, Silk of Sorrow X1000, Moonlight Dew X100. Mission duration: 10 days. Ding! The host has triggered an emergency mission. Kill the Blood Emperor. Mission reward. Ding! The host has triggered an emergency mission. The continuous notification sound startled Lu Qi slightly. Since he reached the king rank, the system has rarely issued any tasks. But this time, it unusually reminded him 3 times in a row, as if to emphasize the urgency and importance of this matter. "It seems this Blood Emperor's sudden return is indeed a big problem," Lu Qi said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He glanced around at the crew members, then looked down at the Nightmare beneath his feet and asked, "Nightmare, can you attack now?" Nightmare's childish voice immediately came through. "Master, I'm not quite sure either. I haven't fired a cannon before, but it should be fine, right?" Lu Qi nodded, then turned to Alvin. "Alvin, you said that the Annihilation attribute can cause fatal damage even to god-level enemies, right?" Alvin bowed and replied, "Yes, Captain. If our Annihilation cannon successfully hits its target, even a god-level powerhouse will perish here. Furthermore, I can use my alchemy to enhance the power of the next shot of the Annihilation cannon." Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. "Very well, then it's decided. Alvin, use your alchemy to enhance the power of the Annihilation cannon to the fullest extent. Just tell me what materials you need, and I'll find them for you." Just then, Wang Li said in shock, "Master, are you planning to go and fight the Blood Emperor head-on?" Lu Qi smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with determination. "That's right. A mere god-level being. If they're intimidated by such a small difficulty, how will they ever become stronger?" Seeing Lu Qi's fearless and confident aura, everyone was ignited by his determination. Jack's eyes gleamed with fanaticism as he excitedly shouted, "That's right. It's just a god-level being. What's the big deal?" Wang Li was also infected. The fear in his eyes gradually faded and was replaced by excitement. Slaying gods, just thinking about it is exciting. For all the elite members of the Nightmare, Lu Qi was their invincible hero. Every decision he made touched the hearts of everyone, and every victory he achieved filled them with immense pride and glory. At this moment, Lu Qi looked at Lu Mengli beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. "Mengli, why don't you go back to Moonshadow Island first? It's too dangerous for you to stay with me." However, Lu Mengli firmly shook her head. "Wherever you are, I will be there." Her voice, though not loud, was full of firmness and determination. She looked into Lu Qi's eyes, as if to tell him with her unwavering determination that no matter what happened, she would always be by his side. Lu Qi wanted to say something more, but when he saw the determination in Lu Mingli's eyes, he shut his mouth. He knew this girl's personality very well. Once she made up her mind about something, nothing anyone said could change it. So he took a deep breath, turned to everyone, and said, "Okay, everyone go and get ready." Just then, Rose walked over with a din mushy snail phone, her face grave and her tone serious. "Captain, it's Colonel Wong on the phone. He said it's very important. It's about the Blood Emperor." "Oh." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and took the din mushy from Rose's hand. "Hello, this is Yu Ming." Lu Qi's voice was deep and powerful. "Reporting to Wuhai, this is Xiao Wang. Prime Minister Fergus of the Sky Empire just called me, specifically requesting to speak with you. He says it's about the Blood Emperor, and it's extremely important." Colonel Wang's voice revealed a hint of tension and urgency. Lu Qi nodded. "Okay, transfer the call to me." The call was quickly transferred, and Fergus's hoarse voice came through. "The Netherworld? It's me. You said you had news about the Blood Emperor." "Yes, you must listen carefully to every word I am about to say, because this is something my good friend Huang Yuan risked his life for." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's heart was also stirred. The wasteland was actually dead. Fergus took a deep breath. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke of the wasteland. After the Blood Emperor returned, things started to look very strange. After discussion and research, Wasteland and I came to a conclusion, which was then verified by Wasteland's life. He paused for a moment, seemingly trying to calm himself down. The Blood Emperor is dead. His body has been taken over by an unknown entity, but he still possesses god-level strength. Moreover, this mysterious entity is eyeing the Blue Star Mother Tree and is likely trying to plunder its life core. Moreover, I suspect that this mysterious entity is just a vanguard, and there will probably be more enemies coming to Earth later. You should know the location of the Mother Tree. What we can do now is to help the Mother Tree hide its location and preserve our own strength. Yu Ming, you are now the hope of our Blue Star. Do not let the Blood Emperor know your location. We will discuss this further after you reach godhood." Upon hearing Fergus's words, a look of understanding flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Sure enough, the Blood Emperor also ran into trouble. Chapter 239, Confronting the Blood Emperor. The next morning, the execution ground in Sky City was bustling with noise. Guo Changpeng was bound hand and foot and pressed onto the execution platform, with a huge, sharp blade hanging around his neck, and his head could be chopped off at any moment. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he were prepared to face death. The surrounding crowd was abuzz with discussion. Some sympathized, some gloated, and others stood by indifferently. "Huh, do you think Yu Ming will appear for Guo Changpeng?" One man frowned, looking in the direction of the execution ground with a hint of expectation for that legendary figure. "How is that possible?" The other person scoffed, a disdainful expression on their face. "This is the Blood Emperor, a genuine god-level powerhouse. Even Mawaka, that half-baked demigod, is far inferior to him. If Yu Ming dares to come, wouldn't he be walking into a trap, courting death? But Guo Changpeng had done Yu Ming a favor after all, so how could he just stand by and watch Guo Changpeng die?" The first person seemed somewhat unwilling, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt. In this dog-eat-dog world, what does this little bit of kindness mean?" The second person sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference and mockery. "Let alone showing any kindness, countless people have sent their loved ones to hell with their own hands just to save their own lives. Yu Ming is just a mortal. How could he possibly take such a great risk for Guo Changpeng?" "That's true." The first person sighed and shook his head helplessly. It was Guo Changpeng who was truly suffering. His gaze returned to the execution ground, a hint of sorrow and sympathy flashing in his eyes. Everyone believed that Yu Ming would not show himself for Guo Changpeng, and this view spread like wildfire among the crowd. Even the Blood Emperor, the instigator, never expected to succeed. His attitude towards this plan was more like a game he was playing out of boredom, something to try out in case there were any unexpected gains. The Blood Emperor glanced sideways at Li Tanma beside him, his displeasure evident on his face. His tone was sarcastic. "General Li, didn't you say that Yu Ming is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment?" Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly streamed down Li Tanma's forehead. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he said, "Blood Emperor, please calm your anger. I didn't know that Yu Ming was actually a cowardly villain who clung to life." His voice was filled with fear and unease, as if he were afraid that the Blood Emperor's wrath would descend upon him at any moment. The Blood Emperor scoffed disdainfully, seemingly dissatisfied with Li Tanma's answer, and slowly said, "The time has come. Execute him." As he finished speaking, a chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire execution ground. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the next moment. A ruthless executioner, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, slashed the rope binding his massive blade. The moment the rope snapped seemed to foreshadow the end of Guo Qingpeng's life. The sharp, massive blade, under the influence of gravity, was like the scythe of death, whistling through the air as it rapidly slashed towards Guo Qingpeng's neck. At this critical life-or-death moment, suddenly, an invisible dimensional blade appeared out of thin air and struck the giant blade with lightning speed. Bang! The giant blade was instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Guo Qingpeng's life was saved in that terrifying instant. He stood frozen in place, as if he had not yet recovered from the brink of death. At the same time, a tall and straight figure slowly appeared in the center of the execution ground. He was dressed in black, exuding an imposing aura, like a messenger from hell. The terrifying aura emanating from him was almost suffocating, and the oppressive feeling made everyone present tremble with fear. Good heavens, it's the underworld. The underworld actually dared to come here. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd, countless eyes widening as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Is he courting death? Doesn't he know this is a trap set by the Blood Emperor? Someone muttered in shock, their face filled with disbelief and worry. Yuming is a real man. It's just a shame he's a bit stupid. The other person shook his head, his tone tinged with regret and helplessness. That's not quite right. Didn't Yuming successfully kill Mwaka, who was also a god-level being, before? Someone offered a different perspective, their tone tinged with anticipation and curiosity. Are you crazy? Can Mwaka compare to the Blood Emperor? The person next to him immediately retorted, the Blood Emperor was the first person on Blue Star to reach the god level. His strength is unfathomable. I estimate that even if 5 Mavakas were tied together, they might not be a match for the Blood Emperor. He paused for a moment, then added, Yuming is probably in grave danger this time. Fergus, watching from afar, clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed so deeply it seemed tears could be squeezed out of him. Why would Yuming come back? He was puzzled and muttered to himself anxiously. I clearly warned him that the Blood Emperor is not normal. However, since things had come to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Yuming dared to attend the banquet alone because he had something to rely on. After all, this young man had always brought too many surprises to everyone. On the execution ground, Lu Qi coldly stared at the Blood Emperor seated on the platform, his voice icy. Blood Emperor, if you want to find me, just say so. Why make things difficult for my friend? Upon seeing this, the Blood Emperor's face beamed with joy, as if he had witnessed something that greatly pleased him. Good. Seeing you today, you are indeed a handsome man. I came to find you simply to ask you to tell me the location of the mother tree. He paused deliberately, his voice filled with seduction. If you tell me the location of the mother tree, I will not only release your friend, but also wipe the slate clean of all our grudges. Even after I leave Earth, you will still be the strongest on Earth. How about it? Pretty good deal, right? However, faced with the Blood Emperor's temptation, Lu Qi merely gave a disdainful sneer, his gaze resolute and his voice icy as he replied. Have no idea. These 3 words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the Blood Emperor's heart, freezing his smile on his face instantly. Are you looking for death? The Blood Emperor spat out these words through gritted teeth, his killing intent spreading like a tangible force, enveloping the entire execution ground in a chilling atmosphere. Despite the Blood Emperor's threat, Lu Qi showed no fear whatsoever. He stood tall and proud, staring intently at the Blood Emperor, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Enough with the nonsense. Just fight if you want to. Stop with the wishy-washy talk. Lu Qi's reaction completely surprised the Blood Emperor, and instead made the Blood Emperor more cautious. Chapter 240 Master, I'm nervous, I can't ejaculate. He originally thought that his threat would frighten the other party, or at least make them panic a little. However, Lu Qi remained so calm and even took the initiative to provoke, which made the Blood Emperor re-examine this person and secretly wonder. This kid is so tough. Could he have some trump card that can turn the tide? Thinking of this, the Blood Emperor's heart stirred. He decided to personally test Lu Qi's strength and see what this young man was relying on to dare to be so arrogant. So he slowly stood up from his chair, and his aura instantly exploded. Good. Very good. I like to see what you're so confident about. The Blood Emperor sneered. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged towards Lu Qi. Good timing. Faced with the Blood Emperor's swift offensive, a glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Then, a thin spatial rift slowly formed. On the other side of the spatial rift stood the Nightmare. The Nightmare's terrifying annihilation cannon is poised to fire. Nightmare, fire. Lu Qi whispered. But there was complete silence. There was no response. Nightmare? What's going on? Lu Qi asked in confusion. Just then, the Blood Emperor's attack struck like lightning. Lu Qi had no time to think and could only hastily use teleportation to dodge. However, he had barely disappeared from his spot when the Blood Emperor's attack followed closely behind. Master, I'm nervous. I can't ejaculate. Just then, the Nightmare's slightly trembling voice rang in Lu Qi's ears. Lu Qi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You're telling me you're nervous about a cannon? But the situation left him no time to think. The Blood Emperor's attack came again, and this time it was even more ferocious than before. Lu Qi tried to use his teleportation ability again to evade, but found that the surrounding air was filled with the aura of blood. His teleportation ability was unable to be activated in this environment. A cold smile curled at the corner of the Blood Emperor's lips, as if everything was under his control. Then, he slammed a fist into Lu Qi's chest. Lu Qi felt an incredibly terrifying force strike him, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying dozens of meters away and crashed heavily to the ground. Quickly calm the Nightmare down and let it relax before firing. Lu Qi's voice rang out urgently inside the Nightmare, his tone revealing unprecedented anxiety. The situation is extremely urgent. He could be killed by the Blood Emperor at any moment, and his only lifeline is the Nightmare's annihilation cannon. However, at the crucial moment, the cannon became too nervous to fire, leaving Lu Qi speechless. At this moment, the elite core members on the Nightmare were frantically trying to appease the annihilation cannon, and had tried all sorts of methods to calm them down. My little darling, don't be nervous anymore. Fire the cannon and save your master. Jack clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with pleading. He was usually best at making children happy, but he felt helpless in the face of this tense cannon. Okay, I'll sing you a song to help you relax. Wang Li suddenly had a flash of inspiration, cleared her throat, and began to sing. A flock of ducks swam by under the bridge in front of the gate. A tone-deaf singing voice rang out. However, as soon as the song began, Nightmare couldn't help but complain. No, listening to your song makes me even more nervous. Just shut up. Its voice carried a hint of sobbing and helplessness. Wang Li, stop making things worse. Mu Wanning was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. She was usually a calm and composed woman, but at this moment she had lost her usual composure. She knew that if she didn't find a way to get the Nightmare to fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Qi was also enraged by the Blood Emperor's attack. He has never suffered such a great loss since his resurrection. Faced with the Blood Emperor's fierce offensive, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and then his mental energy began to surge wildly. Suddenly, the space around the Blood Emperor began to fluctuate violently, as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. The fluctuations became increasingly violent, eventually leading to the collapse of space. This is the very technique that Lu Qi once used to kill the half-step god-level expert, manhwa, spatial collapse. Sensing the terrifying power contained in this attack, the Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. His aura exploded instantly, and countless drops of blood-red mist erupted from his body, rapidly spreading outwards. Under the erosion of this blood mist, the previously fragmented space miraculously stabilized. This scene shocked everyone. Fergus, standing some distance away, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. What? The collapse of the netherworld space was resolved just like that? He sighed deeply, shook his head, and said, Yu Ming, you are far too confident in your own strength. The Blood Emperor and manhwa are on completely different levels. This time, you are likely in grave danger. Lu Qi watched in disbelief as his most powerful spatial ability, which he was so proud of, was easily neutralized by the Blood Emperor, as if it were child's play. A look of shock appeared on his face. However, before he could recover from his shock, the Blood Emperor had already extended his right hand, pointing it at Lu Qi. In that instant, Lu Qi suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was being controlled by an invisible force and began to surge and churn wildly. By draining your blood, I can gain your memories. The Blood Emperor grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with greed and anticipation. Then, I'll be able to find a location of the mother tree, just the same. As the Blood Emperor finished speaking, blood began to flow uncontrollably from Lu Qi's 7 orifices. His face quickly turned pale, and a powerful suction force drained all the blood from his body. However, just when the Blood Emperor thought Lu Qi was about to collapse, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Qi remained standing there as if nothing had happened, moving freely as if he had not been affected by the blood loss at all. Undead? The Blood Emperor was slightly taken aback, and the sinister smile on his face instantly froze. He hadn't expected that Netherworld would be a member of the undead race. If the target is alive, the Blood Emperor cannot obtain the target's memories through blood. Then his ferocious smile widened. So what if they're undead? They'll all die by my hand. It seems that Yuming won't be able to hold on this time. Someone sighed softly, their tone revealing endless regret. That's right. I remember that move was Yuming's trump card. Someone chimed in, a flicker of reminiscence in their eyes. It was that very move that had killed Mwaka, shocking the entire Blue Star. But now, the same technique was utterly ineffective against the Blood Emperor. Alas, is this once proud genius of the Netherworld destined to perish here today? Someone sighed, their voice filled with resentment and helplessness. Chapter 241, Slaying Gods. I actually hope that the Underworld will win. A voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of determination and expectation. I don't know why, but I always felt that there was something wrong with this Blood Emperor. But it's too late to change anything now. Someone said bitterly, Yuming can't withstand the Blood Emperor's next attack. Are we just going to watch him die? At this moment, Guo Qingpeng's eyes were already brimming with tears. Looking at Lu Qi on the field, his heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Brother Yuming knew he had no trump cards up his sleeve, yet he still came to save me without hesitation. I, Guo Qingpeng, will remember this kindness. Lu Qi, if I had known that Nightmare was a jerk who couldn't ejaculate, I wouldn't have come. This is your trump card? It gave me quite a bit of worry before. The Blood Emperor instantly appeared in front of Lu Qi, grinning maliciously as he sneered. He suddenly swung his right fist out, and with a terrifying aura, a huge blood-red fist phantom condensed above his head, as if it were about to smash the entire world. Lu Qi pupils contracted. Without time to think, he instantly activated his Thunder Dragon transformation. His previously withered body was instantly covered in silvery white dragon scales, making him appear like a thunderous dragon warrior descending to earth. He crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to withstand this earth-shattering attack. However, the Blood Emperor's strength was simply too great, and his crimson giant fist slammed down on Lu Qi with unparalleled power. Bang! With a deafening crash, Lu Qi was slammed into the ground. The immense impact created a circular shockwave that spread outwards instantly. The hard execution ground floor became as fragile as tofu under this force, instantly becoming covered with cracks. A huge crater appeared before everyone's eyes, like the gaping maw of a demon. However, the Blood Emperor showed no sign of stopping. He grinned maliciously and swung his right fist again, the massive blood-red fist slamming down once more on Lu Qi in the pit. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike seemed poised to destroy the entire world. The surrounding crowd could no longer bear to watch this horrific scene and close their eyes. They silently prayed that Lu Qi could survive this ordeal, but at the same time they knew that facing such a powerful Blood Emperor, Lu Qi's chances of survival were almost zero. At this moment, the atmosphere on the Nightmare was extremely tense. Everyone has tried every possible method, telling jokes, performing dances, showcasing talents, and kneeling down to call someone father. But nothing worked. Nightmare, that peculiar ancestor, just wouldn't ejaculate. Just as everyone was anxious and at a loss, loomingly stepped forward and slowly said, "Let me try." In the past, whenever I was scared, my mother would sing this song to me. She was well aware of her own singing skills. They weren't good, so she didn't sing for Nightmare at first. However, watching her beloved being repeatedly hammered by the Blood Emperor's crimson fist, Her heart ached with each passing moment. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. She had to try, regardless of success or failure. Lu Mengli gently closed her eyes, imagining her mother singing to her before the apocalypse. She parted her red lips slightly and began to sing in her imperfect but sincere voice. Her voice echoed in the empty cabin, as if possessing a magical power that silenced everyone, leaving only her clear and resolute singing. She sang an old lullaby, the lyrics of which were gentle yet powerful, like a mother's whisper and blessing to her child. My darling, under the moonlight, listen quietly to me. The distant stars are twinkling, lighting the flame of hope for you. Don't be afraid of the dark. Don't lose your way. Your mother's songs will accompany you until you find your dream paradise. My brave baby, you are my pride. No matter how fierce the storm, you must always smile bravely. Believe in your own strength. Believe in a bright future, and your mother's songs will always be with you until you become your own hero. Although her voice wasn't particularly beautiful or melodious, it was full of sincerity and deep affection. Every lyric seemed to be her call and blessing to Lu Qi, hoping to bring him a glimmer of strength and hope. Deep down, Lu Mengli firmly believed that her singing could reach Lu Qi. She hoped he could hear her voice and feel her heartfelt wishes and blessings. Regardless of the outcome, she had done her best. At that very moment, a miracle occurred. As Lu Mengli sang with gentle yet firm voice, Nightmare, this cannon of annihilation, finally gradually overcame its inner tension. A terrifying surge of energy began to gather at the muzzle of the cannon, like a vortex in the night, frantically devouring everything around it. The energy was so powerful that the entire ship trembled under its influence. All right, Nightmare can finally fire. Jack jumped up excitedly, his face beaming with indescribable joy. Wang Li also said viciously, Nightmare, aim at that damned Blood Emperor. Bomb him so hard he's caught off guard. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the annihilation cannon finally unleashed a deafening roar. The sound seemed to tear the sky apart and shake the earth, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying black annihilation ray shot out from the cannon's muzzle. Like a black dragon from the abyss, carrying the power to destroy everything, it roared as it pierced through the spatial rift and shot towards the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor, who was relentlessly hammering Lu Qi, suddenly changed his expression drastically, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. He sensed a strong aura of death from the black annihilation ray that shot towards him, which made his heart sink. Annihilation? How can there be an attack with the annihilation attribute here? The Blood Emperor cried out in shock, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. He abandoned his attack on Lu Qi and turned to dodge the terrifying attack. However, at that moment, a hoarse but firm voice rang out from the deep pit. Blood Emperor, you enjoyed beating me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Lu Qi slowly extended his right hand and grabbed at the Blood Emperor in the void. The Blood Emperor's body, which had been trying to move, suddenly froze in place, as if bound by an invisible force. He was horrified to discover that he was completely unable to move. Although Lu Qi's strength is far inferior to that of the god-level Blood Emperor, he is clearly capable of controlling the Blood Emperor for 1 or 2 seconds with all his might. Chapter 242, The Barrier of the Blue Star Plane, is removed. As the black annihilation ray drew ever closer, the Blood Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes filled with despair and terror. He tried his best to break free of the restraints, but all his efforts were in vain. No! The Blood Emperor let out a piercing, desperate cry, but it was all too late to change anything. He could only watch helplessly as the all-destroying black ray drew ever closer, until it completely engulfed him. The black beam of annihilation, like a shooting star in the night sky, struck the Blood Emperor with lightning speed. Under the terrifying effect of the annihilation attribute, the Blood Emperor's entire body began to slowly turn into nothingness, just like a painting gradually fading and dissipating under the erosion of time. However, at this critical moment, something seemed to be wriggling in the back of the Blood Emperor's heart. Immediately afterwards, a bizarre, fist-sized insect with a hideous appearance crawled out of the Blood Emperor's body. The insect exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Even more shockingly, there was a hollow hole in the Blood Emperor's heart. The Blood Emperor has no heart. This scene undoubtedly added another layer of mystery to the already eerie atmosphere. Corpse parasite. Fergus, watching the scene from a distance, gritted his teeth and said, "Sure enough, the Blood Emperor's corpse had been parasitized." He immediately recognized the insect crawling out of the Blood Emperor's corpse as a corpse parasite, a terrifying insectoid race that gains strength by parasitizing corpses. With the departure of the insect, the Blood Emperor's body instantly lost its last support. Under the powerful annihilation cannon, his entire body was completely reduced to nothingness. Only an empty field and the gruesome corpse parasite remained as witnesses to this battle. The crowd was stunned by the shocking scene unfolding before them, speechless and unable to believe their eyes. The Blood Emperor has actually been killed. Someone broke the silence first, their voice filled with disbelief. "This is unbelievable. What kind of weapon was that just launched an attack? It's terrifying." Someone else muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with shock and fear. "This is absolutely a newly acquired legendary weapon from the Netherworld. The attack power of this weapon is truly terrifying. Even our heavenly punishment cannon of the Sky Empire, at most, would only cause minor injuries to a god-level expert with a single shot. But this weapon actually instantly killed the Blood Emperor." Someone analyzed, their tone filled with awe and envy. At this moment, someone seemed to have noticed something and whispered, "But did you see the Blood Emperor's back?" "I see. The Blood Emperor has no heart anymore. He's being controlled by that insect." Someone immediately responded, their tone filled with sudden realization. No wonder the Blood Emperor acted so strangely upon his return. He was no longer the Blood Emperor he once was. Someone remarked, "By the way, the Blood Emperor has been obsessed with finding the mother tree of Blue Star ever since he returned. Do you think it's possible that someone thought of something but stopped halfway through their sentence?" "You mean the plane this insect resides and is going to plunder the life core of our Blue Star mother tree?" Someone immediately chimed in, their tone filled with worry. "That's probably it. No wonder the Wasteland General was willing to fight to the death. He probably already knew all along," someone sighed. Finally, someone said with lingering fear, "Now that you mention it, I'm terrified. Thank goodness for you, Ming. Otherwise, our Blue Star would be finished." At this moment, Li Tanma's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground with a crisp sound. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. The Blood Emperor is a god-level powerhouse. How could he possibly lose? And what on earth is that worm in the Blood Emperor's heart?" Fear spread rapidly through his heart, for he had been the one advising the imposter Blood Emperor. Now that the Blood Emperor has revealed his true form, the Netherworld will definitely not let him go. The thought of the terrifying methods used by the Netherworld made Li Tanma feel as if he were about to die. At this moment, surrounded by the thick black fog surging from the nightmare, Lu Qi's body gradually became fuller, and the injuries he had sustained in the battle with the Blood Emperor gradually healed. He glanced at the strange insect desperately trying to fly into the sky and snorted coldly. "Trying to run away?" Lu Qi waved his right hand, and a dimensional blade instantly condensed, shooting towards the corpse parasite that had just crawled out of the Blood Emperor's body. With a mournful cry, the corpse parasite was precisely sliced in two by the dimensional blade. At the same time, a crisp and pleasant notification sound from the system rang in Lu Qi's mind. "Ding! Host has completed the emergency mission. Kill the Blood Emperor. Rewards: Soul Crystal X1, Silk of Sorrow X1000, Moonlight Dew X100. It's finally done." Hearing the pleasant notification sound, Lu Qi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Good heavens! What is that?" Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky in terror, their voice filled with disbelief and fear. The shout immediately drew everyone's attention, and they all looked up at the sky with expressions of shock on their faces. A colossal insectoid ship, 500 meters long, slowly emerged into the sky. Its massive body blotted out the sun, resembling a moving mountain. The insectoid ship's hull was covered with complex and eerie patterns, exuding a cold and powerful aura. Inside the insectoid ship, the distinctive hoarse voice of a Zerg could be heard repeatedly. "The infiltration plan has failed. The corpse parasites have been killed. The insect eggs on the exploration ship are not yet mature and lack the ability to launch a strong attack. The nearest subordinate plane has been notified to launch a strong attack plan, and the dimensional barrier of Blue Star has been removed." The voice was cold and merciless, as if pronouncing a death sentence on the planet Earth. Meanwhile, in the distant Azure Sea Plain, within the palace of the Tide King's court, a merfolk high priest knelt before a statue of the insect god. His face was filled with piety and reverence, as if he were communicating with a deity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glint of fanaticism in them. The insect god has issued a decree. He orders us to attack this plane called Blue Star and plunder the life core of their mother tree. Immediately notify the raiding legions and tell them to prepare for the expedition. The merman high priest rose majestically, his voice echoing throughout the palace. I will personally open a spatial rift to Earth for them, ensuring our army can arrive safely. Yes, sir. The two merman guards responded in unison, bowed, and quickly turned to leave to carry out the high priest's orders. Chapter 243 Lumingly is captured. At the same time, the moment the insect ship removed the barrier of the Blue Star plane, Star Empire, Exploration Department. A young woman with the rank of second lieutenant was idly observing the interstellar exploration radar in front of her. Suddenly, a series of rapid beeps broke the silence of the room. The girl immediately perked up, picked up a pen, and quickly marked the location of the discovered plane on the interstellar exploration radar. She then hurriedly raised her hand and loudly reported, "Reporting, Colonel, a major discovery." A colonel heard the noise and quickly came over. "What did you find?" he asked the lieutenant. "Yes, Colonel." The girl pointed to the marker on the radar screen and said, "We have just discovered the coordinates of a new plane of spiritual energy resurgence on the interstellar exploration radar." Upon hearing this, the colonel's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly walked to the radar to examine it. The markings on the screen clearly and explicitly pointed to the coordinates of an unknown plane. "It's actually in the solar system?" The colonel stroked his chin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "It's truly remarkable that spiritual energy could revive in such a remote corner." He sighed, his thoughts drifting far away. Coming to his senses, he continued to ask the lieutenant, "Check how long the spiritual energy in this plane has been reviving." "Yes." The lieutenant responded immediately, skillfully operating the sophisticated interstellar radar equipment. After careful calculation and analysis, she provided the answer. "Colonel, based on the concentration and distribution of spiritual energy detected by the radar, this plane should have experienced a spiritual energy revival approximately 10 years ago." 10 years? In just 10 years, it's likely that not even a single person with God-level strength could be born on this plane. The colonel frowned slightly. He had been hiding it so well. How could he have been exposed so suddenly? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, could it be that other dimensions have discovered it and invaded it? Realizing this possibility, the colonel immediately took action. He jogged to the phone and quickly dialed a number. "General, we've discovered a plane in the solar system experiencing a spiritual resurgence. But the situation might be dire. I suspect this plane is under invasion from other higher-level planes." An aged yet steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "The solar system? That's also within the sphere of influence of our star empire. Inform the Savior's team to do everything they can to preserve this plane. Too many spiritual energy revival planes have already been plundered and destroyed. If this continues, the Shadow Abyss dynasty will surpass our star empire in strength." "Yes, mission accomplished." The colonel stood tall, his voice firm and powerful. "Zerg." Lu Chi looked up at the sky, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. He never expected that a Zerg warship was hidden in the sky above Blue Star. Just then, a hoarse Zerg voice echoed from inside the Zerg ship. "A suitable host has been found, and a capture operation has been initiated." The insectoid ship's target was none other than Lu Chi. Then, the monstrous insectoid head of the insectoid ship was pointed at Lu Chi. Lu Chi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized clearly that the insectoid ship's target was none other than himself. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling blue light shot out from the insectoid ship's bow. This light, like a death ray, carried destructive power and struck towards Lu Chi. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from this attack, every pore on Lu Chi's body seemed to contract. Knowing he couldn't just sit and wait to die, he immediately activated his teleportation skill in an attempt to dodge the fatal blow. However, to his surprise, the blue light clung to him like a leech, relentlessly pursuing him as he pierced through space. No matter how he teleported or dodged, the beam of light relentlessly pursued him. This is unbelievable. This attack can actually ignore the laws of space. Wang Li exclaimed in shock. Master's teleportation skill is completely useless against it. At this moment, Lu Qi watched as the terrifying attack drew ever closer. He immediately unleashed the calamity, summoning a powerful king-rank undead from the netherworld in an attempt to shield himself from the fatal blow. However, this blue light actually passed straight through the king-level undead and continued towards Lu Qi. The Zerg's capture ray only works on individuals that meet the requirements. Why did this thing target me? Lu Qi roared angrily. But at this moment, he had nowhere to hide and could only transform into a Thunder Dragon warrior in a desperate attempt to withstand the attack. At this critical moment, Lu Qi suddenly felt as if the surrounding air had frozen instantly. The temperature had plummeted, and a chill swept over him. He looked up and saw a familiar figure blocking his way. It's Lu Mengli. Her eyes were firm, without the slightest fear. She was determined to use her own body to shield Lu Qi from this fatal blow. At this moment, time seemed to stretch out, and every second became incredibly long. Lu Qi stared wide-eyed at Lu Mengli's slender yet resolute back, a surge of indescribable fear and despair welling up in his heart. No! He roared hoarsely, trying to break free from the shackles of fate. However, it was too late. The terrifying blue beam of light slammed into Lu Mengli's body with overwhelming force. In an instant, Lu Mengli's body slowly became transparent, and signs of particle transformation began to appear. Her figure began to blur, as if she might dissipate into the air at any moment. Mengli! Lu Qi felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He stumbled towards Lu Mengli, trying to grab her fading hand. However, all he could touch was the cold air and endless despair. Lu Mengli turned her head and slowly glanced at Lu Qi. Her eyes were filled with love for Lu Qi, reluctance to part, and a faint sense of satisfaction. She was grateful that she had been able to shield Lu Qi from that attack. Lu Qi, remember me. As those words fell, Lu Mengli's entire body completely dissolved into particles and vanished into the air. Her figure, her voice, everything about her disappeared without a trace. Lu Qi stood there, stunned, as if the whole world had frozen. His eyes were filled with emptiness and confusion, as if he had lost the most important thing. He reached out his hands, trying to grasp at the lingering scent of Lu Mengli in the air, but all he could grasp was endless sorrow and regret. His heart felt like it was being torn apart, the pain so intense he couldn't breathe. Lu Mengli's final smile, and those words kept echoing in his mind. Remember me. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. His heart was filled with endless pain and self-blame. Why? Why do this? Lu Qi murmured softly, a single tear of blood sliding down his expressionless cheek. His body was trembling, as if he were enduring unspeakable pain. A suitable host has been found. Spatial jump is being initiated to return to the insect world. The insect ship then prepared to perform a space jump back to the insect world, and the space around the huge insect body began to fluctuate violently. Lu Qi was unaware that Lu Mengli had only been captured on the insect ship. At this moment, he assumed that Lu Mengli had perished in this attack. Chapter 244, The Fishman Invasion. A profound sense of grief and anger filled his heart, but at this moment, he forcibly suppressed his emotions. He looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and held a mysterious fruit tightly in his hand. An SS-grade natural fruit given to him by Black Blade Blood Fiend in the Tower of Destiny. The words of Black Blade Blood Fiend still echoed in his ears. This thing is incredibly powerful. It cannot be touched by anyone but a god. However, Lu Qi's heart had already been consumed by the flames of revenge. He could not wait, nor could he afford to wait. Lu Qi's gaze hardened and hardened. He forcefully shoved the SSS-grade natural fruit into his mouth. The moment the fruit touched his tongue, it unleashed an indescribable, immense power. This power, like a raging flood, instantly breached all of Lu Qi's defenses, rushing straight to his limbs and bones. Lu Qi was enveloped in a dense, blood-red light, and his eyes turned completely crimson. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a demon from hell, exuding a chilling, killing intent. If anyone who has seen the inspector were here at this moment, they would immediately recognize this distinctive anomaly. This is none other than the inspector's signature SSS-level ability, Blood Fiend. As its name suggests, the Blood Fiend ability, once activated, is like being trapped in a blood-soaked abyss, with endless killing intent and violent power surging within the body. What's even more incredible is that it's not limited by the number of superpowers it can possess. Even if you already have other superpowers, you can still acquire Blood Fiend by using natural fruits. Although this was of little use to Lu Qi, at this moment, he no longer had time to devour and plunder others. Lu Qi looked up at the insectoid ship in the sky, his eyes, stained crimson by the Blood Fiend power, burning with a frenzied flame of vengeance. He gripped his long sword tightly, every inch of his skin trembling, yearning to tear the enemy before him apart. Lu Qi roared, his longsword slashing down on the insectoid ship with the force of a thunderbolt. At that moment, it seemed he poured all his strength into this single strike. In an instant, a blood-red sword beam ripped through the sky like lightning, shooting towards the insectoid ship at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. That sword beam contained all of Lu Qi's anger and sorrow, as if it wanted to dye the entire world red. A muffled thud rang out, and the seemingly indestructible insectoid ship was found to have a massive wound from the attack of the blood-red swordlight. Green blood gushed out from the wound like a torrential rain, splashing onto the earth. The distinctive, mournful cries of the Zerg emanated from within the insectoid ship, sharp and pitiful, as if expressing their current pain and fear. A heavy, nauseating stench of blood and the peculiar odor of the Zerg filled the air. Lu Qi moved his feet and instantly shot towards the insect ship like a cannonball, his figure streaking across the sky like lightning. His speed was so fast that it seemed to tear the air apart. However, at this critical moment, a massive spatial rift slowly opened in the lower atmosphere. Tens of thousands of merfolk emerged from the crack, wielding sharp blades and exuding a menacing aura. The three leading merfolk warriors floated in the sky, their auras powerful and profound, like three insurmountable mountains. They were all god-level experts, and every glance and every movement exuded a chilling power. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in the audience stunned. As they gazed at the spatial rift that had opened and the merfolk army pouring out of it, an indescribable fear welled up within them. The other dimension has really launched an attack. Some people cried out in alarm, their voices filled with despair and unease. They had always thought such scenes only existed in legends, but now they were witnessing them in reality. Oh no, our planet Earth is doomed. A collective sigh of despair rose from the crowd. Looking at the three powerful, god-level merfolk in the sky, they understood that the gap in strength between Blue Star and their adversaries was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Sigh, this day was bound to come sooner or later. An old man sighed. He seemed to have anticipated this scene, but he still felt powerless and helpless. We must quickly organize our troops for defense. We cannot sit idly by and wait to be destroyed. Someone shouted loudly, trying to rouse people's fighting spirit. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the crowd. It's no longer of any use. A rear admiral shook his head and said, "They have three god-level experts, while our Blue Star doesn't even have one. Such a gap in strength is simply insurmountable." Fergus gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with resentment. It was the merfolk. They were a subordinate race of the insectoids. He never expected them to appear at this time. His voice was filled with anger and helplessness. He knew that Earth was facing an unprecedented crisis, but he was powerless to change the situation. One of the god-level merfolk's eyes swept across the battlefield, just in time to see the insectoid ship being attacked. His expression changed drastically, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. It was the Holy Race's insectoid ship, and it was under attack. Without a second thought, he shouted and shot towards Lu Qi in an instant. However, just as he was about to touch Lu Qi's blood-red eyes suddenly turned to him. At that moment, he seemed to see a deep abyss of blood, where endless killing intent and violent power surged endlessly. The madness and anger in those eyes seemed to devour him, making him feel a strong sense of unease. Well, look, that was. He seemed like a demon from the deepest hell, making it impossible for anyone to look him in the eye. The god-level merman's attack froze in midair. He was completely stunned by that terrifying gaze and could not move an inch. But the merman was, after all, a god-level powerhouse who had experienced countless battles, and he quickly recovered from shock. He gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes, and then swung the huge blade in his hand, launching a fierce attack on Lu Qi. His movements were like those of a giant beast in the ocean waves. When he swung his massive blade, it was accompanied by a roar like a tsunami. The tsunami-like power gathered on the blade seemed to tear everything apart, slashing fiercely at Lu Qi. However, his attack successfully attracted Lu Qi's attention. A flash of bloodlust appeared in Lu Qi's eyes, and he instantly changed his target, locking onto the merman expert as his prey. The crimson aura surrounding him surged violently at that moment, burning fiercely and releasing terrifying power. The concentration of that crimson aura was decreasing at a visible rate, but every bit of loss seemed to be condensing into an even more violent force. Chapter 245, Terrifying SSS-level Superpower, instantly killing a fishman god-level powerhouse. Blood Fiend, as an SSS-level superpower, undoubtedly releases devastating energy when it burns. At that moment, Lu Qi's figure transformed into a crimson meteor, shooting fiercely towards the god-level merman with lightning speed. His speed and momentum were so great that it seemed he was about to tear the entire sky apart. The god-level merman sensed the terror of this attack, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How is this possible? Why would someone who isn't even at the god-level launch such a terrifying attack? He dared not be careless in the slightest, and with a roar, he instantly transformed into a 2-meter-tall shark man. His body became even more muscular and powerful at this moment, and at the same time, the giant blade in his hand gathered even more terrifying power, slashing fiercely at Lu Qi, who was charging towards him. The collision between Lu Qi and the shark man was like a comet hitting the moon, its force deafening. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations, leaving everyone present speechless and incredulous. How could this be? The shark man looked down, his eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. A huge hole appeared in his chest, as if pierced by an invisible force. Due to the immense kinetic energy of the impact, the flesh around the wound was charred, emitting a burnt smell. He couldn't accept this fact. As a god-level powerhouse, he held himself in high esteem, believing that there were very few people in the world who could harm him. However, he was instantly killed by a king-level person, which completely overturned his understanding. But it was all too late. His life was fading away at a visible speed, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn the tide. At this moment, Lu Qi's bloodthirsty aura had almost completely burned away. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was trembling slightly. Once the bloodthirsty aura was completely burned away, he would temporarily lose this powerful, supernatural ability. However, just as his bloodthirsty aura was about to extinguish, a powerful crimson energy suddenly surged from the corpse of the fallen god-level shark man. That energy, like a crimson dragon, instantly replenished Lu Qi's extinguished bloodthirsty aura. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have been paused, utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yu Ming was actually able to kill a god-level being in a single blow. Someone broke the silence first, their voice filled with shock and ecstasy. This exclamation was like a spark igniting dry tinder, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Long live the underworld. Kill all these fishmen. Yu Ming, you are a hero of our blue star. Cheers and shouts rose and fell, deafeningly loud. Everyone seemed to have found an outlet, releasing their excitement and joy to the fullest. Fergus stood in the crowd, watching the scene with a complex expression. A tear welled up in his eye, and his lips trembled slightly. Old friend, can you see this? Our planet Earth is saved. However, amidst this jubilant sea, the atmosphere aboard the Nightmare was unusually oppressive. Lu Mingli's death cast a heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. Wang Li, her eyes red and choked with sobs, said, Master seems to have lost consciousness. He's fighting purely on instinct now. Otherwise, he would definitely keep attacking that insectoid ship. Mu Wanning cried out in self-reproach. I should have blocked that attack for the captain. If I had, Sister Mengli wouldn't have died, and the captain wouldn't be like this. Her tears streamed down her face like broken beads, her heart filled with guilt and self-reproach. Rose gently patted Mu Wanning's shoulder and softly comforted her. Wanting, it's not your fault. The captain will need your help next. Mu Wanning looked up into Rose C's eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Rose turned her gaze to Lu Qi's godlike figure and said in a deep voice, The captain is currently using the SSS-level natural fruit he obtained from the Tower of Destiny. But as far as I know, This natural fruit can only be consumed after reaching the god level, otherwise. Rose paused here, seemingly hesitant about whether to continue. Wang Li urged impatiently. Otherwise what? Tell me quickly. Rose took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. Otherwise, the captain will become a mindless monster who only knows how to kill. Although her voice wasn't loud, it resounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Therefore, Wan Ting. Rose's tone became serious. She stared intently into Mu Wanning's eyes and said, "The captain will need your mind control ability to awaken his mind." Upon hearing this, a determined glint flashed in Mu Wanning's eyes. She nodded vigorously, as if making a promise to herself, to Rose, and to everyone. "I will. No matter the cost, I will bring the captain back to his senses." Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense again. The other two god-level Murlocs, Arozan and Nier, were also filled with shock and disbelief. Seraphine was just killed in an instant like that? Arozan's voice was filled with disbelief. Was this plane really only recently experiencing a spiritual revival? Neri didn't answer, but his eyes said it all. Seraphine, possessing the strength of a low-level god, was a renowned expert in the Tide Court. Yet now, he had been instantly killed in an obscure plane by someone who hadn't even reached godhood, something they simply couldn't accept. But the facts are right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe them. At this moment, Lu Qi had completely transformed into a killing machine, his blood-red eyes filled only with endless madness and a bloodthirsty desire. His next targets were already locked on Arozan and Neri. Arozan's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis engulf him. Every pore seemed to scream at him. This person in front of him is dangerous. Nari. He shouted his companion's name. Together, something's not right with this monster. Nier nodded to indicate that she understood. Then the two of them transformed simultaneously. Nier transformed into an enormous whale-man form, while Arozan transformed into a nimble, venomous fishman form covered in poisonous spikes. This is a racial characteristic of them, as fishmen. Although they cannot acquire superpowers like humans, they can transform into fishmen based on their racial characteristics to enhance their strength. Nier's power increases several times over after transforming, while Lashan becomes more agile and gains the ability to attack with deadly poison. The two charge towards Lu Qi from the left and right, forming a pincer movement. Chapter 246, The Rescuers. High above the blue planet, an invisible spatial rift slowly emerged, like the eye of the universe, quietly opening. From within, three figures slowly stepped out. The first was a burly man clad in heavy armor, ancient runes engraved on it, shimmering with a mysterious light. With each step he took, the space seemed to tremble, radiating an incomparably steady and powerful aura. Following closely behind was a gaunt man, carrying a long sword. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and even though the sword was not drawn, it already exuded a sword aura that could traverse 30,000 miles. Finally, there was a female warrior carrying a particle sniper rifle that was almost larger than herself. These three were none other than the renowned savior squad of the Star Empire: Ironwall Leighton, Gale Sword Shadow, and Shadow. It seems we've arrived at just the right time. Sword Shadow's gaze swept across the battlefield below as he spoke softly. The long sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, trembling slightly. However, just as he was about to draw his sword to provide support, Leighton stretched out his arm. "Sword Shadow, calm down. This plane is not simple. Look at the corpse on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a god-level powerhouse of the Fishman race." He crossed his arms and continued. "I'm very curious to know how these people who haven't even reached the god level managed to kill a god level expert. This battle is going to be very interesting." Shadow glanced at Leighton from the side. "Leighton, don't go too far. We're both human after all." "Haha, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll step in when the crucial moment arrives," Leighton said dismissively. At this moment, Lu Qi is simultaneously facing attacks from two god level experts, Nari and Arozan, and his situation seems precarious. However, even though he lost his mind due to using an SSS-level natural fruit too early, Lu Qi's instinctive fighting talent still shone brightly. The Ice Soul sword in his hand seemed to be one with him. With each swift swing, the tip of the sword gleamed with a chilling light. Countless crimson sword beams, like shooting stars in the night sky, flew outwards with an indomitable momentum. At this moment, Although Lu Qi had lost consciousness, his body seemed to be guided by some mysterious force, and he was still able to unleash the sword technique he had comprehended within the surveillance order. Sword Soul Unparalleled, Cold Light Dawn. This sword technique was already incredibly powerful, but now, covered by the crimson aura, it seemed to have been infused with even more violent power. What was originally just an ordinary sword beam now seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade capable of tearing everything apart, sweeping away with unparalleled power. Although both Neri and Erosin were god-level experts, they had no choice but to temporarily retreat in the face of this sudden and terrifying attack in order to avoid this fatal blow. The two of them dodged it, but the enormous insectoid ship in the sky wasn't so lucky. Dozens of crimson sword beams ripped through the sky like lightning, striking the insectoid ship with unerring accuracy. With a piercing, mournful cry, the massive body of the insectoid ship began to tremble violently, as if enduring unspeakable pain. Unable to support its immense weight any longer, it slowly plummeted downwards like a falling star. Nari looked up at the scene, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. The Zerg were a holy race in the Tide Royal Court, and today a precious Zerg ship of the holy race had been shot down right under their noses. This was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for Nari. At the same time, the sword shadows high in the sky also witnessed this scene. His eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across them. Now he understood how a king-level expert could kill a god-level powerhouse. It was the red, malevolent aura surrounding him. The shadowy figure revealed the secret. And then she continued, this kind of evil energy should be a kind of superpower, but to have such a terrifying amplification, what level of superpower is this? SSS level. Only SSS level abilities can allow a king-level being to overcome the insurmountable barrier and fight against a god-level being. At this point, a hint of envy flashed in Leighton's eyes. SSS level ability was the highest level ability he could come into contact with. He never expected to see an SSS level ability user in this plane where spiritual energy had just been revived. As Lu Qi unleashed the ultimate sword technique, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding him began to gradually thin out. At this moment, his blood-red eyes locked onto the merfolk army below. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood in neat rows, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. But in Lu Qi's eyes, these troops were merely raw materials to provide him with a bloodthirsty aura. He then transformed into a red meteor, charging towards the army formation below with lightning speed. That strange red guy is coming at us. A merman soldier cried out in terror, his voice filled with fear. The shout spread rapidly through the army like a virus, and the soldiers began to panic. They had just witnessed Lu Qi's shocking scene of instantly killing the god-level shark man, and knew all too well how terrifying this red monster's strength was. Don't panic, form a defensive formation, a merman officer roared, his voice filled with determination and authority. Under his command, the army that had been plundering the Tide King's court quickly restored order. They swiftly formed a massive defensive formation, just as they had always trained. Above the military formation, a huge phantom shield gradually materialized, emitting a faint glow. This is a defensive measure of the merfolk army. They believe this shield can withstand any attack. But Lu Qi showed no intention of dodging. The little blood-red aura he possessed flared up fiercely at this moment. Like an enraged beast, he charged violently into the massive shield. Bang! A deafening crash resounded. At the moment of impact, the entire world seemed to tremble. Cracks instantly spread across the phantom shield, rapidly expanding like a spiderweb. Immediately afterwards, another loud bang was heard, and the shield phantom shattered, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. Lu Qi's figure continued to rush forward without any hindrance, as if the incredibly sturdy shield was just a thin sheet of paper to him. Lu Qi's figure was like a cannonball falling from the sky, crashing heavily into the merfolk's army formation. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a war god, unstoppable. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. A powerful shockwave emanated from Lu Qi and spread outwards, instantly sending dozens of fishmen flying. These fishmen died in midair, their bodies falling helplessly to the ground like kites with broken strings. Chapter 247: The Shock of the Rescuers. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qi swung the Ice Soul sword in his hand again, and several huge, blood-red sword beams swept mercilessly across the merfolk's army formation like the scythe of death. Ah! The cries of agony echoed throughout the battlefield. Countless merman soldiers were cleaved in two at the waist by the crimson sword light, their blood staining the earth red, and severed limbs and remains flying everywhere. At that moment, the merman army formation seemed to have become a living hell. A merman of lord-level strength stared in disbelief at the scene. He had followed the Raider Legion to conquer several planes, each of which had only recently experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy. Even if god-level experts occasionally appeared, none of these planes could withstand the combined onslaught of the Raider Legion's 3 god-level experts for long. Each time, they easily destroyed the other's plane of existence. But this time, the dimension of Blue Star brought them unprecedented setbacks. Are we here to invade or to be attacked? How could such terrifying beings be born in this dimension? He opened his eyes wide and said incredulously. In his knowledge, he had never seen anyone who could kill a god-level being while only at the king level, but today he witnessed it all with his own eyes. But his thoughts ended there. A blood-red sword light, like the scythe of death, had swiftly arrived in front of him after severing the bodies of hundreds of merfolk soldiers. The sword speed was so fast that he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the crimson sword light sliced through his body, a cold and desperate feeling instantly spreading throughout his body. His eyes were filled with resentment and fear, but in the end he closed them helplessly, letting the darkness devour him. As the merman soldiers fell one after another, countless streams of crimson energy surged from their corpses. These energies flowed like tiny rivers, continuously entering Lu Chi's body. They swirled and converged around Lu Chi, as if injecting new power into the Grim Reaper on this battlefield. Nourished by the crimson energy, the crimson aura on Lu Chi's body, which was about to be extinguished due to intense burning, became abundant again. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, like 2 burning flames, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, Lu Chi seemed to have become an invincible force on this battlefield. Asshole! Nari's roar shook the entire battlefield, his eyes flashing with flames of anger and resentment. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, that blood-red monster would inflict such heavy casualties on the Raider Legion. Nari's massive body suddenly moved. He was like a moving mountain, unleashing a thunderous punch at Lu Chi. The moment that punch was thrown, a deafening roar like that of a whale echoed across the entire battlefield, as if an ancient deep-sea behemoth was roaring, its voice filled with boundless power and fury. As Nari swung his fist, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up by the punch, forming a terrifying whirlwind. The whirlwind, like a giant dragon, swept towards Lu Chi with its claws outstretched. Wherever it passed, sand, stones, and vegetation were instantly swirled up, as if it wanted to devour everything in its path. Nari's punch seemed to contain all his anger and power, and its power was terrifying. Lu Chi, whose eyes were bloodshot, had lost his self-awareness, but his deep-rooted fighting instincts were screaming alarms. He sensed the destructive power condensed in the attack before him, a terrifying force capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Suddenly, the crimson aura surrounding Lu Chi erupted like a volcanic eruption, several times more intense than ever before. This aura was like a dormant beast within him, now fully awakened, unleashing its overwhelming ferocity. Faced with Nari's thunderous attack, Lu Chi surprisingly chose not to dodge or flinch. He charged straight at the terrifying force, as if he wanted to use his physical body to confront the might of heaven and earth. High in the sky, Yuying witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with shock. What is he going to do? Is he going to commit suicide? This is a full-force attack from a god-level expert. Such a terrifying attack was something even a god-level expert like her wouldn't dare to easily try to withstand head-on. Yet this king-level guy made such a crazy move. Sword Shadow's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at Lu Chi on the battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Shadow, look closely. This person's eyes are bloodshot. He must have completely lost his self-awareness. He's fighting purely on instinct now, which explains his irrational behavior." Upon hearing this, Yuying nodded. After carefully examining Lu Chi, she said, "I see. No wonder his fighting skills were so exquisite yet completely chaotic. But then again, if he can't regain consciousness, we'd better kill him later. Given his current strength, If he gets out of control, he could become a nightmare for all living beings in the universe. Oh, what a pity. I was planning to recruit him into our rescue team. Layton's words were full of regret. After all, SSS-level ability users are rare. Lu Qi and Nari's punches finally collided amidst countless shocked gazes. Instead of the earth-shattering sound expected, an extremely terrifying shockwave spread wildly outwards from the two of them. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble at that moment, and even the distant mountains seemed to feel the impact of this force, teetering on the verge of collapse. Nari concentrated all his power in his fist, intending to kill Lu Qi with a single blow. However, when his fist collided with Lu Qi's, he felt an unprecedented resistance. This resistance was like an insurmountable mountain, causing all his strength to vanish in that instant. Although Lu Qi had lost consciousness, his body reacted perfectly under the influence of his battle instincts. The crimson aura surrounding him played its maximum role at this moment, blocking Nari's fatal blow for him. When the two forces collided, the crimson aura and Nari's power interacted and diminished each other. For the first time, Nari felt uneasy. He felt his power being worn down little by little, while the blood-red figure opposite him stood firm like an unyielding mountain. How was that possible? A storm raged within Nari's heart. As time went on, Nari's attacks gradually weakened, while the blood-red aura around Lu Qi grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 248, Slaughtering All. Finally, with a deafening roar, Nari's punch was completely shattered by the blood-red aura. The terrifying backlash caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Lu Qi rushing towards him, a hint of fear appeared in Nari's eyes. He shouted, "Erosion!" At this moment, he understood that if he didn't restrain a monster in front of him, even though he was a god-level being, he would really die. Erosion suddenly appeared behind Lu Qi, a sharp poison needle clearly visible on his right arm. He immediately lunged at Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi completely disregarded Erosion's attack from behind. His ice soul sword instantly sliced through Nari's body, and in the ensuing silence, the head of the god-level whaleman Nari slowly slid off. At the same time, Erosion's poison needle pierced Lu Qi's back, instantly injecting extremely potent venom into his body. Upon witnessing this scene, Erosion's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected his opponent to resort to such a suicidal fighting style. "You are indeed very strong, but once you are poisoned by me, you will surely die." In any case, the monster in front of her was doomed. Erosion was very confident in her poison. As long as the other party was a normal creature, he would not be able to withstand her poison. Just as Erosion had said, his potent poison raged through Lu Qi's body with alarming effects. In just a few seconds, large patches of flesh on Lu Qi's body rotted and fell off as if corroded, and his silvery white bones were faintly visible among the rotting flesh, like a harbinger of death. Erosion stared at the horrific scene before her, and a wild laugh erupted from his mouth. "Ha ha ha! After killing you, the next step is to completely destroy your entire Blue Star plane, to be buried with my two brothers. None of you will live." His laughter was filled with madness and the thrill of revenge. High in the sky, the shadowy figure stood with arms crossed, coldly watching the battlefield below. She gently shook her head and said, "It seems we don't need to take action for a while. This Lu Qi is doomed." Sword Shadow also stared at Lu Qi's figure, a hint of regret flashing his eyes. This young man possessed exceptional potential and combat talent. It's likely that, in order to cope with his current desperate situation, he used some method that caused him to lose his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily succumbed to death. Looking at that tall and upright figure, Jianing felt a sense of admiration for the talent. If the Star Empire could have such a person, perhaps 100 years later, there would be another sovereign-level powerhouse. Common level, elite level, boss level, lord level, king level, god level, supreme level, overlord. However, unlike the sighs and lamentations of the three people high in the sky, the people on Blue Star were not worried at all about this scene. Yao Ming's reputation on Blue Star was already well known, especially his identity as a member of the undead race. The undead live in constant contact with death, decay, and toxins. How could they possibly fear poison, except for certain poisons that target the soul? Thinking of this, a strange sense of peace welled up in the hearts of the people on Blue Star. They believed that Yao Ming would definitely be able to turn the tide and avert disaster. As all of Lu Qi's flesh rotted and fell away, He had completely transformed into a silver skeleton. Against the backdrop of this skull, the surrounding air seemed to grow even colder, sending chills down one's spine. Upon seeing this, Arasen's smile instantly froze on her face. He couldn't believe his eyes. The monster before him, even though it was just a skeleton, still exuded such terrifying power. Undead, Arasen exclaimed. These three words seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing his heart to race instantly. He knew that they had probably kicked a hornet's nest this time. Although his deadly poison was his strongest trump card, it seemed like a joke in front of this undead. Arasen moved, preparing to turn and run away. However, a terrifying aura approached him at an extremely fast speed. He opened his eyes wide in terror, only able to watch helplessly as the crimson light drew ever closer. No! Arasen screamed in despair, but it was all too late. Lu Qi's sword flashed like lightning across his waist, and Arasen, a god-level expert, was cleaved in two by this single strike. High in the air, the three members of the rescuers team witnessed this scene. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Are we still going to kill this irrational monster later? Sword Shadow asked hesitantly. Leighton coughed awkwardly and said, I think we should just forget about it. Let's just let this plane fend for itself. He knew very well that even if the three of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for Lu Qi. The strength of this undead monster has exceeded their expectations. Lu Qi, now a skeleton, seemed to have become the embodiment of death. The soul fire in his mind, under the frenzied erosion of the bloodthirsty energy, had turned completely crimson, like a raging inferno, exuding an indescribable evil and terror. When they saw the monster slowly turn its gaze to themselves on the ground, an indescribable fear instantly spread through the Legion. The soldiers' morale collapsed instantly. They abandoned their armor and weapons and fled in all directions, as if escaping the shadow of death was their only thought at that moment. However, the spatial rift they came from had long since closed, and this land had become their doom. Where could they possibly escape to? Lu Qi was like a demon, slaughtering indiscriminately among the merfolk soldiers. The Ice Soul sword in his hand seemed to have been thirsting for blood for a long time, and every swing took away countless lives. The merfolk soldiers were powerless against him, and could only watch helplessly as their brethren fell one by one. As the number of murders increased, the bloodthirsty aura surrounding Lu Qi grew stronger. This aura was like a ferocious beast, constantly devouring the life around it. At the same time, the Ice Soul sword in Lu Qi's hand, which was originally pure white, now had a strange pale red color on its blade due to excessive blood consumption, as if it had been stained with blood. At this moment, Lu Qi seemed to have become the embodiment of death. He wielded his demonic sword wantonly across the land, slaughtering all the fishmen who had attacked Blue Star. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a carnage, littered with severed limbs and blood-soaked corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of Blue Star erupted in thunderous cheers, as surging and powerful as a tidal wave. Long live the underworld! Long live the underworld! Chapter 249, Regaining Consciousness. Li Tanma was the most diligent among them. He ran to Lu Qi at the fastest speed he had ever run. Then, with a thud, he knelt down on the ground, his movements so swift they were astonishing. Thank you, Hades, for saving my planet from peril. Li Tanma, I'm grateful. However, before he could finish speaking, his words suddenly caught in his throat. At that moment, Lu Qi's silvery white skull turned towards him, and through the empty eye sockets, Li Tanma saw the crimson flames of Lu Qi's soul burning within his mind. In those flames, he saw only endless brutality, slaughter, and chaos. At that moment, an indescribable fear welled up in Li Tanma's heart. Cold sweat instantly streamed down his forehead, and his face turned ashen. He sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to react. Underworld Emperor. Li Tanma's lips trembled, and he only managed to utter 3 words. Then, his head suddenly detached from his body and flew into the air. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The cheering crowd on Earth instantly fell silent, as if a deathly stillness and oppression filled the air. Everyone sensed something was wrong. An invisible chill was quietly spreading. After killing Li Tanma, Lu Qi slowly turned his gaze to the people of Sky City. Fergus, witnessing this from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, It seems that Yuming has completely lost its self-awareness and has turned into a monster that only knows how to kill and destroy. The images flashed through his mind. The merfolk soldiers that Lu Qi had easily killed, and the suffocating killing intent emanating from Lu Qi at this moment. All of this made Fergus feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Thinking of this, Fergus felt even more desperate, because at this moment, the Netherworld was far more terrifying than the merfolk who had come to attack Earth. "Wanting, now's the time," Rousey said to Mu Wanting. Hearing Rose's words, Mu Wanting nodded firmly, then unleashed her full power. Unlike directly controlling Lu Qi, what she needed to do was awaken the last remaining rationality deep within Lu Qi's heart. As Mu Wanting began attempting to establish a mental connection with Lu Qi, who was walking towards the group from Sky City in the distance, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head, his empty gaze piercing through the crowd and landing on the nightmare. Clearly, he had sensed someone calling him. However, at this moment, it was not his own consciousness that was controlling Lu Qi's body. Sensing that call, he instantly unleashed an even more ferocious killing intent, transforming into a meteor as he hurtled towards the nightmare. "Wanting, hurry up!" With the captain's current strength, I'm afraid the thousands of people on our ship wouldn't be enough for him to chop down in a few strokes. Jack felt Lu Qi's terrifying aura, and his hair stood on end instantly. He even felt a pang of sympathy for the merfolk who had all died, because Lu Qi in this state was truly terrifying. At this critical moment, Wang Li suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he hurriedly shouted at the nightmare howl beneath his feet. "Nightmare, quickly mobilize the life force stored on the nightmare to heal Master. Perhaps Master will regain consciousness when he senses familiar energy." "Ugh!" The nightmare's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a surge of dark energy erupted from the nightmare's massive hull and swept towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi was enveloped by the black energy surging from the nightmare's ship, and every inch of his skin and every drop of his blood was slowly being reshaped under the influence of this power. He felt a sense of familiarity and warmth within this power, as if it were an indispensable part of his life. Under the influence of this power, his frenzied pace gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. At this moment, the soul fire within Lu Qi's body flickered and trembled violently, like a candle flame raging in a storm. The crimson flames were particularly dazzling, representing the slaughter and chaos carried by the bloodlust. However, at this moment, an invisible force was fighting against it, trying to suppress this violent will. Lu Qi's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. His hands were clenched into fists, and a sickening cracking sound came from between his bones, as if he were enduring unspeakable pain. His face was as pale as paper, and sweat rolled down his forehead, each drop a testament to his perseverance and hard work. Just then, Mu Wanting gritted her teeth, resolutely stepped out of the nightmare's protection, and came to Lu Qi's side. She unleashed her full power, her gentle yet firm voice echoing in Lu Qi's mind. "Captain, can you hear me? It's Wanting. Open your eyes and look at me. I'm right in front of you." Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, piercing through the chaos and bloodlust in Lu Qi's heart and bringing him a glimmer of clarity. "It works." "Bamli shota aksitavli," Alvin said admiringly. It is no accident that the captain was able to advance to such a level of strength so quickly. He was able to suppress the effects of the blood demon aura with his own willpower. Suddenly, Lu Qi let out a deafening roar, as if to release all the pain and struggle deep within his heart. With that long howl, the killing intent and chaotic aura emanating from him receded like a tide, revealing his true appearance. His eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the pain on his face slowly faded. When Lu Qi opened his eyes again, he saw Mu Wanting in front of him, as well as Wang Li, Alvin, and others in the distance. Their faces were filled with joyful and excited smiles. Lu Qi knew that he had finally returned from the brink of slaughter and chaos, and rediscovered himself. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. "Captain, you're back." Mu Wanting's voice was choked with sobs, and tears welled up in her eyes. In the end, she cried tears of joy. Her tears contained so many emotions: worry, fear, and relief, all transformed into joy at Lu Qi's safe return. Just as Lu Qi was about to say a few words of comfort, The ice soul sword in his hand suddenly began to flicker slightly. The flicker wasn't intense, but it was enough to catch Lu Qi's attention. His expression changed instantly, and a flash of wild joy appeared in his eyes. "Wait, wanting. I need to go somewhere immediately," Lu Qi said hurriedly, then turned and sped off in the direction where the Zerg ship had crashed. Mu Wanting was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that the ice soul sword in Lu Qi's hand must have some kind of instruction or connection with Lumingli. Without asking any further questions, she immediately followed. The site where the insectoid ship crashed is now a desolate ruin. Chapter 250, The Beauty is Safe. The massive insectoid ship, like a collapsed mountain, lay across the dust-filled battlefield, its imposing presence still revealing its former awe-inspiring power. All around, thick smoke and dust mingled with the stench of insectoid blood, making one want to vomit. Lu Qi's heart was pounding wildly, each beat feeling like it would burst out his chest. The ice soul sword in his hand trembled slightly, a result of the subtle connection between it and Lu Mengli. The sword's intuition told him that Lu Mengli was still alive. This thought burned like a fire in Lu Qi's heart. Therefore, there's a very high probability that Lu Mengli is inside this insect ship. Wielding the ice soul sword, Lu Qi sliced through the insectoid ship's tough outer shell as easily as cutting tofu, stepping into this complex space filled with biomechanical structures. Inside the insectoid ship, it was dark and deep. A wide passageway stretched forward, with biological structures on both sides shimmering with a ghostly blue light, like stars adorning the night sky. These lights danced in the silent passageway, guiding Lu Qi's way. The slimy, cold liquid on the ground sent chills through my shoes. Delving deeper into the insect ship through the passageways, one could see various compartments of different sizes. These compartments are filled with insect eggs, densely packed together in the process of hatching. Lu Qi's eyes twitched violently when he saw this. Luckily, he had arrived early. There were at least tens of millions of insect eggs inside this insect ship. Although Lu Qi did not know what kind of insects they were, if they were all successfully hatched, it would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. Following the passage deeper into the tunnel, Lu Qi finally found the unconscious figure in a compartment of the insectoid ship. Dust covered her face, but it could not hide her stunning features. Mengli. Lu Qi's voice trembled slightly as he softly called her name, his voice filled with the joy of having her back. He crouched down and carefully examined Lu Mengli's condition. When Lu Qi found that her body temperature was normal and her breathing was steady, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. Silly girl. He held her tightly in his arms, as if trying to meld her into his own body. The fear and despair of losing her just now have transformed into endless relief and cherishing. At this moment, high in the sky, having watched the exciting events unfold with the Savior's team, I was once again deeply shocked. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Leighton's eyes widened like saucers. He had just witnessed firsthand the ferocity and chaos of the bloodthirsty aura, its almost irresistible destructive power. However, Lu Qi actually regained his senses under such an impact, which completely overturned his understanding. This bloodthirsty aura could corrupt and control even a god-level expert with the slightest carelessness. This young man was able to suppress it with sheer willpower. It was truly remarkable. Sword Shadow was also filled with disbelief, and he felt genuine admiration for Lu Qi's willpower. Shadow frowned, seemingly trying to recall something. Don't you guys think his ability is similar to the ability that only the legendary overseers possess? Watchdogs? Leighton and Sword Shadow were both taken aback. The name stirred considerable waves within them. The Overseer, that was one of the most mysterious and powerful beings in the universe. Legend has it that every observer is a sword hanging over the heads of those unstable beings. Unfortunately, there are no observers in the Milky Way, which makes the galaxy's planar devouring situation quite serious. Shadow nodded. I have a friend from another galaxy where there are overseers. According to him, the overseer's powers are also this blood-red aura. Could it be that? A glint of light flashed in Leighton's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. It was unlikely. The strength of the inspector was terrifying. Although he performed well, he was still far from being an inspector. At this point, Leighton's eyes lit up. Come on, let's go down quickly. I'll see if I can bring him into our Savior's team. As he spoke, he began to descend impatiently. At this moment, Lu Qi carried Lu Mengli out of the insect ship. Wang Li and his group had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw them appear, everyone rushed to greet them, their eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, everyone, Mengli is all right now. Following closely behind Lu Qi, Mu Wanting softly comforted everyone, a faint smile on her face. Upon hearing the news, Wang Li cheered. That's fantastic. He knew his teacher's wife was all right. He knew it was impossible. How could she possibly be in danger? We've weathered so many storms since the apocalypse. How could she possibly fall before dawn? Yes. The Empress is blessed with good fortune and will surely turn misfortune into good luck. Jack quickly echoed, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. A huge weight lifted from his heart. Lu Qi turned to look at the insectoid ship behind him, a sharp glint in his eyes. You must immediately destroy the wreckage of this insectoid ship completely. There are countless insect eggs hatching inside. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Just as everyone was still recovering from their shock, Lu Qi suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. Are there even god-level invaders? There was a hint of wariness in his voice. These words were like a bombshell, instantly putting everyone on edge once again. How could enemy reinforcements arrive so quickly? They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures descended from the sky, slowly landing in front of Lu Qi and the others. The 3 men exuded a powerful aura, but Lu Qi could not sense any killing intent from them. That was absolutely spectacular. We were thrilled to see you take down 3 god-level powerhouses. One of the men, a burly man with a hearty laugh, strode forward and introduced himself. My name is Leighton. We are the saviors from the Star Empire, here to support you. So your mission was to save us, and then you just watch from the sky? Jack couldn't help but interrupt Leighton, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and doubt. Upon hearing this, Leighton scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, their performance this time was rather unacceptable. They were supposed to be heroes who came to save Blue Star, but they ended up as spectators, watching Lu Qi fight 3 early-stage god-level powerhouses all by himself. It seems that the plane that has just experienced a spiritual resurgence is not isolated and helpless. Lu Qi took a deep breath and said with emotion. He didn't continue to embarrass the Saviors team. In the current state of Blue Star, it was still important to establish friendly relations with a powerful force. Besides, Lu Qi also needed to learn about the outside world from them. The Star Empire used to not care about these things. After all, as a level 2 civilization, the Star Empire was powerful and looked down on a newly awakened level 4 civilization like Blue Star. However, recently, events of plundering and destroying planes have become increasingly frequent within the Milky Way, which has drawn the attention of the Star Empire. Chapter 2, 51 Star Sea Ability Academy. In the Palace of the Tide Kingdom, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. In the center of the hall, a huge life sand table floated in mid-air, shimmering with a faint light, as if it contained endless mysteries. A gray-robed priest stood before the sand table, his eyes fixed on the points of light on it, an expression of disbelief on his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his shock, then turned to look at High Priest Wogo, who sat on the high platform. The High Priest, whose Raider Legion had just set out for Earth, has now lost contact. The gray-robed priest's voice trembled slightly, and the life signals of the 3 generals had also disappeared. Wogo sat upright on the high platform, his eyes closed, his face expressionless. It was as if he had expected this news all along. The gray-robed priest continued somewhat reluctantly. High Priest, should we send more men to provide support? They had already successfully plundered the life cores of 6 planes and had never tasted defeat. Wogo opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and bright, as if he could see through all illusions. He slowly shook his head and said, "No need. The annihilation of the Raider Legion must mean the Star Empire has sent powerful reinforcements. We've been too active before, which has already attracted the Star Empire's attention. From now on, tell everyone to stay obediently in the Azure Sea and avoid this situation." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed priest first bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes." Although he was still unwilling, he understood that the High Priest's decision was wise. Then, the gray-robed priest revealed a proud smile and said, "Our Azure Sea plane is shrouded in illusory clouds. Unless there is a master of spatial abilities, no one can attack us. Wogue nodded slightly in agreement, but still cautioned. Even so, we must not be careless. Go and relay the orders. As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the gray-robed priest to step back. The gray-robed priest bowed slightly and withdrew from the hall. Woga was only half right. The Star Empire did send people to provide support, but they did nothing on Earth. On Lu Chi's side, perhaps out of guilt for not intervening, or perhaps out of admiration for Lu Chi, the rescue team answered everyone's questions in great detail. It turns out that the Star Empire is one of the most powerful empires in the Milky Way. In addition to the main plane, it has tens of thousands of subordinate planes. In addition, there are countless other planes like Blue Star that, although not part of the Star Empire, are within its sphere of influence. In the outside world, different planes are classified into different levels. A plane like Blue Star, which has only recently experienced a spiritual resurgence, is generally a level 4 plane. The Azure Sea, where the merfolk who recently attacked Earth reside, is a level 3 plane, typically giving rise to supreme-level powerhouses. The Star Empire's main plane is a level 2 plane, containing ruler-level powerhouses. The Insect Realm is also a level 2 plane. Brother Yuming, how could someone as gifted as you be content to live in such a small place as Blue Star? Leighton gazed at Lu Chi before him, his eyes gleaming with fervent light, as if he were looking at a dazzling star. Join our Saviors team. We're quite well known in the Star Empire and will definitely help you achieve your goals, ensuring your talents aren't wasted. Lu Chi felt a little uncomfortable under Leighton's eager gaze. He frowned slightly and politely declined Leighton's invitation. Lord Leighton, thank you for your timely support, but please allow me some time to consider joining the Saviors. I currently have no intention of joining any organization. It's like a joke. If Black Blade Bloodfiend hadn't tempted him with an SSS-grade nature fruit, he would have refused even the inspectors, let alone this Saviors team. Unless he also gives Lu Chi an SSS-level natural fruit. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Leighton's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that forcing things wouldn't work, and since Lu Chi had no such intention for the time being, he couldn't insist. Then he changed the subject and brought up another important matter. In that case, you must seize this opportunity, brother. The Starry Sea Ability Academy, the most prestigious academy of supernatural abilities in the Star Empire, will offer 3 exchange student slots for each new plane. You can choose 3 people, and I will submit their names to the academy. Star Sea Ability Academy? Lu Chi raised an eyebrow. The name was completely unfamiliar to him. Seeing this, Yuying explained from the side. Star Sea Ability Academy is the premier ability academy in the Milky Way. Every graduate is a powerhouse at least at the god level. Being admitted to Star Sea is the dream of countless ability users. Many 4th-level planes might not be able to secure a single admission spot even after several years, so these 3 spots are incredibly precious. Upon hearing Yuying's explanation, Lu Chi immediately understood. Wasn't this equivalent to Tsinghua University before the apocalypse? The top university in the Dragon Kingdom cultivated elites in all walks of life. He secretly thought to himself that such an opportunity was rare and must be cherished. He made a decisive decision to reserve all 3 spots for his own people. At times like these, he knew he couldn't be too generous. He had to be selfish when necessary. So he said without hesitation, I've decided these 3 spots will go to Lu Mengli, Mu Wanting, and Wang Li. Upon hearing Lu Chi's decision, Leighton asked with some doubt, Brother Yuming, don't you plan to enroll yourself? In his view, Lu Chi was exceptionally talented, and if he could enter the Star Sea Ability Academy for further study, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Lu Chi shook his head firmly. For me, the best school isn't the classroom, but the battlefield. Only by constantly honing myself in real combat can I grow faster. Upon hearing this, Leighton couldn't help but admire Lu Chi's courage and determination. He nodded to show his understanding and respect for Lu Chi's choice. Since that's the case, then you should focus on gaining experience on the battlefield, brother. We'll return to the Star Empire first and submit these 3 names to the Academy. Just remember to remind them to report for duty. After seeing off the 3 members of the rescue team, Lu Chi realized that he hadn't seen a whole bunch of system notifications. Congratulations, host, for helping Earth defeat the invading enemy. As a reward, your ability fusion success rate has been increased to 100%. Time limit, 24 hours. 21 hours remaining. Ghost ship obtains divine rank basic soul 3. Fear level reached 8.05 million. Therefore, a new type of undead summon creature was unlocked as an additional reward. Corpse Dragon, 0 to 1, initial god level strength. Chapter 252, top tier, legendary ability, Ship of Calamity. They actually unlocked the early stage god level strength of the Corpse Dragon. Lu Qi was overjoyed. He knew that the Blood Emperor, who had been invincible before, had only just reached the initial stage of the god rank. The appearance of this rotting dragon undoubtedly adds another powerful guarantee to his combat power. Just then, the system notification sounded with a strange noise in the sound, as if it were a call from another world. Sizzle, sizzle. The netherworld has sent a trade message. The host can choose whether or not to trade with it. Lu Qi was slightly taken aback. Transaction information? This was the first time he had seen such a prompt in the system. He quickly glanced at the transaction details, his expression gradually becoming serious. Trading partner, the Underworld. Trading chip host. Within 30 days, help the Netherworld conquer the Azure Sea Plane, eliminate all intelligent life within the Azure Sea Plane, and ensure that the number of undead in that plane is no less than 10 million. The bargaining chips are the top-tier undead legendary abilities of the ghost ship in the Netherworld, and the cataclysmic ship's host, who chooses to accept the trade. This bargaining chip sent a chill down Lu Qi's spine. To wipe out all intelligent life in an entire plane? That would be a catastrophe. The Azure Sea Plane is a Tier 3 plane, and there must be supreme-level powerhouses within it. Such a mission is almost impossible to complete. However, his heart started racing the moment his gaze fell on the bargaining chips in the Underworld. The Scourge ship's top-tier legendary ability. When a living being is killed by a ghost ship's undead crew or creature, they will be transformed into a controllable undead after death. If the undead created by the Scourge ship's ability are not absorbed by the power of death, their soul flame will extinguish after 30 days. I am determined to acquire the ability of the disaster ship. A raging fire ignited in Lu Qi's heart. The allure of this ability was simply too great for him to resist. Imagine killing enemies and having them instantly become your undead henchmen, with no level restrictions. This means that even if a god-level expert dies at his hands, he will instantly become one of his fierce generals. What appealed to him even more was that there was no limit to the number of people who could use this ability. He can create a massive undead army in a short time, making them invincible on the battlefield. Although the resurrected undead only exist for a month, that's enough for Lu Qi within that time. He can use this undead army to sweep away all enemies and create his own legend. With this in mind, Lu Qi no longer hesitated and resolutely chose to accept the deal. He believed that with this ability, his undead army would truly become a natural disaster, striking fear into the hearts of all his enemies. As soon as he had a thought, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host has agreed to the deal. The ghost ship has acquired the top-tier legendary ability, Ship of Calamity. Please note that if the host fails to complete the transaction within 30 days, the Netherworld will reclaim this legendary ability. Hearing the system notification, Lu Qi was filled with anticipation and excitement. He knew that he was about to usher in an unprecedented transformation. This transformation will boost his strength once again, making him even more invincible in the future. Next, it's time to focus on strengthening our capabilities. A fierce flame ignited in Lu Qi's eyes. Although conquering the Azure Sea Plane seemed difficult, it was indeed no simple matter. However, with the ability to use the disaster ship, there is a sliver of a chance of success. A thought suddenly struck him. He had almost forgotten something important. All right, I'm also an observer. I need to ask that old man, lest I accidentally attack other planes and render my Blood Fiend ability ineffective. The Blood Fiend, an SSS-level ability, is of paramount importance to Lu Qi. It is no exaggeration to say that it instantly boosted Lu Qi's overall strength several times over, making it a power he absolutely cannot afford to lose. Moreover, Lu Qi also discovered that his strength would increase every time he used Blood Fiend to kill an enemy. After killing 3 merfolk god-level powerhouses and tens of thousands of merfolk soldiers, his strength had reached the peak of the king rank. Lu Qi's consciousness quickly sank into the monitoring order, and he shouted loudly, Old man, old man. Okay, stop calling, I'm coming." The Black Blade Blood Fiend's soul clone slowly appeared before Lu Qi, a hint of impatience in its expression. He glanced at Lu Qi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You ate the blood fiend fruit? Lucci nodded, then complained. After eating this piece of junk, I almost turned into a monster. Blackblade Blood Fiend glared at him. Don't give it back to me. However, a turmoil was brewing within him. This kid actually dared to eat the Blood Fiend fruit when he was still at the king level, and he even regained his sanity. You have to understand, even a god-level being, if their will isn't strong enough, would most likely become a monster. Then, a feeling of joy welled up in his heart. This kid always manages to create unexpected surprises for me. Yes. Lucci nodded frantically. Only a fool wouldn't want that. Then, Lucci cleared his throat and continued. Old man, I actually have a question I'd like to ask you this time. Spit it out. Are there any other watchers in our galaxy besides myself? No, it's just you. That's good. No, what I mean is, if I were to launch an attack on a plane that always plunders others and accidentally kill a few people, would it have any impact on my Blood Fiend ability? Lucci asked cautiously. After understanding, Blackblade Blood Fiend said nonchalantly, as long as you don't plunder the life core of the Mother Tree and other planes, it's your business how many people you want to kill. All right, hello old man, goodbye old man. Lucci had been waiting for these words, and he immediately beamed with joy. Then his consciousness left the monitoring command. Watching Lucci's figure disappear, Blackblade Blood Fiend couldn't help but curse angrily. That bastard. He shook his head. They didn't even stay and chat with me. After regaining consciousness from the surveillance order, Lucci's first choice was to create the Ghost Sail. The reward for completing the quest to kill the Blood Queen was just enough to gather all the materials needed to craft the Ghost Sail. System, create a Ghost Sail? The required materials for crafting the Ghost Sail have been collected. Please select the Divine Soul to consume. Lucci chose Mwaka, a dubious god-level soul, without hesitation. He had other uses for the souls of those 3 true god-level powerhouses, and he was reluctant to use them here. Chapter 253, Lucci's second SSS level ability. The Blood Emperor was completely dead, leaving no soul behind. As for the worm that parasitized the Blood Emperor's corpse, although it was strange and powerful, its soul did not reach the level of a god. Consuming 1 divine soul, 1 soul crystal, 1,000 threads of sorrow, and 100 moon dewdrops, currently in production. The Ghost Sail has been completed and automatically installed in the Ghost Ship's special equipment slot. Special equipment slots: 6-6 Undead Enhancement Device 4, Soul Reincarnation Device 1, Ghost Sail 1. Then, on the deck of the Nightmare, a bizarre and shocking scene unfolded. A thick green, soul-like fog slowly flowed out from the depths of the ship. This fog seemed to have a life of its own, winding its way up the 7 massive masts on the deck like a liquid. They gradually covered the huge sails, each one seemingly held tightly by a green, ghostly hand. As time went by, the original sails gradually disappeared under the erosion of the thick green fog, as if they were being swallowed up by some mysterious force. Instead, there were rows of eerily green, translucent new sails. These sails swayed gently in the air, emitting a chilling, ghostly light. A closer look at these ghostly sails reveals that they are not still. Arms occasionally extend from the sails, as if they are the struggling and wailing souls bound within them. These soulful arms appear and disappear in the thick green fog, adding to the eeriness and mystery of the entire ghost ship. Equipped with ghost sails, the Nightmare's aura instantly became even more eerie and terrifying. Anyone could tell at a glance that this was a warship from the underworld, exuding an aura that inspired fear. At this moment, the system notification sounded. The ghost ship has met the prerequisites for unlocking the upgrade to a space battleship. The ghost ship evolves into a space battleship. 0, 800 Phantom Alloy, 0 to 1,200 Shadow Steel, 0, 600 Phantom Ore, 1 Mysterious Core, 1 God-level Peak Behemoth Heart. Having unlocked the materials needed to evolve into a cosmic-class warship, Lucci knew at a glance that gathering these materials would be no easy task. His immediate priority was to convert all the resources he had into strength. Next, there will be a precious opportunity to increase the success rate of supernatural power fusion by 100% for 1 day. Lucci first had Jack and the others capture a wicked and unlucky fellow for him. Then, let it eat the B-grade natural fruit obtained from the Tower of Destiny, and then plunder its supernatural power back through the Abyss Plunder. Subsequently, Lucci fused his B-level ability, Extreme Speed, with his S-level ability, Metal Manipulation. He obtained the S+ level superpower, Steel Wings. Having tasted the exquisite power of an SSS level ability, Lu Qi deeply understood its unparalleled strength. In comparison, those SS level abilities were practically useless, tasteless yet too valuable to discard. So this time, Lu Qi made up his mind to go big. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse 4 powerful superpowers: S+ level Steel Wings, S-level Thunder Dragon Transformation, S-level Superpower Storm B, and S-level Shadow Manipulation. It was a high-stakes gamble, but he trusted his intuition and luck. Ding, merging in progress, 100% success rate. The system notification sounded in Lu Qi's ears, and even he, who is usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. He stared intently at the virtual interface before him, silently praying. It must be an SSS level ability. Fusion successful. Gained SSS level ability, Shadow Dragon Transformation. As if the heavens had heard his call, a clear and pleasant notification sound rang out, and the fusion was successful. Next, Lu Qi faced a dilemma. Should he keep the Shadow Dragon form or sacrifice it to enhance his ability to bring about natural disasters or control space? Let's try it out first and see how this SSS level ability works before making a decision. Lu Qi thought to himself. Then, with a thought, Lu Qi instantly activated the Shadow Dragon Transformation. His body was enveloped in dense shadow energy, and every inch of his skin seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Immediately afterwards, his body began to swell and twist, transforming into an enormous shadow dragon, its body hundreds of meters tall, towering between heaven and earth like a dark mountain. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a cold, eerie light, and its wings flapped gently, stirring up raging storms of shadow. However, when Lu Qi deactivated his powers and returned to human form, disappointment was evident in his eyes. The Shadow Dragon Transformation is indeed powerful, surpassing all of his other skills except Blood Fiend. However, it still falls short of Blood Fiend by a considerable margin. Lu Qi sighed inwardly. The uniqueness and domineering nature of Blood Fiend could not be replaced by other skills. After a moment's thought, Lu Qi made up his mind to sacrifice the Shadow Dragon to enhance the arrival of a natural disaster. System, sacrifice the Shadow Dragon to enhance the calamity's arrival, he commanded in a deep voice. System enhancement in progress. A moment later, enhancement successful, calamity descends, upgraded to SSS level. Lu Qi's face immediately lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had thought that using his SSS level power sacrifice would only upgrade the calamity's descent to SSS level at most. But the system gave him a huge surprise, directly enhancing it to SSS level. Now, his number of superpowers has been reduced to 3: SSS level Blood Fiend, SSS level Calamity Descent, and SS level Spatial Mastery. However, his overall strength is undoubtedly more than 10 times that of before. The combination of the 2 SSS level superpowers, Blood Fiend and Calamity, makes him even more invincible and fearless in future battles. Subsequently, Lu Qi summoned all the elite core members of the Nightmare. Let me tell you about our next task. Lu Qi looked around at everyone and slowly began to speak. His voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a certain authority that made everyone listen attentively. Captain, let me guess. Jack, beaming with excitement, blurted out. Next, shall we become world pirates, rob and run? Just thinking about it is so exciting. I guess they're bounty hunters. We specialize in hunting down the people with the highest bounties in the world, making the name of Yu Ming resound throughout the world, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Mu Wanting became visibly excited as she spoke, a blush rising on her beautiful face. Shaw, you guys are all so weak, you wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Watch me. Wang Li puffed out his chest, cleared his throat, and said, I think our next task is to flatten that son of a bitch Azure seaplane that dared to attack our blue star and establish the might of the Netherworld. Chapter 254, Preparing to Attack, the Tide Royal Court. However, Wang Li's words were immediately ignored by the others. Everyone has gotten used to his nonsensical and exaggerated statements. However, Lu Qi stared straight at him, a strange look in his eyes. This frightened Wang Li a little. He shrank back and asked, Master, what are you looking at me like that for? Then Wang Li suddenly realized something, pointed at himself with an incredulous look, and stammered. I couldn't have said it right, could I? Suddenly, Lu Qi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. Wang Li, you're right this time. His words stunned everyone, including Wang Li himself. Wang Li looked miserable. Master, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. He thought he was just making things up, but he didn't expect Lu Qi to take it so seriously. However, when he looked up and saw the serious and earnest expression on Lu Qi's face, his heart sank. He gradually realized that Lu Qi was not joking, but was really going to attack the Azure Seaplane. The once lively cabin instantly fell silent. Everyone stared intently at Lu Qi, waiting for him to continue. Lu Mengli parted her red lips slightly and asked softly, Lu Qi, what are your plans? Lu Qi nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Of course there is a plan. He glanced around at everyone and continued. I've decided to use the necromancy resurrection device to raise Rose, Jack, and Soul Eater's strength to the early god rank. With my current power, I'll be able to sweep through any plane without a supreme being. Hearing this, Jack couldn't help but ask, then Captain, what about the supreme level powerhouses of the Tide King's Court? He knew that this was the most crucial issue. That's a good question. Lu Qi turned slightly, took 2 steps, and then said, the Azure Sea plane has plundered 6 planes in a row. According to the information I learned from Leighton, the Star Empire's Bounty Alliance has put up an astronomical bounty on the Tide Royal Court. A wise light shone in his eyes. Although the Tide Kingdom is a 3rd-tier plane, its strength is still insufficient compared to the Star Empire. The reason they have been able to act so arrogantly is because the outer perimeter of the Azure Sea plane is covered by a special mist. This mist greatly increases the difficulty of opening a spatial rift to the Azure Sea. But Lu Qi changed the subject. I am confident that I can successfully open a spatial rift to the Azure Sea. At that time, I can try to ask the Supreme Expert of the Bounty Alliance to eliminate the Supreme Being of the Azure Sea. After hearing Lu Qi's words, everyone's hearts were instantly ignited, as if a raging fire was burning within them. Everyone knows Lu Qi very well. There's nothing he can't do if he dares to say it. Ha ha! Wang Li burst into wild laughter, feeling an unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. To launch a proactive attack on a level 3 plane is truly so hot. His eyes gleamed with a crazed light, as if he couldn't wait to jump into the fight. Captain, whoever you point at, Jack will bite. Jack activated his superpower, and his entire head flew up, resembling a meat bun in the mouth of a mad dog. Me too. I'm so excited. I've never experienced anything so thrilling before. Rosie gracefully walked up to Lu Qi, placed her left hand on her chest, and bowed slightly. Captain, wherever your gaze falls, that is where my sword will point. Her voice was gentle yet firm, and her eyes shone with admiration and loyalty for Lu Qi. Soul Eater will always be the sharpest sword in your hand. Even the usually calm Soul Eater was now fluctuating due to excessive excitement. Indeed, choosing to answer the summons of the ghost ship was the right decision I made. Alvin gave Lu Qi a gentlemanly bow. Mu Wanting, standing to the side, was completely mesmerized by Lu Qi, as if drawn by an invisible magic, unable to look away. Her eyes shone with a fiery light, as dazzling as stars, and she was completely mesmerized. However, when she inadvertently glanced at Lu Mengli on the other side, she discovered that Lu Mengli's eyes also revealed deep love when she looked at Lu Qi. In that instant, Mu Wanting felt as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, and she instantly sobered up. She shook her head instinctively, silently repeating to herself, No, the captain already has Sister Mengli. I can't like the captain, absolutely not. She tried hard to suppress her feelings, but the throbbing deep inside her surged like a tidal wave, impossible to contain. Mu Wanting gritted her teeth, trying to use reason to overcome her emotions. She told herself, the captain only saved me a few times. He's just a little gentler, a little more handsome, a little stronger, a little smarter than other men, that's all. He's not good at all. I don't want to like him. However, these reasons seemed so weak and powerless to her that she could not convince herself at all. Her lips unconsciously twitched into a pout, her heart filled with helplessness and frustration. She found that she simply couldn't stop liking Lu Qi. That feeling was deeply rooted in her heart and could not be eradicated. Don't people always say that liking someone is just about novelty? After a while, I lost interest in the captain, and I stopped liking him. This reason finally convinced her. She looked at Lu Qi and nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll just like him for a while, just for a short time. Lu Qi turned his gaze to Rose C and asked in a gentle voice. Rose, what type of body do you want? Ro answered without hesitation. Captain, I wish to possess a flexible and explosive assassin-like body. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she couldn't wait to have a new body. Lu Qi nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Immediately, his consciousness began searching the netherworld. The netherworld was filled with endless darkness and the aura of death, but Lu Qi's consciousness moved freely through it like a bright light. Soon, as a thick black fog spread, a figure exuding an extremely dangerous aura slowly emerged. It was a humanoid undead, with a beautifully curvaceous figure, clearly a female body. She was dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, like the embodiment of night, exuding a mysterious and eerie beauty. A delicate leather belt was tied around her waist, from which hung several poisoned daggers. These daggers gleamed coldly in the darkness, exuding a strong aura of foreboding. Chapter 255, the God-level undead on the nightmare. This is a God-level assassin undead. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. So beautiful. Such a great figure. I love it. Jack's eyes instantly turned into hearts. Lu Qi looked at the undead assassin in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Rousey, this is a low-level divine undead shadow dancer. Do you like your new body? Rose had remained calm, but upon seeing the shadow dancer, her breathing quickened involuntarily. God level, that's a God level body. God level power was a luxury that Rose couldn't even dream of a year ago. Back then, she would feel envious even when she saw elite level skeletons. Who could have imagined that just 1 year later, she would have the opportunity to possess God level strength? Rosie gave Lu Qi a deep look, then nodded seriously. I really like it. Thank you, Captain. Seeing this, Lu Qi prepared to erase the shadow dancer's consciousness so that Rosie's soul could take over. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The shadow dancer, who should have been completely obedient to Lu Qi, suddenly launched an attack on Lu Qi at a speed invisible to the naked eye. 5 or 6 poison daggers shot towards Lu Qi like lightning. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. Presumptuous. Lu Qi was furious. As a summoned creature, how dare it defy its summoner? This is absolutely intolerable. His mental energy surged wildly, and an incomparably powerful suppression of laws rushed towards the shadow dancer like a giant wave. At the same time, Lu Qi vanished from his spot in an instant, dodging the dagger shot at him through teleportation. Although he was not afraid of ordinary toxins, he dared not easily try the shadow dancer's poison. It's important to know that the shadow dancer is an undead creature living in the netherworld, and her poison is almost always effective against them. Once you're hit, the consequences are unimaginable. Under the suppression of the power of the laws, the shadow dancer was instantly rendered immobile. Lu Qi's eyes were cold as he ruthlessly erased her consciousness completely. Although the incident ended without serious harm, it served as a wake-up call for Lu Qi. He realized that as the natural disasters evolved to SSS level, the undead creatures he summoned grew increasingly powerful, gradually acquiring the ability to resist the power of the laws and rebel against him. This was undoubtedly a potential threat that required him to remain vigilant at all times. Subsequently, Lu Qi used the necromancy rebirth device to consume a low-level god-tier soul and transfer Rosie's soul to the shadow dancer. As the shadow dancer slowly opened her eyes, a completely new aura emanated from her. She excitedly examined her body, swung her fist, and felt the unprecedented speed and power. His face lit up with ecstatic joy. Captain, is this god-level power? It's terrifying. Rose was shocked. Her previous strength was only at the Lord level, and the gap between her and the God level was like an insurmountable chasm. But now, she has crossed this chasm, skipping the king rank and possessing the God level power that countless people dream of. This change makes her feel both excited and apprehensive. Lu Qi looked at Rosie and said seriously, Rosie, you need to hurry up and familiarize yourself with this body. I will need your strength when we attack the Azure Sea. Yes. Rose answered firmly. She knew that she had become a sharp sword in Lu Qi's hand and would play an indispensable role in future battles. Lu Qi turned his gaze to Jack with a hint of inquiry. Jack, it's your turn. Which body do you want? Upon hearing this, Jack's voice rose several decibels with excitement. Reporting, Captain. As long as he's handsome, imposing, and domineering enough. Lu Chi smiled slightly and quickly summoned a Blood Shadow Lord at the initial stage of the divine rank. The Blood Shadow Lord was a full 2 meters tall, and his red armor gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. He held a massive double-edged sword in his hand, seemingly capable of cleaving through any obstacle. His waist-length, blood-red hair moved without wind, fluttering in the air and adding to his imposing aura. Jack stared, his eyes wide with amazement. This was the perfect body he had always dreamed of. Subsequently, Lu Chi consumed another early-stage god-level soul to transfer Jack's soul into the Blood Shadow Lord's body. Having learned from his previous experience, he was well prepared this time, and the process of erasing the Blood Shadow Lord's consciousness went very smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Next, Lu Chi repeated the process, transferring the Soul Devourer's soul into the body of a low-level god-ranked ghost. In this way, he instantly gained 3 more generals at the initial stage of the divine rank, greatly increasing his strength. That's it. Dead Jack has reached god-level strength now. They're not even in the same league anymore. Wang Li looked at Jack's handsome new figure, her eyes filled with envy. Then, Wang Li walked up to Mu Wanting and whispered, "Wanting, do you think I can reach the god level after I graduate from Shanghai Superpower Academy?" "Of course you can." Mu Wanting turned to look at Wang Li, a mocking glint in her eyes. She deliberately sized him up before slowly saying, "However, with your current Lord-level strength, it would probably take at least 10 years to graduate from the Starseed Ability Academy." Upon hearing this, Wang Li pouted and grumbled, "Wan Ting, can't you have a little faith in me? Maybe I'm the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Starseed Ability Academy. I think if I work hard for a year, I might even reach that level. That unparalleled genius. You have to keep it up." Mu Wanting covered her mouth and giggled. Lu Chi didn't waste the corpses of the 3 merfolk god-level powerhouses he killed last time. He used them all to feed the Sea Fiend. After absorbing the energy from the 3 corpses, Haisha's strength instantly surged to the peak of the king rank. Its tentacles are over 900 meters long, and its body is over 90 meters tall, making it very close to being a god. Although the Sea Fiend only has an A-level aptitude, and the king level is the peak it can reach, Lu Chi is not worried. He believed that in this vast world, there must exist treasures that could enhance the aptitude of sea beasts. If he could find a suitable treasure for Haisha's strength would leap forward once again. After all preparations were completed, the massive nightmare seemed to awaken from slumber. On the deck, the green ghost sails on the 7 huge masts began to ripple gently, like ripples on a calm lake. The mysterious fluctuations gradually intensified, as if some mysterious power was quietly being injected into them. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The nightmare slowly left the water and began to rise into the sky. Chapter 256 Bounty Guild. The ghost sails billowed in the wind, each canvas seemingly possessing a life of its own, shimmering with a faint green light under the sunlight, like mysterious messengers from another world. As the nightmare ascended, the fluctuations of the ghost sail became even more intense. They seemed to be constantly absorbing the surrounding energy, providing the nightmare with a continuous source of propulsion. Then, a massive spatial rift appeared at the bow of the nightmare. On the other side of the spatial rift lies the Star Empire. As the nightmare slowly sailed into the spatial rift, the legends of the Netherworld began to unfold in the Milky Way. Star Empire. Tianshu City. This city is like a gathering place of stars, dazzling and breathtaking. Wow, I can finally see neon lights again. Mu Wanting gazed at the distant city, her eyes sparkling with excitement and nostalgia. How long has it been since I've seen such a vibrant city night view? Wang Li was completely stunned by the scene before him. He stared wide-eyed in amazement. My God, how big is this city? At this moment, the nightmare had already flown to the edge of the skies above the city of Celestial Pivot. However, looking ahead, there is still an endless urban cluster, with towering buildings and brilliant lights, like a fairyland in a sea of stars. Lu Mengli had no interest in appreciating this new world. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Chi, her eyes filled with concern and worry. She knew all too well how treacherous the road ahead would be, and how much caution she would need to exercise. Lu Chi, you must be careful. She spoke softly, her tone revealing deep reluctance and concern. If we find things are beyond our control, let's step back and try again later. I will advance to the god rank as soon as possible, so I can help you then. She didn't suggest that she absolutely had to help Lu Qi attack the Azure Sea Plain, because she knew very well that the current war was a battle between gods. With her current strength, if she were to rashly participate, she would not only be unable to provide any help to Lu Qi, but might also make him hesitant to act for fear of his own safety. Looking at Lu Mengli's worried face, Lu Qi felt a warm current surge in his heart. He nodded gently, then slowly pulled Lu Mengli into his arms, tenderly stroking her long hair. Don't worry, you have to trust your man. His voice was firm and strong, as if it could dispel all gloom and unease. Soon, Lu Qi piloted the nightmare to the skies above the Starseed Ability Academy. After safely escorting Lu Mengli and the other two into the academy, he immediately headed to the Bounty Alliance in the city center. He knew that the deal with the underworld would only last for 30 days, making every minute and second extremely precious and urgent. Bounty Alliance. As one of the most prosperous landmarks in the Star Empire, its grandeur and bustle far surpass that of the bounty guilds on Earth. Lu Qi steadily hovered the nightmare in the sky, then activated his teleportation ability, appearing the next instant at the imposing gate of the Bounty Alliance. As soon as he appeared, Lu Qi was surrounded by a lively atmosphere. The Bounty Alliance was bustling with people, with all sorts of characters coming and going. They had all kinds of weapons, some carrying long swords, some carrying giant bows, and others equipped with high-tech armor and firearms. Clearly, the people here are not only skilled in traditional martial arts, but also proficient in high-tech combat techniques. Lu Qi's gaze swept over the busy figures, and he couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology and weaponry of the Star Empire. He strode forward and walked straight into the gates of the Bounty Alliance. Welcome to Bounty Alliance. How may I help you? A woman dressed in a dignified and appropriate uniform approached and asked with a smile. The moment Lu Qi entered the Bounty Alliance, he was captured by the Alliance's high-tech cameras. These cameras were connected to the mainframe and could quickly identify the identity of everyone entering the Alliance. Clearly, Lu Qi was identified as a newcomer who had never set foot in the Bounty Alliance before. He nodded slightly and replied, I need to register with the Bounty Hunter Group first, and then see what missions are available. Okay, I'll register you right away. The woman smiled sweetly, revealing 2 adorable dimples. She took a delicate pin from the pocket of her uniform, gently clipped it to her clothes, and positioned it. With practiced ease, the pen projected a virtual registration interface out of thin air, its surface shimmering with light and shadow, exuding a high-tech feel. The database shows that there is currently no information about you. The woman stopped what she was doing, looked up at Lu Qi, and said, You need to tell me your name first, as well as the name of the bounty group you want to register with. The Netherworld Bounty Hunters. Lu Qi replied succinctly. Okay, Mr. Yiming. The woman nodded and continued to operate quickly on the virtual interface. Her fingers slid lightly across the screen, as if dancing on leaping musical notes. A few minutes later, a drone flew over, landed gracefully in front of the woman, and handed her an exquisite badge. The woman took the badge and handed it to Lu Qi with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yiming. Your registration is now complete. This badge is your mercenary badge. It functions as both a bank card and a miniature terminal. The woman explained in detail that once you submit your mission, the Bounty Alliance will remotely assess it. If the assessment is successful, your bounty will be directly deposited into your mercenary badge. If the assessment fails, you can bring relevant evidence to the Bounty Alliance for a reassessment. Lu Qi took the mercenary badge and examined it carefully. The badge is engraved with the word Netherworld, and below it is a line of smaller text. Go forward bravely, without fear. He nodded in satisfaction. Okay, thank you. After receiving the badge, Lu Qi did not linger and headed straight for the high-level mission area on the right. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure as he walked towards the high-level mission area, the woman hurriedly spoke up to remind him. Mr. Yiming, you've gone to the wrong place. The area on the right is for high-level missions of God rank and above, while the area on the left is for missions suitable for King rank. However, Lu Qi did not stop. Without turning his head, he said, I haven't gone to the wrong place. This is the place. His voice was firm and powerful, which made the woman pause for a moment. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, the woman tilted her head playfully and muttered to herself, He probably wants to visit the high-level mission area. Although she had some doubts, she didn't dwell on them and moved on to the next person. As soon as Lu Qi stepped into the high-level mission area, he immediately sensed a different aura. The people here exuded a powerful divine aura, as if each one of them was a regional overlord. Chapter 257 Jumas Frustration. However, there are also some people whose strength has not reached the god level who come and go here. They either watch the excitement or do business, making this area seem exceptionally prosperous and lively. Lu Qi's arrival did not attract much attention. After all, countless people come and go in the high-level mission area every day. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on the enormous mission screen. The screen continuously scrolled through various missions, each accompanied by a generous reward and a challenging task. Annihilate the space pirates, the Azig pirate crew. Leader Azig is a low-level god. Bounty for 1,000,000 gold coins. Clear out the cosmic behemoths roaming beyond the dark territory. Bounty 5,000,000 gold coins per low-level god-tier cosmic behemoth. The common currency of a star empire is also gold coins, which shows that gold is a hard currency everywhere. At this moment, Lu Qi searched for a long time before finally finding the task he needed. The Tide Kingdom, the nation that destroyed the Azure Sea Plain. Bounty 300 million gold coins. Although it's difficult, the reward is really generous. Lu Qi sighed inwardly. Next, we need to figure out a way to lure out the Bounty League's administrators and then try to get their help. At this moment, Lu Qi's ears twitched slightly, and a conversation among a group of people in a corner caught his attention. Zhou, I heard that you previously accepted the mission to overthrow the Tide Royal Court with the Arno Supreme. A burly man in a tactical vest, his arms bare, asked in a booming voice. His muscles, hard as steel in the sunlight, exuded a wild, powerful aura. Upon hearing this, Zhou's face immediately turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, don't even mention it. We were so confident, ready to snag that 300 million bounty. But the space master I hired at such high prices turned out to be a complete fraud. The spatial rift he opened for us leads directly to the phantom clouds, where cosmic behemoths roam. We lost several god-level brothers before we even saw a shadow of the enemy. At this point, a hint of anger and resentment flashed in Zhou's eyes, clearly showing his deep hatred for that so-called space master. Just then, a young king-level man slowly walked to the counter in front of them. Hello, I'm here to take on the mission to destroy the Azure Sea Plain. His voice was clear and powerful, immediately attracting the attention of those around him. The staff member looked up at him, smiled, and asked, May I ask your name or the name of your bounty hunting team? The Netherworld, the man replied succinctly. The staff member quickly typed a few words on the keyboard, then looked up with slight surprise and said, Mr. Yuming, your bounty hunter team doesn't seem to have any experts above the mid-level god rank. This mission is extremely difficult. Are you sure you want to take it? Lu Qi nodded and said with great certainty, I'm sure. I have full confidence that I can complete this task. Upon hearing this, the burly man who was chatting with Zhou Mo burst into a wild laugh. Zhou Mo, just how bad are you? A mere king-level kid dared to take over your failed mission, and even claimed he was absolutely confident he could complete it. His laughter was full of sarcasm and mockery, as if he were watching a huge joke. Zhou Mo didn't care at first. After all, the Star Empire was full of hidden talents, and it was normal to encounter someone stronger than himself. However, upon hearing that this arrogant fellow was only at the king level, he instantly felt his dignity being trampled underfoot. What a joke! He, a mid-level god rank expert, failed to complete this mission even under the guidance of the Supreme Being. What is this king rank kid bragging about? Thinking of this, Zhou's face showed a mocking expression, and he said with a sneer, Complete confidence? You're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. His voice was full of disdain and contempt, as if he were looking at a young man who didn't know his place. However, Lu Qi seemed not to hear Zhou's sarcasm. He still looked at the staff with a firm gaze, as if to say, I'm taking this task. Seeing this, the staff could only helplessly remind him, Mr. Yuming, this mission has a very large reward. If you want to accept it, you need to pay a deposit of 1 million first. Her tone revealed a hint of worry, clearly indicating that she was not optimistic about Lu Qi's ability to complete the task. Oh, Lu Qi pointed to Zhou Mo beside him and asked, Did he hand it in when he accepted the mission? The staff member was slightly taken aback, then replied, Lu Lord Zhou Mo is so powerful that he does not need to pay a mission deposit. Her voice revealed a hint of awe towards Zhou Mo. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's face immediately lit up with a proud expression. As a mid-level god-tier expert, he certainly had reason to be proud. Under everyone's gaze, his chest seemed to straighten out a bit. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. To my utter surprise, the so-called Bounty Guild was nothing special. They were all mediocre and incompetent people who couldn't even distinguish between talent and mediocrity. With that, Lu Qi turned around and prepared to leave, as if this so-called Bounty Guild was no longer worth his time. His words were spoken so loudly that they instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Hundreds of eyes turned to Lu Qi, and murmurs of discussion arose one after another. Hey, what's going on here? A curious bystander stepped closer, staring wide-eyed, trying to see what had happened. Don't you know? Another person leaned over mysteriously and said, it seems there's a young king-level kid who wants to take on the mission to destroy the Tide Royal Court. What? A royal rank? A mission to destroy the Tide Royal Court? Is this a joke? The first person stared in astonishment, mouth agape, as if they had heard something unbelievable. That's right. The staff all thought he was causing trouble and even told him he needed to pay some kind of deposit. The second person curled his lip, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. A mere king-level brat dares to meddle in this kind of thing? Isn't this just blatant sabotage? Another voice joined the discussion, its tone full of dissatisfaction and contempt. Exactly. They don't even know their own capabilities before daring to take on this kind of mission. Another person chimed in, a mocking smile on their face. Wait, what did he just say? That Zhou Mo is mediocre? Suddenly someone noticed this crucial point and asked in surprise. Chapter 258 Jumas Shock. Yeah, that kid is so arrogant. How dare he call Lord Zhou Mo a mediocre talent? Someone angrily waved their fist, as if to stand up for Zhou Mo. A mere king-level brat dares to be so arrogant? Lord Zhou Mo is a mid-level, god-level expert. He could kill him with his mere aura. Someone sneered, their tone filled with disdain and contempt for Lu Qi. To me, he's just a country bumpkin who just came from some small, insignificant dimension. Some speculate that he's probably used to ruling over his small world and doesn't know the cruelty of the outside world. That must be it. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Another person echoed, as if they had already confirmed Lu Qi's identity and background. Just as Lu Qi was about to turn and leave, a voice as cold as a winter wind suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Stop! That voice belonged to Zhou Mo. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhou Mo's face was ashen, and his eyes were flashing with a dangerous light. He possessed the demeanor of a god-level powerhouse and would never normally bother with a mere king-level being. However, at this moment, Lu Qi's words, you can't even tell the difference between a mediocre person and a talented person, were like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Zhou Mo slowly stood up, and as he stood up, a terrifying aura spread out like a tide, making those around him feel suffocated. His gaze was like a knife, fixed on Lu Qi, and he asked word by word, Wang Jie's kid, you just said, who is talented and who is mediocre? Lu Qi stopped and glanced at Zhou Mo. Faced with Zhou Mo's interrogation and terrifying aura, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he coldly said, you're quite self-aware. That's right, you're the epitome of mediocrity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo's lips curled into a cruel smile, like an enraged beast ready to tear its prey to shreds at any moment. He slowly said, Hee, I'm mediocre, so your talent? Compared to you, I am indeed a talent. Lu Qi turned around to face Zhou Mo, his eyes gleaming with confidence. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. They seemed to have heard something hilarious, pointing at Lu Qi and laughing so hard they were doubled over. Zhou Mo's face grew even more somber as he slowly walked towards Lu Qi. Why don't you let me see the talent you possess? A hint of cruelty crept into Zhou Mo's voice. Lu Qi simply stood there, coldly watching Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo, when you make your move, be careful not to kill him. Otherwise, if President Mandala scolds you, you'll probably be cleaning up here, haha. That's right, just break this kid's legs and teach him a lesson. Alas, young people who have a smooth life always have to endure the harsh realities of society before they can truly grow up. In that instant, Zhou Mo moved. His movements were as fast as lightning. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a fierce momentum, he suddenly struck Lu Qi's lower abdomen. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air, like two high-speed meteorites colliding violently in midair. Lu Qi and Zhou Mo's fists collided instantly, unleashing an invisible shockwave. The shockwave spread outwards like a tide, causing the onlookers to involuntarily take a few steps back. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Qi and Zhou Mo were actually locked in a stalemate. Faced with an attack from Zhou Mo, a mid-level god-tier expert, he not only did not fall, but stood firmly in place. Immediately afterwards, a flash of blood-red light appeared on Lu Qi's body, and Zhou Mo instantly felt an immense power surging from Lu Qi's fist. This power surged like a tidal wave, making it impossible for him to resist. As a mid-level, god-level expert, he was actually forced to retreat 4 or 5 steps by Lu Qi's punch. Each step seemed so heavy, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of amusement that had been on everyone's minds immediately froze on their faces. Zhou Mo, did you not eat? How did you get defeated by a mere king-level kid? A mocking laugh came from the crowd, as if they were watching a farcical spectacle. Zhou Mo is probably afraid of using too much force and beating that kid to a pulp, making a mess of the Bounty Alliance's floor. At this moment, Zhou Mo was filled with questions. Although I did not use my full strength just now, the power I used was enough to defeat a normal early-stage god. How could I be defeated by a guy whose strength was still at the king level? Zhou Mo immediately decided to stop holding back. With a low shout, he quickly concentrated all his strength into his right leg. His right leg suddenly lashed out like a steel whip, its muscles taut, whistling through the air as it struck Lu Qi with deadly force. This terrifying blow could shatter even a mountain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Mo's whip kick, carrying an incomparably fierce momentum, lashed out at Lu Qi. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the air, followed by an invisible wave of air spreading out like a tide. Everyone stared wide-eyed as Zhou Mo's leg was raised high, hovering above Lu Qi's forehead, less than a fist's distance from Lu Qi's head. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Mo's leg simply wouldn't go down, because Lu Qi's hand was gripping Zhou Mo's calf tightly, like an iron clamp, making it impossible for Zhou Mo to move. That's it. Lu Qi spoke calmly, his tone revealing a hint of contempt and disdain. He slightly raised his head, looking at Zhou Mo's face, which was twisted with anger, but his heart remained unmoved. Then, Lu Qi exerted force with his right hand, and a tremendous power burst forth from his palm. Zhou Mo was instantly thrown into the air by this force, tumbling twice in the air before taking 2 steps back to regain his balance after landing. Now everyone could see that this person, whose level was only king, was no ordinary individual. Zhou Mo's kick just now was as powerful as a thunderbolt, aimed straight for vital points. However, this fatal blow was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Everyone could see that Zhou Mo had used his full strength, but the result was utterly astonishing. This young man is no ordinary person. Some exclaimed in amazement, their eyes gleaming with shock and admiration. To be able to fight against someone of a higher level like this, one must be an exceptional individual. Quickly investigate his background. Such a talent must be recruited into our company by any means necessary. Someone immediately gave the order, their tone revealing strong interest and eagerness. Chapter 259 Mandala. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant before. It turns out he had real talent and skills. Someone else said with sudden realization, a sense of awe for Lu Qi welling up in their heart. Compared to this kid, Zhou Mo was nothing but a clown, all talk and no action. Some even mocked him mercilessly, their tone filled with disdain and disappointment. These words pierced Zhou Mo's ears like sharp arrows, instantly turning his face ashen and making him look even more unsightly. As a mid-level god-level expert, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Zhou Mo's anger had reached its peak, and he immediately decided to unleash his full power to send the bastard who had made him lose face to hell. However, just as he was about to make his move, a hoarse female voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, like a morning bell and evening drum, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Zhou Mo, Are you trying to destroy my bounty guild by fighting here? Although the voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable air of authority. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Zhou Mo like a ghost. This is a very distinctive female warrior of the divine rank. Her figure is not petite, but rather exudes a sense of power. Her attire was not flashy, but rather simple and practical. A tight-fitting outfit accentuated her figure perfectly, and the various weapons and equipment she wore at her waist further highlighted her formidable fighting prowess. Upon seeing this person, Zhou Mo's aura instantly weakened, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. Mandala, this kid has provoked me time and time again. I have to punish him, Zhou Mo said in a tough tone, trying to save face. However, Mandala showed Zhou Mo absolutely no respect. She scoffed and then said, Zhou Mo, you're already at the intermediate level of the god rank. Can't you even sense that? Even if I didn't stop you, you might not be able to beat him. You. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo clenched his fists and veins bulged on his face. He was filled with humiliation and anger, but in the end he held back from lashing out. Zhou Mo was indeed wary of the Dachira. Firstly, her strength has reached the peak of the god rank, which is rare among many powerful individuals. But what truly made him hesitant to act rashly was the unfathomable grandfather behind Mandala, Supreme Lord Hashan. As the vice president of the Bounty Guild, Supreme Crane Mountain strength is renowned throughout the entire Star Empire. Lu Qi had done his homework beforehand, and the moment he saw the mandala, he knew that the person he was looking for had appeared. He bowed slightly to Mandala and said sincerely, Ms. Mandala, I want to reach a very important cooperation with the Bounty Hunter Guild, and I need your help to make it happen. Mandala sized up the person before her, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. She was very knowledgeable, but she had never seen a genius like Lu Qi who could exert combat power comparable to a god with the strength of a king. She asked curiously, Oh, what kind of collaboration? Tell me about it. Lu Qi stood before the crowd, his posture upright and his gaze resolute. I am Yu Ming, he said, and to be frank, a few days ago, my Blue Star plane was attacked by the Tide King's Raider Legion. Fortunately, we annihilated all the invading enemies. However, those who offend my Blue Star, no matter how far away, will be punished. His words carried a chilling, murderous intent. Therefore, I decided to lead my men to wipe out the Tide Royal Court. But Blue Star is, after all, a plane that has only been in the process of spiritual energy recovery for 10 years, and its foundation is insufficient. At present, there are no supreme-level powerhouses to help us. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Mandala. I need someone to help me kill the supreme-level expert of the Tide Royal Court. As for the rest of the enemies, I'll take care of them. The 300 million bounty after the mission will be split equally with the supreme-level expert who makes the move. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Mo let out a cold laugh. Ha, you frog in a well. Do you think the reason the Tide Kingdom has plundered so many planes without being destroyed is simply because it is powerful? His eyes revealed disdain for Lu Qi's ignorance, as if he were watching a joke. Mandala also looked at Lu Qi and carefully explained, Yu Ming, things are not as simple as you think. The outermost layer of the plane where the Tide Royal Court is located is shrouded in a mysterious substance called Phantom Cloud. This substance can isolate all external detection and attacks, making the Tide Royal Court as invisible as if it were undetectable and unattackable. She paused, her tone becoming even more serious. Moreover, due to the existence of the Phantom Clouds, it is extremely difficult to directly open a spatial rift to the Azure Sea. Only master-level spatial ability users could possibly do it. Otherwise, attempting it rashly will only trap you within the Phantom Clouds, which are filled with a terrifying number of cosmic behemoths, and it would be very difficult to escape on your own. After listening to Mandala's words, Lu Qi simply replied, Oh, I tried it before I came. It's not that difficult. His tone revealed a hint of ease and confidence, as if he were talking about something trivial. Before Mandala could react, she instinctively replied, Oh, I've tried it. That's good. After trying it, you'll feel more at ease. She suddenly realized the meaning behind Lu Qi's words halfway through her speech, and her voice stopped abruptly. She stared at Lu Qi with wide eyes, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, Mandala's voice rose sharply, filled with surprise and doubt. What did you just say? She couldn't believe her ears, this seemingly ordinary young man could say such things so casually. Humph, this kid must have only opened up a spatial rift leading to the phantom clouds. Zhou Mo curled his lip in disdain. He simply did not believe that Lu Qi could successfully open up a spatial rift that led directly to the Azure Sea. After all, he had tried to find that well-known space master himself, but all attempts ended in failure. If Lu Qi really succeeds, wouldn't that prove that this kid is a true master of space? Is it possible for someone so young to become a master of spatial design? However, Mandala didn't blindly disbelieve or mock like Zhou Mo. She knew what it would mean if Yu Ming could truly open a spatial rift to the Azure Sea plane. It would mean she had discovered a young master of space. In the outer reaches of space, colossal cosmic beasts roam, making space travel extremely dangerous. Therefore, spatial rifts that allow direct access to destinations have become a coveted mode of transportation. This has also led to a rise in the status of those with spatial abilities. Chapter 260 Space Master Steward. Unfortunately, spatial ability users are extremely rare, and most ability users can only create small spatial rifts that are short in distance and can only accommodate a small number of people. However, there's a group of people whose understanding of space has reached an unparalleled level. They can use spatial abilities to overcome the effects of harsh environments and successfully open up any place they want to reach. These individuals are known as Space Masters and are top talents sought after by various powerful factions. Having a Space Master means that one's faction possesses the ability to attack and retreat at any time. Mandala thought to herself that even if Yu Ming was just bragging, she wouldn't lose too much. It would just take a little patience and time. These were all insignificant to her. However, if she could actually find a valuable Space Master for the Bounty Alliance, that would be a huge windfall. Such an opportunity was too rare for her to let go easily. So, Mandala tentatively said, Yu Ming, words are not enough. Why don't you demonstrate your spatial abilities for us? If you can prove yourself, I'll persuade Grandpa to help you. Her eyes were full of expectation as she stared intently at Lu Qi, as if trying to read something from his expression. Upon hearing Mandala's words, the people around gathered around. The identity of a Space Master is far too tempting. Once confirmed, all the major powers would spare no expense to recruit him. All eyes were on Lu Qi, awaiting his response. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Qi shook his head and directly rejected Mandala's suggestion. No. These words were met with a chorus of boos from the audience. Everyone shook their heads, their disappointment in Lu Qi evident. Mandala could not hide the disappointment in her eyes. She thought to herself, it seems I overestimated him. Zhou Mo laughed gleefully, as if he had found an outlet to vent the humiliation he had suffered. He scoffed, this kid's just a clown trying to attract attention. Mandala, you're too naive. You believe everyone. The onlookers joined in the commotion, all showing expressions of schadenfreude. Some people mocked. You bragged too much, didn't you? Now that they want you to do it for real, you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Others chimed in. There are too many people like this, spouting nonsense without paying taxes. However, Lu Qi seemed oblivious to the mockery around him. He continued calmly, Ms. Mandala, even if I opened a spatial rift, what would that prove? You don't have any spatial masters here, so it would all be a waste of time. Why don't you bring your tools for determining spatial masters? That way, we can all save ourselves the trouble. His words exuded confidence and composure. When Mandala heard them, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a glimmer of hope. She nodded and said to the staff behind her, Okay, Xiao Li, go and get the space crystal. Yes. A staff member responded and turned to retrieve the spatial crystal. No need, I have some right here. A gentle yet powerful voice suddenly broke the commotion. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Ah, isn't that Professor Stewart from the Starsea Ability Academy? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Professor Stewart? He's a true master of spatial manipulation. He's currently teaching the Spatial Manipulation Department at the Starsea Ability Academy. The person next to him immediately echoed, their tone filled with admiration. Professor Stewart walked in with a smile, and his appearance immediately silenced the room. He looked around before finally fixing his gaze on Lu Qi. I just happened to be passing by and saw this interesting scene. So I came in to join the fun, Professor Stewart said with a smile, a hint of curiosity in his voice. As he spoke, he gently waved his right hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. The crystal ball emitted a faint light. as if it contained a mysterious power. "Young man, this is the spatial crystal ball," Professor Stewart explained. "You simply need to slowly channel spatial power into it. The brighter the light emitted by the spatial crystal, the deeper your understanding of space. When the emitted light changes color, it means you've reached the level of a master of spatial arts." Fearing that Lu Qi wouldn't know how to use it, he thoughtfully demonstrated it for him. As he slowly channeled his spatial power into the crystal ball, it gradually began to glow, and then the light grew brighter and brighter until it suddenly turned into a dazzling gold. "Wow, is this the power of a space master?" A gasp of surprise came from the crowd. "How lucky! I actually got to meet Master Stewart today," someone shouted excitedly. "I really wish I could be Master Stewart's student. Unfortunately, I don't have any space-related abilities." After Stewart finished his demonstration, his gaze turned to Lu Qi, and the crystal ball gently floated to Lu Qi's front. Lu Qi reached out and caught the crystal ball, saying softly, "Thanks." His gaze was firm and focused, as if he were fully immersed in the upcoming test. "So I began." Lu Qi spoke softly, then slowly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and began to channel the spatial power within his body into the crystal ball. This was his first time using the space crystal, and he wasn't entirely confident about the difficulty involved or whether he could activate the golden light. But he still gave it his all, sensing the spatial rules within the crystal ball. Under his precise guidance, the surging spatial power skillfully bypassed each obstacle, gradually illuminating the crystal ball. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on the crystal ball in Lu Qi's hand. The crystal ball emitted a faint light for a moment. Then the light rapidly intensified until it reached its peak and suddenly turned into a dazzling gold. The golden light shone on every corner, reflecting on everyone's face and freezing their expressions in that moment. It changed. Someone was the first to react, pointing at the crystal ball and shouting in a trembling voice. At that moment, everyone seemed to witness the birth of a miracle. We witnessed firsthand the incredible talent of such a young master of spatial design. The younger generation is truly formidable. It's truly astonishing. I never imagined that his understanding of space had reached a master level. Representatives from various factions could no longer contain their excitement and began vying for the young space master. "Don't even try to take this from me. The Azure Dragon Society wants him. Please give us some face." A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone exuding an undeniable air of dominance. Chapter 261 Space Master, Netherworld. "Get lost. Your pride is worthless. My Windwalker bounty hunters will spare no expense to recruit this space master into our ranks." Another person dressed in ornate attire retorted defiantly. "How could this be? He really is a master of space." Zhou Mo stared at the scene in disbelief. He took 2 steps back and then slumped into a chair, feeling utterly humiliated like a clown. "Quiet everyone. This isn't his limit yet." Stewart's voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention back to the test. He was looking at Lu Qi ahead, his eyes gleaming with intense intensity. In an instant, all the noise receded like a tide, and the entire hall fell into silence. All eyes were focused on Lu Qi, as if he were the sole focus at that moment. Everyone held their breath, hoping that he could go further and demonstrate even more astonishing strength. The title of Space Master, representing the highest honor in the world of superpowers, also varies in strength. Just like the Space Master that Zhou Mo invited at great cost before, although he barely met the standard, the space rift he opened for Zhou Mo was ultimately unsatisfactory due to his lack of strength. Therefore, everyone was filled with anticipation and curiosity about Lu Qi's performance. As time passed, the golden light emanating from the crystal ball in Lu Qi's hand grew stronger and stronger, like a rising sun illuminating the entire hall. That dazzling light seemed to contain boundless power, making it impossible to look directly at it. Mandala's eyes sparkled with joy. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually a master of space, and with such great strength. She was secretly delighted. If she could recruit him into the Bounty League, she would have done a great service today. As the golden light intensified, expressions of shock gradually appeared on everyone's faces. They seemed to realize that something incredible was happening. He's going to try to break through to the master level? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and disbelief. These words immediately caused a huge uproar in the hall. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the crystal ball in Lu Qi's hand, afraid of missing a single moment. After the Master level comes the Grandmaster level. But the Grandmaster level is almost a legendary existence in a world of superpowers. Countless superpowered individuals spend their entire lives without ever touching the edge of that realm. And now, this seemingly young boy actually has the potential to break through to the Master level, which is simply unbelievable. As a professor of the Space Department at the Starseed Ability Academy, Stewart possesses a profound understanding and mastery of spatial abilities. However, even so, he can only maximize the golden light of the space crystal and cannot take that final step. At this moment, he stared blankly at the crystal ball in Lu Chi's hand, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. He was afraid of missing any detail, because this was a rare learning opportunity for him. At this moment, Lu Chi frowned slightly, clearly encountering some difficulties in his attempt to break through. However, he did not give up, but continued to diligently guide the spatial power within his body into the crystal ball. But as time went by, puzzled expressions appeared on everyone's faces. His mental strength is so formidable, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with astonishment. Everyone knows that testing the space crystal is no easy task. Every second requires a significant amount of mental energy to maintain the crystal ball's brightness. For ordinary superhumans, being able to last 3 to 5 seconds is already their limit. However, Lu Chi had already kept the crystal ball lit for over 2 minutes. What was even more astonishing was that there was no trace of paleness or pain on his face. This indicated that he had not yet reached his limit, and his mental energy was far from exhausted. The crowd looked at Lu Chi with awe and envy. They knew that with such powerful spiritual strength, this young man's future achievements were limitless. How come I've never heard of such geniuses before? Someone asked curiously. I know that. A voice suddenly rang out. It belonged to someone who had just arrived in the city of Heavenly Pivot from a plane where spiritual energy had been revived. I see. Everyone suddenly realized. This child is destined to become a prominent figure in the world. Just as everyone was filled with emotion, Lu Chi's brows suddenly relaxed, as if the confusion in his heart had been resolved, and he had obviously found a solution to the problem. This subtle change in expression immediately caught the attention of those around them. Then, to their surprise, they saw the dazzling golden light of the spatial crystal ball begin to fade slowly, no longer as radiant as before. This scene filled everyone with doubt. Had Lu Chi's attempt failed? The mandala murmured to itself, "It's okay to fail. You've already done amazingly well." In her opinion, even if Lu Chi failed to break through to the Grandmaster level, the strength he had shown was already astonishing enough. Someone nearby chimed in. Reaching the Grandmaster level isn't easy. Our entire star empire only has a handful of Grandmaster level ability users. This young man has already done an amazing job. At this moment, Lu Chi's status in their hearts had been elevated to an unprecedented level. Yes, if he's willing to come to our company, I can offer him a monthly salary of 1 million, a middle-aged man said, his tone revealing deep sincerity. However, his words were immediately refuted by others. Shaw, do you think someone with his status as a top-tier space master would ever lack money? In their view, Lu Chi's future achievements will not be limited to the pursuit of money. Some people even started having other ideas. I wonder if he's still married? My daughter is sweet-looking and gentle, so we can arrange for them to meet. You've got a really good plan, someone joked with a laugh. Just when everyone thought the test was about to end and was preparing to leave, suddenly, a faint 7-colored light emanated from the crystal ball in front of Lu Chi, like a rainbow descending to Earth, beautiful and mysterious. It changed color. One of them was so excited that he pointed at Lu Chi, his voice trembling, and he started to stutter. His companion, who was getting impatient, muttered, "It definitely has to change color. Otherwise, how would the test end?" However, the moment he casually glanced at it, his expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 262, The Plan Achieved. Mandala was also stunned, her gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Its beautiful 7 colors seemed to possess boundless magic, completely captivating her. Her eyes were filled with shock, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. A master of spatial manipulation. He's actually a master of spatial manipulation, she murmured to herself, her voice filled with awe and surprise. This seemingly ordinary boy, right under everyone's noses, quietly became a master-level spatial ability user. What incredible talent and strength. At this moment, terse gaze was fixed on the crystal ball in front of Lu Qi. The seven-colored light emanating from it seemed to have infinite magic, completely attracting his attention. He was completely stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He muttered to himself, Grandmaster, Grandmaster level. My God, we space-type ability users have a Grandmaster level too. These words seemed to shatter the surrounding tranquility, and after a brief silence, the onlookers erupted into a huge uproar. They flocked to Lu Qi, vying to express their admiration and desire to recruit him. Grandmaster, a space-type Grandmaster has been born, someone shouted, their voice filled with excitement and ecstasy. Grandmaster, the Serious Gang sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you're willing to come, you can name your price, a burly man said loudly, his eyes filled with anticipation and respect. Master, my Madman Bounty Hunters invites you to join us. You'll become the raid leader as soon as you arrive. Another voice followed, equally eager and impatient. Starry Sky Perseverance Company is willing to offer an annual salary of $5 million to invite Netherworld Master to be our company's special consultant. A middle-aged man squeezed forward and said eagerly. A sweet, coquettish female voice even rang out from the crowd. Brother Yuming, let's exchange contact information later. I admire you so much. The voice carried a hint of coquetry, making one feel an immediate sense of tenderness. Grandmaster of the Netherworld, is your organization still recruiting? I, Zhang Bailey, am willing to follow you, another voice shouted, its tone filled with determination and resolve. After severing his mental energy, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him startled him slightly. The crowd around him stared at him like hungry wolves, and their intense gazes made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He muttered to himself, so what if I broke through to the Grandmaster level? Why do these people act like they want to devour me alive? He gently shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and then turned to the mandala beside him. Remembering the purpose of his trip, he asked, Ms. Mandala, can you now help me persuade Hashan Ji to take action? Mandala, having recovered from her shock, looked at Lu Qi with awe and joy in her eyes. She quickly replied, Of course. I've decided on behalf of my grandfather to help you deal with the supreme being of the Tide Court. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. All right, thank you then. Mandala smiled slightly and said, You're welcome. The Tide Court has repeatedly provoked the dignity of our star empire, and the guild has long wanted to eliminate them. However, we've been constrained by Phantom Cloud. Now that we have a space-type master like you, none of that is a problem. Lu Qi nodded and said, All right, let's do it that way then. Tomorrow we'll begin our attack on the Tide Royal Court. Supreme Crane Mountain only needs to deal with the Supreme of the Tide Royal Court. Leave everything else to me. We'll split the mission bounty. However, Mandala shook her head and said, No, we don't want money. Seeing Lu Qi's puzzled look, she explained, My grandfather can help you with this for free, but he hopes you can become our Bounty Alliance's space consultant. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi was overjoyed. Earning $150 million as a consultant? That's like a windfall. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Lu Qi felt he had achieved his goal and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to take a step, an urgent call stopped him in his tracks. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, please wait. Stuart's voice was tinged with anxiety. Lu Qi turned around and saw Stuart running towards him quickly, respectfully holding a business card in his hand. He ran up to Lu Qi, handed him his business card with both hands, and said with great respect, Master, this is my business card. My name is Stuart, and I currently teach at the Starsea Ability Academy. Lu Qi took the business card and glanced at it. The words Starsea Ability Academy stirred his memories. He couldn't help but think of Lu Mengli, Wan Ting, and Wang Li. Weren't they the ones who enrolled in this academy? He nodded slightly, put the business card away, and then looked at Stuart and asked, Professor Stuart, is there anything I can help you with? Stuart took a deep breath, as if calming his nerves. He said solemnly, Grandmaster of the Netherworld, on behalf of our academy, I invite you to be a special professor at the Starsea Ability Academy. You will not need to undertake any teaching duties. You only need to make an appearance at the academy when you have free time. Of course, we will pay you the salary of a full-time professor. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's heart stirred. He thought of Lu Mungli's appearance when she first entered the academy, and a wave of longing washed over him. He wondered how she was doing at the academy, and he really missed her. Seeing Lu Qi remain silent, Stuart grew anxious, assuming that Lu Qi was dissatisfied with the low salary of a professor. He quickly said, "Master, if you feel that the salary of a professor is too low, I can talk to the dean and give you a raise to the level of vice dean." Lu Qi snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but chuckle at Stuart's anxious expression. He waved his hand and said, No, that's fine. I accept your invitation. I'll go visit the Starsea Ability Academy after I finish this mission. Upon hearing Lu Qi agree to go to the Starsea Ability Academy, Stuart finally breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He said to Lu Qi with anticipation, "Okay, when you come to our Starsea Ability Academy, you must come and find me. I will personally show you around our academy and guarantee you an unforgettable experience." Lu Qi smiled and nodded, preparing to turn and leave. However, at that moment, someone else blocked his path. It was Zhou Mo. At this moment, Zhou Mo's face was full of a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant attitude. Chapter 263 successfully opened a spatial teleportation rift. He respectfully said to Lu Qi, "Grandmaster of the Netherworld, the mediocre Zhou Mo has come to apologize to you. I was blind and disrespectful before and offended the Grandmaster. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me." Lu Qi looked at Zhou Mo's comical appearance and chuckled inwardly. He waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care, since he had deliberately guided the whole thing to bring out the mandala. However, Zhou Mo clearly didn't think so. He knew all too well how serious the consequences would be for offending Lu Qi. So he slowly took out a bead the size of a fist from his waist and respectfully handed it to Lu Qi, saying, "Grandmaster of the Netherworld, this is the life core of a mid-level divine rank cosmic behemoth, capable of enhancing the potential of other beasts. Today, I was blind to your greatness and offended you, Grandmaster. I humbly request that you accept this." Lu Qi's eyes lit up when he saw the life core. This thing was a great tonic for the sea fiend, capable of enhancing its potential. Without hesitation, he accepted the life core from Zhou Mo. "Okay, I'll take it. The past is the past." Zhou Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Qi had accepted the life core. He quickly said gratefully, "Thank you for your magnanimity, Master. I'm deeply grateful. If you ever need anything in the future, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to fulfill your request." The next morning, the nightmare floated silently above the Bounty Hunter Alliance's skies like a colossal beast. As the sun rose, golden sunlight streamed onto the deck, casting a mysterious glow over the spaceship. Lu Qi sat upright in the center of the deck, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were resting. Behind him, the core crew of the Nightmare stood solemnly, awaiting orders. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire deck, as if foreshadowing an impending storm. Suddenly, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, a flash of shrewdness passing through them. He said calmly, "It's here." As he finished speaking, a group of people flew in from the distant horizon. They marched in a grand procession towards the Nightmare, each emanating a powerful aura. Having reached the god level, they could expend their yuan power to fly through the air as if strolling in a garden. The leader was an elderly man with white hair and beard. He looked kind and gentle, but there was no fluctuation of his aura, giving people a feeling of unfathomable depth. Mandala followed closely behind. This must be Mandala's grandfather, Supreme Crane Mountain. Lu Qi thought to himself. Soon, the group arrived atop the Nightmare. They landed on the deck and stood in a neat row. The elderly man at the head of the group slowly walked up to Lu Qi and looked at him with a smile. Lu Qi dared not be negligent and quickly stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "Yuming greets Supreme Hashan and thanks the Supreme for his willingness to help. Grandpa, he is the netherworld I told you about." Mandala whispered in the old man's ear. The old man nodded, then looked at Lu Qi and laughed heartily. "Haha, I heard about you from Anner. What young hero! To reach the Grandmaster level at such a young age is truly remarkable." Hearing the old man's praise, Lu Qi humbly replied, "You flatter me, Your Majesty. Yoming's strength is meager, and I still need to work hard." Hashan looked at Lu Qi with satisfaction and said, "Your current level is low simply because you haven't had much time to develop. As time goes by, your strength will improve, but your potential will not. You have the potential to become a Grandmaster, and you will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. I must say, Manner's judgment is quite good." He glanced at the time and then said, All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Good. Lu Qi closed his eyes and began to concentrate his mental energy to construct a spatial rift leading to the Azure Sea Plane. His consciousness traversed the void and soon touched the illusory clouds that tightly enveloped the Azure Sea. These drifting clouds formed an indestructible barrier, hindering Lu Qi's spiritual power from advancing. Lu Qi remained calm, knowing that even the strongest defenses have weaknesses. He focused his mind, letting his mental energy, like a gentle breeze, probe the surface of the phantom clouds little by little. Time seemed to stretch endlessly at that moment. Lu Qi's spiritual energy traversed the illusory clouds, searching for a breakthrough. Finally, he found it, a spot not covered by the illusory clouds, like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminated his path. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the opening, then moved like a nimble snake through the illusory clouds. He carefully avoided the traps and turbulence within the clouds, continuously venturing deeper and deeper. He didn't know how much time had passed when Lu Qi felt a lightness in his mind. His consciousness had traversed the entire illusory cloud. However, this was only the first step. The real challenge was yet to come. He needed to use his mental power to guide the spatial energy outside the phantom clouds through them along the same route. This was to ensure that the spatial rift he had created would not be affected. Otherwise, even if a spatial rift was created, it would be swallowed up by the phantom clouds. Lu Qi took a deep breath and focused his mental energy once again. He began to carefully guide the power of space forward, but an accident occurred when he was halfway there. The phantom clouds actually started to move. They seemed to come alive, twisting and changing, instantly destroying the safe route that Lu Qi had previously established. His heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew he couldn't panic now, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Qi made a firm decision. Instead of re-exploring the route, he would simply move forward with the immense spatial power. This decision was extremely bold, because if it failed, Lu Qi would suffer severe backlash with unimaginable consequences. At this moment, Lu Qi was like a driver of a trailer truck with 2 or 3 trailers, navigating a crowded and narrow road. He had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times, manipulating spatial forces to advance step by step. Any slight lapse in concentration could result in a fatal accident. Everyone looked at Lu Qi, understanding that they had reached a crucial moment. They held their breath, afraid of disturbing Lu Qi and causing everything to fail. Each person's eyes were filled with tension and anticipation. Finally, after a long wait and a difficult journey, Lu Qi successfully passed through the entire phantom cloud with his immense spatial power. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Without stopping, Lu Qi immediately activated his spatial ability, creating a spatial rift leading to the Azure Sea. This crack is like a heavenly gate connecting 2 different worlds. Chapter 264, The Disaster of the Fishmen. We succeeded. We're on our way. Lu Qi addressed everyone. Supreme Lord Hashan nodded without speaking, but his eyes were filled with admiration and recognition. He knew that it was no easy feat for Lu Qi to have accomplished all this. It required exceptional talent and strength. Then, an enormous spatial rift slowly formed in front of the nightmare, and the nightmare slowly flew into it and disappeared into the rift. When the people of Hashan saw this enormous spatial rift, they were all shocked. The so-called creation of spatial rifts, as people say, is already incredibly impressive if it's large enough for one person to pass through. Lu Qi, however, actually created such a massive spatial rift. As expected of a Grandmaster-level spatial ability user, he is truly terrifying. He was able to directly open up such a huge spatial rift for interdimensional transmission, and even within the Azure Sea with its illusory, flowing clouds, Supreme Crane Mountain thought to himself. His evaluation of Lu Qi rose to a new level. He knew that in war, spatial ability users like Lu Qi would play a role akin to strategic weapons. As the nightmare entered the massive spatial rift, the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly like flowing water, with light and shadow weaving together to create a series of mesmerizing images. Once everything settled down, a brand new world unfolded before everyone's eyes, the Azure Sea Plane. As far as the eye can see, there is only the vast ocean, shimmering with light, as if the whole world is immersed in this deep blue. Lu Chi stood on the deck, his gaze piercing. He snapped his fingers lightly, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of carrion seagulls took off from the ship's side and scattered in all directions. They were Lu Chi's spies, responsible for gathering information about this new world. Not long after, Lu Chi raised an eyebrow slightly as he spotted his target, a huge island. The island was like a dazzling pearl in the sea, with a bustling city on it, its buildings arranged in a pleasing pattern and its people thronging the streets. Nightmare descend. Lu Chi's voice was calm and firm, revealing an unquestionable authority. Yes, master. With a slight tremor, the nightmare began to descend slowly, eventually landing smoothly on the edge of the island. Lu Chi turned around and faced the eager crew behind him. His gaze swept across each of their faces as if trying to see through their hearts. We can move out now. Remember, every living creature on this island is our enemy. Show no mercy. Wipe them all out. Captain, just you wait and see. Jack responded with a sinister grin. His mouth stretched open, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, and he transformed into a blood-red shadow, rushing towards the distant city with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the Nightmare's more than 4,000 undead crew members also mobilized. Clad in black armor and wielding specially crafted longswords, they roared like a black torrent surging towards the city, led by Jack. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and bloodlust, as if they couldn't wait to begin this carnage. Prior to this operation, Alvin used his alchemy to create standardized equipment for all the undead crew members. This equipment not only enhanced their defense, but also granted them greater offensive capabilities. As a result, the Nightmare's overall combat strength underwent a qualitative leap. Moreover, under the constant operation of the 4 undead enhancement devices, the strength of the undead crew members was greatly enhanced. Now, all of them have reached the elite level or above, and there are even more than 1,000 leader-level undead mixed in among them. These leader-level undead are even more powerful, enough to fight against those powerful enemies and creatures. Aloe is a bluefin fishman living in the city of Bitao, who has just finished a hard day's work at sea. Carrying his day's catch, he happily set off on his journey home. The sea breeze ruffled his rough fish scales, and the afterglow of the setting sun shimmered on the sea. Just then, a strange noise broke the tranquility of the beach. He seemed to hear a sound coming from behind him. Arlo turned around in confusion, and the huge fish face was full of surprise and doubt. Good heavens, what the hell is this thing? Aloe cried out in terror. His voice trembled in the sea breeze, filled with unconcealed fear. In the distance, a black wave was rapidly approaching him. As Aloe observed more closely, he realized that these black waves were actually undead, their faces expressionless, and their eyes gleaming with a cold light. A chill ran through Aloe as he instantly realized that Bitao City was facing an unprecedented disaster. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He strained his throat, shouting with all his might. However, his voice was drowned out by the roar of the undead tide. Just then, a blood-red figure swept past Aloe. Aloe only had time to see the cold light flashing in the figure's hand before a sharp pain shot through his entire body. He looked down and saw that his chest was empty. His heart had disappeared at some point, leaving only a desolate void. Aloe slowly collapsed, filled with resentment and endless fear. His vision gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. However, just as he was plunged into eternal darkness, a strange power suddenly surged into his body. His eyes reopened, but they had lost their former luster, replaced by a grayish-white color. Aloe transformed into an undead merman. He let out a terrifying howl, then staggered to his feet and, following the black tide, launched a frenzied attack on Azure Wave City. The black tide, like the cloak of death, mercilessly swept over every merman outside Azure Wave City. They struggled and wailed, but in the end, without exception, they were all swept up in it and became part of that terrifying army of the undead. Their eyes became vacant, and their skin had a deathly gray-white hue, as if they were empty shells from which their souls had been ripped away. At the same time, the garrison on Bitao City also noticed the strange change in the distance. A piercing alarm instantly blared through the sky, and the city gates slowly closed with a heavy rumble. On the city walls, tens of thousands of merfolk soldiers raised their spears and shields, their eyes firm and resolute, ready to fight to the death against the approaching enemy. However, for someone like Lu Chi, The city wall was nothing more than an insignificant obstacle. He watched it all with cold indifference, as if he were enjoying a good show about to unfold. We've discovered a massive number of undead. Where do they all come from? Those killed by these undead have all become their kind. The city walls are closed. They shouldn't be able to get in. A merfolk commander, holding a phone, was reporting the situation. He had just confidently stated that the city walls were closed and the undead couldn't get in. Chapter 265, The Disaster of the Fishmen 2. Suddenly, countless spatial rifts opened up like the mouths of demons on the city walls and throughout the city. From the cracks, a dense army of undead poured out. They let out chilling howls, brandishing their weapons and launching a frenzied attack on the defending merfolk soldiers. The merfolk commander was shocked. He had just been confident that the city walls could stop the undead attack, but now it seemed that all of this was in vain. He quickly grabbed the phone and requested backup from his superiors. We need backup. Some of these spirits are psychics. They're everywhere. We need. Then, he threw away the phone, drew his serrated longsword, and beheaded a merman undead that lunged at him. But then, a strange sound rang out. He whirled around and saw a semi-transparent, ghostly figure standing behind him. The figure emitted a chilling, eerie laugh. You pathetic murlocs, today you will all become part of my undead army. You bastard, you're playing tricks on me. I'll kill you. The merfolk commander roared, gripping his serrated longsword tightly. He concentrated all his strength into the blade and slashed fiercely at the translucent phantom with overwhelming force. However, something unexpected happened. The phantom was as ethereal as smoke, and the officer's blade pierced right through it, striking the solid city wall heavily. A deafening roar erupted instantly, sending shards of stone flying like bullets, leaving a deep gash on the city wall. How is this possible? The merfolk commander stared in astonishment, unable to believe that his physical attacks had no effect on the phantom. It was immune to physical attacks. However, he no longer had time to think about how to deal with this bizarre enemy, because the ghost had already wielded the scythe of death in its hand, and with lightning speed, it cleaved down towards his head. No! The merfolk commander cried out in despair, but it was too late. The Grim Reaper's scythe mercilessly cleaved his head from his body. This peak-ranking merman garrison commander thus met a tragic end. But that's not the scariest part. Seconds after the officer fell, his headless corpse swayed and stood up, spreading his arms and lunging at the merman warrior beside him. This scene spread rapidly across the city walls like a plague. More and more merfolk warriors were killed by the undead, who then transformed them into new undead. Their roars and wails mingled together, bringing unprecedented panic to the entire city of Bitao. Please, don't come any closer. One of the Octopus Man warriors was terrified. His tentacles were secreting copious amounts of fluid due to extreme fear, making his entire body slippery. He frantically waved his weapon, trying to drive away his former comrades. But the merfolk, now undead, ignored his pleas for mercy. They pressed closer, cornering the Octopus Man against the city wall. The Octopus Man's tentacles flared incessantly, trying to scare away the undead. But with the roar of the undead, he was quickly tackled to the ground. Dozens of undead merfolk opened their massive jaws and lunged at the Octopus Man, instantly gushing out large amounts of blue blood as its tentacles were severed. Help! Someone please save me! The Octopus Man screamed in despair, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roars of the undead. A Sharkman undead opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on his neck. With a sharp pain, the Octopus Man's voice abruptly ceased. His eyes were filled with fear and resentment, but he eventually collapsed slowly. Just 10 seconds later, the Octopus Man's battered body shakily stood up. His eyes had turned grayish-white, and his body reeked of a nauseating, fishy stench. He had joined the attacking army, becoming a member of the undead horde. Soon, the fierce battle on the city wall came to an end. The merfolk soldiers who had been holding their ground were now all dead, none of them surviving. Their corpses had all turned into undead, roaring at the inhabitants of the city. Within the city, millions of innocent merfolk residents were gripped by panic and despair. They fled in all directions, but no matter where they hid, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the undead. In an instant, the city of Azure Waves was filled with wails of agony and rivers of blood, resembling a living hell. Just then, a dazzling meteor streaked across the sky, flying toward Bitao City with lightning speed. This shooting star was none other than the god-level Swordtail Merman, Sword Wave, who had come to provide support. Looking at the carnage below, Jian Tao felt an indescribable surge of grief and indignation. His brows furrowed, and a sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes. Where did these things come from? How could they so cruelly slaughter my compatriots? However, he knew this was not the time to dwell on such things. He had to act immediately and wipe out all these undead here. Otherwise, if they were allowed to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Jian Tao was about to make his move, a subtle fluctuation suddenly occurred in the air. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp dagger suddenly attacked from behind him, aiming straight for his heart. What? Jian Tao's expression changed drastically. He never expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on him at this moment. He immediately turned to dodge, but because the attacker's strength had also reached the god level, Jian Tao was unable to completely dodge for a moment. The dagger cut a deep wound on his arm, and blood gushed out immediately. Jian Tao didn't initially pay much attention to the wound. After all, as a god-level expert, his physical attributes and recovery abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. However, he soon realized something was wrong. The wound was turning green rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and was beginning to spread upwards. Poisonous. Jian Tao was startled. He immediately realized that the visitor was hostile. He dared not be careless in the slightest and immediately mobilized the wildly surging yuan power within his body to block the rapidly spreading poison. Only now did Jian Tao have time to examine the attacker. Before their eyes came a woman with a graceful figure and unique charm. She was surrounded by a dense aura of death, silently proclaiming her identity, a god-level undead. A chill flashed in Jian Tao's eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone revealing an undeniable authority. You undead have quite the nerve, daring to attack our tidal kingdom. Do you think you've lived long enough? Rosie deftly flipped the poisoned dagger in her hand, the blade slicing through the air with a series of cold flashes. She glanced at Jian Tao, a disdainful smile playing on her lips. The Tide Royal Court? That's just a name that's about to become history. Having said that, Rosie moved swiftly, her dagger flashing like lightning as she thrust towards Jian Tao. This attack was both ruthless and rapid, clearly intended to kill this god-level merman in one fell swoop. Chapter 266, The Terrifying Power of a Top-Tier Legendary Ability. Seeing Rosie's attack coming, Jian Tao roared, and his body suddenly transformed into the true form of the swordtail fishman. His arms instantly extended and transformed into two long swords gleaming with cold light, precisely parrying the poisoned dagger in Rose's hand. At the same time, his other long sword pierced towards Rosie like lightning. Upon seeing this, a hint of panic flashed across Rose's face, and her movements became somewhat flustered for a moment. Jian Tao watched this unfold, a cold laugh running through his mind. With this level of skill, they dare to boast about destroying our Tide Royal Court? How utterly laughable! Before he finished speaking, his long sword had already plunged deep into Rosie's heart. However, just when he thought victory was assured, the panic on Rose's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold cruelty. Suddenly, Rosie lunged forward, the long sword continuing to pierce through her body and approach Jian Tao. At the same time, the dagger in her hand slashed towards Jian Tao's neck with lightning speed. At this moment, Jian Tao finally realized the seriousness of the problem. The opponent was an undead, and the heart was not the weak point at all, but the head. But at that moment, his arm was still trapped inside Rose's body, unable to be pulled out in time to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as Rose's dagger slashed through his throat, a chilling sensation instantly spreading throughout his body. As the soft sound of flesh scraping against flesh rang out, Jian Tao clutched his neck, his trembling fingers pointing at Rosie, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. You all. Before he could finish speaking, the extremely potent toxin had already rapidly invaded his brain. This powerful early-stage, god-level expert fell to his death in terror and resentment. Shortly after Jian Tao fell to the ground, his corpse rose again. At this moment, Jian Tao had transformed into an undead form, still radiating the terrifying aura of a god. High in the sky, Supreme Hashan and his entourage stood suspended in midair, their gazes fixed on the brutal battlefield below. Seeing the rapidly increasing number of undead troops, Solemn expressions appeared on their faces. Now I finally understand why Yuming dared to make such arrogant claims, saying that they could handle everyone except the Supreme Being. A hint of shock was evident in Mandala's voice. She watched as the fallen Murloc warriors staggered to their feet and joined the ranks of the undead army, and a chill ran down her spine. These undead can even transform into god-level powerhouses. In that case, given enough time, who can stop them? A mid-level god exclaimed. Supreme Crane Mountain's eyes were deep and bright. He immediately saw the crux of the problem. It was the ghost ship of the Netherworld. That ship possessed a strange ability to transform all the dead into undead minions. That's terrifying. Mandala sighed. With the Netherworld Grandmaster-level spatial abilities, plus the ghost ship's bizarre capabilities, no matter how many troops we have, they'll just be easy prey for them. Supreme Lord Hashan nodded in agreement. This bizarre ability to instantly transform the dead into spirits is truly unheard of. It must be a top-tier ability, even in the realm of the dead. They all knew in their hearts that this war had exceeded their expectations. The strength and methods of the Netherworld had far surpassed their estimations. At this moment, Beatao City has become a desolate wasteland. The once bustling streets are now devoid of the fishmen's laughter and chatter. Instead, they are filled with the low growls of the dead. This island, which once nurtured millions of fishmen, has now become a paradise for the dead. Every corner is filled with the stench of death. Meanwhile, Lu Chi's undead army swelled instantly, growing to a massive force of over 1 million. These newly joined undead warriors all had empty eyes, yet they exuded powerful combat strength. Jack transformed into a streak of crimson light and swiftly returned to the nightmare. His face beamed with excitement and ecstasy. Captain, this feels amazing. This is simply divine skill. We only had a little over 4,000 men a moment ago, and now, in the blink of an eye, we have an army of over 1 million. Ha ha! Rose also returned to the nightmare with the undead sword wave. She reported the results to Lu Chi. Captain, I have killed a low-level divine-rank swordtail fishman. Her tone remained calm and even, as if she had only killed an ordinary fishman. Lu Chi nodded, expressing his approval to Rose C. Rose C., you did a great job. Sister Rose, you're injured. Let me help you heal. Nightmare's innocent childish voice rang out, and a stream of black energy surged from the deck, slowly flowing towards the wound on Rose's chest. Under the cover of black energy, the hideous wound on Rose's chest healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rose smiled slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Nightmare." Just then, Alvin and Yoda arrived, looking travel-worn. Alvin, panting heavily, exclaimed, "It's so great to be able to fly. Yoda and I were so much slower than you guys on the ground." His tone revealed a hint of helplessness and envy. Yoda scratched his head sheepishly and said, I think we'll soon have god-level bodies too. There's no shortage of god-level souls here." His eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already see his future powerful self. Lukinojid. Yoda was right. After we kill the soul of the mid-level god, I will give you a new mid-level god body. Now, we will split into 2 groups and head towards the 2 nearest islands. Yes, everyone echoed in agreement. Subsequently, the 1 million dead on the island began to gather in an orderly fashion toward the nightmare. Lu Chi stood on the deck, and with a wave of his hands, 2 enormous spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, like gateways to another world. He commanded in a deep voice, "Ross, you and the god-level sword-tailed Murloc undead will lead 500,000 undead to attack heart of the Sea City." Then, Lu Chi turned to Jack and Soul Eater. "Jack, Soul Eater, you are leading 500,000 undead to attack the city of surging waves. Remember, our time is limited. We must be quick and increase the number of undead as rapidly as possible. If you encounter an evenly matched enemy, do not linger. Immediately request reinforcements." "Yes, Captain." The voices of the crowd echoed on the deck. Then, the core members of the Nightmare led the undead army in 2 separate groups and disappeared into 2 huge spatial rifts. Chapter 267, The Tide Kingdom's Counterattack. Tide Royal Court. The capital city of Hyalon is like a dazzling pearl inlaid in the vast blue waves. In the heart of the city, a magnificent palace complex rises from the ground, its imposing presence showcasing the nobility and majesty of the royal court. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall at the center of the palace complex was unusually solemn. Emperor Kanglin, the ruler who wields supreme power in the Tide royal court, sits atop his high throne, wearing a magnificent crown inlaid with countless jewels. A hint of anger flashed across his brow, and his piercing gaze swept over the assembled officials below the stage. Have the origins of these undead been found? The voice of the Kanglin Emperor echoed in the spacious hall, carrying an undeniable majesty. The Tide Kingdom, have always been the ones attacking others. How could they possibly be the ones being attacked today? In a short period of time, 3 cities fell one after another, and the number of those damned undead has not decreased but increased, soaring to more than 5 million. This gave Emperor Kanglin a slight headache. The fishmen ministers looked around and lowered their heads, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze. At this moment, High Priest Wogo stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I have made a discovery." A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Kanglin Emperor, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. "Oh, High Priest, please tell me quickly." Wogue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, according to my observation, these undead probably come from Blue Star." Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone present heard it clearly, as if every word struck their hearts heavily. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They clearly couldn't imagine that this answer could be connected to a trivial 4th-level plane. Emperor Kanglin frowned and asked in confusion, "High Priest, Blue Star is just a 4th-level plane that has just recovered its vitality. How could it have such power?" His voice revealed deep incomprehension and doubt. Wogue nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please do not be misled by the time it has taken for Blue Star to recover its vitality. Ask yourself honestly, what plane that has only been recovering its vitality for 10 years could possibly annihilate the entire Raider Legion?" His tone was firm and powerful, as if reminding everyone not to underestimate this seemingly weak dimension. As he spoke, Wogo clapped his hands. 2 fishmen immediately came forward carrying a huge photograph. The person in the photo is Lu Qi. His gaze is deep and his expression is cold, as if he can see through the photo and look directly into the hearts of everyone. Wogue stepped forward and pointed to Lu Qi in the photo, saying, "This person is named Yu Ming, the #1 genius and #1 expert on Blue Star. He is also a member of the Undead clan. He is the chosen one of this plane, nurtured with all his might by the mother tree of Blue Star. Moreover, I believe he has countless connections to the Undead realm." His tone revealed a deep sense of apprehension and wariness towards Lu Qi. Wogo's finger slid lightly across the page, pointing to the next photograph. All eyes followed, focusing on the new image. This was a warship entirely black. Its hull was marked by the marks of time, as if it had witnessed countless storms and battles. Even more eerie was the black energy that constantly surged around the warship, like a messenger from hell, emanating a chilling aura. Wogo's voice was deep and powerful. "This ship belongs to the underworld. Moreover, it is a hellish ship capable of summoning the dead." Upon hearing this, Emperor Kanglin frowned and asked in confusion, "Could it be that someone saw this ship appear in the Azure Sea?" Wogo nodded and said affirmatively, "That's right. The moment I discovered the undead, I sent out a reconnaissance team. Based on the intelligence they brought back, I can be fairly certain that it is Netherworld and his hell ship that are attacking us now." "Okay, Hai Shao." Emperor Kanglin suddenly stood up, his voice echoing in the empty hall. "Your Majesty, I am here." A golden-armored fishman stepped forward in response. He was tall and imposing, and clearly one of the best in the army. "General Hai Shao, you led the best soldiers in the army to destroy Yu Ming and his strange ship." "Yes, Your Majesty, please wait a moment, I will be right back. At that time, I will present Your Majesty with the head of the Netherworld." Hai Shao said confidently. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. "Ha ha, good. We'll wait here for the general's good news." Emperor Kanglin laughed loudly. His laughter revealed his trust in Hai Shao and his expectation of victory. Hai Shao bowed to Emperor Kanglin, then strode out of the hall. His figure appeared so tall and imposing in the sunlight. Outside the hall, sunlight shone on the 10 golden-armored fishmen of divine rank, their armor gleaming with dazzling light. These 10 fishmen stood like a sturdy fortress in the ocean, exuding an imposing aura. Seeing Hai Shao approach, they turned in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. At Hai Zhao's command, the 11 people took off simultaneously and flew rapidly towards the nightmare. This powerful squad consisted of 1 peak-level god, 3 mid-level god, and 7 low-level god merfolk. Their strength was enough to easily destroy several 4th-level planes, yet they were now tightly united, like a sharp sword aimed directly at their target. After Hai Zhao and the others flew far away, they saw a seagull perched on the palace rooftop nimbly turn around. The other half of the seagull had already rotted away, revealing its bare white bones. During the flight, a mid-level divine rank merman couldn't help but say to Hai Zhao, "General, do you think we can make it back for lunch soon? I'm getting a little hungry." His tone was relaxed, clearly indicating that he didn't take the so-called netherworld seriously. After all, as far as they knew, Yu Ming, as the #1 expert on Blue Star, only possessed the strength of a king. Such an opponent was as insignificant as an ant in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Hai Zhao laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, the battle will be over in 2 minutes, and then we'll go back and have a celebratory drink." His laughter was full of confidence and anticipation. He was already well prepared for this battle. The other merfolk joined in the laughter. This is practically handing U.S. war merits. This Yu Ming is truly a good person. Yes, we'll give him a quick death when we kill him later. There aren't many people this stupid anymore. Their laughter echoed in the air, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. Little did they know, a nightmare was about to descend. Chapter 268, The Terrifying Undead Sacrifice. High in the sky, Hashan and the others stood silently in midair, their gazes like sharp arrows piercing through the void, accurately capturing the figures of Hai Zhao and the other fishmen. The fishmen were rapidly passing through the clouds, rushing off in a certain direction. A man dressed in a dark blue robe stood beside Hishan, a hint of worry in his eyes. He couldn't help but speak to Hishan. "Supreme Lord Hishan, look, that group of fishmen is incredibly aggressive, and their leader is a peak-level god-tier expert. Should we intervene to help Grandmaster Yu Ming and stop them?" Hishan glanced at him sideways, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He said slowly, "Oh, so your superpower guild has so little confidence in Yu Ming? A mere peak-level divine merman makes you so nervous." The man was taken aback by Hashan's words, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He scratched his head and explained, "Your Excellency, as you know, spatial ability users are already rare, and the emergence of even a master-level figure is already a rare occurrence. The appearance of the Netherworld Grandmaster this time is nothing short of a miracle. He is the pride of our ability user guild. Naturally, we cannot allow anything to happen to him." He paused, then sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, before I came here, the guild leader repeatedly told me to make sure I protected the Netherworld Grandmaster. If I fail to complete the mission, I'll probably be skinned alive by the guild leader when I get back." Hishan laughed heartily upon hearing this. He patted the man on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If Yu Ming is in trouble, I will naturally lend a hand. However, I also want to see just how powerful this Yu Ming is, daring to claim he can eliminate everyone in this plane except for the Supreme Being." As he spoke, Hishan's gaze returned to the distant battlefield, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was filled with interest in the upcoming battle and wanted to see what would happen. As Hai Zhao and the others gradually approached, they could clearly see Bitao City in the distance, its majestic city walls gleaming with a cold light under the sunlight. The powerful merfolk were eager to unleash their full potential. However, at this very moment, a sudden change occurred. A colossal spatial rift suddenly appeared out of thin air before them, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Through the crack, they saw a young man coldly watching them. In his hand, a ball of energy radiating terrifying power was gathering, like a black star about to explode. That person was Lu Qi. He gave a cold smile, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he shot at Hai Zhao and the others. "I've been waiting for you for so long. You've finally arrived." His voice was cold and authoritative, like the pronouncement of death. Then, Lu Qi suddenly swung his right hand at Hai Zhao. The terrifying energy he had gathered in his hand instantly transformed into a black meteor, which shot through the spatial rift with lightning speed and towards Hai Zhao. Wherever the black meteor passed, space seemed to be torn apart, revealing terrifying void rifts. Hai Zhao's expression changed drastically in an instant. He sensed the terrifying power contained within the black meteor, as if it were about to devour the entire world. What kind of attack is this? He screamed in terror and quickly moved to the right to dodge. The attack Lu Qi unleashed was none other than a necromantic sacrifice, formed from the sacrifice of 2 million undead merfolk. He gathered the power of 2 million undead, condensing it into a terrifying, world-destroying attack. Faced with this power, even Hai Xiao, at the peak of the god level, appeared so insignificant and powerless. However, Hai Xiao was, after all, a peak-level god-tier expert, and he displayed astonishing reaction speed when faced with the terrifying attack of the undead sacrifice. The black meteor grazed his body, narrowly missing him at a distance that almost touched him. At that moment, he could even clearly feel the gale brought about by that terrifying blow, cutting his cheek like a blade, and the sharp pain made his heart tighten. He breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. Luckily, my reaction speed was fast enough. If I had taken that hit, I definitely wouldn't have survived. However, in the instant he relaxed his guard, another spatial rift appeared, engulfing the black meteor in its path. And on the other side of this spatial rift, it led to Hai Xiao. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Hai Xiao's heart. He turned around blankly and saw that the terrifying attack that had just brushed past him had appeared behind him like a ghost. At that moment, his hair stood on end, and an indescribable fear surged within him. What the hell is this thing? Hai Xiao was horrified, his voice filled with terror and despair. He frantically moved his body, trying to dodge the fatal blow once again. However, the black meteor was moving too fast. Hai Xiao only had time to take half a step before the meteor slammed into him. Suddenly, a terrifying, world-destroying power erupted, instantly engulfing Hai Xiao. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the sky, and Hai Xiao and the divine warriors around him were mercilessly blasted away in the terrifying explosion, like fragile ragdolls. Their bodies traced a poignant arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the distant sea, creating a huge splash. At the epicenter of the explosion, a devastating shockwave rapidly spread outwards, engulfing everything in its path. The air distorted wildly under the influence of this force, forming terrifying storms. The sea was also affected, with huge waves churning as if to swallow the entire world. In the distant sky, a projection bird teleported this breathtaking scene to the palace of the Azure Holy City. The merfolk inside the hall were all staring intently at the projected image, their faces filled with shock and fear, and the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. They couldn't believe that those god-level warriors, who were usually so powerful in their eyes, were so vulnerable in the face of that terrifying explosion. They couldn't even imagine what kind of disaster they, the fishmen, would have faced if that explosion had occurred in the holy city of Azure. At this moment, the once powerful god-level team had become utterly miserable. 7 merfolk at the early god rank were killed instantly in the terrifying explosion. Their bodies were torn to pieces, and their blood stained the surrounding seawater red. The 3 mid-level divine merfolk, though they survived by sheer luck, were all missing limbs and looked miserable, groaning in pain in the sea. Hai Xiao, as the leader of this team, was the strongest, but he was at the very center of the explosion and suffered the most damage. Chapter 269, Peak God Rank Merman. One of his arms was blown off, blood gushing out, and his body was covered in gruesome wounds, so painful that he could barely stand. Damn it, those still alive, get out of the sea. Their next attack is coming soon. Hai Xiao covered the wound on his severed arm with his remaining arm and shouted loudly. Hearing Hai Xiao shout, the 4 golden-armored fishmen gritted their teeth, endured the excruciating pain, and flew from the sea to Hai Xiao's back. Are there any survivors? However, no matter what he said, no one would answer him anymore. This attack directly killed 7 god-level powerhouses, and his team was now effectively wiped out. Just then, a clapping sound rang out. Hai Xiao and the others looked closely and saw 4 people slowly flying towards them. The one in the lead, dressed in black, was none other than Yu Ming, the same person High Priest Wogue had shown in the photograph earlier. So how was it? Did you like the gift I gave you? It's made up of the power of 2 million undead merfolk. Lu Qi said to Hai Xiao sarcastically. Although he has not yet reached the divine level and cannot fly, Lu Qi can use his spatial abilities to create spatial stairs for himself to stand on. Hai Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with hatred. Yu Ming, once you've come to our Azure Sea, You can forget about going back. Ha ha ha. We can't go back until we've killed you all. Lu Qi let out a burst of wild laughter. Next, I'll show you what true terror is. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the three people behind him immediately understood and scattered in different directions, preparing to launch the next round of attacks. Lu Qi slowly approached Hai Xiao, preparing to personally finish off this peak-level god-tier expert. In the sea breeze, Jack's waist-length blood-red hair swayed slightly, highlighting his hideous and terrifying face, making him look like a demon straight out of hell. Even I, Jack, have a day when I can kill gods like they're killing dogs. This feeling is so exciting. Jack laughed excitedly, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. He transformed into a streak of blood and swiftly charged towards a mid-level, god-rank, golden-armored fishman. The golden armor of the fishman, which had once gleamed in the sunlight, was now stained red with blood and had lost its original luster. Upon seeing Jack's attack, his expression changed drastically, and his body immediately began to crackle with electricity, transforming him into an electric eel-like fishman. He attempted to use his special abilities to defend against Jack's attack. However, Jack's blood-red longsword had already slashed deeply into the golden-armored fishman's shoulder. The electric eelman's face contorted in pain as he gripped the blade tightly with both hands, trying to stop it from penetrating any further. However, Jack's strength was simply too great, and he was unable to resist it. "Ha, feeling good, huh? Your Uncle Jack will take good care of you." Jack grinned maliciously, forcefully pulled out his long sword, and slashed fiercely at the electric eel fishman again. At that moment, a resolute look appeared on the electric eelman's face. He knew he couldn't withstand Jack's attack, so he decided to fight to the death. The long sword slashed into the merman's body in an instant. The powerful electric current emanating from the fishman was instantly released, flowing along the blood-red longsword towards Jack. Electricity, electricity, electricity. The terrifying electric current made Jack's hair stand on end instantly, and his body trembled uncontrollably, making him look quite comical. With trembling hands, he drew another spare short blade from his waist, swung it fiercely, and severed the electric eelman's head. As the head hit the ground, the electric current that had tormented Jack to the point of ecstasy finally stopped. At the same time, Soul Eater and Rousey rushed toward the other two mid-level god-tier merfolk like two bolts of lightning. The battle between the four erupted instantly, and the battlefield was immediately filled with the roar of fierce clashes and energy collisions. At this moment, only Hai Xiao and Lu Qi remained on the battlefield. Looking at the person before him, Hai Xiao knew that as long as he killed the netherworld before him, those terrifying undead would immediately disappear and the crisis of the Tide Royal Court would be resolved. Hai Xiao roared, and his body instantly erupted with a powerful aura. He transformed into a gigantic, war-finned fishman, his remaining left hand reaching out to grasp at the empty sea beneath him. Immediately afterward, from massive currents of sea water burst forth like four giant dragons, swirling and dancing around Hai Xiao. "The netherworld, this is our turf. You undead should stay in the netherworld." Hai Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, and his aura instantly reached its peak. With his command, the four sea dragons instantly merged into an even larger warfin fishman. This warfin fishman seemed to be constantly absorbing seawater from the ocean, its body expanding continuously until it quickly reached a terrifying height of over 1,000 meters. Hai Xiao was currently inside the head of the 1,000-meter-tall giant. As he spoke, the voice of the warfin fishman resounded throughout the entire ocean like thunder. "Yu Ming, if you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. I'll spare your life." Hai Xiao's voice was full of authority and confidence. At this moment, inside the palace of the Azure Holy City, all the fishmen couldn't help but cheer upon seeing this scene. General Hai Xiao is mighty. The warfin fishman race possesses an incredibly terrifying talent for water control. This 1,000-meter-tall warfin giant is enough to kill the netherworld brat. A fishman shouted excitedly. That's right. If it weren't for Yoming's despicable and shameless use of a sneak attack, he would have been killed by General Hai Xiao long ago. Another fishman echoed. We should prepare a celebratory feast. General Hai Xiao will be back soon. The palace was filled with laughter and anticipation. Emperor Kanglin stood on high ground, and although he did not speak, the satisfaction in his eyes was evident. He knew Hai Xiao's strength and talent well, and he understood the power displayed by this 1,000-meter-tall war-finned giant better than anyone else. Lu Qi glanced at Hai Xiao as if he were an idiot, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Are you done talking? If you are, you can die." His voice was cold and ruthless, as if he had already pronounced Hai Xiao's death sentence. Hai Xiao was instantly enraged by these words, and he roared, "Yuming, prepare to die." Immediately afterwards, the 1,000-meter-tall warfin fishman suddenly swung its fist at Lu Qi. The enormous fist carried a world-destroying power, as if it wanted to kill Lu Qi with a single blow. Lu Qi, however, was not afraid at all. With a slight movement, he instantly appeared on the arm of the war-fin giant. Like an ape, he moved quickly upwards along the giant's arm, his movements light and swift. A strange smile appeared on Hai Xiao's face inside the giant head of the war-fin giant. "Heh, how dare you approach my war-fin giant? You really don't know the meaning of death." As Lu Qi rapidly approached the giant's head, he suddenly felt the resistance beneath his feet increase dramatically. He looked down and saw that the seawater on the giant's body was as sticky as glue, making it extremely difficult for him to move. Chapter 270: The Crisis of the Azure Sea's Destruction. Lu Qi's expression changed drastically. He realized he had fallen into Hai Xiao's trap. He hurriedly mustered his strength, trying to break free of the restraints. But just then, countless arms made of seawater suddenly surged out from the water beneath his feet, tightly gripping his legs. These arms were as flexible and powerful as tentacles, making it impossible for Lu Qi to break free. Immediately afterwards, the warfin giant's massive right fist swung fiercely towards Lu Qi. The fist was like a small mountain, carrying a howling wind and the force of thunder, as if it wanted to kill Lu Qi with one blow. Seeing this, Lu Qi shook his head helplessly and sighed. "It seems that without activating Blood Fiend, we are still far too weak against enemies at the peak of the divine rank." As he finished speaking, a blood-red flame seemed to slowly ignite in Lu Qi's eyes. The flame seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, carrying endless slaughter and rage. His right hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and a sharp sword aura instantly spread out. "Yu Ming, Di!" Hai Xiao shouted with a ferocious expression, as if he could already see Yu Ming turned into mincemeat under his punch. However, his illusions were soon shattered. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red sword light streaked across the sky, moving with such speed that it seemed to transcend time and space. The giant's massive fist was severed in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror, demonstrating the sword's sharpness and power. "What?" Hai Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "How could you possibly sever the arm of the war-fin giant?" Lu Qi simply said, "As long as it's sharp enough, there's nothing it can't cut." Then he swung the ice soul sword in his hand again, and an extremely sharp blood-red sword light flashed, instantly severing all the seawater arms that were binding him. Lu Qi moved swiftly, leaping upwards and instantly arriving before the head of the warfin giant. He thrust his ice soul sword at Hai Xiao in midair, and a massive amount of crimson malevolent energy instantly condensed into a giant sword. That giant sword, carrying an incomparably sharp aura, easily pierced the head of the warfin giant. "No!" Hai Xiao watched in horror as the blood-red giant sword drew ever closer. He tried to control the war-finned giant to stop it, but it was too late. The great sword pierced straight through his body, sending up a cloud of blood mist. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment, but it was all over. Hai Xiao's heart was mercilessly torn to shreds in that instant, and his life force vanished as quickly as flowing water. The expression of unwillingness on his face seemed to be frozen in time, forever stuck at that moment. Then, Hai Xiao's eyes gradually lost their color, becoming pale and empty. Under the influence of the nightmare ship's calamity, his body began to mutate, slowly transforming into an undead. His former bravery and glory now only left endless sorrow and sighs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Soul Eater, Rose, and Jack had finished their battle. The 10-man squad sent by the Tide Court had been completely wiped out, with no survivors. The cheers within the palace of the Azure Holy City had vanished without a trace, replaced by a deathly silence. Everyone was too shocked by this sudden turn of events to speak. Emperor Kanglin stared at the projected image, his face so grim it seemed as if water could drip from it. He never expected that Yu Ming, a person with the strength of a king, would be able to kill Hai Xiao, who had the strength of a god at the peak. His Majesty. Wogue stepped forward, a hint of anxiety in his voice. We must summon the ancestor. If we wait any longer, the people of our Tide Royal Court will face annihilation. Emperor Kanglin remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. What I'm worried about now is that Yuming may have a supreme-level ally behind him. Even if we call upon our ancestor, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to him. Wogo frowned and said, no matter what, we have to try. We can't give Yuming any more time. The speed at which his undead army is expanding is terrifying. We must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. Emperor Kanglin nodded helplessly. Go, wake the ancestor. He hadn't expected that a mere netherworld being could actually push the Tide Royal Court to this point. Yes. The two soldiers responded and turned to leave. On the other side of the battlefield, the number of god-level undead had surged to more than a dozen. By consuming the souls of these god-level fishmen, Lu Qi also replaced Nyoda and Alvin's bodies with two more powerful mid-level god-level bodies. Led by a large number of god-level undead, the undead army advanced rapidly towards the surrounding islands like an unstoppable torrent. Within just a few hours, 8 cities fell in succession, and nearly 10 million fishmen were killed under the onslaught of the undead. Their souls were stripped away, and they became part of the undead army. As the undead army continued to expand, their numbers grew rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill, soon reaching tens of millions. Afterwards, Lu Qi began to employ a multi-pronged strategy, dividing the millions of undead into dozens of groups and spreading them throughout the entire Azure Sea plain. They swept across the Azure Sea like dark storms, causing all living beings to tremble. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the holy city of Azure, news of the city's fall arrived one after another, leaving the courtiers bewildered and at a loss for what to do. They had always believed their people were invincible, but now they faced the crisis of being completely annihilated by the undead army. An invisible panic began to spread throughout the palace, filling everyone's heart with unease and despair. Your Highness, this cannot continue. A minister stepped forward, his voice tinged with anxiety. At this rate, it will only take less than 2 days for all our people on the Azure Sea to be wiped out by the Netherworld. He paused, seemingly considering his next words. It would be better to let everyone live in the sea. Although the sea is extremely dangerous and some of our people may be lost, it is still much better than being slaughtered by the undead army and becoming undead ourselves. Our people can enter the sea, but so can the dead. This method can only buy us some temporary time, but it cannot fundamentally solve the problem. Wogo sighed helplessly and shook his head. His eyes were filled with worry and despair, as if he had already foreseen the tragic future. Emperor Kanglin paced back and forth anxiously, his heart filled with restlessness and unease. Has the ancestor woken up yet? He asked anxiously. Chapter 271, The Destruction of the Azure Sea 2. A guard respectfully replied, Your Majesty, we have awakened the ancestor. However, because the ancestor has been asleep for so long, it will probably take some time before he regains consciousness. A while later, by the time the ancestor regains consciousness, everyone except for this Azure holy city will probably be dead. Emperor Kanglin's face was terrifyingly grim, as if a storm was about to break. I hereby order all cities to immediately mobilize all their merfolk and temporarily hide in the ocean. Simultaneously, organize my most elite assassination squads. Their objective is singular: to kill Yuming. Whoever accomplishes this mission will be richly rewarded. Yes. The guards responded in unison, then quickly turned and left to carry out the Emperor's orders. Meanwhile, the undead army under Lu Qi's control had snowballed to 200 million. Like a raging flood of darkness, they swept through everything in their path, and no city could withstand their onslaught. Wherever they went, every fishman was inevitably transformed into one of the undead. At this moment, through the vision of the rotting seagull, Lu Qi saw a large number of fishmen fleeing into the sea, trying to escape the attack of the undead legion. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. You think you can get away with this? How naive. He then commanded hundreds of millions of undead to march into the sea, intending to turn all living things in the ocean into undead. However, the Tide Court strategy did have some effect. Compared to land, the ocean is far too vast. If all the creatures in the ocean were to be transformed into undead, the time required would undoubtedly increase significantly. But Lu Qi wasn't in a hurry. he had plenty of patience and time. He knew that this war had only just begun, and ultimate victory would surely belong to him. In the vast ocean, a killer whale over 200 meters long resembles a moving mountain, swimming gracefully and slowly. With its peak king-level strength, this orca is the overlord of this sea area. It has never encountered any creature that can threaten it. Its powerful strength and majesty make all marine life tremble in fear. Suddenly, a 30-meter-long Lord-class shark attacked fiercely from the side, its gaping maw snapping at the orca's massive body. The shark's sharp teeth pierced the orca's body instantly, but it was like piercing a hard rock, leaving only a shallow mark. To an orca, such an attack is as insignificant as a tickle. With a nimble twist of its body, it easily flung the shark off. Then, the orca opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp, enormous teeth, and bit the arrogant shark, which dared to challenge its dignity, in two. However, to the killer whale's surprise, no blood flowed from the shark's body, which had been bitten in two. Even more strangely, although the shark was bitten in two, it did not die. The ferocious shark head was still struggling, baring its teeth and claws, and even tried to attack the killer whale. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed the orca's eyes. It couldn't understand why this shark was behaving so strangely. But as the apex predator of the sea, it wouldn't allow any creature to challenge its authority. So the orca opened its massive jaws again, ready to devour the bizarre shark completely. Suddenly, as if summoned by some mysterious force, marine life from all directions swarmed towards the orca. These creatures, who normally held orcas in awe and avoided them, now launched a fierce attack on it as if they had gone mad. The killer whale was shocked and angry. It let out a deafening roar, tried to intimidate these unusual creatures and restore their former awe. However, to the killer whale's surprise, its roar did not deter the creatures. Instead, it seemed to become a clarion call to attack. Countless marine creatures instantly became even more frenzied, rushing towards the killer whale and surrounding its massive body. Roar! The orca let out a defiant roar and fought back fiercely, battling the crazed sea creatures with its massive tail and sharp teeth. However, the number of these creatures was simply too great, seemingly endless. Even the powerful orcas could not withstand this relentless onslaught. Gradually, the orca's body became covered in wounds, and its breathing grew weaker and weaker. Finally, under this frenzied attack, the orca stopped breathing, and its massive body slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. But then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The already dead orca suddenly moved, and its eyes, like those of the marine creatures that had attacked it, became filled with an abnormal, murky white. Then, it let out an even more frenzied roar, resurfaced, and began to attack any living creature it could sense. A day passed quickly. On this day, Lu Chi's undead creatures spread wildly through the ocean like a rampant plague. At this moment, the number of undead troops under his control has exceeded 10 billion, of which the number of god-level undead has exceeded 100, and the number of king-level undead is as numerous as grains of sand in the ocean, too many to count. Such a massive army of undead is powerful enough to completely destroy the entire Azure Seaplane. Ocean Blue Holy City. The atmosphere in the Azure Holy City was extremely heavy at this moment. Around the palace, 100,000 of the most elite merfolk guards were fully armed, wearing gleaming golden armor, holding sharp blades, and guarding the city's last line of defense with firm and resolute eyes. On the high platform in the center of the palace, Emperor Kanglin and Wogue stood side by side. Their expressions were unusually solemn, their eyes deep and unfathomable, as if they were gazing at an impending storm. They knew that this moment concerned the very survival of the entire Blue Ocean Holy City and even the entire plane of existence. They've arrived. Emperor Kanglin looked ahead and said calmly. As the Azure Emperor finished speaking, the air suddenly tore apart, and more than a dozen huge spatial rifts opened menacingly in various parts of the Azure Holy City, like the gaping maws of demons. Then, accompanied by a deafening roar, a tidal wave of undead creatures surged out of these fissures. Defense! The Merman Legion commander roared, his voice booming like a bell, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He took the lead, charging towards the undead creatures, his weapon gleaming brightly. Following the Legion commander's order, the entire Imperial Guard immediately sprang into action. They were highly trained and worked in perfect unison, like a sophisticated machine at work. Their golden armor gleamed in the sunlight, and the sharp blades in their hands flashed with a cold light. With unwavering resolve, they faced the surging tide of undead creatures. As the most elite warriors of the Tide Royal Court, the Royal Guard demonstrated unparalleled combat prowess. Their attacks were swift and precise. Each swing of their swords claimed the lives of several undead. Despite their large numbers, the undead creatures were unable to breach the impregnable defenses thanks to the Royal Guard's valiant resistance. Chapter 272: The Destruction of the Azure Sea 3. Suddenly, the skies seemed to be torn apart, and hundreds of god-level undead, exuding a terrifying aura, slowly flew out from the spatial rift. Each of them exuded a powerful aura of death, as if to shroud the entire blue ocean holy city in the shadow of death. Emperor Kanglin stood on the high platform of the palace, his gaze fixed heavily on these god-level undead. His eyes were filled with grief and helplessness, for these powerful warriors were the pride and strength of the Tide Court just days before. However, in a short period of time, they were slaughtered by the endless undead and turned into the enemy's power. Yuming, do you really have to go this far? The Kanglin Emperor's voice revealed deep anger and helplessness. He knew that the Netherworld was hiding among these god-level undead, controlling everything. Kanglin, this world is a dog-eat-dog world. You can destroy another's plane, but you can also be destroyed yourself. A voice from the underworld echoed from the horde of undead. Dressed in a black robe, he slowly appeared, surrounded by numerous god-level undead. His face held a hint of mockery and indifference, as if he were completely unconcerned about the Kanglin Emperor's anger and helplessness. It would be better for both of us to stop here in Netherworld. The Kanglin Emperor's tone clearly carried a warning. Oh, I'd like to see what else you can do. Yuming crossed his arms and laughed coldly, completely ignoring Emperor Kanglin's warning. In this world, strength is everything. I admit that your ability to transform into the undead is a real headache for me, but that's all. Once I kill you, everything will be over. At this point, Emperor Kanglin looked up at the ethereal sky, his deep eyes revealing boundless piety and determination. Ancestor of the vast ocean, descendant Kanglin, bows here. He slowly bent his tall frame, performing a solemn and ancient salute. His voice was deep and firm, piercing through the layers of clouds and reaching the sky, as if he were conversing with heaven and earth. Despite my utmost efforts, I have failed to protect this land and its people. Demons roam freely, and calamities strike frequently. I feel deeply ashamed. Today, Kanglin humbly begs the ancestor for mercy, to lend a helping hand, to slay the demons and eliminate the monsters, so that my Tide Royal Court may enjoy eternal peace. As Emperor Kanglin's devout prayers faded, an old and hunched figure slowly emerged from midair. He appeared to be quite old, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. His face was covered in fine fish scales, like an ancient creature from the deep sea, each scale shimmering with a ghostly blue light, seemingly telling tales of endless years and vicissitudes. Perhaps because he was awakened from his slumber, the Tsangming ancestor's face was full of impatience. He frowned and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Kanglin, you're really getting worse with age. As the great emperor of the Tide Court, to be forced to this extent by these weaklings is a disgrace to our Tide Court." Upon hearing this, the Kanglin Emperor immediately showed a look of guilt. He lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Ancestor, please calm your anger. The abilities of Yu Ming and his subordinates are extremely strange. Any living being who dies at their hands will be assimilated into a subservient spirit within a very short time. That is why I am in such a sorry state." "Haha, all flashy and fancy." Ancestor Tsangming sneered, seemingly not taking Yoming's ability seriously. "Why make things so complicated when you can just kill him?" Having said that, he slowly raised his head and turned his gaze to Yu Ming, who was dressed in a black robe. A sharp, cold light flashed in those deep eyes, as if they could see through all falsehood and pretense. In that instant, the entire blue ocean holy city seemed to feel the majesty and power of this Tsangming ancestor. Then, Ancestor Tsangming rushed towards Yu Ming at an almost imperceptible speed. His figure traced an illusory path in the air, as if he had instantly traversed the barriers of space. The hundreds of god-level undead surrounding Yu Ming reacted extremely quickly, instantly attacking Tsangming ancestor. Various death energies converged into attacks, attempting to stop this powerful being. However, faced with the attacks of these god-level undead, Ancestor Songming merely smiled coldly and said with a face full of disdain, No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants." Before he finished speaking, he slowly extended his right hand, and an extremely terrifying energy instantly condensed in his palm. This energy was like a miniature star, shimmering with dazzling light while exuding a destructive aura. The 7 god-level undead rushing towards him were the first to be struck by this terrifying energy. With a shrill scream, their bodies vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of their remains. The god-level undead, who were terrifying to ordinary people, were utterly powerless against the Songming ancestor. This scene shocked and terrified everyone present. Yuming seemed to have not expected that Songming ancestor would be so terrifying. He was startled and quickly retreated, trying to increase the distance between himself and this powerful being. However, the Songming ancestor did not give him a chance to escape. If you dare set foot on the land of my Tide royal court, be prepared to stay here. Go and be buried with the dead Murlocs." Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and instantly arrived before Yuming. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, instantly grabbing Yuming's head in his hand. At this moment, the Kanglan Emperor also arrived at the scene. Seeing that the Songming ancestor had already subdued Yuming, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the netherworld in the hands of the Songming ancestor, his brows furrowed slightly, and he sensed that something was wrong. Emperor Kanglan reached out his left hand and ripped off the black robe on Yoming's head, revealing a fishman's face. He immediately realized that this was just a substitute. Ancestor Songming realized this as well. With a slight exertion of his right hand, the head of the god-level undead merman instantly shattered like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding air red. Yuming didn't even come in person. Emperor Kanglan said through gritted teeth, It's just a matter of putting in a little more effort." Ancestor Songming snorted coldly. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A powerful and mysterious force of wind swept in from the side without warning, instantly engulfing Ancestor Songming. This force was like an invisible dragon, surging and roaring in the air, engulfing everything in its path. The wind domain actually has a supreme-level expert. Songming's face turned deathly pale instantly, a flicker of terror in his eyes. He instinctively tried to dodge the sudden attack, but his body seemed to be tightly bound by invisible chains, unable to move an inch. Chapter 273 Mission completed. The wind around them intensified dramatically and alarming speed, like countless invisible giant hands dragging Ancestor Songming little by little into the center of the storm. He struggled and roared, but all his efforts seemed so pale and powerless. The figure of the supreme ruler of Crane Mountain appeared and disappeared in the storm, a cold smile on his face. Once one's strength reaches the supreme level, it may be possible to awaken one's own exclusive domain. The supreme being of Crane Mountain awakened the domain of wind. In this domain, he is the master of the wind and controls the fate of all living beings. Countless wind blades, like razor blades, danced wildly within the wind domain, each radiating a fierce, killing intent, as if to tear the Songming ancestor to shreds. These wind blades traced eerie trajectories through the air, impossible to avoid or defend against. Ancestor Songming cried out in despair in his heart, yet he could not change his fate. His body was riddled with holes by countless wind blades, and blood stained his clothes and the entire wind domain. Oh no, the Netherworld really does have a supreme-level ally. The thing Emperor Kanglan feared most has come to pass. He watched helplessly as the battle turned against him. The Songming ancestor's strength was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. He had not yet awakened his domain and could only struggle in the storm. Their opponent, however, was a supreme intermediate-level expert invited by the Netherworld. The difference between the two was like that between a firefly and the bright moon, completely incomparable. In the heart of the Kanglan Emperor, his fighting spirit dissipated rapidly, like a punctured balloon. His only thought now is to escape this place that is about to become purgatory. However, not far after he turned and fled, a blood-red light streaked across the sky like lightning, piercing straight into his back. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw that a sword tip, glowing with an eerie blood color, had pierced through his chest, and crimson blood was slowly dripping down the blade. How could that be? He spoke with difficulty, his voice filled with endless resentment. My grand ambitions have only just begun. How could I possibly perish here? His eyes were filled with reluctance and regret, as if he could see his unfulfilled dream shattering before his eyes. However, the harsh reality wouldn't change because of his unwillingness. He only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and the world before him was gradually swallowed by darkness. Finally, in his own kingdom, Emperor Kanglan slowly closed his eyes and with endless regret and resentment, fell into eternal sleep. Still trying to run? Lu Qi's lips curled into a cold smile, and the ice soul sword in his hand was drawn swiftly from the body of Emperor Kanglan like a flash of cold light. The sword's blade was spotless, yet it exuded a chilling aura. Meanwhile, the battle within the Wind Realm reached its climax. Under the whirlwind-like attacks of the supreme being of Crane Mountain, the ancestor Tsangming was overwhelmed and in a sorry state. He tried to gather strength to fight back, but in this domain belonging to the supreme Crane Mountain, every struggle he made seemed so powerless. Countless wind blades, like a raging tornado, tightly enveloped ancestor Tsangming. His robes were instantly torn to shreds by the wind blades, and deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on his skin. In excruciating pain, ancestor Tsangming let out a roar of resentment, but this could not change his fate. As the last wind blade sliced through his body, ancestor Tsangming finally collapsed. His physical body was completely destroyed by the wind blades, leaving only a skeleton with bare bones. From within this skeleton, one could almost hear his unwilling roar echoing, but the breath of life had completely vanished. The fall of ancestor Tsangming signifies the breach of the last line of defense of the Tide Royal Court. The Merfolk guards who were still putting up a stubborn resistance were quickly routed by the siege of countless undead and were completely overwhelmed by them. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a sea of the undead, with the screams of the fishmen and the cheers of the dead intertwining to create a breathtaking scene. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the deal with the undead and obtained the ghost ship's top-tier ability, Ship of Calamity. The system notification sounded in Lu Qi's mind, bringing a look of joy to his face. Done. Lu Qi snapped his fingers, feeling exceptionally pleased. This time, the attack on the Azure Sea and the effectiveness of the cataclysmic ships far exceeded his expectations. Overall, its abilities certainly live up to the title of top-tier legendary abilities. In just a few days, they created an army of undead numbering in the hundreds of billions for Lu Qi. At this moment, Supreme Hashan and his entourage slowly walked to Lu Qi's side. Lu Qi turned around, bowed deeply to the Supreme Lord of Hashan, and said sincerely, "This time, without the help of the Supreme Crane Mountain, I alone would never have been able to destroy the Tide Royal Court so quickly." The Supreme Ruler of Hashan gently stroked his beard, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Haha, you're too kind, young friend. The fishmen, as a subordinate race of the Zerg, the common enemy of the universe, have committed countless atrocities, and the Bounty League has long wanted to deal with them. This time, we were able to successfully eliminate them, thanks in large part to your help in opening the spatial rift to the Azure Sea." Mandala smiled and added, "Yu Ming, Grandpa's right. In the Star Empire, there are quite a few people capable of destroying the Tide Royal Court, but a space master like you is extremely rare." Supreme Lord Hashan waved his hand and said, "All right, we won't linger here any longer. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back and report. Young friend Yu Ming, don't forget our agreement. You're now our Bounty Alliance's spatial advisor, and we'll be relying on you a lot in the future." Seeing that Supreme Hashan was about to leave, Lu Qi gently waved his right hand, his fingertips lightly tracing a line through the air. As his gestures changed, a spatial rift leading to the Star Empire slowly unfolded before he shone. "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Lu Qi said firmly, "Yu Ming will not forget." At this moment, a man dressed in a blue robe stepped forward from behind Supreme Crane Mountain. He smiled and looked at Lu Qi, saying, "Grandmaster Yu Ming, if you have some free time, why not come and visit our Supernatural Ability Guild? Our guild leader has been so excited since hearing the news of the birth of a space-type Grandmaster that he hasn't slept a wink all night." He paused, then laughed. "He was worried you might encounter some trouble during the operation, so he specifically sent me to protect you." But now it seems his worries were unnecessary. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi smiled. After Hashan and his group left, Lu Qi began his plundering operation on the Azure Sea. Chapter 274, Garrison Site. He controlled countless undead, rummaging through this vast plain for anything of value. Whether it was precious minerals or rare materials, they were all stored in his storage space. Captain, what should we do with this dimension? Jack moved closer, his eyes gleaming with greed. Should we dig out the life core of the Mother Tree? Didn't they initially want to steal the life core of our Earth Mother Tree? Let's do the same. Upon hearing this, Rose immediately rolled her eyes at Jack and scolded him. Jack, don't talk nonsense. The captain is now the observer. His duty is to eliminate those unstable entities that plunder the life core of the Mother Tree. How can we knowingly commit such a transgression? Jack scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Hee, I was just kidding. Everyone in this dimension is dead. Who would know it was us? However, Alvin said seriously, no, we still can't take the risk. If we do, the captain's blood fiend ability might be affected. We can't ruin the captain's future because of momentary greed. Lu Qi nodded, pondered for a moment, and then asked, the deal between the Netherworld and us has been reached. How will the Netherworld take over this plane? Alvin respectfully replied, Captain, there are currently tens of billions of undead in this plane. It seems the Netherworld will use these undead as a medium to slowly transmit its death power here. In this way, this plane will gradually become a small Netherworld. After listening, Lu Qi asked thoughtfully, Oh, Alvin, the Zerg and the machine race are all infamous, known as enemies of the world. Why do we rarely hear news of the undead actively attacking other planes? Alvin explained, Master, although the undead are known as one of the three great calamities, they are different from the Zerg and the machines. The undead have almost no ability to actively attack other planes. This is because all undead cannot leave the Netherworld without a third-party medium. If they are away from the Netherworld for more than a month, the soul fire in their minds will be extinguished. I see. Lu Qi nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the undead race. He knew that although this deal with the undead was extremely risky, the rewards were equally considerable. If he can make good use of these undead, he will have the opportunity to build his own power in this universe. It should be noted that the hundreds of billions of undead in the Azure Sea are all under Lu Qi's command. He is like the emperor of this sea of the dead, holding absolute power over life and death. However, without the protection of the power of death, all the undead here will perish after a month, their souls extinguished. If, as Alvin said, the Netherworld can use these billions of dead as a medium to transmit the power of death, this plane will then become Lu Qi's garrison, the starting point for his conquest of the stars and the sea. The decision in his heart was clear. Lu Qi looked up into the distance, towards the realm of the dead. He silently made a promise in his heart. I will come again in a month. I hope you will not let me down. Blue Star. At this moment, the enormous sea monster resembled a small dog, with half of its head above the water, its eyes gleaming with joy. Come on, here's one more. Open your mouth. Lu Qi gently tossed the divine-level sea beast life core in his hand toward Haisha. The sea monster opened its gaping maw, large enough to devour everything, and caught the life core precisely, swallowing it whole. Then, its 8 enormous tentacles began to wriggle merrily, as if performing a silent dance. Jack leaned against the railing, looking at Sea Fiend's appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. Sea Fiend, you're incredibly lucky to be able to work for the captain. The captain dug out the life cores of all the god-level and above sea beasts in the entire Azure Sea to feed you. If you don't advance to god level soon, it really won't do you justice. Rose gently stroked Sea Fiend's head, her eyes filled with affection and anticipation. Sea Fiend should have no problem advancing to godhood. With the captain feeding it like this, I feel like it's on its way to becoming a supreme being. Lu Qi suddenly remembered something and asked, Hey, Haisha, how are things going with your relationship with Kraken? The sea monster extended a tentacle, waved it up and down a few times, indicating that it was done. Jack burst into laughter. Haha, as expected of the escort sea monster of our nightmare. To be able to woo a goddess-level girl while still at the king rank, that's quite an achievement. A hint of a smile also appeared in Lu Qi's eyes. Haisha was one of his earliest companions. and he always hoped that Haisha could reproduce as soon as possible. However, the Kraken, a god-level giant of the North Sea, is the last line of defense guarding the mother tree and cannot leave the Bermuda Triangle, so the sea demon can only go there more often when it has nothing else to do. Sigh. I wonder how Wan Ting and Wang Li are doing in the Star Empire now. Jack suddenly sighed, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he could see those two familiar figures through the endless starry sky. Without them, the nightmare felt much more deserted. Nyota sat there, his massive frame a stark contrast to his dejected expression, and said in a muffled voice, "Moo, I miss Sister Wanting so much too. Her braised pork with preserved mustard greens is so delicious." As she spoke, a trace of drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. Lucci looked at the two clowns and couldn't help but laugh. "You two, you can't even stand being apart for that long. Wan Ting and Wang Li are different from us. They need to improve their strength as soon as possible at the Starsea Ability Academy. Otherwise, they'll also feel sad on the Nightmare ship because they can't help." He paused for a moment, then said, "How about this? I'll go to the Star Empire tomorrow. I can take this opportunity to resolve the mysterious core needed for the Nightmare's upgrade, and then check on Meng Li and Wanting. If there's nothing else, I'll bring them back and let them stay on a Nightmare for a day." Upon hearing Lucci's words, Jack and Yoda's eyes lit up instantly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope for a long-awaited reunion. "Very good." Jack clapped his hands excitedly. "We Nightmare crew are going to be all together again." Yoda jumped up excitedly. "Moo, I want to eat Sister Wanting's braised pork with preserved vegetables." As he spoke, he gestured a large circle with his hand, as if the delicious braised pork was already waving in front of him. Looking at Nyoda's comical appearance, Jack couldn't help but tease him. "Aren't you supposed to be a vegetarian? Why are you thinking about eating meat all the time?" Nyoda scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. I'm an omnivore." Chapter 275 Anaïs Surprise. Star Ocean Ability Academy. A bustling testing site was packed with people. This is where students of the Mythical Beasts Department conduct tests of their supernatural abilities. But clearly, the onlookers are not just there to watch the tests. "Hey, give me some space. Let me see this." Someone struggled to squeeze into the crowd, causing a stir among those around them. "Hey kid, what brings you here? Aren't you a mechanical engineering major?" Someone recognized the guy who had squeezed in and asked curiously. "Can I come and take a look? I heard that Lu, the new student in your Beastmaster department, is super beautiful, so I came here specifically to see her." The guy said excitedly. "Wow, she's absolutely gorgeous." No wonder Lu was voted the campus belle of Shanghai as soon as she arrived. "I wonder if Lu, my junior, has a boyfriend. Do I still have a chance?" A guy who considered himself somewhat capable muttered to himself, only to be met with a scathing remark from those around him. All right, just give up on that idea. Even though Junior Lu just enrolled, her strength is top-notch. She's at the peak of the king rank. With your meager king-level strength, you should just give up." The people next to him poured cold water on his enthusiasm without any mercy. Sigh. I wonder what kind of person could possibly catch Lu's eye. At this moment, the students of the Mythical Beast Department were intently channeling their mental energy into the testing equipment before them. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness and anticipation, as if they were telling this machine about their dedication and pursuit of superpowers. Student Dolby Grade B. As the cold, mechanical sound of the testing equipment rang out, a young man in his late 20s excitedly withdrew his hand. His face couldn't hide his joy. AB grade was already a very good result for him. He proudly looked around at his classmates, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Immediately afterwards, a man with dyed yellow hair and a toothpick in his mouth walked up. He appeared somewhat unruly as he slowly placed his hand on the testing device and began channeling his mental energy into it. Everyone around him held their breath, their eyes following his every move. After a while, the testing instrument sounded again. Student Li Mingho, grade A. The sound was like a thunderclap that exploded in the crowd, and a chorus of exclamations instantly erupted around them. It's actually rank A. Young Master Li's understanding of superpowers is getting deeper and deeper. He's already approaching the threshold of the master level. That's right. Young Master Li's strength recently broke through to the peak of the king rank and reached the god rank. He's now the #1 genius in our Beastmaster department. People were talking about it, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Li Mingho stood there, a smug look on his face. He looked around as if he were receiving the worship of the crowd. Hannah, the instructor for the Mythical Beast class, looked at Li Mingho's grades, and nodded in satisfaction. Mingho, well done. Keep up the good work, and don't be arrogant. Although that's what she said, it wasn't hard to hear her appreciation and affirmation of Li Mingho from her tone. Li Mingho responded, but the smugness in his eyes intensified. He couldn't help but cast his gaze at a beautiful figure not far away. It was Lu Mengli, the new junior in their Beastmaster department. She was currently cultivating with her eyes closed, seemingly completely unaware of what was happening here. Li Mingho was somewhat disappointed. He had thought his outstanding performance would attract the attention of the female students, but it seemed he had been overthinking it. But it doesn't matter. He believes that with his strength and talent, he will attract her sooner or later. After all, he is so outstanding. Lu Mengli, it's your turn to take the test next. Hannah's voice was gentle and full of expectation as she smiled at the new student. Lu Mengli slowly opened her eyes, nodded to Hannah, and then gracefully walked towards the testing equipment. Right now, all she wants is to graduate as soon as possible and return to Luchi's side. However, as the highest level academy for superhumans in the entire Star Empire, the Star Sea Superhuman Academy does indeed offer many desirable resources and opportunities. Among them, the Time Flow Tower was a favorite of Lu Mengli. Time slows down inside this tower, which means she will have more time to cultivate. However, as an ordinary student, Lu Mengli currently only has the qualification to enter the first floor of the Time Flow Tower, and she only has 2 hours of access each day. Therefore, Lu Mengli decided to perform well in this test so that she could have a chance to become a key student of the Star Sea Ability Academy. Key students will not only be able to enter the second level of the Time Flow Tower, but will also have an increased amount of available time. Lu Mengli slowly placed her slender hand on the testing instrument, then mobilized the mental energy in her mind. She felt an invisible force surging from her body, flowing down her arm into the testing instrument. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the values displayed on the instrument. The initial value was C level, but it quickly jumped to B level. Mentor Hannah's gaze toward Lu Mengli became brighter and more expectant. Judging from the looks of it, this new student is very likely to reach rank A in supernatural abilities. Hannah thought to herself and decided that she would devote more resources and attention to Lu Mengli in the future and cultivate her into a key student of the academy. Lu Mengli was unaware of what Instructor Hannah was thinking. She was simply focused on channeling her mental energy, striving to keep the values rising. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the readings on the testing equipment rose smoothly to grade A, just as they had hoped. However, at this moment, everyone realized that Lu Mengli did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Junior, if the test is successful, you can cut off the supply of mental energy. A helpful male classmate couldn't help but offer a reminder. He assumed that Lu Mengli might be using this machine for the first time and wasn't sure how to end the test. However, Hannah, the instructor, promptly made a shushing gesture, signaling everyone to remain quiet. Her deep gaze was fixed on the testing equipment, as if she had noticed something unusual. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly. After a while, Lu Mengli finally opened her eyes, which shone brightly. She slowly withdrew her hand, a faint smile appearing on her face. Seeing this, Instructor Hannah smiled and stepped forward, gently comforting her. It's all right, an A grade is already great, a result that many students cannot achieve. However, she had only spoken halfway through her words of comfort when a mechanical voice suddenly rang out without warning. Chapter 276, Publicly Beating the Earl's Son. Student, Lu Mengli, Achievement, Master Level. The sound was like a thunderclap, instantly stunning everyone into silence. They stared at Lu Mengli in disbelief, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Hannah's smile froze instantly, replaced by undisguised shock and delight. What was going on? The new student was already a master-level student. One of the male students stared in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. My goodness, I was so happy to get a B grade, but I never expected a new student to be so strong. Not only is Mengli beautiful, but her superpower level is also extremely high, an S-rank Ice Crystal Phoenix transformation. Combined with her master-level operational skills, her future is simply limitless. No way. I've decided to pursue her. You need to go and join the queue. It won't be your turn yet. Instructor Hannah looked at Lu Mengli with eyes full of admiration and joy. Mengli, you've really given me a big surprise. From today onwards, You are a key student in our Beastmaster department. Her tone was full of approval and expectation for Lu Mengli. After the test, everyone dispersed, but Li Mingho deliberately stayed behind. He stood not far away, his gaze following Lu Mengli, as if waiting for the right opportunity. As Lu Mengli finished packing her things and prepared to leave, Li Xiao strode up to her, wearing what he considered his most charming smile. Mengli, congratulations on achieving a master-level score. It's truly admirable. To celebrate becoming a VIP student, would I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Li Xiao's voice was gentle yet magnetic. He was making a concerted effort to showcase his charm. Lu Mengli stopped in her tracks. She didn't show much emotion at Li Xiao's approach, merely glancing at him with a hint of barely perceptible coldness in her eyes. Thank you, but I don't need to celebrate, and I don't have time to eat. Li Xiao was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Mengli to reject him so directly. However, he did not give up and continued. Junior, you don't have to be so aloof. I just want to be friends with you. Sorry, I'm Buse. Lu Mengli's voice was clear and firm, leaving Li Xiao no room for illusion. After saying that, she continued walking forward, seemingly unwilling to waste time on this meaningless social interaction. Li Xiao was surprised that his invitation was rejected so readily, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just then, Li Mingho gave a wink to his follower, who immediately understood and stepped forward to block Lu Mengli's path. The lackey's face revealed an arrogant smile. Mengli, you're really disrespecting young Master Li. The henchman's voice carried a hint of threat. Young Master Li's father was a count in the Star Empire. With a single word from him, everyone in the Star Empire had to give him face. Another follower chimed in. That's right, Junior. You should cherish this opportunity. Before they finished speaking, Lu Mengli's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Seeing this, Li Mingho felt a surge of pride, thinking that Lu Mengli had finally been moved by his family background. However, what he saw next made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Lu Mengli took 2 quick steps forward and, like a joyful little bird, flew into a man's arms. The man held her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his own body. This man was Lu Qi. His appearance shocked everyone present. In Lu Qi's arms, Lu Mengli showed an unprecedented tenderness and affection, which was in stark contrast to her usual cold and aloof image. How have you been doing here lately? Lu Qi's voice was gentle and caring, as if a warm current flowed into Lu Mengli's heart. She nestled tightly in his arms, nodded, and a happy smile spread across her face. I knew it. That's why Mengli seemed so indifferent to all the boys. Turns out she's already taken, a student exclaimed, as if suddenly realizing something. Haha, Li Mingho was still showing off his family background, but Mengli, his junior, completely ignored him. He looked like a clown. Another classmate covered his mouth and chuckled, his tone full of mockery. But who is this man? They've never seen them together before. Some people curiously inquired about Lu Qi's identity. I'm not sure, but judging from his age, he should be a student in our college, someone nearby guessed. At this moment, when Li Mingho saw Lu Mengli rush into Lu Qi's arms, his face immediately turned so gloomy it could drip water. He stepped forward and said sarcastically, Mengli, your taste in men isn't very good. With such great qualities, how did you end up with a king-level guy? Lu Qi had just met Lu Mengli and hadn't even had a chance to spend some quality time together when he was disturbed by this annoying fly. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. At this moment, the sound from this side also attracted everyone's attention, and many people looked over. In a flash, Lu Qi appeared in front of Li Mingho, who still wore a mocking expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qi swung his right hand fiercely, slapping Li Mingho hard across the right cheek with a whooshing sound. Smack! A crisp slap rang out, and Li Mingho was sent spinning twice in the air before falling to the ground. Young Master Li! Young Master Li! After a moment of stunned silence, the 2 henchmen rushed forward to help Li Mingho up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Lu Qi. Young Master Li had been beaten in broad daylight. The onlookers were also shocked by this scene. You should know that Li Mingho is the son of an earl, yet this man in front of him doesn't give Li Mingho the slightest bit of face. You should be glad you're in an academy. Lu Qi flexed his right hand, his voice icy cold. Otherwise, based on that annoying mouth of yours just now, I should have chopped your head off. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze. Li Mingho was stunned by the sudden slap, and it took him a while to react. He touched his burning cheek, An endless anger and shame welled up inside him. I was actually beaten by a king-level person. Li Mingho roared in his heart, feeling that this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Chapter 277, Too Big, Pull UPS. I'm gonna kill you. Li Mingho roared with a ferocious expression, pushed off with his feet, and instantly charged towards Lu Qi like a cannonball. The surrounding audience members were all holding their breath for Lu Qi when they saw this. They knew that Li Mingho was a god-level expert, while Lu Qi only appeared to be at the peak of the king level. A king-level expert would probably have no power to resist a god-level expert. This man is probably in trouble. Someone muttered quietly. Yes, Li Mingho is vindictive and ruthless. Meng Li's boyfriend has offended him this time, and he's probably going to pay a heavy price, another person chimed in. But then again, that slap really felt good. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, I've disliked Li Mingho for a long time. He acts like a tyrant in the academy just because he has an Earl father. Finally, someone dared to stand up and teach him a lesson, another chimed in. While everyone was discussing the matter, Lu Qi remained calm and composed. He stood still, seemingly not taking Li Mingho's attack seriously at all. Li Mingho suddenly swung his right fist, as if all the power in his body had gathered in that fist in an instant. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his superpower was activated at full strength. As the former top genius of the mythical beast type, Li Mingho possesses an awe-inspiring S-class ability, the rock-armored giant rhinoceros transformation. At this moment, he seemed to completely merge with his superpowers, transforming into an enormous rock-armored rhinoceros. A colossal, phantom-like rock-armored rhinoceros appeared out of thin air, roaring behind Li Mingho. The phantom seemed to be composed of rock and armor, radiating an aura of indestructibility. It raised its massive head and charged fiercely towards Lu Qi. The immense force stirred up a gust of wind, the roar of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros mingling with the sound of the wind. The wind was so fierce that everyone watching felt suffocated, their eyes unable to open. They could only vaguely make out the massive phantom and the tiny figure locked in a fierce battle. Seeing his transformed rock-armored giant rhinoceros form a phantom that hurtled toward Lu Qi with overwhelming force, Li Mingho couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Faced with Li Mingho's powerful attack, Lu Qi's eyes remained surprisingly calm, like still waters in the deep sea, without a ripple. Lu Qi slowly reached out and grasped the hilt of the Ice Soul sword at his waist. At that moment, the Ice Soul sword seemed to sense its master's will, and its blade instantly burst forth with a bewitching crimson light, as dazzling as a burning flame. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out, and Lu Qi's Ice Soul sword was drawn from its sheath. His entire aura changed, as if he had transformed into a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, pointing straight at the sky. He suddenly swung his sword, and with that strike, a dragon's roar seemed to echo in the air, a sound that shook the very soul. As the sword was swung, the world turned crimson, and a 100-meter-long crimson sword beam instantly slashed towards the charging phantom of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, with a thick, pungent smell of blood filling the air. When the sword energy made contact with the phantom of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, a deafening roar was heard, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open. The seemingly indestructible phantom of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was utterly powerless against this sword energy and was instantly severed. The enormous phantom of the rock-armored rhinoceros was shattered like broken glass by the sword's edge, turning into countless fragments that disappeared into the air. The sword energy, undiminished in its momentum, continued to surge forward until it disappeared into the distant air. With a single swing of the sword, the world changed color. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Lu Qi, with his king-level strength, could so easily sever Li Mingho's rock-armored rhinoceros. After severing the giant rock rhinoceros, Lu Qi smoothly sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. The moment the sword was sheathed, a clear dragon's roar seemed to echo in the air, as if cheering for Lu Qi's victory. Immediately afterward, Lu Qi's figure vanished again in an instant, only to suddenly reappear in front of Li Mingho. All of this happened so fast that Li Mingho had no time to react. He could only stare wide-eyed at Lu Qi in front of him in horror. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He swung his right hand suddenly, slapping Li Mingho's cheek hard with a loud whooshing sound. Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed in the air, as if silencing the entire world. Li Mingho was once again violently slapped and sent flying. This time, Lu Qi used significantly more force than the first time. Li Mingho was thrown into the air as if struck by a tremendous force, soaring more than 10 meters into the air. His body tumbled through the air, spinning 7 or 8 times before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Young Master Li! Young Master Li! The two attendants were terrified at the sight and immediately ran towards Li Mingho, shouting. They helped Li Mingho up, only to see that his cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, and a trickle of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly disheveled. At this moment, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked by the astonishing scene before them that they were speechless. "I can't believe my eyes, can I?" someone exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Mingho, a god-level expert, unleashed a full-force attack that was actually shattered by a king-level sword strike. How is that possible? Just who is Meng Li's boyfriend? Another person was also amazed. How could he be so powerful? You know, Li Mingho is the #1 genius of the Beastmaster department, but in his hands, he seemed so vulnerable. The moment he drew his sword, I felt like my soul was being torn apart. Another person said, still shaken, that swordsmanship was simply too domineering. I've never seen such powerful swordsmanship. When did our college produce such a terrifying person? Someone asked in bewilderment. How come we've never heard of such a powerful person before? Where did he come from? No wonder Meng Li, the junior, fell for him, a girl exclaimed, swooning. He's simply an exceptional individual. That sword strike just now was so cool it almost made me cry. Although Li Mingho's current pig-headed appearance is a bit pathetic, and one of the boys couldn't help but laugh, I really couldn't hold back either. It's too funny. Ha ha, 2 big blobs in a row. Meng Li's boyfriend is too bad. With the help of his attendants, Li Mingho stood up unsteadily. His entire face was swollen like a steamed bun, and his features were almost squeezed together, making him look both pathetic and comical. Chapter 278 Dark Star Abyss. He glared at Lu Qi, but the anger in his eyes was overshadowed by a deep sense of apprehension. Recalling the duel just now, Li Mingho still felt lingering fear. He had clearly used all his strength, even employing his S-class special ability, but in the end, Lu Qi easily neutralized it. The power of that sword strike still chills him to this day. He has no doubt that if that sword had been aimed at his body, he would probably be cut in 2 by now. Although Li Mingho was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He knew very well that he was now completely outmatched by his opponent, and any further provocation would only put him in an even more embarrassing situation. Therefore, he chose to remain silent, staring at Lu Qi with eyes full of hatred, as if he were considering his next move. Professor Torster has arrived. A shout instantly silenced the previously noisy venue. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes focusing on the figure who had rushed over. Torster is not only a professor in the Department of Space Science, but also the enforcer of order in the school. Upon seeing Turst, Li Mingho, who was originally prepared to back down, instantly perked up again. He straightened his back, a smug smile on his face, as if he had seen a savior. Haha kid, just you wait and see. Li Mingho loudly mocked Lu Qi. Professor Stewart is here. My father and Professor Stewart are very close. Now you're dead. Upon hearing this, everyone assumed that Professor Torster would side with Li Mingho. After all, it was common knowledge that Li Mingho's father was a big shot at the school and had a good relationship with Professor Torster. However, things took an unexpected turn. Torster did not linger in front of Li Mingho, nor did he even glance at him. He walked straight to Lu Qi's side, a rare smile appearing on his face. Master of the Netherworld, your esteemed presence is an honor. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Professor Torster warmly shook Lu Qi's hand, saying, Look at me, I've really neglected you. This scene stunned everyone. They had thought Professor Torster would stand up for Li Mingho, but they hadn't expected him to value Lu Qi so much. Li Mingho was even more stunned, his smug smile instantly freezing. Lu Qi smiled slightly and said, I just suddenly had a whim to come here to see my girlfriend. Stewart followed Lu Qi's gaze and saw Lu Meng Li. Instantly, all the mysteries were solved. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed in realization, Oh dear, so the Netherworld Grandmaster's girlfriend is in our academy. I had no idea before. My apologies. Then, Stewart turned to the crowd and solemnly announced, This is the Grandmaster of Space-type abilities, the special professor of the Starsea Abilities Academy, the Netherworld Grandmaster. From now on, everyone must bow to him as a sign of respect. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Good heavens! Mengli's boyfriend is actually that legendary master of spatial abilities. No wonder he's so powerful. I thought he was just an ordinary king-level ability user. I really didn't recognize his true worth. Li Mingho really brought this trouble upon himself. Who told him to be so blind as to provoke the Netherworld Master? Li Mingho felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped by an invisible hand. He knew perfectly well that he had really messed with the wrong person this time. A master of spatial abilities is one of the most outstanding figures in the entire world of superpowers, and yet he still went to provoke him. It was incredibly foolish. Professor Tourster turned his stern gaze to Li Mingho, his voice revealing an unquestionable authority. Li Mingho, do you know where you went wrong? Li Mingho lowered his head and said softly, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked Professor Yuming. Professor Tourster scoffed. Good to know. This is a major demerit. You'd better behave yourself in the future, and don't cause me any more trouble. If you dare to disrespect the Netherworld Grandmaster again, you can forget about graduating. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Qi and bowed deeply. Master of the Netherworld, I am very sorry. It was my fault for not disciplining you properly. Please forgive my shortcomings. Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't mind. It's okay. I don't even care about people like that. Professor Tourster repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Grandmaster of the Underworld, for your magnanimity. Then he turned to the crowd and said, Everyone disperse. Go do whatever you were doing. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Li Mingho standing alone in the same spot. He looked up at Lu Qi's departing figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. I actually went and provoked a master of spatial abilities. He muttered to himself, seemingly still reeling from shock. Afterwards, Lu Qi found Wang Li and Mu Wanting and led the three back to the nightmare. They gathered for a short while. The group sat together, chatting about interesting things that happened at the academy and their future plans. During the conversation, Mu Wanting casually mentioned something that immediately caught Lu Qi's attention. Oh, right, there's something I almost forgot to mention. Mu Wanting said casually, Next week, it seems the Academy is organizing us to go to the Darkstar Abyss for training. Darkstar Abyss. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever heard of this name. What kind of place was it? Seeing Lu Qi's interest, Wang Li excitedly explained, Master, the Darkstar Abyss is a newly discovered, super-large, unclaimed plane. It's said to have many treasures inside. This plane happens to be within the sphere of influence of our star empire, which is why the Academy organized us to go there for training. Lu Qi nodded after hearing this, indicating that he understood. He turned to look at Lu Mengli and asked, Mengli, are you going too? Lu Mengli nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. I want to gain some experience. Lu Qi, do you want to come along? Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I won't go. I need to hurry up and advance to the god level. You all need to be careful, and it's best to travel in groups of 3. Don't be reckless. Wow, Captain, are you aiming for godhood? Jack's eyes lit up as he shouted excitedly, as if he were about to break through to the next level. Upon hearing this, Wang Li abruptly stood up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. When Master was at the peak of the king rank, he was able to kill a strong man at the peak of the god rank. If Master really advances to the god rank, wouldn't he be able to challenge the supreme being who is above his level? His words were filled with admiration and respect for Lu Qi. Alvin also replied with deep respect. The captain is the most promising person I have ever seen, truly invincible among his peers. Once the captain advances to the god level, I'm afraid no one below the supreme level will be able to defeat him. And above the supreme level, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Chapter 279 Advancement to God Level. Wang Li glanced at his lord-level strength and couldn't help but feel somewhat discouraged. Sigh, when will I ever reach the god level? Ugh, I wish I could just become an undead. Master, why don't you use that undead reincarnation device to give me a new body? Looking at Wang Li's bitter face, Lu Qi couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He gently shook his head, comforting them. Cultivation is something that can't be rushed. Although Jack and Rose have temporarily gained immense power by changing bodies, their strength has also reached its limit and can no longer increase. That's the price. Upon hearing this, Jack's face fell, and he said, oh, I see. I was wondering why I felt like my strength hadn't improved at all lately. Sure enough, you always have to pay the price for what you gain. Nightmare. Inside the captain's cabin, Lucci sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, surrounded by a faint light. He seemed to be isolated from the whole world, entering a mysterious and wondrous state. As time passed, the supernatural energy within Lucci's body began to surge slowly, rising and falling like the tides. This energy circulated through his meridians, and each cycle brought him an indescribable sense of comfort. Gradually, these supernatural energies began to undergo a qualitative change, transforming from their original liquid state into a more solid and purer one. This change put immense pressure on Lucci's meridians, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. During this process, Lucci's sea of consciousness also underwent earth-shattering changes. His soul seemed to be drawn upwards by a mysterious force. With each rise, he could feel his soul becoming more solid and stronger. When this change reached its peak, Lucci suddenly felt a powerful energy erupt from his body. This energy instantly broke through the restraints around him, illuminating the entire, secluded chamber as if it were daytime. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from Lucci, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Lucci slowly opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting out from them before instantly receding. He felt the vast, boundless supernatural energy within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. God level achieved. At this moment, Lucci seemed to have been reborn, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Having just completed his advancement, Lucci hadn't even had time to fully adjust to the surging new power within him when he felt the surveillance token in his arms begin to flicker slightly. Clearly, the Blackblade Blood Fiend was calling to him. This old man has a nose that's even more sensitive than a dog's. Lucci muttered something with a wry smile. He had just been promoted to God level when the mission summons arrived immediately, leaving him no time to rest. Despite his complaints, Lucci quickly immersed his consciousness into the mysterious space of the monitoring order. Within the dimly lit space of the surveillance command, Blackblade Blood Fiend sat cross-legged quietly, seemingly merging with the void. Sensing Lucci's arrival, he slowly opened his deep eyes. "Kid, you've reached the god level?" There was a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction in Blackblade Blood Fiend's tone. Lucci chuckled and teased. "Old man, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to contact me. That's quite rare." Blackblade Blood Fiend stood up, paced around Lucci's consciousness a couple of times, seemingly examining something, and said, "Before reaching godhood, you were too weak to be of any use. Now, you're barely qualified to be cannon fodder." Lucci's face showed a helpless expression. He thought to himself that he had gone through all sorts of hardships to advance to the god rank, but in Blackblade Blood Fiend's words, he was only barely qualified to be cannon fodder. This evaluation was too discouraging. However, he also knew that Blackblade Blood Fiend was always a stubborn but soft-hearted guy, and these words were mostly meant to encourage him. So he smiled and didn't respond. Seeing Lucci's nonchalant attitude, Blackblade Blood Fiend said nothing more, and said seriously, "Now that you have advanced to the god level, you have reached the minimum threshold for an inspector. From now on, you can officially perform the duties of an inspector. Speaking of which, the system that helped you grow has a deep connection with us, the monitors." Blackblade Blood Fiend suddenly brought up a topic that Lucci had never explored in depth. "Oh." Lucci raised an eyebrow. His interest immediately piqued. He had previously inquired about the origins of the system from the Mother Tree of Blue Star, but the Mother Tree was vague and could not give him a clear answer. Seeing this, Blackblade Blood Fiend slowly revealed the answer. To be precise, the one who assembled the Overseer and created the system was actually the same person. He was the Protoss Guardian. Protoss Guardians? Lucci repeated the unfamiliar term, countless questions swirling in his mind. What was his power? Why did he create a system and an observer? And what did he want him to do? Blackblade Blood Fiend gave Lucci a deep look and explained, "The Star Spirit Guardian, you could say he's omnipotent, or you could say he's actually powerless. His existence is more like a check and balance, restraining those wicked people in this world who have gone mad for power. As for you, perhaps you'll have the chance to see him in person when you're stronger." Lucci only vaguely understood what he was hearing, but he knew now was not the time to dwell on such details. He was more concerned about his next task. "So what do I need to do now?" In your galaxy, there exists a secret and evil cult, the Chaos Cult. They lurk in the shadows, carrying out their nefarious deeds. Your mission is to find their hideout and eradicate them completely. Blackblade Bloodfiend's tone suddenly turned serious, as if he were giving Lu Qi a difficult mission. Okay, so if I run into a tough opponent that I can't handle, I should at least have some backup support, right? Lu Qi stroked his chin and asked tentatively. He wasn't really confident. After all, fighting a cult alone didn't sound like an easy task. Upon hearing this, Blackblade Bloodfiend slowly turned around with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes revealing an undeniable determination. The Overseers never need support, because we're the strongest. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but think to himself, this old man, what a master of pretense. To put it bluntly, he still has to rely on his own strength. Don't count on any outside help. He shrugged helplessly and replied, All right, I understand. Chaos Cult, huh? I'll remember that. Just as Lu Qi was about to leave, Blackblade Bloodfiend's voice rang out again, this time carrying an indescribable depth of meaning. Your ghost ship is not to be underestimated. Evolve it to the Void Ark class as soon as possible. It will be of great use in the future. Chapter 280 Ancient Realm of Reincarnation. Lu Qi paused, sensing the solemnity and expectation in Blackblade Bloodfiend's words. He turned around and nodded to Blackblade Bloodfiend. I see. Although it was just 4 simple words, they had already stirred up waves in Lu Qi's heart. He knew that Blackblade Bloodfiend wouldn't speak without reason, and the evolution of the ghost ship was clearly related to some important mission in his future. Without saying anything more, Lu Qi slowly withdrew his consciousness from the monitoring order. After leaving the inspection station, Lu Qi took out the mysterious compass. Most of the materials needed for the Nightmare to be upgraded to a space battleship have already been found in the Azure Sea, except for the mysterious core. The mysterious core is a rare material that exists only in legends, containing the oldest and purest power in the universe. It is not only incredibly hard, but also has extremely high energy conductivity, making it a key material in the construction of warships or advanced machinery. There are many theories about the origin of the mysterious core. Some say it comes from an undiscovered galaxy deep in the universe. Others say it was unearthed from the ruins of an ancient civilization. And still others say it is a treasure formed within the body of a mysterious creature. Regardless of the theory, none can obscure the rarity and importance of the mysterious core. Lu Qi took a deep breath and slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the mysterious compass. The image of the mysterious core began to form in his mind. It was a geometric shape full of power and mystery. As Lu Qi channeled his spiritual energy, the mysterious compass seemed to sense his longing and anticipation, and it began to slowly rotate. The pointer glided gently across the compass, eventually pointing steadily in one direction. Ancient Realm of Reincarnation. Like Blue Star, the Ancient Realm of Reincarnation is a 4th-level plane. In the Ancient Realm of Reincarnation, the largest empire is the Ancient Wheel Empire. At this moment, the Ancient Wheel Empire presents a desolate and tragic scene. The once prosperous city is now a scene of devastation, with streets littered with rubble, debris, and corpses. Numerous buildings were destroyed by artillery fire, leaving only ruins to silently testify to the cruelty of war. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and burning, making it feel suffocating. Countless enormous pirate warships hovered in the sky, their hulls blackened by smoke, and traces of battle still visible on their decks. These warships, like silent behemoths, appeared particularly glaring and eerie in the post-war sky. In the heart of the city, Princess Eleanor of the Ancient Wheel Empire, her eyes filled with despair. Her face was pale and haggard, as if it had been eroded by endless suffering overnight, and her former vitality and radiance had vanished without a trace. Princess, I beg you, please follow Guazhu and leave the Ancient Realm of Reincarnation. A guard anxiously clasped his hands in a fist and offered words of advice, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. There is absolutely no hope left. The Void Raiders are simply too powerful. The Void Raiders are a notorious pirate group in the galaxy. These creatures are like locusts in the universe, living by plundering weaker planes. Whether it's resources, wealth, or the life core of the Mother Tree, they will never let go of anything that catches their eye. The Ancient Wheel Empire, a once prosperous and thriving plane, has unfortunately become the target of void raiders. These pirates were like sharks, smelling blood, greedily eyeing everything in the ancient Wheel Empire. They cared nothing for the Empire's history, culture, or the lives of its people. All they cared about was how much they could gain from his plunder. However, Eleanor shook her head firmly, a stubborn spark flashing in her eyes. No, I won't run away. Though her voice was soft, it carried an unwavering strength. My ability to foresee the future has never failed. Someone will come to save us. The ancient Wheel Empire will surely survive this crisis. Just then, a figure flew to Eleanor's side like lightning. That was her father, the king of the ancient Wheel Empire, Emperor Lunyue Wu. Eleanor, what are you still doing here? Emperor Lunyue looked at his beloved daughter and anxiously scolded her. This is simply absurd. Go quickly, Captain of the Guard. Emperor Lunyue shouted loudly. Your subordinate is here. A warrior clad in mechanical armor immediately responded and stepped forward. Immediately take the princess and leave this plane. Emperor Lunyue Wu gave the order decisively. Yes. The captain of the guard responded and then prepared to take Eleanor away from this dangerous place. However, at that moment, a cold voice slowly drifted over like the pronouncement of death. Is it too late to try to escape now? As the voice faded, dozens of people exuding powerful auras slowly appeared, surrounding Eleanor and her group. Their eyes were cold and cruel, as if they were looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Upon seeing this, Emperor Lunyue exclaimed in surprise. You've arrived so quickly. Where is General Paksu? Ruins? Ha, are you asking him? A man with a scorpion tattoo on his face said with a sneer. With a flick of his right hand, a head full of resentment rolled to their feet. The owner of that head was none other than Paksu, the strongest person in the ancient Wheel Empire. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the many guards immediately lost their luster. Their last glimmer of hope was extinguished. The death of Paksu meant that they could no longer withstand the onslaught of the Void Raiders, and the ancient Wheel Empire was truly in dire straits. Eleanor stepped forward, glaring at the Void Raiders with eyes that seemed to spit fire. You Void Raiders, aren't you afraid that the experts of the Star Empire will come and wipe you all out by acting so recklessly? She questioned him directly, her voice filled with anger. However, her words were met with a burst of arrogant laughter. Nocta, one of the leaders of the Void Raiders, laughed and said, The Star Empire? Ha. Don't be ridiculous. What business is it of theirs? We've plundered dozens of level 4 planes, and they haven't dared to utter a sound. No sooner had he finished speaking than a one-eyed pirate arrogantly chimed in. That's right. The Star Empire is barely able to protect itself right now. The old emperor is almost dead. How could they possibly care about us? After saying that, he stared at Eleanor with a lecherous look. Little beauty, you'd better enjoy yourself in a bit. I'll take good care of you. Eleanor turned pale with anger upon hearing this. Although she is an SS-class Esper, she is not good at combat. Her Esper ability is precognition, a mysterious and powerful power. She stared at the one-eyed pirate, silently activating her supernatural power. Then, she saw that the guy turned grayish-white in her eyes, like a dead person. If I were you, I would run away from this place immediately. Eleanor said meaningfully, looking at the one-eyed pirate as if he were a dead man. Chapter 281 Space Pirates. Upon hearing Eleonoria's words, Emperor Lin stepped forward and asked expectantly, Eleonoria, did you foresee something? He was well aware of his daughter's abilities. Enoria nodded solemnly. That's right. I see an invincible powerhouse about to appear and completely wipe out these despicable pirates. Her voice was firm and confident. At this moment, a one-eyed pirate approached Nocta and whispered a warning. Boss, this girl's ability is to foresee the future. What she said is a bit eerie. Could we really be getting support from the Star Empire? There was a hint of unease in his tone. Nocta sneered and said dismissively, If she could really predict things that accurately, the situation wouldn't be like this now. Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the words of someone who can predict the future always inspire fear. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Nocta decided to act quickly. He was instantly surrounded by raging flames, as if a fire god had descended. He let out a low roar and suddenly threw a punch. With this punch, a giant fiery fist suddenly condensed in the sky, like a blazing meteor, and slammed down on the location where Eleanor and the others were with overwhelming force. Wherever the giant fiery fist passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling and popping. The entire sky was dyed a fiery red, as if the end of the world had arrived. Faced with this attack, Emperor Lunyue felt unprecedented pressure. He immediately stepped in front of Eleanor, his yuan energy surging wildly, and a huge wheel formed above his head. On the roulette wheel, countless mysterious runes appeared and disappeared, as if they contained endless power. When the giant fiery fist slammed into the roulette wheel, the wheel immediately shone brightly. Although Emperor Lunyue was a peak-level god, he was still far inferior to Nocta, whose strength was at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. Emperor Lunyue was pale, clearly having done his utmost to defend himself. Unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to Nocta's, and the roulette wheel ultimately could not withstand the immense power and shattered with a crash. Splash! The roulette wheel instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions, like a dazzling fireworks display. Even after shattering the roulette wheel, the fiery giant fist continued its relentless assault on Emperor Lunyue. Emperor Lunyue's expression changed drastically. He had no time to dodge and could only cross his arms in an attempt to defend himself. Bang! A deafening roar resounded, and Emperor Lunyue felt an irresistible force surge through him. He felt as if he had been struck by a massive mountain and was instantly sent flying. With a mouth full of blood, his breath immediately became weak and feeble. "Father!" Eleanor let out a mournful cry, her eyes filled with terror and worry. She immediately rushed forward and hugged Emperor Lunyue tightly in her arms. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back, knowing she had to be strong. Protect His Majesty and the princess. The captain of the guards roared, and then he stomped his foot hard. The ground could not withstand the force and instantly cracked open, sending stones flying everywhere. Using this reaction force, he charged towards Nocta like a cannonball. However, at that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the head guard. The figure moved with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, leaving no time for anyone to react. Immediately afterward, a cold light flashed, the ruthless gleam of a blade. With a whoosh, the cold light sliced across the captain of the guard's neck. Before the captain of the guard could even react, his head flew high into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The guards protecting Eleanor showed deep fear in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had seen death approaching. It was Marcus the Shadow of Blades, a top-ranked expert. Even the head guard with mid-level, divine-level strength couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Someone cried out in alarm, their voice filled with despair and terror. Marcus the Blade, supreme beginner strength, ranked 97th on the heavenly ranking. Marcus lightly licked the blood off his longsword, a look of ecstasy on his face. The taste of blood seemed to bring him immense satisfaction and excitement. The taste of blood was truly unforgettable. As the headless body of the captain of the guards slowly fell, despair filled the eyes of the remaining guards. They knew that they had absolutely no chance of winning against such a powerful enemy. But they still gripped their weapons tightly, standing unyielding before Eleanor, using their flesh and blood to build the last line of defense. How could this be? Could it be that my superpower is malfunctioning? Eleanor felt a slight wavering in her heart. They had come this far, but the invincible powerhouse she had envisioned in the future still hadn't arrived. The thought flashed through Eleanor's mind, but she immediately dismissed it. Her supernatural abilities had never failed her, which was her greatest source of confidence. However, the facts before her eyes forced her to begin to doubt. "Girl, it seems your prediction was wrong." Marcus dragged his long sword forward slowly, his voice full of mockery and sarcasm. "No one will come to save you." Eleanor bit her lip and did not respond to Marcus's words. Although her heart was filled with doubt and unease, it was also filled with determination and faith. She believed in her supernatural abilities and in the arrival of the prophesied reinforcements. As Marcus drew ever closer, everyone was prepared to die. They knew the enemy before them was incredibly powerful, and they had no way out. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A ripple suddenly spread through the space, as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, a spatial rift slowly formed. Then, a man dressed in black emerged from the spatial rift. He held a compass in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the pointer that had finally stopped spinning. It was really tough, but we finally found it. The man looked at the compass in his hand, his face full of sighs. This damn compass is really inaccurate. It seems I can't use this thing anymore unless absolutely necessary. His appearance instantly broke the deadlock, and everyone's attention was focused on him. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Eleanor's eyes. She seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Her heart started racing uncontrollably. The anxiety that had been hanging in her throat finally seemed to have found its home. Chapter 282, The Prophet, Eleanor. Marcus also stopped approaching, frowning as he warily eyed the black-clad man who had appeared out of nowhere. His intuition told him that this man was not simple. Why did they choose to show themselves at this crucial moment, instead of earlier or later? Marcus muttered to himself, beginning to wonder, could he be the helper that girl foretold? Lucci casually put the mysterious compass in his pocket, then looked around. As his gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Looks like I came at the wrong time. I've interrupted your fight. You guys continue, I was just passing by. With that, he turned to leave, seemingly not intending to get involved in this mess. However, just as he took a step, he heard Eleanor's urgent, pleading voice behind him. My lord, please wait. Please help save our ancient Wheel Empire. As Eleanor spoke, she knelt down in front of Lucci. Her eyes were filled with pleading and expectation, as if Lucci was her last lifeline. Lucci paused slightly, turned around, and looked at Eleanor again. He found himself unable to look away from that one glance. He sensed a very special aura emanating from Eleanor, a feeling that allowed him to see into the future. He walked up to Eleanor, looked down at her, and asked casually, "What is your superpower?" Without the slightest hesitation, Eleanor replied respectfully, "My lord, my ability is SS rank Foresight." Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Lucci's eyes. Foreseeing the future? That's an extremely rare superpower. He knew perfectly well that such superhumans were extremely rare in the entire superhuman world. At this moment, the surrounding pirates also sensed the aura emanating from Lucci. It was the fluctuation of the early stage of the god rank. Although it was not weak, it was not outstanding in this world where powerful people were everywhere. Ha ha! The one-eyed pirate burst into laughter first, pointing at Lucci and laughing so hard he almost fell over. Little girl, this is the strong man you were talking about before? A mere beginner-level god? Ha ha, that's hilarious. I could crush someone like him with a single finger. Nocta also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been a little nervous because of Eleanor's prophecy, but now that he saw Lucci's strength, he immediately felt at ease. He sneered. Tisich, she worried me for a while. Looks like the power to foresee the future is nothing special. Someone with this kind of ability can become a powerful figure in her prophecy? What a joke. However, unlike the pirate's disdain, Marcus's face remained solemn. He stared intently at Lucci, his eyes slightly narrowed. Marcus, what's wrong? Nocta noticed Marcus's unusual reaction and frowned, asking in confusion, is there something wrong with this kid who is at the early god rank? Marcus did not answer immediately, but continued to scrutinize Lucci, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. This person is not simple. His voice was deep and serious, and there was something about him that made me uneasy. I couldn't see through him. Can't see through him? Nocta raised an eyebrow, even more puzzled. Marcus, with your strength, is there anyone in this world you can't see through? Besides, he's just a lowly god-level kid. Marcus shook his head and said, rank doesn't mean everything. Some people may not be high-ranking, but they possess incredible abilities or trump cards. In short, I think this person is dangerous, and we should be careful. Lucci scanned the surrounding pirates and their insignia, and had already formed a rough judgment in his mind. This is clearly a space pirate crew, plundering this fourth-level plane with impunity. They all had fierce eyes and exuded a strong, murderous aura, clearly outcasts who had spent years roaming the stars. What a coincidence, actually stumbled upon something like this. Lucci muttered to himself. He wasn't exactly a champion of justice, but since he'd run into this situation, taking care of these pirates was a way of fulfilling his duty as an inspector. He closed his eyes and sensed the presence of the pirates around him. He quickly opened his eyes, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. 2 are at the initial stage of Supreme Realm, the rest are at the God Realm, no problem. Then, he turned his gaze to Eleanor. The girl had been kneeling on the ground with her head down, her body trembling slightly since the beginning. Lu Qi looked at her and suddenly asked, "Girl, do you know about the mysterious core?" Eleanor was taken aback by Lu Qi's sudden question. She looked up at Lu Qi with a blank expression, seemingly not understanding why he would ask such a question. But she quickly realized what was happening, nodded, and took out a necklace from her chest. The necklace was unremarkable, with a mysterious cube pendant hanging from a thin chain. The pendant was small, only about the size of a thumb, but it was engraved with intricate and ancient patterns, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. "Return to my lord." Eleanor presented the necklace respectfully to Lu Qi with both hands. "This is the mysterious core. If you need it, sir, I will offer it to you." Lu Qi looked at the mysterious core before him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He could sense the mysterious power contained within the cube-shaped pendant, and without any hesitation, he took the necklace directly from Eleanor's hand. The mysterious core was obtained gently, still carrying Eleanor's body heat. "Girl, come with me from now on." Lu Qi casually put the mysterious core into his storage space, then turned to look at Eleanor and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Eleanor's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Lu Qi in disbelief. Those clear eyes flickered with a variety of complex emotions: surprise, doubt, and anticipation. She closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and her supernatural power quietly activated once again. In her perception, Lu Qi's figure became increasingly profound and mysterious. She seemed to see a vast and boundless starry sky, and Lu Qi was the most dazzling star in that sky. Then her expression changed drastically, and the shock in her eyes was hard to hide. She witnessed Lu Qi's formidable strength and unfathomable depth. This strength and depth far exceeded her expectations. However, after the initial shock, a look of joy appeared on her face. Based on her own predictions, Lu Qi was definitely a strong person worth following. Without hesitation, she knelt down before Lu Qi and performed a deep bow. "Eleanor is willing to follow you, sir." Chapter 283, The Overseer, Netherworld. Meanwhile, the pirates nearby felt annoyed and humiliated by Lu Qi and Eleanor's oblivious conversation. They were members of the Void Raider pirates. Everyone who saw them was filled with fear. Today, they were being completely ignored. The one-eyed pirate stepped forward, grinning maliciously, and said, "Kid, have you forgotten we exist? You're unlucky to have run into us Void Raiders today. I'll make a drum out of your pretty head and play with it in a bit." As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, as if he couldn't wait to taste Lu Qi's blood. Hearing the arrogant voice of the one-eyed pirate, Lu Qi slowly turned his head, his deep gaze like a cold sword piercing straight at the one-eyed pirate. At that moment, the surrounding noise seemed to freeze under that gaze, and the whole world fell into a deathly silence. The one-eyed pirate felt his heart clench suddenly, and an unprecedented sense of oppression came from all directions, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His eyes were filled with terror, as if he saw a monstrous beast emerging from the abyss staring at him, ready to pounce and devour him at any moment. He swallowed hard, trying to mask his fear with words. "Hey kid, what are you looking at?" However, before he could finish speaking, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Lu Qi lightly snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed in the air. As the sound rang out, the space around the one-eyed pirate suddenly began to fluctuate violently. His eyes widened in horror as tiny black cracks appeared out of thin air and spread rapidly. These cracks seemed like the gaping maws of greedy beasts, ready to devour him. The one-eyed pirate wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, and he couldn't move. He cried out in despair, "Help me!" However, he only managed to utter 2 words before his voice abruptly stopped. He seemed to be frozen in place, transformed into a terrified sculpture. "Hey, one-eyed, stop messing around." One of the pirates behind him stepped forward and gently nudged the one-eyed pirate. However, with just that gentle push, the one-eyed pirate's body instantly collapsed. Countless chunks of flesh flew everywhere like scattered puzzle pieces, blood and entrails splattered all over the ground. A truly gruesome scene. The pirate stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He looked at the mangled flesh and blood on the ground, let out a terrified scream, and then scrambled away from the scene. The others stared in disbelief at the scene, seemingly stunned by the horrific sight before them. frozen in shock. One-eyed. One-eyed was instantly killed. He possessed the strength of a mid-level god. One of the pirates stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. His voice trembled, as if he had witnessed something incomprehensible and terrifying. This exclamation was like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the pirates. As they watched the one-eyed pirate, who had been so arrogant just moments before, now reduced to a pile of minced meat, fear spread among them like a plague. "It was you. You killed One-Eye. I'll kill you." A god-level pirate roared, forcibly suppressing his inner fear and instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Lu Chi. His eyes flashed with a frenzied, killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Lu Chi to pieces to vent his anger. However, facing the charge of this god-level pirate, Lu Chi's eyes remained unmoved. He simply raised his right hand slightly. Just then, the pirate's body suddenly seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, and he was suspended in the air. He struggled and roared, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from that invisible bondage. How could this happen? He stared at Lu Chi with a face full of terror, as if he saw death beckoning to him. He, a mid-level god-tier expert, was completely powerless against Lu Chi. Lu Chi ignored his fear and despair, and saw him suddenly clench his right hand. The pirate suddenly felt an irresistible force strike him. No! The pirate only had time to let out a desperate roar. Then, a cloud of blood mist suddenly erupted from his body, and he was crushed into a pile of minced meat by an invisible force. Blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. The pirates, witnessing this scene, fell silent, their eyes filled with terror. They finally realized that they were not facing an ordinary enemy, but a true god of death. How is this possible? "It is," a pirate stammered, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. One-Eyed and Mad Dog are both at the mid-level god rank. How could they be instantly killed by someone at the early god rank? His words struck like a heavy hammer blow to the hearts of every pirate present. They stared at the One-Eyed Man and the Mad Dog, who had been lively just moments before, now reduced to two piles of minced meat. Fear and shock washed over them like a tidal wave. "This person exudes an eerie aura. You should stop approaching him." Nocta looked at Lu Chi with apprehension. He realized that this person, who looked like he was only at the early stage of the god rank, was probably just as Marcus had said, pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Marcus frowned, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Lu Chi. How come he had never heard of such a person before? Was he a member of the heavenly ranking? Noctis slowly shook his head, his voice low and solemn. He's probably just a rising star. He might have some skill, but he's far from being a top-tier expert. At this moment, Lu Chi stood in the center of the arena, his gaze calm and profound. He didn't speak or make any move, but he exuded an invisible pressure that made every pirate present feel terrified. "I want to see what your trump card is that you dare to interfere in the affairs of us Void Raiders." Flames engulfed Nocta as he slowly walked towards Lu Chi. Each step he took left a charred footprint on the ground, and the flames on his body burned brighter and brighter as he moved forward, as if he wanted to burn everything around him to ashes. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Luinyue's heart tightened. He struggled to his feet and reminded him, "Senior, this person is named Nocta, one of the 3 Void Raiders, and possesses incredibly fierce fire-based abilities. You must be very careful." Chapter 284, The Power of a Single Sword. In his mind, although this mysterious person who suddenly appeared was powerful and gave him some surprises, this mysterious person was only at the initial stage of the god rank. No matter how powerful he was, he could not possibly be a match for Lakta, who was a supreme being. Lu Chi glanced at Emperor Luinyu lightly, then turned his gaze to Nocta, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "The 3 Venerables? That's quite an imposing name. So you're one of those so-called 3 Venerables." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Marcus, standing to the side. "My lord, yes, those 2 are indeed supreme-level experts of the Void Raiders, both ranked on the heavenly ranking and possess immense strength. You must be extremely careful in dealing with them." Eleanor reminded her, her fists clenched so tightly they turned white from nervousness. Although she could foresee the future and guessed that the man before her was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. However, in the minds of ordinary people, no matter how powerful a god is, he could not possibly be a match for a supreme being, especially since the opponent has two incomparably powerful supreme beings. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, Lu Qi seemed not to hear their warnings. A slight smile curved his lips, as if mocking their ignorance of power. 3. What a joke. Come at me all at once, so I don't waste my time. These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone stared at Lu Qi in disbelief, as if they were looking at a madman. They couldn't imagine that someone at the initial stage of the divine realm would dare to so provoke the dignity of two experts on the heavenly ranking. Nocta and Marcus were also stunned for a moment. Then a flash of fury appeared in their eyes. As top experts on the heavenly ranking, when have they ever suffered such humiliation? The two men exchanged a glance, both seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. They knew that they absolutely could not let Lu Qi leave here alive today. Daughter, is he really the strong person you saw in the future? Emperor Luan Yu lowered his voice and asked cautiously in Eleanor's ear. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Lu Qi's somewhat frail back, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. After all, for someone at the initial level of the god rank to dare to provoke two supreme-level experts seems like something only a madman would do. Eleanor, however, remained unusually resolute. Recalling the future she had envisioned, she was convinced that her powers wouldn't lie to her. Father, your strength has far exceeded all of our imagination. I believe he can definitely create a miracle. Looking at his daughter's determined eyes, Emperor Linua Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He knew that Eleanor had a special ability since childhood, to glimpse fragments of the future. Although this ability is not entirely accurate, it has provided them with valuable hints in many situations. However, Eleanor's trust in Lu Qi this time made him somewhat uneasy. After all, those were two supreme-level powerhouses. Well, Emperor Lunyu sighed, his eyes revealing helplessness and anger. I hope this young man can truly save our ancient Wheel Empire. These despicable pirates are utterly arrogant. How dare they act so recklessly in the galaxy? How hateful! His voice, though not loud, was filled with boundless anger and helplessness. Those around him could sense his emotions. They all lowered their heads and remained silent. They knew that Emperor Lunyue was telling the truth. The existence of these pirates had become a major scourge of the galaxy, with countless lives lost at the hands of these dimensional bandits. Now, they can only pin their hopes on this mysterious young man who suddenly appeared. Zheng! A crisp metallic clang broke the silence. Marcus's eyes sharpened, and the long sword at his waist was already drawn, its cold blade gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. He stared at Lu Qi in front of him, his tone revealing deep disdain and mockery. Heh, relying on your own strength, you've become arrogant and ignorant. Today, I'll show you the insurmountable gap between a supreme being and a god. Noctis stood to the side, his eyes flashing with a ferocious killing intent. He looked at Lu Qi as if he were looking at a dead man, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This kid is even more arrogant than me. I've actually grown to like him, but today is his death day. Marcus, let's see who sends his kid to hell first. Marcus nodded slightly, and the next moment, they moved almost simultaneously. Marcus moved like the wind, transforming into a silver-white meteor that shot towards Lu Qi. The long sword danced in his hands like a dragon, creating sharp flashes of light that seemed to tear the air apart. His attacks were swift and precise, his long sword aimed directly at Lu Qi's vital points. Nocta roared, and scorching flames erupted from his body. The flames enveloped him completely, transforming him into a fiery red streak as he charged toward Lu Qi. His fire ability was incredibly powerful. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched and distorted, as if even space itself was about to be burned away by his flames. Their attacks were different, one cold and one hot, one fast and one slow, but both were equally deadly. Their teamwork was seamless, clearly indicating this wasn't the first time they joined forces against an enemy. Under their combined attack, even a supreme-level expert would find it difficult to withstand for long. Well done. Today, let your blood proclaim to the world the birth of the Watchers. Lu Qi's right hand slowly gripped the hilt of the Ice Soul sword at his waist. The Ice Soul sword seemed to sense its master's intentions, vibrating slightly and emitting a clear, ringing sound, as if it too was excited about the upcoming battle. At the same time, a blood-red aura slowly emanated from Lu Qi, as if dyeing the entire world with an eerie color. At that moment, Marcus's attack arrived in front of Lu Qi instantly, the sharp blade seeming to cut Lu Qi in half at the waist in the next second. However, facing this fatal blow, Lu Qi remained unusually calm. He suddenly swung his right hand, and the ice soul sword was instantly drawn from its sheath. Zheng! A high-pitched sword cry instantly resounded through the sky, seemingly shaking the entire world. Immediately afterwards, a crimson sword beam erupted from the ice soul sword, slashing towards Marcus with lightning speed. The power of this sword strike was simply indescribable. The blood-red sword light seemed to cleave the entire world in two, tearing apart the air wherever it passed, and creating a long spatial rift. Marcus's all-out slash appeared incredibly fragile against this crimson sword light, shattering and vanishing instantly. Chapter 285 instantly kills a supreme-level heavenly ranking expert. The blood-red sword light, like a meteor streaking through the sky, swept in with an unstoppable aura of destruction. Marcus watched helplessly as it approached, the ever-closer sword light reflected in his pupils, and a wave of terror washed over him. He felt the terrifying power contained in this sword strike. It was a chill that penetrated to the bone, as if even his soul was being torn apart. He tried his best to dodge, but the crimson sword light came too fast and too suddenly. He had no way to avoid it. Marcus could only exert all his strength to activate his own elemental power, while raising his longsword in an attempt to block this fatal blow. His longsword, named Windbreaker, had accompanied him through countless life-or-death trials. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Marcus's heart sank to the bottom. His prized windbreaker was easily severed by the crimson sword light, the broken blade seemingly mocking his powerlessness. However, at this critical moment, the mangled body of the windbreaking blade brought him a sliver of hope. The sword's edge grazed past Marcus's body, and he felt the stinging sensation of the cold sword energy cutting through his skin, a sense of relief at surviving a close call welling up inside him. He turned his head and saw the blood-red sword light slash fiercely into a building behind him. Rumble. The building collapsed with a deafening roar under the horrific impact, raising a cloud of dust. Marcus looked at the collapsed building and felt a wave of fear wash over him. He knew that if it weren't for the wind-breaking barrier, he would probably be a dead soul under the sword's edge, just like that building. This is... Marcus stared wide-eyed at the surging crimson aura emanating from Lu Qi, a look of confusion on his face. The crimson aura, as scorching as a raging fire and as blinding as fresh blood, surged wildly across Lu Qi's body, like a ferocious beast about to break free of its restraints. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine. This terrifying crimson energy somehow felt strangely familiar. He frowned, trying hard to recall this long-forgotten memory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a corner of his mind was instantly illuminated. Marcus's voice trembled with terror as he said, I remember now. This crimson aura. It's the Overseer. Only the Overseer possesses this crimson aura. His voice was filled with fear and despair, as if he had already foreseen the end for himself and Nocta. He turned to look at Nocta, who was attacking Lu Qi, and shouted with all his might. Nocta, the opponent, is an observer. Run! However, it was too late. Nocta's attack was already upon him, and he couldn't hear Marcus's warning at all. Binding of the fiery serpent. Nocta roared, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. He seized the moment when Lu Qi attacked Marcus, and his power surged forth like a flood, pouring into his fire-based abilities. Suddenly, an enormous fiery serpent shot out of the air, baring its fangs and claws as if it wanted to devour everything. The blazing flames instantly wrapped around Lu Qi, like a giant python binding its prey, rendering him unable to move. Nocta's eyes flashed with madness and murderous intent. He seemed to have already seen the dawn of victory. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his fists, and intensely hot flames gathered on his fists, forming a huge fireball. Exploding flame fist. He roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the heavens and earth. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a monarch of flames, determined to utterly destroy this arrogant and ignorant young god. The fireball, carrying the power to destroy everything, slammed into Lu Qi, who was bound by the giant fire serpent. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, with scorching waves of heat rolling around, making it impossible to breathe. At that moment, strange phenomena suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. A blood-red sword beam, seemingly born from nothingness, slashed down with the force of splitting the heavens and earth. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the air seemed to freeze. That giant flaming serpent, once Nocta's pride and joy, now seemed as fragile as paper. Beneath the crimson sword light, it let out a painful howl and was cleaved in two like fireworks, dissipating into the air. Nocta's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's terrifying. He gasped in shock, his heart filled with turmoil. He couldn't believe that his proud fire serpent binding, which had once trapped several supreme experts, would be so easily severed by this blood-red sword light. At that moment, he finally realized that he might have offended someone extraordinary. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Nocta gritted his teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He knew he had no way out and could only fight with all his might. So, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his full power. What greeted him was a blood-red sword aura that stretched for 100 meters. The terrifying power contained within that sword energy seemed poised to devour the entire world. A thick, pungent stench of blood permeated every corner of the air, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing the sword light, Nocta roared, "Stop playing tricks. I'm a supreme-level expert on the heavenly ranking. Why would I be afraid of a mere god-level being like you?" He roared hoarsely, as if trying to vent all the fear and resentment in his heart. The fiery fist and the crimson sword energy collided violently. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world trembled. A fierce wind howled all around, the sky and earth lost their color, and everything went dark. The surrounding buildings were instantly razed to the ground by this terrifying force, and the explosions continued to ring out, as if trying to deafen people. Nocta's expression changed drastically once again. He realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. The power contained in the blood-red sword energy completely exceeded his imagination. It was a terrifying power he had never felt before. His fiery fist seemed utterly insignificant before this power, instantly crushed by the crimson sword energy. At that moment, he finally understood what despair truly meant. Impossible. He only managed to utter 3 words before being completely crushed by the crimson sword energy. His body, his soul, everything about him vanished into thin air in that instant, utterly and irrevocably dead. Witnessing that earth-shattering sword strike, everyone seemed frozen in time, their mouths agape and their eyes wide open. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving only the crackling of embers echoing across the empty space, like the mockery of death. Chapter 286: The Terror of the Overseers. Those pirates, who were usually fearless and ruthless outlaws who lived on the edge of death, now seemed to have lost their backbone, standing there dumbfounded. Their expressions changed from arrogant and domineering to utterly terrified, as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. How is this possible? A pirate stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. His eyes were wide with shock, as if he had witnessed a miracle. Lord Nocta is gone just like that? The other pirate's voice trembled, his face ashen as if he had seen a ghost. His body shook uncontrollably, as if he might collapse at any moment. Who exactly is he? How can a god-level kid unleash such terrifying power? A pirate stared blankly at everything before him, muttering to himself as if searching for an explanation that would allow him to accept it all. Marcus, the usually imposing pirate captain, now looked like a wilted eggplant, his eyes filled with fear and despair. His lips trembled as he managed to utter a few words. "Supervisors, we actually took action against the inspectors." His voice was filled with endless regret and fear. He knew very well what the overseers represented. That is the most powerful being in the world. Throughout history, all those who dared to challenge the overseers met with bad ends. Without exception, they vanished without a trace. The other side is an observer. An observer has appeared in the Milky Way now. Run, run. One of the pirates, who had heard of the legend of the Watchers, cried out in terror and flew toward the warship that was hovering in the air. The pirates suddenly realized what was happening and scattered in all directions. Upon hearing someone in the crowd exclaim that he was an inspector, a hint of surprise flashed in Lucci's eyes. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the terrified pirates. "Oh, I didn't expect that there would be people in the Milky Way who knew the name of the Overseer." Lucci's tone was slightly amused. He shook his head slightly and continued. "Since that's the case, then reward you with death." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared beside a pirate who was frantically fleeing. The pirate only had time to let out a terrified scream before a flash of sword light appeared, and his body was instantly cleaved in two, falling into a pool of blood. Lucci's figure moved like a ghost through the pirate horde. Each flash was accompanied by the gruesome death of a pirate. His movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to follow. One could only see flashes of sword light taking the lives of pirates one by one. At the same time, a strange, ghostly behemoth slowly emerged from the spatial rift. The giant ship exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, as if it were a ship of the dead sailing from hell. As the ghostly behemoth appeared, hundreds of terrifying undead exuding godlike aura leaped off the ship. They let out chilling, shrill laughter, scattered, and began a one-sided massacre. "Ha! Captain, why did it take you so long to call us out? I was so bored on the nightmare." Jack's long, blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and a bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face, clearly eager to start a massacre. He transformed into a crimson meteor and instantly landed on a pirate warship. With his arrival, the pirates on the warship let out desperate screams. Jack, however, seemed to be enjoying himself, brandishing his greatsword and beginning to slaughter the pirates on the warship. A legendary pirate, usually a powerful and imposing figure in the pirate crew, flew back to a pirate warship with a look of fear on his face. His eyes revealed a deep unease and fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Hurry, get out of this awful place." He urged the pirates on the warship with a hoarse voice, his tone filled with anxiety and panic. His face was ashen, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He was clearly terrified. However, the instant he landed on the deck of the warship, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through his chest. The pirate stared wide-eyed at the blade that had burst forth from his body, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Undead." He managed to utter a few words before losing consciousness and collapsing limply onto the deck. Immediately afterwards, a slender figure slowly appeared behind the pirate. It was the mysterious and powerful shadow dancer, Rose. Her face was indifferent, as if killing a god-level pirate was just a trivial matter to her. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. After the death of that godlike pirate, his eyes began to glow with an eerie white. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the surrounding pirates, he raised his weapon and turned to attack his former comrades. This scene terrified everyone. The pirates were already in a state of extreme panic, and when they saw their dead companions turn into ghosts and start attacking their own men, they were terrified. They scattered and fled, trying to escape this terrifying place. However, the undead pirate seemed tireless, brandishing his weapon and relentlessly pursuing his comrades. Each swing of his blade claimed a pirate's life, plunging the entire warship into bloodshed and chaos. The nightmare, this ghostly behemoth from the depths of hell, its appearance seemed to herald the death sentence for all living beings. Whenever a living being is killed by the undead, their body is transformed into an undead in a very short time and becomes part of the ship. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of pirates who came to attack the ancient domain of reincarnation are being slaughtered at an astonishing speed. Their screams and cries for help blended into a symphony of despair, echoing across the starry sky. Faster, faster. Marcus stood on the deck of the warship, urging anxiously. Never before had he so desperately wanted the spaceship beneath him to unleash even greater power, to escape this hellish place at an even faster speed. However, just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, a familiar smell of blood suddenly filled the deck of the warship. This smell made Marcus's heart sink. He knew that the worst had happened. Then, a figure slowly appeared on the deck. The appearance of this figure seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Chapter 287 New Member, Eleanor. Marcus looked up and saw the figure's face clearly, his face turning deathly pale. Although Marcus possessed supreme power, he was now completely terrified by the observer in front of him who appeared to be only at the initial level of godhood. He knew all too well how terrifying the inspector was. That blood-red aura and that despairing presence filled him with deep fear. Marcus let out a strange cry, and then, at top speed, instantly transformed into a shooting star and flew towards the sky. He longed to escape this horrible place, to escape the Watcher who instilled deep fear in him. Lucci watched Marcus's retreating figure without a word and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He shook his head and said softly, "Is she really that cowardly? She should at least put up a fight." However, what Lucci was unaware of was that Marcus was not originally from the Milky Way. The existence of the Watchers was common knowledge in his galaxy. Marcus had witnessed the Inspector's terrifying power firsthand, and the crimson aura of menace he still finds unforgettable. Therefore, when he faced the Inspectors again, the fear in his heart made him lose the courage to resist, and he only wanted to escape this terrible place as soon as possible. However, after thinking it over, Lucci did not pursue Marcus. This guy clearly knows about the Overseers, and we're using him to spread the world's fear of them. Ultimately, the space pirates who came to attack the ancient realm of reincarnation suffered a devastating blow. Apart from a few warships that managed to escape, the remaining pirates were all killed. The entire ancient realm of reincarnation seemed to be stained with the color of blood, as if telling the story of the brutality of this battle. During this battle, Lucci's undead power was greatly enhanced. More than 30 of the Void Raiders' 40-plus god-tier pirates were killed, and after their deaths, they were transformed into powerful undead warriors by the Nightmare. At this moment, the number of god-level undead on the Nightmare has reached an astonishing 130 or more. These god-level undead alone are enough to sweep away any plane without a supreme powerhouse. In the starry sky, a figure as dazzling as a shooting star streaked across the heavens and appeared before Eleanor and the others in an instant. That was Lucci, who had just displayed his divine power and annihilated countless pirates. When Emperor Lunyue saw Lucci return, his face showed awe and gratitude. He immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Emperor Lunyue Wu greets, Your Excellency, the Inspector." His voice was full of respect. "Thank you, Lord Xie, for saving my ancient realm from fire and water. I will never forget this kindness." Lucci waved his hand lightly, a dismissive smile on his face. He looked at Emperor Lunyue and said calmly, "It was just a coincidence. These pirates are getting increasingly arrogant. They deserve to be taught a lesson." At this point, Lucci's gaze turned to Eleanor, who was standing behind Emperor Lunyue. He looked at the young girl, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Girl, is there anything else you need to prepare?" Lucci asked. "We're about to set off." Eleanor nodded respectfully and replied, "My lord, I have nothing to prepare. I will follow your instructions." Lucci smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "Don't call me sir anymore. How about this? You just call me Captain, like the others." "Yes, Captain," Eleanor replied obediently. Afterwards, she bid farewell to Emperor Lunyue and boarded the Nightmare with Lucci. As soon as Eleanor stepped onto the Nightmare, she sensed the unusual atmosphere on the ship. Her gaze swept curiously over the undead crew members around her, her heart filled with curiosity and longing for the ship. Meanwhile, the Nightmare was also bustling with activity. Jack's eyes lit up the moment he saw Eleanor. He tossed his long, blood-red hair, striking what he thought was a very cool pose. "Hey, beautiful. My name is Jack. Captain, is this beautiful lady a new member of our team?" Nyoda, hearing the noise, also came over. He looked at Eleanor with obvious excitement. "Moo, are we getting a new crew member on the Nightmare? That's great news." Rose, Soul Eater, and Alvin also came over, looking at the young girl with curiosity and friendly smiles on their faces. Lucci nodded and introduced. "Yes, she'll be our new partner from now on. Eleanor, say hello to everyone." Eleanor smiled sweetly, revealing her adorable dimples. She bowed to everyone and said in a clear, melodious voice, "Hello, everyone. My name is Eleanor. I hope I can get along well with you all in the future." "Hey, AI, I have a very important question to ask you," Jack said with a serious expression. Eleanor looked at Jack, nodded, and replied earnestly, "Please speak, Lord Jack." Jack took a deep breath, as if he were about to ask a question concerning the survival of the universe, and then slowly asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Huh?" Eleanor was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jack to ask such a question. She blinked, looking at Jack with a somewhat blank expression. "What are you doing? Why are you covering my mouth? I've been single for so long, wah." Jack was immediately covered in the mouth by Nyoda and Shirhan, who both looked helpless. They were clearly speechless and embarrassed by Jack's question. Eleanor, ignore him. Rose gently touched her forehead with her right hand and said with an embarrassed expression. Alvin kept his eyes fixed on Eleanor, his gaze deep and sharp, as if he had already seen through something. He turned to Lu Chi, his tone inquiring. Captain, Eleanor's superpowers are probably extraordinary, aren't they? Right? Lu Chi nodded, his face showing approval. Eleanor's ability was very special. It was an SS-level ability to foresee the future. Upon hearing the words predicting the future, everyone was slightly startled. Jack's eyes widened. Foresight? What amazing ability. We've never even heard of this ability back on Earth. Soul Eater also sighed. No wonder the captain values Eleanor so much. This ability is indeed extremely precious. At this moment, Eleanor seemed a little shy and awkward, as she hadn't expected her superpower to cause such a big reaction. She lowered her head and whispered, Actually, I'm still working hard to learn and master this ability. Chapter 288, A Storm is Brewing. Eleanor. Lu Chi suddenly turned around and looked at her with a serious expression. I need you to use your superpower to help me find an organization's base. The seriousness in his voice immediately made Eleanor realize the importance of the matter. She nodded and answered without hesitation. Yes, Captain, I will do my best. Lu Chi took out a document from his storage space. This document contained some fragmented information about the Chaos Cult. As he handed it to Eleanor, he explained, the Chaos Cult is a very mysterious and dangerous organization. They lurk in the galaxy. Their purpose is unknown, their numbers are unknown, and their strongholds are also completely unknown. Eleanor took the documents and began to read them carefully. Her brows furrowed, and a serious expression appeared on her face. She then closed her eyes and unleashed her full power. Her consciousness began to travel through time and space, searching for images of the future. Soon, she saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a bizarre ritual, and pale, terrifying faces. These images made her feel a chill and nausea. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then slowly opened her eyes to look at Lu Chi. Captain, in the vision of the future, I saw them performing a bizarre ritual. That ritual required many lives and blood as sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Lu Chi raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, any organization labeled a cult was no good. He asked in a deep voice, Can you pinpoint their location? Upon hearing this, Eleanor closed her eyes again. Her consciousness once more traversed time and space to search for the mysterious organization's stronghold. However, this time, perhaps because her body had reached its limit, her face suddenly turned pale and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, Eleanor did not disappoint Lu Chi after some effort. She finally pinpointed the approximate location of the Chaos Cult. She opened her eyes and said weakly, Captain, they are holding a ceremony in the Dark Star Abyss. Dark Star Abyss. Lu Chi repeated the name in a low voice, his brows furrowing slightly. He felt as if he had heard the name somewhere before, and there was a strange sense of familiarity about it. Captain. Rosie looked at Lu Chi and suddenly seemed to remember something, saying, the plane that Sister Meng Li and the others are going to now seems to be the Dark Star Abyss. Yes. Jack slapped his thigh and exclaimed in sudden realization. It's the Dark Star Abyss. I remember Wang Li saying that it's a newly discovered unclaimed plane with lots of good stuff inside. Hearing Jack's words, Rose asked with some concern, Captain, are Meng Li and the others in any danger in the Dark Star Abyss? Lu Chi gently shook his head and said calmly, there shouldn't be any major problems. Meng Li and the others went to the Dark Star Abyss this time under the guidance of the Dean and many teachers of the Starseed Ability Academy. They are powerful, experienced, and considered top tier in the Milky Way. There aren't many people who can threaten them. However, he changed the subject and continued, but we can't be careless. It's still unclear what the Chaos Cult will do. I'll go to the Dark Star Abyss later to see what's going on there myself. Just as everyone was engrossed in the discussion about the Dark Star Abyss, the telephone suddenly rang shrilly, breaking the tranquility of the cabin. Rousey took the phone, answered a few times, then looked at Lu Chi and whispered, Captain, it's Supreme Ishan. Lu Chi was slightly taken aback, and the image of the generous person who had helped him during the last transaction with the Netherworld immediately came to mind. He knew in his heart that he had not yet repaid this favor, and now that the other party had come to him, it must be because they had something important to ask of him. He walked steadily over, took the microphone from Rosi's hand and said in a deep voice, "Supreme Lord of Ashan, I am Yuming." Hishan's hearty laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Huh? Brother Yuming, long time no see. I'm calling you this time because I need your help with something." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, a surge of curiosity rising within him. He knew that, as one of the top experts in the Star Empire, Supreme Crane Mountain's request for help was certainly not simple. So he calmly asked, "Oh, what is it?" Hishan Jizuan remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then, he slowly said, "She is the third princess of our Star Empire. She is going to the Dark Star Abyss Plane this time. I don't know exactly what she will be doing, but there are no space-age ability users in her guard. That's why I thought of you, Brother Yuming. You're the only space master in our Star Empire. With you here, the third princess's safety will be greatly guaranteed. You absolutely must help me with this." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's heart stirred. He had originally intended to refuse, but when he learned that the third princess's destination was also the Dark Star Abyss, his eyes immediately became profound. "Good," he replied in a deep voice, "I'll help you with this." "Brother Yuming, things haven't been peaceful lately." The tone of the Supreme Master of Ashan on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious, as if an unseen storm was quietly brewing. "I'm worried that there might be enemy spies infiltrated into the princess's guard, so I've assigned you the role of an ordinary divine-level guard." Lu Qi frowned slightly. He could sense the seriousness in Supreme Crane Mountain's words. "Oh, what's been happening in the Star Empire lately?" Supreme Lord Ashan remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how much information to reveal. Finally, he slowly spoke. It was the old Emperor. At this point, Supreme Hashan's voice noticeably lowered, as if he were being suppressed by some heavy emotion. "The old Emperor is seriously ill," he continued, each word seemingly carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. "Within the Empire, undercurrents are surging, and various forces are stirring. I suspect the princess's journey to the Dark Star Abyss is related to the old Emperor's illness." Upon hearing Hishan's deep and solemn words, Lu Qi's mind instantly became crystal clear. He knew perfectly well that the vast power of the Star Empire under the boundless starry sky had always been maintained on the old Emperor's mountain-like authority. When the old Emperor was healthy and energetic, the Star Empire was like a tightly secured iron barrel, its foundation difficult to shake under any circumstances. With imperial power in his hands, the old Emperor was like the Empire's anchor, forcing all forces to submit and dare not daring to make the slightest move. However, the situation has now changed dramatically. The news of the old Emperor's serious illness was like a bombshell, instantly creating a huge uproar throughout the Empire. Chapter 289 Abyss Overlord, Sea Fiend. The various forces that had been suppressed by the imperial power were now, like sharks smelling blood, stirring and trying to get a share of the spoils in the upcoming power struggle. Among them, the most eye-catching are the two major factions of the First Prince and the Second Prince. They have always been strong contenders for the throne, each possessing a large number of supporters and deep-rooted power. At this moment, they were like two tigers poised to pounce, waiting for the old Emperor to breathe his last before they were ready to tear him apart. Besides these two major internal forces, the Shadow Abyss dynasty is also eyeing them covetously from the outside. This powerful force bordering the Star Empire has always coveted the Empire's rich lands and formidable strength. Now, they're like vultures smelling carrion, ready to take advantage of the Empire's chaos and reap the benefits. After ending his call with the Supreme of Hashan, Lu Qi knew that the road ahead would likely be fraught with difficulties, and he needed to be fully prepared. Therefore, Lu Qi decided to evolve the Nightmare into a space battleship. The previously missing mysterious core has been obtained from Eleanor, and with it, the Nightmare's path to evolution will be unimpeded. System: Evolution Nightmare. Lu Qi then opened the storage space, revealing a mountain of evolution materials inside. Ding! The system has detected that the host has collected all the materials needed to evolve the ghost ship, and it is currently evolving. The system's notification echoed in the cabin, followed by a surge of dense black energy that enveloped the Nightmare. This black energy, like demonic energy from the abyss, gives people a feeling of unease and mystery. The evolutionary materials slowly melted in the thick black fog, as if they had found their home, and gradually merged into the hull of the Nightmare. And the Nightmare's hull gradually grew larger under the nourishment of this black energy. Its length gradually increased from the original 300 meters to nearly 1,000 meters, as if a giant dragon was transforming and showing a more powerful figure. When the entire ship floats in the sky, it resembles a floating fortress that blocks out the sun, inspiring awe and fear. Ding! The ghost ship has successfully evolved into a space battleship. Ghost ships have evolved from Age of Exploration warships to interstellar warships, and their original weapon systems have evolved to the level of space battleships. The system notification sounded again, announcing the completion of the Nightmare's transformation. Immediately afterwards, an even more surging black energy poured out from the ship's hull, like a giant beast awakening and displaying its power. The weapons originally equipped on the Nightmare, such as the Bone Spear crossbow and the Curse cannon, became even larger and more powerful under the influence of this black energy. A chilling black light flowed over the weapon, as if it contained the power to destroy everything. These weapons have seen their range increase tenfold and their power greatly enhanced. Like the claws and fangs of the Nightmare, they strike fear into the hearts of any enemy who dares to challenge them. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded the ghost ship to the space battleship class. Based on feedback from the ghost ship, the escorting sea monsters have evolved to the supreme level. The sudden system notification echoed in Lu Chi's mind, startling him for a moment. Immediately, an expression of undisguised surprise appeared on his face. Although the Nightmare's evolution no longer directly improved his own strength, it unexpectedly allowed the Sea Fiend, the ship's guardian sea beast, to evolve to the supreme level, which was undoubtedly an unexpected and generous gift. Blue Star. A spectacular scene is unfolding deep in the Bermuda Triangle. Beside the enormous mother tree of the Blue Star, two giant sea monsters, each thousands of meters long, were nestled together, the sea demon and its mate Kraken. With Lu Chi's tireless feeding, which consumed the resources of an entire plane, Haisha finally broke through its own limitations and successfully evolved into a god, becoming the undisputed strongest creature on Earth. At this moment, an even more shocking change is taking place in Haisha. Countless streams of black energy suddenly surge from the void, like long black snakes, winding and dancing in the seawater and pouring into the body of Haisha. The Sea Fiend roared deafeningly under the impact of this force, and its body then began to expand and grow at a visible speed. As black energy continued to pour in, the aura of the Sea Fiend became increasingly terrifying. In the deep, dark sea, supreme power surged within the sea demon, threatening to devour the entire ocean. This terrifying aura from the abyss instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression in the surrounding marine life. The Sea Fiend, having evolved to the supreme level, has also undergone a dramatic change in appearance. Its already enormous body became even more colossal. It was like a moving mountain, dwarfing all other creatures around it. The number of tentacles surged from the original 8 to more than 30, each tentacle dancing wildly in the seawater like a giant dragon. They reached terrifying lengths of tens of thousands of meters, resembling giant black pythons churning in the sea. Whenever they moved, the seawater would form huge whirlpools, as if to stir up the entire ocean. An even more bizarre and terrifying change occurred at the tips of the tentacles. 5 huge cracks appeared at the tip of each tentacle, like the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring everything around it. When these 5 cracks opened, they formed an enormous mouth, full of sharp teeth like a giant pair of scissors capable of tearing everything apart. This mouth seems capable of devouring everything, and every time it opens, it emits a chilling, cracking sound, as if announcing the end of all living things. The head of the sea monster also became incredibly bizarre. 8 enormous eyes surrounded a gaping maw filled with fangs, a maw that seemed capable of devouring all light and hope. These eyes gleamed with a chilling light, like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. As the Sea Fiend reached its peak of evolution, the surrounding marine environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The once calm sea surface was now surging with enormous waves, waves that seemed to embody darkness and fear, threatening to engulf everything. They churned and roared, as if to submerge the entire Bermuda Triangle in darkness. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring, as if cheering on the evolution of the sea demon. Streaks of lightning ripped across the sky, illuminating the entire sea area, plunging all creatures in the Bermuda Triangle into chaos and terror. The blue star mother tree slowly materialized into a body. She stood there quietly, her gaze falling on the sea demon, who was undergoing a tremendous change. Chapter 290, The Disappearing Fear Value. It seems that Yuming has already evolved the ghost ship into a space battleship. Her eyes were full of satisfaction, like the satisfaction and joy a mother feels when she sees her child grow up. Watching the enormous body of the sea demon churning and thrashing in the sea, she murmured to herself, "I never imagined that this giant sea monster of the netherworld would possess the bloodline of the Abyss ruler." Looking at it this way, Kraken is finding it somewhat difficult to keep up with its pace. On the other side, Lu Chi was checking the Nightmare's panel information. After evolving into a space battleship, the Nightmare's various stats underwent significant changes. Ghost Ship Space Battleship. Captain, Lu Chi. Crew, 4,000 to 50,000. Speed, 487 knots. Special equipment slots, 6 to 6 Undead Enhancement Device 4, Soul Reincarnation Device 1, Soul Sail 1. Special abilities, Undead Repair, Rank B, Abyss Plunder, Legendary, Wind Maneuvering, Rank C+, Underwater Stealth, Rank B, Psionic Fusion, Rank S, and Cataclysmic Ship, top-tier legendary ability. The Ghost Ship evolves to the next stage, becoming the Star Mothership. Astral Alloy 0 to 2,000, Void Crystal Core 0 to 1,500, Dark Star Stone 0 to 1,000, Heart of the Universe Fragment 0 to 1, Eye of the Void Beast 0 to 1. Absorbed Life Force, 978,700 to 10 million. Current Fear Level, 8.26 million. 10 million fear points needed to unlock a new blueprint. This isn't right. Lu Chi stood on the bridge, arms crossed, his brows furrowed as he stared at the data panel in front of him. He previously annihilated the entire Azure Sea, and just now, he wiped out an entire space pirate crew. Theoretically, the fear these people felt before their deaths should have overwhelmed his nightmare, enough to unlock new blueprints and take this ghost ship to the next level. However, the data before him greatly disappointed him. Why isn't my fear level increasing? He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously swiping across the data panel. The nightmare's fear level had barely changed, remaining stuck at around 8 million. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "Nightmare, come out here." As he finished speaking, the phantom of a boy who looked about 5 years old slowly appeared before him. Nightmare has clearly grown a bit older than before, but she still retains that innocent and naive appearance. "Master, you were looking for me?" Nightmare twisted her hands together, looking at Lu Chi with some trepidation. He knew that whenever his master called him in that tone, it usually meant that something good was waiting for him. Lu Chi stared at the nightmare in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of questioning. "Nightmare, did you eat up all the fear points from before?" When he asked that question, he already had the answer in his heart. After all, apart from the nightmare itself, no one can silently devour these fear points. Knowing he was in the wrong, Nightmare clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and whispered in admission. Master, I was hungry, so I secretly ate a little." As he said this, he looked up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "But I didn't eat for nothing. I feel like I'm about to evolve." Sure enough, this kid devoured all my fear. Lu Chi looked at the data panel in front of him, a hint of helplessness on his face. The Annihilation Cannon, a legendary weapon on the Nightmare that could be upgraded, is incredibly powerful, but the fear points required for its upgrade are like a bottomless pit. Lu Chi previously wiped out the Azure Sea, which was an entire plane and hundreds of billions of lives. The fear points contributed by so many living beings before their deaths were not enough to satisfy the appetite of the Annihilation Cannon and upgrade it. He closed his eyes, the horrific images of that battle echoing in his mind. Hundreds of billions of lives struggled on the brink of death, their fear, despair, and cries becoming the source of power for the Nightmare. However, these fear values vanished into the Nightmare's mouth like mud sinking into the sea, without even causing a ripple. Lu Chi opened his eyes and looked at the Nightmare in front of him, which still looked like a 5-year-old. He was blinking his big eyes, looking at me with an innocent expression. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Lu Chi's heart. This ancestor, I wonder how much more fear points he needs to evolve. However, once the Annihilation Cannon evolves, its power will increase exponentially. At that time, Even a supreme peak expert would likely be in grave danger if hit by a cannon. At this moment, in every corner of the entire dark world, a bombshell message spread like wildfire, stirring up an unprecedented uproar. In those dark and treacherous corners, this news was like a bolt of lightning, piercing the originally silent night sky. That is, observers have even been discovered in the Milky Way galaxy. Hey, have you heard? A shirtless man with muscles as hard as iron, exuding a fierce aura, spoke in a low voice, a hint of tension barely perceptible in his tone. Those Void Raiders, on their way out to work this time, actually encountered the Overseers. Of their more than 500,000 members, less than 1/10 of them managed to escape alive. His words immediately drew the attention of those around him. A man with tattoos all over his face and a cunning, cruel look in his eyes asked doubtfully, "Really? When did our galaxy get observers? Could it be that observers from other galaxies came here temporarily and just happened to run into Marcus and his gang?" No, it's not that simple. The first person to speak shook his head, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he mentioned the observers. This observer is said to be newly emerged, and there have never been any rumors about him before. However, his strength is truly terrifying. It is said that he cleaved that arrogant Nocta into pieces with just a single swing of his sword. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped. Nocta's name is renowned throughout the entire Dark World. He is a top-tier expert at the initial level of the Supreme Realm, known for his ruthlessness and immense strength. However, he was surprisingly vulnerable in the face of this mysterious observer. If that's really the case, then our good days are probably coming to an end. Some sighed pessimistically, hoping their luck would be better when they went out to work in the future. They doubted they'd be as lucky as Marcus to escape alive if they encountered this inspector. As the topic deepened, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Everyone was filled with uncertainty and fear about the future. They knew that the appearance of this mysterious observer would inevitably bring about earth-shattering changes to the entire Dark World. Chapter 291 Imperial Princess Han Bingning. One day later, above the dark star abyss, stars, the sky, and the Milky Way stretches like a ribbon. A team of nearly 100 people was moving silently. They were dressed in the same uniform of a high-level divine guard, and every step they took was firm and powerful, as if they could shatter the void. Among the group, one figure stood out. Lu Chi, he was dressed in the uniform of a royal guard, his posture upright. Although his strength was not outstanding, his unique temperament set him apart from the soldiers around him. This team is the personal guard of Han Bingning, the renowned third princess of the Star Empire. Han Bingning. This name is known to everyone in the Star Empire. She is the Empire's treasure and a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Her personal guard was the elite of the elite, each member a carefully selected and exceptionally strong warrior, all of whom possessed godlike strength. Among this team, the most eye-catching figure is undoubtedly its leader, the swift wind swordsman, Li Tianya. Li Tianya is a legendary figure in the Star Empire. Despite his young age, his strength has already reached the intermediate level of the Supreme Realm, ranking 74th on the heavenly ranking. He possesses the supernatural ability to manipulate wind elements and profound swordsmanship. Hey bro, how come I've never seen you before? A burly, rugged-looking middle-aged guard suddenly walked up to Lu Chi and looked him up and down with a questioning gaze. This guard's strength had reached the mid-level of the divine rank, and he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. Lu Chi was slightly taken aback, then realized that the guard was probably asking about his identity. He answered calmly, "Oh, the princess doesn't have enough guards, so I was temporarily transferred from the Bounty Hunter Alliance." After hearing Lu Chi's explanation, the middle-aged guard suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. No wonder there were new faces." He then gave a friendly smile and said, "Brother, what's your name? My name is Marco, and I'm a mid-level god rank. It's fate that we're working together on this mission." Lu Chi returned the smile. "Yu Ming, a beginner-level god." "Yu Ming, what a great name." Marco laughed heartily, seemingly quite interested in Lu Chi's name. "You're quite young. To reach god level at such a young age and even join the princess's guard, your future is limitless." Lu Chi humbly shook his head, indicating that he still had much to learn. Marco, a typical talkative person, saw that Lu Chi did not intend to keep him at arm's length, so he continued to chat enthusiastically. "Brother, when we make our move, you just follow behind me." Marco leaned close to Lu Chi's ear mysteriously and said, We're going into the Star Abyss Miss C for an important mission. It's extremely dangerous there. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. You'd better stick close to me. I'll protect you. Okay, thanks for your help, bro. Luki laughed, ertidi. Marco waved his hand heartily, patted Lu Chi's shoulder forcefully, and said in a big, brotherly tone, "Hey, no need to thank me. I just like you. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to bully you." Just then, the line suddenly stopped. A young man with a long sword at his waist and the rank of lieutenant general strode to the front of the group. He scanned the crowd with piercing eyes and then shouted, "Ahead lies the Star Abyss Mist Sea. Everyone prepare yourselves." As soon as the man gave the command, the entire team sprang into action. The guards began checking their weapons and supplies to make sure everything was in order. However, Lu Chi stood still, gazing silently at the mysterious Star Abyss Mist Sea ahead. The Star Abyss Mist Sea is a vast and boundless area shrouded in thick mist, within which twinkling starlight glimmers. Deep within the fog, some enormous figures could be vaguely seen moving about, exuding a chilling aura. Seeing that Lu Chi didn't move, the lieutenant general frowned slightly and walked over. He looked down at Lu Chi from his superior position and reprimanded him. "Why don't you check it?" His tone carried an air of superiority and arrogance. Lu Chi immediately frowned. He was about to say something. At this moment, Marco immediately stepped forward to help. "Reporting, sir. I have just checked Yoming's equipment." The man glanced at Lu Chi and, seeing him standing there expressionless, felt a surge of displeasure. But he didn't say much, just snorted coldly, and then turned and walked away. Ma Jian saw the man walk away and let out a long sigh. He whispered to Lu Chi, "Brother Yuming, this is Li Tianya, the captain of our Imperial Guard. Don't let his youth fool you. His strength has reached the mid-level of the Supreme Realm, making him a renowned figure throughout the entire Star Empire. You'd better be careful in the future and don't anger him." Lu Chi nodded, indicating that he understood. In the center of the procession, a magnificent carriage shone like a star descended to earth. This carriage was pulled by 6 pure, white, celestial horses. Inside the carriage was Princess Han Bingning of the Star Empire. Li Tianya walked to the carriage, a warm smile on his face, and said softly, "Icebound, the Star Abyss Mist Sea is just ahead. The situation inside the Star Abyss Mist Sea is complex. Carriages cannot pass through, so we will have to go in on foot." As he finished speaking, a clear, melodious voice, like a spring, came from inside the carriage. Good. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing Li Tianya's heart to skip a beat. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he waited for the slender figure to appear. The carriage curtain was gently lifted, and Han Bingning slowly stepped out. Her beauty was like that of an elf under the moonlight, ethereal and noble. Her eyes were as deep as the stars, as if they could see through all the secrets of the world. The moment Li Tianya saw Han Bingning, his eyes revealed an undisguised infatuation. From a moment he first met the Imperial Princess, he was deeply attracted by her beauty and intelligence. In order to spend more time with her, he even went to great lengths to secure the position of captain of the princess's guard. Behind Han Bingning was a middle-aged woman. She possessed an elegant demeanor and exuded extraordinary authority. This person was Han Bingning's teacher, Su Qinghan. Upon seeing this, Li Tianya immediately composed himself and respectfully nodded to Su Qinghan. "Greetings, Imperial Tutor Su." He knew that Su Qinghan's influence was not to be underestimated, especially when she was by the side of this Imperial Princess. Although Su Qinghan and he both possessed the strength of the intermediate level of the Supreme Realm, Su Qinghan successfully awakened his own domain, making him incredibly powerful and ranking among the top 50 on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 292, Entering the Star Abyss Mist Sea. Su Qinghan gazed at the Star Abyss Mist Sea ahead, a hint of solemnity in her eyes. She turned to Han Bingning beside her, her voice tinged with worry. "Princess, the Star Abyss Mist Sea is extremely dangerous. You'd better not take the risk. I'll just take some guards in to search for the Star Essence." Han Bingning shook her head firmly. "Teacher, you know Father's condition is critical. Star Essence is his only hope, and only I know how to harvest it. No matter what, I must try it myself." At this point, her tone softened slightly. "Besides, we have so many powerful guards protecting us, and you, and generally, are here too. I believe that as long as we act carefully, there won't be any problems." Upon hearing this, Li Tianya stepped forward and solemnly said, Bingning, don't worry. With me here, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. Seeing the resolute look in Han Bingning's eyes, Su Qinghan knew that further persuasion would be futile. She sighed helplessly and nodded, saying, Princess, since you have made up your mind, then go. But once you enter the Star Abyss, Miss C, you must be extremely careful and not be careless. Han Bingning smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Master. I will stay close to you and generally. With you two here, how could I possibly be in danger? Li Qianya then ordered, Everyone, enter the Star Abyss, Miss C. At his command, the entire team began to move in an orderly manner. The guards, in neat formation, marched resolutely toward the Star Abyss, Miss C. As the group slowly stepped into the Star Abyss, Miss C, the surrounding scenery immediately underwent a dramatic change. The once clearly visible scenery was swallowed up by the thick fog, leaving only a vast expanse of white. This dense fog was unusual. It seemed to have a life of its own, churning and surging around the group as if it wanted to devour them. A strange sense of oppression welled up in everyone's hearts. They felt that their spiritual power was greatly restricted in this thick fog and could not penetrate this mysterious barrier. The guards responsible for determining the direction had even more solemn expressions. The guiding instruments in their hands were completely useless at this moment, spinning erratically as if mocking humanity's incompetence. Clearly, no guidance instrument can function here. The group could only continue exploring forward in a straight line, following the original direction. Suddenly, a terrifying howling sound came from the front of the group. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black spatial storm appeared before everyone's eyes without warning. It, like a raging beast, it opened its blood-red maw, ready to devour everything. Two powerful divine-level guards were at the forefront of the storm. Before they could react, they were instantly torn to shreds by the raging spatial power. Blood and bits of flesh flew through the air, then were mercilessly swallowed up by the storm. It all happened so fast that no one else even had time to cry for help. The entire team instantly descended into chaos. The guards fled in panic, trying to escape the terrible spatial storm. However, the storm was so vast that they had nowhere to run. Everyone, listen up. Li Qianya's voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears, instantly waking the Imperial Guards from their chaos. His eyes were piercing, and he shouted sharply, Don't panic. Form a defensive formation and retreat steadily. This order seemed to inject a powerful boost of confidence into the panicked guards. They straightened their backs, gritted their teeth, and began to carry out the orders in an orderly manner. Some guards quickly huddled together, forming defensive barriers with their sturdy shields and bodies, while others stayed behind to ensure the troops were not harmed by the lingering effects of the spatial storm during the retreat. Although they cannot directly confront the raging space storm, in this critical moment, they can at least provide some protection for themselves and their teammates. Every guard knew that unity and cooperation were more important now than ever. With everyone's combined efforts, the team began to slowly retreat. Fortunately, they did not venture deep into the center of the space storm and were able to quickly evacuate from its threatening area. Phew, that was so dangerous. Two brothers at the god level are gone just like that, without even a chance to fight back. Marco watched the spatial storm recede into the distance, let out a long breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with lingering fear. He had no doubt that if the team had ventured deeper into the spatial storm, everyone would have been instantly torn to pieces. Lucci witnessed all of this, but he didn't say anything. He just stood silently to the side. As long as the princess was not in danger, he didn't bother to say anything more. Sir, which direction should we go next? A guard's voice broke the silence. His eyes held a mixture of confusion and expectation as he looked at Li Qianya. Li Qianya stood at the front of the group, his brows furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the thick fog ahead. He wasn't entirely sure himself. The eerie, thick fog seemed like an invisible wall, completely blocking their path. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and fully activated his mental power. However, his powerful mental energy vanished without a trace the moment it touched the thick fog, as if it had disappeared into the sea. The surrounding fog continued to churn and surge, as if mocking his incompetence. A sense of frustration welled up in Li Qianya's heart. He was completely unable to find a safe direction. But feeling Han Bingning's gaze behind him, he knew that no matter what, the team couldn't stop. So he steeled himself and pointed to the right front, saying in a deep voice, "Send 2 brothers to scout ahead on the right." His voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes. 2 soldiers stepped forward in response. One of them was Marco. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mental energy, and slowly walked forward. Lucci frowned upon seeing this scene. He had a good impression of Marco, this generous and warm-hearted middle-aged man, and naturally did not want to watch him go to his death. Therefore, Lucci spoke up to remind them, "There's also a spatial storm to the right front. There's no need to send people there to their deaths." Upon hearing Lucci's reminder, the entire team seemed to be put on pause. All eyes were fixed on Lucci, and a tense and solemn atmosphere filled the air. Marco and the soldier also stopped in their tracks, turning back to look at Lucci with questions in their eyes. Li Tianya's face instantly darkened. He stared intently at Lucci, his voice tinged with anger. "Soldier, are you questioning my decision?" Sapte 293, fan binings curiosity. At this moment, he felt his authority was being challenged. Even a mid-level supreme expert like himself couldn't see if there was a spatial storm ahead. And this guy, who was at the initial level of godhood, actually contradicted him in public, saying that his decision was wrong, as if he could see that. A surge of anger welled up within him. He glared at Marco and the other man, shouting, "Are you deaf? Keep moving." Marco looked at Li Tianya's gloomy face and angry eyes, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But military orders are absolute, and he gritted his teeth and slowly took a step forward. "Go yourself if you want to go. Don't use soldiers' lives to pay for your mistakes." Lucci snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. He wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Since he couldn't stand Li Tianya's actions, he naturally had to speak up. Marco and the other soldier stopped again upon hearing Lucci's words. They turned to look at Lucci, their eyes filled with surprise. Marco thought to himself, has Brother Yuming really figured something out? How dare he speak to his superior like that? Li Tianya was so enraged by Lucci's words that he roared, "Soldiers, do you want to rebel?" His voice was filled with anger and threat, as if he were about to pounce on Lucci and tear him apart at any moment. Han Bingming also noticed the argument. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Lucci curiously, wondering what gave this god-level soldier the confidence to talk back to Li Tianya like that. "Hey, seize this reckless bastard," Li Tianya shouted in exasperation. However, before the words were finished, a violent spatial storm erupted from the right front. The terrifying scene was like the end of the world, making people tremble with fear. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, especially Marco, whose face instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Marco looked at the scene before him, a wave of fear washing over him. He was secretly thankful that he had stopped after listening to Lucci's advice. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. He glanced at Lucci gratefully, his heart filled with respect for the brother who had just saved his life. Li Tianya's words caught in his throat. His face turned ashen, and he felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard in public. Everyone stared at Lucci in shock, as if looking at a monster. They never imagined that this usually unassuming soldier could actually discern the distribution of the spatial storm. This requires not only exceptional eyesight, but also extraordinary courage and judgment. "Brother Yuming, how did you figure that out? Tell us." Marco was the first to recover, and he asked eagerly. The others echoed him, all wanting to know how Lucci had managed to do all this. Lucci glanced at everyone indifferently, without answering immediately. He seemed to be thinking about how to explain it in a way that would make everyone understand. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Actually, there's no special technique. It's just about judging by observing some small details." "Details? What details?" Marco pressed. "For example, changes in wind direction and airflow. 10 seconds before the space storm erupts, there are subtle, abnormal fluctuations in the surrounding space." Lucci explained that these seemingly insignificant things actually contain information about space storms. As long as this information is grasped, it is possible to roughly determine the distribution and direction of space storms. The audience listened with rapt attention. They had never imagined that spatial storms could be identified in this way. They had always believed that this required superb magical skills, but they never expected that Lucci would do it in such a simple way. "Brother Yuming, you are truly amazing," Marco exclaimed sincerely. "We all underestimated you before. We never expected you to have such profound strength hidden within you." The others nodded in agreement, their admiration for Lu Qi evident in their expressions. A strange light appeared in Han Bingning's eyes as she looked at Lu Qi. She was becoming increasingly interested in this mysterious man. Ha, it was just a lucky guess. Look at how smug you are. Do you really think you're someone important? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Li Tianya's lips, his tone filled with disdain. Do you think you're some kind of master of spatial manipulation? How dare you speak so arrogantly? He didn't believe at all that Lu Qi could see the distribution of the spatial storm, thinking it was just that Lu Qi was lucky and stumbled upon it by chance. After all, to accurately predict the direction of a spatial storm under the influence of the eerie fog of the Starbis Fog Sea, one must possess extremely high spatial expertise. How could someone with such superb spatial skills remain unknown and willingly condescend to be a mere guard? However, at that moment, Su Qinghan suddenly spoke up. Generally, what this young man said is not without reason. There is indeed a subtle fluctuation before the spatial storm erupts, and this fluctuation is often the key to escape. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Lu Qi, her eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. She hadn't expected that such a talented individual was hidden within the princess's guard. This seemingly unremarkable soldier possessed such keen observation and judgment, which was truly remarkable. Hearing her master's words, Han Bingning couldn't help but think even more highly of Lu Qi. She parted her red lips slightly and said softly, "Yu Ming, thank you for your reminder earlier, which saved our soldiers' lives. How about this? You tell us how to proceed next. If we can successfully escape this fog and obtain the star essence, I will petition my father to promote you to Lieutenant General and reward you with 10 million gold coins. What do you say?" As soon as the princess finished speaking, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. My God, a lieutenant general. I'm only a colonel. Marco looked at Lu Qi with envy. The rank of lieutenant general in the Star Empire was something that countless people dreamed of, not to mention the reward of tens of millions of gold coins. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Qi shook his head. He looked calmly at Han Bingning and said, "Princess, there is no safe path ahead. Our only option now is to return the way we came." Upon hearing this, Li Tianya immediately laughed. He had been a little worried that this guy, named Yu Ming, might be able to point out a safe path for Han Bingning. But now it seems he had been worrying for nothing. He arrogantly mocked, "Humph, clown, you just got lucky and guessed right once. Who doesn't know that going back the way you came is the safest option? Do you need to tell me that? I think you just can't find a safe way." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Han Bingning's eyes. Chapter 294, Han Bingning's Request. She had thought that Lu Qi had profound knowledge of spatial manipulation and could point them to a way out, but she didn't expect that he would ultimately choose the most conservative option, returning the way he came. It seems his expertise in spatial manipulation isn't that profound, Han Bingning thought to herself. But even so, it's already quite commendable that he bravely stepped forward to offer a reminder. As for Lu Qi's suggestion to return the way they came, Han Bingning was actually not very willing to consider it. They've come this far, just one step away from their goal. If they turn back now, wouldn't all their previous efforts and sacrifices have been in vain? Moreover, deep down, Han Bingning didn't truly believe that the reality was as Lu Qi said, that there wasn't even a safe path ahead. She felt that it was simply because they hadn't discovered it yet, and that there would always be a way out, quietly waiting for them in some corner of the thick fog. So the team began to disperse, trying in various directions, each hoping to be the lucky one to find a way out. They traversed the fog, cautiously exploring every inch of land, as if searching for a spark of hope. Lu Qi simply stood quietly to the side, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. He seemed to have foreseen this outcome, but he didn't object to the crowd's choice. He knew that sometimes, only by personally experiencing failure and despair would people truly believe the truth. Ultimately, after paying the price of more than a dozen lives, everyone finally realized in despair that there was no safe road ahead in any direction. This discovery left everyone feeling hopeless and powerless, as if they had been cruelly mocked by fate. How could this be? How could there not be a single safe road? This is impossible. Li Tianya could not accept this fact. He roared wildly, as if he wanted to vent all the resentment and anger in his heart. His eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, as if he had lost all his beliefs and support overnight. Just then, under everyone's gaze, Han Bingning took light steps and slowly walked to Lu Qi's side. Every step she took was so heavy, as if she was carrying endless regret and expectation. She approached Lu Qi and bowed slightly to him. This bow felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, weighing down the hearts of everyone present. Yuming, I'm sorry. Han Bingning's voice trembled and choked with sobs. I shouldn't have disbelieved you. So many lives have been lost because of me. Her eyes were red and glistening with tears, clearly indicating that she was going through immense inner turmoil. She regretted not believing Lu Qi's words earlier, which led to her paying such a heavy price. Everyone who witnessed this scene recalled what Yu Ming had just said. He had already explained that there was no safe path in any direction ahead, but they hadn't believed him. Now, everyone was shocked by the accuracy of Lu Qi's assessment of the spatial storm's distribution. Looking at Han Bingning's appearance, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He knew that Han Bingning was now focused on saving her father, and that she had no reason to completely trust him before. Furthermore, Lu Qishi did not reveal his identity as a space master, so Han Bingning's behavior is understandable. He sighed softly, then said, Your Highness, you needn't be like this. I know you're extremely anxious, but what's done is done, and there's no use in regretting it now. The most important thing is to find a way out of this fog. Han Bingning looked up at Lu Qi, her eyes brimming with tears. Yu Ming, I'll listen to you from now on. Please show me the way through here, okay? She now completely believed in Lu Qi's abilities and realized that this person was no ordinary individual. She bit her red lips and pleaded again. Please help me, okay? Seeing this, Lu Qi nodded helplessly. All right. From now on, everyone follow my direction. Although it might waste some time, I promise I can get you out of here. Following Lu Qi's instructions, the group then began to return the way they came. They traversed the mist, each step taken with extreme caution, fearing another attack from the space storm. Halfway back, Lu Qi suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing the air currents and spatial fluctuations nearby. At that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the entire world, able to clearly perceive every subtle change around him. Han Bingning stood beside Lu Qi, quietly watching him. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope and expectation, placing all her hopes on this mysterious soldier. After a moment, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen through everything ahead. To the right. He spoke in a deep voice, his tone conveying an undeniable firmness. Han Bingning immediately understood Lu Qi's meaning. She stepped past Li Tianya and directly ordered, Everyone, advance to the right. She knew that Li Tianya did not trust Lu Qi, so to avoid unnecessary conflict, she took the initiative to speak up and lead the way. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, and then the entire group began to slowly move to the right. Seeing this scene, Li Tianya felt a surge of hatred that made his teeth itch. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, Damn it, I don't believe you can really point out the way through this fog. He's now eagerly waiting to see Lu Qi make a fool of himself, so he can prove that his judgment was correct. However, as the group ventured deeper into the area, they were surprised to find that the path ahead was actually safe. They explored cautiously, fearing another sudden spatial storm, but to everyone's surprise, they encountered no danger. Suddenly, everyone's gaze towards Lu Qi changed. They realized that perhaps this person named Yu Ming really could lead them safely out of this terrifying fog. Just then, Lu Qi spoke up again. Now we can go straight forward, take the 020 direction. It's safe ahead. His voice exuded confidence and composure, as if everything was under his control. Han Bingning now completely trusted Lu Qi. She nodded obediently and said, Okay, let's head straight ahead. The entire team then miraculously emerged from the terrifying fog without any major incident. We're out. We've really made it out. A soldier watched the thick fog gradually thinning and shouted excitedly. His voice was filled with excitement and joy, as if this was the most beautiful moment of his life. Chapter 295: The Attack of the Peak God-Rank Ghost-Face Spider. As he shouted, the others reacted one after another. Looking at the gradually brightening environment around them, and feeling the freshness and coolness in the air, they couldn't help but cheer. Marvelous! We've finally made it out. Long live the underworld. The crowd cheered excitedly, waving their arms, jumping around, and some even shed tears of joy. At this moment, they truly felt the joy and happiness of being reborn. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Han Bingning couldn't help but smile. She looked at Lu Qi, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Ghostly Realm. She knew that without Lu Qi's guidance, they would probably have been lost in this fog long ago, and might even have all perished here. Lu Qi nodded slightly without saying anything. He had come here to repay a favor from Ashan, so it was only right that he lend a hand. However, Li Tianya, who was standing to the side, could not accept the reality before him. Looking at Han Bingning's gentle attitude towards Lu Qi, he felt a surge of intense jealousy and envy. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, he should have been the pillar of support that Han Bingning relied on, but now he has been overshadowed by this kid whose strength is only at the god level. He clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his face extremely grim. He desperately wanted to kill Lu Qi to vent his anger. However, he knew this wasn't the place to do so, and could only forcefully suppress his rage and murderous intent. Just then, a terrifying howl suddenly rang out. The sound was sharp and piercing, like countless fingernails scratching across a blackboard, making one's heart tremble with fear. Immediately afterward, an enormous spider darted out from the side. It was jet black, covered in long, hairy legs, and its mouth revealed ferocious fangs as it charged madly at the group. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone shouted in terror, their voice filled with panic and unease. Be careful, it's a ghost-faced spider at the peak of the god level. Someone recognized the spider and immediately alerted everyone to prepare for defense. Everyone was shocked and quickly drew their weapons to prepare for battle. Although the ghost spider came on strong and looked terrifying, it actually posed no real threat to the team. After all, this team included 2 supreme-level experts. Li Tianya stood at the front of the team, while Su Qinghan guarded the rear. The two formed an impenetrable defensive line, theoretically capable of annihilating any invading enemy. However, at this moment, Li Tianya looked at the ferocious ghost-faced spider and a strange smile appeared on his face. His hand, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, showed no intention of drawing it from its sheath. Because at this moment, the ghost-faced spider's target was none other than that despicable netherworld. In his view, this ghost-faced spider could help him solve this major problem. The ghost-faced spider lunged at Lu Qi at the front of the group, baring its fangs and claws, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. "Brother Yuming!" Marco shouted in shock, his voice filled with disbelief and worry. He watched helplessly as the giant, ghost-faced spider lunged at Lu Qi. Marco was frantic. He had too little time. There was no way he could get there in time to provide assistance. He could only watch helplessly as this unfolded. Damn it, Brother Yoming's strength is only at the early stage of the god rank, while this ghost-faced spider's strength has reached the peak of the god rank. Marco thought to himself, his heart filled with anxiety and unease. He knew perfectly well that the gap between the early and peak stages of the god rank was enormous, an insurmountable chasm. He feared that Lu Qi would perish under the claws of the ghost-faced spider because of it. Beware, Netherworld! Han Bingning also witnessed this scene. She widened her eyes in shock and couldn't help but speak up to warn them. As she watched Lu Qi's seemingly frail figure appear, so small and weak compared to the ghost-faced spider, her heart pounded. She didn't want to see this person, who had just helped her so much, perish here like this. Alas, Yuming has just performed a great service. Is he about to perish? Someone sighed, their voice filled with regret and helplessness. It's a pity that such a talented person would die at the hands of a monster after emerging from the mist. Su Qinghan, who was guarding the rear of the group, watched this scene with regret in her eyes. She believed that this talented individual with considerable expertise in spatial manipulation was surely dead at this moment. After all, the gap between the early and peak stages of the god rank was simply too vast, like an insurmountable chasm. Keet, die peacefully at the hands of the ghost-faced spider, and I'll avenge you. Li Qianya was secretly delighted, his face almost beaming with joy. He was ready, waiting for Lu Qi to be cruelly torn apart by the ghost-faced spider, at which point he would immediately draw his sword and make a heroic entrance as a savior. He wanted to kill the ghost-faced spider in front of Han Bingning in a cool and stylish way, to make a good impression and regain his position as the backbone of the team. All eyes were focused on Lu Qi and the ghost-faced spider. The ghost-faced spider's hideous and terrifying body drew closer and closer to Lu Qi, who could even clearly smell the stench emanating from it. That terrifying aura made everyone's heart leap into their throat. Just as the ghost-faced spider's incredibly sharp forelimbs were about to pierce Lu Qi's body, Han Bingning closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch the man who had just helped her so much die on the spot. Her heart was filled with helplessness and regret, as if she could already see Lu Qi's tragic end. However, the bloody scene that people expected did not appear. The ghost-faced spider's incredibly sharp forelimbs were less than a meter from Lu Qi's face, but seemed to be frozen in midair, unable to pierce him no matter what it did. It let out a sharp screech, seemingly wondering why it had suddenly become unable to move. It's Yuming. Yuming is actually a space-time ability user. A sharp-eyed soldier noticed the unusual spatial fluctuations around Lu Qi and his slightly raised hand. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Lu Qi was not powerless but had a powerful trump card. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qi slowly clenched his fist. As he moved, the ghost-faced spider immediately felt the space around it begin to compress towards it like a tidal wave. The immense pressure caused the ghost-faced spider to let out a painful cry, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. But Lu Qi showed no sign of stopping. He intensified his efforts. Then, green fluid spurted from the ghost-faced spider's body, accompanied by its increasingly painful screams. To everyone's astonishment, the enormous ghost-faced spider was slowly crushed into a pulpy mess. Chapter 296 Chaos Cult. Instantly, Marco's body, which was rushing towards Lu Qi, froze in place, as if he had been frozen in place. His mouth gaped open, as if it could fit an egg, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. That terrifying ghost-faced spider had been so easily and effortlessly killed by Lu Qi. Su Qinghan also saw this scene. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her heart was filled with ripples. She knew all too well how powerful a ghost-faced spider at the peak of the divine rank was to ordinary Imperial guards. But this soldier, named Yuming, was able to kill it so easily, which made her very interested in Lu Qi's identity and strength. Just who is this soldier? He's definitely no ordinary person, Su Qinghan thought to herself. She turned to the person beside her and asked, "Is this soldier named Yuming? How did he join the princess's guard?" The man respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this man was temporarily transferred from the Bounty Alliance by the military." "Oh, a Bounty Alliance?" Su Qinghan raised an eyebrow, her doubts growing. Had the Bounty Alliance not specifically explained anything? This person's status within the Bounty Alliance was definitely extraordinary. The man shook his head. No, the Bounty Alliance didn't specifically mention Yoming's information. Everything he did was based on the standards of a low-level god. Hearing this, Su Qinghan nodded, seemingly lost in thought, and said, "It seems those guys from the Bounty Alliance have already sensed the tension. This person must be the military's backup plan. They want us to have a trump card to use in a crucial moment. This kid is actually a space-age ability user, and his strength is unbelievable." Li Tianyao was shocked. He finally realized that the soldier named Yuming was definitely not simple. How could an ordinary god-level guard kill a peak god-level ghost-faced spider with only the strength of a low-level god? This ability to fight opponents of higher levels is generally something only those powerful prodigies can achieve. Li Tianyao clearly remembered that when he was at the early stage of the god rank, he would probably only be able to run away from such a ghost-faced spider, let alone kill it instantly. Could he be a prodigy sent by some powerful force? Thinking of this, Li Tianyao looked at Lu Qi with apprehension and wariness. He decided not to act rashly before figuring out Lu Qi's identity. After all, a space ability user capable of fighting opponents of higher levels was far too special. Upon hearing the gasps of surprise from the crowd, Han Bingning slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. She had expected to see a gruesome scene of Lu Qi's blood splattered everywhere, but the outcome was far beyond her expectations. The ferocious ghost-faced spider from before was now a lump of flesh lying limp on the ground, while Lu Qi stood unharmed. She looked at Lu Qi, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. This man has always brought her unexpected surprises. First, he guided her through the fog, and now he has instantly killed the ghost-faced spider, who was at the peak of the god rank, with his strength at the initial god rank. How many more secrets does he still hold? Han Bingning was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Han Bingning moved gracefully to Lu Qi's side. She carefully looked the man up and down, then asked with concern, "Yuming, were you injured just now?" Only after confirming that Lu Qi was unharmed did she feel relieved. Then, She turned to look at Li Tianya, a hint of anger flashing between her brows, and questioned him. Generally, what exactly happened just now? Why didn't you take action? Faced with Han Bingning's questioning, Li Tianya showed a hint of embarrassment and replied, Bingning, it all happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to react. But thankfully, the Yuming brothers are powerful, and nothing bad happened to them. As he spoke, he even let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had really been worried. However, how could Han Bingning not see through Li Tianya's hypocrisy and affectation? She gave Li Tianya a deep look, and her mind was already made up. Although this person is very capable, he is narrow-minded and jealous of talent, and is not someone who can be entrusted with important responsibilities. After this mission is completed, she will definitely report everything to her father and replace Li Tianya, the captain of the Imperial Guard. But at this moment, Han Bingning knew she still needed Li Tianya's help, so she didn't say anything more. After all, the bigger picture is more important, and personal emotions should be put aside for now. Lu Qi glanced at Li Tianya indifferently, then a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Li Tianya, very good, I'll remember you. He was well aware of Li Tianya's intentions, to use the ghost-faced spider to kill him. Lu Qi is a man who never suffers a loss. Anyone who dares to scheme against him will never have a good ending. After the entire team regrouped, they continued their advance. After completely emerging from the dense fog, the area in front of them suddenly opened up into a bright and clear space. What unfolded before them was a dazzling ocean of stars. This is certainly not a real starry sky, but a fantastical scene formed by countless unknown luminous objects suspended in the air. These luminous objects emit a soft glow, like stars in the night sky, inspiring longing in the heart. In the center of this sea of stars, an irregularly shaped crystal floats silently. It resembled a dazzling pearl, reflecting the surrounding luminous objects and emitting a soft glow. This light was gentle and not dazzling, yet it seemed to contain the purest energy in the world. When Han Bingning saw the crystal, an expression of excitement appeared on her face. It's star essence. We found star essence. Her voice was filled with excitement and joy, as if all her efforts and hard work had been rewarded at this moment. As long as we obtain that star spirit essence, my father's lifeline, which was hanging by a thread between life and death, could be safely restored. The thought of her father, the once dignified and loving emperor, now lying on a sickbed, his life fading away, filled Han Bingning with an indescribable pain. This pain, however, fueled her determination, making her steps increasingly firm and rapid. However, just as she was about to reach for that lifeline, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of the star essence. The man was completely wrapped in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes that shimmered with an eerie green light. The extremely strange, chaotic mark on his forehead was like a solitary lamp in the darkness, appearing particularly glaring and terrifying. The man in black robes let out a series of chilling laughs, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Chapter 297 Chaos Cult 2. Your Highness, you've kept us waiting for so long. As he finished speaking, the previously empty space suddenly began to fluctuate, and then hundreds of figures dressed in black robes appeared out of thin air. They were like ghosts in the darkness, silently surrounding him. Each of the men in black robes had that chilling mark of chaos branded on their foreheads. Chaotic Cult. Su Qinghan recognized the identities of these uninvited guests at a glance, and her face instantly turned ashen. The Chaos Cult is a terrifying force that has suddenly emerged in the Milky Way in recent years. They worship the Chaos God, act mysteriously and cruelly, and their appearances are always accompanied by a large number of deaths and disasters. Through their bizarre rituals, the Chaos Cult can sacrifice a large number of lives to enhance the power of its followers, and those who have received such sacrifices will have a strange chaotic rune on their foreheads. It's that Insha old ghost from the Chaos Cult. How did they know we were here? Someone must have leaked our whereabouts, an angry soldier shouted. His voice was filled with resentment and anger, because this operation was of great significance to the entire royal family, and the consequences of failure would be unimaginable. Chaos Cult, you bunch of rats who only dare to operate in the shadows. Han Bingning's voice was like ancient ice, carrying a chilling coldness and undisguised killing intent. Our star empire hasn't even settled accounts with you yet, and you dare to so arrogantly deliver yourselves to our doorstep. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through the air and strike the hearts of those men in black robes. The Chaos Cult, an evil organization that has wreaked havoc and slaughtered countless innocent lives in the Milky Way, has long been a thorn in the side of the Star Empire. "Oh dear, your highness is so angry." A voice, so alluring it could almost drip water, rang out in the air, seemingly possessing a magical power that made one's heart flutter. "Don't scare us, little minions." As the sound faded, a graceful figure slowly emerged from the darkness, like a ghost in the night. She was tall and slender, her long black dress clinging to her body like a second skin, outlining her perfect curves. The silver patterns embroidered on the hem shimmered with an eerie and captivating light in the dim light, as if each one were a vibrant, pulsating life. The woman's face was incredibly alluring, her captivating eyes seemingly able to draw all gazes. However, on this alluring face, the prominent chaotic mark resembled a ferocious beast, ruining the beauty and revealing her evil nature. Su Qinghan recognized the woman's identity at a glance. Her heart sank, and she immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Han Bingning. She looked intently at the woman in front of her and said in a deep voice, "Princess, it is the illusionary Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost from the Chaos Cult. They both have the strength of a mid-level supreme. It seems they came prepared this time. Ha ha ha. Your Star Empire, seemingly invincible, is actually riddled with internal cracks. Otherwise, how can we rats live so comfortably under your noses?" The Insha Old Ghost had a hunched back, and its eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, gleamed in the darkness, like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell, inspiring fear in anyone who looked at it. His words were full of sarcasm and provocation, as if revealing a secret. "Since you're all going to die here today anyway, telling you won't hurt. Your Highness, you may not know this, but within the Star Empire, there are people who would love for you to never return." After saying that, he let out another chilling laugh. At this moment, Queen Phantom Knight laughed charmingly. "Hee hee, this time we've really reaped a rich harvest. With so many powerful figures, if we were to sacrifice them all to the Chaos God, our strength would probably experience a qualitative leap." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, but her words were chilling. Standing in the center of the guard, Lu Chi's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed man suddenly appear. The Chaos Cult, it really was them. It seems Eleanor's supernatural abilities were indeed accurate. The Chaos Cult is indeed located in the Dark Star Abyss. However, he did not rush to make a move, but first let the third princess's guards test the strength of these Chaos Cult members. "What you're thinking about now is how to right your will." Li Tina said. He was just worried about not finding a good opportunity to show off in front of Han Bingning. These cult scum came at just the right time. They can give him a chance to stretch his muscles. Although the Insha Old Ghost and the Phantom Night Queen were somewhat famous in the Milky Way, in Li Tianya's ears, they were nothing more than ghost stories used to scare children. As a top expert on the heavenly ranking, Li Tianya had absolute confidence in his strength. He smiled contemptuously, and the long sword hanging at his waist seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, instantly emitting a crisp sword cry and transforming into a streak of light that went straight for the Insha Old Ghost. At that moment, the sword light, like a shooting star piercing the long night, shot towards the enemy with unparalleled speed and power. Li Qinya followed closely behind, his movements light and swift, as if he were one with the sword light. "Hee, swift wind swordsman, well done." Facing Li Qinya's fierce attack, Insha Old Ghost showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Just as the sword light was about to touch him, the Insha Old Ghost flashed and turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing from the spot and cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, he appeared to Li Tianya's side and rear and struck out with a palm, his palm surging with dense, dark, demonic energy. Li Tianya felt a tremendous force attacking from behind. He quickly activated his wind-based abilities, attempting to use a wind wall to block the fatal blow. However, this time, the power of the Insha Old Ghost seemed to exceed his expectations. Bang! The two forces collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Li Tianya felt as if he had been struck head-on by an invisible mountain, and he was plunged into a suffocating pain. His wind barrier was so fragile in the face of this force that it was instantly shattered. Subsequently, Li Tianya's body was violently knocked back by this immense force, like a kite with a broken string. He retreated repeatedly in midair, each step accompanied by a crackling sound in the air and a tremor in the space. His face was pale, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he had suffered serious internal injuries. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force, forming visible vortexes of airflow. Chapter 298, The Insha Old Ghost and the Illusionary Night Queen. How is that possible? Your ranking on the heavenly ranking is clearly lower than mine. Li Tianya's eyes were filled with disbelief. His wind barrier was as fragile as paper in front of the Insha Old Ghost. The old ghost of Insha let out a chilling laugh. Li Tianya, do you think you still have victory in your grasp? Yes, my ranking on the heavenly ranking was indeed lower than yours before, but that's all in the past. At this point, the old ghost tone suddenly turned sinister. I sacrificed all living beings in the entire third-level plane to the Chaos God. Their life essence gathered within me, making me even more powerful. And now, if I sacrifice you to the Chaos God as well, the God will surely be even more satisfied with me. The old ghost smile grew increasingly ferocious, as if he could already see himself defeating Li Tianya and becoming the number one under the Chaos Evil God. Before he finished speaking, the dark demonic energy surrounding the Insha Old Ghost suddenly surged, forming a massive vortex that seemed poised to devour everything around him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he appeared to merge with the darkness, radiating a chillingly malevolent aura. Hey, D! The old ghost of Insha pushed his hands forward violently, and the dark demonic energy instantly condensed into a huge tentacle, sweeping towards Li Tianya with the momentum of destruction. Li Tianya disregarded the pain of his internal injuries. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging blood and chi, gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, and the wind element within his body surged wildly. Swift wind sword technique, Fury of the Storm. With a furious roar, Li Tianya's longsword instantly erupted with dazzling light. The sword light scattered like the wind, forming a huge vortex that swept up the surrounding air. The storm vortex and the dark tentacles collided violently in mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar. Both were incredibly powerful, seemingly capable of tearing the sky apart. As the dark tentacles of the Insha Old Ghost were sliced apart by the storm's vortex, demonic energy was continuously stripped away and dissipated. Yet the tentacles seemed to possess inexhaustible vitality, stubbornly pushing forward. Li Tianya's storm vortex was also constantly trembling under the impact of the tentacles, as if it would collapse at any moment. The two attacks continued to intertwine and collide in midair, each impact unleashing astonishing energy fluctuations. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force, forming visible cracks in the airflow. Hold on! Li Tianya's heart was screaming. He felt unprecedented pressure. He frantically channeled his inner energy, which surged like a tidal wave, impacting every corner of his body in an attempt to form an indestructible barrier to block the rampaging attacks of the Insha Old Ghost. However, despite his best efforts, his storm vortex was no match for the terrifying power of the Insha Old Ghost. With a deafening roar, the storm vortex collapsed like a bursting bubble, vanishing into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, the enormous tentacles formed from the dark demonic energy, carrying a suffocatingly terrifying aura, lashed out at Li Tianya like a raging dragon. Li Tianya's eyes were filled with terror, as if he had already foreseen the terrible fate that was about to befall him. Smack! With a deafening roar, the tentacle lashed out at Li Tianya. At that moment, it felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, as if he had become a meteor that had lost control and was suddenly flung away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Tianya's figure, anticipating the devastating collision that was about to occur. Bang! Li Tianya's body slammed heavily against a mountain peak, causing the entire peak to tremble violently from the impact. Dust billowed, gravel flew everywhere, and the scene was a complete mess. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Li Tianya's disheveled figure was revealed. He lay on the ground, which was cracked with shocking fissures, as if it were about to swallow him whole. His chest heaved violently, each breath tinged with pain. His face was ashen, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He had clearly suffered a severe injury. Oh no! Upon seeing this scene, Su Qinghan's heart tightened. Li Tianya was no match for the Insha old ghost. She understood that if she didn't offer help, Li Tianya would likely be beaten to death by the Insha old ghost. Among the princess's guards, only she and Li Tianya possess supreme strength. If Li Tianya were to die in battle, the princess's life would likely be in danger. With that thought, Su Qinghan no longer hesitated. She raised her hand lightly, and an antique zither appeared out of thin air in her hand. This was her weapon, the precious zither named Wave Shadow Phoenix Cry. Her fingers gently caressed the strings, as tenderly as if she were stroking a lover's cheek. Clang! However, as her fingers danced across the strings, an invisible sonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding air to tremble. This is Su Qinghan's S-level superpower, Sonic Attack. Her piano music can be as refreshing as a spring breeze or as powerful as a raging storm, destroying all obstacles in its path. Under her control, the sonic energy converged into invisible blades that sliced through the air, aiming directly at the vital point of the Insha old ghost. However, just as these sonic blades were about to touch the Insha old ghost, a dark energy suddenly surged forth, forming an indestructible barrier. The barrier was thin and mysterious, yet exuded a powerful aura. Su Qinghan's sonic blades struck the barrier, producing a sound like metal clashing. However, the barrier remained unmoved, completely blocking her attack. Then, a graceful figure slowly appeared in Su Qinghan's sight. The woman was dressed in a long black dress, her figure as graceful as a willow, her face exquisitely beautiful, yet exuding a bewitching charm. It was none other than the Night Queen. The Night Queen spoke in a sweet, soft voice. "Oh dear, Sister Su, why are you in such a hurry to act? Look how beautiful the scenery is. Why don't we sit down, have a cup of tea, and chat?" As she spoke, she gently swayed her waist, her charming demeanor, and alluring smile, sending chills down Su Qinghan's spine. She knew that this seemingly delicate woman was actually ruthless and vicious, and was not someone who could be easily dealt with. Su Qinghan was blocked by the illusionary Night Queen, but the Insha old ghost attacks showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 299, Li Tianya's Fear. The figure of the Insha old ghost flickered rapidly in the air, each appearance accompanied by a terrifying aura. He waved his hands, and a black demonic aura, like a materialized blade, slashed towards Li Tianya. Boom! Li Tianya gritted his teeth and drew his sword to meet the attack. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, triggering a series of explosions. The mountain peaks began to crack under the impact of this force. Boulders rolled down, and dust flew everywhere. The entire battlefield seemed to be shaken by this force. Li Tianya was heavily struck by the Insha old ghost's black, demonic energy, which roared like a giant dragon. His entire body felt as if it had been slammed down by an invisible mountain. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, accompanied by a loud whooshing sound, until it crashed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, the ground seemed to tremble, and with a deafening roar, soil and rocks were instantly thrown up by the powerful impact and scattered in all directions. A huge crater appeared before everyone's eyes, its edges showing irregular cracks. Li Tianya's body lay at the bottom of the pit, his clothes stained red with blood and tattered. His body was covered with wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, and blood was constantly gushing from the wounds, staining the surrounding soil and rocks red. What, generally, was so easily defeated by that Insha old ghost? A guard exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. You should know that Li Tianya, the swift wind sword master, is a top-tier expert ranked 74th on the heavenly ranking. His swordsmanship was as swift as the wind, and his movements as fast as lightning. He had slain countless enemies with his sword in battle, and his fame resounded throughout the land. Such a person appeared so fragile and helpless under the terrifying attack of the Insha old ghost. Another soldier gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with worry and fear, and muttered to himself, "Oh no, if General Li is defeated, Imperial Tutor Su will be attacked from both sides by the Insha old ghost and the illusionary Night Empress. At that time, Imperial Tutor Su will probably be in danger as well." This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. They had initially thought that with two top experts like Li Tianya and Su Qinghan in charge, they could at least secure a victory in this battle. However, Li Tianya's defeat has instantly made the entire situation precarious. Just then, a clear and decisive voice rang out. All members of the Imperial Guard, listen to my command. Attack the Chaos Cult and provide support for General Li. Han Bingning stood in the crowd, her petite figure exuding a powerful aura. Her eyes were firm and her expression resolute. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices deafening. Currently, the Imperial Guard has more than 80 members remaining, all of whom are at least at the god level. Aside from leaving 10 people to protect Han Bingning, everyone else immediately sprang to their feet and rushed into the battle zone between Insha Old Ghost and the Chaos Cult. The Chaos Cult would not stand idly by and watch the Imperial Guards come to Li Tianya's aid. Immediately, hundreds of men in black robes let out chilling screams and charged into battle. These figures in black robes moved erratically, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, like a group of ghosts that were difficult to grasp. A massive melee erupted between the two sides instantly. On the battlefield, swords flashed and energies clashed, creating an incredibly intense atmosphere where everyone fought with all their might to the death. Lu Qi stood beside Han Bingning with his arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move, although eradicating the Chaos Cult was also part of his mission. However, he hadn't had enough of seeing Li Tianya get beaten up, so he naturally wouldn't make a move easily. Whether there is one more Li Tianya or one less Li Tianya, it will have no impact on his efforts to eradicate the Chaos Cult. On the other side, 2 peak-level Divine Guards finally broke through the Chaos Cult's obstruction. They roared fiercely, unleashing powerful fluctuations of Yuan energy that seemed poised to shake the entire world. They brandished their weapons and fiercely attacked Insha Lao Gue, attempting to rescue Li Tianya. However, Insha Old Ghost remained unfazed by the attacks of 2 god-level experts. He let out a terrifying, eerie laugh, and the dark demonic energy around him surged violently. This demonic energy rapidly condensed into a terrifying dark demon, roaring as if it wanted to devour the entire world. The dark demon swung his weapon, easily deflecting the attacks of the 2 guards. Then, it suddenly threw a punch, sending one of the guards flying. The guard spat out blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. The other guard's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He tried to bypass the dark demon, but it locked onto him firmly. The dark demon brandished its weapon, launching a relentless attack that forced the guard to dodge in a sorry state. Thus, the Imperial Guard support for Li Tianya was completely blocked, and they were unable to advance an inch. At this moment, the Insha Old Ghost transformed into a black streak of light once again, attacking Li Tianya, who was lying in the deep pit. He grinned maliciously, as if he could already see the moment Li Tianya died. The black light transformed from the Insha Old Ghost was like a death scythe from the deepest hell, carrying a cold and cruel killing intent, and slashed fiercely at Li Tianya, lying in the deep pit. At this moment, the wind howled, but it could not conceal the deadly threat emanating from the black streak of light. The entire battlefield seemed frozen by this terrifying aura. Even the swirling dust paused its dance. Everyone's gaze, friend or foe, was fixed on the descending black streak of light. Li Tianya's face contorted with rage as he gripped his long sword tightly and swung it with all his might at the black streak of light. Clang! The clang of metal echoed through the air, making people's eardrums ache. Li Tianya's sword clashed fiercely with Insha Lao Gue's attack, bursting into dazzling sparks. However, this dazzling display of light was fleeting. The power of Insha Old Ghost was simply too great. Li Tianya's sword was instantly blasted away, and his body slammed heavily onto the ground again, raising a cloud of dust. Ha ha! Li Tianya, obediently become the nourishment for me to become stronger. The old ghost of Insha grinned maliciously, his figure flickering once more, transforming into a ghostly black shadow. The demonic energy in his right hand instantly transformed into a sharp black giant blade, slashing fiercely towards Li Tianya. No! A flicker of fear flashed in Li Tianya's eyes. He tried to dodge, but his body seemed to be bound by invisible chains, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the massive black blade fell, instinctively raising his right arm to block it. With a sound like flesh being sliced, Li Li Tianya's right arm was instantly severed. Blood gushed out like a torrent, staining Li Tianya's clothes and the ground beneath him. The severed arm lay scattered to the side, its fingers still twitching slightly, as if telling of its owner's fear. Li Tianya was in so much pain that he almost fainted. His face was as pale as paper, and large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. But the old ghost of Insha showed no pity whatsoever for Li Tianya's suffering. On the contrary, he became even more excited, like a bloodthirsty beast smelling fresh blood. He raised a massive black blade high once more, its blade shimmering with a chilling light as it crackled with demonic energy, ready to utterly eliminate the renowned swift-winged swordsman before him. However, at that moment, Li Tianya suddenly made a move that left everyone speechless and completely unexpected. His body went limp, and with a thud, he knelt down on both knees before the Insha old ghost. His face had lost all its former glory, leaving only terror and despair. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to join the chaos cult and serve the evil god. Don't kill me." Li Tianya's voice trembled, each word revealing his fear and helplessness at that moment. He even went so far as to kowtow to the Insha old ghost, each kowtow slamming heavily onto the ground, as if he were exchanging his dignity and pride for a glimmer of hope. This scene struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer blow. Those who once admired Li Tianya felt a heart-wrenching pain at this moment. They could not believe that the once brave and fearless swordsman who pointed his sword to the heavens would choose to surrender to the enemy at this moment. The members of the Chaos cult burst into laughter, looking at Li Tianya as if he were a clown, their eyes filled with mockery and ridicule. One of the men in black robes stopped his attack and sneered. "Ha ha, what kind of swift-wind swordsman? This kind of trash actually becomes a hero of your star empire? It's hilarious. Ha ha ha." Queen Phantom Knight covered her mouth and giggled, her alluring eyes filled with contempt and mockery. "Oh dear, your highness, it seems your captain of the guard is rather spineless. But he's certainly wise to be pragmatic." The old ghost of Insha laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, this guy probably knows that our chaos cult is recruiting. Don't worry, kid. As long as you're willing to offer your soul to the evil god, you'll live. And if you can perform meritorious service for the evil god in the future, the evil god will reward you handsomely." The Imperial guards were frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the heartbreaking scene before them. At this moment, Li Tianya's surrender was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the morale of the Imperial guards. Their faith crumbled in that instant. Han Bingming stared intently at Li Tianya, who was kneeling on the ground like a defeated dog, her eyes filled with disappointment. "General Li, as a soldier of the Star Empire, dying on the battlefield is an honor in itself. What you've done is utterly shameful." At this moment, Han Bingming was filled with regret, regretting that she had chosen someone like Li Tianya to be her captain of the guard. Su Qinghan was also furious. She pointed at Li Tianya and shouted, "Li Tianya, how dare you betray the Empire? Your Li family has been wise for generations. How could such a scoundrel like you emerge?" However, at this moment, Li Tianya was no longer listening to anyone. His heart was filled only with the fear of death and the yearning for life. To hell with glory and the woman he loved. He only wanted to live, no matter the cost. Therefore, when the old ghost Insha asked him to offer up his soul, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival and hurriedly kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, Lord Evil God, for giving me this opportunity. From now on, I, Li Tianya, will serve you with utmost loyalty and devotion, even unto death." Looking at Li Tianya's humble appearance, Insha Lao Gue sneered inwardly. He would never believe the words of someone who would betray his country at the last minute. Once Li Tianya sacrifices his soul, he will become a slave to the Chaos cult and be completely at their mercy. Thinking this, the old ghost of Insha revealed a cruel smile. "Very well. Then offer up your soul. Only in this way can you truly become one of us. General, you mustn't give up your soul. You'll become their slave." Marcos Chauti. But it was too late. Li Tianya had already made his choice to save his life. "I am willing to offer my soul." A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the Insha old ghost. He stretched out his palm, and a powerful suction force surged from his palm, directly enveloping Li Tianya. Li Tianya felt a sharp pain coming from the depths of his soul, as if something was being forcibly torn from his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the indescribable pain. He could see his soul gradually rising from his body, turning into a wisp of green smoke, slowly drifting towards the palm of the Insha old ghost. As part of his soul left his body, Li Tianya felt a sense of emptiness and powerlessness. His body seemed to lose its support, collapsing limply to the ground. His eyes became empty and lost, as if all life and vitality had vanished. The old ghost withdrew his hand, looking at the wisp of green smoke in his palm. A smug smile appeared on his face. He knew that from then on, Li Tianya would become his puppet, his life and death in his hands. Very good. You made a wise choice. The old ghost said coldly. From now on, you're a member of our chaos cult. Remember, your life was given to you by me, and you must do whatever I tell you to do. Li Tianyan nodded weakly. He no longer had the strength or courage to resist. He knew he had become a complete slave to the chaos cult, and that his future would be filled with darkness and despair. But he couldn't care less about that anymore. All he wanted was to survive, no matter the cost. Look at him. How sensible and understanding he is. He's made the wisest choice. What about you? Is there any point in continuing to resist? The Night Queen chuckled, her smile as beautiful yet deadly as a blooming poppy. Her gaze swept over the Imperial Guard, a barely perceptible glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. As she finished speaking, hundreds of black-robed cult members surrounded Han Bingning and her group like ghosts. The weapons in their hands gleamed coldly, as if they couldn't wait to taste the fresh blood. The meaning of the Night Queen was crystal clear. If they did not surrender, they would face merciless slaughter. However, faced with this life-or-death threat, the members of the Imperial Guard showed no fear whatsoever. Chapter 301, Su Qinghan's Domain, the Realm of Cold Sounds. On the contrary, their eyes shone with a firm light, a determination and courage to face death without fear. These Imperial Guard soldiers were different from Li Tianya. Although Li Tianya was a lieutenant general, he came from the wealthy and powerful Li family and had enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood, with everything going smoothly for him. He had never experienced a real test of life and death. These Imperial Guard soldiers were all promoted step by step from the ranks of the soldiers. Each of them had fought bloody battles on the battlefield and experienced countless life and death struggles. They had long since disregarded life and death, their hearts filled only with loyalty and faith. Therefore, they showed no intention of backing down in the face of the threat from the Night Queen and the encirclement by the Black Robe cult. They gripped their weapons tightly, stood tall, and prepared to defend their honor and faith with their lives. At this moment, Su Qinghan stared intently at the illusionary Night Empress before him, but his body shifted slightly, placing himself in front of Han Bingning. Princess, you go first, I'll hold them off. At this moment, Su Qinghan, who was preparing to cover the rear, was already prepared to die. However, Han Bingning gently shook her head. Master, I can't leave. She spoke slowly, her voice soft, yet struck Su Qinghan's heart like a heavy hammer. These members of the chaotic cult won't let me leave easily. Rather than fleeing in a sorry state, I'd rather fight alongside you to the very end. Su Qinghan turned to look at Han Bingning, her anxious eyes filled with helplessness and worry. How foolish, princess! As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. She tried to persuade Han Bingning to leave first, but Han Bingning just shook her head firmly. Knowing that further words would be pointless, Su Qinghan took a deep breath and ordered, Imperial Guards, listen to my command. Protect the princess safely at all costs. Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Then, they rushed backward like a torrent, trying to create a path for Han Bingning to survive. Now that things have come to this, do you think you can still leave? Wouldn't it be better to stay here and play with them? The Night Queen giggled, her laughter echoing in the air with a strange yet captivating magic. With her laughter, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from her body, spreading silently in all directions like an undercurrent in the night. Under the influence of this energy fluctuation, the surrounding air seemed to become distorted, forming eerie black vortexes. These vortexes swirled in the air, constantly devouring everything around them, including the Imperial Guards who were charging forward. The soldiers felt a sudden darkness before their eyes, as if they had been pulled into another space by an invisible force. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange illusion. This illusion was filled with eeriness and terror. All around was a pitch-black wasteland, with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. The wasteland was littered with severed limbs and tattered battle flags, as if it were a ruin ravaged by war. The soldiers looked around anxiously, trying to find a way out, but no matter which way they went, they could not leave this terrifying wilderness. They seemed trapped in an endless nightmare, unable to wake up. Oh no, it's the illusion of the Night Queen. Upon seeing this scene, Su Qinghan's expression darkened. The illusion created by the Night Queen is a terrifying existence that even supreme experts find difficult to escape. Su Qinghan knew she had to act quickly, or the guards trapped in the illusion would be in grave danger. Without hesitation, she reached out and plucked the strings of her zither, intending to unleash a calming spell to awaken the guards from their illusion. However, just as she was about to cast the spell, the Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost rushed towards her together. They all understood that once Su Qinghan was dealt with, Princess Han Bingning would have no ability to resist. Seeing the two menacing figures approaching, Su Qinghan's face became extremely solemn. She immediately stopped casting the mind-cleansing mantra, took a deep breath, and her hands danced rapidly across the strings. As the music began, the surrounding air started to tremble violently, as if an invisible force was rapidly gathering. Immediately afterwards, a huge halo burst forth from Su Qinghan's body, instantly enveloping the illusionary Night Empress and the Insha Old Ghost. This is Su Qinghan's domain, the Cold Sound Realm. In this field, Su Qinghan is the absolute master. She can control everything within her domain through her music. Neither matter nor energy can escape her control. The Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost only fell to blur before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. The space was filled with a cold atmosphere, and a light mist permeated the surroundings, making it seem like a frozen world. Field? The Night Queen chuckled, a hint of mockery and provocation in her voice. Sister Su, your Cold Sound Realm might be a threat to others, but to me, it's really like showing off your limited skills before an expert. Su Qinghan did not answer her question, but simply stared coldly at the two enemies before her. She knew that she had to use her expertise to eliminate these two formidable enemies as soon as possible. So she plucked the strings of her instrument once more. The music suddenly rose, urgent and stirring, like a bugle call on a battlefield, urging people to forge ahead. As the notes leaped, the mist within the area began to surge violently, and icy auras converged from all directions, gradually forming a massive vortex of cold air. Immediately afterwards, countless icy sound waves burst forth from the vortex of cold air, sweeping towards the Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost with overwhelming force. However, faced with this seemingly impeccable attack, Queen Phantom Night merely sneered, clasped her hands together, and muttered incantations. Immediately afterwards, an even more terrifying energy erupted from Queen Phantom Night's body. This energy, like an undercurrent in the night, silently erodes everything around it. It seemed to come from another world, carrying an evil and mysterious power, instantly shattering Su Qinghan's Cold Sound Realm. Su Qinghan felt an indescribable, immense impact coming from all directions, as if it were going to tear her body to pieces. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to steady herself, but the force was too strong, and a trace of bright red blood still spilled from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha! Su Qinghan, how dare you unleash your domain in front of Huan Yi? The old ghost of Insha grinned sinisterly, his smile filled with mockery and schadenfreude. Huan Yi's ability is the natural nemesis of domains. Aren't you just courting death? Now that your domain has been broken, the backlash must be unpleasant for you. Chapter 3:02 Outnumbering me? Master. Han Bingning's screams tore through the air, filled with endless despair. She watched helplessly as Su Qinghan's domain shattered like fragile glass under the combined attack of the illusionary Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost, her heart breaking. She knew what the destruction of her domain meant to her master. It wasn't just a defeat in battle, but also a huge physical and mental trauma. Su Qinghan's figure appeared so lonely and helpless at the moment the domain collapsed, like a candle flickering in the wind, which could be extinguished at any moment. At that moment, hundreds of men in black robes, like sharks that had smelled blood, charged toward Han Bingning with eerie screams. Their eyes gleamed with greed and lust, as if they already regarded Han Bingning as something they could control. At this moment, all the guards around Han Bingning were trapped in the illusion of the Night Queen. "Princess, beautiful lady, come with us." A black-robed man at the peak of the god rank approached Han Bingning with a lewd grin. "Before we kill you, we'll let you have some fun." Han Bingning stared at the ugly face before her, a surge of intense disgust and anger welling up inside her. "Even if I die, I will never suffer your humiliation." She took a deep breath, and a bright light surged from her body, the power of her S-rank ability, Light Guardian. Although her strength was only at the initial stage of the god rank, she was prepared to launch a full-force attack. However, Han Bingning knew perfectly well that her attack would be nothing more than a tickle to the hundreds of black-robed, god-level figures. Even so, she would fight with all her might to protect her dignity. Deep down, she had already prepared for the worst. If this attack fails to repel the men in black, she will choose to self-destruct to avoid being humiliated by them. Han Bingning let out a delicate shout, and the power of light within her body instantly erupted, like a dazzling star shining in the darkness. Her hands clenched tightly together, and the power of light, as if summoned, rapidly converged into a blazing beam of light. That beam radiated boundless determination and rage, as if it wanted to tear apart all the darkness in its path and blast it fiercely towards the black-robed figure charging at the forefront. Upon seeing this attack, the numerous black-robed figures who rushed forward all wore mocking expressions. "Ha ha ha! Your Highness's furious attack. I'm so scared," a man in black robes said mockingly. Hurry, be careful you don't get wiped out," another man in black robes chimed in. "I'll go to her first in a bit. She's the third princess of the Star Empire. What honorable status she has. Just thinking about it excites me." These black-robed figures were incredibly powerful, with even the weakest possessing strength above the god level, including many mid-level and peak-level god rank experts. In their eyes, Han Bingning's attack, which was at the initial stage of the divine rank, was child's play and not worth mentioning. The black-robed man at the peak of the divine rank, who had been targeted by Han Bingning, was even more confident. He chuckled and waved his hands, and a thick black mist quickly condensed into a shield in front of him. He believed that the shield was enough to withstand Han Bingning's seemingly insignificant attack. However, just when everyone thought that Han Bingning's attack would be easily blocked by the black mist shield, a sudden change occurred. The beam of light, which should have been pure and bright, suddenly turned a strange red, a red that seemed to contain endless killing and destruction. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black mist shield shattered and scattered instantly under the impact of the red light power. The smile on the black-robed man's face froze. He watched in horror as the beam of light pierced through his chest, feeling his life rapidly slipping away. He let out a shrill scream, but it was too late. His entire body was blasted in two by the beam of light. This scene shocked everyone. The black-robed men who were about to rush forward stopped in their tracks and looked at Han Bingning in horror. Han Bingning, who had unleashed that earth-shattering attack, now resembled a flower battered by wind and rain, appearing exceptionally weak. The immense depletion of her light power left her feeling completely drained, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over her. She had to close her eyes slightly to steady her swaying body. However, in that brief moment of dizziness, she was so shocked by what she saw that she covered her mouth. The black-robed man at the peak of the god rank was instantly killed by her with a single blow. His body was severed in two, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. How was that possible? Han Bingning was filled with shock and disbelief. She knew her own strength perfectly well. Although she had unleashed her full power in that attack, it was far from enough to instantly kill such a powerful opponent. What on earth had happened? Just then, a sharp-eyed man in black robes pointed at a guard behind Han Bingning and exclaimed, "It's him! It's that guard!" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a guard emanating an eerie red light. Clearly, Han Bingning's attack just now was aided by this Imperial Guard. Han Bingning slowly turned her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. The Netherworld? Surprisingly, Yuming hadn't fallen into the illusion of the Night Queen and had even helped him just now. Lu Qi, however, appeared unusually calm. He smiled slightly, stepped forward, and shielded Han Bingning behind him. "Princess, rest assured, I have made a promise to an old friend, and I will protect you during this mission." Hearing Lu Qi's resolute words, Han Bingning felt a slight tremor in her heart, as if brushed by a soft feather. In her most desperate moment, it was Yu Ming who stood in front of her, sheltering her from the storm, as if she had seen a beacon of light in the darkness. "Kid, you're getting a bit too arrogant." A man in black robes looked at Lu Qi with a sinister smile. "Even if you have some strength, do you think you can hold off over 100 of us at the same time?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile appearing on his face. He gently shook his head and said, "More people? You come to the wrong place. I seem to have more people than your chaotic cult." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The man in black robes burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Lu Qi and said, "Kid, are you crazy? Your Imperial Guard, those few dozen men, are all trapped in the Night Queen's illusion. I don't know how you escaped, but the outcome is the same. You all die." "Yeah?" However, Lu Qi merely smiled slightly. He then snapped his fingers, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Immediately afterwards, 5 enormous spatial rifts appeared in midair, emanating countless terrifying auras. Chapter 303: The Terrifying Undead Catastrophe. The people in black robes stared in disbelief at the scene as terrifying undead, exuding divine aura, filed out of the spatial rifts. Their numbers reached over 140, instantly reversing the balance of power on the field. These undead had cold eyes and ferocious faces, and the aura emanating from them made everyone present feel uneasy. They stood neatly behind Lu Qi like a well-trained army. Through those enormous spatial rifts, the people in black robes glimpsed in horror the sight of another world. Within that crack was a sea of the dead. Countless spirits wandered among them, their figures blurry and eerie, exuding a cold and terrifying aura. These spirits were densely packed, like stars in the night sky, their number immeasurable. Above the sea of the dead, a colossal ghost warship floated silently. It seemed to be formed from the resentment and fear of countless dead spirits, exuding a terrifying and eerie aura. The deck of the warship was filled with tall, ferocious undead warriors, each wielding a sharp blade, their eyes cold and ruthless. The men in black robes could no longer laugh. Their faces were filled with terror. They stared in shock at the massive undead army before them, their hearts filled with boundless fear. Undead? Ow! How could you possibly control such a massive army of undead? This is impossible? A man in black robes said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. At this moment, Lu Qi was like a demon god who controlled life and death in the eyes of the people in black robes. His existence made everyone feel apprehensive and desperate. Not to mention these men in black robes. Even Han Bingning was looking at Lu Qi with shock and curiosity in her eyes. This man can actually control such a terrifying army of undead. How many secrets does he still hold that I don't know about? Han Bingning took a deep breath, trying to calm her shock. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this man. He seemed like an inexhaustible treasure trove, always bringing her new surprises and awe. At this moment, in Han Bingning's eyes, Lu Qi was like a mysterious black hole. She couldn't help but want to get closer to him, understand him, and explore the secrets deep in his heart. At this moment, Jack, Nyota, Rose, Alvin, and Soul Eater all arrived behind Lu Qi. The aura emanating from them was that they were all at the peak of the god rank. Such an aura made everyone present feel suffocated. Their bodies have been transformed by Lu Qi into the undead bodies of peak god-level beings. Jack stared at the black-robed figure before him, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. He licked his lips as if he couldn't wait to unleash a massacre. "Captain, time to get to work?" "Haha, I'm so bored on the nightmare. I hope they can keep me company a little longer this time." Nyota gripped his double-edged giant axe tightly, a simple and honest smile on his face, but the fierce glint in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. "Moo, I'm going to chop down 10. Soul Devourer looked at the man in black robes as if he were looking at plates of delicious food. A sinister smile crept across his lips, accompanied by a terrifying laugh. If we kill you all, the number of god-level undead on our nightmare will increase to over 200. Lu Qi looked at the black-robed figures before him, his eyes showing no emotion. He said calmly, "Remember to leave them with intact corpses later, otherwise their combat power will be weakened after the nightmare transforms into an undead." His words, though spoken casually, instantly sealed the fate of the hundreds of men in black robes present. Kill them all. At Lu Chi's command, Jack burst into laughter, like a tiger unleashed from its cage, instantly transforming into a streak of crimson light and charging towards the black-robed man. His speed was astonishing. He arrived in front of the man in black robes almost in the blink of an eye, his sharp blade gleaming coldly, ready to unleash a massacre. However, Rose was faster than Jack. With a slight sway, she vanished from her spot in an instant. When she reappeared, she had already silently appeared behind a man in black robes. The man in black robes seemed to sense something and turned around in alarm. But it was too late. The dagger in Rose's hand pierced his skull like a bullet. The man in black didn't even have time to scream before his eyes widened and he collapsed. Shockingly, the black-robed man, whose strength was at the mid-level of the god rank, was able to stand up again in just a few seconds. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying white light, and his body emanated a strong aura of death. He has become a ghost. Moreover, the horrific wound from the silken piercing still remained on the back of his head, through which his brain tissue was visible. However, this did not hinder his movements in the slightest. After letting out a low roar, he brandished his weapon and charged towards his former teammates. Good heavens, what the hell is this thing? A man in black robes screamed in terror, his voice filled with boundless fear and despair. He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at his companions who had turned into undead within seconds of being killed. These undead were not only numerous, but also incredibly powerful, making them feel powerless to resist. The man in black robes always believed that he, as a member of the Chaos cult, was a messenger spreading terror throughout the world. They created chaos, slaughtered the innocent, and plunged countless lives into suffering and despair. However, compared to the undead before them, everything they had done before seemed child's play. These undead were the true source of terror, making them impossible to contend with. Meanwhile, on the other side, the illusionary Night Empress and the Insha Old Ghost, who were besieging Su Qinghan, also noticed the dramatic change on the battlefield. As they watched the ever-emerging army of the undead, a sense of dread washed over them. Undead. A look of seriousness flashed in the eyes of Queen Phantom Knight. She said in a deep voice, "That guard is the one who commands these undead. We must deal with him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid our people will soon be wiped out by these undead." The old ghost's eyes flashed with ferocity. He let out a low growl, which sounded like the cry of a night owl and was particularly piercing in the darkness. He stomped his foot suddenly, and the space seemed to tremble slightly. He transformed into a dark streak of light and headed straight for Lu Chi. However, at this critical moment, a melodious piano tune suddenly rang out in the air. The music seemed to come from ancient times, carrying a touch of desolation and sorrow, yet containing boundless power. The music transformed into an invisible sound wave, instantly forcing the Insha Old Ghost to a halt. Chapter 304 Supreme Undead Skeleton Overlord. Insha Old Ghost felt a tremendous resistance coming towards him, as if an invisible mountain was blocking his way. He was startled and quickly looked closely, only to see a woman in white standing quietly not far away. That's Su Qinghan. At this moment, Su Qinghan's face was as pale as paper, and there was still blood left at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she was seriously injured. However, her eyes were firm and bright, like the brightest star in the night sky. Su Qinghan had already guessed the military's arrangements, and she knew that Yu Ming was a powerful ally. However, when she actually saw the Netherworld summon that terrifying army of the undead, she was still somewhat shocked. She hadn't expected that Yu Ming alone could possess such immense power. Those undead warriors seemed like demons crawled out of hell. They exuded a cold and terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Su Qinghan felt a glimmer of hope. Therefore, even though she is severely injured, she will stop the Insha Old Ghost and the illusionary Night Empress at all costs. Give the underworld time to kill all the men in black robes. Seeing this, Insha Lao Gui's expression darkened. He looked at Huan Yi Nu Wei and said in a deep voice, "Huan Yi, this Su Qinghan is a tough nut to crack. Let's join forces to kill her first, and then deal with those annoying undead." Upon hearing this, Empress Huanai nodded slightly. Her gaze swept over Su Qinghan before turning to Li Tianya behind her. A captivating smile, irresistible to all, graced her face, as if even the moonlight paled in comparison. "Brother Tianya, Now it's time to show your true strength. If you can defeat that netherworld being, I've prepared a special reward for you." As she spoke, Queen Phantom Knight stuck out her tongue and lightly licked her lips. This action, set against her alluring face and perfect figure, could make almost any man's blood boil. Her eyes gleamed with an eerie light, seemingly hinting at some unspeakable temptation. Although Li Tianya had lost an arm, he was still a top-ranked expert on the heavenly ranking, possessing the strength of a mid-level supreme. Even compared to those at the god level, they are still incredibly powerful. Upon hearing Queen Phantom Knight's words, he understood that he had no other choice. His soul has been controlled by an evil god, and these members of the Chaos Cult can decide his life or death at any time. He could neither resist nor escape. Li Tianya used his remaining arm to pick up the long sword from the ground, his gaze coldly fixed on Yu Ming, who stood in front of Han Bingning. A fierce killing intent slowly surfaced in his eyes. With a whooshing sound of wind, Li Tianya rushed towards the netherworld in an instant. He moved with incredible speed, arriving before Yu Ming in the blink of an eye. His long sword, imbued with a sharp, piercing aura, hurtled towards Yu Ming's chest. Han Bingning was immediately filled with indignation upon seeing this scene. She never imagined that Li Tianya, the captain of her personal guard, would betray her and launch an attack against her. She angrily rebuked him. "Li Tianya, how dare you? You actually dare to betray the Star Empire. Aren't you afraid that your Li family will suffer annihilation because of you?" Upon hearing Han Bingning's angry rebuke, a hint of hesitation flashed in Li Tianya's eyes. He knew that his actions had completely betrayed the Star Empire, as well as his former vows and honors. But at this moment, he was no longer in control of his own destiny and had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. As long as he killed everyone present, no one would know that he, Li Tianya, had betrayed the Star Empire. His heart was filled with helplessness and despair, but he still resolutely thrust his sword towards the netherworld. "Bingning, I'm sorry. I just want to live. I had no choice but to do this." Li Tianya roared, his long sword flashing with determination and madness as he thrust it fiercely at Lu Qi. At this moment, it seemed that he had placed all his hopes and bets on this one sword strike. Lu Qi looked at Li Tianya approaching without any emotion in his eyes. "Di Yu Ming, only when you die can I live." Li Tianya roared wildly, as if he could already see the ghost being pierced through by his longsword. Just as Li Tianya's longsword was about to pierce Lu Qi's body, the air suddenly seemed to freeze, and a powerful and terrifying aura descended instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge warhammer appeared out of thin air, its surface engraved with complex runes and gleaming with a cold light. The warhammer blocked Li Tianya's longsword with incredible speed and power. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Li Tianya felt a tremendous force coming from the sword, which made his entire arm numb. He stared in disbelief at the enormous figure that had suddenly appeared before him. It was a skeletal undead creature, several meters tall, exuding a chilling aura. The undead creature had two huge gems embedded in its head, emitting an eerie light, and a ghostly fire seemed to be burning in its chest. It wielded a massive warhammer, each swing causing the air to vibrate. Supreme Intermediate Undead Skeleton Overlord. Li Tianya stared in shock at the undead creature before him. He couldn't understand how such a terrifying undead creature could appear in front of him. The appearance of the skeletal overlord shocked everyone present. It slowly turned towards Li Tianya, its eyes flashing with a cold and cruel light. A low and majestic roar came from its throat, as if it were pronouncing a death sentence on Li Tianya. Li Tianya's heart was filled with despair and fear. He knew that, in his current severely injured state, he was no match for this terrifying undead. He tried to back away, but his legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move. "Impossible," Li Tianya said in a trembling voice. "How could I have gotten involved with such a being?" However, the skeleton overlord did not give Li Tianya any chance. Its massive body resembled a mountain of bones, and its enormous warhammer seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. When it swung its warhammer, the entire space seemed to tremble. Rumble. This was not just a loud bang, but more like the roar of heaven and earth. At that moment, Li Tianya was like a leaf in a storm, completely unable to resist the violent force. His body was instantly smashed and sent flying, like a hurled meteorite, tearing through the sky. His body traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The entire earth seemed to tremble from the force, cracking the ground and sending dust and rubble billowing up like waves. At the moment of impact, it felt as if a mountain had crushed Li Tianya's chest, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, staining his already tattered clothes. Chapter 305. Lu Qi makes his move. His eyes were wide open, but they had lost all their light, leaving only endless darkness and deathly silence. At that moment, it was as if the whole world had stood still. Everyone stared in disbelief at Li Tianya lying on the ground, their hearts filled with fear and shock. The terrifying power of the skeleton overlord had surpassed their imagination. Then, the mighty, death-radiating skeletal overlord, after delivering the fatal blow to Li Tianya, slowly turned around and walked heavily toward Lu Qi. Its enormous body, made of white bones, looked even more sinister and terrifying in the dim sunlight, yet it stood respectfully behind Lu Qi like a loyal guard. This scene was undoubtedly like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone present. Even a supreme-level undead is obeying the commands of this young man named Yuming. This is simply unbelievable. It has overturned everyone's understanding. How is this possible? The old ghost, Yin Sha's eyes widened, and his attack on Su Qinghan involuntarily stopped. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly absurd. A supreme-level undead. That's an existence on the same level as us. How could we possibly obey his orders? Queen Huanai frowned, her gaze turning grave as she looked at Lu Qi. She seemed to have sensed something from this scene and slowly said, "It seems that this skeletal overlord was summoned by him." Summoned? The old ghost Yin Sha exclaimed in shock. He was only at the early stage of the god rank. How could he possibly summon a mid-level supreme undead? Queen Phantom Knight took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this person's necromancy summoning ability has reached SSS level. Moreover, his mental power must be extremely solid and powerful to be able to summon such a terrifying undead with only the strength of a beginner god." Queen Phantom Knight also found it somewhat absurd, but the facts were undeniable, leaving her no choice but to believe it. Upon hearing these words, the old ghost Yin Sha felt that his worldview had been severely shaken. A beginner-level god, summoning a mid-level supreme being? This was something I wouldn't have dared to even dream of before. Upon seeing this, Su Qinghan's eyes lit up with surprise. The princess is saved. She immediately turned around and bowed deeply to Lu Qi. "Your Majesty, the situation is critical. Please send the skeleton overlord to hold off the Yin Sha old ghost, while I deal with the illusionary Night Empress." She now unconsciously used honorifics when addressing Lu Qi. At this moment, she could no longer regard Lu Qi as an ordinary imperial guard. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi looked at Su Qinghan and saw that her face was pale and her breathing was disordered, which clearly showed that the previous battle had exhausted a lot of her energy. He smiled slightly and said, "Imperial Tutor Su, you may step down and rest. Leave this to me." Su Qinghan's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Lu Qi's words. She hadn't expected Yu Ming to be so confident, daring to fight two powerful enemies single-handedly. Although she was shocked by Lu Qi's power, she was still somewhat worried. "Your Majesty, while the skeleton overlord is powerful, the combined strength of the illusionary Night Queen and the Yin Sha old ghost is not to be underestimated. The skeleton overlord is still no match for both of them," she said firmly. "I, Su Qinghan, still have some strength left. In a moment, I will exchange blows and injure the illusionary Night Empress. As long as it creates an opportunity for you, I will risk my life." As she spoke, a resolute light flashed in her eyes, as if she were prepared to face death. His unwavering gaze and fearless demeanor moved everyone present. Hearing Su Qinghan's resolute words, Lu Qi gently shook his head, a helpless smile flashing in his eyes. Su Qinghan was unaware that, compared to the skeleton overlord, Netherworld himself was the most terrifying being. However, Lu Qi did not want to explain any further at this moment. With a thought, the skeleton overlord let out a deafening roar. Then, it swung its massive warhammer, charging towards Queen Knight with unparalleled power. Lu Qi then flashed forward, using teleportation to instantly appear in front of the Yin Sha old ghost. The old ghost Insha was originally watching the skeleton overlord when he suddenly saw Lu Qi appear in front of him. He was stunned at first, and then his face broke into a look of wild joy. Ha ha ha, Yu Ming, I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. He grinned maliciously. As long as you are killed, both the skeleton overlord and this army of undead will disappear. Seeing this scene from afar, Su Qinghan's heart pounded wildly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. She exclaimed, Lord Yu Ming, danger. As she spoke, she rushed toward Lu Qi at top speed, trying to save him from the clutches of the Insha old ghost. She understood that the netherworld was now a force capable of turning the tide of the entire battlefield, and its loss was absolutely unacceptable. Su Qinghan believed that although Yu Ming was powerful, his strength lay in his necromancy, not in combat. After all, the difference between the early stage of godhood and the intermediate stage of supreme is simply too great. Even though he had once killed the ghost-faced spider, a peak-level god, with a single blow, Su Qinghan did not believe that Yu Ming had the strength to directly fight Insha Old Ghost. Hee, you little devil from the underworld, you're really brave. The enchanting laughter of the Night Queen echoed in the air, seemingly carrying a strange, magical power. Her alluring eyes, shaped like crescent moons, gazed at Lu Qi with great interest, as if admiring a rare treasure. However, it seems that the young man's self-awareness is still a little lacking. Queen Phantom Night teased, her tone revealing a hint of amusement. As she spoke, the dark energy within her suddenly erupted, like a raging storm in the night, instantly blocking all of the skeleton overlord's attacks. The dark energy swirled around her, as if draping her in a mysterious veil, making her appear even more alluring and dangerous. Then, Queen Phantom Night turned to look at the old ghost Insha, a sly smile playing on her lips. Old ghost, you'd better watch out, or you might accidentally kill this handsome young man. I'm quite interested in his soul. At this point, Queen Phantom Night licked her lips lightly with her tongue. She was genuinely curious whether this handsome young man from the netherworld could be as valiant and fearless in bed as he was now. Hee. Her laughter rang out again, a sound that seemed to possess a magical power, making one's heart sway, yet also sending chills down one's spine. All right, Phantom Knight, you're being promiscuous again. I'll leave this kid a bit of a break. I promise you can have some fun. The old ghost's smile grew increasingly ferocious as he gathered all his strength, preparing to launch a fatal blow against Lu Qi. Chapter 306, Slaying the Old Ghost Insha. His hands moved with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, forming hand seals. As his fingers flew across the screen, the surrounding air seemed to be instantly sucked away by an invisible force, forming an absolute vacuum. Within this region, even space itself seemed to be torn apart, revealing its deep and dark void nature. Immediately afterwards, a jet black, extremely malevolent energy erupted from the Insha Old Ghost's body. This energy is like a demon imprisoned for thousands of years. Once released, it carries a violent force capable of destroying everything. It instantly condensed into a huge black sphere, the surface of which shimmered with a cold, eerie light, as if it had swallowed all the light around it. The black sphere hovered in the air, slowly rotating, emanating a chilling aura. It seemed like a solitary black hole, constantly devouring all light and life around it. Under its influence, even the air seemed to thicken, its flow slowing considerably. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the old ghost Insha. He believed this attack would be enough to subdue Lu Qi. Go! Under the control of the Insha Old Ghost, the black ball slowly flew towards Lu Qi, its passage seemingly tearing apart even space itself. The terrifying aura it exuded made everyone present tremble with fear, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Lu Qi looked at this terrifying attack, but his face showed no emotion whatsoever. His eyes, as deep as an abyss, held only endless indifference. He exuded an eerie red aura. That malevolent aura was like a torrent of blood gushing from the depths of hell, carrying a strong stench of blood and a frenzied desire for slaughter. Each wisp of malevolent energy seemed to be formed from the resentment and blood of countless powerful beings. They swirled and surged wildly around Lu Qi, as if they were about to break free of their restraints and devour everything. When the Insha Old Ghost Black Sphere struck with terrifying power that tore through space, Lucci narrowed his eyes slightly, and then the blood-red aura around his body instantly surged. The murderous aura ignited like a raging fire, and the heavy stench of blood instantly filled the entire area. Immediately afterwards, Lucci's ice soul sword slashed out instantly. As this sword was unleashed, the world instantly turned blood-red. A massive, crimson sword beam erupted instantly. This sword light was like a crimson lightning bolt descending from the sky, tearing through the heavens and ripping apart the darkness. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly cut open, revealing deep spatial rifts. Under the onslaught of this crimson sword light, the Insha Old Ghost Black Sphere attack instantly appeared incredibly fragile. The black sphere collapsed instantly under the sword's blade, shattering into countless tiny black particles that dissipated into the air. As the particles dissipated, they seemed to emit mournful howls, a testament to the terrifying power of this attack. What? How is this possible? An expression of disbelief appeared on the old ghost's face, as if he had witnessed something incredibly ghostly. His eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, filled with shock and disbelief. He knew full well the power of his attack. It was an attack he had put all his strength into. Although he promised Queen Huanai that he would spare Yoming's life, it was just talk. In reality, he showed no mercy whatsoever. He was brimming with confidence that even if his attack couldn't kill Yuming instantly, it would at least severely injure him and render him unable to fight. However, the reality was quite different from what he had expected. His all-out attack was shattered by Lu Qi's seemingly effortless sword strike. The black sphere instantly collapsed under the cut of the crimson sword light. How could he not be surprised? After shattering the black sphere, the crimson sword light did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash towards the Insha Old Ghost with even more terrifying power. As the crimson sword light slashed towards him, the old ghost of Insha felt a strong sense of unease. That unease, like being watched by the Grim Reaper, made the hairs on his body stand on end. He held nothing back. The black demonic energy around him surged wildly, instantly condensing into a thick layer of black mist around him. The mist churned and twisted, as if it were composed of countless ghosts and evil spirits. The black mist formed a black whirlwind around the Insha Old Ghost, its howling sound shrill and piercing, as if it would devour everything around it. The old ghost of Insha revealed a ferocious and terrifying expression on his face. He frantically urged the black mist, trying to condense it into an indestructible barrier to block the blood-red sword light. Finally, the crimson sword light collided with the black mist. Rumble! In an instant, the crimson sword light, like a divine punishment descending from the heavens, slashed fiercely into the black mist. The colors of scarlet and pitch black intertwined and reflected each other at this moment, dyeing half of the sky a chaotic color. At this moment, the two terrifying energies were like two ferocious prehistoric beasts, fighting and killing each other desperately. The old ghost with the sinister face was ferocious. He exerted all his strength to activate the Yuan power in his body, and the demonic energy on his body continuously poured into the black mist in an attempt to strengthen his defense. However, he soon discovered to his horror that no matter how hard he tried, the crimson sword light seemed to ignore his defenses and continued to slash at him with unstoppable force. No, that's impossible. The old ghost of Insha was filled with terror. He couldn't understand how someone at the early stage of the god rank could unleash such a terrifying attack. In the terrified gaze of the old ghost, the black mist was instantly torn apart by the crimson sword light, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. The crimson sword light continued to slash forward until it struck the Insha Old Ghost hard. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, and the Insha Old Ghost body was instantly slashed open with a deep, bone-revealing wound. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his black robes and the surrounding air red. His face instantly turned ashen, and the light in his eyes dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that he had suffered a severe injury. Lu Qi's figure teleported once again, appearing in front of the Insha Old Ghost. Now, taking advantage of the old ghost's underestimation of their strength, killing him first will save a lot of effort. Otherwise, once the Night Queen and the old ghost Insha realized his strength, they were determined to escape, so Lu Qi really couldn't leave them all behind. Lu Qi gave the Insha old ghost no chance to breathe. The blood-red, evil energy on his body burned even more fiercely at this moment. The strong smell of blood permeated the air as if it were a tangible substance. Chapter 307: The Collapse of the Chaos Cult Members. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Sword technique mastery, sword demon devouring heaven, blood sea surge, activated. This is the profound sword technique that Lu Qi comprehended after acquiring the blood fiend ability and combining it with his own understanding. As if sensing its master's resolve, the ice soul sword instantly erupted with a crimson light more dazzling than ever before. Sword energy surged forth like a raging tide, each strand like a raging wave stained with blood, frantically converging in the air to form a vast, boundless crimson ocean. This sea of blood churned with terrifying waves, containing a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. As if it possessed its own will, it surged towards the Insha old ghost like a tsunami. The Insha old ghost only had time to let out a terrified scream before it was completely submerged in the sea of blood. His grim face was flushed crimson by the sea of blood. At that moment, he felt the breath of death. The old ghost of Insha roared, and then the demonic energy emanating from his body suddenly erupted. He instantly transformed into a gigantic black demon. The black demon, who should have inspired fear, was now as weak as a helpless sheep in this sea of blood. Endless waves of sword energy raged and cut across his body, and his flesh and soul struggled in agony. He tried to tear the sea of blood apart with his enormous demonic claws, but no matter how hard he tried, the sea of blood seemed to possess endless vitality, surging towards him continuously. No, this is impossible. I am a supreme-level expert. How could I be defeated by a god-level ant? The old ghost of Insha let out a desperate roar, but its voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. This absolutely cannot be true. However, reality is cruel. No matter how unwilling he was or how much he roared, he could not change his impending fate. With a final, piercing scream, the Insha old ghost was completely swallowed by the sea of blood. After a short while, the sea of blood gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. The old ghost of Insha lay on the ground, his body covered with deep, bone-revealing wounds. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. His face still bore the marks of terror and despair. He couldn't believe, even in death, that he had been defeated by a mere beginner-level god. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused for a moment. The sounds of wind, breathing, and heartbeats all vanished without a trace, leaving only everyone's gaze focused on the fallen Insha old ghost. The Queen of Illusions' usually alluring eyes were now frozen in disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it only turned into a low murmur. Old ghost actually died just like that. Although the sound was faint, it was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked and bewildered. They couldn't believe that the powerful and suffocating Insha old ghost had died so easily at Lu Qi's hands. Queen Phantom Knight slowly turned her head, her gaze towards Lu Qi filled with fear. She seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Her whole body was trembling slightly. Her voice trembled slightly. You are the watchdog." These three words seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing everyone present to feel a pang of fear once again. Their gazes toward Lu Qi were filled with awe and fear, as if they were looking at an invincible god. At this moment, Queen Illusion had forgotten to maintain the illusion, and the guards trapped in the illusion were also awakening one after another. They stared at the scene before them, momentarily speechless. But when they saw the fallen Insha old ghost and Lu Qi standing there, they understood everything. Su Qinghan, who was rushing towards Lu Qi, stopped abruptly. She stared at Lu Qi blankly, as if frozen in place. Her eyes were filled with shock and awe, and she murmured to herself, "The inspector. So he was the inspector. No wonder he was so confident. No wonder he was so powerful." Han Bingning was astonished to see Lu Qi kill the Insha old ghost, a mid-level supreme, in just 2 moves. She held a prestigious position in the Starseed Empire and had witnessed countless prodigies. But no one had ever shocked her time and time again like Yuming. In addition to shock, her eyes also held a strange light that she herself had not noticed. It was a deep admiration and appreciation, a complete overwhelm by Lu Qi's strength and charisma. At this moment, even Han Bingning herself was unaware that her feelings for Lu Qi had gone beyond mere admiration and curiosity. Faced with Lu Qi's formidable strength and unfathomable aura, she felt as if she were deeply attracted and unable to extricate herself. Just as shock and fear were spreading like wildfire across the battlefield, something even more terrifying happened to the members of the Chaos Cult. The Yinsha, old ghost, who had been dead, slowly stood up in full view of everyone. His movements were stiff and mechanical, and his eyes were empty and lifeless, as if all his soul and consciousness had been stripped away. Clearly, he was no longer the powerful and ruthless old ghost who could command the wind and rain, but had been transformed into a ghost by Lu Qi. Nevertheless, the Yinsha old ghost still exuded a suffocatingly terrifying aura. The overwhelming pressure of the supreme intermediate level enveloped the battlefield as if it were a tangible force, causing all the surviving black-robed figures to feel in irresistible despair. How is this possible? A man in black robes shouted in a trembling voice. Lord Yinsha, old ghost, has actually been turned into a ghost by him. We're doomed. Another man in black robes covered his face in despair. How could they possibly fight this? Not only was their opponent incredibly strong, but they also possessed a supreme-level power. How could this operation have gone so badly? A man in black robes beat his chest in grief and indignation. When did the Milky Way have observers? How come we didn't receive any news about this before? Fear spread like a plague among the men in black robes, and their hearts were filled with endless despair. Originally, they were thinking of fighting Lu Qi, but now they only wanted to escape this terrifying battlefield. Run! Run away now! Suddenly, a man in black robe shouted, "Every one of us who can live is a life we must have. We can't stay here any longer and wait to die." The sound seemed to open the floodgates of escape, and all the men in black robes scattered in all directions as if they had been injected with vitality. Their figures darted across the battlefield like a flock of startled crows. Run! Don't look back! The shouts and running sounds of the men in black robes mingled together, creating a chaotic and desperate scene of escape. Chapter 308: The Temptation of the Night Queen. Lu Qi's gaze was sharp as he coldly swept over the black-robed men who were scattering and fleeing. His eyes remained expressionless. He simply uttered 4 words. "Leave no one alive." These 4 words echoed in the air, sending a chilling, killing intent through everyone who heard them. Yes, the captain has ordered that no one be left alive. Jack grinned excitedly and instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light, rushing towards a fleeing man in black robes. At the same time, the god-level undead scattered and chased after the fleeing man in black robes. Although their movements were stiff, their speed was by no means slow, like a pack of hungry cheetahs chasing their prey. Slaughter all these bastards from the Chaos Cult. The guards, who had just emerged from the illusion, all wore expressions of anger and gave chase to the man in black robes. At this moment, Queen Phantom Knight had lost all will to fight. She stood there, looking at Lu Qi's figure with a complicated expression. She understood that things had progressed to this point, and there was absolutely no chance of winning. She must escape as soon as possible, or she too will perish here. Just as she was about to turn and flee, the skeleton overlord suddenly roared and attacked her. He brandished his warhammer, creating a gust of wind, intending to smash the Night Queen into mincemeat. However, Queen Phantom Knight had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. She suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from the spot, causing the skeleton overlord's fierce attack to miss its mark instantly. The figure of the Night Queen slowly coalesced in a hidden corner thousands of meters away, like a wisp of smoke gradually solidifying into a physical form. Her face was pale from the shock and fear she had felt earlier. She let out a long breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil. She knew it wasn't safe now. However, just as she was about to continue her escape, a chill suddenly swept over her from behind. She turned around abruptly, only to find a figure like a nightmare standing right behind her. That person was Lu Qi, Queen of the Night. Lu Qi spoke slowly, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Where are you headed?" As his words fell, the figures of the undead Yinsha Old Ghost and the skeleton overlord appeared on either side of the Phantom Night Queen. Their eyes were fixed on her, like 3 hungry wolves eyeing a lamb to the slaughter. Queen Phantom Knight's heart sank to the bottom. She realized that she was completely surrounded. Then Queen Phantom Knight's eyes flickered slightly, and a pitiful expression instantly appeared on her face. She seemed to be greatly frightened. Her delicate body trembled, and she fell to the ground. Her slender, white legs were exposed from under her long skirt as she fell, as white and flawless as cream, making one feel tenderness and affection. She looked up at Lu Qi, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Yuming, please don't be mean to me. I'm so scared." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the skeletal overlord exuding a terrifying aura and the Insha old ghost covered in wounds and filled with death energy. Her face showed an even greater look of terror, as if she had seen something extremely frightening. "Dear ghostly brother, I'm willing to be your servant. Please don't turn me into this terrifying monster, okay?" As the Night Queen spoke, tears finally streamed down her face. Her helpless expression was truly pitiful, making one want to give her a warm hug. At the same time, her clothes fell down halfway, down her chest, quite naturally, revealing a glimpse of her breasts. Her snow-white skin shimmered alluringly in the sunlight, making one's heart race. She's willing to do anything for the ghost-type guy. Queen Phantom Knight spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of alluring charm that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Su Qinghan and Han Bingning, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene. Looking at the affected manner of the illusionary Night Queen, their eyes revealed disgust. "Oof. This vixen has deceived countless men with this trick. Su Qinghan is nortev coldly." She utterly despised the illusionary Night Queen's method of using her beauty to bewitch people. "Yuming, could she really have been deceived by her?" Han Bingning said with some concern. "Because the Night Queen is not only powerful, but also exudes a bewitching aura that is almost a deadly poison to men." She worried that Lu Qi would be bewitched by the Phantom Night Empress, and thus let her go. With Yoming's strength, if he wanted to protect Queen Huan'ai, no one could touch her. Lu Qi walked slowly and steadily to the front of Queen Huan'ai. He reached out and gently pinched the Queen of Night's chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. His gaze lingered on the face of the Night Queen, scrutinizing her exquisite features, her graceful figure, and the powerful aura she exuded. "Wow, she's really good-looking, has a great figure, and is so skilled too." A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Qi's face. "Taking you as a slave is indeed a good choice." As he spoke, his fingers gently caressed the Queen of Night's chin, as if admiring a precious work of art. A hint of mockery and provocation flickered in his eyes, as if he were truly attracted by the beauty and power of the Night Queen. When Queen Phantom Knight saw this, a look of surprise and delight appeared on her face. As long as he's a man, she has a way to gradually bring this incredibly powerful observer under her control. With overseers acting as her henchmen, where in this world would she be unable to go? At this moment, Han Bingning stood aside, a look of disappointment in her eyes. She once thought Lu Qi was different from other men, but now it seems men are all the same. She sighed inwardly. Just then, Su Qinghan slowly walked to Han Bingning's side. Su Qinghan lowered her head slightly, her voice carrying a sense of privacy that only the two of them could hear, and said to Han Bingning, "Your Highness, have you seen it? As an observer, Yoming's power is beyond our comprehension. It's perfectly normal for a man like him to have several women by his side. Now, our empire is at a critical juncture, and we need his strength. Therefore, Your Highness, you must spare no effort to win him over." Su Qinghan's words struck Han Bingning's heart like a heavy hammer. She understood Su Qinghan's meaning. For the sake of the empire, even if Yuming took the illusionary Night Empress as his woman, Han Bingning could not show any aversion to Yuming. On the contrary, she had to smile and offer her blessings and try her best to win over this powerful man. Chapter 309: Ruthless Destruction of Flowers. She understood that Han Bingning was telling the truth, but she couldn't help feeling disappointed and bitter inside. She watched Lu Qi's figure and murmured to herself, "Perhaps I had too high expectations of him." At that moment, a sharp, cold glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes, as if an invisible blade had sliced through the air. The Night Queen was staring at him when she keenly sensed the murderous intent in him, and her heart tightened instantly. It was an instinctive alertness that told her that danger was imminent. She instinctively wanted to break free from Lu Qi's grasp and escape this dangerous place. However, Lu Qi's hand gripping her chin was as firm as an iron clamp, rendering her completely immobile. She felt an unprecedented fear, a despair akin to the impending loss of her life. Immediately afterwards, a flash of cold light appeared, so fast that it was impossible to catch. Queen Phantom Knight felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if something were tearing it apart. She looked down and saw a large amount of blood gushing from her neck, staining her long dress red. The Queen of Night looked on in disbelief. She couldn't accept this fact. She clutched her neck tightly with both hands, trying to stop the gushing blood, but it was all in vain. The scalding blood gushed out like a fountain, taking away her strength and gradually taking her life. Her throat was slit by Lu Qi, and she could not make any sound, only let out some painful groans. She tried to glare at Lu Qi with resentment, but the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Filled with resentment and endless regret, she slowly stopped breathing. Lu Qi stared at the gradually cooling body of the Night Queen, his face remaining completely expressionless. He said coldly, "You have already offered part of your soul to the Chaos God, so why would I spare your life? How ridiculous!" His words contained not a trace of pity or sympathy, but only indifference and mockery towards the enemy. This sudden turn of events left Han Bingning stunned for a moment. She looked at Lu Qi, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. She had personally witnessed the allure of the Night Queen. Countless powerful men had fallen before her and become her devoted subjects. However, Lu Qi seemed completely unaffected by it. The disappointment and bitterness in Han Bingning's heart vanished without a trace in that instant. He actually managed to ignore the allure of the Night Queen? She murmured to herself, her tone unconsciously carrying a hint of joy. At this moment, Lu Qi was completely focused on handling the aftermath of the battlefield, unaware that his every move had just been affecting the heart of the Imperial Princess. The men in black robes had been mostly captured or killed, and the core crew of the Nightmare had gathered around him. Jack, his face covered in blood, walked up to Lu Qi, a look of enjoyment on his face, as if he were still immersed in the carnage he had just witnessed. He said excitedly, "Captain, we didn't kill the S-Class or higher ability users you requested. We captured them and left them for you to deal with later." Lu Qi nodded, expressing his appreciation for Jack's performance. "Good, well done." Then Rose, Nyoda, Soul Eater, Alvin, and the others all returned to his side, and Eleanor also came over for the Nightmare. "Captain, this is a truly fruitful battle. We've gained over 100 more God-level undead, not to mention 2 supreme undead. The strength of our Nightmare has been greatly enhanced after this fight," Alvin said with a smile. Lu Qi glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I don't intend to keep the spirits of these 2 supreme beings alive." Everyone was taken aback by his words, and Jack asked directly, "Why, Captain?" Lu Qi explained, "Parts of their souls were once offered to the Chaos God. I've always been uneasy about leaving such powerful undead on the ship." He paused, then continued, "I've decided to choose 2 of you to transfer your souls into the bodies of these 2 supreme undead. Who do you think will do it? Hey, let me say something. Please don't laugh at me." Nyoda scratched his head and said in a simple, honest voice, "I think the Queen of Night's body is so delicate, it definitely has to be given to Sister Rose. Otherwise, it would be too strange for our male souls to get inside, wouldn't it?" He had barely finished speaking when Jack, winking and making faces, chimed in. No, Nyoda, you don't understand. I think I could reincarnate into the body of the Night Queen. Then I'll let all the brothers have some fun." He was only halfway through his sentence when a lewd smile appeared on his face, as if he had already imagined the indescribable scene. Upon hearing this, Rose's expression changed instantly, and she quickly took 2 steps to the side, keeping her distance from Jack. She looked at Jack with disdain and said disgustedly, "Jack, you're disgusting. Get away from me." Eleanor, her face flushed red, covered her own and muttered under her breath, "Lord Jack, you're joking. That's so perverted." Seeing that he had made the atmosphere a little awkward, Jack laughed and tried to smooth things over. "Haha, I was just kidding. The body of the Night Queen is definitely most suitable for Rose. As for that old ghost, Insha," he turned his gaze to Soul Eater halfway through his sentence. "I think the Insha old ghost is suitable for the Soul Devourer. Look at those 2. They both like to laugh like ghosts. They'd be a perfect pair to scare the neighbor's kids." Looking at the crew members who had followed him all the way, Lu Qi's eyes were full of smiles and warmth. He nodded and said, All right, it's settled then. First, raise Ro-Si and Shurhun's strength to the intermediate level of Supreme. As for the rest of you, don't rush. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Afterwards, everyone returned to the nightmare, where Lu Chi used the necromancy resurrection device to consume the souls of the Insha Old Ghost and the Phantom Night Queen, who were at the intermediate level of the Supreme Realm. The souls of Soul Eater and Ro-Si were transferred to the bodies of Insha Old Ghost and Phantom Night Queen. As soon as the reincarnation was complete, the moment Rose slowly opened her eyes, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her. The Queen of Night's alluring beauty, combined with Ro-Si's cool and aloof temperament, is like a fusion of ice and fire, giving people an unprecedented sense of impact. The once gruesome wound has vanished without a trace thanks to the nightmare's healing, leaving only smooth, jade-like skin. Rose, you've become so beautiful. Eleanor was the first to react. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with amazement. Indeed, at this moment, the soft silk exudes an irresistible charm that emanates from within. Chapter 3:10, The First Legion Commander's Betrayal. Jack's eyes lit up as if he had found a treasure. He flicked a strand of hair from his forehead, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and said, Rose, we've known each other for so long. How about you consider me being your boyfriend? They say familiarity breeds affection. However, in response to Jack's teasing, Rose merely glanced at him indifferently and coldly said, Go away. The coldness and disdain in his tone silenced Jack instantly. He covered his mouth, feigning injury, and said, Oh dear, there's no love left. You just advanced to the supreme level, and you already look down on someone like me, who's at the peak of the god rank? That's too realistic. Everyone burst into laughter at Jack's funny antics, filling the cabin with cheerful laughter and creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. At this moment, a ghostly crew member hurriedly walked up to Lu Chi, bowed his head, and spoke with a hint of respect and nervousness. Captain, the interrogation team has successfully pried open those guys' mouths. The Dark Star Abyss incident was orchestrated by Drake, the commander of the First Legion of the Star Empire. He betrayed us, and he's the one who leaked information about the Third Princess's operation to the enemy. Upon hearing the words First Legion, Lu Chi's brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. He quickly turned to Rose, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency. Rose, quickly find out which Star Empire force is responsible for guarding the plane on the Dark Star Abyss. Rose didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up the device in her hand, quickly tapping on the screen. After a while, her expression changed slightly, and her gaze towards Lu Chi became more solemn. Captain, according to the information, the First Legion is the one responsible for guarding the Dark Star Abyss in the Star Empire. These words were like a bombshell exploding in everyone's hearts. Jack's expression changed drastically, and he said nervously, Oh no, if the First Legion has already betrayed the Chaos Cult, then wouldn't want Ting and the others, who are currently training in the Dark Star Abyss, be in extremely dangerous danger. Jack's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Upon hearing this news, everyone's hearts tightened. They knew perfectly well that the strength of Lu Mengli, Wang Li, and Mu Wanting was indeed somewhat insufficient in this perilous place. Although Lu Mengli has reached the peak of the king rank, Wang Li and Mu Wanting are still at the peak of the lord rank. These skills might be considered top tier on Earth, but here, in the Dark Star Abyss, a place teeming with powerful individuals and fraught with danger, they seem somewhat inadequate. Lord-level strength is almost useless here. Even Lu Mengli's peak king-level strength is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of a true master. However, while everyone was filled with worry, Lu Chi remained calm and composed. Don't worry, everyone. From the moment Mengli and the others stepped into the Dark Star Abyss, I had already made thorough preparations for them. Their safety will not be a problem. Lu Chi's words acted as a reassurance, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to look at him questioningly, as if asking, Captain, what preparations have you made? Lu Chi just smiled mysteriously and didn't offer any further explanation. One day ago, Dark Star Abyss Dimension, Shadow Rift. Wang Li looked up at the sky and wailed. Dear Master's wife, when will we be able to reach the God level and graduate smoothly? Ugh, I'm still at the Lord level. Reaching God level is so hard. So hard. He is now extremely eager to improve his strength so that he can return to the nightmare as soon as possible. Mu Wanting couldn't help but laugh at Wang Li's comical expression. Wang Li, you've chosen the wrong words. Sister Meng Li is already at the peak of the king rank, only one step away from the god rank. As for you, you might need to work a little harder. Upon hearing this, Wang Li looked at Mu Wanting with a mournful face. Wanting, you're also a lord level. Don't you want to return to the nightmare as soon as possible? Aren't you in a hurry? Upon hearing Wang Li's words, Mu Wanting couldn't help but recall the familiar faces on the nightmare ship and the figure she longed for day and night. A faint trace of longing appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it. Watching the two interact, Lu Mengli smiled slightly and said softly, there's still plenty of time. Let's take it slow. As long as we cultivate diligently, we'll eventually reach the god level and graduate. Her words conveyed a sense of composure and confidence. Upon hearing Lu Mengli's words, Wang Li couldn't help but turn his gaze to her. He said admiringly, Master's wife, how do you cultivate your yuan power? You're even younger than me. How come you're already at the peak of the king rank while I'm only a lord? His tone was filled with admiration for Lu Mengli and helplessness towards himself. Lu Mengli smiled awkwardly upon hearing Wang Li's words. Actually, before I met your master, I thought I had pretty good talent. But after meeting him, I realized that my cultivation speed was really too slow. There was a hint of self-deprecation in her words. Hearing this, Mu Wanting couldn't help but interject. Sister Mengli, we can't compare ourselves to the captain. He's cheating. Upon hearing this, Wang Li seemed to have found a kindred spirit and immediately nodded his head like a rattle drum, repeatedly echoing. Yes, yes, yes. Wanting, you're absolutely right. Master is absolutely phenomenal. Think about us. We've painstakingly cultivated for 11 years in this apocalyptic world, barely reaching this level. But Master? In just 1 year, he surpassed all of us in a flash. This is simply unbearable. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, as if Lu Qi's extraordinary cultivation speed was being replayed before his eyes. His exaggerated expressions and movements made Mu Wanting and Lu Mengli, who were standing nearby, burst out laughing. Wang Li, however, remained unperturbed and continued to lament. Where can you even begin to reason with this? We cultivate so diligently, yet our master surpasses us as if it were nothing. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Just then, the group of three slowly came to a stop. A middle-aged woman dressed in the uniform of a Starsea Ability Academy instructor walked from the front of the group. She looked dignified yet approachable, with her long, black hair neatly tied back, exuding a capable air. She stood before the crowd and announced in a loud voice, Students, we have now reached Shadow Rift. Please rest here for a while to recover your strength and energy. Vice Dean Lin Chenhui will come shortly to explain the precautions for entering Shadow Rift. Chapter 3:11 The Disaster of the Starsea Ability Academy. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Wang Li's eyes. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, We're here. We finally reached Shadow Rift. They say it's teeming with treasures. If I can find a powerful inheritance here, I'll be set for life. As he spoke, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, as if he could already see the glorious scene after he received the inheritance. Soon, Lin Chenhui, the vice dean of Xinghai Supernatural Abilities Academy, slowly walked to the front of the group. He wore a dark blue robe with a college emblem embroidered on the chest, and his silver hair was neatly combed back, giving him an air of quiet authority. The lineup for this training program at the Starsea Ability Academy is truly impressive. The team was led by Vice Dean Lin Chenhui, whose strength had reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. The team also included Professor Stewart, who was at the intermediate level of the Supreme Realm, and two instructors from the Starsea Ability Academy, Oliver and Sophia, who were at the initial level of the Supreme Realm. Such a configuration is extremely rare even in the Star Empire. As the highest level superpower academy in the Star Empire, the Starsea Superpower Academy has mobilized its entire force for this trip, led by 4 supreme experts and with a total of 5,000 students. Such strength is among the best in the entire Star Empire. Lin Chenhui glanced around at the students, his gaze lingering on each student's face for a moment, as if trying to imprint their images deeply into his mind. Then he said in a deep voice, Students, Shadow Rift is a place full of opportunities and challenges. Here, you'll have the chance to obtain valuable resources and improve your strength. However, you will also face unknown dangers. Therefore, before you enter, I have a few points to remind you of. He paused here, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each student to make sure they were all listening attentively. First, the environment within Shadow Rift is extremely complex, with many naturally formed traps and restrictions. Lin Shenhui had only spoken halfway when a flurry of footsteps suddenly approached. He frowned slightly and turned to look behind him. He saw a large number of soldiers surging in from behind, their nano-armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and their supernatural pulse rifles exuding a sharp killing intent. They're soldiers from the First Legion. What are they doing? Stuart walked up to Lin Shenhui and asked in confusion. His eyes revealed a hint of vigilance and worry. Clearly, he also sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, a general with the rank of lieutenant general, surrounded by soldiers, slowly walked out. He was Drake, the commander of the First Legion and the highest-ranking officer of the Star Empire stationed in the Dark Star Abyss plane. His strength was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, ranking 37th on the heavenly ranking. Drake, with a solemn expression, walked up to Lin Shenhui. Dean Lin. Drake's voice was deep and powerful. Our First Legion has just received information that the headquarters of the Chaos Cult is hidden deep within the Dark Star Abyss. Worse still, they appear to be planning an attack on your Starseed Ability Academy. Upon hearing this, a sharp, cold glint flashed in Lin Shenhui's eyes, and he gave a disdainful snort. Chaos Cult? They're nothing but a bunch of rats that can't stand the light of day. How dare they attack our Starseed Ability Academy? They're asking for trouble. Do they think we teachers are made of paper, that they can manipulate us at will? Drake nodded, not surprised by Lin Shenhui's reaction. He knew that this vice dean of the Starseed Ability Academy was not only powerful, but also possessed extraordinary wisdom and courage. That being said, the students of your Starseed Ability Academy are the future and hope of our Star Empire. Their safety is absolutely paramount. As soon as I received the news, I immediately led the elite soldiers of the First Legion to provide support. Fortunately, everything was in time, and no accidents occurred. General Drake, now that we know the Chaos Cult is lurking in this Dark Star Abyss plane, I propose we join forces and eradicate these evil cultists completely in one fell swoop. We must not allow them to continue to wreak havoc on humanity and wantonly trample on life. Stuart stepped forward and said to Drake. Although Stuart was not a soldier, he had long heard of the atrocities committed by the Chaos Cult. Those depraved cultists, in their pursuit of so-called power, actually sacrificed innocent lives to evil gods. For the upright Stuart, such acts were an intolerable blasphemy. Drake nodded, about to say something, when suddenly a cacophony of eerie and chilling laughter erupted around him. Immediately afterwards, more than 300 black-robed figures slowly appeared in the sky like ghosts. Their entire bodies were tightly wrapped in black robes, with only their sinister eyes showing, exuding a terrifying aura. Even more shockingly, all 300-plus black-robed figures were actually powerhouses at the god level or above. The two leaders among them exuded an aura of supreme power, like two insurmountable mountains standing in front of everyone. Ha ha! A chilling laugh rang out, and the Dark Lord, Mahara, slowly emerged from the black-robed crowd. His face was twisted and ferocious, as if swallowed by darkness. His scarlet eyes gleamed with an evil light, and his smile revealed cruelty and madness, sending chills down one's spine. Mahara's gaze swept over the crowd below, finally settling on Drake and Stuart. He licked his chapped lips, as if he couldn't wait to taste fresh blood. What a windfall! I never expected that your Starseed Ability Academy would actually deliver itself to my doorstep. If I were to sacrifice you all to the evil god, my strength would reach the Dominator realm. This is truly a stroke of luck. At the same time, another supreme-level powerhouse, Neriku, also revealed his ferocious face. His skin was as pale as paper, and his eyes were deep and dark, as if they had swallowed all light. A cruel smile played on his lips as he looked down at the thousands of students below, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Delicious food. Neriku licked his lips, his voice filled with boundless greed and desire. I can't wait to taste your blood and souls. Tonight is destined to be a night of revelry. Sophia, the instructor at the Starseed Ability Academy, had lost her usual composure at this moment. When she looked up and saw the two ghostly figures appearing in the sky, her pupils contracted sharply, and she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Good heavens! Those are Maharaja, the Dark Lord of the Chaos Cult, and Neriku, the Soul Reaper. Chapter 3:12 The Great Battle Begins. Mahara and Neriku, two names that resound in the Dark World, represent evil and death. They are not only the core leaders of the Chaos Cult, but also a fearsome force throughout the galaxy. Mahara, the Dark Sovereign whose strength is unfathomable and whose methods are extremely cruel, has reached the peak of the supreme level and ranks 40th on the heavenly ranking. Neriku, the evil man who revels in reaping souls, also possesses supreme peak strength and ranks as high as 32nd on the heavenly ranking. At this moment, the students of the Starseed Ability Academy on the ground all looked up at the sky. When they saw the men in black robes, and Mahara and Neriku who were leading them, a chill ran down their spines. Their formation began to become somewhat chaotic, and fear spread rapidly among the crowd. Although more than 5,000 students came out for training this time, the majority of them were only between the Lord and King levels. Only a very few students, through their extraordinary talent and hard work, reached the God level. However, they still felt powerless when facing the hundreds of black-robed, God-level figures in the sky. The infamous Chaos Cult has spread throughout the galaxy in the past 2 years. Their cruelty, ruthlessness, and wanton trampling of life are appalling. For these naive and inexperienced members, this is undoubtedly the greatest challenge they have ever faced. There's no need for everyone to worry too much. Stewart's voice rang out among the panicked students like a calming breeze. We have Dean Lin Chenwei here, and General Drake from the First Legion is also present. They are all top-tier experts at the peak of the Supreme Realm. We have more than enough strength to crush these cultists. Stewart's words seemed to have a magical power, gradually calming the initially panicked students down. At the same time, General Drake stared at the Chaos Cult members in the sky, his voice rolling down like thunder. First Legion, listen to my command. Do everything in your power to protect the students of Starseed Ability Academy. Yes. The unified sound resounded through the sky, and nearly 100,000 elite soldiers of the First Legion surged forward like an iron torrent. They swiftly surrounded the more than 5,000 students of the Starseed Ability Academy, forming an impenetrable barrier. The soldiers raised their ability-equipped pulse rifles, aiming them at the enemy in the sky, their gazes resolute and sharp. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. They awaited only their commander's order, at which point these soldiers would unhesitatingly pull the trigger and utterly destroy the enemy. In this tense and chilling atmosphere, Vice Dean Lin Chenwei turned to General Drake beside him. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. General Drake, how about we join forces and completely eradicate these arrogant and ignorant members of the Chaos Cult? As the Vice Dean of Shanghai Superpower Academy, Lin Chenwei's strength is beyond question. He ranked as high as 27th on the heavenly ranking, making him an undisputed peerless master. He was full of confidence at this moment. As long as the sovereign-level experts did not intervene, the supreme-level enemies would not pose much of a threat to him. General Drake laughed heartily upon hearing this. With Dean Lin here to help, these clowns in the sky are a piece of cake. How about this? I'll deal with Maharaja later, and you can take care of Neriku. How about that? Lin Chenwei nodded in agreement. Good. Today is a perfect opportunity to completely eradicate the Chaos Cult from the Dark Star Abyss. The combined strength of these two supreme peak experts undoubtedly increases the chances of victory and the anticipation for this battle. At that moment, Lu Mengli, Mu Wanting, and Wang Li stood in the crowd and witnessed this sudden scene. It's actually a Chaos Cult, Mu Wanting said with some surprise. I'd heard about these guys from my classmates before. They increase their power by sacrificing lives. Each one is a powerful demon, but their power is built on the blood of innocent people. Wan Ting, how dare these guys come looking for trouble? Do they think the instructors at the Starseed Ability Academy don't exist, or that this army of 100,000 is made of paper? They're really asking for it. Wang Li said disdainfully. In his eyes, these followers of the Chaos Cult were simply courting death. However, Lu Mengli was not so optimistic at this time. She narrowed her eyes, gazing at the black-robed figure in the sky, and slowly said, I feel like something's not quite right. The Chaos Cult has been active in the Milky Way for over 2 years, and I've never heard of them suffering any major losses. Why would they so recklessly appear here today? Her voice betrayed a hint of unease and doubt. She pondered the motives and purposes of the chaos cult, but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. Thinking about this, she felt even more uneasy. She turned to Mu Wanting and Wang Li and instructed them, "If a fight breaks out later, you must stay behind me and don't run around." Lin Shenhui and Drake, the two top experts of the Starseed Ability Academy, exchanged a brief glance before streaking across the night sky like comets, transforming into two dazzling streaks of light and rushing straight towards the two menacing leaders of the Chaos Cult. Lin Shenhui was surrounded by a rich green light, making him look like an ancient deity from the deep forest. His gaze, sharp as a torch, locked onto Neriku in the sky. Just as everyone held their breath and stared intently, Lin Shenhui suddenly opened his arms as if to embrace the sky. Immediately, countless green whips of thorns surged forth from in front of him like wild grass in a raging storm. These whips of thorns made a sharp, whistling sound in the air, as if they were tearing the heavens and the earth apart. Each thorn whip gleamed with a dangerous light, twisting and coiling in the air like green venomous snakes before lashing out fiercely at Neriku. At that moment, the entire sky seemed to be submerged in this green ocean. "Look, that's Dean Lin's S-level ability with element control." Stuart, who was below, shouted excitedly while protecting the trainees. His eyes shone with admiration, as if Lin Shenhui were the god of war in his heart. His thorn whip is not only incredibly powerful, but it also has a paralyzing effect. As long as Neriku is struck by Dean Lin's thorn whip, he will temporarily lose his ability to move due to paralysis. Stuart's words were filled with trust and admiration for Lin Shenhui. In his heart, Lin Shenhui, ranked 27th on the heavenly ranking, was an invincible being capable of dominating the battlefield. As long as the sovereign didn't intervene, Lin Shenhui was the most dazzling star under the sky. Chapter 3:13 Drake's Betrayal. "You dark rats die." Lin Shenhui looked at Neriku, whose skin was pale and who looked like a vampire, and let out a roar. Then all the thorn whips transformed into countless green dragons and swept towards Neriku. However, at this moment, Drake, who was charging alongside Lin Shenhui, had a cunning and ruthless glint in his eyes. He slowed his charge, gradually falling behind Lin Shenhui. Drake slowly extended his right hand, energy shimmering within it, gathering a terrifying power. But shockingly, he did not target Dark Lord Mahara, but instead set his sights on his ally Lin Shenhui. Stuart, watching from below, keenly noticed this scene. He opened his eyes wide in shock, a strong sense of unease rising within him. "Drake, what are you doing?" He cried out, but it was too late. Drake abruptly activated his gravitational compression, one of his most powerful abilities, which instantly amplifies gravity in a designated area, pulling enemies toward the center and causing devastating compression damage. At this moment, he actually turned this skill on his ally, Lin Shenhui. With a sudden swift movement of his right hand, a powerful gravitational force erupted, tearing apart the surrounding air. This force, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely grasped at Lin Shenhui. Lin Shenhui was completely focused on dealing with Neriku and had no idea that Drake would suddenly attack him. He felt a terrifying suction force coming from behind him, and his expression changed drastically. He tried to break free from the pull of this force, but it was too late. Lin Shenhui's body flew backward uncontrollably and was directly sucked into the energy vortex. "Drake!" Lin Shenhui shouted angrily, but it was too late to undo the damage. His body was rapidly compressed under the powerful gravitational pull, as if it were about to be crushed into powder. His green thorn whip also lost control under this gravitational pull, scattering in all directions. "Huh, you surnamed Lin, you didn't expect that, did you? Drake has long been a partner of our chaos cult." Neriku's chilling voice echoed in the sky, tinged with mockery and smugness. He grinned maliciously, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a stream of green, corrosive gas shot out like a venomous snake, heading straight for Lin Shenhui. The green, corrosive gas permeated the air, hissing as if it were corroding even the air itself. It spread rapidly, forming a green, poisonous fog that enveloped Lin Shenhui. At that moment, Maharaja let out a wild laugh. "Huh, the evil god will surely love your fresh flesh and blood." The dark energy around him surged, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Then, This dark energy suddenly condensed into countless, extremely sharp dark spikes, gleaming with a cold light, and shot towards Lin Chenhui. These dark spikes traced eerie trajectories in the air, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle. They carried the scent of death and headed straight for Lin Chenhui's vitals. However, at this critical moment, Lin Chenhui demonstrated his strength as a renowned expert of the Star Empire. A burst of green energy erupted from his body, followed by countless surging branches that seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force. The branches quickly intertwined, tightly surrounding Lin Chenhui and forming a solid protective layer. This protective layer acts like a green barrier, isolating Lin Chenhui from the outside world. The green corrosive gas spewed out by Naraku surged like a torrent, tumbling in the air and crashing violently against the protective layer of tree branches surrounding Lin Chenhui. The once incredibly sturdy barrier began to crack under the corrosive gas, as if it were being gradually disintegrated by some powerful force. At the same time, the dark thorns unleashed by Mahara poured down like a torrential rain. These dark spikes gleamed with a chilling light, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound as they hurtled towards Lin Chenhui. Each dark spike seemed to have its own target, precisely avoiding the gaps in the branches and striking directly at the weakest point in the protective layer. Lin Chenhui, standing in the middle of it, felt huge impacts coming from all directions. His face turned pale, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He tried his best to maintain the stability of the protective layer, but the force seemed to exceed his limits. At this moment, Drake's attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As Naraku and Mahara's attacks poured down on Lin Chenhui's protective barrier like a storm, Drake's gravitational energy in his palm instantly erupted, forming an invisible energy vortex that swept towards Lin Chenhui at an astonishing speed. The gravitational vortex traced a strange trajectory in the air, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Ignoring spatial distance, it appeared directly above Lin Chenhui, and then suddenly pressed down. Lin Chenhui felt an irresistible suction force coming from him, and his body floated upwards uncontrollably, as if he was about to be sucked into the vortex. At this moment, Lin Chenhui was doing his best to maintain the stability of the protective layer, while also dealing with the attacks from Naraku and Mahara. He could no longer afford to be distracted by Drake's gravitational compression. He could only watch helplessly as his body was gradually pulled towards the center of the vortex by that force. As the gravitational vortex continued to compress, the air around Lin Chenhui seemed to be squeezed thinner. His breathing became rapid and labored, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible force. He could feel his body gradually deforming under the influence of this gravity, as if his bones and muscles were about to be crushed. Finally, when the gravitational compression reached its limit, the energy vortex in Drake's palm collapsed instantly. With a deafening roar, a powerful shockwave spread outwards. Lin Chenhui's body was thrown backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, Lin Chenhui had completely lost his fighting ability. His body was limp on the ground, unable to move. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, staining his clothes red. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but even more so with helplessness and despair. Everyone was stunned speechless by this dramatic scene. In that instant, it was as if the whole world had stopped, with only the sound of the wind whistling in my ears. Chapter 314 Massacre? General Drake has betrayed us. A student from the Starsea Ability Academy muttered to himself, his voice trembling with deep confusion and bewilderment. In his eyes, General Drake was a hero of the Star Empire, a role model for countless people. But now, this hero had betrayed the Empire and joined the Chaos Cult. He couldn't understand why General Drake, the commander of the First Legion and a figure of immense prestige within the Star Empire, would make such a choice. Shouldn't he be on the front lines, doing everything in his power to protect the Star Empire? Why would he collude with an evil organization like the Chaos Cult? At this moment, Stuart's face had turned ashen. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. He knew that the most important thing now was to protect Lin Chenhui's safety. So he immediately activated his spatial ability, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Chenhui. At the same time, the other 2 Supreme Junior instructors reacted quickly, rushing to Lin Chenhui's side like lightning and standing shoulder to shoulder with Stuart. The 3 worked closely together, forming an unbreakable defensive line that firmly protected the seriously injured Lin Chenwei behind them. Stewart glared at Drake, his eyes blazing with fury. "Drake, you, the highest-ranking officer sent by the Star Empire to guard the Dark Star Abyss, dare to betray the Empire. Do you deserve the 3 gold stars on your shoulders? Do you deserve the Empire's trust and expectations?" At this moment, Drake was still wearing the general's uniform that symbolized the honor of the Star Empire. 3 gold stars on his shoulders gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. Yet, this gleam felt so ironic and heartbreaking, for this former hero had now become a traitor to the Empire. Drake stood on high ground, his gaze sweeping over Stewart and the students of the Starseed Ability Academy below. Those young faces, full of vigor and hope, seemed to remind him of his own past. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath before slowly speaking. "Stewart, I, Drake, have not betrayed the Empire." His voice was low and firm, as if he were defending himself. "Everything I'm doing now is simply to prevent the Empire from being drawn into an even greater war. If anyone's to blame, it's only because your Starseed Ability Academy has taken a different political stance from us." At this point, Drake's eyes turned resolute and cold. He knew the uproar his next words would cause, but he had no way out. "First Legion, heed my command." He suddenly raised his voice, which shook the surrounding area. "Starseed Ability Academy has betrayed the country. Slaughter all members of Starseed Ability Academy." This order came as a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned. They stared blankly at Drake, as if they couldn't believe their ears. A chilling atmosphere hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. "Drake, are you crazy?" Instructor Sophia was the first to react. She glared at Drake, her eyes wide with anger. "Whatever our conflict may be, come at the teachers of our Starseed Ability Academy. You actually intend to harm these students? They are the future hope of our Star Empire." Her voice was filled with anger and incomprehension, as if she wanted to proclaim Drake's crimes to the world. A soldier said in a trembling voice, "General, they are just students." His voice revealed deep reluctance and confusion. Since joining the army, he had always taken serving his country as his mission and never thought that one day he would kill these innocent students. "Execute the command." Drake's voice was cold and ruthless, as if it came from the depths of hell. His eyes were firm and indifferent, as if nothing could shake his resolve. He knew he had embarked on a path of no return, but he had no way back. He believed that everything he did was for the future of the Empire. "General, I can't bring myself to do it." A soldier spoke in a trembling voice, his gun pointed at a student from the Starseed Ability Academy, but his hand was shaking uncontrollably. Bang! The soldier had only spoken halfway when a gunshot rang out, and his head was instantly shattered by his lieutenant superior. The second lieutenant's eyes were cold and fierce as he stared intently at his men, as if warning them not to disobey orders in any way. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Those who disobey military orders will face certain consequences. The second lieutenant's voice was cold and ruthless, sending chills down the spines of the soldiers present. "Ah!" A soldier suddenly cried out in pain, his heart filled with struggle and agony. But, under the weight of military orders, he had no choice but to pull the trigger. The supernatural pulse rifle in his hand instantly fired a deadly pulse energy beam. The energy beam shone with a cold blue light, tracing a straight path through the air as it hurtled toward the student from the Starseed Ability Academy. The student was a young man with outstanding supernatural talent, and he was one of the hopes of the future Star Empire. But at this moment, facing this sudden attack, his eyes were filled with terror. He tried to dodge, but the energy beam was too fast for him to react in time. The pulsed energy beam struck the student precisely in the chest, instantly erupting in a dazzling burst of light. The student's body was sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest was charred black by the energy beams, emitting wisps of smoke. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he only coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fell silent. The soldier who fired the shot looked at his handiwork, filled with fear and guilt. He never imagined that he would kill an innocent person with his own hands. The residual warmth of the supernatural pulse rifle still lingered in his hands, but that warmth could not dispel the coldness in his heart. "Keep firing. Don't stop." The second lieutenant's voice rang out again, waving his gun and urging the soldiers to continue carrying out orders. He knew that once the massacre had begun, there was no turning back. He could only hope that it would end as soon as possible. At the lieutenant's command, the soldiers pulled the triggers again. Beams of energy pulsed through the air, like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the Star Sea Ability Academy students. But the students of Shanghai Supernatural Abilities Academy are not lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 315: The Moment of Life and Death for the Star Sea Ability Academy. They were all exceptionally talented individuals, handpicked from the Star Empire and its subordinate planes. These students, though young, had already progressed far beyond many others in their development of supernatural abilities. Their strength mostly hovered between the Lord and King levels, each a future powerhouse capable of standing alone. At this moment, the soldiers of the First Legion who were confronting them, although numerous, had an average strength level of only elite. Under normal circumstances, the students of Shanghai Superpower Academy could easily handle such a disparity in strength. However, war is never simply a contest of strength. The pulse guns wielded by the soldiers of the First Legion are one of their most powerful weapons. This standard weapon is extremely powerful. Each shot releases a potentially lethal energy beam. For the trainees who are still developing their skills, this is undoubtedly a huge threat. But how could the students of Shanghai Superpower Academy sit idly by and wait for their doom? After a brief period of shock and confusion, they quickly recovered and launched a powerful counterattack. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to transform into a dazzling sea of stars. Various kinds of supernatural light flashed, intertwined, and collided within it. Some trainees unleashed raging flames, engulfing the enemy in a sea of fire. Others manipulated storms, sweeping up enemies and tearing apart their defenses. Still others used spatial abilities to instantly teleport behind the enemy and launch deadly attacks. My God, my teacher's wife was right. These guys from the First Legion have actually betrayed us. This is troublesome, Wang Li exclaimed in surprise, but her body moved even faster than her mouth. With a nimble side lunge, she skillfully dodged a rapidly approaching beam of pulsed energy. The beam of energy grazed his nose, causing him to gasp. He was instantly filled with rage, let out a low roar, and was instantly enveloped in scorching flames, making him look like a war god emerging from a sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, he threw a punch, and flames roared out with his movement, rushing straight towards the soldier who had ambushed him. The soldier had no time to react before being struck hard by the flames. In an instant, he was like a scarecrow set ablaze, his body engulfed in flames. He howled in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, but they seemed to have a life of their own, clinging tightly to his body and impossible to put out. His nano-armor was like paper against Wang Li's flames, offering absolutely no effective protection. Soon, the soldier's movements became slower and slower, and he eventually stopped breathing completely, his entire body turning into a charred corpse in the flames. Meanwhile, Mu Wanning on the other side was not idle either. Sister Mengli, what should we do next? While asking Lu Mengli for the next course of action, she also demonstrated her powerful supernatural abilities. With a wave of her hands, dozens of soldiers from the First Legion seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. They suddenly turned their guns and pulled the triggers on their comrades. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. The controlled soldiers seemed to have gone mad, frantically firing at their comrades, causing the First Legion's formation to fall into disarray. Looking at the chaotic situation before her, Lu Mengli frowned, quickly calculating a countermeasure in her mind. She knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Star Sea Ability Academy. Dean Lin had lost his fighting ability, and there were still those Chaos cult members in the sky watching him intently, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. We have to find a way to break through, Lu Mengli said decisively. Otherwise, it's pointless to keep going like this. The students won't last long. Before Lu Mengli could finish speaking, a strange, eerie laugh suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell, inspiring fear in those who heard it. Immediately afterwards, more than 300 men in black robes descended from the sky, their robes billowing in the wind like a group of ghosts in the darkness. They let out eerie, cackling laughs, brandishing their weapons and launching a fierce attack on the students of the Star Sea Ability Academy. The students, who initially had some ability to fight back, were instantly put on the defensive when faced with this sudden attack. Those black-robed figures were incredibly powerful. Each of their attacks seemed to tear through the air, making it impossible for the students to defend themselves. Many students fell to the ground under the attack of the black-robed men, their blood staining the earth red and filling the air with a strong stench of blood. These horrific scenes are heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Mahara, Neriku, and Drake, who were in the sky, launched an attack on Stuart and his two companions who were guarding Lin Chen away. The three of them are powerful, and their combined strength is immense. They knew perfectly well that as long as they killed Stuart and other supreme-level instructors from the Starsea Ability Academy, the remaining students wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Chaos Cult. If you want to take my life, Stuart, you'll have to see if you have the ability first. Stuart shouted, his voice filled with determination. He knew that the moment of life and death had arrived, and he could no longer hold back. He desperately channeled his mental energy, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. That aura was so tangible that it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Standing beside him, mentors Oliver and Sophia were equally formidable. Their eyes gleamed with determination. They were ready to fight to the death. With the three of them working together, a powerful aura erupted instantly. That aura, almost tangible, swept towards Maharaja, Neriku, and Drake. At this moment, both sides unleashed their full power. A life-or-death battle instantly erupted. Aya, you demons of the Chaos Cult, I'll fight you to the death. A young student at the Intermediate King rank let out a deafening roar, his eyes bloodshot as if they were about to spit fire. At this critical moment of life and death, he unhesitatingly unleashed his supernatural abilities to the fullest extent. In an instant, his mouth tore open, and two long, sharp, and ferocious fangs sprouted from either side of his lips. His body also swelled up in that instant, transforming into a colossal creature over 5 meters tall in just a few seconds. His superpower is an A-level mythical beast-type superpower, Hellfire Boar. After the transformation, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. His once handsome face was now contorted and terrifying, and his skin became rough and tough. Chapter 3:16, Lu Mengli advances to God level. He targeted a black-robed figure in front of him, and his massive body charged towards the figure like a tank. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble, as if cheering him on in his charge. However, faced with the student's all-out charge, the man in black merely smiled contemptuously. He stood still, seemingly not taking the student seriously at all. You're nothing but an ant, raging incompetent fools. The man in black robes sneered. His voice was full of disdain and contempt for the student, as if in his eyes, the student's struggles and resistance were nothing but futile efforts. The man in black robes curled into a cruel sneer, as if he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of controlling life and death. He slowly raised his right hand, as if performing a mysterious ritual. In an instant, a ball of pitch-black flame surged in his palm. The flame was extremely eerie, having no temperature, yet emanating a chillingly evil aura. You ants! The man in black robes uttered a disdainful remark, then suddenly swung his right hand. The black flame seemed to come alive, transforming into a black streak of light that rushed towards the male student with lightning speed. The student had no time to react and was instantly engulfed by the black light. Ouch! 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 A piercing scream ripped through the sky, sending chills down one's spine. The male student's body struggled violently in the black flames, but his struggles seemed so futile. The black flames seemed to have the power to corrode everything. Under the terrifying flames, the male student's originally tough skin quickly turned charred and fragile, as vulnerable as paper. As the flames raged, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air, mingling with the stench of blood to create a nauseating stench. In just a few seconds, the male student at the Intermediate King rank was burned into a charred roast pig. The scene was so shocking and cruel that the surrounding trainees covered their mouths, unable to believe their eyes. The grief and anger in their hearts surged like a tide, but they were powerless and could only watch helplessly as their companions died tragically at the hands of the man in black robes. On the battlefield of Star Abyss Miss Sea, those god-level black-robed figures who had been easily killed by Lu Chi now appeared so powerful and terrifying in the eyes of the students. They were like demons who had walked out of hell, inspiring despair. What's even more disheartening is that the man in black robes has now fixed his gaze on Lu Mengli and Mu Wanting. Ha! The man in black robes let out a chilling, lewd laugh. Starsea Ability Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the highest institution of learning in the Milky Way. The quality of its students is indeed exceptional. Just look at these two beauties. They are truly rare gems. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Lu Mengli and Mu Wanting. His steps appeared slow, but were actually astonishingly fast. Each step seemed to shorten the distance between him and the two men. Oh no, the teacher's wife and Wanting are being watched. Upon seeing this, Wang Li became extremely anxious. His teeth were grinding together, his hands were clenched into fists, and his eyes flashed with anger and worry. Although his strength was only at the peak of the Lord level, he was a man. When his master was not around, he had to stand up like a man and take care of his master's wife and Wanting, even if it cost him his life. Thinking of this, Wang Li roared and charged towards the man in black without hesitation. The flames on his body burned wildly, as if they were about to devour everything. Teacher's wife, Wanting, run. I'll hold him off. Wang Li shouted as he charged forward. His voice was full of determination and resolve, which moved everyone who heard it. Bang Li. Mu Wanting's heart-wrenching screams echoed across the battlefield, and her tears rolled down like broken pearls. She knew perfectly well what it meant for a Lord-level ability user to take the initiative to charge at a God-level black-robed man. That's not just courage, it's a fearless challenge to life. However, she couldn't let Wang Li's sacrifice be in vain. Although the grief in her heart almost made her unable to stand, Mu Wanting forced herself to calm down. She gritted her teeth, wiped away the tears on her face, and her eyes shone with a determined light. She held Lu Mengli's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly, yet filled with determination. Sister Mengli, we can't just watch Wang Li go to his death. Let's go. We must survive to honor his sacrifice. At this moment, Mu Wanting also made up her mind. If Wang Li cannot hold off the man in black, she will not hesitate to use her own life to buy time, because she knew all too well that Lu Qi had saved her life. If she could exchange her own life for Lu Mengli's safety, then even if she died, she would have no regrets about Lu Qi's kindness to her. The man in black robes looked at Wang Li, who was charging towards him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a mere Lord-level youth would dare to launch an attack on him. This courage struck him as somewhat ridiculous. Commendable courage, but utterly foolish. The man in black robes sneered. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, a ball of pitch-black flame once again condensed in his palm. This flame exuded a terrifying aura, as if it could devour everything. Keet, D. The man in black robes let out a low shout and then hurled the black flame in his hand at Wang Li. Wang Li stared at the black flames rushing towards him, his eyes showing no fear, even though he knew these flames would burn him to ashes. Even if he had no ability to move, he would hold tightly to the man in black robes in front of him, buying time for his teacher's wife and Wanting to escape. However, at this critical moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted in front of Wang Li. Crunch, 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 crunch. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly thick ice wall materialized out of thin air, blocking Wang Li from the black flames. The black flames of the black-robed man slammed violently against the ice wall, producing a deafening roar. The flames tore at the ice wall frantically, trying to melt it. However, the ice wall was as solid as a rock, and it remained unmoved no matter how the black flames attacked it. Then, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Wang Li. Wang Li stared in disbelief at the figure before him. Master's wife. That's right, the woman who suddenly appeared and saved Wang Li was none other than Lu Mengli. Mu Wanting also noticed that Lu Mengli, who had just been holding hands with Wang Li, was now standing in front of him, helping Wang Li block that fatal blow. Upon seeing this, a look of surprise appeared in Mu Wanting's eyes. Sister Mengli, have you reached the god level? Chapter 317, Lu Mengli's Abnormality. Lu Mengli nodded slightly, her watery eyes sparkling with a bright light and a faint smile playing on her lips. Well, in that moment of desperation, I unexpectedly broke through. She spoke softly, a hint of joy in her voice. However, this joy was fleeting, her brow furrowed slightly, like a pear blossom in the misty rain, carrying a trace of doubt. However, the sensation in this body seemed somewhat different from usual. She murmured softly, as if talking to herself. Lu Mingli could clearly feel that there was an endless power surging within her body, and that every breath she took seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth. She had experienced numerous promotions, from elite to leader, from leader to lord, and from lord to king. Each leap made her feel an increase in power. But this time, her body's reaction far exceeded her expectations. The increase in strength was so great that it surprised her. Wow, little girl, you made a breakthrough at the last minute. That's not easy. When the man in black robes saw that Lu Mingli had broken through the crucial moment, he was first slightly taken aback, and then let out a strange laugh. His voice was chilling and ruthless, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. He sized Lu Mingli up and down, his eyes filled with disdain. However, even if you break through, you'll only be a lowly minion at the early god rank. But I'm a peak god rank being. At this point, his voice suddenly rose in pitch. You are destined to die by my hand. The man in black robes grinned maliciously and suddenly waved his hands. Black flames, like giant waves whipped up by a raging storm, instantly coalesced into an enormous black tiger. The tiger bared its fangs and let out a deafening roar as it pounced on Lu Mingli with an incredibly terrifying aura. Facing the ferocious black flames, Lu Mingli dared not be careless in the slightest. After all, this was an enemy at the peak of the divine level. He was the most powerful enemy she had ever encountered in her life. She took a deep breath and fully activated her supernatural abilities. In an instant, a powerful suction force seemed to pull at her mental energy, frantically drawing it away. This force surged like a torrent, causing her heart to race. As she unleashed her mental energy, a crystal phoenix several thousand meters long slowly appeared above Lu Mingli's head. It appears to be sculpted from countless ice crystals, each feather shimmering with a cold yet beautiful light. Its wings fluttered gently, stirring up gusts of biting wind, as if even the air itself has frozen. The appearance of the ice crystal phoenix instantly caused the temperature of the entire battlefield to plummet below zero. People felt a bone-chilling cold assail them, as if their blood were about to freeze, and many shivered involuntarily. The ice crystal phoenix slightly flapped its wings, and instantly countless ice shards shot out like sharp arrows. These icicles, carrying a biting chill and powerful penetrating force, instantly riddled the black flame tiger with holes. The tiger let out a mournful howl and turned into black smoke, dissipating into the air. However, the ice crystal phoenix's attack did not stop there. It continued to flap its wings, and countless icicles rained down on the man in black robes. The man in black robes was filled with terror upon seeing this. Impossible, you just advanced to godhood. How could you unleash such terrifying power? This doesn't make sense. But no matter how hard he could believe it, that was the truth. Countless icicles instantly pierced through the black-robed man's body, leaving it riddled with holes. The man in black robes lay on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief, completely lifeless. Wang Li and Mu Wanting, standing behind Lu Mingli, seemed frozen in place, completely forgetting the battle and commotion around them. Their gazes were fixed on the magnificent ice phoenix, which was thousands of meters long and incredibly beautiful, and they were overwhelmed with awe. Wang Li's mouth dropped open, his eyes flashing with shock. He wanted to say something, but found himself speechless. He paused for a moment, then stammered out the praise that was in his heart. Master and his wife are awesome, just as awesome as Master. Mu Wanting also gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She looked at the ice phoenix in the sky, then at Lu Mingli beside her, a surge of indescribable awe and reverence welling up within her. Sister Mingli is so amazing. At this moment, the terrifying ice crystal phoenix that suddenly appeared on the battlefield instantly attracted everyone's attention. People looked up in awe of this beautiful and powerful creature. At the same moment, a dark blade formed from dark energy in Mahara's hand flashed across Oliver's neck. This Starsea Ability Academy instructor, who possessed the strength of a supreme beginner, died without any chance to fight back. After killing Oliver, Mahara looked up at the ice crystal phoenix in the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. There are still experts here. The Starsea Ability Academy really has a deep foundation. At this moment, Sophia's soul had also been devoured by Neriku. With an expression of extreme terror on her face, she collapsed and died. The The situation at Starcy Ability Academy is now extremely precarious. Of the 4 Supreme-level experts Xing led this time, Sophia and Oliver were killed, Lin Shenhui was seriously injured, and only Stuart, despite struggling to hold on against Drake's fierce attacks, remained. But his pale face and trembling body clearly told everyone that his defeat was only a matter of time. Naraku looked up at the ice phoenix in the sky, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and sighed. This ice crystal phoenix seems to have reached the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. TSK. I never expected that there would be such a talented person with such great potential among the students of the Starcy Ability Academy, who can unleash such terrifying power with the strength of a god. Maharaja sneered. Haha, no matter how outstanding you are, you'll still die today. He then stomped his feet hard, and the ground beneath his feet cracked instantly under the immense force, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, he transformed into a black streak of light and crashed into the ice crystal phoenix in the sky with lightning speed. The moment they collided, it seemed as if the heavens and earth trembled. A deafening roar followed, and then countless ice crystals scattered and flew everywhere, blooming like fireworks, yet carrying an endless sense of poignant beauty. Faced with this immense power, the ice crystal phoenix shattered like glass. Its wings, body, and even every single feather were reduced to dust in that single strike. Oh no, the Master's wife has attracted the attention of the supreme being of the Chaos Cult. Chapter 3:18 Sea Fiend makes a move. Upon seeing this, Wang Li's heart tightened and his brows furrowed deeply. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. Although Lu Mengli's displayed strength had already shocked Wang Li, he also knew clearly that no matter how strong his master's wife was, she was not a peerless master like his master Lu Qi, who could fight across levels. The gap between the initial stage of the god rank and the peak stage of the supreme rank is as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Wang Li's eyes were filled with worry, and he secretly prayed that his teacher's wife would be able to escape danger. So easily defeated. Mahara smiled contemptuously, slowly lowered his head, and turned his gaze to Lu Mengli, who was condensing an ice crystal phoenix. However, the moment he saw Lu Mengli clearly, his smile froze on his face, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He stared intently at Lu Mengli, as if trying to discern some clue from her. This energy, this feeling, Mahara muttered to himself, clearly having noticed something unusual. A hint of pity appeared in his gaze as he looked at Lu Mengli. A body envied by the heavens. I never imagined you had a body envied by the heavens. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Just then, Naraku flew to Mahara's side, and upon hearing his words, asked in confusion, Mahara, what is this heavenly jealousy body? Mahara nodded toward Lu Mengli and explained, this is the girl. She just advanced to the god level. I didn't expect her to have the extremely rare, heavenly jealousy body. Naraku was slightly startled upon hearing Mahara's words. He sized Lu Mengli up and down, a greedy glint in his eyes. Oh, I never expected we'd encounter such a rare, heavenly jealousy physique. If used properly, it could be a devastating weapon. As he spoke, Naraku transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Lu Mengli. He clearly intended to capture Lu Mengli and then make good use of her heavenly jealousy body. Naraku transformed into a streak of light and swiftly rushed towards Lu Mengli. In that instant, Lu Mengli felt an unprecedented pressure envelop her entire body, as if she were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult to even breathe. She clenched her teeth, her delicate body trembling slightly. The icy power within her sensed her determination and began to surge and gather wildly, preparing to meet the impending challenge. However, at this critical moment, suddenly, roar! A deafening roar came from the sky, like a thunderclap, shaking the entire battlefield. The sound was so loud that it seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. There's something in the sky. A soldier pointed to the sky in terror and shouted. His voice was filled with fear and disbelief, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Everyone looked up and saw an enormous figure looming in the clouds. The figure was so large that it covered half the sky, giving off an indescribable sense of oppression. Through the clouds, all that could be seen were 8 giant, green glowing eyes, like 8 suns in the sky, radiating a cold and mysterious light. Around that figure, countless huge, thick tentacles wriggled in the sky, almost covering the entire sky. The tips of these tentacles were actually grotesque, giant mouths with sharp teeth. Good heavens! What kind of monster is this? How can it be so huge? A soldier from the First Legion stared in disbelief at the creature that blotted out the sky, his voice filled with awe. He had experienced countless battles and seen all sorts of enemies, but the creature before him was beyond all his comprehension. Suddenly, countless tentacles in the sky began to writhe wildly, like giant dragons dancing in the air, surging towards the ground with an aura of destruction. One of the enormous tentacles seemed to lock onto the soldier, charging straight at him. The soldier felt a terrifying pressure engulf him, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! A dazzling beam of energy shot out from the soldier's weapon, heading straight for the incoming tentacle. However, this seemingly powerful attack left not a single mark on the tentacle's skin. The tentacles seemed to be enraged by the attack. Its massive mouth at the top suddenly opened, revealing a mouthful of fangs. The soldier only had time to let out a terrified scream before being bitten hard by that giant mouth. His body twitched in midair for a few moments before being swallowed whole by the tentacles. The moment the giant maw closed, the soldier's screams ceased abruptly, leaving only dust and a terrifying atmosphere in the air. Hundreds of enormous tentacles, like evil dragons breaking free of their shackles, twisted and waved wildly in the sky. The trails they traced in the air seemed to tear the entire world apart. Help! What kind of creature is this? Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Run! Desperate cries rose and fell as soldiers, like autumn leaves, were easily knocked away, torn apart, and devoured by the rampaging tentacles. Their blood, like blooming fireworks, stained the entire sky red, creating a breathtaking and tragic scene. Even those god-level black-robed figures, who usually pride themselves on being strong, are now like lambs to the slaughter, powerless to resist the ferocious attacks of these tentacles. Their defenses, as fragile as paper, crumbled instantly under the onslaught of the tentacles, and they were easily strangled and devoured by them. Neriku, who was rushing towards Lu Mengli, also witnessed this sudden turn of events. But he snorted coldly and still rushed towards Lu Mengli. At this moment, he felt that the heavenly jealousy physique was more important. However, the giant beast in the sky seemed to be constantly monitoring Lu Mengli's situation. It was enraged to see Neriku charging at it so brazenly. 5 enormous tentacles, like 5 bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, hurtled towards Neriku with overwhelming force. These 5 tentacles seemed to come alive. They danced nimbly in the air, accurately locking onto Neriku's figure. Neriku also sensed this terrifying power. He looked up and saw that 5 tentacles were already inches away. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The power carried by these tentacles surprised him. Neriku quickly gathered all his strength, and a dense dark energy erupted instantly, forming a sturdy circular shield that protected him within. The 5 tentacles thrashed wildly in the air, slamming into Neriku's shield with destructive force. Chapter 319, The Terrifying Sea Demon. Neriku felt an immense force strike him. Bang! The tentacles collided violently with Neriku's shield, producing a deafening roar. Neriku felt as if his internal organs had been shaken out of place. A sweet taste rose to his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body then traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a huge crater. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to comprehend how the mighty Neriku could be repelled by these tentacles. What a joke! Lord Neriku was actually injured by this monster? How is that possible? A man in black robes stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Looking at the dust-filled scene before him, with Neriku lying on the ground, he felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. You must know that Lord Neriku is like a god in their hearts. He has the strength of a supreme peak, is a super strong person ranked 32nd on the heavenly ranking, and there are only about 30 people in the entire Milky Way who can defeat him. But today, this suddenly appearing behemoth so easily injured Lord Neriku? It's like a dream, an absurd dream. Abyss Overlord Larva? How could an Abyss Overlord Larva appear here? Mahara's voice was deeply solemn as he looked up at the colossal beast in the sky, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. The Abyss Ruler is one of the most terrifying beings in the universe. Its very name is enough to make countless living beings tremble. Their size is unimaginable. Even the juveniles have tentacles that are tens of thousands of meters long, like giant dragons writhing in the universe. The adult Abyss Overlords are beyond description. Their tentacles can span an entire plane, casting shadows over endless star fields. Mahara felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't imagine why such a creature would be here. Mu Wanting, meanwhile, watched the tentacles dancing in the sky, a familiar glint in her eyes. Why does this giant beast look so much like a sea monster? She murmured softly, as if recalling something. Wang Li also looked up at the giant beast in the sky, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible, right? When we left Blue Star, Haisha was still at the king level. Only a few months have passed. How could he have evolved to this level? His voice was filled with disbelief. However, the behemoth in the sky seemed to have heard Wang Li's doubts. It let out a soft roar, and then several enormous tentacles stretched out. It gently lifted Lu Mengli, Mu Wanting, and Wang Li and pulled them onto its enormous head. Holy crap, it really is a sea monster. Wang Li looked at the colossal beast before him, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. The changes in Haisha were so drastic that he could hardly recognize it. Mu Wanting stroked the enormous head of the sea monster beneath her, her eyes filled with relief and joy. Sea Demon, you are amazing. You evolved so fast. At this moment, a tentacle rubbed affectionately against Lu Mengli's body, as if expressing its closeness and joy. Looking at the sea monster before her, Lu Mengli touched its tentacles, her eyes filled with smiles and tenderness. You and your master are alike. You always surprise people. This Abyss Overlord is actually in cahoots with them. One of the men in black robes, who had been watching, saw the three people above the sea demon. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. No wonder those countless tentacles only attacked the soldiers of the First Legion and the Chaos cult members, while ignoring the students. It's Junior Lu. This cosmic behemoth is Junior Lu's helper. We're saved. A male student's eyes widened as he recognized Lu Mengli, and he immediately shouted excitedly. This news was like a ray of dawn, instantly piercing through the despair that had shrouded the hearts of the students at the Star Sea Ability Academy. They all looked up at Lu Mengli and Haisha in the sky, their eyes blazing with hope. This is the Netherworld Grandmaster's girlfriend. Is it a giant beast sent by the Netherworld Grandmaster? We're saved. Stuart watched the scene unfold in the air, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew that with the addition of this Abyss Overlord, their chances of defeating the enemy would greatly increase. Ha ha ha, Sea Fiend, kill all those bastards from the First Legion and those black-robed men. Let them see the might of the Netherworld. Standing atop the enormous head of the sea monster, Wang Li instantly became more assertive. The sea monster seemed to sense Wang Li's emotions, letting out a deafening roar as if responding to Wang Li's call. Then, countless enormous tentacles, like streaks of lightning, rapidly attacked the soldiers and black-robed figures on the ground. However, at that moment, Maharaja sneered, and his entire body instantly transformed into a black streak of light, rushing towards Haisha like a ghost. Just kidding. So what if it's the ruler of the Abyss? It's just an immature larva that hasn't even grown up yet. At the same time, Neriku, who had just been repelled by the sea monster, stood up from the crater in the ground. His face was somewhat pale, but the anger in his eyes burned even brighter. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, looked up at the giant beast in the sky, and roared, "You have successfully angered me. I will devour all your souls and condemn you to eternal damnation." As Neriku's roar subsided, he bent his legs and exerted force, instantly launching himself into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Haisha with lightning speed. Above the sky, war raged. Two supreme peak powerhouses joined forces, their attacks pouring down on Haisha like a storm. Haisha's massive body tumbled in the air, its tentacles flailing, attempting to withstand this unprecedented assault. Meanwhile, Drake's eyes gleamed. He knew that the key to this battle lay with the juvenile Abyss Overlord. We must deal with this monster first. Drake made up his mind and turned to join the attack on the sea demon. However, just as he was about to move, Stuart teleported and blocked Drake's path. General Drake, your opponent is me. Stewart's voice was firm and calm, as if he were saying something perfectly natural. Stewart knew that even though the behemoth sent by the Netherworld Grandmaster was incredibly powerful, it couldn't hold out for long against the combined attack of 3 peak supreme experts. He had to stop Drake to buy time for the others. Chapter 320: The Terrifying Annihilation Cannon. Upon seeing this, Drake instantly flew into a rage. Court death. At this moment, Drake held nothing back. A tremendously powerful energy erupted from his body, followed by an incredibly powerful gravitational storm that instantly exploded around Stewart. Stewart sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation, and his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial abilities, constructing a sturdy spatial barrier around his body. However, the difference in strength between Stewart at the intermediate level of the Supreme Realm and Drake at the peak of the Supreme Realm is still too great. Faced with Drake's gravitational storm, Stewart's spatial barrier shattered instantly, as if made of paper. A mouthful of blood spurted from Stewart's mouth, and his breath instantly died down. His body fell limply to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. Drake had no time to pay attention to Stewart falling to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the sea demon in the sky. With a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and charged straight toward the colossal Abyss Overlord. With Drake joining the fray, the battle instantly became even more intense. The sea demon now has to face the combined attack of 3 supreme peak experts at the same time. Each strike is enough to shake the heavens and the earth, and each strike makes its huge body tremble. The scales of victory seem to begin tipping in favor of the Chaos Cult at this moment. Oh no, this Abyss Overlord can't withstand the combined attack of 3 supreme peak experts. Lin Chenhui anxiously watched the battle unfold in the sky, a strong sense of unease rising within him. He knew that if the Abyss Overlord in the sky were to be defeated, their side would be completely on the defensive. No, I have to go help him. As Lin Chenhui spoke, he struggled to stand up. Energy began to surge within him as he attempted to unleash his special abilities to join the battle. However, the moment he made a movement, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him red. Damn it! Lin Chenhui angrily slammed his fist on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. He had just been attacked by 3 supreme-level experts, and his injuries were extremely severe. He couldn't even stand up, let alone help anyone. He could only watch helplessly as the battle raged in the sky, praying that the giant beast in the air would survive. Below the battlefield, numerous trainees watched this earth-shattering battle with bated breath. Their emotions fluctuated with the ebb and flow of the battle, their eyes filled with worry and unease. What to do? It seems that Lu Xiaomei and her friend's cosmic behemoth is slowly losing ground. One of the trainees said anxiously, clasping his hands together as if that would cheer on the sea demon. Yes, the combined attack of 3 supreme peak experts was truly overwhelming. Another student chimed in, his voice trembling slightly, clearly also shaken by the battle. We must win. It's our only hope. Another student silently recited the mantra in his mind, his eyes resolute, as if this would transmit power to the sea demon. In the aerial battlefield, the weather changes dramatically. A sharp black light ripped through the sky and instantly struck the giant tentacle that was tightly wrapped around Mahara. The tentacle snapped off instantly, spurting out sea blue blood from the break, like fireworks blooming in the night sky, both dazzling and tragic. Mahara floated in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the scene before him and burst out laughing. Death throes, nothing more. His laughter was full of sarcasm and confidence, as if victory was already assured. Then Mahara looked up at Lu Mengli above Haisha's head, a burning glint in his eyes. Beauty, you possess a body cursed by the heavens, a body that typically doesn't live past a year. Join our chaotic cult. Perhaps the evil god can extend your life. However, facing Mahara's temptation, Lu Mengli seemed not to hear him at all. She didn't even lift her eyelids, but the icy aura emanating from her grew even stronger. That chill seemed to penetrate one's soul, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the sea monster let out a deafening roar. Its enormous tentacles tumbled in the air, each rolled tugging at the hearts of countless people. Although its body was covered in wounds, its imposing presence remained undiminished. Haisha clearly remembered his master's order: protect Lu Mengli and the other two. This is its mission and also the meaning of its existence. Lu Mengli ignored Mahara's arrogant words, but Wang Li, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but become anxious. He stepped forward and shouted at Maharaja, Hey, explain yourself. What divinely jealous body. How could your teacher's wife not live past a year?" His voice was filled with doubt and anger, clearly indicating extreme dissatisfaction with Mahara's words. However, Mahara simply gave a disdainful sneer and offered no explanation. His gaze remained fixed on Haisha and Lu Mengli, as if victory was already assured. In his view, as long as he kills the Abyss Overlord larva in front of him, Lu Mengli with the heavenly jealousy body will be like a fish on a chopping board, at his mercy. Just then, Mahara, Neriku, and Drake exchange a glance. They seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding and then launched another fierce attack on the sea demon together. But at this very moment, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open in front of the three of them. Through the crack, the three were shocked to see an enormous ghost ship hovering in the air. The ship seemed to come from another world, emanating an eerie black mist. What terrified them even more was that a terrifyingly large cannon was pointed at them from the deck of this ghost ship. The cannon barrel was brimming with a large amount of black energy, as if it could explode at any moment. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the space around the cannon barrel to tear slightly, as if it could not withstand the enormous force. Suddenly, an extremely dense black light surged from the cannon barrel. This black light spun and condensed wildly, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar exploded between heaven and earth. A black beam of light, deeper than the night and more terrifying than the void, shot out from the cannon barrel toward Neriku. The power contained in this beam of light seemed capable of destroying everything. Wherever it passed, space trembled violently, distorted, and was even torn open with dark gashes. Neriku instantly felt an unprecedented threat of death. In that instant, his eyes widened, almost bulging out of their sockets. The rapidly enlarging black beam of light was reflected in his pupils, and a wave of fear washed over him, making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 3:21 Instant Kill of a Supreme Peak. Every pore of his body seemed to scream at that moment, a primal fear response, an extreme resistance to impending death. He desperately tried to move his body to avoid the fatal blow, but the surrounding space seemed to be locked by some mysterious force, making him unable to move. At this moment, Neriku understood that if he couldn't withstand this attack, even if he was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, he would still die. At the critical moment of life and death, Neriku unhesitatingly unleashed the full power within his body. A tremendous power surged like a flood, rapidly converging between his hands. Neriku clasped his hands together, and dense black light burst forth from his fingertips. With a low shout, he suddenly pushed his hands outwards. A black and gold light screen instantly condensed in front of him. This light screen was like an indestructible shield, with mysterious runes flowing on its surface, exuding a powerful defensive aura. This is Neriku's ultimate defensive skill, Dark Guardian. However, even Neriku's Dark Guardian seemed so vulnerable in the face of this black beam. The black beam of light, like a roaring black dragon, carrying the power to destroy everything, crashed fiercely into the black and gold light screen. At the moment of impact, it seemed as if a deafening dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The black-gold light barrier trembled violently under the bombardment of the black beams. The runes on the light barrier seemed to come alive, twisting and struggling wildly, trying to resist this terrifying attack. But the power of the black beam was simply too great. It was like an indestructible sword, easily piercing through the defenses of the black-gold light barrier. With a crisp sound, the golden light screen shattered instantly under the penetration of the black beam, turning into countless golden specks that scattered and flew away. Neriku watched helplessly as his defenses crumbled, his fear reaching its peak. He could only watch as the terrifying black beam of light shot towards him. In Neriku's eyes, the black beam of light was slowing down. But this was only because the fear in his heart made time seem incredibly long. In fact, the entire process from the firing of the annihilation cannon to its impact on the target takes only a moment. No, Neriku let out a desperate roar, But before the sound could be fully uttered, it was completely swallowed up by the black beam of light. The beam of light slammed into Neriku's body, and terrifying energy erupted in an instant. Neriku didn't even have time to scream before he was blown into a cloud of blood mist. His flesh, bones, and even his vital energy were completely annihilated by this attack, turning into nothingness. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be paused, falling into a deathly silence, and everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Mahara and Drake exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting the other's horrified and disbelieving expression. They couldn't believe that the mighty Neriku had been killed in a single blow. How could Neriku be instantly killed? Mahara's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. You must know, Neriku is a supreme being at the peak. The phrase supreme being at the peak represents the strongest being standing at the very top of the entire galaxy, a symbol of immortality, an existence that countless people look up to. Even with the combined efforts of the three of them, Lin Shenhui, who was also at the peak of the Supreme Realm, was only severely injured and collapsed, still retaining a sliver of hope for survival. However, that attack just now completely wiped Neriku from this world, leaving not even a trace. What kind of cannon is that? How could it possess such terrifying power? Mahara and Drake were filled with fear and shock. They had never seen or heard of such a terrifying weapon. The black beam of light, like a demonic claw from the abyss, was so powerful that even a peak supreme expert could not withstand its attack. Nana Raku actually died just like that. When Stewart, lying on the ground, saw this scene, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The incredibly powerful Neriku was so easily killed in a single blow. This scene left Stewart momentarily stunned, his mind seemingly blank as if struck by a tremendous force. However, after the initial shock, a surge of immense joy welled up inside him. He knew very well that the person who could kill Neriku in one blow must be even stronger. He was very curious about who could unleash such a terrifying attack. Everyone stared intently at the spatial rift that had suddenly appeared in the sky, their heartbeats seeming to slow down. Just as everyone held their breath and stared intently, a figure slowly flew out from the spatial rift. Luckily, we weren't too late. Lu Qi let out a breath. He scanned the battlefield and only felt relieved when he saw Lu Mengli and the other two floating safely above Haisha's head. After learning of the First Legion's betrayal in the Star Abyss Mist Sea, he immediately activated his spatial abilities and rushed here as quickly as possible. Fortunately, it's not too late. After slaying the members of the Chaos Cult in the Star Abyss Mist Sea, the Annihilation Cannon, Nightmare finally absorbed enough fear points to complete its evolution. That terrifying attack just now was launched by Nightmare after its evolution. Master! It's Master here! Upon seeing the person emerge from the spatial rift, Wang Li instantly stood up in excitement. The captain has come to our aid. Mu Wanning stared blankly at Lu Qi, completely mesmerized. This man always appeared when she needed help the most, descending before her like a god. Every time he appeared, he made her feel incredibly safe and secure. It's the Netherworld Grandmaster. The Netherworld Grandmaster has come to our aid. The moment Stewart saw Lu Qi, his eyes lit up with a bright light. At the same time, a female student with flowing long hair also recognized Lu Qi. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration, and she shouted excitedly, "I recognize him. He's Lu's boyfriend and a special professor at our Shanghai Ability Academy. My God, I never expected him to unleash such a terrifying attack. He's amazing." Her voice was filled with admiration and respect for Lu Qi, as if she had met her hero. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qi slowly flew to Lu Mengli's side and softly asked, "Are you injured?" Lu Mengli gazed at Lu Qi, her eyes filled with love. She shook her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "No, this time it was a blessing in disguise, and I successfully advanced to the god level." Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He nodded slightly, then slowly turned around, his gaze piercing like a sword as he looked at Mahara and Drake. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving only his calm, yet icy voice echoing between heaven and earth. "Are you all ready for how you're going to die?" Chapter 322, The Terrifying Sea of the Dead. As Lu Qi's icy voice slowly faded, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. From a spatial rift behind Lu Qi, More than 200 god-level undead emerged one after another, as if summoned. The powerful aura emanating from them instantly changed the color of the surrounding world. At the same time, dozens of spatial rifts opened up on the ground. Emerging from the cracks was a vast army of undead. Some of these undead were skeletal, while others wore tattered armor. Their numbers seemed boundless, and in an instant, they completely surrounded the First Legion's 100,000 troops. Among this group of god-level undead, two figures stood out in particular. One of them was incredibly alluring, with a graceful figure, yet possessed an extremely aloof demeanor, creating a strong visual impact. The other person was hunched over, with a sinister and terrifying face, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The supreme aura emanating from the two of them made everyone present feel a chill. When Manhwa saw the two, his expression changed drastically. He cried out in shock. "Queen of the Night, an old ghost of Shah, how could you be here?" His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. However, Manhwa was, after all, a top-tier expert at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Although the two people before him resembled the Night Queen and the Shah old ghost in appearance, their auras were completely different. They were probably already dead, and what appeared before him now were two undead. At that moment, a strange and chilling laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha! That old ghost, Shah, has already been killed by the captain. Don't worry, we'll turn you all into undead in a little while." The one who spoke was Soul Eater, who wore a strange smile and had a chilling light in his eyes. A man in black robes pointed to the sky in terror and shouted, "It's Xiao Wu, Zhao Xie, and Yin Lang. Weren't they on a mission to intercept and kill the third princess? How did they end up here?" His voice was filled with terror and despair. The other man in black robes beside him looked at the familiar faces floating expressionlessly in the sky, emanating a strong aura of death, and said in horror, "They're probably all dead. They're all ghosts now." Manhwa's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily questioned, You actually killed Queen Phantom Knight and all of them. Who exactly are you? Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from our chaos cult?" However, Lu Qi merely sneered. "Ha, revenge? I was just wondering where you guys were." Lu Qi's voice was cold and indifferent, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Then, a fierce killing intent flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He coldly ordered, "Kill everyone except the students." As he finished speaking, the undead army on the ground instantly let out a terrifying roar. The sound was like the howl of a vengeful ghost from the deepest hell, making everyone who heard it tremble with fear. The undead army surged towards the soldiers of the First Legion like a surging black tide. Soul Eater and Silk Threads unleashed terrifying speed and power in an instant, shooting towards Manhwa. Undead? Aren't undead supposed to only exist in the netherworld? How come there are so many undead here? A soldier screamed in terror, his voice filled with despair and disbelief. Looking at the sea of the dead rushing towards them, he felt as if he could already see death descending upon him, terrified out of his wits. In a panic, he instinctively raised his weapon and pulled the trigger at the rapidly approaching sea of undead. As a beam of blue energy shot out, a large hole was instantly punched through the chest of an undead merman charging ahead. It hit. A fleeting look of joy crossed the soldier's face. However, the joy was short-lived, as his smile quickly froze on his face. The undead merman he had just struck, though with a large hole in its chest, seemed completely unaffected. It continued to brandish its weapon, emitting a chilling roar, and charged towards the soldier. How is this possible? Are they immortal? The soldier was filled with fear and confusion, but there was no longer any time for him to think, because the sea of the dead had already rushed in front of them. The undead murloc he had struck roared and pounced on him, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth as it bit down hard on his neck. The soldier only had time to let out a scream before half his neck was bitten off by the undead merman. His eyes were filled with resentment. He was still young and had so much left to do, but the chance was gone. Life had taken his life. But then something even more terrifying happened. Just seconds after his death, a strange and terrifying gray-white light appeared in the soldier's eyes. Then, his body slowly rose to his feet, as if controlled by some mysterious force. He actually pulled the trigger of his weapon on his former comrades. One by one, the corpses fell and then stood up again. His former comrades had now become terrifying undead and joined the ranks of the dead. The same scene played out repeatedly in every corner of the battlefield. The First Legion was completely unable to resist the overwhelming tide of death. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell one by one and became undead, joining the enemy ranks. What kind of monsters are you? Drake watched from the sky as his First Legion was almost powerless against the ravages of the undead sea, and roared furiously with eyes wide open. His heart was bleeding, his pride was crumbling, and at this moment, all he wanted was to completely destroy these eerie undead. He roared angrily, then charged toward Lu Qi with the force of a thunderbolt. He knew that the man before him was the ruler of all the dead, and that as long as he killed him, all the dead would vanish into thin air. Drake let out a heart-wrenching roar, his energy surging wildly throughout his body. He raised his hands high, as if to tear the sky apart, and terrifying power burst forth from his body, soaring straight into the clouds. The sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. A small asteroid, pulled by Drake's gravity, was derailed from its original orbit and hurtled towards Lu Qi at a visible speed. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were focused on the rapidly falling planet, which, with its destructive force, hurtled towards Lu Qi. Chapter 323, A Sword Pierces the Stars. Drake's superpower is S-rank, stellar gravity. My god, Drake can actually summon an entire star to attack. Is there anyone who can withstand such an attack? Stuart's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. He stared at the star plummeting through the sky at an alarming speed, his heart seemingly stopping. The strength of a supreme peak, once unleashed with full force, is terrifyingly powerful. Stuart swallowed hard, thinking that if he were facing that attack, he would probably be reduced to ashes. He recalled his fight with Drake. If Drake had used that move against him, he would have been dead long ago. However, when he saw the netherworld in the sky, he did not feel much worry, because he knew very well that Yu Ming was a master of the space element. As a master of spatial manipulation, Yu Ming possesses extraordinary spatial perception and control abilities. Stuart believed that, faced with this attack, Yu Ming could easily evade it by activating his spatial powers the moment the attack locked onto him. But as time went on, the star drew ever closer with its world-destroying power, and Stuart's expression suddenly changed. He shouted anxiously, "Master of the netherworld, get out of the way. The falling stars will cause a massive spatial upheaval, at which point you will no longer be able to use your spatial abilities to dodge." He never expected that Yu Ming would be so arrogant, choosing to withstand such a terrifying attack head-on. This made Stuart extremely anxious, fearing that this powerful space elemental master would perish. Maharaja unleashed a powerful attack, forcing Roshi and Soul Eater to retreat repeatedly, temporarily preventing them from getting close. He then looked up at the sky and witnessed the incredibly shocking scene, and immediately burst into wild laughter that echoed through the heavens. Ha ha! This kid is incredibly arrogant. Even I had to avoid Drake's attack, yet he dared to take it head-on? He's simply courting death. A ferocious smile appeared on Mahara's face, as if he had already foreseen Lu Qi's tragic end. At this moment, the energy fluctuations caused by the falling planet have made the surrounding space extremely chaotic. Even if Lu Qi is a top-tier spatial ability user, he would probably be helpless at this moment. Mahara seemed to have already foreseen the horrific scene of Lu Qi being blasted into dust, and his joy was indescribable. Damn it, Professor Yu Ming is in danger. Lin Shenhui frowned, his eyes filled with worry. He knew all too well how terrifying the power of this attack was. Even a genius like Yu Ming would be absolutely unable to withstand it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with helplessness and regret. Alas, what a pity! Such a brilliant and talented person as Professor Yu Ming is going to perish here today. Lin Shenhui's tone was filled with grief and resentment. The students below also saw the enormous planet crashing down on Lu Qi, and they were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they couldn't accept this outcome. No, Professor Yu Ming, run. A pretty female student couldn't help but shout out loud. Her eyes were already red and tears were welling up in them. She couldn't imagine how heartbroken and sad she would be if Lu Qi really died. The other students echoed the call, none of them wanting to see Lu Qi die like this. Was Lu Qi being arrogant? Of course not. He simply disdained to avoid it. The SSS-level Blood Fiend, as expected of the Overseer's signature ability, is truly the most powerful ability Lu Qi has ever seen, without exception. In the Battle of Star Abyss Miss Sea, Lu Chi used Blood Fiend to kill Fiend, Old Ghost, and Illusion Night Queen, as well as a large number of god-level black-robed figures. As Lu Chi killed more and more enemies, his Blood Fiend ability actually grew stronger and stronger. Not only that, the Blood Fiend ability also allows it to eat people to replenish itself. Each time Lu Chi kills an enemy, he receives a power boost, allowing him to improve his strength. After the last battle, his strength soared to the mid-level of the god rank. If they keep killing like this, it probably won't be long before they advance to the supreme level. Lu Chi stood quietly in place, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. At this moment, the gale caused by the falling stars raged like a pack of ferocious beasts, tearing everything around them apart. Lu Chi's clothes fluttered wildly in the gale, as if they would be torn to shreds at any moment. His hair was also whipped about wildly, like a black lion roaring in the wind. The enormous planet, with terrifying power, was hurtling towards him like a world-destroying hammer. That terrifying power seemed to be capable of destroying the entire world. However, Lu Chi's eyes remained completely unmoved in the face of this devastating attack. He simply stretched out his palm and gently grasped the hilt of the Ice Soul Sword. In that instant, the Ice Soul Sword seemed to sense Lu Chi's will, emitting a clear sword cry. The sword seemed to be connected to his bloodline, instantly unleashing a surging, incomparably powerful aura of bloodlust. This bloodthirsty aura, like a raging blood dragon, surged and roared around Lu Chi, instantly engulfing the surrounding gale. It exudes a cold and violent aura, as if it wants to dye the whole world red. Under the shroud of this bloodthirsty aura, Lu Chi's figure appeared even taller and more imposing, like a war god emerging from hell. He held the Ice Soul Sword, its blade shimmering with an eerie, blood-red light that contrasted sharply with the crashing planet. Clang! Just as the planet was about to strike Lu Chi, the Ice Soul Sword was instantly drawn. Lu Chi swung his sword. In an instant, the sea of blood surged, turning the world crimson, and even ghosts and gods seemed to wail in despair under the sword strike. The air was filled with an extremely strong stench of blood, as if the life force of countless living beings had been instantly drained away, sacrificed for this sword strike. The terrifying scene made one feel as if they were in a hellish abyss. Lu Chi is the ruler of this hell. With a single swing of his sword, he decides life and death and determines reincarnation. Immediately afterwards, an extremely dazzling sword beam shot out from the Ice Soul Sword. The light was so intense that it seemed capable of illuminating the entire plane. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the air was instantly sucked away, creating a massive vacuum. The surrounding gale was like child's play in the face of this power, instantly swallowed up. The power of this sword strike was so great that it seemed to tear even space itself apart instantly. A deafening roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if the entire plane of existence trembled at that moment. Under that terrifying sword light, the enormous planet was shattered instantly, like fragile glass. Chapter 324: Killing Drake. Fragments scattered and flew everywhere, like a meteor shower, each fragment radiating a blazing light, as if telling the story of the terrifying power of this sword strike. The entire sky was dyed blood red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The color was so deep and intense that it was chilling. As the sword light dissipated, the sea of blood in the world also receded, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air and the remains of the shattered planet, as if to prove that what had just happened was not an illusion. Everyone stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. It was as if they had witnessed a miracle, their hearts filled with boundless awe and shock. Maharaja and Drake, two powerful figures who were renowned throughout the galaxy, stood frozen in place, as if time had stood still. Countless scattered planetary fragments whizzed past them, stirring up gusts of wind, but they could not shake the awe they felt at that moment. That sword strike, the one Lu Chi swung, seemed to cleave the entire sky in two. The stars shattered, and the world lost its color. The terrifying power made Mahara instantly understand how the Night Queen and the Insha Old Ghost had died. They all died from that incredibly beautiful sword strike. As a supreme and powerful being at the peak of his power, Mahara has always been full of confidence, believing that no matter how powerful the enemy he encounters in the galaxy, he can hold his own against them. However, What he had just witnessed completely shattered his confidence. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand Lu Chi's sword strike. Escape. At that moment, Maharaja had only one thought in his mind. He knew he still had a chance to escape. If he delayed even a moment longer, he would likely perish here, because he had already recognized the blood-red aura emanating from Lu Chi, a unique ability of the inspector. The man before me was actually an inspector. The thought flashed through Maharaja's mind, making him even more determined to escape. Without further hesitation, he immediately gave a signal to retreat. Then he transformed into a streak of black light and flew away into the distance at top speed. At this moment, Stuart and Lin Chenhui, two well-traveled individuals on the ground, were so shocked by Lu Chi's sword strike that they were almost speechless. What's going on here? Stuart's eyes widened, as if trying to find the answer in the shattered stars. When did the Netherworld Grandmaster learn swordsmanship? And it's so strong. His words were filled with disbelief. In his mind, the Netherworld Grandmaster was a powerful figure proficient in spatial abilities and commanded an incomparably terrifying army of undead. But what he was seeing before him completely overturned his understanding. That sword strike was truly the most powerful attack he had ever seen in his life. That enormous, terrifying planet was shattered into countless fragments by Lu Chi's single sword strike. It was like a scene from mythology, making him wonder if he was dreaming. At the same time, Lin Chenhui stared in shock at Lu Chi in the sky, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he recognized the unique crimson aura of the observer. The inspector. He was actually an inspector. Lin Chenhui muttered to himself, as if trying to process this astonishing fact. In his understanding, the Watchers are among the most mysterious and powerful beings in the universe. They possess unparalleled power and supernatural abilities, and are a vital force in maintaining cosmic order. And at this moment, this legendary being was standing right in front of them, displaying such terrifying power. Drake was still standing there, stunned, when he realized that Mahara, who had just been fighting alongside him, had fled. I'm so unethical. Drake immediately burst into a tirade of profanities. But despite his cursing, he knew this wasn't the time to lose his temper. That old fox, Mahara, must have realized he was no match for him, which is why he so decisively fled. Thinking of this, Drake quickly turned around and prepared to make a run for it. However, just as he was about to set off, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Looking up, he saw Lu Chi, who had just unleashed that earth-shattering sword strike. Lu Chi stood with his arms crossed, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if watching a good show. General Drake, that's quite the tactic, Lu Chi quipped. Using an entire asteroid to bombard me. This is the first time I've ever received such treatment. So, are you disappointed to see I didn't die? Drake felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he was truly doomed this time. What made him even more desperate was that as Lu Chi finished speaking, Rosi and Shirhan appeared on either side of him. At the same time, countless enormous tentacles were swimming around him. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by Lu Chi and the others. Haha, not disappointed, not disappointed. Drake forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and quickly waved his hand, saying, for an unparalleled powerhouse like Lord Yuming, how could my meager attack possibly pose a threat? What a joke, haha. Drake's laughter sounded somewhat awkward and dry, as if even he himself didn't believe his own words. At this moment, he could only try his best to please Lu Chi, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope for himself. Meanwhile, his mind raced, searching for ways to survive. He knew he was now at the mercy of Lu Chi and the others, ready to be killed at any moment. But he didn't want to give up. He wanted to find a way to live. Drake's gaze darted back and forth between Lu Chi, Rosi, and Soul Eater, searching for a breakthrough. He was secretly gathering his strength, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Lu Chi was too lazy to waste any more words with Drake, and a sharp, cold glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red sword beam ripped through the sky like lightning, carrying boundless killing intent and pressure, and instantly slashed towards Drake. At the same moment, Rousey, Soul Eater, and Sea Fiend followed closely behind, each launching a fierce attack. Although the two of them and the beast were not as strong as Lu Chi, they were still top-notch experts. With the combined attack, the space around Drake seemed to be sealed off, leaving him nowhere to escape. Although Drake was a supreme peak powerhouse, He had absolutely no chance of survival under these circumstances. He felt unprecedented pressure and despair, as if he had already foreseen his impending demise. However, he did not give up the fight. As a general of the Star Empire and a top expert ranked 37th on the heavenly ranking, he possessed his own pride and dignity. He fought with all his might against Lu Qi and the others, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Chapter 325, The Jealous Body of Heaven, Lu Mengli. Unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to that of Lu Qi and the others. After only a few moves, he was killed by Lu Qi with a single sword strike. The crimson sword light pierced through his body, instantly draining his life force. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, finally crashing heavily to the ground. With Drake's death, this fierce battle finally came to an end. Of the 300 men in black robes, about 80 managed to escape the battlefield with manhwa thanks to their timely retreat. The remaining 200 or so men in black robes were all killed and transformed into god-level undead on the nightmare. At this moment, Lu Qi possessed over 400 god-level undead. This terrifying power was enough to easily annihilate any third-level plane. Although more than 80 men in black robes managed to escape, the first legion on the ground was not so lucky. This legion of 100,000 men displayed tenacious resistance in battle, but ultimately could not withstand Lu Qi's undead army. With the fall of the last soldier, the entire First Legion was transformed into undead, becoming a force in Lu Qi's hands. The battlefield is now filled with the figures of the undead. Under Lu Qi's command, they orderly and slowly withdrew from the battlefield through the spatial rift. Professor Yuming, oh no, I should now call you Lord Inspector. Supported by two students, Lin Chenhui walked with difficulty to Lu Qi. His face was pale, but his eyes shone with determination. He broke free from the student's support, struggled to stand, and then slowly bowed deeply to Lu Qi, performing a grand salute. This salute was not only out of respect for Lu Qi personally, but also out of reverence for the identity of the inspector. Thanks to the inspector's intervention, otherwise all 5,000 teachers and students of my Starcy Ability Academy would probably have perished here today. Lin Chenhui's voice trembled slightly, but every word was filled with sincerity and gratitude. We, the Starcy Abilities Academy, are deeply grateful for the life-saving grace of the inspector and will never forget it. As Lin Chenhui finished speaking, the more than 4,000 surviving students bowed to Lu Qi in unison and shouted, "Thank you for your help, Inspector." The sounds combined were deafening, as if they were about to pierce the clouds. The trainees' faces were filled with gratitude and respect. They knew that the man in front of them had saved their lives. Lu Qi waved his hand and said calmly, "You're too kind, everyone. As an inspector, it's my duty to eradicate the chaos cult. Besides, Meng Li and the others are also in the academy, so I naturally can't just sit idly by." Upon hearing Lu Mengli's name, Lin Chenhui frowned slightly, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He glanced at Lu Qi, then at the students beside him, seemingly hesitating whether or not to speak. "Your Excellency the Inspector, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Lin Chenhui finally spoke, his voice somewhat low. "This matter concerns your girlfriend, Ms. Lu Mengli." As soon as he finished speaking, the core crew members of the Nightmare gathered around. They all knew how important Lu Mengli was to Lu Qi and were very concerned about her situation. "Master, that Dark Supreme Ahara was always talking nonsense, saying that your wife had a body that was envied by the heavens, and that she only had 1 year left to live." Wang Li suddenly interjected, his face full of confusion and worry. "That madman, all he does is scare people all day long. How could Master's wife only have a year to live?" Upon hearing Wang Li's words, Lu Qi's brows furrowed instantly. He slowly looked at Lin Chenhui, his voice tinged with urgency. "Dean Lin, is this what you wanted to talk about?" Lin Chenhui nodded heavily and let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with helplessness and regret, as if he were lamenting the injustice of fate and the tragic end of a beautiful woman. "Yes, Your Excellency Inspector," Lin Chenhui said slowly. "I wonder if you have ever heard of the heavenly jealousy body?" Lu Qi's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He glanced at Lu Mengli beside him and quickly asked, "What heavenly jealousy physique? Explain yourself." Lin Chenhui took a deep breath and began to explain in a solemn tone. "The heavenly jealousy physique is an extremely rare and special constitution. When this constitution awakens, the possessor's strength will experience an unprecedented and rapid surge, far exceeding our imagination. Even without any cultivation, their strength can naturally increase at a rate hundreds or thousands of times faster than that of an ordinary person. He paused here, seemingly giving everyone some time to think. Then, his tone became even more solemn. However, this rapid increase in power is not without its price. The heaven-jealous physique, as the name suggests, is a being envied by the heavens. Because of this constitution is also imbued with a terrible curse. This curse is ever-present, causing those with the heavenly jealousy body to die within a year at most. This forces them to confront the cruel reality of their short lives while enjoying immense power. Lin Chenhui's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. They couldn't imagine what it meant if it were true. It meant Lu Mengli had at most a year to live. However, Lin Chenhui had not finished speaking. He took another deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Furthermore, the heavenly jealousy body has another terrifying name, the one who attracts natural disasters. This means that wherever the heavenly jealousy body is, they will become the target of various natural calamities and attacks from colossal beasts. Moreover, as the power of the celestial jealousy body continues to increase, the terror and frequency of these natural disasters will also rise. Often, the entire plane inhabited by the celestial jealousy body will be destroyed by these calamities. If they manage to break the curse and survive within a year, their entire galaxy will likely be destroyed by the even more terrifying natural disasters it brings. Upon hearing Lin Chenhui's words, the arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Mengli, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that this usually gentle and charming, yet powerful woman was actually cursed by the heavens, with less than a year left to live. Haha, old man, you must be joking, right? Jack broke the silence first, giving a flippant laugh in an attempt to ease the oppressive atmosphere with a joke that was anything but funny. Wang Li chimed in, "Yes, Dean Lin, please stop teasing us. Your wife looks so healthy. How could she only have a year to live, as you say?" Chapter 326, So what if he has a body envied by heaven? Lu Chiez dominerignora. Although he tried to sound relaxed, his tightly clenched hands betrayed his inner tension. Hearing this, Lin Chenhui lowered his head, looking dejected. He didn't say anything more, but the heavy atmosphere made everyone understand that he wasn't joking. Seeing Lin Chenhui's expression, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely oppressive. However, at that moment, Lu Mengli broke the silence with a carefree smile. "Let's not be so serious, everyone." She laughed and said, "So what if I have a body that's envied by the heavens? I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Besides, after coming all the way from the apocalypse, so many people died. I'm already very grateful that I'm still alive and that I can still know you all and Lu Qi." Hearing Lu Mengli's words, everyone felt a pang of sadness. In fact, Lu Mengli had already noticed the abnormality in her body when she had just advanced to the god rank. She felt that the energy within her body was too strong, even somewhat abnormal. It was like a candle that could normally burn for a day, but suddenly began to burn intensely, only to burn for an hour before running out of fuel. Even so, Lu Mengli still chose to face it calmly. She knew her time might be running out, but she wasn't afraid of death. She only hoped to cherish every remaining day and every moment with the people around her. Hearing Lu Mengli's seemingly carefree but actually helpless words, Mu Wanting finally broke down in tears. She burst into tears and hugged Lu Mengli tightly. "Sister Mengli, how could this happen?" Mu Wanting choked back tears, which rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. "How could you be born with a body that is envied by the heavens?" She couldn't accept this fact. She didn't want to believe that her gentle yet strong older sister would leave them within a year. Mu Wanting shook her head, her movements as rapid as a rattle. "I don't want you to leave us. I don't want you to leave us." The heart-wrenching cries instantly touched everyone present. They all lowered their heads, a profound and indescribable sorrow welling up within them. They, too, did not want to lose Lu Mengli, the woman who had become such an important part of their lives. Looking at Mu Wanting crying in her arms, Lu Mengli also felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She's so young, just beginning to taste the sweetness of love, just finding close friends in the life she longs for. She has so many unfulfilled dreams and expectations. How could she possibly be willing to end it all like this? Lu Mengli gently patted Mu Wanning's head and said softly, "It's all right. Wanting, I'll be fine. So what if I have a body that's considered jealous of the heavens? Who says that someone with a body that's considered jealous of the heavens has to die within a year? Fate is in your own hands. I will try my best to live on." At this moment, Lu Qi's face was extremely gloomy, and an indescribable pressure emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire shadow rift. The pressure was so strong that it seemed even the heavens and earth trembled. The thousands of trainees in the distance felt their hearts clench, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Their faces turned deathly pale, and even breathing became difficult. It was a fear and awe from the depths of their souls that they could not resist. A resolute light gleamed in Lu Qi's eyes as he took a step forward, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Mengli. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly capable of piercing the heart. "I don't care about being cursed by the heavens, nor do I care about any divine curse. I only know that you, Lu Mengli, are mine, and no one can take you away from me, not even the heavens." As he spoke, Lu Qi's tone grew increasingly firm, each word revealing his determination and conviction. "I will definitely find a solution and break this so-called curse. I will make sure you, Lu Mengli, live to be 100 years old and spend the rest of your life with me." At this moment, he was no longer the seemingly cold and ruthless inspector, but a man who would not hesitate to fight against the whole world for the sake of his beloved. That's right, Wang Li echoed loudly, waving his fists as if each swing could shatter the invisible curse. "Master's wife, Wan Ting, don't be afraid. With Master here, there's nothing in this world that Master can't solve. What nonsense about being cursed by the heavens? What curses? They're all meaningless in front of Master." His voice was filled with trust and admiration for Lu Qi, as if there was no obstacle that could not be overcome as long as Lu Qi was there. Rose chimed in, "Yes, hasn't the captain created enough miracles? We've faced countless crises along the way, and the captain has led us through them one by one. I believe we'll get through this safely just as well." Although her voice was gentle, it revealed a firmness and strength, which was a deep trust and support for Lu Qi. Nyota said in a simple and honest voice, "Mu, I also believe that Sister Mengli will be all right. If anyone dares to hurt Sister Mengli, I'll fight them to the death." His words were simple and direct, but the fierce look in his eyes was chilling. Alvin stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Qi. "Captain, I have some knowledge of necromancy and alchemy. I've also heard of this heavenly jealousy body. Give me some time, and I'll see if I can find a way to break it." Soul Eater stepped forward, his eyes resolute, and said, "Soul Eater will protect the captain's wife with his life. No matter when or where, whenever the captain's wife needs him, Soul Eater will step forward." "Xiaowai." Jack suddenly turned to Eleanor, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Activate your superpower and see if you can glimpse Mengli's future." His words jolted everyone awake. Right, how could they have forgotten? Eleanor was an SS rank precognitive ability user. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Eleanor, even Lu Qi. Eleanor felt a little nervous being stared at by so many people. She swallowed hard, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and began to unleash her supernatural power at full strength. Everything around them fell silent, with only Eleanor's soft breathing and the occasional chirping of birds remaining. In Eleanor's psychic vision, she saw Lu Mengli's future. It was a brief, bright light, but after the light came chaos. She tried hard to see what was hidden in that chaos, but no matter what she did, she couldn't. After a long while, Eleanor slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the expectant gazes of everyone, she spoke somewhat nervously. "Captain, everyone, I just saw through my precognitive abilities that Sister Mengli will be safe for the next 10 months. Chapter 327 Discovery of the Shadow Legacy. And what about 10 months from now?" Mu Wanting asked impatiently. A look of guilt crossed Eleanor's face. "I'm sorry, perhaps my abilities aren't strong enough. Regarding Mengli's situation 10 months from now, all I see is chaos. I don't know what that means. It doesn't matter. Whether it's 10 months or 10 years, I won't let anything happen to Mengli." Lu Qi held Lu Mengli's hand tightly, his eyes filled with love as he looked at her. Wasn't his relentless pursuit of becoming stronger all for the sake of surviving better and protecting the people he loved? Lu Qi believed that even if Lu Mengli possessed a constitution cursed by the heavens, there must be a solution. He is fearless, no matter how many difficulties there are, as long as there is a solution. Hearing Lu Qi's words, the previously tense atmosphere eased slightly. However, their worries did not completely dissipate. It still felt like a heavy weight was pressing down on them. Just then, the sea monster in the air stirred slightly, and a huge tentacle cautiously tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve. Lu Qi immediately noticed the subtle movement, turned his head, and met the gaze of the giant beast in the air. Huh? What's wrong, sea demon? Lu Qi's voice revealed a hint of doubt. Roar. The sea demon let out a soft roar, then pointed its tentacles toward the depths of the shadow rift. Luminly noticed this too. She smiled and softly broke the silence. All right, everyone, let's stop talking about the heavenly jealousy physique. Haisha seems to have discovered something interesting. Let's go take a look. Following the guidance of the sea demon, the group traversed the layers of mist and intricate caves of the shadow rift, eventually arriving at the depths of the shadow abyss. Here, it was pitch black, as if even the light had been swallowed up. However, within this darkness, a pair of enormous eyes, gleaming with a ghostly blue light, silently watched them. These eyes, like stars in the night sky, radiated a mysterious and profound light. Under their gaze, everyone seemed to feel the endless darkness and immense power of the abyss. This is the eye of the shadow abyss. Alvin immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of those eyes, his own eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had discovered some precious treasure. The presence of the eye of the shadow abyss signifies that this place is actually a site of shadow heritage. Alvin's voice revealed a hint of excitement. He never expected that the sea demon would be able to lead them to such a precious legacy. Then, Alvin introduced himself to everyone. The Dark Star Abyss was once an incredibly powerful level 1 plane, and the Shadow Warriors were the most powerful warriors within it. However, even the most powerful nations cannot escape the fate of extinction. As time passed, the civilization of the Dark Star Abyss gradually declined. In an unknown catastrophe, this once powerful plane was completely destroyed, and the Shadowers disappeared into the annals of history. However, the legacy of the Shadow Walkers was not broken as a result. Legend has it that before the Dark Star Abyss was destroyed, some shadows sealed the secrets of their heritage somewhere within the Dark Star Abyss. Anyone who can find these secrets of inheritance and gain the approval of the Eye of Shadow will have the opportunity to become a new generation of Shadow Master and wield this powerful dark force. However, this is just a legend. For years, countless explorers and warriors have tried to find traces of the Shadow legacy, but all have returned empty-handed. A first-level dimension? My God! Jack's voice was filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. It's important to understand that the main plane of the Star Empire where they are currently located can only be considered a second-level plane. First-level planes are legendary existences, the best among countless planes, symbols of power and glory. Rose exclaimed in amazement. It's unbelievable that such a glorious civilization once arose on this very land beneath our feet. Her eyes were filled with awe and longing, as if she could see that ancient and powerful civilization reappear before her eyes. Mu Wanning looked at the eye of the Dark Star Abyss, those enormous eyes seemingly concealing endless secrets and the vicissitudes of history. She widened her eyes slightly, her mind filled with doubt and contemplation. Could even a first-level plane be doomed to destruction? She wondered what kind of terrifying catastrophe they had encountered to lead to their annihilation. Just then, Wang Li seemed to notice something. He muttered to himself, Dark Star Abyss. The Sea Fiend is now the ruler of the Abyss. Even its name contains the word Abyss. Could the Sea Fiend have some connection to this plane? No wonder it was able to lead us to such a precious shadow legacy so easily. The eyes of the Dark Star Abyss slowly opened, and a dark blue light shot out from them, enveloping everyone. Under the light, everyone seemed to feel the call of the Abyss and the surge of power. This is the Eye of Shadow Abyss, choosing its successor. Alvin's voice rang in everyone's ears, filled with a sense of awe and anticipation. Hearing Alvin's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The Shadow Warriors are the most powerful warriors in the first-level plane. Whoever obtains this inheritance will be able to embark on a completely new path and achieve a qualitative leap. Just then, two dazzling blue beams of light shot out from those huge eyes, shining precisely on Wang Li and Mu Wanting like two straight beams of light. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Li and Mu Wanting were instantly swallowed by light and disappeared from the spot. Wanting, Bum Li. Jack was shocked. He immediately drew his weapon from his waist, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Jack, don't be nervous. Lu Qi's voice rang out behind Jack, his tone calm and composed. They had been chosen by the Shadow Legacy. This was their destiny. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lowered his weapon. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly are the criteria for this shadow inheritance? Why were only Wan Ting and Wang Li chosen? Alvin gazed in the direction of the eye of the shadow abyss, a thoughtful expression on his face. He slowly began, I think the shadow inheritance can only be obtained by humans. We are all undead, and although we possess great power and long lifespans, we may not meet the requirements of the shadow inheritance in certain aspects. And while Miss Ming Li is exceptionally talented, her innate jealous body may also prevent her from obtaining this inheritance. Therefore, among us, only Wang Li and Mu Wanting meet the criteria for the inheritance. Chapter 328, The Second Prince of the Star Empire. He paused, then continued. This is also a life-changing opportunity for them. When they emerge from the Shadow Heritage Site, their strength will undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. We simply need to wait here for their return. The residence of the Second Prince of the Star Empire is located in the bustling area of the capital city of Tianshu, maintaining a perfect distance from the surrounding hustle and bustle. The architecture of the mansion is elegant yet dignified, revealing the nobility and glory of the royal family. At this moment, the second prince was sitting alone in front of the exquisite tea table in his study, elegantly sipping his tea. The fragrant aroma of tea complemented the subtle ambergris scent permeating the study, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. However, this peaceful atmosphere was broken by a series of hurried footsteps. A trusted aide rushed in, his face pale, holding a secret report in his hands. The second prince glanced at his trusted aide, a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but he still gestured for him to step forward and report. Your Highness, the First Legion has been completely annihilated, and the Chaos Cult's operations in the Dark Star Abyss have also failed entirely. His confidant's voice trembled and was weak, as if the news had exhausted all his strength. The second prince's pupils suddenly contracted. He abruptly stood up, snatched the secret report, and quickly scanned its contents. As he read on, his expression grew increasingly grim. Anger and disbelief intertwined on his face, as if threatening to consume him. The Netherworld. The second prince spat out the name through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with intense, killing intent. How could an observer suddenly appear in the Dark Star Abyss? He angrily threw the secret report to the ground, his heart filled with rage and resentment, as if the news had shattered all his plans and arrangements. The emperor was seriously ill, but the eldest prince had the support of many powerful ministers within the empire. The dean of Shanghai Supernatural Abilities Academy fully supports the eldest prince, which makes the second prince very uneasy. So he took a different approach and collaborated with the Chaos Cult. It was originally a perfect plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, it can prevent the third princess from obtaining the star essence to prolong her father's life. Only if the old emperor dies sooner will he have a chance to ascend the throne. Secondly, he could also eliminate his father's most beloved third princess, reducing one of his competitors for the throne. In the Star Empire, princesses could also inherit the throne. Third, killing the teachers and students of the Starsea Ability Academy in the Dark Star Abyss would weaken the Crown Prince's power. At the same time, he could also use this as a reason to challenge the dean of Shanghai Superpower Academy in the Imperial Court. After all, the responsibility for the deaths of more than 5,000 teachers and students was enough to land him in jail. This plan was flawless, but it was unexpected that it would ultimately fail at the hands of an observer named Yu Ming. Your Highness, the confidant's voice carried a hint of barely concealed worry. General Drake has been killed by the inspectors. Will they follow the trail and trace it back to us? The second prince paced back and forth in his study, his face gloomy, but his eyes revealed a hint of calm. He stopped, glanced at his trusted aide, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. You don't need to worry about that. Drake is my man. Only the 2 of us know this. I use special methods. Even if Drake is controlled by a psychic, he won't be able to reveal my name. At this point, the second prince's eyes suddenly sharpened. However, this overseer is indeed a major problem. I'm now tied to the Chaos Cult. With the Overseer's emergence, his duty is to eradicate the Chaos Cult. If the Overseer eliminates the Chaos Cult, it's like cutting off one of my arms. The second prince frowned, seemingly deep in thought about a solution. He was well aware of the inspector's formidable strength, which troubled him greatly. He looked up at his confidant. Do you have any detailed information about the Netherworld? The trusted confidant quickly and respectfully handed over the materials that had been prepared beforehand. Your Highness, this is all the information we have about the Overseer Netherworld. He is said to possess unfathomable strength and act with utter mystery. Our people have been diligently gathering intelligence on him, but what we know so far remains limited. The second prince took the materials and began to carefully read through them. As the reading progressed, the second prince's brows furrowed, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his heart. He was a master of spatial abilities, possessed cis-level necromancy, commanded an extremely terrifying army of undead, and had extraordinary swordsmanship, capable of cleaving stars with a single strike. The Overseer's strength was actually this great. He seemed to see the Netherworld wielding its long sword on the battlefield, slashing down with a single stroke, causing stars to fall, and the undead army to surge like a tidal wave. He continued flipping through the pages, when suddenly a passage of text made him freeze in his tracks. Possessing a bizarre ghost ship, this ship's power is such that all those it kills are turned into undead under its control. The second prince's eyes widened instantly, as if he could see the ghost ship in the sky, and with each flash of the Overseer's sword, countless undead rose up and joined the ranks of the Netherworld. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. This Netherworld being actually possessed such bizarre and powerful abilities. This means that no matter how many enemies there are, no matter how powerful the human wave tactics are, they will all be useless tricks in the face of the Netherworld, because every fallen enemy will only become a stronger force for him. He truly deserves to be called an inspector. The second prince murmured to himself. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of the inspectors. Your Highness, the confidant's voice carried deep worry. The inspectors are so terrifying. Should we consider severing ties with the Chaos Cult to prevent them from discovering our connection? He was somewhat worried that cooperating with the Chaos Cult would bring trouble upon himself. His words were like a boulder thrown into the quiet study, creating ripples. The second prince stopped pacing, his gaze becoming deep, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Here's what you'd like to do. Go and investigate the preferences of the Overseer, Netherworld, and what he needs. We must win him over at all costs. If he's willing to support my ascension to the throne, then we'll immediately sever ties with the Chaos Cult. Hearing this, the confidant's brow remained furrowed. Your Highness, the inspectors have always been unruly individuals. What if they don't support us? A sharp killing intent flashed in the second prince's eyes, and he said coldly. Chapter 329, Lu Mengli's Changes. The reason why the Overseer Netherworld is so powerful is simply because of his ghost ship, spatial abilities, and his army of the undead. As long as we can find a way to seal off the space around him, preventing him from summoning the ghost ship and the army of the undead, then even with his god-level strength, he would not be a match for the half-step Dominator-level Chaos Cult leader. At this point, the second prince's tone grew even colder. If he doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't understand the times, then I'm not without ways to get rid of him. I need at least the support of the Overseer and the Chaos Cult. His gaze revealed determination and resolve, as if he had already prepared for the worst. In this game of power, he would not easily back down. In a gloomy place shrouded in darkness and shadow, the leader of the Chaos Cult sat high on a stone altar, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. A few candles burned around him flickered, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps broke the deathly silence. The Dark Lord, Mahara, dragged his weary body in. His clothes were tattered and covered in blood, clearly indicating that he had been through a fierce battle. Mahara knelt before the leader, his head bowed low, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Leader, the Darkstar Abyss operation has failed completely. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Chaos Cult abruptly stood up, a powerful aura instantly spreading out and seemingly freezing the surrounding air. His voice was cold and furious. What did you say? A complete failure? What about Neriku, Phantom Knight, and Old Ghost? They have all been killed by the inspectors. Mahara's voice lowered further. He could feel the cult leader's anger rising. Damn it! The cult leader flew into a rage, slamming his hand heavily on the altar, causing the entire altar to tremble and the candlelight to flicker violently, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. I put in so much effort, and it all failed like this. Just who is this suddenly appearing inspector? Mahara trembled and quickly recounted all the information he knew about the netherworld. After hearing this, the cult leader fell into deep thought. He understood that his duty as an inspector destined him to be the mortal enemy of the Chaos Cult, but he never expected that the other side would be so powerful. Leader, what should we do next? Mahara asked cautiously, afraid of angering the leader again. The cult leader did not answer immediately, but remained silent. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Mahara, go to the capital of Tianshu. His voice regained its calmness, but the chill within it sent shivers down one's spine. We need to cooperate with the second prince to devise a meticulous plan to eliminate this overseer. Yes, master. Mahara responded and then slowly retreated. He knew that the failure of this operation was a huge blow to the Chaos Cult and also a dereliction of duty on his part. He must achieve something quickly to regain the leader's trust. Otherwise, his position will be in jeopardy. The cult leader watched Maharaja's departing figure, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly and muttered to himself. So what if they are observers? Countless observers have been killed throughout history. If I could sacrifice observers to the evil god, my strength might be able to take that step and truly enter the realm of dominion. At that time, the entire galaxy will wail under the rule of my Chaos Cult. Wang Li and Mu Wanting have been to Shadow Inheritance Land for 3 days. The group remained there, but there was no sign of them coming out. Lu Qi simply parked the Nightmare at the entrance of the Dark Star Inheritance Land and focused on accompanying Lu Mengli. At this moment, the Nightmare. Inside the captain's cabin, springtime was in full bloom and tenderness reigned. Lu Qi, I still want. Lu Mengli clung tightly to Lu Qi like an octopus, her eyes so alluring they seemed to drip with moisture. Since confirming that she was born with the body of the god of jealousy, she suddenly became unusually proactive in that area, trying out all the positions that she and Lu Qi had never tried before. Lu Qi naturally understood why Lu Mengli had undergone such a drastic change. He gently embraced Lu Mengli's soft, boneless body, tenderly stroking her hair. Mengli, don't worry about the heavenly jealousy body. I will do everything I can to resolve it. Lu Qi has been busy these past 3 days. Besides spending time with Lu Mengli, he has been working with Alvin to figure out how to solve the problem of the heavenly jealousy body. They consulted numerous ancient texts, searching for possible solutions. Although they haven't found a definitive solution yet, Lu Qi believes that as long as they continue their efforts, they will eventually find one. Lu Mengli nodded, burying her head deeply in Lu Qi's chest, her voice slightly choked. Yes, I just want to have a baby with you. 10 months is enough time. I hope that in our limited time together, we can have a child that belongs to us. Her words were filled with longing for the future and deep love for Lu Qi. She knew her health condition might not hold out for much longer, but she still hoped to leave something for Lu Qi so that he would have something to remember him by in the future. Hearing Lu Mengli's words, filled with deep longing, Lu Qi felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. He hugged Lu Mengli even tighter, his heart aching with tenderness. Mengli, what do you mean by limited time? We'll be together forever until the end of time. We'll watch our child grow up, and then watch our grandchildren grow up. You have to believe me. Believe in your man. I will do everything in my power to keep you by my side forever. Lu Mengli raised her head and looked at Lu Qi's resolute yet affectionate face. She wished time could stand still at this moment, so that she could forever nestle in this man's arms and feel his warmth and strength. However, she knew clearly that some things were ordained by fate, things she couldn't change. She could only try her best to fight against them. As for the final outcome, she could no longer decide. All she could do was cherish every moment she spent with Lu Qi, making this beautiful time the most precious memory of her life. The curse of the heavenly jealousy body is the destruction of both body and soul. Once Lu Mengli dies from the curse of the heavenly jealousy body, Lu Qi will be unable to recall her from the netherworld as a spirit back to the nightmare. Chapter 330, The New Shadow. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the captain's cabin, interrupting Lu Qi and Lu Mengli's tender moment. They're out. They're out. Lord Wang Li and Miss Wanting have emerged from the land of inheritance. An undead crew member shouted excitedly. Immediately afterwards, a large number of undead crew members poured out of the nightmare and surrounded Wang Li and Mu Wanting, who had just stepped out of the land of inheritance. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Hey, Wang Li, you little rascal." Jack squeezed forward and asked anxiously, "Did the inheritance go smoothly? Let me tell you, if you don't improve your strength soon, we'll fall further and further behind." Rousey and the others looked at Wang Li and Mu Wanting with curiosity, waiting for their answer. Wang Li sighed deeply, a forlorn expression on his face. He didn't say a word, just stood there quietly, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. Seeing Wang Li's expression, everyone's hearts sank. Had their inheritance failed? Rose's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "It's all right, it's all right, it's okay to fail. The nightmare will always be your home. I believe that with your potential, you will eventually reach God level through gradual cultivation." However, at this moment, Mu Wanting rolled her eyes at Wang Li and said irritably, "Wang Li, you're so mean. You're deliberately misleading everyone. Even Sister Rousey has started comforting us." As she spoke, she smiled and said, "Wang Li and I have both successfully obtained the Shadow Inheritance, and we're now at the peak of the God rank." As soon as she finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the crowd. The undead crew cheered and celebrated the good news, while Rose and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with smiles of satisfaction. Seeing everyone's joyful expressions, Wang Li's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He had deliberately feigned a forlorn look, wanting to give everyone a surprise, and it seemed to have worked quite well. The captain and Sister Mengli are out. One of the undead crew members spotted Lu Qi and Lu Mengli and immediately shouted. At this shout, everyone turned around and bowed in the direction of Lu Qi and Lu Mengli. "Captain." "Good day, Captain." Greetings rose and fell, filled with respect and affection for Lu Qi. Lu Qi smiled and waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be so polite. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Wang Li and Mu Wanting. A smile flickered in his eyes as he asked softly, "It was a success?" Wang Li was beaming with excitement. "Master, Wanting and I both succeeded. We're both at the peak of the God rank now." Mu Wanting also looked at Lu Qi, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Now, I can finally help you." She spoke silently to herself. "So you're all shadows now?" Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Now, one by one, attack me with your most powerful moves." He wanted to see what kind of power this most powerful Shadow Walker inheritance in the first level plane could unleash. "All right, Master, are you ready? I feel really awesome now." A strange black flame instantly ignited on Wang Li's body, as if he were swallowed by darkness. Immediately afterwards, Wang Li shouted and his figure transformed into a streak of dark light like lightning, rushing towards Lu Qi with lightning speed. As he moved, half of the sky suddenly darkened, as if shrouded in a thick curtain of shadow. Endless shadow power surged towards Wang Li, rapidly gathering and condensing before him, eventually transforming into an enormous, burning dark fist. However, Lu Qi did not draw his sword in response to Wang Li's attack. He simply swung his ice soul sword lightly, sheath in hand, to meet the giant dark fist. The giant black fist was instantly cleaved in two by the swing of the ice soul sword, turning into black smoke and dissipating into the air. Lu Qi, however, remained completely still, as if he had not been affected at all. Lu Qi felt the power of that punch, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Not bad. A god-level being can actually unleash the strength of a beginner supreme being. The Shadow Assassin truly lives up to his name. Wang Li scratched his head in frustration. "Master, what was good about it? My full-force attack couldn't even draw your ice soul sword. It's such a failure." Seeing Wang Li's dejected expression, Lu Qi shook his head and said with a smile, "The ice soul sword may have drunk too much blood from powerful figures. Now, once it's unsheathed, it must draw blood. Are you sure you want to see the ice soul sword unsheathed?" His tone carried a hint of teasing. This is something Lu Qi only recently discovered. As the enemies he kills become stronger and more numerous, the blade of the ice soul sword has turned completely crimson. Moreover, he discovered that once the ice soul sword was drawn but did not drink blood, The blade would emit bursts of white light, and the sword's power would decrease. The Eye Soul sword is now increasingly resembling a demonic sword, as if it possesses its own will and soul. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Wang Li couldn't help but shudder. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "He, master, I was just kidding." Lu Qi then turned his gaze to Mu Wanting and asked with a smile, "Wanting, what about you?" Mu Wanting smiled sweetly. "Captain, my abilities are primarily focused on the mental realm. You'd better be careful not to get trapped in my illusions." With that, she let out a delicate shout and unleashed her supernatural power with all her might. A series of black energies slowly emerged from her body, like a ghost in the night, mysterious and eerie. Lu Qi suddenly felt his mind go blank, as if he had been instantly pulled into a strange world by an invisible force. He saw countless alluring figures surrounding him, striking seductive poses and trying their best to tempt him. However, Lu Qi possessed an incredibly strong will. With a roar, he broke free from the illusion's grasp. The alluring figures instantly vanished into wisps of black smoke. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in them as he looked at Mu Wanting. He exclaimed, "Wanting, not bad. The ability you just displayed was enough to trap a mid-level supreme expert in your illusion." Mu Wanting responded to Lu Qi's praise with a sweet smile. City of Tianshu. Han Bingning sat at the exquisite sandalwood table in her palace, toying with a string of crystal-clear amber beads in her hand. But her mind was not on the matter at all. A subtle light flickered in her eyes, the unique glow of longing. Chapter 331, The Invitation from the Star Empire Royal Family. In her mind, the breathtaking sword strike from Yu Ming and his resolute yet profound face kept replaying. Each recollection was accompanied by a sweet flutter of the heart, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake. The palace window was half open, and a ray of sunlight slanted across her, casting a hazy golden glow on her stunning face. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing in the wind as if telling the secrets of her heart. She gently bit her lower lip, a little habit she had when she was restless, and at this moment, the gesture made her even more charming. Just then, the palace doors were gently pushed open, and Emperor Xingfeng walked in slowly. His gaze softened and became tender the moment it fell upon his daughter. He was seriously ill this time, and if Han Bingning hadn't risked her life to search for star spirit essence in the dark star abyss for him, he probably wouldn't have survived for more than a few days. At this moment, Emperor Xingfeng saw the starlight in Han Bingning's eyes and the shyness and expectation that she inadvertently revealed. He immediately realized that his precious daughter had fallen in love. He had already learned from Su Qinghan about what had happened in the dark star abyss. He guessed that his daughter was probably thinking about Yu Ming at that moment. He coughed softly, breaking the momentary silence. "Ahem, Bingning, are you thinking about Yu Ming?" A hint of amusement and teasing appeared in Emperor Xingfeng's eyes. His words made Han Bingning blush instantly. She lowered her head shyly and denied. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about? I was just lost in thought." However, her denial seemed somewhat weak and powerless, because her flushed cheeks and darting eyes had already betrayed her true thoughts. Emperor Xingfeng burst into laughter upon seeing his daughter's shy and adorable appearance. He was well aware of his daughter's thoughts, and after all these years, it was truly remarkable that Han Bingning could develop feelings for someone. Moreover, as an observer, Yu Ming is worthy of his daughter. Then he said softly, "Bingning, I was able to return from the brink of death this time entirely thanks to your daring journey to the dark star abyss to retrieve the star essence for me. How could your father not be moved by such filial piety and courage? Therefore, I have decided to hold a grand victory banquet for you and your guards, so that everyone may know of your achievements." Upon hearing this, Han Bingning quickly stood up and said urgently, "Father, you flatter me. Besides, I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to Yu Ming and my master. If it weren't for them, I would probably have already become a victim of those demons from the Chaos Cult." Emperor Xingfeng laughed again at his daughter's eager explanation. He gently patted Han Bingning's shoulder, soothingly saying, All right, I understand. I will naturally remember Yu Ming's contributions. I will not only invite him to the banquet, but also bestow upon him the honor and rewards he deserves. Since he has made such great contributions to my star empire, how could I possibly mistreat him?" Upon hearing this, a glint of joy flashed in Han Bingning's eyes. She said softly, "Thank you, father." Looking at his daughter's shy yet joyful expression, Emperor Xingfeng understood something. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he teased her. Bingming, what do you think about me recruiting Yu Ming as the consort of my star empire? Han Bingming's heart skipped a beat, and her face instantly flushed crimson like a sunset. She lowered her head shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Captain, it's a call from the Star Empire's royal family. They'd like to invite you to tomorrow's victory celebration banquet. Rousey took the phone and called Lu Qi back from his sword practice under surveillance. I'm not going. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes and directly refused. He was joking. His time was far too precious. Oh, okay. Then I'll refuse them. They even said they'd reward you handsomely. Rose then prepared to refuse. Wait a moment. Lu Qi realized that the Star Empire, as the most powerful empire in the entire Milky Way, possessed unimaginable depth and resources. He could ask it for treasures that could enhance his life force, or materials needed for the Nightmare's evolution. Thinking of this, Lu Qi changed his mind. He told them that he would be there on time tomorrow. Yes, Captain. The next day, the victory celebration banquet held in the Star Empire's palace arrived as scheduled. The guests arrived in magnificent attire. Some were interstellar nobles, wearing luxurious robes studded with jewels. Others were military generals, dressed in crisp uniforms with medals adorning their chests. Still others were envoys from various planes. Their attire varied, yet all exuded a mysterious and noble aura. As the band played their melodious tunes, dancers in shimmering, colorful gowns gracefully moved across the dance floor. The guests raised their glasses, drank merrily, and chatted happily. They discussed topics such as interstellar politics, economic cooperation, elemental cultivation, and technological development in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. As the space trembled slightly, Lu Qi's figure slowly emerged from spatial rift. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on the magnificent, golden palace in front of him. That should be right, the banquet is here. He confirmed this to himself, then strode toward the palace gate. Lu Qi had only taken a few steps when a warm voice rang out behind him. Hey friend, are you here for the royal banquet too? Lu Qi turned around and saw a young man looking at him with a big smile. The man was tall and well-dressed, clearly a man of high status and wealth. Ha! My name is Leo, and I'm the president of the Sunlight Group. The man introduced himself, a hint of pride showing on his face when he mentioned the Sunlight Group. After all, as one of the largest energy suppliers in the Star Empire, the Sunlight Group's strength and status were beyond question. Leo looked Lu Qi up and down, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. You look quite unfamiliar. May I ask where you work? Nico Group? Lu Qi had never heard of it before, but he still answered casually, Yu Ming, a bounty hunter. His current identity is indeed quite similar to that of a bounty hunter. Both operate outside the major powers and earn their rewards through their own abilities. Upon hearing Lu Qi's answer, Leo's smile froze instantly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. A bounty hunter? And a completely unknown one at that? He had expected to meet some prominent figures at the dinner party, but instead he encountered such an ordinary guy. He muttered to himself that this royal banquet was a rare opportunity, and important figures from various forces would be attending. He didn't want to waste his time on this bounty hunter named Yu Ming. As a result, the smile on his face became somewhat perfunctory, clearly indicating that he had lost interest in Lu Qi. Chapter 332, Welcoming the Inspector. Seeing that Leo was no longer responding, Lu Qi was happy to have some peace and quiet and continued to stroll leisurely toward the palace. Brother Yu Ming, you've gone the wrong way. This is the way in. At the palace entrance, illuminated by dazzling lights, two distinct passageways unfold before your eyes. A long queue of people crowded the entrance to the banquet hall. The guests, dressed in finery, waited patiently and orderly, undergoing strict checks to verify their identities before stepping through the door leading to the grand feast. Beside this queue, a particularly deserted and secluded passageway stood quietly. This passageway seemed to possess an aura of nobility and mystery, inspiring awe in those who looked upon it. Only members of the Star Empire's royal family, the top 25 experts on the heavenly ranking, or those renowned and powerful figures are qualified to enter from here. It can be said that those who can use this special passage are all people at the very top of the Milky Way. Seeing that the previously unknown netherworld being headed straight for the special entrance, Leo kindly reminded him, After all, it would be very embarrassing to get there and then not be allowed in and then have to slink back to queue up again. In his view, the Netherworld was not qualified to use the special passage. In Leo's mind, those who could use special channels were all prominent figures in the galaxy, whose names were well known and whose power was immense. As for himself, as the president of the Sunlight Group, although he could be considered a hero in his own right, he was still not qualified to use that special channel. Therefore, he found it hard to understand why Yu Ming would be so confident in walking there. Despite hearing Leo's reminder, Lu Qi did not stop and continued walking straight toward the entrance to the special passage. Leo watched Lu Qi's retreating figure, his smile gradually turning into amusement. He didn't offer any further reminders, instead crossing his arms and adopting a smug, expectant posture. He's probably some country bumpkin who doesn't know his place at all. He's so arrogant and ignorant. Leo muttered to himself, special passage? Is that something an unknown nobody like you can use? Even I, the president of the prestigious Sunlight Group, have to stand in line here properly. He seemed to have already foreseen the scene that was about to unfold. Lu Qi walked to the entrance of the special passage, was stopped by the guards without any politeness, and then slunk back to join the long queue. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure, as if he could already see Lu Qi's predicament. Hey, look, isn't that person heading towards the special passage? Someone pointed at Lu Qi's back in surprise. A special passage? Only the very top figures in the pyramid can use that. Another person immediately chimed in, their tone tinged with envy and awe. Within the Milky Way, only a handful of people are qualified to use that passage. Each of them is a renowned figure. Yet I've never seen this person before. Another person scratched their head in confusion. Perhaps they are a hidden powerhouse. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Others have offered different speculations. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone noticed Leo standing next to them. Leo, did you just talk to him? Do you know this person? Leo was taken aback by the sudden question. Then a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Oh, that guy. His name is Yu Ming, and he claims to be a bounty hunter. I reckon this is his first time in Tianshu City, and he probably doesn't quite understand our rules here. Just watch. He's definitely gone the wrong way. He'll be turned away by the guards and slink back home. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of understanding, mixed with a hint of anticipation for a good show. You should know that everyone invited to the Star Empire's royal banquet is a renowned and powerful figure. All of them had to wait in line properly, but that unknown netherworld dared to barge into the special passage. Wasn't that a blatant slap in their faces? Young people these days really don't know their own limitations. Some shook their heads and sighed. He's already getting cocky after achieving a little success. Doesn't he even know where he is? The Milky Way is so vast. There are countless powerful beings here. What's his strength compared to that? Yu Ming's name isn't even in the top 25 of the heavenly ranking. Exactly. It's good to teach him a lesson, so he won't become even more arrogant and conceited in the future. Another person chimed in. For a moment, everyone was ready to see Yu Ming make a fool of himself. Some people have even started thinking about how to make a few sarcastic remarks about him later. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Qi steadily walked towards the entrance of the special passage. There, a row of reception staff in splendid uniforms stood, every detail showcasing the extraordinary grandeur and profound heritage of the royal family. As Lu Qi's figure drew closer, a receptionist, with a smile on his face, gracefully stepped forward and gave a slight bow. His movements were fluid and composed, perfectly combining the strict etiquette of royalty with the respect and enthusiasm shown to the guests. Dear guest, may I ask who you are? The receptionist's voice was gentle and respectful, but it was clear that he did not recognize Lu Qi. This scene caught everyone's attention, and their faces all showed expressions of "I knew it." That kid really did take the wrong way. If he were qualified to use the special passage, how could the reception staff not recognize him? Leo shook his head, then said with a smug look, I kindly reminded him just now, but he didn't take it seriously. He's embarrassed himself now, isn't he? However, at that moment, another receptionist's gaze suddenly fell on the highly recognizable ice-soul sword in Lu Qi's hand. He paused for a moment, as if he had realized something, and his expression suddenly changed. He looked Lu Qi over carefully again to make sure he hadn't mistaken him for someone else. After confirming that everything was correct, he took a sudden step forward, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and said in a trembling voice, Welcome, Your Excellency, the Inspector. I'm so foolish as to have failed to greet you immediately. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the reception staff around them changed drastically. They realized how negligent it was that they hadn't recognized this VIP in the special passage beforehand. So everyone bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Your Excellency, the Inspector." Lu Qi ignored these people and continued walking inside. "Your Excellency, the Inspector, please allow me to guide you." Chapter 333, Leo's Fear and Regret. One of the receptionists seized the opportunity to flatter him. He walked quickly to Lu Qi's side, bent down slightly, and pointed ahead to lead the way for Lu Qi. The ordinary guests who witnessed this scene remained completely silent, as if stunned by what they saw. An observer? He's actually a newly emerged observer in the galaxy? One of them finally reacted, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh dear, I was so blind. I missed such a great opportunity." The other person slapped his thigh in regret, his face full of remorse. He knew that, given his status as an inspector, once he entered the palace, he would have no further opportunity to contact him. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of regret. If he could establish even the slightest connection with the overseers, which dark force in the galaxy would dare to cause him trouble? I heard that this inspector displayed great power in the Dark Star Abyss a few days ago, killing 2 Peak Supremes, 2 mid-level Supremes, hundreds of God-level experts, and even annihilating the entire First Legion. Another person stared at Lu Qi's retreating figure, their eyes filled with awe. This inspector's strength was truly terrifying. What? You mean he did all of this by himself? Those nearby stared wide-eyed at the speaker, unable to believe what they were seeing. It simply sounded unbelievable. However, the speaker nodded. Yes, it was all done by this overseer. He could summon an incomparably terrifying army of undead, and kept an abyss overlord as a pet. He alone could annihilate an entire plane with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Leo stood aside and witnessed the entire scene change. At first, he thought Lu Qi was just an insignificant nobody who didn't know what was good for him, a clown who went astray. But now, that clown has actually become an observer who has shaken the entire galaxy. His face turned deathly pale instantly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? The netherworld he mocked and looked down upon was actually the legendary overseer? Impossible. Leo muttered to himself, but the scene before him left him no choice but to believe it. Then, the regret in his heart surged like waves, one after another, almost drowning him. He recalled his previous words and actions. Those taunts and disdain now seemed like sharp blades, cutting into his heart piece by piece. That's an inspector. Leo might never have the chance to come into contact with such a high-level being in his entire life. If he had recognized the identity of the Netherworld Inspector earlier, he might have already established a good relationship with this powerful figure. With the support of the Overseers, his status in the galaxy will rise significantly, and those forces that once looked down on him will all try to curry favor with him. He can even use the power of the Overseers to solve some problems that he cannot solve on his own. However, reality proved harsh. Not only did he fail to befriend the Inspector, he actually offended him. What does this mean? It means that all the wonderful things he had imagined will vanish, and he may even face the wrath and retaliation of the Overseers. He knew perfectly well that the power of the Overseer was unfathomable, and that if he were to become enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the Milky Way, who dares to oppose the Watchers? No matter how famous or powerful Leo is, he absolutely cannot contend with the Inspector. He stood there, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with fear and unease. Leo felt a wave of despair. He hated himself for not seeing the bigger picture and for offending such a powerful figure. Now, he could only pray that the Inspector would be magnanimous and not hold it against him. Otherwise, from now on, he will probably never have a peaceful day again. However, in reality, Leo's worries were completely unnecessary. In Lu Qi's eyes, Leo's importance was about the same as that of an insignificant ant. Imagine an ant scurrying about on a path. If it accidentally bumps into someone's foot and annoys them, it will most likely be stomped on and killed. But then again, who really cares about stepping on an ant? People don't remember how many ants they've stepped on, just as Lu Qi doesn't remember those insignificant little people. The fact that Leo can still stand there unharmed, breathing fresh air, is enough to show that he has luckily escaped a disaster. Lu Qi didn't take him to heart, nor was he interested in pursuing his mistakes. For Leo, this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He should be thankful that he wasn't so foolish as to be beyond redemption. At least he hadn't done anything that truly angered the inspectors. Inside the palace, light and shadow intertwine as a banquet unfolds, with toasts clinking and laughter filling the air. In the heart of this brightly lit and bustling city, Han Bingning is like a blooming ice lotus, radiating a cool and elegant brilliance all by herself. She wore an ice blue long dress, the hem of which swayed gently, like starlight twinkling in the night sky, or like the deep sea with its surging undercurrents. Her long hair, like silk and flowing water, was casually tied up, with a few strands gently falling beside her ears, adding a touch of charm and nonchalance. Just as she was chatting and laughing with several nobles, a maid quietly approached her from behind and whispered, "Your Highness, the inspector has arrived." Upon hearing the maid's words, a glint of light immediately flashed in Han Bingning's eyes. Without even saying goodbye to the powerful figure she was talking to, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked away. Since returning from the Dark Star Abyss these past few days, the image of that man has inexplicably surfaced in her mind, lingering there. Now that she finally had the chance to see him again, Han Bingning didn't want to wait a moment longer. Although Han Bingning received the news, she immediately rushed to greet Lu Qi. But as she hurried through the palace corridors, she discovered that someone was even more eager than she was. Second brother? Han Bingning's voice carried a hint of doubt. Her gaze fell on a figure not far away. It was her second brother, the second prince of the Star Empire. The second prince was talking to Yu Ming with great enthusiasm, but Yu Ming's expression remained indifferent, as if he was not interested in the second prince's warmth. Han Bingning frowned slightly. She immediately understood that the second prince was going so far as to lower himself to show goodwill to Yu Ming in order to win over Yu Ming and gain his support. Although Han Bingning wasn't particularly interested in the throne, she strongly disliked the second prince's behavior. In her view, the throne should be earned through one's own talent and virtue, rather than by winning over others to increase one's power. However, Han Bingning did not interrupt their conversation, but chose to wait quietly at a distance. Chapter 334, The Second Prince's Attraction. Led by the reception staff, Lu Qi slowly walked deeper into the palace. The carved beams and painted rafters, the golden splendor along the way, seemed to be telling him about the glory and honor of the royal family. Just then, a hearty voice rang out from ahead. Brother Yu Ming, you've finally arrived. I've heard the legendary tales of the inspector every day in the palace. My ears are practically calloused, but seeing you today, you're even more formidable than the legends suggest. A young man with an extraordinary bearing, dressed in luxurious clothes, walked towards Lu Qi with a loud laugh. Upon seeing this person, the receptionist immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, the second prince is here." The second prince, Han Tianyi, casually waved his hand and said, "You may leave. I will personally receive the inspector." "Yes." The receptionist responded and then bowed and slowly retreated. After the receptionist left, Han Tianyi's gaze fell on Lu Qi. He looked Lu Qi up and down, and his smile became even brighter. "Brother Yu Ming, in the Dark Star Abyss, it was thanks to your help that father and third sister were saved. Tianyi thanks you, Brother Yu Ming." As he spoke, he actually bowed slowly to Lu Qi. This scene astonished the palace servants around them. They knew that in the palace, apart from the emperor, there were very few people who could command such respect from the second prince. Lu Qi glanced at Han Tianyi's deep bow, his brows twitching slightly, but his face remained largely expressionless. He has never been one to appreciate formalities, nor would he be swayed by the other party's status or position. He spoke calmly. "Second prince, you needn't do this. In the Dark Star Abyss, I was merely fulfilling my duty." Han Tianyi was not surprised to hear Lu Qi's words. He had long heard that inspectors were generally aloof and indifferent, and seeing them today, he found that their reputation was indeed well-deserved. Han Tianyi straightened his back, a gentle and sincere smile playing on his lips. "Brother Yu Ming, you are indeed a straightforward person, disliking beating around the bush. However, please allow me to express my gratitude. Your heroic actions in the Dark Star Abyss and the great kindness shown to my royal family are etched in my heart." He slowly took out a life core, as black as ink and the size of a fist, from his robes. This life core seemed to contain endless cosmic power, with energy faintly fluctuating around it, like the shimmering starlight in the night. Brother Yuming, look. Han Tianyi held the life core in his palm, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. This is the life core of a supreme-level cosmic behemoth, containing incomparably powerful energy and life essence. I know you possess a supreme-level abyssal overlord larva, and this life core is undoubtedly the best aid for you. When Lu Qi saw the life core in Han Tianyi's hand, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He certainly knew the value of this life core. It was not just a life core, but the entire essence of a dominant cosmic behemoth. With it, the sea demon can indeed grow rapidly, and may even advance to a mature form in a short period of time. However, Lu Qi did not immediately accept this generous gift. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and the second prince's generosity in offering such a valuable gift must have a deeper purpose behind it. He frowned slightly, looking directly into Han Tianyi's eyes. The second prince's kindness is truly overwhelming. However, this life core is far too precious. Perhaps it requires more than just gratitude? Your Highness, please feel free to ask if there is anything you need me to do. Upon hearing this, Han Tianyi laughed heartily, his laughter filled with candor and magnanimity. Brother Yuming is indeed a clever man. Since you asked, I won't beat around the bush. Yes, I do have a request. You're somewhat aware of the situation in our star empire. I hope that, for the sake of this life core, you will support my ascension to the throne. Han Tianyi didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Ruki's need inwardly. Sure enough, this guy had nothing good in store for him. He spoke calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Second Prince, you should know that the reason I, Yuming, serve as an observer is to maintain neutrality and impartiality. However, the struggle for the throne is an internal affair of the royal family, and, as an observer, it is inappropriate for me to interfere. This life core is too precious. I cannot accept it. After saying this, Lu Qi didn't look at Han Tianyi again and turned to walk into the arena. At this moment, Han Bingning, who had been waiting on the side, saw Lu Qi approaching, and a look of joy immediately flashed in her eyes. She hurried to meet him, her face beaming with a bright smile. Yuming, you finally arrived. Han Bingning had just witnessed Yuming's coldness towards the second prince, which made her quite happy. She led him into the arena, chatting and laughing. Han Tianyi stood still, staring at Lu Qi's back with a gloomy look. A barely perceptible hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He sneered inwardly. Yuming, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know what was good for you. Now, don't blame me for being ruthless. As Han Tianyi pondered these thoughts, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly became heavy. It was as if an unseen storm was brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. As Han Bingning led Lu Qi into the banquet hall, the previously noisy and lively atmosphere instantly froze subtly. Hundreds of pairs of eyes, filled with curiosity, surprise, envy, or jealousy, all focused on this striking pair. Huh? Could this be the observer of our Milky Way galaxy? A curious voice rang out from the crowd, like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly sparking a flurry of discussion among those around. That should be correct. The other person turned their head and answered in a low voice. Look at the third princess's eyes. I've never seen her so attentive to any man before. I heard that in the Dark Star Abyss, this overseer Yuming saved the third princess's life time and again. Judging by this, he's most likely the legendary overseer Yuming. Oh, so this is the inspector. The third person's voice carried a hint of surprise and scrutiny. He looked quite handsome and didn't seem as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumor suggested. Not that cruel and bloodthirsty? Someone nearby scoffed dismissively. You haven't seen him in action in the Dark Star Abyss. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely terrifying. He killed supreme-level experts like it was nothing, slaughtering the First Legion's hundreds of thousands of soldiers without batting an eye. And what's more, those soldiers and powerful figures he killed all became his undead army. Chapter 335 Emperor Xingfeng wants to recruit Lu Qi as his son-in-law. What? Such a thing actually happened? The man was clearly startled, his voice rising several decibels. Wasn't this observer even more terrifying than the giant beasts in the Dark Star Abyss? Terrifying? He's an existence even more advanced than a giant beast. Someone else chimed in. Did you see the sword in his hand? That sword is called the Ice Soul Sword. It said that it was originally pure, white, and flawless. It only turned into its current blood-red color after drinking too much of the blood of powerful figures. As these whispers gradually coalesced into an undeniable cacophony, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly oppressive and eerie, as if stained with a thick layer of ink. Everyone stared at Lu Qi, eager to catch a glimpse of the inspector's face. This made him the most dazzling, yet most awkward focus of the dinner party. Lu Qi frowned slightly. He disliked this feeling. Unbedingtly sensalushi's discomfort. She understood his personality and knew that he preferred tranquility and solitude to being surrounded by people like rare animals in a bustling setting. With a sudden thought, she stepped forward without hesitation, using her slender body to shield Lu Qi. She raised her head and looked at her father, who sat high on the throne. Her voice was clear and firm. "Father, the guests have all arrived. May the banquet begin." This question, like a clear spring flowing through a dried-up riverbed, instantly broke the awkwardness in the room. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Qi and refocused on the aloof, star-wind martial emperor. Upon hearing Han Bingning's question, Emperor Xingfeng on his throne nodded slightly, his deep gaze sweeping across the hall. He then smiled slightly, raised the golden cup in his hand, and gestured to the crowd. "Now that all the guests have arrived, let's officially begin the banquet." The emperor's voice, majestic yet gentle, echoed throughout the hall. "Let us raise our glasses together and toast to the peace and prosperity of the Star Empire." As the emperor finished speaking, a burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted in the hall, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Next, Emperor Xingfeng began to speak. Lu Qi looked at Han Bingning beside him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked softly, "Bingning, are there any ruler-level figures at this banquet?" Han Bingning shook her head upon hearing this. "No, there are only 5 rulers in our entire galaxy. Each of them is an incredibly powerful being, but they rarely show themselves." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and asked with considerable curiosity, "Oh, who are those 5 rulers?" Han Bingning placed a finger to her lips, pondering as she replied, "Yes, my great-grandfather counts as one, but he's been in seclusion for a very, very long time. I've rarely seen him since I was little. The Star Abyss Empire also possesses a sovereign, whose strength is unfathomable. He is the pillar of the entire Star Abyss Empire. And then, in the Dark World, the leader of the Black Flag is also a sovereign-level expert." At this point, Han Bingning paused, as if recalling something. "The other 2 are names we've seen on the heavenly ranking. One is the Overlord of the Zerg, and the other is the Overlord of the Machine Race. However, all these years have passed, and no one has ever seen them. They are like 2 legends in the Milky Way, mysterious and awe-inspiring." Lu Qi nodded, indicating that he understood. It seems that the rulers of the Milky Way are not very active. This put Lu Qi at ease a little. He was not yet a match for the Overlord, but he was not afraid of anyone below the Overlord. Just then, Emperor Xingfeng finally came to an end of his long speech. He turned the topic to Lu Qi, his voice filled with deep appreciation and gratitude. This time, Bing Ning was able to successfully obtain the Star Spirit Essence, allowing my life to continue. There is another person who deserves credit for this. Yu Ming, the observer of our Milky Way galaxy. As Emperor Xingfeng finished speaking, everyone's attention once again focused on Lu Qi. Emperor Xingfeng continued, "Yu Ming, you saved Bingning, which is tantamount to saving my life. I have decided to reward you handsomely. Is there anything you desire?" Lu Qi had been waiting for these words. He answered without hesitation, "Your Majesty, I need some precious items that can enhance physical strength or vitality. Lumenli's life force is now burning at a speed 1,000 times faster than that of an ordinary person, and he needs these treasures that can enhance life force to prolong Lumenli's life." Emperor Xingfeng laughed heartily. "Good. Prime Minister Sikong." He turned his gaze to Sikong Ying, the Prime Minister of the Star Empire. Sikong Ying immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Your subject is here. Tomorrow, you will take Yu Ming to the Starlight Treasure Pavilion to select treasures." Emperor Xingfeng waved his hand, his heroic spirit soaring, and declared that anything he fancied could be taken, as long as it didn't empty his treasure pavilion. "Yes." Sikong Ying bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's lips curled into a smile. Tomorrow, if he didn't make the Starry Sky royal family bleed a good amount of blood, he wouldn't be Lu Qi. What followed was a thunderclap from Emperor Xingfeng, leaving everyone present utterly shocked. He stared intently at Lu Qi, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Yu Ming, you saved Bingning and rendered a great service to me. I see that you are about the same age as Bingning and possess both talent and beauty. I wonder if you would be willing to marry Bingning and become the consort of our star empire?" Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Han Bingning also stared at Emperor Xingfeng in astonishment. She thought her father was just teasing her, but she never expected him to actually bring it up with Yu Ming in front of everyone. After the initial shock, an indescribable mix of shyness and joy welled up inside her. Although Han Bingning was a princess and used to grand occasions, at this moment she felt like a young girl experiencing her first love, her cheeks slightly flushed and her heart beating faster than usual. Lu Qi was also taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Your Majesty, Yu Ming already has someone he loves, and it is truly difficult for him to comply." After he finished speaking, the hall fell silent once again. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qi refused to become the son-in-law of the Star Empire. This was a glory and status that countless people dreamed of. Hearing Lu Qi's rejection, Han Bingning felt a strange sense of loss. She looked up at the man who appeared even more unfathomable under the light, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Although she was a princess, pampered and cherished by everyone, this was the first time she had tasted rejection. Han Bingning tried her best to maintain her composure, but the disappointment in her heart was like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming her. Emperor Xingfeng was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Lu Qi to refuse so decisively. But as an emperor, after all, he quickly regained his composure. The inspector's favorite is named Lu Mengli. According to the information I have received, this woman is blessed with a body that is envied by the heavens. Suddenly, a deep and loud voice rang out in the banquet, breaking the silence. Everyone turned their attention to the person who had spoken. It is Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. Among the guests present, many recognized Li Yuan, knowing that he was the head of the Li family and a prominent figure in the Star Empire, and that Li Yuan himself was a supreme peak expert. But at this moment, they were more concerned about the news that Li Yuan had mentioned. Lu Mengli was actually a person with a body that was envied by the heavens. "Master Li Yuan, are you serious?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "I, Li Yuan, never lie." Li Yuan responded calmly. Although he was over 50 years old, his back was still as straight as a pine tree, exuding an aura of authority that could not be underestimated. His gaze swept over Lu Qi's retreating figure, seemingly unintentionally. "I only recently learned about Lu Mengli's situation, a body blessed by heaven's envy, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. But if such a constitution isn't destroyed in time, it will attract endless natural disasters." Upon hearing Li Yuan's confirmation, everyone gasped. Everyone knows what the heaven's jealousy body means: endless disaster. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Han Bingning suppressed her disappointment, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. She stepped forward and questioned, "Head of the Li family, I haven't even held you accountable for Li Tianya's betrayal, yet you still dare to attend this victory celebration?" Upon hearing Li Tianya's name, a flicker of pain crossed Li Yuan's eyes. Li Tianya was his most beloved son. Unexpectedly, he, a white-haired man, outlived his black-haired son, and the murderer was none other than the very same inspector. He knew that his strength was no threat to the inspector, but when he heard that Lu Mengli had the heavenly jealousy physique, he had a plan in mind, which is why he came to this banquet. Faced with Han Bingning's questioning, Li Yuan neither backed down nor offered any explanation. He bowed deeply, his voice low and firm. "Your Highness, Li Tianya deserved to die. He has received his due punishment, but matters must be considered separately. Lu Mengli is indeed cursed by the heavens. This news concerns the future and fate of the entire galaxy. I cannot stand idly by." Emperor Xingfeng stared intently at Lu Qi, his gaze sharp. "Yu Ming, is what Li Yuan said true?" Lu Qi met Star Wind Martial Emperor's gaze without the slightest hesitation. He didn't hide it. He knew he couldn't hide it anyway, so he simply admitted it openly. "That's right, Mengli is indeed blessed with a body that even the heavens envy." These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating 1,000 waves. Emperor Xingfeng frowned, his face clouded with worry. He knew all too well the terrifying nature of the heavenly jealousy body. It was an existence envied by heaven and earth and cursed by fate. If not destroyed in time, the longer the heavenly jealousy body exists, the more powerful the natural disasters it can attract. Throughout history, countless disasters have been caused by those with bodies that are envied by the heavens, and there are numerous examples of nations and planes being destroyed as a result. A body envied by heaven. Emperor Xingfeng muttered to himself, as if he could see all sorts of calamities that might occur in the future. Whispers began to rise from the crowd. The heavens jealousy body is a constitution that can attract countless natural disasters. Someone murmured softly, as if they had already foreseen the possible disaster to come. That's right. Do you guys still remember the Sky Federation? Another person chimed in, their voice trembling slightly. That person with the heavenly jealousy physique possessed unimaginable strength. He had tried everything to prolong his life, yet ultimately couldn't escape the calamity. The entire Sky Federation was utterly destroyed by the Zerg because of that one person. There's also the Haze Galaxy. Someone else joined the discussion, saying that there once existed a ruler whose daughter possessed the heavenly jealousy body. That ruler spared no effort to protect his daughter. But what was the result? The entire Misty Galaxy suffered annihilation because of her constitution. Disasters we wouldn't even dare to imagine, causing the Zerg, the machines, the void behemoths, all descended upon them. My God, the entire galaxy is gone just because of one woman? Some people cried out in shock, as if they couldn't believe it. This is the terrifying aspect of the heavenly jealousy body. Some sighed. Its power far exceeds our imagination. Fortunately, those with a constitution prone to being envied by fate generally don't live long. Some try to find some solace in the thought that as long as they could survive a year, there shouldn't be any major problems. But this voice was immediately interrupted by another. A year? Don't forget whose woman Lu Mengli is. Would the inspector just stand by and watch his woman die? Don't forget what those treasures he just asked His Majesty for are for. These words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The whispers spread like wildfire throughout the banquet, and fear and unease were etched on everyone's face. They seemed to foresee the impending disaster and destruction, their hearts filled with endless worry and anxiety. In my opinion, the best course of action is to decisively banish Lu Mengli from the Milky Way. One person spoke with a resolute tone, as if he could already foresee the possible disaster to come. Yes, we absolutely cannot let her stay in the Milky Way. Another person immediately chimed in, their face filled with terror. You've all heard how terrifying the heavenly jealousy body is. If it really attracts some natural disaster, we'll all suffer. Exile alone isn't safe enough. Another man said in a deep voice, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. If you ask me, we should. The man paused for a moment, then stretched out his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture in the air. Although the action was simple, its meaning was self-evident. He wanted Lu Mengli dead. This action immediately attracted the attention of those around. Just as everyone was whispering and discussing, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended, as if the calm before a storm had been instantly shattered. The air inside the palace seemed to have solidified, making it suffocating. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests. Their faces turned ashen, and they found it difficult to breathe. They looked around in alarm, trying to find the source of this aura. The one emanating such a terrifying aura was none other than Lu Qi. Chapter 337, Li Yuan's Reckless Act. He slowly stood up, his face terribly gloomy, his eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent, like a ferocious beast about to go berserk. His gaze was fixed on the powerful figure who had just made the throat-slitting gesture, his voice so cold it seemed to pierce to the bone. What did you just say? At this moment, the entire palace was deathly silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Qi and the nobleman. The powerful figure was now immobilized by Lu Qi's terrifying aura. He felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast and could be torn to pieces at any moment. His eyes were filled with fear, his lips trembled, and his voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. I was just talking nonsense. He tried to force a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. However, Lu Qi's expression remained unchanged in the face of the powerful man's pleas for mercy. His gaze was like ice, cold and hard, without a trace of warmth. He spoke slowly, and the coldness in his voice sent chills down the spines of everyone present. If there are more people, He spoke each word slowly and deliberately, his voice seeming to come from the deepest depths of hell. Dare to speak of this matter. His gaze swept over everyone present, like an invisible sword, making people afraid to meet his eyes. I'll send him to hell first. As the last word was uttered, the entire palace fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by Lu Qi's coldness and decisiveness. They fell silent. Even their breathing became cautious, for fear of attracting the attention of this netherworld watcher. At this moment, Lu Qi was no longer a person in their eyes, but a killing god from hell. Anyone who offended him would face unimaginable consequences. Just then, a cold snort, sharp as ice, instantly shattered the extremely tense atmosphere. Oomph! Inspector, what a grand manner. This is the Star Empire's Imperial Palace, not your territory, Inspector. The speaker was none other than Han Tianyu, the eldest prince of the Star Empire. Han Tianyu coldly scanned the room, then fixed his gaze on Lu Qi and continued. The Netherworld? Do you think my Star Empire is truly devoid of people? That you can act with impunity here? As he finished speaking, 3 people slowly stood up. Although their movements were gentle, they seemed to carry immense pressure, causing the surrounding air to freeze. These 3 were all top experts in the Star Empire. They are Saladin, the Dean of the Star Sea Ability Academy, possesses near Dominator strength and is ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking. General Xing Luoma, with the strength of a half-step Dominator, is ranked 24th on the heavenly ranking. Flaming Sun Sword Saint, Xing Huang Yuding, with the strength of a half-step Dominator, is ranked 18th on the heavenly ranking. As the 3 half-step Dominator experts stood up, the situation on the field instantly became tense. Han Tianyu, as the eldest prince of the Star Empire, has a distinguished status and is backed by a group of powerful figures. Therefore, he didn't take Yu Ming, this suddenly appearing observer, seriously. In his view, observers were powerful. But no matter how strong he is, it doesn't change the fact that his strength is only at the god level. This inspector dared to act so presumptuously at the royal banquet, which greatly displeased Han Tianyu. Seeing that the situation was turning against her, Su Qinghan immediately stood up. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness, attempting to de-escalate the tense atmosphere. Hey everyone, what are you doing? Standing up like this, all tense and ready to fight. What's the point? We should trust the inspector's abilities. Since he's capable of this important task, he can definitely handle the matter of the heavenly jealousy body. Besides, we still have a year, right? That's plenty of time for us to figure something out. She said this because she knew the Netherworld's true strength. It was a terrifying force commanding an army of hundreds of billions of undead. If it were to truly attack, the entire city of Heavenly Pivot would likely be reduced to ruins. Such a consequence was something she absolutely did not want to see. At the same time, Han Bingming walked to Emperor Xingfeng's side, gently holding her father's hand, her voice carrying a hint of coquetry and complaint. Father, please say something. Yu Ming is my savior. Look at my elder brother and the others. How can they speak to me like that? Her gaze swept over Han Tianyu and the other half-step Dominator experts, clearly showing her dissatisfaction with their attitude. Han Bingming's words made Emperor Xingfeng frown slightly. He remained silent for a moment, as if he was weighing something. At this moment, seeing that the eldest Prince Han Tianyu had stepped forward, Li Yuan immediately saw an opportunity and seized the moment to speak. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, the dangers of the heavenly jealousy physique are surely well known to everyone present, so I need not elaborate. However, can we truly entrust the future and destiny of the Star Empire to the hands of Yu Ming, the Overseer, so easily? At this point, Li Yuan paused deliberately, looked around, and slowly swept his gaze across everyone's faces. His gaze finally settled on the 3 half-step Dominator-level experts, and he secretly pondered. No matter how arrogant Yu Ming is, he wouldn't dare to attack him in front of so many experts, right? With this confidence, Li Yuan's hesitation and concerns vanished instantly. He steeled himself, deciding to seize the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, and continued his impassioned speech. Therefore, I, Li Yuan, propose here today. For the future and stability of the Star Empire, we must act decisively and carry out a humane extermination of Lu Mengli. Only in this way can we completely eliminate the potential threat posed by the heavenly jealousy body and prevent future troubles forever. Court death. Lu Qi's voice was icy cold and full of killing intent, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Before he finished speaking, his figure had vanished from the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Li Yuan. Just as Li Yuan was about to continue stirring up the atmosphere, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up and saw a figure appear out of nowhere in his line of sight. The cold eyes and sharp aura made him tremble with fear instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, and a look of disbelief and terror crossed his face. He seemed to see death approaching and feel the threat of death. You Ming. Li Yuan's voice trembled as he tried to compose himself. What are you trying to do? Do you think His Majesty and the Crown Prince don't exist? However, he was interrupted by a sharp sound of a sword being drawn before he could finish speaking. Immediately afterwards, a crimson sword light slashed through the air, carrying a sharp killing intent and endless chill, instantly spreading outwards. The sword light flashed across the palace roof like lightning, and with a loud bang, the roof was neatly cleaved in two, with rubble and with chips flying everywhere. Chapter 338, The Unsolvable Jealousy of Heaven. The entire palace trembled under the power of the sword light, as if it would collapse at any moment. Under the shadow of this sword light, Li Yuan's figure seemed to be frozen in place, completely still. His expression froze in that moment of terror, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. Everyone watched in shock as Li Yuan's head slowly slid off his neck and rolled to the ground as the crimson sword flashed. The splattered blood and the rolling head created a horrifying scene. The entire palace fell into a deathly silence, as if the air itself had frozen. Everyone was stunned by Lu Qi's sudden and extremely fierce sword strike, standing frozen in place, as if they had forgotten to breathe. The head of a Li family was actually killed by the inspector with a single sword strike. Someone finally snapped out of their shock and stammered. Li Yuan was a supreme peak expert, yet he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from the observer. Someone muttered in disbelief, as if trying to find a reasonable explanation to calm the shock in their heart. I guess the inspector would be strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. That sword strike, just now, was absolutely terrifying. Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Yu Ming dares to commit violence openly in front of His Majesty. He completely disregards the royal family. Someone shouted angrily, seemingly very dissatisfied with Lu Qi's arrogant behavior. This is bad. Will the inspectors and the Star Empire's royal family start fighting here? Someone said worriedly, fearing that the conflict would escalate further and cause even greater chaos. This is getting interesting. The overseers are now facing off against the most powerful empire in the galaxy. Some are whispering gloatingly, as if anticipating what exciting show will unfold next. Inside the palace, various discussions rose and fell, but whether it was anger, worry, or anticipation, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Qi and the Star Empire's royal family, afraid of missing any detail. Then, heavy footsteps sounded rapidly, as dense as drumbeats. Large numbers of soldiers surged in from all directions, their nano-armor gleaming coldly under the lights, and the muzzles of their psionic pulse guns emitting specks of blue light. These well-trained soldiers quickly and methodically formed an encirclement, completely surrounding Lu Qi. Upon seeing Li Yuan's death, Han Tianyu flew into a rage. Presumptuous! His face was ashen, his eyes blazing with anger. He pointed at Lu Qi and shouted, Yu Ming, how dare you openly kill an official of our Star Empire in such a solemn occasion? This is utterly lawless. Guards, seize him. At Han Tianyu's command, 3 half-step Dominator-level experts moved instantly. They surrounded Lu Qi at an extremely fast speed, and their powerful aura made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Lu Qi, however, showed no fear whatsoever. The Ice Soul sword in his hand still bore traces of Li Yuan's blood, which was absorbed by the sword and slowly disappeared. After drinking the blood of a powerful being, the Ice Soul sword seemed to become even more excited, its blade flashing with a scarlet light, as if it craved more blood. Lu Qi glanced around, his eyes indifferent, and slowly said, If anyone dares to speak ill of Meng Li again, Li Yuan will suffer the same fate. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears clearly, sending a chill down their spines. General Xingluomo's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he slowly walked towards Lu Qi, his tone filled with murderous intent. Yu Ming, even if you are an observer, you are far too arrogant at this moment. Do you think you can leave unscathed in this situation? Lu Qi slightly raised his eyes. The ice soul sword in his hand trembled gently, emitting a clear sword-ringing sound. He glanced at Xing Luoma indifferently, a cold smile playing on his lips. Oh, the ice soul sword hasn't had enough of the blood of the strong yet. And you want to try it too? Just as the tense standoff was about to erupt, Han Bingning's voice suddenly rang out, instantly piercing the heavy atmosphere within the palace. Stop! She lifted her long skirt and ran to Emperor Xingfeng's side, her beautiful face filled with anxiety. Father, Yu Ming is my savior. How can we lay a hand on our benefactor? A complex emotion flashed in Emperor Xingfeng's deep eyes. He slowly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop attacking. The soldiers seemed to be paused, and they uniformly put down their weapons. The three half-step Dominator powerhouses also stopped in their tracks. Emperor Xingfeng turned his gaze to Lu Qi, his voice tinged with a sense of vicissitude and emotion. Yu Ming, I can forgive you for killing Li Yuan, but the matter of the heavenly jealousy physique is no small matter. You really need to consider it carefully. Prime Minister Si Kong-ing also stepped forward and earnestly advised. Inspector, the body of the jealous of heaven is intolerable to heaven and earth and cannot be changed by human power. Look at the ruler of the Misty Star system. Even with the power to reach the heavens, he could not protect his daughter and instead brought about his own destruction. Why don't you abandon Lu Mengli and choose to form an alliance with our Star Empire through marriage? With your strength and our support, conquering the Milky Way is just around the corner. His words were sincere and tactful, hoping that Lu Qi would make a wise choice. With a low, crisp metallic scraping sound, Lu Qi slightly turned his hand, and the ice soul sword, as if imbued with a spirit, automatically slid into its sheath. I will definitely find a way to resolve this divinely envied condition. You don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Mengli, I will never give up. Then, he turned to Emperor Xingfeng and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. I have important business to attend to and must take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift slowly opened up in front of Lu Qi. Lu Qi stepped inside, his figure instantly disappearing into the crack, leaving only a lingering afterimage before everyone's eyes. Si Kong-ing gazed at the spatial rift where Lu Qi had disappeared and let out a long sigh. He turned to Emperor Xingfeng, his tone tinged with helplessness and worry, and said, Your Majesty, this Lu Mengli will likely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingfeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared intently ahead, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he said meaningfully, The Netherworld has done the royal family a favor, so the Star Empire naturally cannot interfere. However, the forces in the Milky Way are complex and intertwined. Our Star Empire is not the only one. His words carried a subtle implication, as if hinting at something. Upon hearing this, Si Kong-ying's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly understanding the unspoken meaning behind Star Wind Martial Emperor's words. Chapter 339, Live Stream of Death. Lu Qi stepped into the spatial rift, but the expected scene did not appear. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar space, surrounded by an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. His brow furrowed, a strange doubt rising in his mind. For so many years, his spatial abilities had never malfunctioned. What was wrong today? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding space. A strange feeling gradually spread through his mind. It seems that someone has temporarily changed the rules of space. He muttered to himself, a hint of surprise in his voice. To be able to do this, that's quite a feat to be willing to bring out such a treasure just to deal with me. Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in his gaze. He scanned his surroundings, then calmly addressed the person ahead. Since you've gone to so much trouble, then come out. Let me see which expert is so dedicated. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sinister voice suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, the Overseer's reputation resounds throughout the universe. Without thorough preparation, how dare we easily take action against the Overseer? As the eerie voice faded, the surrounding air seemed to grow even heavier. Then, a dark figure slowly emerged from the void. His figure was tall and twisted, as if it were formed from countless shadows and evil auras. His face was hidden in deep darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes that shimmered with a cold green light, like two will-o'-the-wisps wandering in the night. At the same time, nearly 1,000 men in black robes appeared like ghosts, Surrounding Lu Qi, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and hostility. Mahara emerged from the darkness, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Netherworld. When you were slaughtering our Chaos cult members in the Dark Star Abyss, you never imagined this day would come, did you? His face was contorted with rage and smugness, as if he had Lu Qi completely under his control. Today, I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Oh, a Chaos cult? I didn't even look for you. Yet you've come to me willingly? Lu Qi raised an eyebrow and said calmly. At that moment, a figure in black robes, like a bat in the night, silently flew to the side of the shadowy figure. He said respectfully, Master, everything is ready as you requested. We can now begin the live broadcast throughout the entire galaxy. The leader of the Chaos cult, Yuan Mia, nodded slightly in the darkness. He slowly turned his gaze to Lu Qi, who was surrounded by numerous figures in black robes, and a chilling, wicked smile appeared on his face. Netherworld, I must say the Overseer has a very prestigious reputation throughout the universe, but today you will become the stepping stone for my Chaos cult to make a name for itself. Let the entire galaxy witness our slaying of an Overseer. At that moment, the influence of the Chaos cult will reach a new level. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Mie suddenly opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the impending bloody carnival. At the same time, the live broadcast officially started. He grinned maliciously at Lu Qi, his voice filled with madness and cruelty. You, Netherworld, have truly gifted me a great present, to be able to kill you live in front of the entire galaxy. This feeling is simply wonderful. Once I've severed your head, I will meticulously preserve it as a specimen and hang it forever in the halls of our Chaos cult, so that everyone may admire your magnificence. At that very moment, every corner of the Milky Way seemed to be quietly touched by a mysterious force. Countless large screens and electronic devices, whether televisions in homes, mobile phones in hands, or giant screens in public places, all switched their images simultaneously, turning into a breathtaking live broadcast. The live stream showed Lu Qi surrounded by members of the Chaos cult. He was all alone, yet he seemed to have become the focus of the entire galaxy. Inside the palace where the Star Empire was hosting the banquet, the enormous screen, which had been quietly waiting, suddenly lit up. This unexpected change surprised all the guests present. Huh? Why is there a live stream here? A young man dressed in fine clothes muttered in confusion. He stared at the screen for a few seconds, then his eyes widened suddenly, as if he recognized the protagonist on the screen. Isn't this Yuming? How could he be here? His words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The young man pointed excitedly at the large screen, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. Look, everyone! It's Yuming! He looks like he's been attacked. This shout immediately drew everyone's attention to the large screen. The guests stopped in their tracks, turned to look at the screen, and their faces showed a complex mix of expressions, including astonishment, worry, and fear. Good heavens! This really is the underworld. How could he be surrounded? Look at the leader. It's Yuan Mie, the leader of the Chaos cult. He's a super strong expert ranked 6th on the peak list. Apart from the 5 rulers, no one is his match. Yuming is probably in grave danger now. Not only that, look at those black-robed figures. They're all members of the Chaos cult at the god level. There are over 1,000 of them. The Chaos cult has come out in full force, determined to kill Yuming. The atmosphere inside the palace instantly became noisy, with guest chatter rising and falling like a boiling pot. Amidst the commotion, the second prince stood quietly in a corner, a barely perceptible sneer playing on his lips. They acted swiftly. He muttered to himself, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yuming, your greatest weakness is your excessive arrogance. If you had chosen to serve me in the first place, you wouldn't be in this predicament. The blazing sun sword saint stared intently at the screen, his brow furrowed, as if deep in thought. He muttered to himself, although the Chaos cult has mobilized its entire force, Yuming is, after all, a master of space. How easy will it be for them to keep him here? Saladin, the dean of the Starseed Abilities Academy, stared intently at every detail on the screen, then slowly shook his head. Things are probably not that simple. He said in a deep voice, Look, the space around Yuming has been completely sealed off. His spatial and summoning abilities are probably unable to be activated now. Upon hearing this, a chorus of exclamations erupted within the palace. The blazing sun sword saint gasped, his expression turning grave. What? The space was sealed? If that were true, this newly emerged observer would likely perish here today. Chapter 340: The Attention of the Entire Milky Way. Upon hearing Saladin's words, Han Bingming's expression changed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Almost instinctively, she quickly walked up to Emperor Xingfeng and tightly grasped his hand. Her usually calm and composed hands trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Father Emperor. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. I beg you, please send a master to help Yuming. Emperor Xingfeng looked at his daughter before him, a hint of helplessness and doting flashing in his eyes, which, though sharp from years of trials, remained undiminished. He sighed softly, his tone gentle yet filled with helplessness. Bingning, Father knows you're worried about Yuming, but we have no idea of his exact location. How can we provide support? Father has already done everything in his power, ordering the entire army to search for Yuming's whereabouts. As soon as we have definite news, Father will immediately dispatch the strongest army to support him. Upon hearing Xingfeng Wudi's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Han Bingming's eyes. She bit her lower lip, then suddenly remembered something, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Father, doesn't our royal family possess the Taishu Divine Mirror? She said urgently. As long as we use the Taishu Divine Mirror, we will definitely be able to find Yuming, break the spatial seal, and bring him back. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than Sikong Ying's voice, tinged with embarrassment and seriousness, rang out. Princess, I have bad news to tell you. The royal family's Taishu Divine Mirror was stolen 2 days ago. What? Han Bingming opened her eyes wide in shock, as if she had heard some unbelievable news. At the same time, a strong sense of unease welled up within her. How could such a coincidence be so striking? Could it be? At this moment, countless eyes across the entire galaxy are focused on the same live broadcast. Oh dear, that's strange. Why did my phone suddenly switch to this live stream? A college student who had been leisurely scrolling through his phone while lying on his dorm bed suddenly sat up, staring at the unexpected live stream on the screen, his face filled with confusion. The live stream said that the Chaos Cult killed the Inspector Yuming? Who are these people? His roommate, however, seemed to know everything about it, excitedly chiming in, I knew you only knew how to eat and sleep, never paying attention to anything important. You didn't even know about the Chaos Cult and the Watchers. I never imagined I'd see a video of the Watchers in action in my lifetime. Let me give you a little lesson on the Chaos Cult and the Watchers. The roommate vividly recounted the origins and entanglements of the two, like a storyteller recounting little-known secrets. The college student listened with great interest, nodding in agreement from time to time. Oh, I get it. After listening to his roommate's explanation, the college student suddenly realized that he didn't know who would win. Seeing that the inspector was alone, he thought he was doomed. A look of worry appeared on his face, as if he had already resonated with the observer on the screen. The roommate sighed, his eyes never leaving the live stream. It's hard to say. Since this live stream was released by the Chaos Cult, they must be absolutely certain to dare to do it. But things are unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Inside a dimly lit cabin of the Star Locust pirate crew, the atmosphere was unusually lively. A group of fierce pirates sat around a large screen, intently watching the thrilling live broadcast. The Chaos Cult is really something, daring to attack the inspectors. A burly man with bare arms and a full beard watched the scene on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His laughter was rough and unrestrained, full of respect and anticipation for the Chaos Cult. His companion, upon hearing this, quickly echoed, That's right. Ever since this observer appeared in the galaxy, we've been on tenterhooks every time we go out to work, afraid of being targeted by him. Now, the Chaos Cult has finally made its move. We must eliminate this netherworld being to prevent future troubles. Only then will things be better for us in the dark world. Don't worry, I think Yuming is doomed this time, the burly man said confidently. Don't forget, the leader of the Chaos Cult, Yuan Mia, is a super strong expert ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking. As long as those old monsters at the Dominator level don't make a move, who can be his opponent? This time, Yuming is definitely in grave danger. Guardians of the Galaxy. Inside a bright and solemn hall, members of the Galactic Guardians were urgently gathering, their eyes fixed on a giant screen in the center of the hall, which was broadcasting live footage of the Chaos Cult siege of the Watcher, the Underworld. This Chaos Cult is so arrogant, openly attacking the inspector. They're simply lawless. A warrior clad in silver armor, with a star emblem emblazoned on his chest, spoke angrily. We cannot stand idly by. Another female guardian clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with determination. The overseers are a vital force in our galaxy, protecting our safety and stability. Now, he is in danger, and we must stand up to support the overseers and fight against the atrocities of the chaos cult. But the problem now is, a guardian who appeared to be a leader said in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. We have no idea where they are. And frankly, the power of us, the guardians of the galaxy, is still too weak. His words revealed a hint of helplessness and bitterness. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy, as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on everyone's heart. Think about it. Each of those thousands of black-robed figures possesses god-level strength, and the leader of the chaos cult's power is unfathomable. I'm afraid that even if we all mobilize, we won't be able to change anything. The Guardians listened to their leader's analysis, their faces showing worry and frustration. They knew their leader was telling the truth. While the Guardians of the Galaxy were a powerful force, they were still far inferior to the Chaos Cult. Just then, a young Guardian stepped forward. Her voice, though soft, was like a ray of sunlight piercing through thick clouds, bringing a glimmer of hope to the hall. Although we cannot directly support the Underworld Watcher, our hearts are with him. She said slowly, "May the God of Light bless him so that he can overcome this difficulty. Your Excellency the Overseer, you must hold on." Her words seemed to ignite the hearts of everyone in the hall. The Guardians straightened their backs, and a flame of hope was rekindled in their eyes. Chapter 341, The Demise of the Chaos Cult. Although they cannot directly participate in this battle, their faith and support can transcend the barriers of the stars and reach the Watchers who are fighting. Lucci had no idea that he had now become a top internet celebrity in the entire galaxy. With such massive traffic, if they used it to sell products, they'd make a fortune. Off topic, he glanced at Yuan Mia, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes flashing with burning fighting spirit. "So you're the leader of the Chaos Cult? Looks like you've all come out in force. Good. I'll take care of you all at once, and save myself the trouble of searching everywhere." Upon hearing Lucci's words, Yuan Mia seemed to have heard the most absurd joke in the world, and he laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha, Netherworld, I am well aware of your formidable reputation. That army of billions of undead, that ghost ship capable of transforming the dead, and that terrifying spatial ability. I admit, if you could use those abilities, my Chaos Evil Cult truly wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But..." He abruptly changed the subject, a smug smile spreading across his face. He slowly pulled an antique mirror from his robes. Though the mirror appeared ordinary, it was surrounded by a chilling spatial fluctuation. He deliberately waved in front of Lu Qi and then said, "Yu Ming, aren't you wondering why your spatial ability suddenly stopped working? Why are you trapped here?" Yuan Mia gently stroked the mirror, his smile growing increasingly eerie. "This is the reason. This mirror is called the Divine Mirror of the Void, and it can alter the rules of space around it. With it, all your prized superpowers and summoning spells will become useless. Your eerie ghost ship won't be able to save you through the spatial rift either. Yu Ming, all your trump cards have failed. Today is your end." Han Bingming stared intently at the live stream. When Yuan Mia pulled out the artifact called the Taishu Divine Mirror from his pocket, her heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and it stopped beating instantly. She knew that mirror all too well. It was a royal treasure, a divine artifact capable of altering the rules of space, the Taishu Divine Mirror. However, at this moment, it appeared in the hands of the leader of the Chaos Cult and became a powerful weapon against the Netherworld. Anger and disappointment welled up inside her, and Han Bingming immediately turned her gaze to the first prince and the second prince. She understood that the ancient Mirror of the Void was so precious that it could not be easily stolen by ordinary people. It must be that someone within the royal family was colluding with the Chaos Cult to hand it over. In other words, someone in the royal family wants to kill Yu Ming. Once the thought took hold, it grew wildly like weeds. Han Bingming tried to calm herself down and began to analyze possible suspects. Was it the second prince? Or the first prince? Or perhaps her father? Thinking of this, she shook her head violently, trying to shake the thought out of her mind. Impossible. She told herself that her father had just woken up, so how could he possibly have the intention to kill Yu Ming? Moreover, Her father had always admired Yu Ming and even intended to recruit him into his ranks. But if it wasn't my father, then who could it be? At this moment, the atmosphere in the Hall of the Galactic Guardians was extremely tense. Everyone stared silently at the big screen, as if trying to find a glimmer of hope. However, all they saw was endless despair. What should we do? A sweet-looking female guardian broke the silence first. Her voice trembled, revealing deep fear and helplessness. The Overseer, Netherworld, possesses his spatial abilities and undead powers. But now, none of these abilities are usable. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, as if they might spill over at any moment. She bit her lower lip, trying hard not to lose control of her emotions. However, the thought of the potential danger facing the monitor she had always admired and looked up to made her heart ache as if it were being torn apart. Doesn't that mean the inspector is really in grave danger this time? She said, choking back tears. The Watcher of the Milky Way, Yu Ming, has captivated countless hearts with his ruthlessness and power since his appearance. He not only possesses immense strength, but also an irresistible charm. And this female guardian is one of his many ardent fans. She once had great confidence in Lu Qi, believing that even if he faced the siege of the Chaos Cult alone, he would be able to turn the tide with his spatial abilities and the army of the undead. However, upon learning that all his trump cards had failed, she felt a chill run down her spine. Alas, look at those black-robed figures. There are over 1,000 god-level powerhouses. If they were to wage a war of attrition, even if Yu Ming is strong, he would be worn down to death. Someone sighed, their tone filled with helplessness. Not to mention Yuan Mie. That guy is ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking. Since his debut, who has ever survived against him? Another person chimed in, his face full of fear and worry. That's right. The Chaos Cult has done so many heinous things over the years, yet it continues to grow stronger. This is inextricably linked to the power of that demon, Yuan Mie. He's just too powerful, someone else chimed in, their tone filled with anger and helplessness. Is it possible that the observer of my galaxy, who has only been born for a short time, is going to perish today? Someone finally couldn't help but say those words, their tone filled with resentment. These words struck everyone like a thunderbolt, and they all fell silent. Everyone fell silent, just staring at the live stream. Lu Qi stood there quietly, watching Yuan Mie with a clear hint of impatience on his face. He muttered to himself, why do these people always talk so much before a fight? Can't they just start fighting? He frowned and coldly urged, if you're going to fight, hurry up and stop dawdling. I'm in a rush. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, a sinister glint flashed in Yuan Mie's eyes. He stared intently at Lu Qi, as if he could already see a dead man struggling before his eyes. He laughed strangely, his voice filled with mockery and murderous intent. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, he abruptly swung his arm and issued a chilling command. Chaos Envoy, slay the Netherworld, and unleash the might of the Chaos Gods. As soon as Yuan Mie gave the order, the thousands of black-robed men instantly erupted in cheers. Chapter 342, The Battle Between Good and Evil. They let out terrifying, shrill laughter, so sharp and piercing it seemed to tear at one's eardrums. They charged at Lu Qi like a pack of hungry wolves, their black robes billowing in the wind like shadowy figures. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in this terrifying aura. Looking at the black-robed men swarming in like locusts, Lu Qi's eyes showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, an indescribable excitement ignited within them. It was as if the long-dormant battle-maniac bloodline within him had been completely awakened at this moment, yearning for the coming storm. He slowly reached out and grasped the hilt of the ice soul sword beside him. At that moment, his movements were gentle and full of tenderness, like caressing a lover's hand. The ice soul sword seemed to sense his feelings, and crimson light began to flow across its blade, as if responding to Lu Qi's inner call. Mengli, this time we're going to fight side by side. Lu Qi spoke softly, as if communicating with the swordsmith. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield instantly became extremely tense. The eerie laughter and roars emanating from the black-robed figures intertwined, creating a symphony of carnage and chaos. Under the watchful eyes of the entire galaxy, the battle between good and evil has officially begun. The black-robed figures rushing towards Lu Qi were all at least at the god level, in the 4th-tier plane, each of them was a top-tier powerhouse. There are now over 1,000 such powerful individuals. Their eyes were filled with ferocity and fanaticism as they roared and attacked Lu Qi. A black-robed figure at the mid-level of the divine rank wielded a curved blade that resembled the scythe of death, radiating a chilling black light. You inspectors! The man in black robes roared and slashed his curved blade fiercely at Lu Qi. But what greeted him was a blood-red sword light. This sword beam seemed poised to cleave the entire sky in two. The ferocity and fanaticism in the black-robed man's eyes were instantly replaced by terror. He tried to dodge the fatal blow, but the speed of the blood-red sword light was too fast, and he had no way to escape. He only felt a sharp pain in his body, and then he knew nothing more. From the perspective of others, as the black-robed man attacked, a flash of sword light appeared, and Lu Qi's eye-soul sword was suddenly drawn from its sheath. Immediately afterwards, a vast and boundless sea of blood seemed to emerge behind Lu Qi, its intense crimson color capable of devouring everything. Within this sea of blood, a blood-red sword beam pierced the sky, carrying boundless power and killing intent, shooting towards the group of people in black robes. At that moment, the entire sky seemed to be split in two by this blood-red sword light, and the air seemed to be torn apart wherever the sword light passed. Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the bodies of more than 20 divine-level black-robed figures were instantly cleaved in two by the ravages of the crimson sword light. Their blood and entrails rained down on the sky, creating a gruesome and shocking scene. At the same time, the attacks from the remaining black-robed men poured down on Lu Qi like a storm. Having lost his spatial abilities, Lu Qi can only rely on his speed advantage to evade these attacks. He moved like lightning, darting across the field, trying to evade the deadly attacks. However, the simultaneous attacks from thousands of black-robed figures were so dense and wide-ranging that there was simply nowhere to hide. Although Lu Qi was extremely fast, he was still inevitably affected by some attacks. His clothes were instantly torn to shreds during the attack, the tattered fabric fluttering in the wind. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and blood kept seeping from them, staining his clothes red. Haha, that was awesome. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Amidst Lu Qi's loud laughter, he once again swung the ice-soul sword in his hand, transforming it into a death scythe on the battlefield. As the sword's momentum unfolded, a massive crimson sword beam instantly condensed in the sky, like a crimson lightning bolt, striking down with unparalleled force towards the black-robed figures who had no time to dodge. Wherever the sword light passed, the figures of the black-robed men were cut in half, their mutilated bodies falling from the sky like broken rag dolls. The battlefield at this moment seemed to have transformed into a blood-red inferno. Countless crimson sword beams intertwined into a net, enveloping the black-robed figures. With each swing of the sword beams, several black-robed figures would lose their lives. Numerous black-robed figures, their bodies mangled and broken, fell from the sky. The continuous blood-red rain from the sky added a tragic and shocking touch to the fierce battle. Netherworld. An invisible figure in black robes suddenly appeared behind Lu Qi, his face filled with excitement and fanaticism. Then, he thrust the dagger in his hand fiercely towards Lu Qi's neck. As blood splattered, the sharp dagger instantly plunged to the hilt into Lu Qi's neck. Upon seeing this, the man in black robes' eyes filled with excitement. However, Lu Qi slowly turned around, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever, and with a backhand slash, he cut Lu Qi's body in half at the waist. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Qi slowly raised his right hand and gripped the dagger piercing his neck. With a chilling sound of flesh rubbing together, he actually managed to pull the dagger out of the wound. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. At this moment, Lu Qi was dressed in rags, covered in wounds, and the wound on his neck was like a fountain of blood, constantly gushing out blood. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even more intense, like a raging flame illuminating this bloody battlefield. The men in black robes stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene. The fervor in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep-seated apprehension. In the brief exchange with this inspector, over 100 god-level black-robed figures were killed. These are not ordinary soldiers, but hundreds of god-level powerhouses. The massive casualties began to stir a sense of fear within the man in black robes. The man in front of me is truly terrifying. He was like a god of death who had emerged from hell, and no attack could defeat him. However, Lu Qi's miserable appearance, covered in wounds and bloodstains, was like a sharp dagger, deeply piercing the hearts of some people. Han Bingning gazed at Lu Qi, who was fighting a bloody battle among the black-robed crowd. From afar, her heart filled with endless worry and pain. Every time an attack landed on Lu Qi, her heart felt as if it were being clenched tightly, and she could feel the tearing pain. When a man in black plunged the dagger into Lu Qi's neck, Han Bingning could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. She turned and ran towards Emperor Xingfeng, kneeling heavily before him. Chapter 343. Lu Qi, growing stronger with each battle. Her voice was choked with sobs and pleading. "Father, Yu Ming saved my life. I beg you, save him. I can't watch him die like this." Han Bingming's tears flowed like a spring, her eyes filled with pleading and despair. She clung tightly to Emperor Xingfeng's sleeve as if it were her last lifeline. She had only one thought in her mind. No matter what, she had to save Lu Qi. Emperor Xingfeng sighed. "Bingning, the space surrounding Yu Ming is currently sealed by the Taishu Divine Mirror, and even Father is powerless to help." Han Bingning looked up at her father. "Father, great-grandfather, we can ask great-grandfather to help. If great-grandfather helps, he can definitely save Yu Ming." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xingfeng fell silent. His gaze became deep and complex, as if he were weighing something. The existence of the heavenly jealousy body made him wary of the netherworld. He even hoped that this overseer would perish to prevent him from becoming a greater threat in the future. Therefore, sending him to save Yu Ming is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Han Bingning keenly noticed the change in Xingfeng Wudi's eyes. Her heart sank to the bottom, and an indescribable despair welled up inside her. She understood that her father did not want to save Yu Ming, and the hope that her great-grandfather would intervene was so slim as to be almost non-existent. Seeing the fear creeping into the black-robed figures and their attacks slowing, Yuan Mie immediately raised his arm and shouted, his voice filled with temptation and encouragement. "All Chaos Envoys, continue the attack. Whoever can slay the netherworld, I will personally help them ascend to the peak of the Supreme Realm." Upon hearing this, the fear in the eyes of the many men in black robes was instantly consumed by the flames of greed. The Supreme Peak, that was the unparalleled realm they dreamed of, representing boundless power and glory. In an instant, the remaining black-robed men seemed to be infused with fanatical faith, letting out another deafening roar and launching an even more ferocious attack on Lu Qi. Yuan Mie watched this scene with a satisfied glint in his eyes. He knew Lu Qi's strength as an observer. Even if his strength was only at the god level, he should not be underestimated. Therefore, he planned to use these men in black robes as pawns to wear down Lu Qi's strength, and then personally strike when Lu Qi was exhausted, killing him in one fell swoop. As for the fate of these men in black robes, in Yuan Mie's eyes, they were nothing more than sacrifices to achieve a greater goal. If he can slay the overseers in front of the entire galaxy, the Chaos Cult's prestige will reach its zenith. At that time, countless power-hungry individuals will flock to join their ranks. Then, will he still lack followers? Good timing. With a roar, Lu Qi gripped the ice soul sword tightly and streaked across the sky like a blood-red meteor, charging into the dense crowd of black-robed figures without hesitation. The battle reached another climax at this moment, and the ferocity was even greater than before. Tempted by supreme power, the black-robed figures completely abandoned their fear, becoming increasingly frenzied and savage. They roared and howled, as if pouring all their anger and greed into this single attack. Lu Qi brandished the ice soul sword. With each flash of the sword, several black-robed men were cut in half at the waist, their blood and entrails splattering across the sky. However, the number of black-robed figures was simply too great, and their attacks surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. Various powerful energy beams, blades, and supernatural abilities rained down on Lu Qi, each strike enough to kill an ordinary god-level expert on the spot. But Lu Qi, like a war god, teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the attacks of the black-robed man, yet remained steadfast. Yuan Mie, who was watching from the sidelines, gradually sensed that something was wrong. He frowned, muttering to himself in confusion. After fighting for so long, why hasn't the netherworld's momentum weakened at all? On the contrary, it seems to be getting stronger with each battle. His eyes were sharp, his thoughts racing. Then he seemed to realize something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems the Inspector's crimson superpower grows stronger the more people they kill. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Inspector truly lives up to his reputation as one of the world's strongest. Such an ability is truly enviable. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Mie stopped waiting. He moved, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, and slowly disappeared from spot. Those who were closely watching the battlefield through the live stream immediately noticed Yuan Mie's actions. Yuan Mie has made his move. It seems that Yu Ming is doomed to perish here. Dean Saladin sighed slightly. Yu Ming had done Shanghai Superpower Academy a great favor in the Dark Star Abyss, and, as the Dean, he really didn't want to see Yu Ming killed. Xingluomo sighed. Alas, Yu Ming's strength is terrifying. Even with my full strength, I couldn't hold out against him for long. Yu Ming's ability to fight back and kill hundreds of enemies despite being surrounded by thousands of powerful figures demonstrates astonishing combat power. Even if he perishes here today, he will not have failed the name of the Overseer. The atmosphere on the Nightmare was extremely tense. All the core crew members stared intently at the live broadcast, their hearts pounding with every tremor of the screen. When they saw Yuan Mie take action, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Wang Li broke the silence first, saying worriedly, "That old devil is going to make a move against Master." His voice betrayed his undisguised tension and anxiety. "Captain, is the captain in danger?" Mu Wanting's slender hands clasped tightly together, her eyes filled with worry and unease. She silently prayed for Lu Qi, hoping he would be safe and sound. Alvin stared intently at the screen and said in a deep voice, "This Yuan Mie is ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking. It can be said that as long as the Overlord doesn't intervene, he's the strongest person in the galaxy. The captain doesn't know if he can defeat him. Ugh, I'm so angry. That bastard cheated and sealed off the space around the captain. Otherwise, I would have definitely rushed over and slaughtered those black-robed men without leaving a trace." Jack angrily swung his fist. Seeing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Lu Mengli said softly, "Everyone, don't worry. Lu Qi hasn't used his full strength yet, which means that the current situation doesn't pose a real threat to him. Yes, back on Blue Star, the captain used his king-level strength to kill 3 god-level fishmen, and that was only with Blood Fiend. But I remember the captain's Blood Fiend was burning fiercely back then, and it's clearly not at that level yet now," Rose said calmly, arms crossed. Her words reassured everyone somewhat. They knew that once Lu Qi's blood essence began to burn intensely, it would unleash terrifying power. All eyes turned back to the battlefield. Lu Qi swung his sword, and several men in black robes fell like stalks of wheat swept by a gust of wind, their life force extinguished. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura appeared behind Lu Qi. It's the source that's destroyed. Chapter 344, The Demise of the Chaos Cult 2. He stretched out a withered hand, its 5 fingers shimmering with a ghostly blue light, as if it had grasped some unseen power. As he waved his arm, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, forming visible ripples. This strike, known as the Netherworld Ghost Claw, is one of Yuan Mie's signature techniques. Wherever the ghostly claws passed, the air seemed to be torn open, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The people in black robes sensed this terrifying power and scattered in all directions, fearing they would be affected. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze at that moment, with everyone's eyes focused on this fatal blow. However, Lu Qi seemed to have anticipated this. Just as the ghostly claws were about to touch his body, the crimson aura emanating from his body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling and eerie light, like a flaming fire. This malevolent energy was like a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupting, surging out with a devastating force. Immediately afterwards, the crimson aura began to burn fiercely, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Lu Qi's aura also rose at an astonishing speed, seemingly without end. At this moment, Lu Qi was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, his eyes flashing with a sharp and determined light. He gripped the Ice Soul sword tightly and swung it fiercely at Yuan Mie with the force of a thunderbolt. A blood-red sword beam ripped through the sky, clashing head-on with the ghostly blue claw in midair. At this moment, It was as if time and space had stood still, with only these two powerful forces colliding and intertwining fiercely. With a deafening roar, the two forces canceled each other out in mid-air, releasing a powerful shockwave. The shockwave swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, instantly destroying everything around it. The black-robed figures appeared so fragile and vulnerable before this terrifying power, and were all blasted away, crashing to the ground. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a living hell at this moment, with flames soaring into the sky and smoke filling the air. A rare look of astonishment appeared on Yuan Mie's face. He had thought that his netherworld claw would pierce through Lu Qi's body without any doubt. After all, he had launched this fatal attack by sneak attack. However, the reality was completely different from his expectations. Lu Qi not only withstood the attack, but also seemed to handle it with ease. Using the force of the recoil, Lu Qi moved with ghostly speed, quickly widening the distance between himself and Yuan Mie. After he stopped, he stared intently at Yuan Mie, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Mie, with your strength, if you didn't bring these scum along, you might be able to put up a fight against me. Lu Qi's voice was cold and mocking. He glanced around at the black-robed figures as if they were moving experience monsters. With them around, you're doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, turning into a blood-red meteor and shooting towards the group of people in black robes. Hateful. A man in black robes saw Lu Qi rushing towards him, and his face showed a look of extreme fear. He knew that his speed was no match for Lu Qi's, and that running away would be futile. So he frantically gathered all his strength, condensing it into a black spear, attempting a final stand. With a roar, the black spear shot towards Lu Qi with a sharp whooshing sound. However, Lu Qi didn't even blink when faced with the full force of this god-level black-robed man's attack. When the black spear touched the raging crimson aura emanating from Lu Qi, it seemed to encounter an irresistible force and began to disintegrate and dissipate inch by inch. In the end, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the air without even touching Lu Qi's clothes. Upon seeing this, the black-robed man's eyes widened in terror. This was unthinkable. But there was no chance to speak to him anymore. Lu Qi, who had transformed into a blood-red meteor, instantly pierced through his body and completely engulfed him. With a muffled thud, the black-robed man's body exploded instantly, turning into a shower of blood that dissipated into the air. His gruesome death sent chills down the spines of the other men in black robes around him. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair as they looked at Lu Qi, as if they could already foresee their own fate. The crimson meteor that Lu Qi transformed into did not pause at all, and with unstoppable momentum, it rushed towards the next black-robed man in an instant. His speed was astonishing, as if time and space themselves trembled beneath his feet. Master, with each person Yu Ming kills, the bloodthirsty aura around him intensifies. Mahara's voice was filled with shock and fear. He clearly felt that as the black-robed men continued to fall, the bloodthirsty aura on Lu Qi's body grew stronger and stronger like a raging fire, and that terrifying aura made everyone present feel palpitations. Yuan Mie's expression also turned serious. He knew that Lu Qi was using the black-robed man's blood energy to enhance his own power. If this continued, the situation would likely spiral out of control. He had to stop Lu Qi as soon as possible, or the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when Yuan Mie tried to rush towards Lu Qi, he was shocked to find that his speed, despite being a half-step dominator, was no match for Lu Qi's. He chased after him with all his might, but he was unable to close the distance between them. What frustrated him even more was that Lu Qi seemed to have no intention of confronting him directly, and was simply slaughtering those black-robed men in the sky. Whenever he was about to catch up with Lu Qi would always manage to cleverly shake him off and then disappear into the crowd of men in black robes again. This situation filled Yuan Mie with both anger and helplessness. As a dignified half-step ruler, he couldn't even catch up with an opponent of god-level strength. This was an immense insult to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to change this situation. At this moment, the air above the battlefield was thick with the stench of blood. In a short time, more than 500 of the thousands of men in black robes had fallen to Lu Qi's sword. Their blood flowed in streams, slowly trickling onto the cold ground, reflecting Lu Qi's cold and ruthless face. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from Lu Qi had become so dense that it seemed to materialize. He was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, looking like a demon emerging from hell, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. "Everyone, come to me immediately," Yuan Mia shouted loudly, his voice revealing an unprecedented solemnity. He could no longer give Yuming a chance to break through separately. Upon hearing Yuan Mia's command, the remaining black-robed figures swarmed towards him like a flock of startled birds. They dared not separate again, fearing they would become Lu Qi's next target. Seeing this, Lu Qi slowly stopped what he was doing and hovered in front of everyone. He coldly looked at the Chaos Cult members who were being beaten into a heap, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Chaos Cult, how dare you ambush me?" Chapter 345, The Ultimate Sword Technique. Sword Demon Devouring Heaven, Netherworld / Yuan Mie stared at Lu Qi with a grave expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "Yu Ming, you actually hid your strength." Lu Qi smiled contemptuously. "Otherwise, why would you send these kids here to die? How could I absorb so much bloodthirsty energy?" The people of the entire galaxy were all shocked to see Lu Qi single-handedly force the Chaos Cult to band together. People could almost feel the overwhelming bloodshed and carnage, as well as the chilling aura emanating from Lu Qi, all through the screen. The once bustling palace at the royal banquet was now deathly silent. Everyone was so engrossed in the scene and the screen that they even forgot to breathe. "Is this the power of the inspectors?" A nobleman's voice trembled, deeply shocked by the scene before him. His eyes widened as he recalled the blood-red figure on the screen, weaving through the black-robed men, each swing of his sword creating a cloud of blood mist. "Is he immortal?" Another murmured, as if answering his own question. He had never seen such a powerful being, a single person who could move freely through thousands of troops as if they were nothing, slaying god-level enemies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Who was lying in wait here? Half of the black-robed figures from the Chaos Cult had been killed by the Overseers. The other person rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. When he first saw Yuming being ambushed, he confidently told his companion that Yuming wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. He never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Yuming actually withstood Yuanmi's Yuming Ghost Claw without getting hurt. Illuminating Sun Sword Saint, Star Emperor Yu Ting said with a solemn expression, his voice carrying a hint of shock. He knew very well the strength of Source Extinction, and even more so how powerful that Netherworld Ghost Claw attack was. Although he was also at the half-step sovereign level, he understood that he could not possibly withstand Yuan Mie's Netherworld Ghost Claw unscathed. Xinghuang Yuting stared intently at Lu Qi on the screen, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, and exclaimed, "The Inspector truly lives up to his name. No wonder he has such a prestigious reputation throughout the world." Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the strength Yuming was displaying at this moment was indeed greater than his own. At this moment, the second prince had lost his former confidence and demeanor. His eyes were fixed on a large screen, as if trying to etch the shocking scene into his heart, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible," he muttered to himself, his voice so faint that only he could hear it. "The entire Chaos Cult is powerless against Yuming?" He couldn't believe that Yuming was so powerful. After losing his spatial and summoning abilities, he not only survived Yumi's sneak attack unscathed, but also forced the entire Chaos Cult to band together for defense. Such strength was beyond the second prince's comprehension, leaving him with a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. After that, who in the Milky Way, besides the ruler, could be a match for the Netherworld? The second prince couldn't help but wonder. He understood that from this day forward, the name Yuming would become one of the most dazzling and terrifying existences in the galaxy. On the battlefield, a rather comical standoff unfolded. Lu Qi stood alone, proud and aloof. They were facing a powerful and ruthless cult, each member emanating a strong and malevolent aura. This terrifying chaos cult was now huddled together like a flock of weak sheep, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear as they looked at Lu Qi. At this moment, Yuan Mie's face was ashen, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that they seemed to be venting all his anger. He never expected that Yuming, whose strength was only at the god level, would be so fast even without spatial abilities. What frustrated him even more was that Lu Qi never fought him head-on, always skillfully dodging his attacks, and then taking the opportunity to kill his subordinates. This feeling was like punching cotton, leaving him powerless and frustrated. Yuan Mie's eyes blazed with fury as he stared intently at Lu Qi, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces with his gaze. He said viciously, "Yuming, you're supposed to be one of the most renowned observers. Are you only good at bullying the weak? If you have the guts, stand up and face me head on. Stop hiding like a rat." His words were filled with resentment, clearly indicating that he was quite angry at Lu Qi's tactics. Lu Qi laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "It's truly rare for your chaos cult to accuse others of bullying the weak." Lu Qi's laughter gradually subsided, but the sarcasm in his words grew stronger. "You are truly shameless to say such things." His words were like a sharp knife, piercing the hearts of the chaos cult members. Their faces were filled with shame and indignation, yet they could not refute him, because Lu Qi was right. They did indeed take pleasure in bullying the weak, but now they were being mocked in the same way. At this point, Lu Qi's expression slowly turned serious. "However, before I kill you, I will make sure you are convinced of my guilt." Then, the crimson blood aura on Lu Qi's body began to burn with unprecedented intensity, the intense blood-red light illuminating the heavens and earth, dyeing the entire battlefield a blood-red color. The air around him began to distort and tremble abnormally, as if an indescribable power was brewing, and his eyes turned blood-red at that moment. As Lu Qi's chest heaved violently, a massive amount of crimson energy erupted from his body like a raging flood. This power converged and condensed wildly in the air, gradually forming an enormous crimson sword shadow. This sword shadow condensed all of Lu Qi's bloodthirsty energy. It hovered above Lu Qi's head, its blade radiating a scarlet light, its tip pointing straight to the sky, exuding a chilling pressure. Sword demon devouring heaven. Netherworld / Lu Qi let out a low shout, his voice revealing boundless killing intent and determination. He gripped the ice soul sword tightly, and with each swing, it seemed as if even heaven and earth would tremble. In that instant, the ice soul sword seemed to merge with him, becoming a bridge connecting him to the enormous blood-red sword shadow. As the sword was swung, the enormous blood-red sword shadow also moved, slashing fiercely at the members of the chaos cult with overwhelming force. This strike was the strongest sword technique that Lu Qi had comprehended so far. He poured all his strength, all his killing intent, and all his bloodlust into this one sword strike. Wherever the sword shadow passed, space seemed to be torn apart, revealing a pitch-black void. Endless void power poured out from the crack, devouring and annihilating everything. Chapter 346: The Trembling of the Dark World, the Horror of the Overseer. Faced with Lu Qi's thunderous sword strike, which seemed capable of tearing everything apart, Yuan Mie's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in disbelief. "That's impossible. You're only at the god level. How could a god-level being unleash such a terrifying attack?" At this moment, Yuan Mie felt an unprecedented urge to hide. However, at this moment, he was firmly locked onto by that terrifying sword aura and could not escape. His facial muscles contorted instantly, revealing a ferocious expression. "Kid, stop playing tricks. I'm 6th on the heavenly ranking. Today, I'll show you the power of a domain. Chaos Realm, open." Yuan Mie let out a loud shout and quickly formed hand seals. As he completed the hand seals, streams of dense chaotic energy surged wildly from his body, rapidly spreading through the air and forming a vast chaotic domain. Within this realm, everything became chaotic, as if caught in an endless vortex. Space was distorted and deformed under the influence of this force. Lu Qi's sword shadow, which was originally slashing straight at him, also became distorted after entering this domain, as if it was being pulled in change direction by an invisible force. At the same time, Yuan Mie's chaotic domain also emitted a powerful devouring force. It was like the open maw of a giant beast, frantically devouring Lu Qi's sword shadow, attempting to completely annihilate it into the chaos. Under the influence of this devouring force, Lu Qi's sword shadow gradually became illusory, as if it could be completely devoured at any moment. You, Netherworld at the god level, will never understand how powerful a domain truly is. As he watched the crimson sword shadow being swallowed by his chaotic domain, Yuan Mie's face immediately showed a smug expression. "Oh, really?" However, Lu Qi merely snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then, he suddenly thrust his ice soul sword forward. This thrust seemed to pierce the boundaries of heaven and earth, unleashing boundless crimson energy. The crimson sword shadow, trapped in the chaotic domain, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, as if a crimson sun was rising slowly within the domain. Endless crimson energy surged wildly, crashing against every corner of the chaotic realm like a raging torrent. Each impact caused the chaotic energy within the realm to tremble violently. Under the continuous impact of the crimson giant sword, the chaotic domain actually began to show fine cracks. Although these cracks were tiny, they were like opening Pandora's box, causing Yuan Mie to feel a deep unease. Yuan Mie's face turned deathly pale instantly. He felt unprecedented pressure. He struggled with all his might to maintain the stability of the chaos domain, attempting to withstand this terrifying power. However, the impact of the crimson energy grew increasingly violent, as if it were about to tear the entire domain apart. No, that's impossible. Yuan Mie let out a terrified scream. No one can defeat me in the realm of chaos. His voice was filled with despair and fear. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Yet, the reality was so cruel. Finally, with a deafening roar, the chaos realm completely collapsed. The endless crimson energy surged into the domain in an instant, engulfing everything within it. The instant the domain collapsed, a powerful backlash surged forth like a raging torrent. Yuan Mie felt as if his internal organs had been shattered in an instant, and a mouthful of bright red blood spurted from his mouth, staining his already ferocious and terrifying face. However, the endless crimson energy did not dissipate with the destruction of the chaos domain. On the contrary, they were like wild beasts that had broken free of their restraints, continuing to charge forward with even greater ferocity. No. Under the ravages of this power, Yuan Mie's body became riddled with holes. His skin was covered with countless wounds, from which blood constantly seeped, staining his entire body red. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if he had already foreseen his tragic end. At this moment, Yuan Mie was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. He tried his best to resist the impact of this crimson energy, but unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great, and his resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Under the rampage of this crimson energy, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The thick stench of blood permeated the air, making people feel suffocated and desperate. Yuan Mie's figure gradually became blurred in this sea of blood until it disappeared completely. At this moment, the entire Milky Way galaxy seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The stars shone brightly, but they could not obscure the earth-shattering battlefield woven from crimson, sword energy, and chaotic domains. Everyone, regardless of their location or status, stared intently at the scene, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The Chaos cult members, who were originally arrogant and domineering, were now like roosters with their throats choked, only able to whimper silently. They watched as the once invincible chaos domain crumbled like paper under the impact of the crimson sword energy, and their faith collapsed instantly. People from all walks of life in the Milky Way, whether ordinary people busy with mundane affairs and completely ignorant of cultivation, or business tycoons who control billions of dollars and wield immense power. At this moment, everyone put down what they were doing and witnessed this terrifying sword strike, a sight rarely seen in 1,000 years. Their faces were filled with deep shock and awe. In every corner of the galaxy, the dark forces that usually lurk in shadows gathered before their screens, witnessing this awe-inspiring scene. Their faces were filled with profound shock and fear. Inside a secluded underground base, a group of members of an interstellar slave trading company are gathered together watching a live stream. The moment the crimson sword energy tore through the chaotic domain, the entire base fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze froze on the screen, as if they had been frozen in time. Is this what an inspector is like? A leader asked in a trembling voice. Yuan Mie, who was known as the strongest under the sovereign, was killed by a single sword strike. The woman terrified her men, whose faces were filled with fear. This was definitely not someone we could afford to mess with. In another space pirate's lair, a group of ferocious pirates were also shocked by the scene in a live stream. They stared at the terrifying crimson sword energy on the screen, as if they were seeing the scythe of death. Boss, we'd better avoid trouble in the future. A pirate leader swallowed hard and said with difficulty, an entity of the Overseer's level is simply beyond our ability to contend with. You're right. The pirate captain took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and said, from today onwards, we absolutely cannot provoke the inspectors again. Otherwise, we might not even know how we died. Chapter 347, The Demise of the Chaos Cult, Part 3. Similar scenes are constantly playing out in the strongholds of various dark forces. Those wicked people who usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly were now completely wilted, like eggplants struck by frost. They warned their subordinates that they must never provoke the Inspector Yuming again, or they might bring about their own destruction. At this moment, time seemed to freeze at the Starry Sky Royal Banquet, as everyone stared blankly at the large screen. Yumi's chaotic domain was actually shattered by Yoming's sword. How is this possible? A shocking voice shattered the silence of the banquet. The one who spoke was none other than the great General Zingluomo. This seasoned warrior, who remained calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, stared wide-eyed, his eyes revealing disbelief and shock. As the number one person second only to the ruler of the Milky Way, Yuan Mie's chaos domain is recognized as the strongest domain. However, today, this legendary strongest domain crumbled under the sword of the Netherworld, completely overturning everyone's understanding. What kind of power is this that is so terrifying? Just now at the banquet, didn't I make some tough remarks to Yuming? He suddenly remembered that at the banquet earlier, when Yuming suddenly attacked and killed Li Yuan, he had exchanged harsh words with Yuming and almost came to blows. The thought sent a chill down Zingluomo's spine, instantly spreading throughout his body. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. He had no doubt that if Yuming had used that sword against him back then, his fate would probably be even more miserable than Yumi's. At this moment, General Star Rama, standing at the pinnacle of the entire Milky Way, felt as if he had survived a catastrophe. This netherworld is truly terrifying. Zingluomo silently warned himself that no matter what, he must never provoke this god of death again. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. When the second prince saw that Yuan Mia had been killed by the overseer Yuming with a single sword strike, he felt that his entire worldview was being turned upside down. He even doubted he was dreaming, pinching himself in disbelief, but the real pain told him it was all real. However, his heart remained deeply immersed in the shock, unable to extricate himself. Is the heavenly ranking list fake? The second prince's voice trembled, his tone filled with unspeakable fear. Yuan Mia is the sixth strongest on the heavenly ranking. How could he not be a match for Yuming? Moreover, Yuming's greatest trump card has been restricted by the Tai Su Divine Mirror, so how could he still possess such formidable strength? The thought of the Tai Su Divine Mirror sent the second prince's face turning deathly pale. He clearly remembered that he had personally handed that mysterious and powerful artifact to the Chaos Cult. If Yuming were to use the Tai Su Divine Mirror to trace him back to him, the second prince's body trembled slightly, as if he could already see his tragic future. To oppose such a powerful overseer, even if he were to survive by chance, would inevitably result in him being stripped of his eligibility to contend for the throne. For someone as ambitious as him, this would undoubtedly be worse than death. Thinking of this, the second prince's face grew even more unpleasant. Then a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. If Yuming knew that it was he who had helped Yuemi, he immediately went to ask his great-grandfather to kill Yuming. Although the matter was exposed, and he would inevitably lose his qualification to compete for the throne, and might even be severely punished, he was sure he could survive because of his great-grandfather's favor towards him. Emperor Xingfeng, seated on his throne, appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly his mind was in turmoil. The overseer's reputation resounded throughout the universe. Although Yuming only possessed god-level strength, Emperor Xingfeng still valued him highly and even wanted to marry his beloved daughter, Han Bingning, to him. Even so, Emperor Xingfeng realized that he had underestimated Yuming. The power and spirit of cleaving through chaos with a single sword strike moved even the seasoned martial emperor. Prime Minister Sikong. Emperor Xingfeng spoke slowly, his voice revealing an undeniable authority. Your subject is here. Sikong immediately stepped forward and bowed in response. Tomorrow, you will represent me in visiting the Netherworld, Emperor Xingfeng said in a deep voice. Deliver the treasures he requires, and remember, your attitude must be respectful. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, Your Majesty, Sikong suddenly remembered something, that treasure that could increase life force. Emperor Xingfeng raised an eyebrow and gave Sikong a meaningful look. When has our star empire ever had a treasure that can increase life force? Sikong felt a chill and immediately understood what Emperor Xingfeng meant. His Majesty was still wary of the heavenly jealousy body and did not want it to obtain a treasure that would increase its life force. Your subject understands. Sikong bowed respectfully. On the battlefield at that moment, seeing Yuan Nye killed by a single sword strike, all the black-robed men showed expressions of extreme terror. Cult leader. At this moment, Mahara's eyes were wide open like copper bells, and his voice trembled with unprecedented fear. At this moment, this renowned Dark Lord was actually trembling with fear at the sight of Yuming. The fall of Yumi was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, Mahara and the other members of the Chaos Cult had lost all will to fight. Run. Everyone, scatter and run. Mahara's roar echoed across the battlefield, carrying a hint of desolation and despair. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a black streak of light and fled into the distance. With Mahara's escape, the entire Chaos Cult's followers instantly collapsed. They scattered like kites with their strings cut, their former arrogance and conceit gone. Only the lingering chaos of the battlefield remained, a testament to their past arrogance and present defeat. Lu Qi looked at Mahara, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mahara, you managed to escape last time. Do you think you can escape again this time? Lu Qi's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a kind of magic that penetrated the soul, making even the frantically fleeing Mahara feel a pang of fear. As he spoke, Lu Qi slowly raised an ancient and mysterious mirror in his hand, the Taishu Divine Mirror. As Lu Qi moved, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the Taishu Divine Mirror. Wherever this fluctuation passed, the previously sealed space instantly returned to normal, rippling like the surface of a thawed lake. Immediately afterwards, a huge spatial rift appeared in the sky, slowly opening like a ferocious maw. From the crack, a ghostly warship exuding an eerie aura slowly flew out, its appearance casting a sinister atmosphere over the entire battlefield. Leave them all behind. Lu Qi gave the order in a cold voice, his tone conveying an unquestionable authority. As his words fell, countless divine-level undead surged out of the ghost warship like a tidal wave, carrying a dense aura of death, and pounced on the frantically fleeing black-robed men. Chapter 348, The Demise of the Chaos Cult, Part 4. Under the cover of night, the wind on the battlefield seemed to carry the scent of blood and slaughter. Wang Li stood on the deck of the Nightmare, laughing loudly, his voice filled with ecstasy and relief. Haha, master spatial abilities have finally been restored. Before the laughter subsided, Wang Li's figure flashed like a black lightning bolt, instantly tearing through the night sky and rushing towards the three fleeing men in black robes. His movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. All that could be seen was a blurry black afterimage speeding across the night sky. Immediately afterwards, black flames suddenly burst into Wang Li's body. These flames were unlike ordinary flames. They exuded a sinister and eerie aura, as if they were flames from hell. The black flames quickly condensed into three lifelike black flame lions, each several meters tall, ferocious and majestic. Wang Li roared, his voice deafening like thunder. The three fiery lions, as if summoned, roared and charged towards the man in black. Their roars shook the air, as if tearing the night sky apart. The three men in black robes sensed the terrifying aura emanating from behind them, and their faces showed expressions of fear. They knew they had nowhere to run and could only fight to the death. So, they each unleashed their strongest defensive measures in an attempt to withstand this fatal blow. However, when the fiery lion pounced on them, their defenses shattered like glass. The black flames from hell instantly engulfed them, inflicting unprecedented pain and despair. Aya! The three men in black robes let out extremely painful howls, filled with endless suffering and despair. Their bodies melted rapidly under the scorching black flames, eventually turning into ashes and dissipating into the night sky within mere seconds. Bung Li, you went too far. You burned them all to ashes. Even a nightmare can't turn them into undead now. Mu Wanting took off from the nightmare, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach as she looked at Wang Li. Then, black energy suddenly surged from Mu Wanting's body. This energy seemed to possess a mysterious power, instantly enveloping the hundreds of black-robed, divine-level figures who had fled the furthest. These black-robed figures, who had been frantically running away, suddenly revealed expressions of longing on their faces, as if they had seen an unparalleled beauty. They slowly stopped, turned around, and looked at Mu Wanting. This scene puzzled their companions behind them, one of whom couldn't help but shout, "Guangfu, why aren't you running anymore? The spirits of the underworld are attacking." However, the black-robed man, named Guangfu, seemed not to hear his companion's shouts. But at that moment, the black-robed man, named Guangfu, suddenly swung his long sword at his companion, catching him completely off guard. With a gush of blood, his companion, his eyes filled with disbelief, slowly collapsed. Mu Wanting managed to simultaneously control over 100 god-level black-robed figures who all turned against her. Even more terrifying is that the black-robed man controlled and killed by Mu Wanting also turned into an undead within seconds of his death. This scene left everyone present feeling shaken and shocked. They could not imagine that this seemingly frail woman possessed such terrifying power and methods. Wang Li touched his nose and laughed awkwardly. Wanting, I know. I'll take it easy." His smile carried a hint of naivety and apology, like that of a big boy who had done something wrong. However, the moment he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned sharp as knives. He locked onto another man in black robes and charged forward like cheetah. His movements were swift and fierce, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky. At this moment, Maharaja was gripped by extreme panic and despair. He fled frantically, the fear in his heart almost suffocating him. Images of his companions being killed flashed before his eyes, each scene sending chills down his spine. When he saw the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart almost stopped beating. He recognized it as Yuming, the being that filled him with deep despair. Yuming slowly raised his right hand, a gesture that, in Mahara's eyes, was like a death sentence. He knew very well that although his strength had reached the peak of the supreme realm, he was still as insignificant as an ant before Yuming. He simply could not withstand a single blow from Yuming. "Wait a minute," Mahara cried out in despair. He no longer cared about dignity or face. He only wanted to live. He was willing to pay any price for a chance to survive. "Just let me go, and I'll tell you who provided the clues about the ancient mirror of the void." However, before he could finish speaking, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. The Eye Soul sword in his hand, flashing with a cold light, slashed fiercely across Mahara's throat. This sword strike was as fast as lightning, as accurate as an eagle, and as ruthless as a jackal, directly severing Mahara's life force. Mahara clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that Yuming would act so decisively, showing no concern for who wanted him dead. His life was slowly slipping away, and besides fear and resentment, there was even a hint of awe and admiration for the netherworld in his eyes. He knew that he had truly fallen this time, fallen to an invincible opponent. As for who provided the ancient mirror of the void, Lu Qi naturally wanted to know, but he couldn't let Mahara reveal it in front of the entire Milky Way galaxy. He guessed that the one who wanted him dead was either the powerful eldest prince or the treacherous second prince. With Han Bingming around, a fragile peace is still maintained between him and the Star Empire's royal family. This fragile peace, though as thin as a cicada's wing, is exactly what he needs right now. Once Mahara reveals the truth, the peace between him and the Star Empire will be shattered instantly, and they will become utter enemies. But the Star Empire possesses a true ruler. At this critical juncture amidst turmoil, he needs time to quickly improve his strength until he can contend with the ruler. Therefore, now is not the time to antagonize the Star Empire's royal family. He needs to be patient and wait until he is strong enough. As for whether it was the eldest prince or the second prince who collaborated with the Chaos Cult, he didn't really care. He'd just kill them all when the time came. "Crown Prince, I think you should let Mahara say it. It's a misunderstanding. It really has nothing to do with me. I was just a little arrogant. 55555. Chapter 349 Target, the Netherworld. Is this the power of the Netherworld? It's truly awe-inspiring and not to be underestimated. No wonder Yuan Ye went to great lengths to seal the Netherworld's spatial abilities. It seems he was well aware of the netherworld's terrifying nature. A powerful figure gazed solemnly at the countless divine undead in the live stream and couldn't help but sigh. However, Yuan Miem misjudged the strength of Yuming. The strength of the overseer exceeded his imagination, so he died, and the chaos cult was destroyed. Another person echoed this sentiment, his gaze revealing both awe and apprehension towards the forces of the underworld. Have you noticed? Two of Yoming's subordinates are exceptionally powerful. One can control dark flames, flames that seem to come from hell, sending chills down your spine. The other seems to be able to manipulate people's minds, an ability that is virtually impossible to defend against. Someone suddenly mentioned two of Yoming's most capable henchmen, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right, that guy who controls the dark flames is incredibly powerful. His flames seem capable of devouring everything. And that beautiful woman is even more terrifying. She appears delicate, but with a single move, she directly controlled over 100 god-level black-robed figures. Those are god-level beings. Another person excitedly echoed. Saladin stared intently at the screen, seemingly having discerned something. He muttered to himself, "Shadow ones, there's no mistake. I never expected these two to have obtained a shadow legacy from the Dark Star Abyss." His voice, though low, boomed like thunder in the ears of those around him. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then gasped in surprise. Shadowers? Didn't the Shadowers perish along with that first-level plane? Zingluomo asked in confusion. Saladin nodded slowly, his eyes revealing a profound sense of vicissitude, as if he had witnessed countless changes over the years. Although the Shadowers have perished, their legacy has endured. These two individuals inherited the Shadowers' legacy and became the new Shadowers. Hearing this, Xinghuang Yuding's expression became even more solemn. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yuming has two Shadow Warriors under his command. If this continues, in the entire galaxy, unless the Overlord personally takes action, probably no one will be his match. Captain, all the men in black robes have been dealt with." Rosi slowly approached Lu Qi's side, lowered her eyes, and respectfully reported. Lu Qi nodded slightly, flicked his fingers, and a crisp snapping sound rang out in the air. Immediately afterwards, an enormous spatial rift slowly opened up in the void. Subsequently, a large number of undead followed the nightmare ship like shadows, sailing into the deep spatial rift in an orderly fashion. Lu Qi's gaze slowly swept across the battlefield. That single glance was like a sharp blade. The moment it happened, everyone watching the live stream in the dark felt a chill run down their spines. They felt as if they were seeing the eyes of death, cold and merciless. Subsequently, Lu Qi's figure also disappeared into the spatial rift. On the battlefield, the wind howled mournfully, and the traces of battle were etched onto the land like scars. They silently recounted the thrilling contest that had just taken place. The chaotic cult that once instilled fear and trembling in countless people has been completely annihilated at this moment. Meanwhile, the name of the overseer, Yu Ming, swept across the entire Milky Way like an invisible storm. The name echoed in everyone's ears, whether they were strong or weak, powerful or common. At that moment, they all deeply felt the irresistible and terrifying power and majesty of the netherworld. Now, throughout the entire galaxy, regardless of location, power, or race, a unified consensus has been reached, never to provoke the netherworld. His name has become a taboo subject, inspiring awe and fear in people. On the Nightmare, all the core crew members gathered together, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Qi. Lu Qi cleared his throat lightly and slowly said, "Let me tell you about the plans and arrangements for the future." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, before continuing. "I plan to travel to the netherworld to retrieve the flower of the underworld. Alvin will come with me, while the rest of you will stay here to find the materials needed for the Nightmare's evolution." Before he could finish speaking, Alvin immediately interjected, "Captain, are you really going to the netherworld? There are special spatial rules there. Once we step inside, we won't be able to return to the Milky Way for 3 months. A hint of worry crept into his voice. "Oh, there's such a saying? How come I didn't know that?" Jack scratched his head and asked in confusion. Alvin nodded and patiently explained. "The spatial structure of the netherworld is completely different from that of the Milky Way. The connections between them are sparse and unstable. Even if we find such a connection, it would require a great deal of energy and time to re-establish a stable channel. Therefore, if the captain decides to go to the land of the dead, it means that we will be completely cut off from the Milky Way for the next 3 months. As Alvin explained, everyone gradually understood the implications. Their gazes returned to Lu Qi, awaiting his final decision. Lu Qi nodded. I know, but I'm determined to get the flower of the underworld. Besides, I currently have too few undead under my command, only a few 100 billion. This number won't be enough should the Zerg or Mechs attack. I need to go to the Netherworld and form an alliance with a high overlord to borrow troops. You see, the number of undead in the Netherworld is endless. Lu Qi had thoroughly researched all the information and knew how rare and precious treasures were for enhancing vitality. For Lumingli, whose life force burns at a rate 1,000 times faster than that of an ordinary person, these so-called treasures are probably just a drop in the ocean and of no use. However, during his research, he discovered a legend about the underworld, the flower of the underworld. This mysterious flower, which grows at the source of the river Styx in the realm of the dead, is said to possess the magical ability to greatly enhance life force. For Lumingli, this was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope and a chance for survival. Zerg and Mech units are soulless. Killing them does not allow them to be converted into undead by the nightmare. The Azure Sea plane has now been transformed into a miniature netherworld, and the creatures of the Azure Sea have become Lu Qi's first undead army. Master, for your wife's sake, please go in peace. We will take good care of the house for you, Wang Li said earnestly. Lu Qi nodded again, a relieved smile on his face. Then, his smile faded, and he said seriously, Before I leave, I will do my best to improve your strength. That way, if anything happens, you'll have the power to fight. Chapter 350 Spatial Mastery Ability evolves to SSS rank. Subsequently, Lu Qi used the Soul Transfer Device. Replace Nyoda and Jack's bodies with those of the Supreme Peak. As for Alvin, Lu Qi chose to consume Yuan Mie's soul and replace Alvin's body with the undead body of a half-step dominator. Even in the Netherworld, Alvin's current strength as a half-step overlord is enough to make him a dominant force. Coupled with his extensive knowledge, he could be of great help to Lu Qi in the Netherworld, which is why Lu Qi chose to bring Alvin along this time. Lu Mengli slowly stepped forward, gently taking Lu Qi's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Lu Qi, let me accompany you to the Netherworld this time. Her voice was gentle yet firm. I'm about to be promoted to Supreme, then I'll be able to help you. Lu Mengli's heavenly jealousy physique is truly astonishing. In a short period of time, her strength soared from the early stage of the God rank to the peak of the God rank. Such speed is simply terrifying. Lu Qi looked at Lu Mengli in front of him, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting. He gently kissed Lu Mengli's forehead. How can a human go to the Netherworld? It's filled with the aura of death that will corrupt your body. You stay on the nightmare and wait for me. While I'm gone, you'll be in command of the nightmare. Then Lu Qi looked at Ro Si beside him. Ro Si, the Star Empire will probably contact us tomorrow. When that happens, please ask for the treasure that can enhance life force on my behalf. At this point, Lu Qi paused, seemingly thinking about something, before continuing. However, I suspect that Starwind Martial Emperor's fear of the heavenly jealousy physique might lead him to find an excuse to refuse. If that's the case, then you should ask him for the Nightmare's evolution materials. Yes, Captain, Rose replied respectfully. Lu Qi glanced at everyone and slowly said, During my absence, remember to keep my trip to the Netherworld a secret. My presence is a deterrent to everyone. Don't worry, Master. Moo. Captain received. I'm very tight-lipped. Lu Qi then arrived at the dark and damp cabin on the lower level of the nightmare. The light was dim, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench, as if it were a place where death and despair intertwined. The cabin was surrounded by iron bars, forming a series of small cages. More than 20 men in black robes were imprisoned inside. They emanated S-level superpowers, but at this moment they were struggling helplessly like trapped beasts. When Lu Qi came into their sight, the men in black robes began frantically pounding on the iron bars, creating a piercing sound. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if they had seen a last straw. Let me out! Let me out! Their shouts echoed in the cabin, mingling with the pounding on the iron bars to form a mournful symphony. I'm willing to serve the Watchers. Spare my life. One of the men in black robes cried out in a hoarse voice, his eyes flashing with a desire for life and a fear of death. What are you going to do to us? The cult leader will not let you get away with this, another man in black robes threatened, unaware that the entire Chaos cult had already been wiped out. Lu Qi stood in the center of the cabin, calmly observing the black-robed figures. Almost all the S-level ability users of the Chaos cult were here. I have already plundered 6 S-level superpowers. If I plunder the superpowers of these 20-odd black-robed men, it should be enough to fuse them into an SSS-level superpower. At this moment, he looked at these black-robed figures not as lives, but as materials to make him stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cabin fell into a deathly silence. The men in black robes stared wide-eyed in terror, as if they could see death itself drawing ever closer. With a thought from Lu Qi, the nightmare's abyssal plundering power was quietly released. This was an irresistible force that relentlessly eroded the bodies of the black-robed people, stripping them of their supernatural abilities. Painful and terrified screams echoed inside the cabin. The men in black robes were utterly powerless against this force. Their life force was rapidly drained, their bodies gradually withered, and they eventually turned into mummies. At this moment, the nightmare ship seemed to have become a black hole that devoured lives, and Lu Qi was the master who controlled this black hole. He watched all of this unfold indifferently, without the slightest ripple in his heart. When the last man in black robes turned into a dried-up corpse, there was no longer any sign of life in the entire cabin. The nightmare's legendary ability, Abyssal Plunder, now has a 30% success rate in plundering S-class abilities. Lu Qi simultaneously used all 3 stored chances of a successful plunder and successfully obtained 9 S-level superpowers. Lu Qi then activated Nightmare's S-class ability, Ability Fusion, fusing all 15 S-class abilities. Ding! Superpower fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level superpower, Life Absorption. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Qi's lips curled into a smile. After saving up for so long, he had finally fused his 3rd SSS level ability. However, Lu Qi did not intend to leave this ability behind. Because his spatial ability is currently only at the SS level, spatial control is more useful to Lu Qi than life absorption. The system initiates a fusion of supernatural abilities, consuming life force to enhance spatial control. Ding! System check in progress. Life drain has been detected as SSS level, and spatial mastery as SS level. Life drain is 1 level higher than spatial mastery, meeting the enhancement requirements. Enhancement is currently underway. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level superpower, Spatial Mastery. The system notification sounded in Lu Qi's mind, and at the same time, he felt that the space around him seemed to become clearer in an instant. He seemed to be able to see through the texture of every inch of space and perceive the subtle changes in their flow, twisting, expansion, and contraction. Lu Qi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in this new feeling. He stretched out his palm and gently clenched it, as if he could hold the surrounding space in his fingertips. He felt an unprecedented power, an absolute control over space. With a thought, his body vanished from its original spot and reappeared at the other end of the cabin. With another thought, he returned to his original position. All of this was accomplished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Lu Qi opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with excitement. He knew he had successfully evolved his spatial ability from SS level to SSS level. This was a qualitative leap, allowing him to reach a completely new level of control over space. Chapter 351 Arrival in the Netherworld. He sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space, as if he could resonate with them. He could perceive every minute change in space and even predict the trends of spatial changes over a period of time. This perception and control over space gave Lu Qi immense confidence. He knew that no matter what kind of enemy he faced, as long as he controlled the space, he would control the initiative in the battle. Lu Qi glanced at the mummified corpses inside the cabin, feeling no pity whatsoever. These men in black robes had once wreaked havoc on the area. Their deaths were deserved. Moreover, their deaths provided Lu Qi with an opportunity to evolve, making him even stronger. Lu Qi turned and left the cabin, heading towards the captain's quarters of the Nightmare. Now that everything was ready, it was time to head to the Netherworld, the land of the dead. This is a gloomy and eerie land, shrouded in eternal twilight. The sky is a bottomless, inky black, with no alternation of day and night, only the occasional flashes of eerie blue will-o'-the-wisps, like the resentful eyes of the dead gazing upon this world. The earth was barren, with cracked soil and scattered bones everywhere. Some of these bones had weathered into sand, while others remained in their original positions, as if telling tales of past joys and sorrows. On this desolate land, all sorts of undead spirits roam freely. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, vampires. Whenever the wind blows, it brings with it a chilling cold and the cries of the dead, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a ripple came from the space, as if something was tearing this dead silence apart. Immediately afterwards, a spatial rift slowly opened, and two figures emerged from it. It was Lu Chi and Alvin. As soon as Lu Chi stepped into the realm of the dead, he felt a chilling aura and the smell of death wash over him. Is this the land of the dead? Lu Chi looked around curiously. Although he had been resurrected in the form of a skeletal undead, this was the first time he had truly stepped into the realm of the dead. The Avicii hell he had once visited was but a drop in the ocean compared to this vast and boundless world of the dead. The Netherworld is home to countless undead from across the universe. This plane is unimaginably vast, and the number of undead within it is immeasurable. They wander this desolate land, each once a living being, now a wisp of a soul, roaming this world. Alvin looked around, his eyes revealing both familiarity and awe of this world, and slowly began to speak. Captain, we are now in the territory of Morgan, the Lord of the Underworld. Morgan's palace is located in the center of the Underworld city. Luki nodded. Okay, let's go to the city of the Underworld to see Morgan first. The vast and boundless realm of the dead is ruled by 4 high lords of the dead, who are Lord of the Underworld, Morgan, Skeleton Emperor, Santaris, the Ghost Queen, Marika, Lord of Plague, Northus. Among them, Morgan was the one who had previously made a deal with Lu Chi through the system. Since they had cooperated before, when Lu Chi came to the Netherworld this time, Morgan was the first place he chose. Since he didn't know the exact location of the city of the Underworld, Lu Chi took out his most prized possession, the mysterious compass. As the compass needle trembled slightly, it indicated the direction to proceed. Lu Chi and Alvin exchanged a glance, then leaped into the air, transforming into 2 shooting stars that streaked across the sky, speeding towards the direction indicated by the mysterious compass. During the rapid journey, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly occurred. As they approached, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. A towering undead titan stood majestically on the earth, emanating an intense aura of death. He was like a mountain made of bones and rotting flesh, casting a shadow over the land of the dead. The undead titan's eyes flickered with eerie blue flames, like 2 burning will-o'-the-wisps, appearing particularly sinister in the darkness. The giant hammer in his hand was like a small mountain. Each swing would create a gust of wind that would sweep up the surrounding undead and skeletons. At this moment, the undead titan is launching a fierce attack on a group of undead. One of the undead knights, who stood 3 meters tall, appeared so small and fragile under the giant hammer of the undead titan. Despite his roars and the surging black light around him as he raised a shield in an attempt to block the fatal blow, all his efforts were in vain before the absolute power of the undead titan. The giant hammer slammed down on the undead knight with tremendous force, accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge crater appeared in the ground, as if it had been formed by a meteorite impact. The undead knight and his skeletal horse were instantly smashed into a pile of broken bones. Then, the undead titan's massive body slowly turned, casting its threatening gaze upon another slender figure. Without pausing, the giant hammer in his hand swung down again, accompanied by a whistling sound. The necromancer Lilith's face instantly turned ugly. She stared at the undead titan in front of her, a strong sense of crisis rising in her heart. She never expected to be so unlucky today, encountering such a powerful undead creature. The undead knight who had previously possessed the strength of a beginner supreme was instantly killed by the undead titan's giant hammer. Seeing the giant hammer suddenly hurtling towards her, Lilith knew she could no longer hesitate. She roared, and her power erupted instantly, rapidly forming a jet-black shield in front of her. This shield seemed to be formed from the wails and resentments of countless undead, exuding a strong aura of death. The moment the dark shield collided with the undead titan's giant hammer was like two stars crashing together in the night sky of the underworld. Lilith poured all her strength into the shield, hoping to withstand the fatal blow. However, the power emanating from the undead titan was simply too overwhelming. The dark shield held for only a moment before cracking like glass. These cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire shield like a spiderweb. Immediately afterwards, with a deafening roar, the dark shield shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Lilith was also instantly blasted away by this force. Her face turned deathly pale, and the soul fire in her mind trembled violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. "Captain, it looks like a supreme peak-level undead titan is hunting. Should we avoid it and take a detour?" Alvin stared at the chaotic and bloody scene before him, his tone tinged with caution. Chapter 352 instantly kills the undead titan. In this realm of the dead, the law of survival is that powerful undead hunt the weak. They enhance their own power by devouring the soul fire in the minds of other undead. Here, killing and death are inseparable. Every day, countless souls perish amidst wails, while new souls are born in the aura of death. Lu Chi slightly raised his eyelids, his gaze piercing through the raging wind and landing on the towering, mountain-like undead titan in the distance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he did not reveal much emotion. "No need to detour. We'll increase our altitude and fly directly over it. Alvin, from now on, during our time in the Netherworld, you can call me Young Master." Lu Chi's tone was calm and firm, as if he had long been accustomed to this chaos and slaughter. Upon hearing this, Alvin bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Yes, Young Master." Having said that, he adjusted his flight attitude, closely following Lu Chi's trajectory, and together they rose into the higher sky, preparing to cross this hunting ground belonging to the undead titans. Although Lu Chi had increased his flight altitude in an attempt to avoid the chaos on the ground, their figures still resembled shooting stars in the night sky, inevitably attracting the attention of the undead titan. The undead titan's eerie blue eyes gleamed with savagery and slaughter. He abandoned his plan to continue attacking Lilith and instead set his sights on Lu Chi and Alvin in the sky. He decided to deal with the two insects in the sky first. Today, no undead that enters his sight will leave alive. The undead titan roared, his voice shaking the heavens. His legs were slightly bent, as if he were gathering destructive power. Immediately afterwards, he exerted force, and the entire ground was instantly covered with cracks under the impact of this force, as if a giant spider web was spreading across the land of the dead. The undead titan's massive, mountain-like body, under this force, charged towards Lu Chi like a cannonball. "Hey, little guy, watch out!" Upon witnessing this scene, Lilith's heart leaped into her throat. She had already sensed that Lu Chi, who was flying in the air, only possessed god-level strength. The undead titans are terrifying beings with supreme peak strength. Lu Chi looked at the undead titan charging towards him like a mountain, his eyes showing no emotion. At this critical moment, a shield of white bones suddenly condensed in front of Lu Chi. Although the shield appeared enormous in front of Lu Chi, it was as insignificant as child's play compared to the massive body of the undead titan. It wasn't even as big as one of the undead titan's eyes, which leaped with ghostly blue flames. The undead titan completely disregarded the tiny shield. His power surged like a raging flood, carrying an overwhelming force that slammed into the bone shield. Boom! A tremendous impact was heard. The scene at that moment was like a speeding train loaded with steel, crashing with unparalleled force into a fragile leaf swaying in midair. The train derailed. No, it should be said that the undead titans flipped. At the moment of impact, his massive body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, losing its balance. His charge came to an abrupt halt. His body tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust and bones flying everywhere. It was Alvin who made the move. He stepped forward, pointed at the undead titan, his voice hoarse yet filled with chilling, killing intent. "Anyone who offends the young master will be killed without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, a jet-black death ray suddenly burst forth from between Alvin's fingers. This ray seemed to have absorbed all the darkness and death of the underworld, carrying an incomparably terrifying momentum as it shot towards the undead titan with lightning speed. The undead titan on the ground sensed the deadly threat contained in the ray. He roared, gripped the giant hammer tightly with both hands, and quickly held it upright in front of him, trying to block the fatal blow. However, the power of this death ray far exceeded the undead titan's imagination. The incredibly hard giant hammer shattered like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with the rays, turning into countless black dots that dissipated into the air of the netherworld. The giant hammer couldn't block the rays in the slightest. Immediately afterwards, the death ray pierced through the undead titan's head without any hindrance. The seemingly thin ray burst forth with astonishing energy the moment it pierced through, and the massive head of the undead titan exploded instantly under this energy, turning into a pile of flesh and bone fragments. Half-step Dominator. Lilith stared in shock at Alvin's seemingly aged, yet terrifyingly powerful body. She hadn't expected that the person who had just passed by was actually a half-step Dominator. Alvin ignored Lilith's shock and slowly gave Lu Chi a noble bow, saying, "I'm sorry to have startled the young master." Lu Chi's face didn't show much expression. To him, a supreme peak undead was nothing more than an existence that could be destroyed at will. He waved his hand gently, indicating that Alvin didn't need to be so polite, and then said calmly, "Let's continue on our way." Just then, a figure rushed over. It was Lilith. She flew to Lu Chi and Alvin, her face solemn, and bowed deeply. "The necromancer Lilith thanks you for saving my life." However, Alvin seemed not to hear Lilith's words. He lowered his eyes and stood quietly behind Lu Chi, without any intention of responding. Lilith was slightly taken aback, then realized that the undead who seemed to only have god-level strength was actually the one in charge. She quickly turned her gaze to Lu Chi, her face displaying an even more respectful expression. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Undead witch. Lu Chi's gaze fell on Lilith, and after a brief look, he slowly asked, "Do you know where the city of the underworld is?" Upon hearing this, Lilith quickly replied, "My lord, of course I know. I live in the city of the underworld, and I was just completing my mission and preparing to return to the city of the underworld when I unexpectedly encountered the undead titan. Fortunately, my lord saved my life." "All right, then lead the way and take us to the city of the underworld." Lilith dared not delay in the slightest and quickly agreed. She knew in her heart that although the person in front of her only appeared to be at the god level, he was accompanied by a half-step sovereign-level expert, so his status was definitely not simple. Being able to lead the way for them might be an opportunity for her. Chapter 353 City of the Underworld. Led by Lilith, the three moved like ghosts through the cold and desolate realm of the dead. They slowly approached the legendary city of the underworld. As they drew nearer, a magnificent and vast city gradually came into view. This is the City of the Dead, a colossal fortress meticulously constructed from bones, standing firm against the dark sky of the underworld. It exudes an eerie and mysterious aura, as if it were the embodiment of death and despair. The towering city walls are constructed from countless tightly joined skeletons. These skeletons, long since lifeless over the ages, still steadfastly support the city's grandeur. On the city wall, a chilling sight came into view. Countless heads of the dead were neatly inserted into the wall, their faces twisted and pained, their eyes burning with the fire of their souls. These heads belonged to the spirits of those who dared to defy the Lord of the Dead, Morgan. They were cruelly beheaded as punishment for their defiance of Morgan's authority and were forever nailed to the city walls. They cannot die. They can only wail and struggle in this endless torment, becoming the eternal guardians of the city of the underworld. Ancient and eerie runes were carved into the city walls. Illuminated by the fire of the soul, these runes seemed to come alive, writhing and telling tales of forgotten ancient history and secrets. They exuded a mysterious and terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. "My lord, the city of the underworld is just ahead. Flying is not allowed inside the city of the underworld, so we need to enter through the city gate," Lilith said respectfully to Lu Chi. Lu Chi nodded, then landed on the ground and walked towards the city gate. The three arrived at the city gate of the city of the underworld, but the scene before them made Lu Chi take a second look. Because the gates of the city of the dead are not city gates in the traditional sense, but a breathtaking structure of the dead. The city gate appears to be composed of countless intertwined skeletal arms, which seem to be the hands of the dead reaching out from the depths of the earth, interlocking and entwining with each other to form an intricate arch shape. Each bone arm appeared thin and twisted, its surface covered with the marks of time and mysterious runes. These runes shimmered faintly in the dim environment, seemingly telling ancient and forbidden secrets. At the center of the city gate, a massive skull is embedded, serving as the crowning touch of the entire structure. This skull is several times larger than a normal person's, with two eerie green flames flickering in its eye sockets. These flames do not feel hot. Instead, they emanate a cold and profound aura. They seem to be the soul of this city gate, silently watching over every passing spirit. Alvin knew this was Lu Chi's first time in the Netherworld, and the first time he had ever seen a city there, so he explained softly. Young master, these undead hands and skulls are likely the remains of sinners who once offended the Lord of the Dead. They were transformed and became part of the city of the underworld, forever guarding this city. Lu Chi nodded slightly, thinking to himself, the unique fashion of the underworld is indeed to live with death and take killing as a symbol of honor. Beneath the city gates, the spirits of the dead surged like a tide, their comings and goings creating a bizarre yet magnificent scene. 2 rows of skeleton warriors clad in heavy black iron armor stood like statues on either side of the city gate. The spears in their hands gleamed with a cold light, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Every undead entering the city of the underworld had to undergo their strict inspection. As Lu Chi and his companions approached the city gate, the leading skeleton warrior stretched out his arm, the knuckles of his hand emitting a pale light, signaling them to stop. Green flames of soul energy flickered in his eyes, and his voice was cold and mechanical. Entering the city of the underworld requires an inspection. Upon hearing this, Lilith raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with displeasure. What do you mean by this? They are my friends, Lilith's friends. Do they also need to be examined? Her voice echoed through the empty city gate, attracting the attention of many dead spirits. The skeleton warrior remained unmoved by Lilith's questioning, his gaze firm and cold. Not only them, but even you, as the supreme ruler of the undead, must undergo inspection. Just as Lilith was about to erupt, a wild laugh suddenly rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere at the city gate. A man dressed in a blood-red robe and with a pale face slowly walked over, his smile revealing a hint of smugness and provocation. "Haha, Lilith, you're so powerful." The man scoffed. "Unfortunately, the undead ruler you served is dead. The order of the underworld city is now under Lord Dracula's control. If I were you, I'd be keeping a low profile right now." As the man arrived, all the skeleton warriors bowed to him and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Lord Damien." Their voices were unified and filled with awe. The surrounding spirits witnessed this scene and immediately surged like a tide, whispering among themselves. "Oh dear, isn't that Damien? Looks like Lilith's going to fall into his hands today." A zombie shook his head and sighed, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. "Brother, what's going on? I'm new here and don't know much about the situation." Another skeleton curiously approached, wanting to find out what was going on. The zombie looked around, then lowered its voice mysteriously and said, "You don't know this, but under the command of the undead Lord Morgan, there were once 2 supreme generals, the vampire King Dracula and the Lich King Belial. Although both served Morgan, they were sworn enemies, constantly fighting each other." As he spoke, he pointed to the man in the blood-red robe. That Damien was Dracula's confidant. And Lilith? She was Belial's loyal follower. Unfortunately, Belial had recently perished in a battle with other undead lords, and now Lilith was utterly alone and helpless. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spirits suddenly realized what was happening and all showed expressions of understanding. "Oh, I see. So Damien is deliberately picking a fight now. Isn't he trying to take advantage of the situation and kick someone when they're down? It seems that another bloodbath is about to erupt in this city of the underworld. Those undead who once followed Belial will probably not have a good end." The undead murmured amongst themselves, their gazes shifting back and forth between Lilith and Damien, seemingly anticipating what would happen next. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the city gate grew increasingly tense, a conflict appearing inevitable. Chapter 354, Kill Them All. The moment Lilith saw Midden, her anger flared instantly, and she rebuked him without hesitation. "Midian, your shamelessness has truly shattered my understanding of right and wrong. If the Vampire King hadn't broken his promise and failed to provide support as agreed, the Lich King wouldn't have fallen so easily. However, Midian was unfazed by her anger. He laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and contempt. Lilith, how can you be so naive, being a supreme being? In this cruel realm of the dead, only the living have the right to speak of dignity. You want to know the city now? Is that it? At this point, Midian's gaze suddenly turned lewd. He brazenly sized up Lilith's curvaceous figure beneath her black robes, a wicked smile playing on his lips. There have been frequent thefts in the city lately, so for your safety, you'll need to be checked before you can enter. Please take off all your clothes so we can confirm you're not carrying any prohibited items. Then I'll consider whether or not to let you in. The vampires behind him burst into laughter upon hearing this. Their laughter was sharp and shrill, filled with contempt and mockery towards Lilith. Midel, you're asking for it, Lilith said through gritted teeth, realizing that Midden was deliberately making things difficult for her. Upon seeing this, Lucci did not linger but continued walking towards the city. However, he still stated, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. I'm just passing by. However, Midden did not let him off the hook. With a wave of his right hand, the undead warriors at the city gate immediately sprang into action, surging towards Lucci and Alvin like a tidal wave, surrounding them completely. Hee, I don't care about all that. Midden grinned arrogantly, his voice dripping with threat. Since you were seen with Lilith, you're a prime suspect. Take off all your clothes so we can thoroughly examine you. Lucci stopped in his tracks, glancing calmly at Midden, his gaze as deep and cold as an abyss. He showed no fear despite Midden's threat. Instead, his calmness was terrifying. Alvin. He spoke softly, his voice low yet clearly audible. Young master. Alvin immediately stepped forward and bowed in response. Kill them all. Lucci's voice remained calm and even, but the murderous intent in his words sent chills down one's spine. Yes. Alvin slowly straightened his chest, and the refined elegance in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, killing intent. Upon hearing Lucci's cold yet resolute words, the surrounding undead were initially stunned, as if they were shocked by this sudden, killing intent. However, they quickly came to their senses and burst into laughter. Haha, this kid's gone mad. Someone loudly mocked. Putting aside Midden's peak supreme strength, we're at the gates of the city of the underworld right now. Does he dare to kill the city guards in the city of the underworld? What a joke. I think he's been scared out of his wits, someone else chimed in. I heard they recently discovered traces of the undead titans. This kid must be terrified and is now talking nonsense. That's right. The others also started discussing it. Lilith, as a mid-level supreme, could only swallow her anger. So what right did this mere passerby have to spout nonsense here? He really didn't know his place. The undead were whispering amongst themselves, none of them believing that Lucci would dare to make a move here. Upon hearing Lucci's threat, Midden's smile grew even more arrogant, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Kill us all? Ha ha ha. Come here. I'm standing right here. If you don't kill me today, I, Midden, will look down on you. He shouted arrogantly, even sticking his head out as if to make Alvin chop it off. In Midden's view, this was just Lucci bluffing. He never imagined that anyone would dare to attack him in the city of the underworld. After all, this is the domain of the undead lord. Who would dare to act recklessly here? However, Alvin was an exception. He only obeyed Lucci's orders. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do if Lucci gave the order. The black energy around him surged like a tide, instantly condensing into a sharp black blade, which he slashed fiercely at Midden's neck. At the same time, countless bone spears emerged from behind Alvin, each radiating a chilling light. With a thought from Alvin, these bone spears poured out like a torrential rain, shooting towards the skeleton warriors guarding the city and the vampire servants of Midden with a sharp whooshing sound. Feeling the cold and terrifying energy emanating from the black blade, Midden's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief and fear. He never imagined that this seemingly insignificant undead would actually dare to attack him. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from him, he was actually at the level of a half-step dominator. This was something Midden never expected. At that moment, Midden truly felt the threat of death. He frantically channeled his inner power, trying to withstand this fatal blow. A crimson light burst forth from his body, instantly covering his entire form and forming an indestructible crimson shield. However, When the black blade struck the blood-red shield, the deafening sound made Midden's heart tremble. He watched in horror as countless cracks spread slowly across the shield like a spiderweb. "Are you crazy?" Midian threatened menacingly. "This is the city of the underworld. You dare kill me here? Lord Dracula will never let you get away with this." His voice was filled with fear and resentment, as if he had already foreseen his tragic end. However, Lucci and Alvin did not stop what they were doing because of his threat. With a deafening roar, the once indestructible crimson shield shattered like glass, scattering fragments everywhere in a breathtaking scene. With a chilling sound of flesh being sliced, Midden's head fell to the ground, rolling away, his wide-open eyes filled with resentment and fear. However, being a vampire, he did not die immediately. Instead, his head instantly transformed into several black bats, which scattered and fled. But at that moment, a jet-black energy ball descended from the sky, striking the black bats that were scattering in all directions with lightning speed. With a loud explosion, all the bats were instantly blasted to pieces, turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. Chapter 355, The Vampire King, Dracula. At the same time, dozens of skeleton warriors and vampires were killed by the bone spears. The heavy iron armor on these skeleton warriors seemed to be useless at this moment, and could not stop the fatal blow of the bone spears at all. With a series of cracking sounds, dozens of skeleton warriors turned into shattered bones, and the entire city gate fell into a deathly silence. "Dead, dead, dead, dead." A skeleton stood frozen in place, the flame of its soul trembling violently in its empty eye sockets, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. He stared at the headless body at the city gate and the scattered fragments of the black, iron-heavy armor, and an indescribable fear welled up in his heart. "Lord Midden, that's the strength of a supreme peak." Another skeleton said in a trembling voice. "He was killed so easily? Just how strong was that old man?" "Half-step dominator. I have no doubt about it," a knowledgeable ghost said with certainty. Only the power of a half-step overlord could unleash such terrifying energy. "But even a half-step overlord shouldn't make a move here," another undead sighed. "Damien is a man of Dracula, the vampire king. Dracula is an overlord-level being. They're doomed." As the battle broke out, a piercing alarm sounded at the city gate, like the call of death, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying aura erupted within the city and then rapidly approached the city gate. Lilith felt the suffocating aura, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. She knew all too well that this was the aura of Dracula, the vampire king, a supreme being who was an insurmountable nightmare for anyone. She hesitated for a moment, but then made up her mind. Turning to Lucci and Alvin, she said, "My benefactors, Dracula is a sovereign-level being. You are no match for him. You two run. I'll hold him off." However, Lucci and Alvin simply stood there calmly, as if they hadn't heard Lilith's words at all. Seeing that Lucci and the other two showed no intention of escaping, Lilith became even more anxious. She knew that although she possessed the strength of a mid-level supreme, she was as insignificant as an ant before Dracula. She couldn't hold off Dracula for even a few seconds, let alone protect Lucci and Alvin. "You guys need to get out of here," Lilith shouted again, her voice filled with urgency and worry. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Hurry, or it will be too late." But by then, it was too late. Countless bats surged in from all directions, their black wings flapping rapidly in the air with a whooshing sound, like a dark cloud obscuring the sky. These bats circled and gathered above the city gate, gradually forming a huge human-shaped silhouette. As the bats continued to gather, a human figure gradually became clear. This was a tall, thin figure. His face was pale and delicate, exuding an aura of coldness and evil. His face had a pair of deep, blood-red eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. He is none other than the Lord of the Dead, Dracula. His appearance plunged the entire city of the underworld into a deathly silence. All the undead were terrified and dared not move an inch. Dracula hovered high in the sky, his appearance seemingly swallowing the entire heavens in darkness. He looked at Alvin below with interest and slowly said, "So it was you, you fool, who killed my men?" Alvin stood below, his body feeling heavy under the terrifying pressure. "That's right." However, there was no fear in his eyes. He just stared coldly at Dracula, and his powers surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, Dracula gave him an unprecedented sense of crisis. "Ha, a mere half-step overlord, yet you dare to provoke me. Now you can die." Dracula's lips curled into a ferocious arc, making his already pale face appear even more eerie. Suddenly, his mouth began to slowly open. This action seemed to have touched some taboo. His mouth opened wider and wider, as if to tear his face apart, until his entire face was filled with a black hole, which was chilling. Then a large amount of blood gushed out of the black hole, twisting and spinning wildly in the air, eventually coalescing into a giant blood-red bat. The bat's wings were broad and terrifying, with every vein clearly visible, as if they were made of countless drops of blood and resentment. It bared its fangs, loud a sharp hiss, and suddenly pounced on Alvin. Wherever the blood-red bats passed, the air seemed to be dyed crimson, and a strong stench of blood permeated the air. Alvin's long, gray hair danced wildly in the terrifying airflow, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes as he sensed the power of the attack. He knew that if that blow landed on him, he would definitely die. But Alvin wasn't worried because Lu Chi was by his side. Alas, this half-step overlord is far too arrogant, daring to come to the city of the underworld and cause trouble. Doesn't he know that there is an overlord presiding over the city of the underworld? A spirit shook its head and sighed, its tone filled with helplessness and regret. Even in the realm of the dead, those who are half-step rulers stand at the very top of the pyramid, their power enough to make countless living beings tremble. And now, such powerful beings are about to perish. Benefactor! Lilith couldn't help but scream, her heart filled with despair. She knew all too well that Alvin could not withstand Dracula's fatal blow. The gap between a half-step overlord and an overlord was not something that could be bridged by courage and determination alone. Under the watchful eyes of countless undead, the enormous bat formed from blood, carrying an aura of annihilation, rapidly approached Alvin. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, with only the booming sound of the blood-red bat wings echoing in the air. Just as the crimson bat was about to explode, suddenly, an incredibly strange spatial rift swallowed it whole. At the same time, the blood-red bat reappeared eerily in front of Dracula. Boom! The crimson bat exploded in front of Dracula with such force that it seemed to overturn the entire city of the underworld. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the entire city of the underworld like a violent storm. Many weak undead were instantly blown away by this terrifying force, and their shrill screams echoed in the air. Space was torn apart by the force of the explosion, shattering into pieces and revealing a pitch-black void. Dracula himself was also jolted back several steps by the force of the explosion, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 356: The Lich King's Personal Welcome. The surrounding undead witnessed this scene, as if time itself had stood still. The flames of their souls flickered violently in their eye sockets, reflecting deep horror and bewilderment. How is that possible? A ghost cried out in a low voice. This god-level ghost is actually able to ignore the spatial fluctuations caused by Dracula's attack and directly tear open a spatial rift. This is unheard of, unseen before, another undead said in a trembling voice. When did such a terrifying spatial talent appear in the netherworld? Now, I finally understand. A well-informed ghost sighed. The reason they could remain so calm in the face of Dracula was because they possessed such incredible spatial abilities. Even if they weren't Dracula's match, he could easily escape using these spatial abilities. In this deathly silence, the voices of these spirits spoke with exceptional clarity, their words filled with awe and envy. He's so strong. Lilith's voice was filled with disbelief and shock, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She once thought that Alvin, with his half-step dominator strength, was already at the pinnacle of the undead realm, while Lu Chi was at most a young master of a powerful family. His strength might be considerable, but he could never be compared to Alvin. However, at that very moment, her understanding was completely overturned. She saw that, facing the deadly attack of the Dominator-level powerhouse Dracula, Lu Chi merely smiled calmly, and with a wave of his hand, tore through space, swallowing the blood-red bat. This scene seemed to stir up a storm in her heart, leaving her feeling unprecedentedly shocked. She couldn't imagine that a god-level undead could influence a battle at the Dominator level. In her understanding, there was an insurmountable gap between the god level and the Supreme. Moreover, between gods and rulers, in the eyes of rulers, gods are nothing but ants. However, Lu Qi showed her through his actions that this gap was not insurmountable. He was actually able to influence the ruler with his god-level strength. Lilith was filled with doubt and curiosity. She wanted to know, who exactly was Lu Qi? Which family did he come from? And why did he possess such terrifying spatial abilities? Information about powerful individuals and families skilled in spatial manipulation in the netherworld flashed through her mind. But no matter how she searched, she could not find any clues about Lu Qi. Lu Qi was in the aftermath of the explosion. Although his face did not show the slightest panic, his heart was already in turmoil. The power of the blood-red bat explosion surged forth like a raging tide, and even he had to admit how terrifying this attack was. The power of a ruler-level being is indeed terrifying. Just now, if his spatial manipulation ability hadn't been upgraded to SSS level, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand that fatal blow even if he had used all his trump cards. However, Lu Qi's purpose in this trip was not to confront a Dominator-level expert head-on. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and slowly turned his gaze to the depths of the city of the underworld. He slowly began to speak. Lord Morgan, we've already tested the waters. Is that enough? If the Lord still doesn't step forward, I'll seek cooperation with other undead lords. I'm sure they'll welcome me. Although Lu Qi's words were not loud, they seemed to possess a mysterious power that made every word clearly resonate throughout the entire city of the underworld. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hearty laugh echoed through the sky. Haha, as expected of someone chosen by the system. I've long heard of Yoming's great name, and seeing him today, I can confirm that it lives up to his reputation. As the hearty laughter echoed across the city of the underworld, an even more powerful aura suddenly surged from the depths of the city. This aura was several times stronger than Dracula's, causing the entire city of the underworld to tremble. Under the influence of this aura, all the spirits lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Even Dracula, the ruler, respectfully bowed to the source of the aura. They knew it was the aura of Morgan, the lord of the underworld and the ruler of the netherworld. A burly, black figure slowly emerged from the depths of the netherworld city. With each step he took, the entire city seemed to tremble. The sheer power and terror emanating from its very core sent shivers down the spines of all the dead. Lord Morgan approached Lu Qi, his deep green eyes radiating an aura of majesty and dominance. He looked Lu Qi up and down, and after a long while he slowly spoke. You Ming, have not disappointed me. In just over a year, you have been able to withstand Dracula's attacks. Such a growth rate is truly astonishing. Clearly, Morgan had been monitoring Lu Qi's growth through the system. Despite the imposing presence of Lord Morgan, Lu Qi remained calm. He spoke softly. Lord Morgan, you flatter me. I have come here hoping to cooperate with you. Upon hearing this, Lord Morgan's eyes flashed with admiration. He burst into hearty laughter, which echoed like rolling thunder across the city of the dead, drawing the attention of all the undead. Ha ha! Lord Morgan's laughter was full of joy and hearty laughter. No ruse, Jomin. Now that you've come to my city of the underworld, how could I not treat you well? Guards! With a command that resonated with unquestionable authority, he declared, prepare the banquet. I will treat our distinguished guests with the utmost respect. Following Lord Morgan's command, the undead of the city of the dead began to bustle about, preparing for the grand feast. Lord Morgan then made an elegant yet warm invitation to Lu Qi, saying, Yu Ming, please come with me to my palace. We shall first have a good drink, and then discuss the details of our cooperation. Lu Qi nodded slightly, and followed Lord Morgan calmly toward the magnificent palace. As they chatted and laughed, their figures gradually faded into the distance, eventually disappearing into the depths of the city of the underworld. With the departure of the two powerful figures, the undead who had been prostrate on the ground dared to slowly stand up. They gazed in the direction Lu Qi and Morgan had gone, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Good heavens! Lord Morgan himself came out to greet us, and with such great courtesy. Just who is this ghost? A spirit exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, this is extraordinary. Look at Lord Morgan's attitude. He clearly values the underworld highly. Another undead echoed. That's right. Did you notice a detail? The Dark Lord and Lord Morgan talked about cooperation, not loyalty. More spirits discovered the key point and couldn't help but start discussing it. Chapter 357, The Holy Land of the Underworld, the Source of the Styx. Yes, I wonder what kind of strength and confidence this netherworld possesses. How come it can talk to and cooperate with Morgan, one of the rulers of our netherworld, who is so powerful in this region, on equal footing. The spirits were filled with doubt and shock. Lilith stared blankly in the direction where Lu Chi had disappeared, like a statue frozen in time. She muttered to herself unconsciously, "Who exactly is he?" Morgan's palace is located in the heart of the city of the dead, majestic and solemn. Inside the palace's luxurious yet dimly lit banquet hall, long tables were laden with sumptuous dishes and fine wines, all rare treasures unique to the realm of the dead, each containing powerful energy and a distinctive flavor. At this moment, a spectacular dance performance was taking place in the banquet hall. A group of beautiful succubi danced gracefully on the stage, their figures alluring and their faces enchanting. Each one was a rare beauty in the realm of the dead. They wore long, sheer gossamer dresses, the hems swaying gently with their dance, revealing their long, slender, and fair legs. Their dance was elegant yet passionate, every movement brimming with allure and charm. As the music reached its climax, the succubi's dance became even wilder and more unrestrained. Their long hair danced freely in the air, and their eyes shone with a captivating light. The entire banquet hall seemed to be ignited by their enthusiasm, filled with laughter, cheers, and applause. Lord Morgan sat at the head of the table, his gaze frequently drifting to the succubi on the stage, his eyes gleaming with admiration and enjoyment. He raised his wine glass and gestured to Lu Chi. "Yuming, how is the dance of these succubi? They're the best dancers in the city of the underworld." "Very nice." Lu Chi nodded slightly, but his gaze remained calm and profound. "Haha, if you like them, I'll give them to you." Morgan, with a wave of his hand, decided the fate of these beauties. A mummy sat near Dracula and asked in a low voice with puzzlement, "My lord, who exactly is this wraith? Why does Lord Morgan value him so much?" His voice revealed confusion and curiosity. Dracula slowly shook his head and drank the blood in his hand in one gulp. "I don't know his background either. I only know that this netherworld being is able to live freely outside the realm of the dead." "What? How is that possible?" Another ghoul, who was gnawing on the thigh of an unknown creature, was so shocked that he forgot the delicious food in his hands. He stared wide-eyed at Dracula in disbelief. "As the dead, once we leave the realm of the dead, the flame of our souls slowly dissipates. Why is this netherworld so special?" His voice was filled with doubt and shock. For them, the netherworld is both a home and a prison. They were once living, breathing beings, but death has bound them here. However, the appearance of Yu Ming broke this convention. He walked out of the cage as a ghost, which shocked and intrigued them. If one can leave the realm of the dead, then what difference is there between the dead and the living? Dracula looked at Lu Chi, a glint of greed in his eyes. He possesses a strange ghost ship, and it is this ghost ship that allows him to live in the outside world as a ghost. Not only him, but also the ghost belonging to that ghost ship can live in the outside world. Upon hearing Dracula's words, the undead nodded, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Lu Chi. Lu Chi stared at the wine glass in his hand, the pale green liquid swirling inside like a cluster of burning ghostly flames. He took a deep breath, inhaling the spicy and enticing aroma, and then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The fiery liquor surged down his throat instantly, bringing a powerful, stimulating sensation. The spiciness penetrated his flesh, striking deep into his soul, giving Lu Chi an unprecedented feeling of shock and pleasure. "Fine wine." Lu Chi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. "My lord, compared to these succubi, I find these drinks much more appealing." Seeing Lu Chi's reaction, Lord Morgan laughed heartily. "Yu Ming, your taste is indeed discerning. This soulfire spirit is a treasure of the underworld, infused with the essence of the underworld's soulfire during its brewing process, giving it a fiery and unique flavor. It seems you prefer things with depth and substance." As he spoke, he beckoned a waiter to come over. "Someone prepare 10 jars of soulfire wine for Yu Ming, so that he can properly savor the fine wine of our netherworld." The waiter respectfully responded and turned to prepare the drinks. Lu Chi raised his wine glass again, savoring the fine wine from the underworld. Just as the banquet was in full swing, Lord Morgan suddenly changed the subject, his gaze sharp as he looked directly at Lu Qi. Yu Ming, you mentioned cooperating with me before. Now you might as well tell me your plan in detail. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy banquet hall fell silent. All the spirits turned to look at Lu Qi, their eyes filled with curiosity. Despite the crowd's gaze, Lu Qi remained calm and composed. He slowly spoke. My lord, I have come here with two main purposes. First, to borrow troops. Second, to obtain the flower of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Lord Morgan raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression on his face. He waved his hand and said generously, borrowing troops is easy. My undead army is endless. As long as you have the ability to take them, you can have as many as you want. He paused here, a solemn expression on his face. However, this flower of the underworld was not so easy to obtain. At this moment, Dracula interjected, Underworld, your connection with the High Lord is profound, so borrowing troops might be a piece of cake. However, the flower of the underworld grows at the source of the river Styx, a sacred and mysterious place in the realm of the dead. Even a powerful High Lord might face a life or death test upon entering the source of the river Styx. You make this request so casually. Shouldn't you also consider what kind of reward you can offer the Great Khan? After Dracula finished speaking, the banquet hall fell silent. All eyes were on Lu Qi, awaiting his response. Cooperation always requires both parties to offer sufficient leverage. Lu Qi slowly raised his wine glass and downed the pale green soulfire liquor in one gulp. The fiery liquor instantly flushed his face. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over every spirit present, every movement exuding composure and confidence. Chapter 358, Discovery of Fragments of the Heart of the Universe. You should all know, Lu Qi's voice was deep and powerful. The source of the Styx is revered as a sacred place in the underworld because, according to legend, the weapon of the god of the dead, the Reaper's scythe, sleeps there. At this point, Lu Qi paused, looking directly at Lord Morgan. I can help the Lord obtain the Reaper's scythe. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, all the undead immediately stood up from their seats. The Netherworld, a world that has been fragmented for thousands of years, has never been truly unified. The various rulers were constantly at war, and countless souls perished on this land. However, Lu Qi's words were like a ray of dawn, illuminating the deepest desires in their hearts. Legend has it that only the god of death once unified the Netherworld, and his weapon, the Reaper's scythe, possessed unparalleled power. Whoever obtains this divine artifact will have the ability to unify the entire Netherworld and become its supreme ruler. Dracula's eyes flashed with suspicion. He narrowed them slightly and said coldly, You've got quite the nerve. For thousands of years, countless spirits have tried to cross the river Styx barrier, but none have ever succeeded. What makes you think you can do it? Lu Qi ignored Dracula's questioning. His gaze was firm and profound, fixed on Lord Morgan. He said in a deep voice, My lord, you know my strength. Currently, in the entire Netherworld, only I have the ability to break through the Styx barrier. Don't you wish to unify the Netherworld like the god of the dead and be sung about by future generations? Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, a hint of interest flickered in Morgan's eyes. Unifying the entire underworld has always been his greatest dream. He longs to become the supreme ruler, making all the undead submit to him. He especially longed to conquer Marika, who dared to refuse his marriage proposal and publicly humiliate him. If he could obtain the Reaper's scythe, everything would become much simpler. He believed he had enough power to conquer Marika's kingdom and make that proud woman obediently serve him in bed. Such a temptation was too great for Lord Morgan. He could not refuse it. Marika, the Ghost Queen, is one of the 4 High Lords of the dead. Lord Morgan frowned, staring at Lu Qi with a hint of caution in his voice. Yu Ming, are you confident you can break through the Styx barrier? You must know that once we enter the source of the Styx, and you cannot break through the Styx barrier, we may not be able to retreat. I'm not sure. Lu Qi's confident remark nearly made all the undead stumble. Brother, why are you making things so exciting if you're not sure? However, Lu Qi did not stop. He continued, but I will go to the source of the Styx with you. If we die together. Great Lord, you can choose to take a gamble. You know, in this universe, no one dares to say they can definitely break through the Styx barrier. I will do my best. I must obtain the Styx flower. Lord Morgan fell silent upon hearing this, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Having devoured his way up from an ordinary elite-level zombie to become a lord of the undead, he naturally understood the rules of this world. To reap high rewards, one must take risks. He took a deep breath, as if making up his mind. Finally, he raised his head, staring intently at Lu Qi. "Yu Ming, if you can break through the Styx barrier, you only want the Styx flower." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Morgan could not possibly resist the temptation of the Grim Reaper's scythe. "Yes, all I need is the flower of the underworld. And after it's done, I need an army of the undead, the more the better." "Good." Lord Morgan suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination and ambition. "Everyone, listen up. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, the Netherworld Legion will march to the source of the river Styx." "Yes." All the spirits responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. Nightmare. Inside the Nightmare's massive hull, the atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive and stifling, like a heavy, gloomy cloud. According to reliable intelligence, the most precious treasure hidden in the ancient ruins, the Crystal Palace, found in the flowing light crystal realm, a third-level plane, is a fragment of the heart of the universe. Rose, holding the intelligence report, spoke slowly to the core crew members of the Nightmare. Currently, there are numerous powerful individuals vying for the ruins within the Crystal Palace. Here, we will only discuss the half-step Dominator level experts whom we are currently unable to contend with. These include Star Empire Grand General Star Rama. Theodore Roosevelt, the father of technology, is a member of the Technological Alliance. Galactic Council, Chief Mage Elvira. The Void Cult, Leader Quentin. Jun Nanju, CEO of the Interstellar Enslavement Group. Void Shadow Pirates, Void Shadow Sylvis. Holy crap, how come there are so many half-step dominators out here? Jack's eyes widened in surprise. Mu Wanting sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. The fragments of the heart of the universe. What priceless treasures they are. Everyone knows their value. Who could resist such temptation? The long list of names that Rose just mentioned. Each one of them was incredibly powerful. Even though she has now received the Shadow's inheritance, she still cannot match them. But we can't just stand by and watch, can we? The Nightmare's evolution is only missing the fragment of the heart of the universe and the eye of the Void Beast. Before he left, our master repeatedly told us to make sure we collected all these materials. Now that we've finally found news of the fragment of the heart of the universe, are we really going to give up so easily? Wang Li frowned deeply, her face filled with resentment and anxiety. That being said, we must also recognize reality. The voice of the Soul Eater echoed in the conference room, like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's hearts. With the captain and Alvin gone, our current strength is at best at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Facing those half-step Dominator-level powerhouses, we have no chance of winning at all. His words conveyed a sense of calm and rationality, reminding everyone not to act impulsively. At this moment, Mu Wanting turned her gaze to Lu Mengli, who had remained silent. "Sister Mengli, the captain said before he left that you would be in command of the Nightmare while he was away. Given the current situation, Sister Mengli, could you give us some advice?" Wang Li chimed in. "Yes, Master's wife. Just give the order. With just one word from you, I'll be the first to rush up and kill these bastards and snatch the heart of the universe back." All eyes turned to Lu Mengli. She became the focus of the conference room at that moment. Lu Mengli took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination and courage. She parted her red lips slightly and slowly said, "Lu Qi is currently fighting desperately for me in the Netherworld, and we, being here, certainly can't let him down. We are determined to obtain this fragment of the heart of the universe." Although her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable firmness. Chapter 359 Operation begins. When Sister Mengli speaks, just do it. Jack abruptly stood up, and a powerful aura of a supreme peak erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire Nightmare like a raging storm. His eyes gleamed with determination and courage, as if he were ready to charge into battle at any moment. "Mu, I haven't had a proper fight since I was promoted to the supreme level." Nyota patted the double-edged giant axe in his hand with a simple and honest expression, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Although several powerful individuals at the half-step Dominator level were vying for the fragments of the heart of the universe, the crew of a Nightmare showed no fear whatsoever. This was a habit they had developed from following Lu Qi for a long time. When had a nightmare, ever not one, with fewer troops and stronger opponents. The word retreat did not exist in their dictionary. However, even if we decide to take action, we cannot act recklessly. A glint of inspiration flashed in Lu Mengli's eyes, as if she had already come up with a solution. As she spoke, Lu Mengli turned her gaze to Wang Li, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Wang Li, Jack told me you used to be very arrogant. Her words were like a key, unlocking the door to memories. Wang Li was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the topic to suddenly shift to him. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, revealing a simple, honest smile. Hee, that's all in the past. I've turned over a new leaf and become a much better person. Jack immediately interjected. Sister Mengli, you don't know. The first time we saw Wang Li at the entrance to the Golden Kingdom, he was wearing a leopard print outfit, and his arrogance was so bad it made you want to punch him. His tone was full of teasing and exaggeration, as if he were recreating the scene. Upon hearing Jack's words, Mu Wanting and Rose couldn't help but nod in agreement, their faces showing knowing smiles. They seemed to recall Wang Li's arrogant demeanor back then, finding it both amusing and poignant. Seeing their expressions, Wang Li immediately put on a mournful face and said, Don't be like that. I was just young and impetuous back then, but things are different now. Wang Li, my plan is... Lu Mengli's eyes deepened, and she slowly said, You will impersonate your master and go to the Crystal Light Ancient Palace to retrieve the fragment of the heart of the universe. Although her voice was soft, it conveyed a sense of firmness and decisiveness. Wang Li's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Huh? But my master's energy is completely different from mine. His is the power of blood and evil, while mine is the power of shadow. Lu Mengli smiled slightly, as if she had already seen through Wang Li's concerns. Since the energy is different, then we might as well not activate any energy at all. This is enough. As she spoke, she handed Wang Li a long sword, a model of the Ice Soul sword. She continued, When the time comes, you'll wear the mask and hold this Ice Soul sword model. The nightmare will be hovering in the air to pick you up. In everyone's eyes, you'll be the Overwatcher, Netherworld, with your master's current prestige. As long as a sovereign-level expert doesn't intervene, those half-step sovereigns won't dare to make a move when they see your master's avatar. Wang Li slowly accepted the Ice Soul sword model, nodded heavily, and said, Master's wife, I understand what you mean. Master has just wiped out the entire Chaos cult, and his influence throughout the galaxy is at its zenith. I will definitely complete the mission. Jack excitedly chimed in, Yes, yes, yes. Sister Mengli's plan is absolutely brilliant. Wang Li, when the time comes, just show off the arrogance you had back then, leopard print bro, and go all out. The radiant crystal boundary, a once obscure third-level plane. The strongest being there's only at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. Few know of it, and few reach it. However, everything changed dramatically the moment the ruins of the Crystal Palace were discovered on this land. Countless enormous interstellar warships, like dark clouds blotting out the sun, descended upon the flowing light crystal realm. Their massive bodies cast enormous shadows in space, seemingly enveloping the entire plane. The warships gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, exuding an undeniable majesty and power. Supreme-level experts, who were originally rare to see, are now emerging like mushrooms after rain. They gathered from all directions, and their arrival made the air above the radiant crystal realm seem to become heavy. Powerful auras intertwined and collided in the air, causing astonishing energy fluctuations. What's most shocking is that even those half-step ruler-level powerhouses who stand at the top of the galaxy actually send a total of 6 of them. Each of them was a renowned figure, each possessing world-destroying power. Their arrival undoubtedly propelled the already sensational battle for the ruins to an even greater climax. At this moment, the flowing light crystal realm has completely transformed into a bustling place where powerful individuals gather and warships stand side by side. With a deafening roar, the protective barrier surrounding the Crystal Palace shattered under the combined attack of the powerful figures, like fragile glass breaking into pieces under a heavy hammer. Fragments of the barrier scattered and danced in the air, flashing their last light before disappearing into thin air. Ha! The gates of the Crystal Palace are finally open. All the treasures inside are mine. Unable to contain his elation, a supreme peak expert transformed into a dazzling streak of light and flew towards the crystal light ancient palace. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with greed and anticipation. Following closely behind, a large number of supreme and god-level powerhouses also took action. Their figures traced graceful arcs across the sky, as dazzling and spectacular as a meteor shower. Each person, driven by a desire for treasure and a pursuit of power, had their gaze fixed intently on the gates of the Crystal Palace. However, among this group of powerful individuals, the most eye-catching were the 6 top-tier experts at the half-step dominator level. Unlike the others, they did not rush to seize the treasures, but instead headed straight for the deepest part of the ancient hall. Their figures traced invisible paths through the air, as if even the heavens and earth were being torn apart by their imposing aura. For them, ordinary treasures in the Crystal Palace no longer held any interest. Their goal is singular, the legendary fragment of the heart of the universe. Quentin, the leader of the Void Cult, was unmatched in his speed. In a flash, he transformed into ethereal energy, standing out among the powerful figures, and instantly traversed to the deepest part of the Crystal Palace. His gaze was sharp and fixed on the open-air altar. Chapter 360. Neither side will back down. There, a strange fragment lay quietly, radiating a dreamlike light. This light seemed to whisper the secrets of a universe, enticing Quentin's deepest desires. Fragments of the heart of the universe. Quentin's eyes burned with greed, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. There really was a fragment of the heart of the universe here. Without further hesitation, he stretched out his palm, intending to take the fragment containing boundless power into his possession. His heart was already churning with turmoil. As long as I grasp the heart of the universe, I will be able to gain a deeper understanding of the origin of the universe, and my chances of becoming a ruler in the future will greatly increase. However, just as he was about to touch the fragment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a silver-white shell hurtling toward him with destructive force. Antimatter cannon! Quentin's expression changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Without hesitation, he activated the Yuan power within his body, and the dark Yuan power surged out like a tide, instantly condensing into an indestructible barrier in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the shell slammed into the dark barrier. The moment the shell made contact with the barrier of darkness, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The silvery white light and the dark elemental energy intertwined and collided wildly, generating waves of destructive energy fluctuations. These energy fluctuations spread wildly in all directions from the point of impact, as if they were about to devour the entire Crystal Palace. Quentin felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him, and his dark barrier began to crack in the face of this force. He was terrified and hurriedly increased his energy output in an attempt to stabilize the collapsing barrier. However, the power of the antimatter cannon was extraordinary. The silvery white light grew brighter and brighter until it was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Then, an even more deafening explosion rang out, and the dark barrier finally succumbed to the force and shattered. The shockwave from the explosion sent Quentin flying, tumbling through the air several times before he managed to regain his balance. The Science Alliance, Theodore, the father of science. Quentin's face was solemn, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the swirling dust and locking onto the figure that flew out of the explosion. Ha! Quentin, everyone gets a piece of the heart of the universe fragment. If you want to keep it all to yourself, don't worry about overdoing it. Theodore wore a futuristic alloy suit of armor, each plate gleaming with a high-tech sheen. At this moment, a mocking smile played on his lips, as if he were laughing at Quentin's greed. As Theodore appeared, more figures appeared in the sky. Some came by stepping through the void, while others flew in riding streams of light. Each of them was a powerhouse at the half-step dominator level. Their arrival instantly made the atmosphere in this world tense. TSK. I never expected that a fragment of the heart of the universe would attract the attention of such important figures as you. The voice of Void Shadow Surveys carried a hint of mockery, as if he were enjoying a rare spectacle. Surveys, stop teasing us. The chief mage of the Galactic Council, Elvira, said with a charming smile, it's because I've been unable to advance to the level of a ruler for so long. Now that the heart of the universe has appeared, I naturally can't miss this opportunity. The problem is that there is only one heart of the universe, but there are 6 half-step rulers here. Ju Nanju, CEO of the Interstellar Enslavement Group, coldly interjected. How should we divide this? How about you all do me a favor and let me have this fragment of the heart of the universe? Ju Nanju was dressed in a black leather jacket. His demeanor was cold and mysterious, like a dark emperor who controlled life and death. Although his words were polite, the domineering tone was self-evident. Theodore looked at Ju Nanju, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ju Nanju, if it were just any ordinary thing, I'd gladly give it to you. But this fragment of the heart of the universe, you think you can just take it away with a mere formality? Aren't you overestimating your own worth? Upon hearing this, Ju Nanju's face darkened instantly. His gaze sharpened like a knife, fixing on Theodore. Theodore, is your tech alliance tired of living a comfortable life and looking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Theodore burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. He stood tall and fearless, meeting Ju Nanju's gaze without flinching, his voice filled with provocation and disdain. Haha, Ju Nanju, you're a guy who made your fortune by selling slaves? Don't try to act tough with me. Our tech alliance isn't afraid of a bunch of rabble like you. Snort. Ju Nanju let out a heavy, cold snort. He slowly extended his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly. His aura instantly became sharp and intense, like a drawn sword. Theodore did not back down in the face of Ju Nanju's provocation. In an instant, his alloy armor transformed, with dozens of dark, gaping cannon muzzles emerging from the armor plates, their surfaces surging with a violent and chilling energy. These cannons resembled ferocious beasts, poised to unleash a deadly roar at any moment. Star Empire's Grand General, Star Rama, watched this tense scene with a headache. He rubbed his temples and said, Gentlemen, I am well aware of the preciousness of the fragment of the heart of the universe. But there is only one fragment, and there is no point in fighting over it. Why don't you give me this fragment, and the Star Empire will surely reward you with other equally precious treasures as compensation. However, before he could finish speaking, Elvira giggled. General, you are mistaken. The Star Empire is wealthy and powerful. How could it possibly covet such a small fragment of the heart of the universe? Why not give this fragment to me? I will certainly make sure everyone leaves satisfied. Although her words were polite, the firmness in her tone showed that she would never give up easily. Meanwhile, the other half-step rulers remained silent, clearly each with their own plans. They all knew the value of the fragments of the heart of the universe was immeasurable, and none of them were willing to let go easily. Ju Nanju's gaze was icy as he coldly surveyed his surroundings. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, as if trying to meld the sword into his very bones. His aura surged like a tidal wave, exuding a chilling intent. He said coldly, It seems that if we don't make a move today, no one will give up the fragment of the heart of the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The terrifying auras emanating from the 6 half-step dominator-level experts intertwined, forming an invisible storm. Their gazes were locked on each other, as if searching for an opening. An earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Chapter 361 Wang Li makes a move. The confrontation between these 6 half-step rulers immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Someone pointed deep into the Crystal Palace and shouted excitedly, Look, the half-step dominator-level powerhouses are about to fight. A series of exclamations arose from the crowd. After all, it was rare to see a half-step dominator-level expert, and today 6 of them had appeared at once. Such a spectacle was enough to shock anyone. I wonder who will win, someone asked curiously. It's hard to say. Each of them is incredibly powerful, someone remarked. Especially Ju Nanju, who is known as the best swordsman below the ruler. His strength is unfathomable. Number 1 in swordsmanship? How does that compare to Yuming? Someone else asked curiously. Well, this question left the man speechless for a moment, and he then said in a low voice, If you hadn't mentioned Yuming, I wouldn't have been able to connect Yuming with them. In my mind, Yuming has already been ranked at the level of a ruler. With Ju Nanju's strength, Yuming could probably kill him with a single sword strike. Just as the 6 half-step sovereigns were poised and ready to fight, an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire crystal light ancient palace. Everyone felt a darkness above their heads, as if some enormous thing was blocking out the sun. They all looked up and gazed upwards, and upon seeing it, exclamations of surprise rose and fell, echoing through the sky. A ghost ship. It's the Overseer's ghost ship. One man pointed excitedly at the giant ship that was faintly visible in the sky, his voice filled with awe and trembling. The ship emitted an eerie black mist, like a ghostly vessel sailing from the depths of the underworld. Its appearance instantly instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression in everyone present. Good heavens, it really is a ghost ship. Does that mean that Lord Netherworld, the Overseer, has also come? The other person stared wide-eyed, his eyes sparkling, intently watching the ghost ship in the sky, afraid of missing a single detail. He was a fervent supporter of the underworld, and he held this legendary Overseer in the highest esteem and longing. At that moment, the thought of seeing his idol in person filled him with energy and excitement that he could hardly contain himself. The tense standoff between the 6 half-step rulers dissipated as quickly as a punctured balloon the moment the ghost ship appeared. Their gazes all turned to the sky, fixed on the warship that exuded an eerie aura. Ghost ship underworld. Zingluomo murmured softly, his eyes filled with apprehension and solemnity. This general, who was usually so imposing, had to restrain his arrogance under the shadow of Yoming's reputation. Is the Netherworld going to get involved too? Jun Nanju said in a deep voice, his tone revealing a complex emotion that was hard to describe. He knew that if Yuming was truly interested in the fragments of the heart of the universe, it would be very difficult for them to get their hands on them. This is troublesome. Selvi's eyes gleamed. He squinted and looked up at the ghost ship in the sky, his tone carrying a hint of resentment and helplessness. He knew that the appearance of the Netherworld would make this battle even more complicated and difficult. However, he also had to admit that, when faced with a powerful figure like Yuming, even they, as half-step rulers, seemed somewhat powerless. The nightmare descended upon the Crystal Palace. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure slowly flew out of the nightmare, drawing an elegant arc in the air before landing steadily in front of the 6 half-step overlords. The newcomer did not emit any energy fluctuations, but the sword at his waist was the infamous demonic sword, Ice Soul. This sword has slain countless powerful beings, and its name is renowned throughout the Milky Way. At this moment, it hung quietly on the visitor's waist, without any energy fluctuations, as if it were asleep, or as if it were waiting for something. Although the newcomer's face was covered by a ghost mask, obscuring his true appearance, the fact that he flew off the ghost ship and possessed the Ice Soul sword at his waist was enough to identify him. In everyone's eyes, this person is the legendary Overseer. Yuming. On the nightmare, all the crew members gathered at the ship's side, their eyes fixed on the figure below. That was their companion, Wang Li. Jack waved his arms, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. Wang Li, show us your old leopard print guy style. Put on a really cool show, scare them to death. Moo, I hope everything goes well for Wang Li Ge. Nyota gripped his double-edged battle axe tightly, ready to support Wang Li at any moment. Because Wang Li only possesses the strength of a god-level being, although he is a shadow user, he can at most deal with a mid-level supreme expert. Any one of these half-step rulers below could easily kill Wang Li instantly. Rosie looked down at Wang Li, her heart filled with worry. These 6 half-step rulers included both righteous and evil figures, especially Jun Nanju, who was said to take pleasure in killing. Would Wang Li encounter any danger down there? Her voice revealed deep concern. Mu Wanting stared intently down below, her body surging with powerful energy that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Rosie, don't worry. I'm prepared for this. If Wang Li is exposed, I will desperately try to control these half-step sovereigns for a split second. At that time, all of you will move out and rescue Wang Li. We must trust the captain's authority and believe that the title of the Overseer can deter those half-step overlords. I've used my supernatural abilities to predict that although Wang Lige's fate this time is a mix of black and white, full of twists and turns, white will dominate the majority. This means that Wang Lige will most likely escape danger unscathed. Eleanor was also a little nervous, her little face flushed as she spoke. Lu Mengli, on the other hand, appeared much calmer, her gaze remaining steadily fixed on what lay below. We must not be careless. Once Wang Li is exposed, all crew members above the god level, the Sea Fiend, and the Nightmare shipborne weapons must immediately launch an attack and do everything in their power to bring Wang Li back. On the Nightmare, everyone was holding their breath for Wang Li. They knew this was a life-or-death struggle, a huge gamble. All the half-step sovereigns stared intently at Yuming, who was flying down from the ghost ship. Although he did not emit any energy fluctuations, everyone present was a powerful individual who could naturally discern his true strength. Everyone could see that the person before them was only at the god level, but everyone still looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yuming had previously used this god-level divine power to kill you and me, who was ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking with a single sword strike. Chapter 362, Wang Li showing off. Elvira broke the silence first, gracefully bowing to the underworld, her voice sweet yet respectful. Elvira, the chief mage of the Galactic Council, has met with the Overseer. Having said that, she fixed her gaze on the deep eyes beneath the netherworld mask and slowly asked, "May I ask what brings you here, Lord Inspector?" At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yuming, waiting for his answer. Yuming's gaze was icy as he coldly surveyed the surrounding half-step rulers. His eyes revealed an undeniable authority, as if everything was under his control. Then he said in a cold voice, "I want the fragment of the heart of the universe." Wang Li possesses godlike strength, allowing her to easily control her voice, just like Lu Qi. These brief and cold words exploded like a bombshell in the hearts of the 6 half-step sovereigns. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes flashed with complex emotions. For them, the fragments of the heart of the universe were not merely rare treasures, but also the key to breaking through their bottlenecks and ascending to the level of rulers. Each of them paid a tremendous price for these fragments, even at the cost of making enemies of other powerful beings in the galaxy. However, this suddenly appearing observer now wants to snatch the fragment of the heart of the universe right in front of them. They're all top figures in the galaxy, and naturally they will not give up. "Your Excellency the Inspector, I admit that you are powerful, but is it not a bit too domineering of you to take away the fragment of the heart of the universe with just a simple sentence?" The speaker was Jun Nanju, whose tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction and challenge. He looked around, seemingly searching for the support of other half-step rulers, hoping to use this to put pressure on the netherworld. He felt that even someone as powerful as Yuming wouldn't offend 6 half-step rulers for a fragment of the heart of the universe. Upon hearing this, Yuming slowly turned his gaze to Jun Nanju. He walked with steady steps, approaching Jun Nanju step by step, until they stood face to face. "Who are you?" "I am Jun Nanju, a half-step ruler, ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking." Jun Nanju stood tall and proud, his eyes filled with arrogance. Being ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking means that Jun Nanju is one of the 10 most powerful people in the entire Milky Way. He believes that with his strength, even the inspectors should give him enough respect. But clearly, he miscalculated. The arrogant expression on Jun Nanju's face had not yet faded. Smack! Suddenly, a loud slap rang out. Without hesitation, Yuming raised his hand and slapped Jun Nanju across the face. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone stared in shock at the sight, as if time had frozen. Jun Nanju stood frozen in place, his arrogant expression vanishing, replaced by shock and anger. The other half-step rulers looked at each other, at a loss. They did not expect that Yuming would teach Jun Nanju such a lesson without any mercy. 10th on the heavenly ranking, is that impressive? The expression in Yuming's eyes remained indifferent, as if he were merely commenting on a trivial matter. He flicked his wrist lightly, the contempt and disdain in the gesture deeply wounding Jun Nanju's pride. Jun Nanju stood there, the finger marks on his face burning his heart like raging fire. Since his ascension to god-level powerhouse, when had he ever suffered such humiliation, he had always been seen as a demon, a figure feared by all. Yet this man before him had, in front of everyone, mercilessly slapped him across the face, trampling his dignity underfoot. The rage in his eyes surged like a raging tide, and his rational defenses crumbled under the impact of his fury. Suddenly, Jun Nanju let out a deafening roar. "You ghost! You're asking for death!" With this roar, his aura as a half-step ruler suddenly erupted, and a powerful current surged out from Jun Nanju's center, sweeping everything away like a wild hurricane. The airflow was so strong that the clothes of those around were instantly whipped around, as if they were about to be torn apart. "Oh no, Jun Nanju is about to make his move." Jack gasped, his voice filled with shock and worry. He turned instantly, ready to leap from the nightmare to support Wang Li. Although Jack and Wang Li often joked and bickered, their long-term interaction had already forged a deep friendship between them. In Jack's heart, Wang Li was no longer just a friend, but a brother with whom he could share life and death. The others on the Nightmare were equally anxious. They sprang into action, preparing to launch an attack to support Wang Li. However, at that moment, a clear and firm voice stopped them. "Don't panic. Wang Li is confident in handling this." The speaker was Luming Li. She stood on the side of the ship, her gaze fixed on Wang Li's figure below, as if she could see through the void and witness his every move. Upon hearing Luming Li's words, everyone was taken aback at first, and then stopped what they were doing. They knew that Luming Li was not someone who would jump to conclusions easily, so if she said that, she must have her reasons. So, everyone suppressed their worries and anxieties and turned their attention to the battlefield below, hoping that Wang Li could create a miracle. Yoming's hair danced wildly in the gale, but the expression in his eyes remained calm. Faced with Jun Nanju's terrifying pressure, Yuming seemed completely unaffected, merely slowly raising his arm. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, smack! Another slap landed on Jun Nanju's other cheek. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire Crystal Palace. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two of them, afraid of missing a single second. Yoming's slap landed on Jun Nanju's face, completely shattering Jun Nanju's self-esteem and extinguishing the terrifying aura emanating from him. After being slapped again, Jun Nanju suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was Yuming, who had killed you and me with a single sword strike, and the inspector who struck fear into the hearts of countless powerful figures. Jun Nanju watched the entire live stream of Yuming killing you and me, and he knew that he absolutely could not withstand that sword strike. Thinking of this, he suddenly shivered, and his imposing aura vanished instantly. However, the two handprints on his left and right cheeks looked rather comical. Haha, 10th on the heavenly ranking, trash. Yuming looked at the now completely deflated Jun Nanju and sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with disappointment, seemingly very disappointed that Jun Nanju dared not make a move. Chapter 363, The Power of the Inspector. He then gently stroked the Ice Soul sword in his hand, sighing in disappointment. I thought the Ice Soul sword could drink blood again, and that I would have one more half-step Dominator undead. At this point, Yuming shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. Sigh, being an inspector is tough. You have to be careful about the consequences of killing someone. Hearing Yoming's self-talk, everyone's hearts tightened involuntarily. It was as if an invisible cold current swept over them, making them feel a strange chill. Fortunately, Jun Nanju didn't make a move. It turned out the observer had been manipulating him all along, intending to kill him. Someone exclaimed in surprise. This was also due to Yoming's role as an observer, which allowed Jun Nanju to escape unscathed. It was unimaginable what a terrifying existence Yuming would be if he acted recklessly like those chaotic cults. The awe and reverence for Yuming in everyone's hearts grew even stronger. On another note, Jun Nanju was incredibly unwise. How dare he bare his fangs in front of the inspectors? Did he think he was stronger than Yuan Nye, ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking? After those two slaps, he'll likely become a laughingstock in the underworld. Some shook their heads and sighed, feeling both sympathy and ridicule for Jun Nanju's predicament. By the way, why is Yuming wearing a mask today? He's never done that before. Someone suddenly noticed the mask on Yoming's face and felt a sense of curiosity and doubt. Beneath the ghostly mask that no one could see, Wang Li's true face was revealed. His face was ashen white, as if all the blood had been drained from him, and cold sweat poured down his forehead, as if he had just been pulled out of ice water. Just now, Jun Nanju's terrifying aura at the half-step Dominator level poured down on Wang Li like a storm. Wang Li, as a god-level powerhouse, felt unprecedented pressure in this invisible contest. The aura was so strong that it seemed to crush him into dust. However, Wang Li persevered. He gritted his teeth and resisted the suffocating pressure with all his might, finally managing to get through it. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with extreme excitement, as if two flames were burning fiercely within them. He roared with ecstatic joy in his heart. This is awesome. I actually slapped the 10th ranked master on the heavenly ranking twice in front of everyone, and he didn't even dare to fart. This display of arrogance was absolutely exhilarating. Every time Wang Li recalls the scene, she feels an overwhelming surge of excitement and pride. The master's reputation is really useful. Yuming seemed to have lost interest in Jun Nanju's outward strength but inner weakness. He turned around and walked towards the fragment of the heart of the universe that shimmered with mysterious light, as if no one else was around. Every step he took was firm and composed, as if this entire plane trembled beneath his feet. General Xingluomo, however, frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Yuming's retreating figure. His eyes were filled with suspicion and inquiry, as if trying to see through the mask to the truth. After a moment's hesitation, he narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly in a low, authoritative voice. The inspectors have always appeared with their faces clearly visible, without any concealment. Why then have they chosen to conceal their faces today? Xingluomo's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The other 5 half-step rulers also turned their gazes toward Yuming, their eyes filled with the same doubt and confusion. Today's netherworld was indeed very different from the past. Not only did he wear a mask to conceal his true appearance, but there was not a trace of energy fluctuation leaking from his body. Even the legendary, invincible demonic sword Isol in his hand was as silent as an ordinary iron sword. Your Excellency the Inspector, you have not appeared in the Milky Way for nearly a month. You suddenly appear today, but you cover your face. Could it be that you are an imposter? Selvi's voice carried an indescribable sense of oppression, as if he were about to completely expose Yoming's identity. Quentin stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, the Overseer, we have no intention of offending you. We only request that you remove your mask and show your true face to protect your reputation and the peace of the galaxy. This will also prevent those unscrupulous individuals from using your name to commit fraud. As their words fell, the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing. All eyes turned to Yuming like arrows, awaiting his response. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only the echoes of their breathing and heartbeats. Hearing the doubts of the crowd, Yuming stopped his steps toward the fragment of the heart of the universe. He slowly turned around, his movements carrying an undeniable majesty. A strange smile curved his lips, a smile as alluring and deadly as a spider lily blooming in the night. He spoke softly, his voice low, yet it resonated in everyone's hearts like the morning bell and evening drum. Today, I will fulfill this duty of oversight. Anyone who dares to flee or hide will be considered an unstable entity and will be executed. After saying this, he turned and walked toward General Xingluomo. Xingluomo thought Yuming would explain something to him. Since what he said was true, Yuming had indeed never worn a mask before. However, today's netherworld is clearly not playing by the rules. He walked up to Xingluomo and, without any warning, raised his arm. Slap, slap, slap. For crisp slaps echoed in the air, each one landing heavily on Xingluomo's face. Xingluomo's face instantly turned red, and 4 clear palm prints appeared on Xingluomo's cheeks. Who do you think you are, daring to question me? The voice of the netherworld was cold and contemptuous, as if it were looking at an insignificant ant. Xingluomo was completely stunned by the 4 sudden slaps. His mind was in chaos, as if countless stars were spinning and exploding. Who am I? Where am I? He asked himself blankly. I am the great general of the Star Empire. Coming to his senses, Xingluomo's face instantly turned ashen, and a violent and terrifying aura surged out from his body, as if it were about to ignite the surrounding air. He stared intently at Yuming, his eyes flashing with resentment and rage, and said through gritted teeth, Yuming, do you want to be an enemy of my Star Empire? However, Yuming paid no attention to his threat. He chuckled softly, his tone filled with contempt and mockery. Humph, you think you can represent the Star Empire? I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the palace banquet last time. If it weren't for the Star Empire's sake, I would have killed you long ago. As he spoke, a sharp killing intent flashed in Yoming's eyes. He stepped forward, closing in on Xingluomo, his voice cold and authoritative. Now is the perfect time to settle accounts. You have offended the inspector, a crime deserving death. Kneel down. Chapter 364, Successfully Showing Off. Upon hearing this, Xingluomo's eyes were filled with disbelief. He, the Grand General of the Star Empire, had actually been ordered to kneel. This was an utter disgrace. Seeing that Xingluomo remained in a stalemate and showed no signs of yielding, A more bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Yoming's lips. This smile was like that of a wolf in the dead of night, its eyes revealing a thirst for and a desire to toy with its prey. I'd like to see if the Star Empire will turn against my netherworld for your sake after I kill you. Before he finished speaking, Yoming's hand slowly moved toward the ice soul sword at his waist. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on his hands. However, at this moment, Yuming, actually Wang Li, was in a state of utter panic. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart pounded like a chased rabbit. He screamed inwardly, "I've really messed up. If he doesn't kneel, won't I be exposed? I don't have my master's strength, the ability to cleave stars with a single sword strike." He had prepared for the worst. If Xingluomo still refused to yield after drawing his sword, he would turn and run. After all, his life was more important. When Xingluomo saw Yuming place his hand on the hilt of his sword, his heart almost stopped. Although Yuming did not emit any energy fluctuations, he knew that Yuming was about to draw his sword. The demonic sword Ice Soul, once unsheathed, will inevitably draw blood. His mind instantly recalled the terrifying scenes of Yuming killing Li Yuan with a single sword at the banquet and Yuanmi with a single sword during the live broadcast. He seemed to smell the blood again and see the surging sea of blood. His body trembled slightly involuntarily. He knew that if this was truly the netherworld, he would surely die once the Ice Soul sword in his hand was drawn. Just as Yuming slowly grasped the hilt of the Ice Soul sword, and the blade began to move from its sheath, Xingluomo's fear reached its peak. He dared not gamble his life on whether the person before him was truly Yuming. After all, risking his life for a fragment of the heart of the universe that he might not even obtain was simply not worth it. It should be understood that although Yuming is an observer, he is no benevolent person. He has killed countless people and can destroy an entire plane with the flick of his hand. Xingluomo has no doubt that if the person in front of him is really Yuming, he will really kill him. So, at this critical moment, Xingluomo made his choice. He suddenly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and his voice trembled slightly. "This humble general, Xing Lama, did not mean to offend your excellency, the inspector. Please forgive me." Yuming coldly stared at Xingluomo. "You're smart to know what's good for you." He then slowly released his grip on the hilt of the Ice Soul sword. This scene brought a sigh of relief to everyone. Whether it was the 6 half-step overlords on the scene, the Nightmare crew observing the scene from the sky, or even Wang Li himself. If Hashiramo had knelt down even a second later, he would have run away. Xingluomo's kneeling convinced everyone that the person before them was indeed Yuming, even though he was wearing a mask. The crowd looked at Yuming with fear in their eyes. Although they tried to hide it, a trace of barely perceptible fear still lingered deep in their eyes. Yuming ignored Xingluomo, who was kneeling on one knee, and slowly walked to Service and Quentin's side. With a wave of his hand, 2 crisp slaps echoed in the air. Selvies and Quentin were publicly humiliated, but could only lower their heads and dare not put up any resistance. Their bowed faces were filled with humiliation and anger, but they suppressed these emotions deep within their hearts. They understood that, faced with a powerful being like Yuming, they could only swallow their anger. Even if the 6 of them put aside their past grievances and joined forces to fight against the netherworld, let alone whether they could actually win. Even if you can win, you must understand, Yuming is a master of spatial manipulation. Who can control him? You can't catch him, but he can come looking for you at any time. Such a person would be their nightmare if they were an enemy. Thinking of this, Selvies and Quentin couldn't help but feel a chill. At this moment, the ghost slowly walked up to Theodore, the father of technology. Seeing this, Theodore forced a stiff smile, seemingly trying to ease the tense atmosphere. He opened his mouth, about to say something to ease the awkward situation. However, the moment he opened his lips, snap! A crisp slap rang out without warning, and 5 bright red finger marks quickly appeared on Theodore's cheek. He covered his face, his eyes flashing with grievance and confusion, as if to say, "What on earth is going on?" Theodore looked at Yuming with a wronged expression, his voice trembling slightly. "Lord Overseer, I didn't say anything. Why are you hitting me?" Yuming raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised by Theodore's reaction. Wang Li recalled the scene just now, and indeed, the guy wearing what looked like Iron Man armor didn't seem to have said a word. Then, Yuming said indifferently, "Oh, you got carried away and hit me. You're out of luck." It was as if it were all just a whim of his, and Theodore had become an innocent victim. When Elvira saw the Netherworld's gaze sweep over her like a cold, sharp sword, her heart skipped a beat. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately bowed deeply, her movements so swift they almost stirred up a gust of wind. Elvira of the Galactic Council greets, Your Excellency, the Overseer. She thought to herself, if I don't make my stance clear soon, I'll probably be the next unlucky one to get slapped. Yuming merely glanced at Elvira's respectful gesture before turning his gaze to the fragment of the heart of the universe that shimmered with a mysterious light in the arena. He slowly walked forward and picked up the fragment of the heart of the universe. At the same time, he glanced at the crowd again. You should be thankful that I haven't yet obtained evidence of your unstable existence. Those who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Quentin, the leader of the Void Cult, and Selvies of the Void Shadow Pirates. They had previously plundered the life core of the mother tree of the other plane quite often. Hearing Yoming's words, they breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that this god of death would leave quickly. Then, Yuming snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of light, flying to the nightmare in the sky. As they watched the nightmare slowly disappear into the horizon, the six half-step overlords all wore complex expressions. They looked at each other in silence, as if they saw the same humiliation and resentment in each other's eyes. For these beings who stand at the pinnacle of the galaxy, the experience they had just gone through was an unspeakable humiliation. The anger and humiliation in their hearts seemed to transform into an invisible force, propelling them into 6 dazzling streaks of light that vanished instantly. They were eager to leave this place that had brought them shame, as if staying even a moment longer would be unbearable torture. Chapter 365, Marching towards the source of the river Styx. As those powerful figures at the half-step dominator level departed one by one, everyone present remained immersed in an indescribable shock. Is this the power of the Overseers? Someone muttered to themselves, their voice trembling slightly. 6 powerful figures standing at the very top of the galaxy had been slapped in public like this, yet not one of them dared to retaliate. Who dares to resist? Another person chimed in, his tone full of helplessness and regret. The strength of the Netherworld Overseers was undeniable. No matter how strong they were, could they possibly be stronger than Yuan Mie? That was someone who could instantly kill even the 6th-ranked person on the heavenly ranking. That's right. If they had dared to resist just now, there would probably be another half-step Overlord-level undead on the ghost ship now. Someone added, a hint of relief in their tone. It seems that without the intervention of the Supreme Ruler, there is probably no one in the entire Milky Way who can rival the Netherworld. Someone sighed, their voice filled with awe and reverence. In the crowd, a female god-level powerhouse had stars in her eyes and looked completely infatuated. The Inspector Yuming is so domineering and handsome. I've decided I won't marry anyone but him. Does anyone know how to contact him? I really want to have a child. Those nearby were speechless upon hearing this. Someone couldn't help but retort, you should save your breath. I heard that Princess Han Bingming of the Star Empire was in love with Yu Ming and wanted to marry him, but she refused. Do you think you're prettier or more powerful than Princess Han Bingming? Huh, such a thing actually happened? A gasp rippled through the crowd. Princess Han Bingming. She is a treasure of the Star Empire. For countless years, numerous heroes and warriors have proposed to Emperor Xingfen, hoping to marry this peerless beauty, but she has never been moved by anyone. But even such a proud princess was rejected by Yuming? Some shook their heads in disbelief. Why was that? Did Yuming already have someone else in his heart? I've heard that's true. An insider mysteriously revealed that Yuming is deeply in love with the woman he loves, so he's indifferent to all other women. Even a peerless beauty like Princess Han Bingming cannot move his heart. Wow, so domineering, yet so devoted. Ha ha ha, I'm back. With a hearty laugh, Wang Li reappeared on the nightmare. He ripped off his mask, revealing a smug expression on his face. Jack suddenly rushed forward and punched Wang Li on the shoulder with such force that it seemed he wanted to etch the joy deep into the other's body. You little brat, he exclaimed loudly. That's absolutely fantastic. Your arrogance is even more impressive than the captain's. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone on the nightmare ship gathered around, their faces beaming with joy and excitement, as if they had just witnessed a great victory. Rose stood in the crowd, a smile gleaming in her eyes, and looked at Wang Li, saying, Indeed, When it comes to insulting people and being arrogant, the captain can't compare to you. The captain usually kills anyone who displeases him. Unlike you, slapping someone in front of everyone. Mu Wanting joined in the teasing, covering her mouth and laughing. Wang Li, you're too mean. Those people are all leaders of their respective factions. You slapped them in front of so many people. How are they supposed to face people and live their lives after that? As Wang Li listened to the teasing and praise from the crowd, the smugness on her face grew even stronger. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Mengli standing behind the crowd. She stood there quietly, like a fairy who was isolated from the world, with a cool and aloof temperament. Wang Li immediately suppressed his smugness, slowly walked up to Lu Mengli, and handed her the fragment of the heart of the universe. He, Master's wife, the heart of the universe is in hand. I have successfully completed my mission. Looking at Wang Li in front of her, Lu Mengli's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Wang Li, you did a good job. You didn't embarrass your master. From that day on, a rumor began to circulate throughout the galaxy about the Watcher, Netherworld. He liked to slap people. The rumor spread like wildfire among the powerful. They became even more terrified of the name Yu Ming, as if just mentioning it made their cheeks burn with pain. The slaps of the Netherworld have no discrimination. Whether they are powerful individuals who have directly offended him or innocent people, they may all suffer from his merciless iron fist. This point was personally confirmed by Theodore von Sophie, the father of modern technology. In the dark and deep underworld, an enormous legion is slowly setting off, their destination the sacred site of the underworld, the source of the Styx River. At the very front of the legion stood rows of tall, imposing skeletal giants. Their bodies were as majestic as mountains, and every step they took made the ground tremble, as if they were about to crush the land. Their eyes were empty and deep, as if they could devour all the light of life. Their arms were bound with chains and skulls, symbolizing death and bondage. On either side of the skeletal giant, a group of eerie, undead creatures flew. They had bat-like wings, but human faces with twisted and ferocious expressions, as if telling of the pain and resentment of their past lives. Their figures darted swiftly through the dark sky, emitting sharp whistles that sent chills down one's spine. The main body of the legion consisted of an undead army composed of countless heavily armored undead warriors. They wielded sharp weapons, wore heavy armor made of black iron, and exuded a strong aura of death. They were packed together in dense rows, like a black ocean, churning with waves of death. The entire Netherworld Legion moved slowly forward in the underworld, their steps firm and powerful, as if they were going to crush all obstacles in their path. Their aura was so powerful that even the air in the underworld seemed to freeze, filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Above the Legion, dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed, as if even heaven and earth were shaken by the aura of death. Behind the Legion, a long trail was left, proof of their conquest of the underworld. Within the Netherworld Legion, a white-boned dragon chariot floated silently. This vehicle, meticulously crafted from countless bones and soul flames, was a symbol of the power of the rulers of the Netherworld. Inside the Netherworld Bone Dragon chariot was a spacious and comfortable area. Thick white plush carpets covered the walls, and gems that emitted a faint glow were embedded in the walls. Chapter 366 Arrival at the Styx Barrier. Morgan, clad in magnificent armor, sat upon a throne crafted from bones and soul flames, gazing solemnly ahead. Lucci and Dracula sat on either side of Morgan. Apart from a few servants, there were only Lucci and Dracula in the entire Bone Dragon chariot, which shows how much Morgan valued them. "My lord, we have reached the outer edge of the source of the river Styx," Dracula reported to Morgan. "All right, pass the word down and tell the Netherworld Legion to prepare for battle." Morgan gently stroked the armrest of the throne and spoke slowly. "Yes." As the Netherworld Legion continued to advance deeper, the atmosphere around them became increasingly oppressive and somber. The chilling wind howled like a vengeful ghost, seemingly carrying the mournful cries of countless wronged souls, immersing the entire underworld in trembling and fear. Although the undead warriors were already used to this land of death, they still couldn't help but feel a strange unease. A strange and powerful force seemed to permeate the air, making them feel unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently, as if some enormous creature was restless underground. Immediately afterwards, sharp, piercing roars came from underground, sending chills down one's spine. Just then, a gigantic, blood-red maw burst forth from the ground, swallowing the three undead warriors with lightning speed. The three warriors had no time to react before vanishing into the monster's gaping maw. Then, a chilling sound of bones shattering came from the monster's mouth. Clearly, the three undead warriors have been reduced to shattered bones, leaving no trace of their remains. It's a necromancer. An undead soldier immediately recognized the monster and shouted a warning. Before he finished speaking, the entire land suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, countless undead devourers burst forth from the ground, opening their enormous mouths and frantically biting at the undead warriors of the Netherworld Legion. In an instant, countless undead warriors were swallowed by the monster's enormous mouths, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Attack! Don't let them retreat underground. A ghoul warrior who appeared to be an officer roared loudly. Faced with the sudden surge of undead devourers, the Netherworld Legion was briefly thrown into chaos, but quickly regained order. These warriors, born from death, were not afraid of any form of threat to life, and they quickly launched a counterattack. The elite undead warriors wielded their weapons, their attacks swift and precise, each strike tearing away a chunk of flesh from the undead devourer. Although the undead devourer's massive maw can swallow everything, the warriors of the Netherworld Legion seem unafraid. They even charge towards those gaping maws, attempting to destroy the monsters from the inside. During the battle, undead warriors were constantly devoured, but more warriors rushed forward one after another. The Nether Legion, as one of the elite legions under the necromancer Lord Morgan, possesses formidable combat power. The entire battlefield turned into a chaotic carnage, with the roars of the undead devourers and the shouts of the undead warriors intertwining to form a poignant and tragic symphony. With a final, piercing roar, the last undead devourer finally fell. Its body was covered in wounds, and blue blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining the surrounding earth blue. When its enormous body fell, it seemed to trigger an earthquake. On the dragon carriage, Lu Chi quietly observed the battle that had just ended. The attack, though seemingly brief, inflicted heavy casualties on over 100,000 elite undead warriors. The flesh and bones of those warriors, devoured and chewed up, were scattered across the ground, creating a tragic and poignant scene. However, this is merely the outer perimeter of the River Styx's source. It seems that, as a sacred place in the realm of the dead, the River Styx's source is indeed extremely dangerous. However, the warriors of the Netherworld Legion paid no heed to the casualties they had just suffered. They seemed to have grown accustomed to this life-or-death struggle, and had become numb to death and pain. After completely eliminating these undead devourers, they quickly regrouped and continued their advance. The entire Netherworld Legion was like an unstoppable torrent, treading over corpses and blood, advancing resolutely towards the source of the River Styx. The news that the entire Netherworld Legion was heading towards the source of the River Styx could not be kept secret from the other three lords of the underworld. Deep within a mysterious palace woven from the fires of souls and the aura of death, upon a throne crafted from bones and the flames of souls, sits a noble and beautiful high overlord of the dead, the Ghost Queen Marika. Her figure was graceful, and she wore a long, dark blue dress that swayed gently, as if she were one with the surrounding ethereal atmosphere. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering with a soft light that accentuated her cold and mysterious face. As one of the rulers of the undead realm, she possessed unparalleled power and wisdom, and was an object of awe and worship for countless undead creatures. At this moment, Marika was frowning slightly as she listened to her subordinates report the news coming from the source of the River Styx. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips as she muttered to herself, "Is Morgan still so obsessed with the Reaper's scythe? The source of the Styx is a forbidden land that even I cannot set foot in, yet he is so persistent." At this point, a complex and unfathomable look flashed across Marika's deep, night-like eyes. A strange sense of alertness welled up within her, as if some important information was rapidly flashing through her mind. Why has Morgan, after so many years of silence, suddenly made a move against the source of the Styx? She murmured to herself, a hint of confusion and doubt showing between her brows. What exactly does he rely on to dare challenge that forbidden land again? Marika knew perfectly well that if Morgan succeeded in obtaining the Reaper's scythe, it would bring her endless trouble. She was well aware of Morgan's ambition and wicked intentions towards her, and therefore she could not stand idly by. As her thoughts raced, Marika slowly stood up. She decided to go to the source of the river Styx herself to find out what was going on. As the Netherworld Legion continued its advance deeper into the source of the river Styx, every step felt like walking on a knife's edge, with danger and death looming large. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by the mournful roars of undead creatures. As they ventured deeper, the dangers they encountered grew increasingly greater and more numerous. Sometimes the ground would suddenly split open into an enormous abyss, instantly swallowing up countless warriors. Sometimes black flames descend from the sky, turning an area into scorched earth. The increasing number of natural disasters and attacks has caused heavy losses to the Netherworld Legion. When the Netherworld Legion reached the Styx barrier, less than a third of the entire Legion remained. Chapter 367, The Terrifying Death Guard. The deaths of millions of his men did not stir even a ripple in his heart. To him, these undead warriors were merely pawns used to scout ahead, their deaths insignificant. Once this batch is all dead, we can just gather another one. In the realm of the dead, the undead are the least scarce resource. Their lives are as insignificant as weeds in Morgan's eyes. Even the elite Netherworld Legion. However, when Morgan's gaze fell upon the Styx barrier ahead, his expression suddenly turned serious. Morgan slowly rose from the bone throne, his movements more solemn than ever before. He turned to Lu Chi beside him, his voice low and firm. The Netherworld lies ahead, the barrier of the river Styx. Throughout history, many spirits have traversed the outer reaches of the river Styx's source, but none have ever broken through the barrier and truly entered its depths. Now it's up to you. Dracula followed closely behind, his eyes fixed on Lu Chi. Netherworld, the Styx barrier is a vast spatial labyrinth, fraught with countless dangers. You know what will happen if you enter its range and are unable to break through. Upon hearing this, Lu Chi merely glanced at Dracula and Morgan. His gaze revealed determination and confidence, as if he were ready to face any challenge. He slowly stepped out of the bone dragon chariot and stood before the Styx barrier. "Since you've chosen me," he said calmly and firmly, "you must trust me. All right, now it's up to you. Everyone, enter the Styx barrier." With Morgan's order, the Nether Legion began its slow advance. They marched in unison, like an unstoppable torrent, surging towards the barrier of the river Styx. Lu Chi and his two companions disembarked from the bone dragon chariot and followed closely behind the Netherworld Legion, slowly entering the area of the Netherworld River barrier. Upon entering, Lu Chi sensed a subtle change in the surrounding space. Although everything appeared the same visually, Lu Chi could clearly perceive that the space here was no longer stable, but was changing randomly every moment. They felt as if they were in a giant maze, where every turn could lead to a completely different world. Here, even if you turn back immediately, you won't be able to find your way back. Because every second, the road behind you is changing, making it impossible to predict. If we cannot find the way through, we will probably be trapped here forever. Lu Chi took a deep breath and activated his spatial ability, attempting to tear open a spatial rift that led directly to the source of the Styx River. However, he soon discovered that the Styx barrier was like an unbreakable lid, firmly trapping the source of the Styx within. His spatial abilities seemed to lose their direction here, becoming impossible to control accurately. The Netherworld Legion, having entered the barrier of the river Styx, began cautiously exploring their way forward. Suddenly, silver figures appeared like ghosts in front of the army. Their appearance was completely unexpected, as if they came out of thin air. One of the silver streaks rushed toward a skeletal giant over 100 meters tall in the Netherworld Legion with lightning speed. This skeletal giant was incredibly powerful, having reached the early stage of godhood, making him a formidable figure in the realm of the dead. However, faced with this sudden burst of silver light, he felt an unprecedented threat. The skeletal giant roared and swung its massive chain, the giant beast's head bound to the chain, smashing down on the silver light like a meteor hammer. However, with a deafening crash, the giant beast's head shattered as easily as a fragile egg. The silver light, however, remained unharmed and continued to pierce through the skeletal giant's chest with unstoppable force. Under the impact of this silver light, the seemingly indestructible body of the skeletal giant turned out to be as fragile as paper. His body collapsed upon impact, turning into a pile of scattered bones. At this moment, everyone saw the true form of the silver light, a silver-armored warrior wearing a silver ghost mask. This silver-armored warrior exuded the aura of a peak god-level expert. There were thousands of those terrifying silver-armored warriors. They transformed into dazzling silver streaks of light, charging towards the Netherworld Legion with unparalleled force. Under the impact of this silver light, the Netherworld Legion on the ground appeared so fragile. Their towering bodies seemed to have turned into paper slices, utterly vulnerable. Wherever the silver streak of light passed, the Netherworld warriors fell one after another, slaughtered in droves, their severed limbs and broken bodies littering the earth, their cries of agony echoing everywhere. The Grim Reaper's guard has appeared. Netherworld Iron Guards, wipe them out. Morgan's voice echoed in the air, authoritative and cold. He was not at all surprised by the sudden appearance of the silver-armored warriors, because he knew that these silver-armored warriors were the source of danger within the Styx barrier. They are incredibly powerful, and their numbers are virtually endless. If they cannot break through the Styx barrier, they will be worn down to death by these endless death guards. At Morgan's command, tens of thousands of undead warriors clad in magnificent black armor rose from the ground. They surged towards the silver-armored warriors like a black storm with overwhelming force. These undead warriors were incredibly powerful, each one a god-level undead, with hundreds of supreme undead mixed in among them. They are the true elite of the Netherworld Legion, the Netherworld Iron Guards. Lucci looked up and saw that the sky was filled with countless Netherworld Iron Guards, who roared and charged towards the enemy like a group of bloodthirsty beasts. At that moment, Lucci couldn't help but secretly marvel at the strength of the Netherworld. Morgan casually dispatched a legion whose strength was enough to wipe out most of the planes in the galaxy. In this breathtaking battle, the Netherworld Guardians and the Death Guardians engaged in a fierce struggle. The black and silver figures intertwined and collided in the air, unleashing deafening roars. Each impact seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. However, whether they're the Netherworld Iron Guard or the Death God's Guard, they are top warriors in the Netherworld. Their bodies and wills are as firm as a rock, and they will never back down even when facing the most powerful enemies. Lucci stood at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, seemingly isolated from the surrounding noise and fierce fighting. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and immersed himself completely in the perception of the surrounding space. His mind was like a tranquil lake, where he discarded all distractions and external disturbances. Possessing SSS-level spatial abilities, his sensitivity to space is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He can clearly perceive every distortion and tremor in the air, as if he were catching a faint ray of light in the darkness. Chapter 368, Trapped by the Styx Barrier. In this intricate spatial labyrinth, he seemed to have become a solitary explorer. He ignored the shouts of battle and the tremors of combat. He simply stood there quietly, focusing all his energy on perceiving the structure of the labyrinth. He could sense that the maze was composed of countless tiny, constantly shifting spatial nodes, like invisible ghosts, always changing their positions. These nodes intertwined, forming a complex and elusive network. To find a way out of this maze, he must understand the patterns in these nodes. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and every second felt incredibly long. In Lucci's mind, the locations of spatial nodes flashed by like shooting stars. He tried his best to capture and touch them with his special ability, attempting to find a glimmer of light in this endless darkness. Just as Lucci was fully immersed in perceiving the spatial node, a death guard quietly approached. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his long sword high, aiming it at Lucci's unsuspecting neck. This strike, if it landed, would be fatal. However, Lucci seemed to be in another time and space, completely unaware of this sudden threat. His expression remained calm and serene, as if all the turmoil around him had nothing to do with him. Just as his life hung in the balance, a dark figure appeared in front of Lucci like lightning. The figure was Morgan. With incredible speed, he stood between Lucci and the Death Guard, extending his palm and firmly grasping the blade of the long sword that was slashing towards Lucci. Seeing this, the Death Guard roared and tried to pull back his longsword, but Morgan's hand gripped the blade like an iron clamp. The Death Guardian strained frantically, but the hand seemed to possess inexhaustible strength. No matter how much he struggled, the blade remained unmoved. A cold glint flashed across Morgan's face. He exerted a little force with his right hand, and with a crisp snap, the incredibly sturdy blade was broken in two. Immediately afterwards, under the control of an invisible force, the broken blade transformed into a streak of cold light and instantly pierced through the head of the Death Guard. Everything happened in an instant. The Death Guardian's movements came to an abrupt halt. The flame of his soul slowly extinguished, and his tall body crashed to the ground. Morgan withdrew his hand, turned to look at Lu Qi, who was still immersed in his perception, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He knew that this young man was now his only hope. With the last Death Guardian being suddenly knocked away by the 5 Netherworld Iron Guards, the fierce battle finally saw the light of an end. The ghostly mask on the guard's face fell off during the impact, revealing a pale, skeletal face beneath, with flickering flames of the soul in the empty eye sockets. He struggled to stand up again and continue fighting, but the fire of his soul slowly died out, and he could only fall down unwillingly. On the battlefield, corpses littered the ground, and the warriors of the Death Guard and the Underworld Legion intertwined, creating a tragic and magnificent scene. At the heart of it all, Lu Qi suddenly opened his eyes. His face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating that he had just gone through an extremely exhausting battle. Just now, after countless attempts and failures, he finally found a faint clue. He sensed that one node's position seemed relatively stable, and its connections with other nodes were also closer. An idea struck him, and he immediately moved closer to that node. The moment he touched that node, the surrounding space seemed to collapse instantly. It's a trap. An incredibly terrifying unknown force surged out from the collapsed space and rushed straight towards Lu Qi. Fortunately, Lu Qi remained extremely cautious and managed to extricate himself in time. Otherwise, his soul would likely have been instantly shattered by that force. When Morgan saw that Lu Qi had opened his eyes, he asked in a deep voice, "Yuming, how is it? Did it go smoothly?" Lu Qi glanced briefly at the battlefield. The scattered corpses and broken weapons looked particularly desolate under the light of the flames burning across the battlefield. He took a deep breath and replied, "I need time." Dracula said gravely from the side, "You'd better hurry." His gaze was fixed on the reappearing silver figures. Countless silver figures reappeared around them, this time in double the number, totaling 2,000. As soon as these Death Guards appeared, they charged towards the Netherworld Legion without hesitation. The Netherworld Iron Guards roared and charged forward to meet the attack. And this time, Dracula also made his move. His crimson energy surged wildly, as if it would devour everything around him. Then, a gigantic skull formed from solidified blood slowly materialized in the sky. It was ferocious and terrifying, exuding a chilling aura. The giant skull suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful suction force. Hundreds of Death Guards were instantly swallowed by this force, their figures vanishing without a trace within the skull's enormous mouth. As Dracula unleashed his terrifying blood-red skull, the tide of battle turned instantly. The 2,000 Death Guards were so vulnerable to this powerful force that they were quickly wiped out. However, no one showed any sign of relief on their faces, because, after a period of calm, those silver figures quietly reappeared. This time, their numbers doubled again, reaching a staggering 4,000. Even more terrifying, some golden figures were mixed in among these Death Guards. These golden figures exuded a powerful and terrifying aura, clearly indicating that they had reached the supreme level of strength. Marika reclined languidly on an elegant chaise lounge, her posture graceful and captivating. A gentle breeze stirred, softly lifting a strand of her long hair, as if adding a touch of alluring color to her beauty. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the mysterious Styx barrier in front of her, and she asked softly, "Has it been almost a month since Morgan and the others entered?" A necromancer immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, today marks exactly 30 days since Morgan and the Nether Legion entered the Styx barrier." Upon hearing this, Marika gently twirled her long hair with her right hand and murmured to herself, "A month has passed, and the Styx barrier remains unbroken, meaning his operation has essentially failed. Even with Morgan's strength, he's nearing his limit. If he doesn't retreat soon, even as a Lich King, he'll succumb to exhaustion and perish here. Chapter 369, The Barrier of the River Styx shatters. Within the barrier of the river Styx, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. The corpses were piled up like mountains, and those powerful undead warriors had now become silent sacrifices. The entire Netherworld Legion was wiped out. Millions of ordinary undead warriors, tens of thousands of god-level Netherworld Iron Guards, and hundreds of supreme-level undead powerhouses all fell on this blood-red land. Atop the mountain of corpses stood three solitary figures: Morgan, Dracula, and Lu Chi. Lu Chi did not bring Alvin with him on this mission. The three figures appeared exceptionally small and forlorn amidst the vast sea of corpses. They had once led a mighty army in a battle, but now only three solitary figures remained. Delacorca and Morgan positioned themselves one in front and one behind, firmly protecting Lu Chi in the middle. At this moment, Dracula was no longer the elegant nobleman he once was. After countless fierce battles, his blood-red robe was tattered and torn. His already pale face turned even more ashen due to the massive depletion of his internal energy, making him appear even more terrifying. Dracula couldn't help but glance back at Lu Chi, only to see that the latter still had his eyes closed, immersed in the profound world of searching for a way to break the Styx barrier. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He slowly walked to Morgan's side and whispered, "My lord, it seems that even with your SSS-level spatial abilities, the Netherworld still can't break through the Styx barrier. The undead guards' attacks are getting stronger. Should we consider retreating?" Morgan felt the dwindling Yuan energy within him and sighed helplessly. Once inside the Styx barrier, even with the strength of the Sovereign, retreating was no easy feat. They could only wander aimlessly like headless flies, hoping for a stroke of luck to find an exit. Otherwise, they would likely be buried forever in this land of death. Just as Dracula and Morgan were deep in worry, Lu Chi suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, piercing light flashed in his eyes, as if piercing through layers of fog to reach the essence of things. "I found you." Lu Chi's voice revealed an undisguised excitement. He had lost count of how many times he had tried. Each time felt like groping in the dark, each time filled with endless challenges and unknowns. Breaking the Styx barrier was indeed incredibly difficult for him. Despite Lu Chi's top-tier spatial talent, he had to admit that he couldn't accurately find that stable spatial node to break through the Styx barrier in one fell swoop. He could only use the most rudimentary method, searching and trying again and again among the countless and ever-changing spatial nodes. This process was incredibly arduous. Without the assistance of two supreme-level powerhouses, Morgan and Dracula, Lu Chi would likely have exhausted all his energy and become a victim of the endless death guards. How could he possibly have had the strength to break through the Styx barrier? Fortunately, Lu Chi's luck wasn't too bad. Just now, he finally captured the spatial node that maintains the Styx barrier. At this moment, he dared not hesitate for a moment, because this spatial node could disappear at any time. Lu Chi's mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, frantically manipulating the surrounding spatial power. A massive amount of spatial power rapidly converged, rushing towards the suddenly appearing spatial node. The spatial node began to tremble slowly after being violently impacted. As Lu Chi continued to inject his mental energy, the trembling became more and more intense, until it finally shattered with a deafening roar. With the shattering of this spatial node, the Styx barrier that had trapped the three for a month also shattered instantly, like glass struck by a heavy blow. Fragments scattered in all directions, as if celebrating this moment of victory. The barrier of the river Styx has been breached. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Morgan's eyes flashed with an undisguised greed. He instantly channeled all the power within him, transforming into a dark streak of light, and sped toward the source of the river Styx. His figure traced a long trail in the void, like an impatient shooting star eager to touch the mysteries of the source of the Styx. Meanwhile, far away on the other side, Marika also witnessed the spectacular scene of the Styx barrier shattering. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she had seen the most incredible miracle in the world. The Styx barrier, which had stood for thousands of years, was broken. It actually broke. She murmured to herself, her voice revealing a deep shock and indescribable complex emotions. However, Marika didn't dwell on her shock for long. She immediately realized this was a golden opportunity, and without hesitation, she leaped into the air, transforming into a phantom, and flew towards the source of the river Styx. Only one thought occupied her mind: the scythe of death. As Marika flew at full speed, two other powerful figures suddenly appeared in her line of sight. They are Santaris, the Skeleton King, and Norsus, the Plague Lord. These two undead lords share Marika's goal: to seize the legendary Reaper's scythe. The three exchanged a glance in the air. Although they did not speak, their eyes revealed determination and resolve. They understood that today would be a major turning point in the history of the Netherworld, and a new ruler of the Netherworld was about to be born. Therefore, they must do everything in their power to fight for the Grim Reaper's scythe, which symbolizes supreme glory and power. However, by the time Marika, Santaris, and Northus, the three High Lords of the Dead, arrived at the source of the river Styx, everything had already been settled. Their target, the Grim Reaper's scythe, lies quietly in Morgan's hands. The Reaper's scythe was a massive scythe radiating a chilling light. Its blade, curved like a crescent moon, gleamed with a terrifying glint. Its handle was forged from an unknown black metal, engraved with intricate runes and mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. The moment Morgan grasped it, a surge of immense energy instantly flooded his body, replenishing all the elemental power he had consumed within the Styx barrier and restoring his domineering aura. Seeing Marika and the other two rushing over, Morgan's eyes flashed with an undisguised smugness. He raised the scythe of death high and laughed wildly. "Ha! The three of you have come at the perfect time, just in time to witness the rise of me, the Lord of the Underworld, Morgan." Faced with Morgan's provocation, Santaris's gaze darkened slightly. He glanced at Marika and Northus beside him and slowly said, "How about we join forces to take down Morgan first, and then each of us fight for the Reaper's scythe based on our own abilities?" Chapter 370. Morgan obtains the Reaper's scythe, Dracula's sneak attack. Marika and Norsus exchanged a glance and nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, the three High Lords of the Dead formed an encirclement, slowly approaching Morgan. Their gazes were fixed on the scythe in Morgan's hand, its cold light seemingly illuminating their ambition and desire. Facing the combined attack of the three strongest beings in the Netherworld, Morgan stood proudly, his face showing no fear whatsoever. "Let's use your blood to test the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe." He gripped the scythe of death tightly, the scythe seemingly becoming one with him, radiating a chilling, eerie light. "Morgan, even if you get the scythe of death, you still need to be able to protect it." Norsus snorted coldly, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, transforming into a dark streak of light that shot towards Morgan. At the same time, Marika and Santaris launched their attack without hesitation. Each unleashed their powerful necromantic abilities, transforming them into a vast expanse of dark energy that swept towards Morgan. Morgan laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with madness. He swung the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand, the scythe seemingly transforming into a chilling beam of death light, slashing fiercely at the three attackers with unparalleled power and might. The entire source of the Styx trembled at this moment, as if it could not withstand the powerful force of the four undead lords. The blade of the Grim Reaper traced a long arc in the void, sweeping towards Marika and her companions with the aura of death and the power of destruction. In a deafening roar and the ensuing violent tremor, Marika, Santaris, and Northers were unexpectedly repelled by Morgan's single-side strike. The three of them, as the strongest in the realm of the dead, were now like fallen leaves scattered by a strong wind and had to regain their footing. "Hateful!" Marika spoke first, her brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with resentment and anger. "The Reaper's scythe has a strong restraining effect on the undead race. This is troublesome." Santaris and Norsus also looked solemn. They had clearly not expected that Morgan, who was originally of equal strength, would be able to unleash such astonishing power after wielding the Reaper's scythe. That strike seemed to be more than just a physical attack. It carried the deathly aura unique to the Grim Reaper's scythe, putting them under unprecedented pressure. Morgan stood in the center of the battlefield, gently stroking the blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The scythe seemed to grow even colder and sharper in his hand, gleaming with a chilling light. He looked at the three people in front of him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Ah, the Reaper's scythe not only has a strong restraining effect on the undead, but more importantly, with it, I can command the Death God's guard. As Morgan finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly became unusually cold, and a large number of Death Guards emerged from all directions, completely surrounding the battlefield. Morgan looked at the three surrounded men with a smug smile. You three, if you submit to me now, perhaps I might take pity on you and spare your lives. The man who can make me, Marika, submit has not yet been born in this world. With a cold snort, Marika moved, transforming once again into a ghostly phantom, charging towards Morgan with the force of wind and thunder. Meanwhile, Lu Chi was not drawn to this battle between undead lords. His gaze had been searching everywhere since breaking through the barrier of the Styx River, finally settling on the end of the source of the Styx River. There, a flower radiating an eerie light was quietly blooming, its brilliance shining brightly in the dark source of the river Styx. This flower gave Lu Chi an extremely strange feeling. Its petals sometimes exude an evil, cold aura of death, sending chills down one's spine, and at other times they suddenly become full of vitality, as if the spring sunshine is shining on the earth, bringing endless warmth and hope. Flower of the underworld. Lu Chi was overjoyed, and then quickly flew to the side of the netherworld flower. Just as Lu Chi carefully plucked this extremely precious treasure and placed it into his storage space, before the joy in his heart could even blossom, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. A figure appeared behind Lu Chi like a ghost, its palm carrying terrifying energy fluctuations, and viciously slammed down towards Lu Chi's head. The sudden attack seemed to freeze the surrounding air, leaving only the sharp sound of the palm strike. Lu Chi's combat instincts saved his life at a critical moment. He caught a glimpse of the attacker out of the corner of his eye. It was Dracula. That terrifying palm strike arrived in an instant. But Lu Chi activated his teleportation at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The force of the palm strike felt like the scythe of death slicing across his cheek, leaving a slight stinging sensation. Haha, teleportation? How could I not have predicted that? Dracula sneered, then suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood-red serpent shot out like an arrow, carrying deadly venom and an evil aura. The moment Lu Chi teleported into existence, the blood-red venomous snake appeared right in front of him, like a shadow. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the hissing of the venomous snake echoing in their ears. Lu Chi frowned, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. In that instant, he drew his ice soul sword, and with a flash of light, he cut the venomous snake in two. However, the severed venomous tongue remained undeterred, continuing its trajectory towards Lu Chi's heart. At this moment, Lu Chi seemed to hear his own heartbeat rapidly, each beat like the drumbeat of death, pounding on his life. Blood poison? Lu Chi frowned, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Dracula. However, he showed no sign of panic in the face of this sudden attack, as if he had expected it all. He stood there quietly, watching Dracula's arrogant smile, and said calmly, I expected you would attack me after obtaining the Reaper's scythe. However, the outcome of Morgan's battle with the other three High Lords is still uncertain. Isn't it a bit too hasty for you to attack me rashly? Dracula threw his head back and laughed, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. He looked at Lu Chi with a mocking expression and said, Yu Ming, you're merely a god-level being. Even with the system's help, how could you possibly be my match? Besides, you've already been poisoned by my blood poison. To deal with you, I don't even need the great lord to lift a finger. I'm enough. At this point, Dracula's smile became even more arrogant, as if he was certain that he had Lu Chi completely under his control. He continued his threat. Now, if I want you dead, you'll die. If you know what's good for you, hand over your ghost ship obediently, and maybe I'll spare your life and put you to work for me. Chapter 371, Sacrificing Billions of Dead Souls. Marika's figure flashed, instantly entering a semi-ethereal state, drifting across the battlefield like a wisp of smoke. Morgan's scythe of death swept past her body with a sharp side slash, but failed to touch her physical form. However, although she successfully dodged the physical attack, the deathly aura emanating from the Reaper's scythe, like an invisible poisonous mist, silently corroded her body. Her face turned ashen in an instant, clearly indicating that she had suffered considerable injury. Just then, Marika's gaze shifted to Dracula, who was attacking Lu Chi. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, Morgan, you're truly shameless. He just helped you break through the Styx barrier, and you immediately want to kill him. Your ability to betray someone after you have served your purpose is truly masterful. Morgan brandished his scythe, forcing Santaris and Northus back several steps. His face showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, it bore a sinister grin. Marika, our cooperation was limited to him helping me break through the Styx barrier and me giving him the flower of the underworld. Now, he has the flower of the underworld, but I haven't promised not to kill him. Marika didn't say anything more, but took a deep breath and gathered all her strength. Her figure blurred again, transforming into a ghostly streak of light that launched an even more ferocious attack on Morgan. On the other side, Lucci was completely unfazed by Dracula's threat, merely looking at him with a mocking expression. Are you being too confident in your blood poison? Why don't you give it a try and see if your blood poison can have any effect on me? Upon hearing this, Dracula's eyes flashed with a vicious light. It seems that if I don't let you experience the pain, you won't know how domineering my blood poison is. He once used his blood poison to make countless powerful people wish they were dead. Then, Dracula suddenly activated the energy within his body, intending to detonate the blood poison in Lucci's body and teach Lucci a lesson. However, to his surprise, Lucci remained standing there quietly, without the slightest sign of pain on his face. This shocked and puzzled Dracula. How is this possible? Dracula looked at Lucci with disbelief. He tried to activate the blood poison again, but found that it seemed to be asleep and could not be awakened at all. What surprised him even more was that he discovered that the blood poison he had planted in Lucci's body was actually afraid. Yes, it was afraid. Dracula couldn't understand any of this. His blood poison had always been incredibly potent, so why was it ineffective in Lucci's body? What you call blood poison is nothing more than a trick to scare children in my eyes. Lucci's voice was calm, yet it was like an invisible sword piercing Dracula's pride. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Lucci suddenly unleashed a bloodthirsty aura, which was like a raging flame, instantly turning the surrounding air blood red. Under the burning of this bloodthirsty aura, the blood poison that Dracula planted in Lucci's body emitted painful hissing sounds, as if struggling and wailing in an endless purgatory. In an instant, the blood poison was completely burned away by the blood evil energy and turned into nothingness. Dracula looked at Lucci before him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said, I almost forgot, you're also an overseer. The overseer's bloodlust aura is indeed annoying. His voice carried a chilling undertone. However, he did not stop there. However, do you think you can contend with me with your godlike strength and the help of your blood fiend ability? How naive. Dracula let out a cold laugh, and then his body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot like two burning flames, flashing with a chilling light in the darkness. Fangs emerged from the corners of his mouth, sharp and cold, exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. His entire being was shrouded in a dark and evil aura, sending shivers down one's spine. He spread his arms wide, as if pleading with the forces of darkness. With his movement, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, as if an invisible force was surging within it, ready to erupt at any moment. Netherworld, submit to the power of the ruler. Dracula suddenly swung his arm, and a powerful energy wave burst forth from his palm. This energy wave, like a blood-red dragon, surged and roared in the air, carrying an aura of destruction, and swept straight towards Lucci. Wherever the dragon-like energy wave passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, forming a terrifying rift that swallowed everything. Facing the roaring, blood-red dragon, Lucci felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The giant dragon was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He took a deep breath, gazed at the colossal dragon before him, and slowly spoke. The power of a ruler is indeed immense. I admit, with my own strength alone, I am no match for you. At this point, an extremely violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from Lucci's body. This surge of energy was like a violent storm, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Immediately afterwards, an enormous spatial rift formed above Lucci. Through that spatial rift, one could see an endless stream of undead on the other side. That place is the Azure Sea Plain, and these undead are the spirits Lucci transformed after slaying the creatures of the Azure Sea. They were densely packed together, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a black ocean, exuding a cold and deathly aura. Looking at the army of undead before him, Lu Qi smiled. But what if it were the power of 100 billion undead? The moment Dracula saw the spatial rift, his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, "This aura, this isn't the netherworld. In just over a month, you've already managed to create a spatial rift leading to the Milky Way." Then Dracula felt a sudden, extremely uneasy feeling. Since Yuming was already able to open a spatial rift back to the Milky Way, why didn't he return to the Milky Way immediately after obtaining the Styx flower? There's definitely a conspiracy going on in the underworld. But Lu Qi didn't give Dracula any more time to think. He uttered 4 words softly, his voice low but seemingly carrying boundless authority and power. Death, spirit, offering, sacrifice. These 4 words were like an invisible command, instantly spreading throughout the entire Azure Sea. Chapter 372, The Shock of the Lich Lords. At this moment, hundreds of millions of dead souls turned to Lu Qi in unison, their eyes filled with awe and loyalty as they looked at the emperor who had given them the message. As Lu Qi finished speaking, the tranquil fire of the dead suddenly ignited in the minds of each undead. Green flames leaped and spread in the darkness, instantly igniting the bodies of the dead. At that moment, hundreds of billions of dead souls burned simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene that defies description. Green flames danced wildly in the darkness, illuminating the entire Azure Sea plain as if it were a green hell. The terrifying and shocking sight filled Dracula with a sense of unease and fear. As the undead burned, powerful forces were released from them. These forces converged and instantly condensed into an incredibly terrifying, enormous energy sphere above Lu Qi's head. The energy sphere resembled a green sun, radiating an aura of destruction and death, as if a mere touch could destroy the entire world. Everything was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Facing the roaring crimson dragon, Lu Qi remained expressionless. With a simple flick of his finger, the energy sphere above his head, condensed with the power of hundreds of billions of undead, shot towards the crimson dragon. The energy ball, like a green meteor, streaked across the dark night sky, carrying an aura of annihilation, and crashed violently into the blood-red dragon. At the moment of impact, the crimson dragon seemed to let out a tragic roar, a sound filled with despair and resentment. Then, it was instantly torn apart and shattered by the terrifying energy contained within the energy sphere, turning into a sky full of blood mist. However, the destruction of the crimson dragon failed to stop the energy ball's advance. The energy ball seemed to have its own life, continuing to shoot straight toward Dracula with unstoppable force. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from this attack, Dracula's face instantly turned deathly pale. His eyes widened, filled with shock and fear, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Impossible. You're merely a god-level being. How could you unleash such a terrifying attack? Dracula cried out. At that moment, every cell in his body was screaming in alarm, telling him of the deadly danger of this attack. Dracula dared not be careless in the slightest and immediately desperately urged all the power in his body to burst out at his fastest speed in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, the energy ball seemed to be even faster than him, and no matter how he dodged, he could not escape the ever-present threat of death. On another corner of the battlefield, the battle between the 4 undead lords had also reached a fever pitch. Morgan, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, was incredibly powerful. Even when facing 3 opponents alone, he managed to decapitate Santaris with a single strike. At the same time, he withstood an attack from Marika and Nosers. Although the attack made him sway slightly, he stood firm like a mountain. Morgan spun around and swung his scythe with all his might. Death energy surged wildly on the Grim Reaper's scythe, forming a chilling black scythe phantom in the sky. As Morgan's scythe slashed down, Northus's entire chest was instantly ripped open, revealing his internal organs, which were only prevented from spilling out thanks to Northus's energy protection. Although Marika once again activated her semi-ethereal form to dodge the attack, her face was deathly pale, clearly indicating that she was severely injured. After Santaris' skull was chopped off, his body immediately picked up his head. Although he was not dead, with his head severed, Santaris was basically unable to fight. As Norsus and Marika sensed the chaotic energy within their bodies, They realized that even with the three of them working together, they still couldn't defeat Morgan. The three immediately retreated, confronting Morgan at a distance. They tried to catch their breath and readjust their tactics. Ha ha! Morgan's arrogant laughter echoed at the source of the sticks. With the Reaper's scythe, I, Morgan, am the god of the underworld, and if I seize the ghost ship of the underworld later, I will conquer the entire universe. His words were full of smugness and arrogance, as if the whole world was under his feet. Marika stared at Morgan's hideous face, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing her inner anger and resentment. Her already pale face flushed red with rage, like a red flower struggling in the cold wind. However, amidst her anger, Marika couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. The Reaper Scythe was far too effective against the undead. Even the three undead lords working together couldn't defeat Morgan. This feeling filled Marika with deep frustration and despair. She didn't know how to turn the tide. At that very moment, an incredibly terrifying explosion suddenly rang out, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable surge of violent air swept in, as if it were about to devour the entire source of the Styx River. Even though the four undead lords were incredibly powerful, they had to retreat repeatedly just to barely withstand the terrifying shockwave from the explosion. Their faces showed shock, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. This is an attack launched by the Netherworld? Morgan cried out. The terrifying explosion had even stirred a sense of crisis within him. All four turned their gazes toward the epicenter of the explosion, where an enormous crater came into view. The edges of the giant crater were irregularly shaped, as if it had been torn apart instantly by some powerful force. The land in the crater, due to the enormous energy of the explosion, had been completely crystallized, displaying a strange and unique beauty amidst the destruction. At the bottom of the giant pit, Dracula's body lay there in a pitiful state. His once magnificent blood-red robes were now completely reduced to dust, and his body was covered with horrific wounds, as if he had been slashed by countless sharp blades at once. Most shockingly, both of his arms had been blown off, the cuts dripping with blood, a truly gruesome sight. Seeing Dracula's miserable state, the four undead lords couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Dracula, the once invincible ruler, now struggled to his feet in a sorry state from the deep pit. His body trembled slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment, and a trickle of undried blood hung from the corner of his mouth, which looked particularly glaring. Chapter 373, Lu Qi obtains the Reaper's Scythe. He tried to control the chaotic energy within his body, but ultimately could not hold back and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the dark ground red. The power of a Dominator-level being is indeed terrifying. Even though Lu Qi sacrificed his entire army of billions of undead to launch such a terrifying attack, he could only injure Dracula. After regaining his footing, Dracula immediately shouted anxiously to Morgan, "My lord, the Dark Lord has already opened a spatial rift to return to the Milky Way." Morgan's eyes flashed with a hint of shock upon hearing this. He suddenly swung the scythe of death in his hand, and the aura of death emanating from it instantly filled the entire source of the river Styx. This space seemed to be swallowed up by this aura, becoming chaotic and disordered. Then, Morgan slowly looked at Lu Qi, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. He asked with considerable curiosity, "Yu Ming, since you just opened up a spatial rift to return to the Milky Way, why didn't you leave then? If you didn't leave then, you won't be able to leave now." At this moment, Marika, Norsis, and Santeris, who was holding his own head, all turned their gazes toward Lu Qi. "His name is Yu Ming? What's his background?" Nosers broke the silence first, asking in confusion. Marika stared intently at Lu Qi, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. She parted her red lips slightly and said slowly, "It's unclear. However, it was this person who broke through the Styx barrier. It seems his spatial talent is indeed unparalleled in the world. Moreover, he was able to injure Dracula, a beginner-level overlord, with only god-level strength. Such strength is truly unbelievable. Sigh, but it seems that Yu Ming was too arrogant. He could have run away just now and turned my head in a different direction." Santeris cradled his head, slowly adjusting his position so that he could see. Okay, stop. Morgan has already disrupted the surrounding space, so he can't run away now. Unlike the others, Marika did not jump to conclusions so easily. Her deep, beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Qi, as if trying to see through his skin and into the depths of his soul. She slowly shook her head. No, this person is definitely not simple. His ability to injure a ruler with god-level power is astonishing in both potential and intellect. His presence here must serve some purpose we haven't yet uncovered. In her eyes, Lu Qi was like a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. The unique aura and immense power emanating from him deeply shocked and intrigued her. She had never seen anyone with a godlike physique unleash such a terrifying attack. The Styx barrier, which had remained unbroken for thousands of years, was actually shattered by him. All of this made her develop a strong interest in and desire to explore Lu Qi. Lu Qi certainly had his own purpose. How could he not know the law of the jungle and the underworld? He naturally guessed that Morgan might very well betray him after using him. The reason they didn't flee immediately after picking the Styx flower was because of a mission suddenly issued by the long-dormant system a month ago. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Quest: obtain the flower of the underworld. Quest reward: riperesse shite. The sudden assignment made Lu Qi's heart skip a beat. He knew this was a golden opportunity for him to obtain the Grim Reaper's scythe. Since leaving Earth, the system has been in a dormant state, rarely issuing missions. And this time, the reward is the coveted Reaper's scythe. He was well aware of his own strength. Even if he gave it his all, he could only barely contend with Dracula, who was at the initial stage of the Overlord realm. With Morgan, a master of intermediate-level strength, present, it was virtually impossible for him to obtain the Reaper's scythe under Morgan's nose. However, with this mission, everything became possible. He knew it was a high-stakes gamble, but he was confident he could win. Just after Lu Qi plucked the flower of the underworld, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host has obtained the flower of the underworld. The mission is complete and the reward is being distributed. However, the system did not immediately hand over the Reaper's scythe to him. Instead, it sounded a notification sound again. Ding! Detection indicates the Reaper's scythe is currently in the hands of a Dominator-level powerhouse. The system is accumulating power and will distribute the reward in 30 seconds. Host, please do not stray too far from the Reaper's scythe. Remaining time, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Lu Qi stared at Morgan, who now appeared to him as nothing more than a clown. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, his voice revealing a chilling intent. Morgan, you are ruthless and unjust, so you can't blame me for this. Upon hearing this, Morgan burst into arrogant laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Haha, Yuming, you're now a fish on a chopping board. Do you think you have any chance of turning the tables? A chilling, killing intent instantly emanated from him as he viciously threatened. Hand over the ghost ship to me now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll impale your head on the walls of the city of the underworld, subjecting you to eternal torment. However, the moment he finished speaking, the system countdown in Lu Qi's mind officially reached 0. Suddenly, Morgan's scythe vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Morgan's expression froze instantly. He felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The Grim Reaper's scythe, said to rule the underworld, had vanished right before his eyes. A flicker of panic and terror crossed his eyes, as if he had lost his most important reliance. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Qi. To their surprise, the missing scythe of death lay quietly in Lu Qi's hand, as if it had found its true master. At this moment, the entire source of the Styx seemed to fall into silence, and everyone stared in shock at the Grim Reaper's scythe in Lu Qi's hand. Morgan stood frozen in place, his once majestic and domineering eyes now filled with disbelief and anger. These two emotions intertwined and collided in his eyes, as if they were about to burn away his reason. He stared intently at the Grim Reaper's scythe in Lu Qi's hand, the weapon he regarded as vital as his life, now lying mockingly in the enemy's grasp. The Netherworld! Morgan let out a deafening roar, his voice filled with boundless rage and resentment. What kind of sorcery did you use? Give me back the Grim Reaper's scythe! Morgan roared, and the energy fluctuations on his body erupted instantly, spreading a terrifying aura in all directions, as if to overturn the entire source of the Styx River. However, Lu Qi merely stared at him coldly, without a trace of fear in his eyes. He lightly swung the death scythe in his hand, and the space that had been disturbed by the deathly aura emanating from the death scythe instantly returned to normal. Thank you, great lord, for your scythe of death. The netherworld will surely repay you for what you have done today. Lu Qi coldly uttered these words, then stepped into the spatial rift without hesitation. Chapter 374, A Terrifying Spatial Tsunami. Is Lu Qi in danger? The netherworld. Morgan stared at the slowly closing spatial rift, his eyes bloodshot, almost grinding his teeth to powder. His anger and jealousy surged like a tidal wave. He couldn't accept that the Grim Reaper's scythe he cherished had been taken away by someone else. No one but me is allowed to obtain the Grim Reaper's scythe. Morgan roared, his voice filled with madness. His power erupted instantly, and then the space around Morgan began to distort violently, as if it were being torn apart by an invisible force. A sinister aura of death emanated from the cracks, echoing the aura emanating from Morgan. This force, like a wild horse, violently assaulted the space where Lu Qi was located. Upon seeing this, Marika's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Morgan has gone mad. He's actually trying to create a spatial tsunami. In that case, even if the netherworld dies, the Reaper's scythe will be completely lost in the spatial turbulence." As soon as Lu Qi stepped into the spatial rift, he felt a powerful impact. The space around him began to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. He gripped the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly in his hand, trying to steady himself, but the force was too great, making it almost impossible for him to stand. Just then, Morgan's attack reached its peak. A boundless surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly tearing apart the surrounding space. The spatial rift that Lu Qi entered instantly expanded under Morgan's attack, turning into a massive spatial rift. Morgan's energy surged like a black dragon, roaring and churning within the space, instantly causing the previously stable space to ripple. Then the black dragon exploded with a roar, and the spatial fluctuations instantly became extremely violent, which in turn triggered an unprecedented spatial tsunami. Lu Qi was in the spatial rift, and was the first to bear the impact of this spatial tsunami. Morgan was a madman. Lu Qi curse d'angridi. He felt as if the space around him had turned into a raging ocean, with giant waves surging towards him one after another. Each wave contained destructive power, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. He gripped the Grim Reaper's scythe tightly, channeling all his power to resist the impact of the spatial tsunami. The Grim Reaper's scythe emitted a faint black light, forming a shield that firmly protected him. However, the power of the spatial tsunami was too great. Even with the protection of the Reaper's scythe, Lu Qi still felt as if his body was being cut by countless sharp blades, and the pain was unbearable. Just then, a giant wave, several times more violent than any of the previous ones, like a towering mountain rising from the abyss of nothingness, pressed down on Lu Qi with an overwhelming force that blotted out the sky. It seemed to carry the destructive power of the entire universe, ready to devour and crush everything. Lu Qi instantly felt as if he were being firmly pressed down by an invisible and heavy mountain, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Every cell and every nerve was being ravaged by this terrifying force. He clearly realized that if he could not effectively withstand this earth-shattering blow, he would completely disappear into this chaos, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. At this critical juncture of life and death, Lu Qi's mental energy surged wildly, relentlessly driving the surrounding spatial power, pushing his SS's-level spatial ability to its limit, attempting to use spatial power to counter the giant waves born in the space. However, the power of this spatial tsunami was too terrifying. Even though Lu Qi had pushed his spatial abilities to the limit, he still could not completely suppress it. His eyes gleamed with determination and resolve as he gripped the scythe of death tightly, launching a desperate counterattack against the monstrous wave that was about to engulf him. Break it! With a deafening roar from Lu Qi, the Reaper's scythe unleashed an unprecedented black light, transforming into an incomparably sharp blade of light that slashed fiercely at the giant wave. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the spatial rift, as if the entire universe trembled at that moment. Lu Qi's counterattack collided head-on with the giant wave, unleashing an unimaginable energy storm. This storm, like a wild horse, raged wildly through the spatial rift, tearing everything around it to shreds. Although Lucci successfully blocked the spatial wave, the surrounding space was already extremely fragile and could no longer withstand any fluctuations. With a faint cracking sound, the spatial rift collapsed instantly, turning into countless tiny fragments that disappeared into the chaos. Lucci, who was at the center of the storm, was also swept into the endless spatial turbulence by this incredibly powerful suction force. His body was constantly being pulled and twisted in the spatial turbulence, and could be torn into countless pieces at any moment. Morgan stared at the slowly closing spatial rift, a twisted and ferocious smile spreading across his face. In his understanding, once the netherworld is sucked into that endless spatial turbulence, it is as if it has fallen into the abyss of the netherworld, with no chance of survival. His jealousy and anger found a twisted satisfaction at that moment. Netherworld, since I cannot possess the Reaper's scythe, then no one else in this realm of the dead should ever dare to lay a finger on it. If there is a god of death, then it can only be me, Morgan. His voice echoed in the empty air, filled with arrogance and domineering. Norsus witnessed it all, his eyes filled with shock. Morgan, he's really gone mad. He actually went so far as to detonate a spatial tsunami to achieve his goal. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and fled into the distance at top speed. Santeris sighed softly, as if lamenting the future of the underworld. Alas, the Reaper's scythe has vanished after all. His body tightly clutched his head, and he too transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. From the moment she witnessed the spatial tsunami, Marika knew the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she took to the air and quickly moved away from the battlefield that was about to become ruins. But during her escape, she couldn't help but glance back at the spatial rift that had vanished. At that moment, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, seemingly a regret for Yoming's demise. It's such a pity that such a brilliant and talented person has perished here today. As the spatial rift disappeared, the surrounding spatial fluctuations did not subside. Instead, they became increasingly intense. The once stable spatial structure seemed to have suffered some irreversible damage and began to tremble and twist violently. This trembling and twisting continued to intensify, like the calm before a storm, foreshadowing the impending disaster. Chapter 375, The Lin Siblings. Suddenly, a deafening roar ripped through the sky, and the entire space collapsed instantly. At this moment, it seemed as if the power of the universe converged, releasing destructive energy. The collapsing space generated a powerful suction force, mercilessly swallowing everything around it. Immediately afterwards, the endless void, like a raging flood breaking free of its restraints, swept out with lightning speed. This void power was incredibly strong. Wherever it passed, all matter and energy were instantly devoured, leaving no trace. Under the ravages of this force, even the sacred land of the netherworld, the source of the Styx, could not escape its devastation. As the void continued to expand, the source of the Styx eventually disappeared completely into the world of the dead. Barred spiral galaxies. Xuanqiong Plain. Linghangwa. Sunlight filters through the sparse leaves, casting a warm glow on the lush green grass, creating a tranquil and harmonious scene. Lin Wanner, dressed in a light green dress, seemed to be part of nature as she intently searched for medicinal herbs in the grass. Her eyes were deep, like clear spring water in the forest, and every move she made revealed her innate gentleness and kindness. As she was intently picking the fruit, an unusual shadow caught her attention. She crept closer and discovered an unconscious figure lying in the grass. As Lin Wanner approached the young man in the bushes, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because what she saw was not just an unconscious person, but more like a broken body dragged back from the battlefield. The man's skin was covered with crisscrossing scars of varying depths. Some had dried and scabbed over, turning dark brown, while others were still oozing blood, staining his clothes a mottled red. These wounds looked as if they had been slashed by sharp swords or torn apart by the claws of some wild beast. Each one was so deep that the bone was visible, as if telling the story of the inhuman torture he had suffered. The young man's muscles were tense from the pain, and even in his unconscious state, his brows were furrowed, as if he were enduring unspeakable agony. The young man's right hand, stained with blood, was still tightly gripping a strange black scythe. "What's wrong, sis?" A hurried shout shattered the surrounding silence. and a man dressed in a tight-fitting outfit instantly appeared in front of Lin Wanner. His eyes were sharp, as if facing a formidable enemy, and his right hand gripped the long sword at his waist, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart, and then pointed to the young man on the ground and said, "It's nothing. I just found someone who was seriously injured." Hearing Lin Wanner's explanation, Lin Haoyu's tense nerves relaxed a little. He had assumed that the Lung family's pursuers had arrived, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking it. He looked in the direction Lin Wanner was pointing and saw a young man covered in wounds lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Probably another unlucky guy attacked by a monster. Lin Haoyu glanced at the young man's injuries and said dismissively, "Judging from his condition, he's probably already dead. Afyu, Xiaoshun, you two go bury him." "Yes, young master." Lin Haoyu's two attendants responded and prepared to step forward to handle the young man's funeral arrangements. Etc. Lin Wanner's hand trembled as she reached for his pulse. She could feel the weak and erratic beating, each beat as if it had used up all her strength. She couldn't imagine what kind of strong will this young man had to sustain him until now after suffering such a severe blow. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling his face. What should have been a young and vibrant face was now as pale as a corpse. His eyes were closed, and his long eyelashes cast two shadows on his cheeks, like a still and poignant painting. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in her heart. He's not dead yet. I can't just give up on him like this. Upon hearing Lin Wanner's words, Lin Haoyu instantly felt a headache coming on. His older sister was good in every way, except that she was too kind. He looked at the dying young man, his tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of persuasion. "Sister, look at him. His heart is almost ripped open. With injuries like that, even if he's not dead now, he won't live much longer. We can't save him." Lin Wanner looked at the young man's tightly closed eyes and slowly shook her head. "No, I want to try. Since he's still alive, perhaps this is our destiny." Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar environment. He lay in a quaint yet elegant house, surrounded by the faint scent of herbs. Sunlight streamed in through the half-open window, warm and gentle. "Where am I? Wasn't I sucked into the spatial turbulence?" He turned his head slightly and saw Lin Wanner standing in front of him. She sat quietly by the bed, holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup in her hands, her gentle face full of concern and exhaustion. Seeing Lu Qi wake up, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she asked softly, "You're awake. How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you?" Lin Wanner was filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the person in front of her would actually survive and wake up in such a short time. Lu Qi opened his mouth, but found that his throat was so dry that he could not make a sound. Seeing this, Lin Wanner immediately put down the medicine bowl in her hand, gently helped him up, and handed him a cup of warm water to his lips. Lu Qi drank a few sips of water before his throat felt a little better. Lu Qi's eyes darted around before finally settling on Lin Wanner, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "Where's my scythe?" This sudden question, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered the tranquility of the room. Lin Haoyu frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Hey, you little brat, my sister went through so much trouble to pull you back from the brink of death, and the moment you open your eyes, you start asking all sorts of questions without even a thank you?" His voice carried a hint of reproach, but more of a complaint about Lu Qi's lack of appreciation. Seeing this, Lin Wanner gently tugged at Lin Haoyu's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. "Haoyu, don't talk nonsense. I know my medicine is just an aid. He still needs his own recovery ability to wake up." Then she turned to Lu Qi, her voice as gentle and serene as a mountain stream. "Don't rush. We've put away your black side weapon for you. What you need most right now is rest." Her words were like a gentle spring breeze, instantly calming Lu Qi's anxiety. However, Lin Haoyu, standing to the side, still grumbled somewhat discontentedly. "Sis, you're just too kind. If you hadn't picked this kid up, he would have been a monster's meal in a Monster Mountain range long ago." Chapter 376, Destroy the Shuofeng Empire? After hearing Lin Haoyu's mutterings, Lu Qi's eyes slowly turned to him. Those deep eyes seemed to hold endless vicissitudes and stories. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet carrying an air of authority. "You saved me, and I, Yu Ming, have always been clear about right and wrong. I can give you a chance to do something for you. This opportunity is precious, so think it through before you tell me." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyu was taken aback at first, then laughed disdainfully. He crossed his arms, glanced at Lu Qi sideways, and spoke with a tone full of mockery and disdain. "I said, can you stop pretending? You're supposed to do us a favor? Looking at yourself, half dead, you're lucky to be alive. If it weren't for my sister taking care of you every day, you'd be dead by now. And you call that a precious opportunity? I said, we need you to help us destroy the Shuofeng Empire. Can you do that?" Lin Haoyu had thought Lu Qi would back down, but to his surprise, Lu Qi nodded seriously, his face calm. "All right, I will help you destroy the Shuofeng Empire. That way, our debts will be settled." Lu Qi's tone was as calm as if he were saying that the weather was nice today, but to Lin Haoyu, it was a huge joke. He looked Lu Qi up and down, his eyes full of disbelief. He could clearly sense the aura emanating from Lu Qi. Although it wasn't weak, it had only reached the peak of the divine rank. In the vast and boundless Xuanqiong continent, where powerful individuals abound, such strength can only be considered slightly above average. To think that such power could destroy a mighty empire? That's utterly delusional and overestimating one's own abilities. You're really good at bragging. Lin Haoyu was interrupted by Lin Wanner halfway through his sentence. "Okay, Haoyu," she said softly, her eyes revealing a mixture of gentleness and reproach. "Instead of talking nonsense here, why don't you go and check if the medicine I brewed is ready?" As Lin Wanner finished speaking, the scene seemed to shift. Lin Haoyu's expression, which was half mocking and half dissatisfied, gradually softened into a hint of helplessness and submission under Lin Wanner's calm and firm gaze. He turned and walked toward the stove, muttering to himself as he began to check the medicinal soup that was simmering. Then, Lin Wanner turned her gaze to Lu Qi, a hint of apology flashing in her eyes. She said softly, "Don't take Haoyu's words to heart. We saved you not for any ulterior motives, so you don't need to feel any pressure." In her heart, the image of the Shuofeng Empire was like a towering mountain, standing firm and unyielding. As one of the most powerful empires on the Xuanqiong continent, the Shuofeng Empire's strongest members possessed terrifying strength at the half-step dominator realm, their power shaking the four directions. In her view, such terrifying strength was something that could not be overthrown by one person alone. Lu Qi nodded slightly, his face expressionless. He had just checked his physical condition. The terrifying power of the spatial turbulence had almost completely destroyed his body, and his strength had been restricted like never before. He knew that his top priority was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. So he closed his eyes and began to concentrate on regulating his breathing. As the Yuan energy circulated within Lu Qi's body, he suddenly felt the energy within him surge wildly like a runaway horse, completely out of control. The sheer ferocity and chaos of that aura instantly flushed his face, as if a raging fire was burning within him. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which, like red petals swept up by a gale, drew a tragic arc in the air. The blood splattered onto Lin Wanner's long dress as she was about to feed a medicine, turning the white hem a glaring red. Upon seeing this, Lin Wanner felt a pang of anxiety, but she paid no heed to the bloodstains on her long dress. She quickly stepped forward, her delicate hand gently stroking Lu Qi's chest, her face full of concern and anxiety. Her voice carried a hint of worry. "You're so badly injured, and you've just woken up. Your body is still very weak, and you can't freely use your Yuan power. You need to rest well." Lu Qi shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "No, I have important things to deal with. I can't linger here for too long." As he spoke, he was already planning to forcefully regulate the wild energy within his body, which was like a runaway horse. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Qi's body seemed to be twisted by some mysterious force, his muscles writhing strangely, and the wounds that had already scabbed over burst open, with blood gushing out like a long-suppressed spring. This tragic scene silently spoke of the pain he was enduring, yet Lu Qi's face remained calm and undisturbed. Seeing this, Lin Wanner felt a pang of pain in her heart. She then took out a bottle of pills and gently poured out a spiritual pill that shimmered with a faint green light. Seeing this, Lin Haoyu immediately tried to dissuade her, saying urgently, "Sister, this is a rejuvenating elixir. We only have 4 left. We don't even have enough for ourselves. How can you give it to a complete stranger?" His tone was full of confusion and anxiety. Lin Wanner's hand trembled slightly. Her brother's words made her hesitate for a moment. However, when she looked again at Lu Qi's painfully struggling figure, a resolute look flashed in her eyes. She gently placed the rejuvenating elixir into Lu Qi's mouth and said softly, "This is an elixir from our Lin family, with miraculous healing effects. I believe it will help you recover soon." The moment the rejuvenating elixir touched Lu Qi's lips and tongue, it seemed to transform into a warm, yet powerful force, rapidly penetrating into Lu Qi's body. The chaotic and disordered energy miraculously calmed down under the soothing power. As the medicine was slowly released and absorbed, Lu Qi was pleasantly surprised to feel the revival of his internal energy. Although the spatial dimension was still unusable, the small portion of the revitalized Yuan energy within his body struggled to break through the soil like a tender bud in early spring. It was this wisp of newly generated Yuan energy that allowed Lu Qi to once again wield 1/10 of the power. This force may seem insignificant when facing a ruler like Morgan, but for Lu Qi at this moment, it is enough to protect himself. Lu Qi gazed at Lin Wanner before him, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. He said softly, "My name is Yu Ming. What about you? Netherworld? What a strange name." Lin Wanner clearly hadn't heard of Lu Qi's name, but she didn't delve into it. She simply smiled gently and said, "My name is Lin Wanner, and this is my younger brother, Lin Haoyu." As she introduced him, Lin Haoyu nodded perfunctorily to Lu Qi, as if to say hello. Chapter 377, The Fallen Lin Family and the Hateful Smiling Tiger. Then, through Lin Wanner, Lu Qi learned where they were currently located. Lu Qi is currently in the barred spiral star system, the Xuanqiong Plain, and the Linghan Empire. This isn't the Milky Way galaxy. No wonder Lin Wanner and her brother didn't recognize Lu Qi when they heard about the Netherworld and his title. The Xuanqiong Plain is a powerful Tier 3 plane, and the Linghan Empire and the Shuofeng Empire are the two most powerful countries on this plane. Just then, two sudden screams shattered the tranquility. Immediately afterwards, two figures crashed through the door and fell heavily into the room. Afu, Xiaoshan. Upon seeing that the person who had fallen was one of his subordinates, Lin Haoyu was both shocked and furious. He stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed intently on the doorway. When that familiar figure came into view, his fist clenched instantly, his knuckles turning pale from the force. "You smiling tiger, you actually found your way here." Lin Haoyu's voice was filled with anger and hatred. He could not forget that it was this man known as the Smiling Tiger who had brought them endless trouble and pain. At the entrance, a dark shadow loomed, and dozens of warriors in tight-fitting uniforms stood like wolves and tigers, their eyes cold and sharp. The man at the head of the group had a hideous scar on his face that twisted like a centipede. He was the Smiling Tiger that Lin Haoyu had mentioned. Ha ha! Upon seeing the Lin siblings, the Smiling Tiger let out a piercing, maniacal laugh, his voice brimming with unspeakable smugness. "Young master, young lady, you've really put me through a lot of trouble. Why bother hiding like this? After all, I was once General Lin's subordinate." At this point, the smile on his face instantly turned sinister and vicious, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. "I will help General Lin take good care of you, so that he can smile in the afterlife." Upon hearing this, all the soldiers burst into mocking laughter. Seeing this, even the usually gentle and graceful Lin Wanner was enraged. Her bright eyes burned with fury as she glared at the Smiling Tiger. "You Smiling Tiger, have you lost even the last shred of conscience? Father treated you like family when he was alive. Have you forgotten his kindness? Now that you treat us like this, aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Lin Wanner's father, Lin Yu, was originally a general in the Linghan Empire, possessing strength reaching the peak of the supreme realm. With Lin Yu in the family, the Lin family was once a prestigious and renowned clan in the Linghan Empire. But with Lin Yu's death in battle against the Shuofeng Empire, the situation changed instantly. The Lung family, Lin Yu's enemies during his lifetime, began to target the Lin family after his death. Not only did they forcibly seize all of the Lin family's assets, but they also launched a relentless manhunt for the Lin siblings, attempting to completely sever this lineage. Smiling Tiger, a general who once made great contributions under Lin Yu, has now become a lackey of the Lung family. His face still wore that signature smile, but his eyes had long lost their former loyalty and passion, leaving only eyes full of self-interest and calculation. His betrayal was like rubbing salt into the wounds of the Lin family, plunging this once glorious clan into an even deeper predicament. Divine retribution? Where is that? I'm so scared. The smiling tiger feigned composure, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. He glanced around, as if genuinely searching for some so-called divine retribution, but his expression clearly conveyed his fearlessness. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Wanner. In that instant, a lewd flame seemed to burn in his eyes, greedily devouring Lin Wanner's figure. Hee, Miss Lin, your fame has spread throughout the entire Linghan Empire. He licked his lips, as if he couldn't wait to taste his prey. I was wondering what kind of hero could be worthy of you. Little did I know that today, it would be this old man like me who would get the prize. As he spoke, he slowly reached out, as if to grasp Lin Wanner's slender waist. Although his movements were slow, they were full of threat and aggression. Lin Wanner's expression changed drastically, a flash of shock and anger crossing her eyes. She instinctively took a few steps back, trying to keep her distance from the smiling tiger. You smiling tiger, stay away from my sister. Lin Haoyu roared, his voice filled with anger and warning. The long sword in his hand was instantly drawn, and flames suddenly burst forth from its blade like a roaring fire dragon. The temperature inside the room suddenly rose, as if one were in a blazing furnace. Lin Haoyu swung his long sword, and flames danced around it, transforming into a giant fire blade that slashed fiercely at Smiling Tiger. However, in the face of this fierce attack, the Smiling Tiger revealed a disdainful smile. He suddenly threw a punch, his fist brimming with immense power, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Even more astonishingly, as he threw the punch, his body turned to stone, impervious to both flames and sword energy. The flames collided with the stone fist, unleashing a deafening roar. The Smiling Tiger's punch was like a mountain collapsing and rocks splitting, easily shattering Lin Haoyu's sword strike that was wrapped in flames. The flames on the sword were instantly dispersed by this powerful force, like a candle flame caught in a gale. Lin Haoyu, like a bird struck by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. His figure traced a poignant arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The muffled thud seemed to make the entire room tremble. Lin Haoyu lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, with traces of blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment, and his breathing erratic. The speed at which this scene changed was astonishing. One moment, Lin Haoyu's sword was pointing with powerful force, flames raging, but the next moment he fell helplessly to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lin Wanner seemed frozen in place, her eyes reflecting the image of her younger brother spitting blood and flying backward. She couldn't believe that her younger brother had been defeated so badly by the Smiling Tiger's punch. It's important to know that Lin Tianyu is hailed as a genius among the younger generation of the Linghan Empire. Not only does he possess S-rank fire abilities, but at such a young age, his strength has already reached the initial stage of the Supreme Realm. But Lin Tianyu, with such strength, was so easily defeated in front of the Smiling Tiger. The Smiling Tiger remained standing, his face bearing that repulsive smile, as if all of this was within his expectations. He glanced at the fallen Lin Haoyu, then looked at the stunned Lin Wanner, his mockery deepening. Kid, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have the title of genius. Chapter 378 Lin Wanner es despair. A soldier scoffed, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips, as if mocking Lin Haoyu's overestimation of his abilities. General Smiling Tiger is a supreme intermediate-level expert. How could a hothouse flower like you possibly be a match for the general? Haoyu. Lin Wanner finally snapped out her shock. She exclaimed and tried to rush to her brother's side. However, a figure appeared like a ghost and blocked her way. It was none other than the detestable Smiling Tiger. Miss Lin, you haven't even given us our satisfaction yet, and you're already thinking of leaving? The Smiling Tiger leered. You Smiling Tiger, how dare you touch my sister? I'll haunt you even in death. Lin Tianyu lay on the ground, his eyes wide with rage at the sight. His voice was filled with despair and fury. He struggled to stand up, but his body seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, and he was unable to move at all. Ha! Young Master Lin, if General Lin were still alive, I would certainly treat you with utmost respect. But now that General Lin is dead, and the Lung family has spent a fortune to save your lives. The lewd laughter of the Smiling Tiger filled the room, as if mocking their powerlessness and helplessness. His gaze shifted to Lin Wanner, and a lewd light in his eyes intensified. Since the young lady is going to die anyway, judging from her appearance, she probably hasn't tasted the pleasures of a man yet. Before I kill you, I'll let you have some fun. That's not bad for you, haha. Haha, General, after you've finished enjoying yourself, could you let us have a taste of this beauty too? We roughnecks have never seen such a stunning woman before. A soldier's eyes gleamed as he greedily stared at Lin Wanner's beautiful face, his saliva almost uncontrollably dripping down his cheeks. The smiling tiger glanced at him, then waved his hand with an air of magnanimity, laughing generously. No problem. After I've had my fill, I'll let you have your fun. But remember, after you're done, kill her. Oh. Thank you for the reward, General. Upon hearing this, dozens of soldiers cheered and jumped for joy, as if they couldn't wait to tear Lin Wanner's clothes to shreds. At this moment, driven by desire, they have completely abandoned the shackles of morality, transforming into a pack of hungry beasts, just waiting for the smiling tiger's command to pounce and wreak havoc. Lin Wanner's face was as pale as paper, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to suffer such humiliation before dying. She considered suicide, but faced with the smiling tiger's overwhelming power, even suicide seemed like a pipe dream. Lin Wanner's lips trembled slightly, but no sound came out. Her heart was filled with despair, as if she could already see her tragic end. She couldn't help but recall the little things about her father when he was alive. Those warm scenes had now become the deepest pain in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. She knew that even tears wouldn't change the situation. She could only pray silently, hoping someone would rescue her from this predicament. Young Master Lin, you lie there and open your eyes wide to see clearly how I'm playing with your sister. The smiling tiger's tone was full of mockery and provocation. He seemed eager to see Lin Wanner's terrified and helpless expression. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Wanner's slender waist. However, at this critical moment, a long sigh suddenly rang out in the room, like a morning bell and evening drum, instantly breaking the tense and oppressive atmosphere. Sigh, I just wanted to rest quietly for a while, but you clowns came knocking on my door, making things impossible for me. Although the sound was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Smiling Tiger's heart tightened, and his outstretched hand suddenly stopped. A look of astonishment flashed across his face, clearly not expecting anyone to appear at this moment. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a young man covered in wounds slowly getting up from bed. His eyes revealed deep displeasure and coldness, clearly indicating his extreme dissatisfaction with the arrival of Smiling Tiger and his group. Although the young man looked somewhat disheveled, he exuded an undeniable air of authority and power. The Smiling Tiger had been momentarily tense, thinking the Lin family had more experts coming to their aid. But when he recognized the speaker, he was first taken aback. Then a mocking grin spread across his face. If you hadn't said a word, I wouldn't have even noticed you lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. What? You're tired of living and want to get off early to grab a good spot? His tone was full of contempt and mockery, as if Lu Chi was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will in his eyes. Lin Haoyu looked in the direction of the voice, and a spark of hope instantly ignited in his eyes. But when he recognized the voice as Yu Ming, whom his sister had once saved, that glimmer of hope quickly faded away, like a candle flame extinguished by a strong wind. Nevertheless, clinging to a sliver of hope, he cried out urgently, Yu Ming, I beg you, please save my sister. Lin Wanner also saw Yu Ming, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal deep anxiety and worry. She and her brother were already on the verge of death, and she didn't want to see Yu Ming suffer because of them. So, she cried out urgently, Yu Ming, you are no match for them. Run away. Don't worry about us. Lu Chi slowly and laboriously moved his legs on the bed, trying to get out of bed and stand up. Suddenly, due to his sudden, forceful movement, it seemed to have aggravated his wound, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. To the soldiers, this scene resembled a comical clown performance. They burst into laughter, their mocking shouts rising and falling. Ha ha! Look at this good-for-nothing. He can't even get out of bed properly. Yet he dared to spout nonsense just now? Judging from the wounds on his body, he probably won't live much longer. He probably wanted to leave a good impression on the beauty so that she would be by his side after he died. Moreover, this guy's strength is only at the peak of the god rank. Even Lin Tianyu, who was at the initial stage of the supreme rank, couldn't withstand a single punch from the general. This god-level kid would probably be so scared that he'd wet his pants if he saw the general, right? Their words were filled with contempt and ridicule for Lu Qi, as if they found endless amusement in him. However, they failed to notice the fleeting sharpness and coldness in Lu Qi's eyes. Lu Qi's legs moved slowly, and his wrists turned gently, as if he were reconnecting with his long-lost body and feeling that long-lost power. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lu Qi bent down slightly and picked up Afyu's long sword from the ground. With the sword in hand, Lu Qi's eyes became deep and resolute. Chapter 379, The Inspector. He gazed at the long sword in his hand and slowly said, "Although this sword is an ordinary item, it is more than enough to kill your rabble." The smiling tiger had lost patience to watch the performance any longer. He turned to the soldier next to him who was laughing the loudest and said, "Wang Zhong, go and take care of him. General, killing this guy will only take one move." This warrior named Wang Zhong possessed peak god-level strength. He grinned maliciously and agreed, then swung the giant hammer in his hand. The hammerhead drew a sharp arc in the air and whistled as it smashed towards Lu Qi. You scum." His movements were swift and ruthless, aiming to kill Lu Qi in one blow. However, Lu Qi remained unusually calm in the face of this devastating attack. Previously in the Netherworld, Lu Qi had faced attacks from Dominator-level beings. Although he currently only possessed 1/10 of his full strength, the attacks from his god-level warrior still appeared as harmless as children fighting in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, wisps of thin, blood-red malevolent energy slowly emanated from Lu Qi's body, like delicate, flowing blood threads that tightly bound the longsword in Lu Qi's hand. The longsword, imbued with this malevolent aura, gradually took on an eerie crimson hue, as if yearning for the impending battle. Just as the giant hammer was about to strike Lu Qi's head, a sharp, cold glint suddenly flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He suddenly jerked his wrist, which was gripping the long sword tightly, and the blade instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, striking towards Wang Zhong at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Everyone only had time to see a flash of blood-red sword light before Wang Zhong's figure stood frozen in place, as if encased in ice. "Wang Zhong, stop messing around." A soldier's voice trembled, and before he could finish speaking, he was silenced by the sudden scene before him. The giant hammer in Wang Zhong's hand seemed to encounter an invisible force, slowly splitting in the middle and finally falling helplessly to the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, a thin line of blood, as fine as a hair, gradually appeared on Wang Zhong's forehead. The line of blood was like a paintbrush in the hand of death, gently tracing a fatal line on Wang Zhong's forehead. Then, the line of blood instantly expanded, and a large amount of blood, as if released from its restraints, spurted out, staining Wang Zhong's face and the air in front of him crimson. To everyone's horror, Wang Zhong's body was cleanly severed in two along the bloody line. His two halves, one facing left and the other right, slowly fell to the ground. Large amounts of blood and internal organs gushed from the ruptured wounds, like a bloody feast, staining the floor a shocking red. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the smell of death. The smiling tiger's expression changed drastically the moment he saw the bloody scene. Although he was a mid-level supreme expert, he had already developed a keen intuition for danger through countless life-and-death battles. Just now, the blood-red aura emanating from the young man covered in wounds as he swung his sword had given him an unprecedented sense of threat. This kind of threat is something that an ordinary god-level warrior could never give him. This person is definitely not simple. "Who are you?" He stared intently at Lu Qi, his smile long gone. He quickly activated his petrification ability, and his body instantly became as hard as stone, standing before everyone like a majestic stone sculpture. He assumed a standard fighting stance, concentrating all his strength into a single point, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. "General, although he killed Wang Zhong, he was only at the god level. You are a mid-level supreme expert. How can you be so wary of him?" Seeing the smiling tiger's tense demeanor, one of the soldiers couldn't help but ask in confusion. "What do you know?" The smiling tiger suddenly shouted sharply, his gaze fixed on Lu Qi as if trying to see right through him. Just now, The blood-red aura emanating from this guy was clearly the blood fiend ability possessed only by an inspector. His words were filled with shock and disbelief. In his mind, the observer of their barred spiral galaxy, Judgment, was someone he had seen from afar before, and definitely not the person in front of him. However, the bloodthirsty superpower that Lu Qi had just displayed felt so real and so familiar. That bloody, violent aura was exactly the same as the aura emanating from the Inspector of Judgment. What on earth was going on? A storm raged in the heart of the smiling tiger. He couldn't imagine what all of this meant if Lu Qi truly possessed the blood fiend ability of an inspector. The words inspector struck like a heavy hammer, causing everyone present to gasp involuntarily. A soldier's eyes widened, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "General, this can't be. How could the inspector be here in person? Besides, I know the inspector of our barred spiral star system. He's definitely not the one before me. Moreover, as you know, the inspectors are all ruler-level powerhouses, while he only has god-level strength. How is that possible?" At this moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes as she looked at Lu Qi. She never imagined that the young man she casually saved would be an inspector. After all, it was too absurd. However, if Yu Ming can use this identity to bully others, perhaps they still have a glimmer of hope today. Disbelief also shone in Lin Haoyu's eyes as he murmured, "Could it be? Could this really be possible?" At this moment, another soldier stepped forward, his voice firm. "General, do not be deceived by this man. There is a blood-based ability that can mimic the appearance of an inspector's blood fiend ability. Look at this man covered in wounds. How can an inspector, so powerful, be in such a sorry state? This is clearly a disguise." These words jolted everyone awake from their daze. Yes, the overseers are the pinnacle of existence in each star system, and their strength is unfathomable. Who could possibly injure them to such an extent? The smiling tiger's tense nerves relaxed. If the person before him were truly the inspector, he would have turned and fled without hesitation. But if he's just a bluffing imposter, what face does he have left? "Kid, you're pretty good at using your blood powers, and you're quite convincing as an observer." The smiling tiger's signature sneer reappeared on his face. "Too bad you can't fool me." Chapter 380 Girl. Wasn't it worth using that elixir you used? Lu Qi stood silently, his gaze calmly observing everything before him, like a still, deep pool, undisturbed. Just then, a strange, blood-red energy suddenly surged from Wang Zhong's mangled body, which had been cut in two. It was like a slender snake just awakened from hibernation, lazily wriggling in the air as if searching for something. Finally, Lu Qi slowly absorbed this crimson energy, integrating it into his body. As the crimson energy surged in, a rosy hue gradually appeared on Lu Qi's originally pale face. This scene caught the eye of the smiling tiger, and the sneer on his face instantly froze. He mechanically turned his head to look at the soldier who had questioned Lu Qi's identity, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Can that blood-related superpower kill to replenish oneself?" The soldier was also deathly pale, his eyes filled with deep terror and unease. He stammered as he answered, No, that's not possible." That means the smiling tiger's voice began to tremble, as if every word weighed a ton. But Lu Qi gave them no further room to back out. The corners of his mouth, like a crescent moon rising silently in the night, curved into a cold and cruel arc. "Killing you all would probably help my body recover faster," he murmured to himself, as if stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. Before he finished speaking, the longsword in his hand had already been swung out like lightning. In an instant, 100-meter-long crimson sword aura, like a tiger unleashed from its cage, erupted suddenly, accompanied by a gale and a roar. The sword energy was so intense that it stained the air blood-red. The stench of blood instantly filled the air, stimulating everyone's olfactory nerves. The wind howled, as if cheering on this earth-shattering sword strike. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixed on the crimson sword energy, their hearts filled with endless fear and despair. An inspector. How could there be an inspector here? The smiling tiger's voice suddenly became extremely sharp, like a piece of cloth being violently torn apart, filled with indescribable terror. At this moment, he finally confirmed that the man in front of him, who seemed to only have god-level strength, was in fact a genuine inspector. However, the price of this confirmation was his impending death. Smiling Tiger felt his soul trembling. He frantically activated his superpower, and his body instantly transformed into a towering rock mountain. His hard, stone-like skin was like the strongest shield in the world. He crossed his arms and used all his strength to try to buy himself a chance to survive. However, the moment the crimson sword light touched the giant rock mountain, the whole world seemed to freeze. There was no deafening roar, no flying sparks, only the silent cutting. A crimson sword light swept across, and the seemingly indestructible rock mountain was easily sliced open as if made of paper. The cold, ruthless light of the crimson sword light was reflected in the terrified eyes of the smiling tiger. "No, don't." He uttered a weak plea, but in the face of such absolute power, any struggle seemed so pale and powerless. A flash of crimson sword light streaked past, and the smiling tiger's massive body instantly turned to dust, along with his terror and despair, dissipating into the endless void. The surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out, leaving only the lingering power of the blood-red sword light flashing in the air. At that moment, everyone seemed to see the true face of death. It was not ferocious or terrifying. It simply stood there quietly, announcing the end of life with its blood-red sword light. Everyone was deeply shocked by this earth-shattering sword strike. For a moment, it seemed as if time stood still and the air froze. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the crimson sword light, and even their breathing seemed to become cautious, as if afraid of breaking the suffocating silence. Only the gale continued to rage, howling and stirring up a cloud of dust, as if cheering for this earth-shattering sword strike. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the deathly silence. "Run!" One soldier could no longer bear the fear in his heart and turned to run. His actions triggered a chain reaction, and the other soldiers also came to their senses and scattered in all directions. They never expected that this small Lin family would encounter such a swift and decisive attack from the inspectors. "Leave them all here." Lu Chi snorted coldly, his voice revealing an undeniable authority. Immediately afterwards, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, darting across the battlefield like lightning. Each flash of crimson light was accompanied by a warrior's scream and fall. Despite their desperate escape, the dozens of elite warriors brought by Smiling Tiger proved utterly ineffective under Lu Chi's pursuit. No matter how fast they moved, they couldn't outrun that flash of blood-red light. No matter how strong their defenses were, they could not withstand the ruthless slash of that blood-red sword light. In a short while, dozens of soldiers fell into pools of blood, none of them surviving. Lin Wanner and Lin Haoyu seemed frozen in place by the scene before them, their eyes filled with profound shock. They stood like two stone statues, staring motionlessly at Lu Chi's ghostly figure as he wielded his blood-red sword on the battlefield. "Elder sister." Lin Haoyu's voice trembled slightly, as if even he himself couldn't believe what he was about to say. "You seem to have really saved an inspector." He opened his mouth wide, each word seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. The shock, the indescribable feeling, made his heart pound faster. Lin Wanner covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Her mind was in complete chaos, her thoughts a jumbled mess. She never imagined that the man who was lying in her home yesterday, so badly injured, was actually an observer who could instill fear throughout the entire galaxy. At this moment, her heart was filled with complex emotions. There was shock, fear, but mostly relief. Relief that her initial kindness and decisiveness had saved this seemingly ordinary man who actually harbored a shocking secret. With a casual flick of his sword, Lu Chi severed the neck of the last fleeing soldier. On the battlefield, streams of rich, blood-red energy seemed to have found their home, surging into Lu Chi's body and gradually healing the injuries he had sustained in the spatial turbulence. However, despite his recovery, Lu Chi still felt a sense of unease. His spatial ability, the power that was once as easy as his own arm, is now silent and unusable. He gently shook his head, temporarily putting these doubts aside. Withdrawing the chilling aura of bloodlust emanating from his body, Lu Chi slowly walked towards Lin Wanner. "Girl, your magic pill." He spoke softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "It's worth using." Chapter 381, The Lung Family. "Are you really an observer?" Lin Wanner's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying to process this shocking news. Her eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, as if everything before her was a dream. Just then, with a thud, Lin Haoyu suddenly knelt down, making a dull thud on the ground. His actions interrupted Lin Wanner's thoughts and pulled her back to reality from her shock. Lin Haoyu looked up at Lu Qi, his previous mockery and disdain completely gone, replaced by admiration and awe. His voice was full of sincerity and apology. Lin Haoyu greets, Your Excellency, the Inspector. I was blind and offended Your Excellency just now. Please forgive me. Seeing this, Lin Wanner hurriedly stepped forward to help her younger brother up. She said worriedly, Haoyu, you're still injured. Get up quickly. However, Lin Haoyu shook his head resolutely, his eyes firm and resolute. No, if the inspector does not forgive me, I will kneel here forever. Lu Qi glanced at Lin Haoyu and said indifferently, All right, for your sister's sake, I'll let it go this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyu was overwhelmed with indescribable joy. He quickly kowtowed and said, Thank you, Inspector. Lu Qi ignored Lin Haoyu and looked at Lin Wanner, saying softly, Girl, where's my death scythe? The Grim Reaper's scythe? Oh. Lin Wanner paused for a moment, then ran out and quickly returned carrying a strange, black scythe-shaped weapon. The scythe emitted a faint, cold light, as if it could cut through everything. Even the air seemed to become heavy in its presence. Lu Qi took the Grim Reaper's scythe, feeling its familiar, cold touch, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With this scythe of death, he knew that all his previous sacrifices had been worthwhile. Do you know the location of the Lung family's house? Lin Haoyu took the rejuvenating elixir his sister gave him, and his pale face gradually regained a rosy hue. He respectfully replied, Reporting to Your Excellency, the Inspector, the Lung family is located within the imperial city of the Linghan Empire. Lu Qi nodded slightly. Okay, now take me there. Lin Haoyu and Lin Wanner looked at each other, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Lin Haoyu hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up his courage and asked respectfully, Lord Inspector, the Lung family has a long-standing feud with our Lin family. May I ask what brings you to the Lung family this time? A cold glint flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Kill. His answer was brief and cold, as if he were talking about something perfectly ordinary. Due to the severity of his injuries, he was unable to use his spatial abilities and couldn't even open his storage space. The Eye Soul Sword was also trapped inside the storage space and couldn't be retrieved, which was extremely inconvenient. Furthermore, without spatial abilities, he would be unable to create a spatial rift to return to the Milky Way. Therefore, he needs to kill a large number of powerful individuals, using his Blood Fiend ability to replenish his supplies and recover his strength as quickly as possible. Lin Haoyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He and his sister had been relentlessly pursued by the Lung family, their hearts filled with rage. Now, knowing that an observer was willing to lend a hand, he felt incredibly excited and hopeful. Lin Haoyu immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, Okay, I'll take you to the Lung family right away. However, a deep worry appeared on Lin Wanner's face. She looked at Lu Qi in front of her, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. She said softly, Yu Ming, although you are a powerful observer, you have suffered such serious injuries. You should rest for a while and wait until you recover before making any further plans. However, Lu Qi gently shook his head and said calmly, No need. In this plane, even if I am injured, no one can pose a threat to me. Linghan Empire. Imperial City. The Lung family's residence was located in a prime area of the capital city, and it was magnificent and imposing. The thick bluestone walls surround the area, carved with intricate family crests and ancient patterns, showcasing the Lung family's long history and prominent status. The atmosphere in the Lung family hall was solemn and dignified at this moment. Father, this is the key to the elements that we found in the Lin family. Lung Chen's voice revealed an undisguised excitement. He held a key in both hands. Although the key looked ordinary on the surface, the light flowing from it revealed its extraordinary nature. That light seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, making it something not to be underestimated. Lung Kenyang accepted the elemental key from Lung Chun, a gleam of wild joy flashing in his eyes. He had spent half his life's work collecting all 6 elemental keys. At this moment, he was incredibly excited, as if he could see the future glory of the Lung family. Haha, I've spent half my life collecting all 6 elemental keys. Lung Kenyang laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Now, With these 6 elemental keys, I will obtain the elemental heart. At that time, the Lung family's dominance of the Xuanqiong continent will be just around the corner. The heart of the elements is a mysterious treasure that exists only in legends. According to ancient records, it contains the purest elemental power in the universe and is the ultimate treasure that countless cultivators dream of. After absorbing the heart of the elements, the cultivator's strength will be greatly enhanced like never before, as if they have been reborn and become a being that surpasses all living beings. Even more miraculously, those who possess the heart of the elements will be able to simultaneously control the power of multiple elements, such as light, darkness, water, fire, and lightning. As his words fell, Lung Chun and his retainers all knelt on one knee and offered their congratulations in unison. Congratulations, Patriarch! With this key of the elements, the heart of the elements is now firmly in your grasp. Under your wise leadership, the Lung family will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the Xuanqiong continent, achieving a glorious and enduring legacy. May the Lung family prosper for eternity, forever etched in history. Master, there's no time to lose. Now that we've gathered all the keys of the elements, our immediate priority should be to quickly acquire the hearts of the elements, lest things get complicated. The Lung family strategist, a pale-faced scholar, solemnly offered his advice. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinyang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Lung Chun. Son, quickly go and fetch those 5 elemental keys. Yes, father. Lung Chun bowed deeply, then turned around and retreated with steady steps. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Lung Qinyang looked at the pale-faced scholar again, his brows furrowed slightly. Strategist, how is the Lin family matter progressing? The pale-faced scholar lightly waved his folding fan, a confident smile appearing on his face. Master, please rest assured, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Lin siblings. I have dispatched Smiling Tiger to hunt them down, and he is expected to return today to report. Chapter 382, The Heart of Elements appears. Lung Qinyang nodded in satisfaction after listening. He had always had complete faith in the pale-faced scholar's schemes. Very well, since we decided to take action against the Lin family, we must eliminate them completely. Lin Haoyu of the Lin family has enormous potential. We absolutely cannot allow him to have a chance to rise again. Lung Kanyang's voice was cold and resolute, revealing his determination to kill the Lin siblings. Master, please rest assured. The pale-faced scholar lightly waved his folding fan, his expression brimming with confidence. Smiling Tiger not only possesses the strength of a mid-level supreme, but also leads a group of elite warriors. They are well-trained and decisive in their killing, making it easy for them to deal with the Lin siblings, as effortless as taking candy from a baby. At this moment, Lung Chun stepped steadily into the hall, holding the remaining 5 elemental keys in both hands, and respectfully presented them to Lung Qinyang. Each key radiates a unique light, as if telling the story of the mysterious power it contains. Lung Qinyang took the keys, a fiery glint in his eyes. He carefully placed the 6 elemental keys together, and instantly, the 6-pointed star array shone brightly, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. Each ray of light contained immense power, as if proclaiming the boundless might of the heart of elements. The keys to the elements are complete, and the heart of the elements has appeared. As he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted from the center of the 6-pointed star array, shooting straight into the sky. The pillar of light contained boundless elemental power, as if it were about to devour the entire world within it. The entire imperial city was shocked by this sudden phenomenon, and countless eyes turned toward the Lung family mansion. Amidst the dazzling light, a crystal-clear elemental heart slowly emerged, radiating a captivating glow. Lung Qinyang stared at the heart of elements, his eyes filled with fanaticism and greed. He knew that as long as he mastered this elemental heart, the Lung family would be able to reach the pinnacle of the Xuanqiong continent and become the undisputed overlord. At this moment, he seemed to already see the future glory and honor of the Lung family. Ha ha! Today is the day my Lung family rises to power. Standing before the dazzling pillar of light, Lung Qinyang proclaimed with boundless pride. His gaze was fixed on the crystal-clear elemental heart. He slowly reached out, palm up, wanting to take the elemental heart, which contained infinite power, into his possession. However, Just as his fingertips were about to touch the beam of light, an invisible resistance suddenly appeared, blocking his path. How so? Lung Kanyang's expression instantly turned grim. His brows furrowed, and his eyes were filled with confusion and anger. He had clearly already collected all 6 elemental keys, so why was he encountering such an obstacle? He was unwilling to give up so easily, so his aura suddenly erupted, and a powerful force surged out from his body, all of which was concentrated in his arm. His arm muscles bulged, veins popped out, as if he wanted to tear apart that invisible resistance. However, the resistance was exceptionally strong, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. Lung Kenyang felt as if he were being firmly pressed down by an invisible mountain, unable to move. Damn it! He roared, and the floor beneath his feet cracked instantly due to the force of his blows, leaving 2 deep craters. Master, it seems the heart of the elements does not recognize you. You need not be overly anxious. In time, the protective energy of the heart of the elements will dissipate. At that time, the heart of the elements will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. We only need to wait patiently. The pale-faced scholar offered gentle words of comfort, his voice revealing a hint of composure and wisdom. It seems this is the only way. Lung Kanyang's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. The entire manor is on high alert. Anyone who dares to step into the Lung Manor without permission will be killed without mercy." At the same time, the dazzling pillar of light generated by the Heart of Elements shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire imperial city as if it were daytime. Countless people were drawn to this sudden phenomenon, looking up at the dazzling beam of light with greed, curiosity, and awe in their eyes. Could this pillar of light be the birth of a treasure? One person muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an undisguised longing. Treasures may be tempting, but you need to be alive to claim them. Look at that pillar of light. That's the Lung family's mansion. The Lung family is currently at the height of its power. Who would dare to provoke them? The other person sneered and poured cold water on the situation. Sai, you're right. Why did this treasure have to be born in the Lung family's place? Now we really have no chance. The man sighed, his face full of disappointment. However, despite everyone knowing how powerful and terrifying the Lung family was, some people still couldn't suppress their curiosity and greed, wanting to get a closer look at the treasure. They hurried toward the Lung family's location, but faced with the Lung family's tight security, none of them dared to cross the line. Because Lung Kenyang of the Lung family possessed supreme peak strength, which was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone and making it impossible for them to breathe. Just then, 3 figures slowly appeared in front of the solemn and tall gate of the Lung family. The guards at the gate immediately straightened their backs, gripping their spears tightly, and shouted sternly, "Halt! This is the Lung family mansion. If you dare to take another step, you will be killed without mercy." However, faced with this imposing warning, one of the 3 smiled coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He drew his long sword with a fierce swiftness, and in a flash of light, a burst of fiery sword energy erupted instantly. So what if it's the Lung family? Today, I, Lin Haoyu, am here to venture into this den of dragons and tigers. As he finished speaking, a flash of sword light slashed across the guard's neck. The guard's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He clutched his neck tightly, trying to stop the gushing blood, but it was all in vain, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Upon seeing this, the remaining guards immediately began to shout loudly. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the Lung family mansion, and a large number of guards rushed out from all directions, surrounding the 3 uninvited guests. Lung Kenyang looked at the elemental heart within the pillar of light, feeling anxious and helpless. Just then, a sharp and piercing alarm sounded at the gate of the mansion, breaking the tense and solemn atmosphere. Lung Kenyang's face instantly darkened. He let out a cold snort, his voice filled with intense killing intent and anger. Someone actually dared to run wild on my Lung family's territory. Are these people tired of living? He turned to look at a burly man standing 2 meters tall beside him, who was none other than his younger brother, Lung Quanlan. Lung Quanlan was tall and muscular, exuding a wild and domineering aura, like a tiger ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Chapter 382, The Humiliating Cold Sunset. Quanlan, go and see who has the audacity to cause trouble at my Lung family's doorstep. Lung Quanlan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, brother." His eyes flashed with a sharp light, ready to kill those who dared to challenge the Lung family's authority one by one. However, just as he was about to leave, several Lung family guards suddenly crashed through the wall and tumbled in. This sudden turn of events caught both Lung Kenyang and Lung Quanlan off guard. Lung Kenyang's gaze was sharp as a knife. After seeing the face of the newcomer, a contemptuous sneer appeared on his lips. So who dared to trespass on the Lung family's residence? Turns out, it's the remnants of the Lin family. You two little brats, instead of hiding somewhere and eking out a living, you dare to appear openly before me? What? Are you tired of living and eager to die? His words were full of sarcasm and murderous intent, as if the Lin siblings were nothing more than two lambs to the slaughter in his eyes. Lin Haoyu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lung Kenyang, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Lung Kenyang, are you disappointed to see my brother and I still standing here unharmed? Today, our Lin family will take back everything we've lost from you. His voice was filled with determination and madness, like an enraged tiger ready to pounce and tear the other person's throat at any moment. Upon hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Lung Kenyang was first taken aback, then burst into a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, kid. Do you think that just because your father is dead, you can take up the Lin family's banner and cause trouble for my Lung family? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your pathetic skills, you dare threaten my Lung family? What a joke. His laughter was full of disdain and arrogance, as if he were watching a clown who overestimated himself and put on a show. However, the pale-faced scholar behind Lung Kenyang kept scanning back and forth between Lin Wanner and the other two, his brows furrowed. He took a deep breath and said to Lung Kenyang in a grave tone, "Patriarch, things are probably not that simple. Logically, Smiling Tiger should have already killed them, but now they're standing before us unharmed. I suspect they found some powerful reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Lung Kenyang did not show any particular concern. He shook his head slightly, a disdainful sneer playing on his lips. "Strategist, you're being too cautious. Right now, the only ones who can pose a threat to me in the entire Xuanqiong continent are those two half-step sovereigns. Do you think they can turn the world upside down?" At this moment, outside the Lung family's magnificent and solemn mansion, a bustling crowd of onlookers gathered like a tide. Some whispered among themselves, while others held their breath and stared intently, their eyes fixed on the tense standoff at the Lung residence. "Hey, aren't those the Lin siblings?" Someone with sharp eyes recognized Lin Haoyu and Lin Wanner and exclaimed in surprise. "What a fool they are. How'd they get here? Lung Kenyang will definitely not let them get away with this." Alas, General Lin was loyal and brave throughout his life, sacrificing his life for the country. I never imagined that his children would suffer such a calamity now. Someone sighed, their tone filled with regret and sympathy. The Lung family has always acted domineeringly, and now that General Lin is gone, they are even more unscrupulous. Some people also expressed dissatisfaction and indignation at the Lung family's actions. However, at this moment, someone offered a different opinion. Not necessarily. Don't forget, Lin Wanner is an exceptionally intelligent woman. The fact that she dared to bring her younger brother here means they must have something to rely on. Just then, Lin Haoyu suddenly did something that surprised everyone. This genius, at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm, actually bowed deeply to someone whose strength was only at the God Realm. "Lord Yuming, we beg you to take action and seek justice for our Lin family." Lin Haoyu's voice was full of respect. However, Lu Qi did not respond. He was currently staring intently at the elemental core within the Pillar of Light, his eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. I never expected to find such a precious treasure as the heart of the elements here. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Qi muttered to himself. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Lu Qi. They originally thought that the Netherworld Lord mentioned by Lin Haoyu would be a hidden master, but now it seems that his strength is not outstanding. It seems your Lin family is truly doomed, actually pinning your hopes on a mere lowly henchman. Lung Kenyang said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed, their eyes unconsciously filled with disdain as they looked at Lu Qi. In their view, there is a world of difference between the god level and the peak of the Supreme Realm, and Lu Qi's appearance cannot change the fate of the Lin family at all. However, Amidst this atmosphere of skepticism and disdain, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, the elemental heart within the pillar of light trembled slightly, as if it had come to life. It slowly flew out of the pillar of light, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, and flew straight towards Lu Qi. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, including Lung Kenyang. They watched helplessly as the heart of elements flew into Lu Qi's hand. A look of astonishment flashed across Lung Kenyang's face. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What the hell? The heart of elements actually recognized me as its master, he exclaimed in shock. An indescribable rage surged from the depths of Lung Kenyang's heart. He, the second strongest expert in the Linghan Empire, possessing peak supreme level strength, had failed to gain the approval of the elemental heart. However, this kid, who was only at the god level, was able to gain the heart of elements' active recognition, which made him feel extremely angry and humiliated. Lung Kenyang's face twisted in anger as he roared, "Chop that brat to pieces right now and take back the heart of elements." His voice rolled in like thunder, making everyone's ears ring. Yes, the experts from the Lung family responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. They moved with the ferocity of tigers descending a mountain, their bodies radiating a sharp, killing intent as they fiercely attacked Lu Qi. However, despite the overwhelming onslaught, Lu Qi remained standing there quietly. His expression was calm, as if he were oblivious to the attacks around him. He gripped the heart of the elements tightly in his hand, feeling its warm yet powerful energy. The power of the elemental heart should be enough for me to recover from my injuries. Since that's the case, then I don't need to take action myself. Lu Qi looked at the elemental heart in his hand and said calmly, "Keet, di." Lung Quanlan's face was twisted and terrifying. His muscles were tense as he raised the giant blade in his hand high and swung it down with the force of a thunderbolt towards Lu Qi's head. Chapter 383 Death Guard. The giant blade pierced the air with a sharp whistling sound, as if it were tearing the air apart. At that moment, everyone held their breath, as if time itself had stood still. However, at this critical moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qi as if a divine soldier had descended from the heavens. Clang! A tremendous clang of metal clashing rang out, making everyone's ears ring. Under the immense force, Lung Quanlan's giant blade was jolted high into the air, while the golden figure's long sword steadily blocked Lu Qi's attack. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be paused, falling into a deathly silence. A heavy, chilling atmosphere filled the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. All eyes were fixed on the suddenly appearing golden figure, their eyes filled with shock. The golden figure was over 10 feet tall, clad in gleaming golden armor, but beneath that armor seemed to lie endless darkness and death. His entire body was enveloped in a sinister and icy aura, his face hidden by a helmet, revealing only 2 green flames of his soul. This soul fire flickered with a cold, eerie light in the darkness, as if it could see into the hearts of all living beings. Whenever his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. The long sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground, and wisps of black death energy swirled around its blade, as if it could cleave an enemy in 2 at any moment. Supreme level undead. Someone cried out in alarm, their voice filled with deep fear. Suddenly, the entire space trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the mysterious power that was about to descend. A black rift split open in the void, like a tear in the sky, revealing the aura of the underworld. Everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see hundreds of golden figures emerge in unison from the crack. The Reaper's scythe can open spatial rifts for the Death Guard. Each of these figures exuded a strong aura of death, clad in golden armor, as if forged from power borrowed from the Grim Reaper. Their eyes burned with a green flame of the soul, like 2 eerie will-o'-the-wisps leaping and flickering in the darkness, revealing a coldness and profundity that did not belong to this world. Just when everyone thought this was the ultimate shock, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. These golden figures actually formed a neat square formation in front of Lu Qi, and then, as if receiving some irresistible command, they all knelt down. The heavy clanging of their armor seemed to be the highest form of tribute to Lu Qi. At this moment, the aura of hundreds of supreme-level undead, swept across the entire battlefield like a storm, and the pressure was so great that almost everyone could not breathe. Their presence seemed to taint the entire space with a deathly hue, while Lu Qi stood at the center of this storm, like an emperor who controlled life and death, receiving the submission and homage of the strongest warriors of the underworld. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of hundreds of death guards kneeling in worship echoing in the air. This scene has become an eternal source of awe for everyone. Are you kidding me? Hundreds of supreme undead? There aren't even hundreds of supremes in the entire Xuanxiong continent. Lung Qin's eyes widened like saucers, his facial muscles contorted in extreme shock. He seemed to be witnessing an unbelievable vision, frozen in place, his voice trembling slightly. Lung Canying's face was as pale as paper. He stared blankly at Lu Qi, as if he were looking at a monster. He knew perfectly well that these hundreds of supreme undead before him were all under the command of this young man, who appeared to be only at the god level. This terrifying power was completely beyond his comprehension. The pale-faced scholar was also covered in sweat. He had never imagined that this person possessed such terrifying undead power. He frantically searched his memory, trying to find any information about the person in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall a single clue. He knew they couldn't continue like this. The pale-faced scholar took a deep breath, forced a smile, and stepped forward, saying, "Senior, with your strength, why are you helping the Lin siblings? What they can give you, our Lung family can give you as well." As he spoke, he glanced at the Heart of Elements in Lu Qi's hand and quickly added, "Since you have come to my Lung residence, I think General Lung will definitely present this Heart of Elements to you as a gift." After saying that, he quickly gave Lung Qinyang a wink. Lung Qinyang instantly understood the pale-faced scholar's implication. His expression changed instantly, and his previous arrogance and disdain vanished without a trace, like a thin mist blown away by the wind. Instead, there was a kind of humility that bordered on obsequiousness. He quickly chuckled awkwardly, his tone revealing undisguised flattery and awe. "Haha, it is a great honor for my Lung family to have you grace us with your presence, Senior. I was blind to your greatness before and failed to greet you properly. I hope you will forgive my poor hospitality. This Heart of Elements may be just an insignificant trinket in your eyes, Senior, but if you like it, please feel free to accept it." As he spoke, he carefully observed Lu Qi's expression, afraid that one of his words might anger this terrifying being. His attitude was in stark contrast to before, as if he had become a completely different person. At this moment, Lung Qianyang was like a docile little lamb, while Lu Qi was a fierce tiger that could devour him at any moment. This stark contrast made everyone present feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Qi. Lu Qi looked at the elemental heart in his hand and began absorbing its energy, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. That immense power surged into his body like a raging flood, causing his aura to surge instantly. "The heart of the elements, I want it. In your lives, I want them too." His words were understated, yet they revealed an irresistible domineering and ruthless quality. As he finished speaking, hundreds of death guards suddenly stood up, their armor clashing with a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, they transformed into streaks of golden light, like comets streaking across the sky, sweeping towards the Lung family with an aura of destruction. Golden streaks of light danced wildly in the air, each representing a merciless attack from a death guardian. Faced with this overwhelming killing intent, the Lung family members, though filled with fear, did not give up their resistance. "Let's fight them to the death." The Lung family's retainers roared and brandished their weapons, trying to block the deadly attacks. Their elemental power and supernatural abilities were running wildly, and all sorts of powerful martial arts techniques emerged one after another, making the entire battlefield dazzling with color. Chapter 384: The Demise of the Lung Family. However, the disparity in numbers and strength caused the Lung family's defenses to crumble the moment they came into contact with the Death Guards. The Death Guards wielded long swords like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing claiming several lives. Their movements were lightning fast and incredibly precise. Every attack seemed meticulously calculated, killing their enemies in a single blow. The Lung family's warriors appeared so fragile and powerless before these Grim Reapers. Their defenses were easily torn apart like paper. Blood stained the entire battlefield, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and death, creating an indescribable sense of oppression and fear. The powerful members of the Lung family attempted to organize an effective resistance, but their efforts seemed so insignificant in the face of the Death Guard. The Death Guards, like blades traversing time and space, slaughtered the powerful members of the Lung family one by one. The entire battlefield seemed to have become their slaughterhouse, filled with endless wails and despair. In this one-sided massacre, the fear and despair of the Lung family members reached their peak. They couldn't believe they were so utterly helpless against these mysterious and powerful warriors. Their pride and confidence were shattered in that moment, leaving only endless fear and despair spreading through their hearts. Lung Kenyang witnessed the fierce battle fought by the Lung family members, and his heart was filled with endless grief and indignation. The Lung family, which he had worked so hard to build up for most of his life, was so easily destroyed today, which made him feel extremely heartbroken. Just then, a Death Guard rushed towards Lung Kenyang like a ghost, his long sword gleaming coldly, carrying a sharp killing intent aimed straight for his life. Lung Kenyang roared, his entire body's energy erupting instantly, forming a powerful aura. The longsword in his hand transformed into a dazzling swordlight, rushing towards the Death God Guard with lightning speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword's edge collided with the longsword, unleashing a dazzling light. Fragments of golden armor and shattered bones flew everywhere as the Death Guard was blasted to pieces by the full force of Lung Kenyang's attack. Although Lung Kenyang successfully killed one of the Death Guards, there was no smile on his face. Because at the moment he killed the Death Guard, he saw his son Lung Chun have his head casually chopped off by a golden-armored warrior. No! Lung Kenyang let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bloodshot as if they were about to bleed. However, at that moment, he saw his younger brother, Lung Quanglon, surrounded by a large number of Death Guards. Lung Quanglon roared incessantly, swinging his giant blade left and right, trying to carve a bloody path through the enemy lines. But the Death Guards seemed endless, surging forward and killing Lung Quanglon. At this moment, Lung Kenyang's heart was ashen. He stared intently at Lu Qi before him, his face contorted, and roared hoarsely. "You bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Lung Kenyang gripped his longsword tightly, his muscles tense, and powerful bursts of energy erupted from his body. He exerted all his strength, and suddenly threw the longsword. This attack was his full-force strike as a supreme peak expert, and its terrifying power was beyond description. The longsword traced a chilling arc in the air, like a silver lightning bolt ripped across the sky. With overwhelming force, it hurtled towards Lu Qi, its speed too fast for anyone to react to. Wherever the longsword passed, the air seemed to be torn apart instantly, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound that made one's eardrums ache. On the hard ground, the immense force carried by the longsword instantly ripped out a deep trench. Dust flew up, and gravel flew everywhere. Lung Kenyang knew that, at this moment, facing the siege of hundreds of supreme-level undead, the only way to break the deadlock was to kill the mysterious young man in front of him. Although he could summon such terrifying undead power, he was, after all, only at the god level. My full-force attack should be enough to kill him. As long as he can be killed and the elemental heart reclaimed, he can still stand at the top of the entire Xuanqiang continent. Moreover, he might even acquire this terrifying necromancy. At that time, not only in the Xuanqiang Plain, but even in the entire Barring Star system, Lung Kenyang would likely have a place. Thinking of this, Lung Kenyang's eyes instantly filled with greed. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Lu Qi's body being pierced through by his sword. Be careful, Netherworld! Although Lin Wanner knew that Yu Ming was a powerful observer, she still couldn't help but feel intensely worried when she saw Lung Kenyang's fierce attack. Almost instinctively, she took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Qi. She spread her arms, wanting to use her slender body to shield Lu Qi from this fatal blow. No sooner said than done. In the blink of an eye, the longsword shot towards Lin Wanner's forehead. The next second will be the scene of her life ending. However, time seemed to freeze at that moment. The tip of the longsword stopped just an inch from Lin Wanner's forehead. The sword, which exuded terrifying power, snapped into several pieces as if it had hit the hardest shield in the world. Fragments scattered everywhere. But in front of Lin Wanner, it was as if an invisible spatial barrier had been erected, blocking all the fragments. Although the barrier was invisible and intangible, It was extremely sturdy. How is this possible? Lung Qinyang stared blankly at the scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why his all-out attack had been blocked so easily. However, he had already lost his last chance. Hundreds of death guards had surged in like a tide and surrounded him. Countless attacks poured down like a torrential rain, and Lung Qinyang's figure was instantly submerged in this endless onslaught. At this moment, Lin Wanner still kept her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling gently in the breeze, but her arms were still outstretched, as if she were protecting something precious. Lu Qi looked at Lin Wanner, a smile flashing in his eyes, and said softly, "All right, you can open your eyes now. It's all right." After absorbing the power of a portion of the heart of the elements, his dormant spatial abilities finally began to react. The spatial barrier that blocked Lung Qinyang's sword strike was created by Lu Qi using his spatial ability. Hearing Lu Qi's voice, Lin Wanner slowly opened her eyes. When she saw what was in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim in slight surprise, "Oh dear, I thought I was going to die." Lin Haoyu strolled over, a relaxed smile on his lips, and said to Lin Wanner, "Sister, you're seriously underestimating Lord Yoming's strength. Let alone one Lung Qinyang. Even 10 or 100 of them couldn't possibly harm him in the slightest. You're just letting your concern cloud your judgment." Chapter 385 Lin Wanner, too kind. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Lin Wanner's beautiful face. She gently scolded, "Haoyu, don't talk nonsense." Lin Haoyu chuckled and said nothing more, but his smile revealed a hint of mischief and a touch of understanding. Finally, when the coldest setting sun fell into a pool of blood, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the chilling atmosphere. Only the resolute and orderly footsteps of the death guard echoed in the silence, like the tolling of a death knell, announcing the end of this massacre. Outside the Lung family residence, the onlookers stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, and fear, as if they were witnessing the changing of an era. The Lung family was wiped out just like that. Someone's voice trembled as they couldn't accept this cruel reality. Who exactly is this person? How can he summon such a terrifying army of undead? Hundreds of supreme undead. This power could sweep across the entire Xuanxiang continent and even completely obliterate it. Some people were amazed by the mysterious person's terrifying strength. Lin Haoyu said his name was Yuming. We have never heard of such a person in our Xuanxiang continent or even the entire Bar Spiral Galaxy. Some people frowned in confusion, trying to find this unfamiliar name in their memories. With this person around, the heavens of our Barred Spiral Galaxy are likely to truly change. Someone gazed at the blood-red battlefield and sighed deeply. Netherworld. The name echoed softly in the bespectacled young man's mouth as he frowned, seemingly trying to recall something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had caught some important information. Netherworld, yes, that's the name. The watchdog of the Milky Way. However, he was soon confused again. But how did he end up in our Barred Spiral Galaxy? Just then, another person took over the conversation, his tone revealing a hint of awe. That's right, it's him. The Intelligence Pavilion once released information about the 7 observers of the universe. The Inquisitor, Black Blade Blood Fiend, Dark Knight Rose, Blood Demon, Frost Princess, Judgment, and Netherworld. He paused, his voice involuntarily lowering a few decibels, as if recounting a forbidden legend. Yu Ming is the newly born overseer this year. Although his cultivation level is the lowest among them, his strength is equally unfathomable. He excels at manipulating spatial power and can summon an endless army of the undead. Looking at the distant battlefield, that terrifying undead power is his handiwork. As this person recounted his story, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their gazes towards Lu Qi filled with awe and fear. No wonder he could summon 100 supreme undead with a wave of his hand. The Overseer truly lives up to his name. He is terrifying. Yes, I was worried he might indiscriminately kill innocent people. After all, that kind of power is too terrifying. But since he's an observer, he should act justly, right? Another person said somewhat uncertainly. However, Lu Qi's subsequent actions completely shattered their illusions. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper's scythe in Lu Qi's hand emitted an intense aura of death, as if it were about to devour everything around it. Along with this aura, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently, as if it could not withstand the power. A massive spatial rift slowly appeared, like a colossal black beast opening its gaping maw. With a series of synchronized footsteps, countless silver-armored death guards emerged from the spatial rift and lined up in perfect formation before Lu Qi. Each of the silver-armored death guards exuded an aura of god-level strength, and there were tens of thousands of death guards of this level. Their entire bodies were covered in gleaming silver armor, and the spears in their hands gleamed coldly, like an invincible iron army. After all the death guards emerged from the spatial rift, they knelt down in unison on one knee and bowed to Lu Qi. This scene left everyone present feeling a sense of unease and shock. Lu Qi gazed at the silvery ocean before him, his eyes deep and cold. He spoke slowly, his voice as calm as still water, yet each word was like a cold blade, cutting through the surrounding air. Death guards, heed my command. Slaughter every single person in the Shuofeng Empire, regardless of age or social status, leaving no one alive. As his words fell, the entire space seemed to freeze. His words were like a merciless decree, pronounced the fate of billions of people in the Shuofeng Empire. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The Shuofeng Empire, a colossal entity that has stood for thousands of years, has always been an unparalleled pinnacle in the Xuanqiang Plain. Its glory and power are like an epic etched between heaven and earth, inspiring awe. At this moment, however, the fate of this empire was casually decided, like a giant ship encountering an irresistible storm in the torrent of history, about to capsize. Lin Wanner's delicate body trembled, a hint of surprise and fear flashing across her exquisite face. She seemed to want to say something. Her lips parted slightly. She clearly remembered that the moment Lu Qi had just woken up, he made a promise to them, that he could help them fulfill a wish. At that time, Lin Haoyu's wish was to destroy the Shuofeng Empire. Yuming, don't take Haoyu's request too seriously. He was just joking. Lin Wanner said hurriedly, her voice filled with pleading and anxiety. She didn't want to see innocent lives suffer because of hatred, and she didn't want the entire Shuofeng Empire to become a bloodbath. However, Lin Haoyu's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this, and he retorted, Sister, how could you say that father died in the battle with the Shuofeng Empire? They took our loved ones away. Now that Lord Yuming is helping us, how can we give up the opportunity to avenge father? His voice was full of determination and persistence, the passion and impulsiveness unique to young people. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment, a hint of struggle and pain flashing in her eyes. She knew Lin Haoyu was telling the truth, but she also couldn't bear to see innocent lives being implicated because of hatred. She took a deep breath and said with a tremor in her voice, But many ordinary people in the Shuofeng Empire are innocent. They should not have suffered such a calamity. Lu Qi stared at Lin Wanner in front of him, a hint of helplessness showing in his eyes. This girl was beautiful and kind, like a white lotus blooming in the mortal world, pure and flawless. She seemed so out of place in this world full of killing and strife. However, such a pure and kind nature would probably not have been able to survive on a cruel and ruthless planet like Earth, where the apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 386 Lin Wanner's kindness sowed the seeds of disaster. He thought to himself that Lin Wanner was fortunate to be born into the powerful Lin family, where she had been protected and pampered since childhood. But this good fortune also made her somewhat weak in character. On Earth, survival requires resilience and determination, not kindness and compassion. Luki sighed inwardly. In this world, kindness and weakness are often separated by only a fine line. He hoped that Lin Wanner could understand that sometimes, in order to survive and protect the one she loves, she must learn to be strong and resolute. Because in this world full of unknowns and dangers, no one can protect her forever except herself. Lin Wanner gently reached out her slender hand and tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve. Her eyes were like water, filled with a faint sorrow. Yuming, I beg you, please don't let our hatred harm the innocent, okay? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll be tormented by my conscience for the rest of my life. Lu Qi looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness. Fine, since you insist, I will only target the royal family and army of the Shuofeng Empire, and will not involve innocent civilians. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner wanted to say something more, her slightly parted lips seeming to utter the words that the soldiers were also innocent. However, Lu Qi's gaze was piercing, carrying an undeniable authority as he looked directly at her. Listen to me. Lin Wanner was captivated by his gaze and immediately stuck out her tongue obediently, like a tamed kitten, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Lu Qi waved his hand lightly. Instantly, tens of thousands of silver-armored guards rose from the ground in perfect unison, like a silver sea, accompanied by the heavy clanging of their armor. Behind them, hundreds of gold-armored guards stood tall and majestic like golden mountains. Then, these guards rose from the ground and transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the Shuofeng Empire. At that moment, it was as if the sky had been torn open and countless streams of light poured out, heading straight for the heart of the Shuofeng Empire. In the sky, tens of thousands of god-level undead streaked across the heavens, rushing past. Their figures weaved through the clouds, leaving behind trails of air currents, a truly magnificent sight. Outside the Lung residence, people looked up at this breathtaking scene, speechless with astonishment, their hearts filled with boundless shock. What shocked them was not only the terrifying undead power Lu Qi possessed, but also the order he had just given. "Did I hear that right?" someone asked, their voice trembling, as if they couldn't believe their ears. "Did Lord Yuming just order the extermination of everyone in the Shuofeng Empire?" "You heard me right." The person next to him nodded heavily, a hint of fear and helplessness flashing in their eyes. Just now, if it hadn't been for the kind young lady from the Lin family who intervened, these terrifying undead armies would have truly slaughtered all the hundreds of billions of lives in the Shuofeng Empire. But then someone stammered, "Shouldn't the watchdogs be righteous? How could they do such a thing? An observer? Justice?" Some scoffed. They were indeed responsible for eliminating unstable entities to maintain cosmic order. But who said they were necessarily righteous? Sometimes, they were far more terrifying than the most vicious demons. Yes, someone in the Shuofeng Empire sighed. This vast empire, which has stood for thousands of years, seems to be about to become history. Who could have imagined this? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The Lin siblings actually managed to gain the support of an observer. This news shook the entire Xuanxiang Plain. Frostwolf Pass. Frostwolf Pass is the gateway to the Linghan Empire, and also an impregnable fortress standing in a land of fierce winds. With its unwavering will and relentless perseverance, it has resisted the invasions of the Shuofeng Empire countless times. However, at this moment, this once glorious place has been reduced to a purgatory of blood and fire. Blood stained every inch of the pass, and also the hands and hearts of the soldiers. Countless brave bodies fell, their piles of corpses telling tales of war's brutality in the cold wind. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of blood, mingling with the smoke and dust of the battlefield, making one want to vomit. On the fortress walls, the warriors who could still stand were shattered armor and covered in wounds. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion and despair, yet they still gripped their weapons tightly. "General, we have less than 300,000 men left. The casualties are too heavy. The enemy is the most elite cold Iron Legion of the Shuofeng Empire." A captain covered in blood struggled to Han Tian's side and said in a trembling voice, "I'm afraid we can't win this battle." "General, you should retreat now while there's still a chance," another general urged anxiously. "Once the cold Iron Legion breaches Frostwolf Pass, we'll lose our advantage in defensive weaponry, and the consequences will be unimaginable." "Yes, General. General Lin has already sacrificed himself. We cannot lose you too," the surrounding soldiers echoed. The words of advice from the crowd echoed in his ears, each one like a cold arrow piercing Han Tian's heart. However, faced with this overwhelming pressure and despair, Han Tian suddenly drew his long sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight, reflecting his indifferent expression. "Once we lose Frostwolf Pass, our Linghan Empire will have no natural defenses against the Shuofeng Empire, and we will never have peace again. Anyone who dares to suggest retreat will be executed without mercy." His voice was like iron in the cold wind, firm and cold. Han Tian, the strongest in the Linghan Empire, possesses the strength of a half-step ruler, making him invincible on this continent. However, his eyes were filled with exhaustion at this moment, because he was facing the renowned cold Iron Legion, a force famous throughout the Xuanxiang continent. The opposing commander is none other than Patian Feng, the strongest figure in the entire Xuanxiang continent. He understood that today's battle was a matter of life and death for the Linghan Empire. If they cannot stop the sky-breaking blade, the Linghan Empire will likely have no chance of resisting the Shuofeng Empire. This heavy burden is almost suffocating him. At this moment, Patianfeng rode atop a ferocious and terrifying giant wolf. Gazing at Frost Wolf Pass ahead, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light, as if he wanted to devour the entire pass. Commander, the shield generator at Frost Wolf Pass has run out of energy. With the next wave of attacks, the brothers will be able to take Frost Wolf Pass directly. A mid-level Supreme General spoke respectfully to Patianfeng, his voice revealing barely concealed excitement. Chapter 387: The Demise of the Shuofeng Empire. Patianfeng nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face. My Shuofeng Empire has accumulated strength for a century, and finally this day has arrived. Today, Frost Wolf Pass will tremble under the iron hooves of my cold Iron Legion. Then he suddenly drew the long sword from his waist, raised it high above his head, and the blade gleamed with a cold, menacing light in the sunlight. He shouted, "Cold Iron Legion, all troops attack." In an instant, the bugles sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The war drums thundered like 1,000 bolts of lightning. Millions of soldiers from the Cold Iron Legion, clad in heavy black armor, surged like a black torrent, forming neat square formations, and began to approach Frostwolf Pass with overwhelming force. Their steps were firm and powerful, each step seemingly about to shatter the earth. Their eyes burned with the flames of war, as if they wanted to incinerate all enemies into ashes. On the city wall, Han Tian stood as tall as a pine tree, his gaze fixed intently on the endless cold Iron Legion before him, his expression extremely solemn. "Relay my orders." Han Tian's voice was firm and powerful, echoing above the city walls. All the psionic cannons were aimed only at enemies of god level or higher. At this critical juncture of life and death, every shell is extremely precious. Han Tian knew that only by using all the limited ammunition to attack those powerful individuals could he maximize the power of the psionic cannon and create a sliver of hope for defending Frostwolf Pass. The messenger immediately repeated the order loudly. By order of the general, all psionic cannons are only permitted to attack enemies of god level or higher. His voice echoed above the city wall, clear and powerful, instantly reaching the entire defensive line. As the order was given, the psionic cannons on the city wall began to slowly rotate, their muzzles aimed at the menacing god-level powerhouses. Each turret emanated a powerful energy fluctuation, as if announcing that it was about to unleash a world-destroying force. At this moment, the entire Frostwolf Pass was shrouded in a tense and grim atmosphere. Han Tian and his soldiers were prepared for a desperate fight, and would launch their most ferocious attack as soon as the god-level experts entered their range. What exactly is that? A god-level lieutenant suddenly broke the silence, his trembling finger pointing to the sky, his voice revealing undisguised astonishment and fear. Following his guidance, everyone looked up and saw a dark mass of figures covering the sky like dark clouds, rushing toward Frostwolf Pass at an astonishing speed. Those figures exuded a powerful aura, giving people an unprecedented sense of oppression. God level. They're all god-level powerhouses. Tens of thousands of them, someone exclaimed, their voices filled with shock. That's not all. Another person added in a trembling voice. Look at those warriors in golden armor. Each one exudes a terrifying aura of supreme power. A whole 100 supreme beings. What kind of force could possess such terrifying strength? At this moment, no one had time to think about this question because they clearly saw that the golden-armored warriors and god-level experts were targeting Frostwolf Pass, where they were located. They're coming for us. That last sentence, like the mockery of death, echoed in everyone's heart. However, just as everyone was about to fall into despair, a shocking scene unfolded. The terrifying force that was rushing towards Frostwolf Pass did not attack them. Above, tens of thousands of silver-armored warriors and hundreds of gold-armored warriors, like a dazzling meteor shower, crashed down on the cold Iron Legion on the ground with unparalleled momentum. An indescribable atmosphere of terror instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Only then did everyone realize that. They were no ordinary warriors, but an army of undead, exuding an aura of death. Beneath their armor, there was no vibrant flesh and blood, only stark white bones and flickering, chilling soul flames. Boom, 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 boom. As they arrived, a series of booming sounds, as if from the deepest hell, resounded through the sky. Faced with this terrifying power imbued with the aura of death, the Cold Iron Legion was like lambs to the slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. The entire battlefield was engulfed by this deathly aura, as if it had become a living hell. Millions of people were utterly routed by 10,000 dead. This scene stunned the Frostwolf Pass defenders, who were already prepared for a desperate fight. They gazed at the sky, their eyes filled with awe and disbelief. These undead are Lu Chi's death guards, carrying out Lu Chi's orders. Patianfeng witnessed the arrival of the terrifying undead army, his eyes widening instantly, and his roar resounded like thunder across the sky. Where did these damned undead come from? His anger was like a raging fire, but it seemed so powerless in the face of this undead power. Because more than 50 undead, each exuding a supreme aura, had locked onto him and charged straight at him like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Their figures were eerie, their movements swift, and they exuded a strong aura of death, sending chills down one's spine. Patianfeng roared, his half-step dominator power erupting like a raging flood. The sharp blade in his hand flashed with cold light, instantly slicing 3 golden-armored death god guards in half at the waist. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg of the undead army. Many more death guards surge forward like a mountain range, unafraid of death, with only the unwavering belief in killing their enemies in their eyes. Although Patianfeng had already reached the level of a half-step dominator, he still seemed to be struggling under the onslaught of the frenzied undead. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in wounds, and his battle robe was stained with blood. Faced with the siege of the death guards, let alone the half-step dominator Patianfeng, even Morgan, a ruler of such a level, would have to give way. Under the relentless onslaught of the undead guards, Patianfeng's power was gradually exhausted. His wounds multiplied, and his blood stained the surrounding earth. The undead guards seemed endless, surging forward like a tide, repeatedly assaulting Patianfeng's defenses. Their attacks were dense and fierce, leaving Patianfeng no chance to breathe. He knew he could no longer withstand the siege of hundreds of supreme-level beings, but he still did not give up. With his last bit of strength, he wielded his sharp blade, trying to fight his way out. However, it was all too late. The attacks of the undead guards grew increasingly fierce, their figures flashing before Patianfeng's eyes, making it impossible for him to see them clearly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. Patianfeng looked down and saw that his chest had been pierced by the blade of an undead guard. Blood gushed out, staining Patianfeng's vision red. Chapter 388 Lu Chi steps into the Supreme Realm. His body crashed down, never to rise again, and his once fierce eyes lost their light. The death guards around him did not stop because of his death, and continued to relentlessly rush towards the next target. Soon, millions of Cold Iron Legion soldiers were slaughtered under the whirlwind onslaught of the death guard. On the battlefield, blood stained the land, and corpses piled up like mountains, creating a tragic and shocking scene. The soldiers guarding the Frostwolf Pass, who witnessed this scene, were all filled with dread and fear. Patianfeng is dead. He, the strongest person in our Xuanxiong continent, just died like that. A soldier stared wide-eyed at the figure lying in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. We're saved. Another soldier, watching the once invincible Cold Iron Legion be annihilated, shouted excitedly. However, General Han Tian's expression was solemn at this moment. He stared intently at the battlefield ahead, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was already churning with turmoil. Where did these undead come from? Whose power is this? How can they be so terrifying? Han Tian was filled with doubt and fear. He gazed at the undead army ahead, as if he saw endless darkness and death. He knew that if these undead could annihilate the Cold Iron Legion, they could also effortlessly slaughter the defenders of Frostwolf Pass. At that very moment, as the last wail of the Cold Iron Legion faded into the wind, the death guards all turned their cold, empty gazes toward the Frostwolf Pass garrison standing on the city wall. Their gazes, like the biting north wind in winter, pierced the hearts of the soldiers standing on the walls of Frostwolf Pass. These death guards, their bodies stained crimson with blood, looked as if they had just emerged from a boiling sea of blood. Their armor, weapons, and even every inch of their bones exuded a nauseatingly strong aura of death. The stench of blood permeated the air, making the defenders feel suffocated. At this moment, they looked at the guards of Frostwolf Pass as if they were looking at a delicious meal, the green soul fire in their eyes revealing their thirst for blood and slaughter. The Death Guards instinctively moved slowly toward Frostwolf Pass, yearning to once again feel the scalding blood and the delicious vitality of life. "They're coming towards us." The soldiers' hearts nearly stopped when they saw this. At this moment, a tall, golden-armored Death God Guardian slowly spoke, seemingly warning all Death God Guardians. "Lord Death has decreed that only the army and royal family of the Shuofeng Empire should be killed, and the innocent should not be killed indiscriminately." His voice was low and hoarse, which should have been unpleasant to hear, but his words sounded like heavenly music to the soldiers at that moment. Upon hearing this, all the Death Guards stopped in their tracks, then turned around and flew towards the Shuofeng Empire. Upon witnessing this scene, the soldiers' tense nerves instantly relaxed, and they breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of relief that they had escaped a disaster. Han Tian's grip on his main weapon loosened slightly at this moment. He gazed into the distance, his heart filled with awe. "I truly wonder which terrifying being has graced our Xuanxiong continent with their presence." At this moment, Frostwolf Pass had been transformed into a desolate battlefield, with corpses strewn everywhere, covering every inch of the land, and the air filled with a strong, nauseating stench of blood. Strangely, the blood flowing on the ground did not pool as one would expect, but instead seeped into the soil at an astonishing speed. It was as if some unknown creature lurked beneath the earth, greedily sucking up the essence of life. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the blood-stained earth, adding a touch of poignant beauty to this tragic battlefield. At this moment, Lu Qi was sitting cross-legged in the Lung family mansion refining the Heart of Elements, with the colorful Heart of Elements floating and spinning in front of him. Lu Qi closed his eyes slightly, and his soul power, like countless fine threads, probed into the heart of the elements, establishing a wondrous connection with the elemental power contained within. As he refined it, the elemental power within the elemental heart began to activate. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. A few strands of lightning energy danced in the air, producing a faint crackling sound. Clusters of flames burned fiercely, yet were not scorching hot. Instead, they were as warm as the sun. Beams of light and strands of darkness intertwined and intertwined, as naturally and harmoniously as the alternation of day and night. Guided by Lu Qi, these elemental forces flowed through his bones into his limbs and entire body. Every cell in his body was joyfully absorbing this pure and powerful energy. His strength increased rapidly at a visible speed, quickly reaching the barrier of the peak of the god level. In the numerous battles that followed, Bloodfiend absorbed a vast amount of energy, and Lu Qi's strength had already reached the peak of the god level. The moment Lu Qi chose to break through the divine barrier, the entire Lung mansion seemed to tremble. Within his body, powerful forces surged like a torrent, constantly assaulting the barrier of the peak god level. Each impact caused Lu Qi unprecedented pain and pressure, as if his entire body was about to be torn apart by this force. However, Lu Qi paid no attention to this, instead refining the elemental heart even more fiercely, with a continuous stream of energy surging into his body. As time went on, the force that had been impacting the barrier gradually became more organized, as if guided by some mysterious force. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of Lu Qi's soul, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. His mind instantly boiled, and a vast and boundless power burst forth from it, rapidly spreading to his limbs and bones. This power is so strong that it defies description, as if it could destroy everything and reshape all things. At this moment, Lu Qi's strength finally broke through the shackles of the peak of the god level and stepped into a brand new realm, the Supreme. During this process, Lu Qi not only felt his strength improve, but also gained a deeper understanding of the essence and core of various elemental powers. He could almost hear the wind calling, the thunder roaring, the fire burning, and the intertwining of light and darkness. With a flick of his finger, he could summon the power of the wind to create raging storms and towering waves. His gaze, when focused, could unleash the power of lightning, transforming it into a thunderous roar. With a mere thought, he could transform into a flame king and incinerate everything. With a mere thought, he can control the power of light and darkness to create or destroy all things. After Lu Qi completely absorbed and fused the last wisp of elemental power, he slowly opened his eyes. Those deep eyes seemed to hold twinkling stars, the turning of the sun and moon, shifting winds and clouds, and intertwining thunder and fire. Chapter 389, The Root of Calamity. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the vast, boundless power within his body and the increasingly close connection with the surrounding elemental world. Your Majesty, we've arrived. Lu Qi's lips curled up slightly, forming a deep and confident smile. The Heart of Elements truly lives up to its reputation as a rare treasure, providing immense help to Lu Qi. It not only helped Lu Qi break through the shackles of the Supreme Realm, but also enabled Lu Qi to master all elemental powers. Lu Qi gently stretched out both hands, palms facing upwards. Suddenly, a raging fire erupted from the palm of a hand, flames billowing and heat waves emanating from it. On his other palm, however, was a ball of icy cold air, chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze everything. Flames and ice danced and swayed in Lu Qi's palm, complementing each other yet remaining undisturbed. The scene was breathtaking and mysterious, as if a miracle of heaven and earth was unfolding before his eyes. This elemental heart is truly incredibly magical. Lu Qi muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction and excitement. I'm no longer the same person I once was. The power of this treasure has completely merged into my body, becoming a part of my strength. What a stroke of luck. Just then, the skies suddenly darkened, as if shrouded in an ominous gloom. A massive number of death guards descended from the sky, like ghosts in the night. Each of them was soaked in blood, their robes torn, and their armor bearing the marks of battle. Some death guards even had human limbs and dismembered remains hanging from their bodies, a gruesome sight. As they landed, the entire Lung Mansion was instantly filled with a strong stench of blood. This stench seemed to carry the aura of death, sending chills down everyone's spine. Upon landing, all the death guards knelt in unison before Lu Qi. Their eyes were filled with awe and loyalty. Lu Qi was their god. A supreme-level death guardian reported in a hoarse voice, "Death God, the army and royal family of the Shuofeng Empire have been cleared out." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi simply nodded. His eyes were deep and indifferent, as if he had long been accustomed to all of this. Then he waved his hand gently, and thick fog surged from the death scythe in Lu Qi's hand, spreading outwards like a black tide. The black mist, carrying a cold and eerie aura, instantly enveloped all the death guards. When the black mist dissipated, all the death guards kneeling on the ground had vanished. They seemed to have never been there, leaving only horrifying bloodstains and severed limbs on the ground as proof of their presence. Lin Haoyu and Lin Wanner, who were standing nearby, reacted very differently after hearing the report from the death guard. Lin Haoyu's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable excitement, as if he could finally see the hatred that had been building up in his heart for many years being released. He suddenly strode forward, knelt down in front of Lu Qi, and slammed his forehead heavily on the ground with a dull thud. "Thank you, Lord Yuming, for avenging us siblings." His voice trembled, but was firm. "This kindness, how you will never forget." Every word seemed to be a vow squeezed out from the depths of the heart, filled with gratitude and determination. Lin Wanner stood there quietly, her gaze never leaving Lu Qi's face, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complex expression. She knew that behind that simple sentence from the death guard lay the deaths of tens of millions of people. It was a sea of blood, the annihilation of countless lives. She felt a mix of joy at avenging her father and a shadow of self-reproach, for so many deaths were caused by her. Lu Qi slowly looked at the Lin sisters and said calmly, "The Shuofeng Empire has been destroyed. Today, I have finally repaid your kindness in saving my life. Now, I should return to the Milky Way." Lin Wanner trembled slightly upon hearing Lu Qi's words. The disappointment and reluctance in her eyes surged like a tidal wave, but she tried her best to suppress it in her heart. She gently clutched the hem of her dress, as if searching for a sliver of solace. She looked up at Lu Qi, her voice trembling slightly, and said, "Yuming, will we ever have a chance to meet again?" Lu Chi paused for a moment, then softly uttered 3 words. Maybe. Then, Lu Chi turned his gaze to Lin Haoyu and said in a deep voice, "You need to become strong as soon as possible. Your sister is gentle and kind, and she needs a strong person to protect her." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyu straightened his back instantly and said firmly, "Please rest assured, Inspector, anyone who wants to harm my sister will have to step over my dead body first." Lu Chi nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards a slowly opening spatial rift. His figure gradually disappeared into the rift, leaving only a deep silhouette. "Sister, Lord Yuming has already left," Lin Haoyu gently reminded him, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He looked at Lin Wan'er, only to see her still staring blankly in the direction where Lu Chi had disappeared, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. Lin Wan'er seemed not to hear her brother's words. Her mind was only on that profound figure from behind. "Haoyu, tell me, when will I be able to see him again?" She didn't know when she would see him again. Perhaps this parting would be forever. Her heart was filled with endless longing and sorrow. "Sister, have you forgotten about the inspector?" Lin Haoyu once again pleaded with him, saying with heartache, "He is not from our world. His existence is too far out of our reach." However, Lin Wan'er did not respond. She simply stood there silently, letting her thoughts drift into the distance. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the void, seeing that profound figure continuing its journey in another world. Her heart, too, drifted towards that unknown distance. The once towering and magnificent palace of the Shuofeng Empire has now been reduced to ruins. Amidst the broken walls and ruins, corpses lay strewn everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and the smell of burning. The former prosperity and glory vanished in an instant, leaving only this desolate and ravaged scene. A young man was hiding in a dilapidated house next to the palace. His face was somewhat youthful, but his brows revealed a firm and resolute expression. He was dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, trying to conceal his identity. However, the glimpse of gold peeking out from under his commoner's clothes revealed his extraordinary background. The young man clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the direction where the death guard had disappeared, his eyes flashing with a deep-seated hatred. That hatred burned like a raging fire in his heart, becoming the driving force for him to live. Chapter 390. Lu Chi is going to be a father. The distance between a barred spiral galaxy and the Milky Way is so vast that it is almost unimaginable. Even for someone as powerful as Lu Chi, opening up a spatial rift directly connecting the 2 star systems consumed a considerable amount of his mental energy. As the scene before him gradually stabilized, Lu Chi saw a massive black warship, the Nightmare. The warship, like a silent guardian, quietly awaited his return. Looking at it, Lu Chi couldn't help but smile warmly. He said softly, "Galaxy, I'm back." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished in a flash, instantly appearing on the Nightmare. On the deck, Wang Li was concentrating on cultivating his shadow power. Suddenly, he felt the space in front of him tremble and immediately became alert. He hissed, "Who goes there?" At the same time, the power of shadow surged within him like a tide, preparing to deal with any unexpected situation. However, when Wang Li saw the person in front of him clearly, he blinked in disbelief. That familiar face, that unique aura, it all told him an exciting piece of news. Lu Chi was back. A look of wild joy instantly appeared on Wang Li's face, and he shouted loudly, "Master! Master is back!" This shout pierced the silence of the void and echoed in every corner of the Nightmare. Upon hearing Wang Li's exciting shout, the once tranquil Nightmare instantly erupted into a frenzy, as if a flame had been ignited. From various compartments, large numbers of undead crew members poured out like a tide and gathered on the deck. "Captain, the captain is back!" Their voices converged into a powerful force, echoing through the void. "Captain!" Every shout was filled with boundless respect and fervent loyalty to Lu Chi. Lu Chi was instantly surrounded by the surging crowd. Looking at the familiar and kind faces before him, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. These undead crew members were his most important family and partners in this universe. "Captain, I missed you so much." "I can't believe it," Nyota said excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. This rugged minotaur zombie, however, revealed a childlike innocence and dependence. Wang Li also stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination. Master, you've been on this journey for almost 4 months. We've been waiting for you to come back. His voice was filled with endless worry and anticipation, but at this moment, it was all overwhelmed by the joy of reunion. Captain, so many things have happened in the 4 months you've been gone. I'll give you a detailed report later. Rose wore a long, jet-black dress, which accentuated her stunning figure, making her curves appear even more exquisite and flawless. Upon seeing Lu Qi, even the usually aloof Lu Qi blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her. Seeing this, Lu Qi smiled with satisfaction. He knew that no matter where he went or how many hardships he faced, these crew members would always faithfully await his return. The bond and trust between them are stronger and deeper than any force. Lu Qi. At that moment, a gentle voice, as clear as a spring, slowly rang out, breaking the surrounding noise. The once noisy deck fell silent instantly, as if time had stood still. Everyone's gaze turned to the source of the sound. A stunningly beautiful figure, like a fairy, stood there quietly, her gaze fixed on Lu Qi with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with warm love. That was Lu Mengli. Mengli. The longing that had lingered for 4 months finally erupted at this moment. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Qi took a step forward, wanting to quickly reach Lu Mengli's side and embrace her tightly. However, just as he was about to take his second step, he suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on Lu Mengli's slightly protruding belly, a look of shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Mengli. The usually calm and collected Lu Qi's voice was trembling slightly. His heart was pounding wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He stared intently at Lu Mengli, his eyes filled with inquiry and expectation. Seeing Lu Qi's nervous yet excited expression, Lu Mengli felt a warm current well up in her heart. She smiled gently, then nodded softly and said in a gentle voice, Lu Qi, you're going to be a father. Upon hearing Lu Mengli's words, Lu Qi was stunned, as if struck by lightning. An unbelievable, ecstatic look appeared on his face, a joy that welled up from the bottom of his heart and could not be expressed in words. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Mengli's lower abdomen, as if trying to see his future child through the thin fabric. His hands trembled slightly as he instinctively reached forward, but then stopped in midair, afraid that his movements might harm Lu Mengli and the baby in her womb. Am I going to be a dad? Lu Qi's voice trembled with excitement. He seemed to be asking Lu Mengli a question, or perhaps talking to himself. Looking at Lu Qi's excited expression, Lu Mengli felt a surge of happiness and contentment. She smiled gently, nodded again, and said affirmatively, Yes, Lu Qi, you're going to be a father. Our child is already 4 months old. Lu Qi took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. He slowly walked to Lu Mengli's side and carefully embraced her. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world. Mengli, thank you. Lu Qi's voice was deep and full of gratitude. Thank you for bringing me the most wonderful gift in the world. Lu Mengli gently lowered her head to Lu Qi's chest, feeling the familiar warmth and scent. Lu Qi, this is what I should do. I think our child will be as excellent and strong as you. At this moment, Lu Qi held Lu Mengli as if he were holding the whole world. The two embraced tenderly for a moment. Then Lu Qi slowly shifted his gaze from Lu Mengli's stunning face and began to scan the surrounding crew members. However, he soon discovered that Wan Ting, Jack, Soul Eater, and the others who should have been standing there were nowhere to be seen. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a sense of doubt welling up inside him. He turned to look at Rose and asked, Rose, where are Wan Ting, Jack, and Soul Eater? Upon hearing this, Rose stepped forward and explained softly, Captain, recently there have been sightings of void beasts in many parts of the Milky Way. In order to find these void beasts, Wanting and the others have gone to explore those places separately. Chapter 391 Mu, Wanting in Danger? Just then, Wang Li walked over with a proud look on his face. He straightened his back and said in a loud voice, Master, you have to praise me this time. Now, all the materials needed for the Nightmare's upgrade, except for the Eye of the Void Beast, have been gathered. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. He turned to look at Wang Li, somewhat surprised, and said, Oh, you even obtained a fragment of the heart of the universe? Ha! Bamli lauga triumphantly. It's all thanks to my master's wife's brilliant plan. plus my courage and wisdom in the face of danger, that I was able to successfully trick a group of half-step sovereigns into giving me the fragment of the heart of the universe. At this point, he proudly put his hands on his hips, as if he had become the most remarkable person in the entire universe. Just then, Eleanor came running over, her face pale and her breathing rapid, as if she were carrying a heavy burden. Captain. She was running so fast that she was panting heavily and could barely speak a complete sentence. Lucci turned around, looking at Eleanor's anxious expression, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently patted Eleanor's shoulder, his voice steady and firm. Don't rush. Speak slowly. The sky won't fall. Eleanor took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She stared intently into Lucci's eyes, her voice trembling and urgent. Captain, it's Sister Wanting. I just predicted that Sister Wanting's life is in danger. Upon hearing this, Lucci's brows furrowed instantly. He turned to look at Rose C., his eyes filled with seriousness. Where's Wanting now? Rose stood to the side, feeling Lucci's sharp gaze, and her heart tightened. She lowered her head. Captain, Wanting is going to investigate the traces of the void beasts in the Nova Star realm. Nova space. Lucci muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. She went alone? When Rosie heard Lucci's question, her heart sank. She knew she had made a mistake. She shouldn't have let Mu Wanting act alone. She bit her lower lip, her voice low and apologetic. Yes, Captain, it was my mistake. Upon seeing Lucci's serious, almost stern face, Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward, his voice filled with self-reproach and urgency. Master, it's all my fault. I should have insisted on going with Wanting. I'll go there right now and bring her back safely. However, Lucci raised his hand to stop him. No need, I'll go myself. Mu Wanting has been following Lucci since he was an elite member of the crew and is a veteran crew member on the Nightmare. Lucci would never allow anything to happen to her. Lucci turned to look at Lu Mengli beside him, the seriousness in his eyes instantly replaced by tenderness. He said softly, Mengli, wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon. Lu Mengli nodded gently, her eyes filled with trust and concern. She stepped forward, gently straightened Lucci's clothes, and whispered, be sure to be careful. No matter what happens, bring Wanting back. Lucci gave Lu Mengli a deep look, then nodded. Immediately afterward, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a lingering shadow that gradually dissipated in the afterglow of the setting sun. Nova Astral Plane, a few hours ago. Nova Plane is a subordinate fourth-level plane of the Shadow Abyss Dynasty. The strongest person here is only at the God level, and it's rare to see anyone of a higher level set foot here. However, today Nova is experiencing an unprecedented spectacle. Above the sky, divine light shone brightly, and powerful auras pierced through the sky, descending upon this place. These figures were all powerful, God-level experts who commanded respect in their respective regions, and some were even renowned supreme beings on the heavenly ranking. Their arrival caused the skies of Nova to tremble. The reason for all this was that the traces of the Void Beast, the Star Devourer's cub, were discovered in this inconspicuous fourth-level plane. Void Beasts are terrifying creatures that live in the boundless void. They are powerful and mysterious, and once they reach adulthood, they possess terrifying strength at the level of a ruler. The appearance of the star-eating beast larvae was undoubtedly a bombshell dropped on the calm surface of Lake Nova. Many powerful individuals were driven mad by it, because everyone knew that the body of the Void Beast contained countless rare treasures that everyone dreamed of. The eyes of the star-eating beast are the ultimate choice for crafting illusionary treasures. With just a little processing, they can grant the holder the supreme power to manipulate illusions. Its incredibly hard scales and bones are excellent materials for crafting armor and weapons. Once crafted, they are not only indestructible, but also imbued with the terrifying power of the Void Laws. However, what is most insane is the special stellar bloodline flowing within the star-eating beast. This bloodline contains the power of the stellar origin, a treasure coveted by cultivators. If one can refine and absorb it, the power and level of their special abilities will be enhanced to a certain extent, an irresistible temptation for any ability user. Each of these treasures is enough to cause a bloodbath. However, the domineering strength of an adult void behemoth deterred everyone from daring to approach it. However, The void behemoth that appeared in the Nova Star realm this time was still in its juvenile stage. Although its strength had reached the supreme level, compared to the terror of an adult behemoth, this undoubtedly gave everyone a rare opportunity. Countless powerful individuals flocked to the Nova Star realm, their eyes filled with greed and madness, all wanting to obtain the coveted treasure from this young behemoth. Mu Wanting stood in the distance, dressed in a wide black robe, her face veiled, completely concealing her identity. She gazed silently ahead, pondering to herself. This must be the Nova astral plane, right? The nightmare's advancement is only missing the eye of the void beast. I hope I can find it here. Although the void behemoth has been spotted, it rarely stays in one place. Therefore, killing or capturing a void beast requires immense luck. Beneath the vast starry sky, the outer region of the Nova Star realm is now teeming with powerful individuals. They either piloted flying machines or stood in midair, exuding a powerful aura and piercing gazes. These powerful beings from all over the galaxy were carefully searching the places where the star-eating beast had once appeared, hoping to catch any trace of that mysterious void behemoth. Don't you think the frequency of these void behemoths appearing lately seems ridiculously high? A man dressed in a dark blue robe carefully examined the fluctuations in the surrounding void as he spoke to his companion. His voice held a hint of doubt and confusion. Chapter 392, The Enchantress, Mu Wanting. His companion, a burly man, shook his head and sighed, replying, "What's the use of a high frequency? Have you seen anyone successfully kill even one so far? These void beasts are too elusive and too difficult to find." Sigh. I guess we've come all this way for nothing. Despite saying this, the two did not stop their movements at all and continued to carefully search every possible corner. A flicker of resentment and longing flashed in the eyes of the man in the robes. He looked up into the depths of the starry sky and murmured, "If I could catch a void beast, I'd be rich." Just as the two were talking, the surrounding void suddenly trembled and a terrifying aura spread out. The man in the robes and the burly man immediately looked up alertly, only to see a huge black shadow slowly emerging from the void, the very star-devouring beast they had been searching for. The star-eating beast's enormous body resembled a mountain peak, its jet-black scales shimmering with a cold luster, and its huge eyes were as deep and terrifying as an abyss. The star-devouring beast, it didn't leave. We actually found it. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in the robe, and he shouted. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by shock. The star-devouring beast larva opened its blood-red maw, and a powerful suction force surged out, instantly enveloping the two of them. Damn it, this star-devouring beast is at the mid-level of the supreme realm. We can't take it down. The man in the robes cried out in alarm, but it was too late. He and the burly man felt their bodies lighten, and they were uncontrollably sent flying into the gaping maw of the star-eating beast. "No, I don't want to die." The burly man screamed in terror, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape the powerful suction. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes. He knew that he had no other choice but to fight with all his might to have a chance of survival. He took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and his internal energy surged out like a flood. Light blast! With a low shout, the surrounding starry sky instantly distorted, and countless star-like points of light gathered in his palm, forming a dazzling sphere of light. He thrust it forward with tremendous force, and the sphere of light hurtled towards the star-devouring beast. However, the star-eating beast's strength far exceeded their expectations. Faced with this fatal blow, it simply swung its claw to meet it. Boom! The two energies collided violently in midair, erupting with dazzling light and a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave spread outwards, shattering the surrounding void. The man in the robes and the burly man were thrown back by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. They felt their blood surging within them and almost coughed up blood. However, this exchange between the two instantly attracted everyone's attention. A star-eating beast. It really is a star-eating beast. The powerful figures who had been searching for so long exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with fervor and greed, as if they had seen endless wealth and power. One after another, figures transformed into streaks of light, converging at the location of the star-devouring beast at top speed. Mu Wanting also saw the star-devouring beast at this moment. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. With a light tap of her feet, she flew towards the star-devouring beast like a graceful fairy. Just then, as the star-devouring beast was about to launch another fierce attack on the man in the robe, a sharp energy spear suddenly ripped through the void and struck the star-devouring beast with lightning speed. The spear exploded the moment it touched the star-eating beast, the immense force blasting a crater several meters deep into its body, from which purple blood gushed out. "Ha ha ha! Star Eater, I finally found you." A man exuding an aura of supreme power floated in the sky, laughing loudly, his face beaming with pride and ecstasy. But his attack completely enraged the star-devouring beast. The star-devouring beast let out a deafening roar and then opened its terrifying, blood-red maw. Before the man's smile could fade, a hideous, gaping maw appeared before his eyes. It was a star-eating beast. It had actually crossed the distance of space and arrived in front of the man in an instant. The man's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he screamed in terror. How could this star-devouring beast possess spatial power? But it was too late. His words were swallowed by the giant maw of the star-eating beast, and he was silenced forever. Only the chilling sound of bones being chewed echoed in the air. The Supreme Man's miserable state instantly turned the expressions of the powerful figures, which had been filled with greed and desire, serious. They stared at the ferocious and terrifying figure of the star-devouring beast, their eyes filled with apprehension and hesitation. However, just as everyone hesitated, a graceful figure, as light as a fairy, passed over them and rushed straight towards the star-devouring beast without hesitation. When the star-devouring beast saw that someone dared to challenge its majesty, it let out a deafening roar. The roar rolled in like thunder, creating a sound wave as turbulent as a raging storm. Swept up by this sound wave, the woman's wide hood and veil were instantly blown off, revealing a beautiful and ethereal face. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixed on the woman's face. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters brimming with affection, her skin as white as snow, and her lips like cherry blossoms. Only then did everyone notice that this person was actually a stunningly beautiful woman in her late teens. However, the star-eating beast wouldn't show mercy just because of the beautiful woman. It used the same trick again, opening its massive jaws and instantly appearing in front of the woman. As the woman was about to be mercilessly devoured and chewed up like the Supreme Man before her, a sense of regret arose in everyone's hearts. Alas, such a beautiful girl. Why did she have to come to this Nova Star realm for an adventure? Someone sighed, their voice filled with helplessness and regret. What a pity, what a pity. Such a beauty, yet she's destined to die in the jaws of beasts today. Another man said, shaking his head, his face full of regret. Has she gone mad? She only has the strength of a peak god-level being. Yet she dares to try to deal with a void behemoth. Even if it is a juvenile void behemoth, it is not something that a mere god-level being like her can touch. Some people were discussing the matter with bewilderment, expressing their confusion and regret over the woman's actions. Just when everyone thought that the beautiful woman was about to be mercilessly devoured by the star-eating beast, the development of events suddenly overturned everyone's expectations. A deep, dark energy, as dark as the night sky, suddenly erupted from the woman's body, surging and turbulent like a raging storm in the dark night. Chapter 393, The Star-Devouring Beast, is acquired. The once ferocious star-devouring beast now revealed a trace of bewilderment in its eyes. Its gaping maw seemed to be frozen in place by an invisible force, standing motionless in the air, like an absurd and shocking scene. This woman was Mu-wanting. Her delicate body trembled, accompanied by a clear and crisp cry, and the shadow power within her surged wildly like a wild beast breaking free of its restraints. Above Mu-wanting's head, the power of shadow rapidly condensed, transforming into 6 jet-black spiritual thorns filled with mysterious patterns. Go! With a flick of her jade finger, Mu-wanting sent 6 spiritual thorns piercing the void, shooting towards the head of the star-devouring beast with unparalleled sharpness. The star-eating beast seemed to be bound by some mysterious force, remaining rooted to the spot without showing any sign of trying to escape. In an instant, the 6 mental thorns pierced the star-devouring beast's head without hindrance, striking straight into its soul deep within its mind. Although the star-devouring beast appeared unharmed, Everyone could clearly feel an invisible shockwave spreading through the void. That was the terrifying aftershock released the moment the star-devouring bee's soul was shattered by the spiritual spike. To everyone's astonishment, the massive body of the star-devouring beast slowly plummeted like a mountain. Its descent stirred up a gust of wind, and the dust it kicked up rose like a giant mushroom cloud, shrouding the battlefield in a hazy mist. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with only the roar of the star-devouring beast crashing to the ground echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone stared in disbelief at the breathtaking scene before them, their hearts filled with indescribable astonishment and awe. Did I just see it wrong? Someone stammered, as if still unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. She had actually killed the star-devouring beast in an instant. That was a star-devouring beast larva with the strength of a mid-level supreme. How is this possible? Using god-level power to transcend class and slay a supreme being. In my understanding, only the legendary Overwatcher, Yu Ming, could accomplish this. Who exactly is this woman? She also possesses such heaven-defying strength. The other person exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, she's a psychic. The reason the star-eating beast was frozen in place just now must have been controlled by her power. Someone exclaimed in sudden realization, as if they had found a reasonable explanation. The murmurs of the crowd echoed across the battlefield, but their eyes never left Mu Wanting. In the distance, a handsome man dressed in gorgeous clothes stood quietly, followed by an old man. Although his face was handsome, a hint of cunning and evil was revealed deep in his eyes, like a ferocious beast hunting its prey, which sent chills down one's spine. The man's gaze was fixed on Mu Wanting, a fleeting look of amazement in his eyes. Then, he slightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange arc, as if he were planning some unspeakable conspiracy. He muttered to himself, a hint of amusement and excitement in his voice. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also a shadow assassin. Interesting, very interesting. This woman, Yu Chen, want her. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, as if he could already see the moment when Mu Wanting would become his possession. Ignoring the shock of the crowd around her, Mu Wanting flew to the star-devouring beast's side the moment she killed it. With a flick of her slender hand, she deftly stored the massive star-devouring beast's body into her storage bracelet. Storing bracelets, rings, necklaces, etc. is a valuable space storage treasure. After succeeding, Mu Wanting felt an indescribable joy welling up inside her. She knew that at this moment, the nightmares required evolution materials were finally complete. However, amidst this moment of joy, a sudden sense of crisis made her furrow her brows. Almost instinctively, she swayed and took several steps back. There was a loud bang. Where she had originally stood, now sat a bullet emitting blue smoke. At the same time, a man carrying a huge sniper rifle slowly emerged from the shadows in the distance. A playful smile played on his lips as he stared directly at Mu Wanting, as if admiring his prey. "Beautiful lady, I want this star-eating beast too. What should I do?" He chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. At this moment, the surrounding powerful figures seemed to awaken from a dream and rush forward, surrounding Mu Wanting. A mid-level supreme expert clad in heavy armor stepped forward, a similarly malicious smile on his face. "Beautiful lady, it's not good to eat alone," he said with a smile. "Why don't you take out the star-eating beast and share it with everyone? That way, they'll let you leave." Surrounded by numerous powerful figures, Mu Wanting showed no fear or willingness to compromise. She was like a resilient rose standing tall in a storm, strong and beautiful. Having followed Lu Qi in his campaigns, she was already accustomed to the rhythm of fighting against overwhelming odds and defeating the strong with the weak. The current predicament was just another opportunity for her to hone her will and strength. "Oh, you want a star eater?" Mu Wanting's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. "Then come and grab it yourself." Although her voice wasn't loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears, and the determination and confidence it conveyed made even the powerful figures surrounding her pause in surprise. Just then, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. His face was covered with a thick beard, and he exuded a nauseating stench. However, what is even more striking is the aura of supreme power emanating from him, like a ferocious beast ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. "Wow, I like this girl." The evil dragon leered at Mu Wanting, as if he already considered her his own. "Give me some face, everyone. Don't hurt her later. I want this chick." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding powerful figures echoed. "Since Lord Evil Dragon has spoken, then this beauty is yours. We only need the star-devouring beast." Clearly, the Evil Dragon is a somewhat well-known figure in the Milky Way, and many people are quite wary of his reputation and strength. "Haha, thank you everyone." The Evil Dragon laughed triumphantly. "Now that I've taken this little girl, I'll take a smaller share of the star-devouring beast's corpse later." His words revealed an arrogant and domineering attitude of being determined to succeed. "Your Excellency, the Evil Dragon, is truly magnanimous." The surrounding powerful figures echoed this sentiment, and their gazes all turned to Mu Wanting. In their view, the outcome of the battle seemed to be decided. Chapter 394, Yi Yuchen falls in love with Mu Wanting at first sight. "Little girl, I'll take good care of you from now on." The Evil Dragon grinned lewdly, clenched his right fist, and suddenly slammed it towards Mu Wanting. As he threw a punch, a giant fist formed from condensed energy immediately attacked Mu Wanting. A cold glint flashed across Mu Wanting's eyes like a shooting star. She was about to unleash her special ability to retaliate when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her like a ghost, while the Evil Dragon's thunderous punch vanished like fireworks before this figure. With a gentle wave of his hand, the newcomer neutralized the surging power, appearing relaxed and composed. Yi Yuchen stood in the arena, his gaze sharp as a knife. He surveyed the powerful figures around him, a slight sneer playing on his lips. His voice was deep and powerful, each word filled with deep contempt. "So many of you, yet you bully a woman." As Yi Yuchen finished speaking, a murderous aura filled the entire arena. "How shameless of you!" Seeing that his fierce attack had been so easily neutralized by the person in front of him, the smile on the Evil Dragon's face froze instantly, turning into a solemn expression. As a supreme expert at the peak, he was naturally not a simple-minded person. The man before them exuded extraordinary strength in every gesture, especially the old man behind him. Although he appeared unremarkable and did not emit any aura, he gave people a feeling of unfathomable depth, like an abyss. So, he cleared his throat, put on a friendly expression, and said to Yi Yuchen, "My friend, you may not know this, but the star-devouring beast corpse in this woman's hand was something we all obtained together. Now she wants to keep it all for herself. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yi Yuchen casually placed his hands behind his back, his gaze as deep as the stars. He stared at the Evil Dragon, his voice firm and cold. "With me here today, you will not be able to harm her in the slightest." Upon hearing this, the Evil Dragon was startled, and then a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to lash out, he was interrupted by a cry of surprise. A powerful figure stared wide-eyed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Yuchen, his voice filled with disbelief. "He is the crown prince of the Shadow Abyss dynasty, Yi Yuchen." Everyone was shocked by these words. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yuchen. Those who were originally arrogant and domineering became respectful and fearful. The Shadow Abyss dynasty was a behemoth on par with the Star Empire, and one of the most powerful nations in the galaxy. As for Yi Yuchen, the crown prince of the Ingyuan dynasty, his noble status and powerful strength are self-evident. The anger on the Evil Dragon's face vanished instantly, replaced by a stiff smile. He was well aware of the Shadow Abyss dynasty's strength and influence. Even a peak supreme expert like himself was nothing more than an ant before them. Especially considering the Shadow Abyss dynasty's founding ancestors' dominator realm cultivation, it was something he could only dream of. "Your Highness." The Evil Dragon forced a smile, his tone becoming extremely humble. "Do you know this woman? If she is your friend, we will leave immediately and will not disturb her." Yi Yuchen ignored the Evil Dragon. He smiled slightly at Mu Wanting and said softly, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you in the slightest." At this moment, Yi Yuchen resembled a refined gentleman who had stepped out of a painting. With handsome features, a tall and upright figure, a noble and distinguished background, and unfathomable strength, he possessed a remarkable appearance. It's another classic hero saving the damsel in distress, instantly maximizing his appeal to women. However, he was facing Mu Wanting. For Mu Wanting, her heart had already been firmly occupied by another person, and the appearance of any other man could no longer stir any waves in her heart. Her eyes held only peace and gratitude, nothing more. Mu Wanting did not lose her composure because of Yi Yuchen's identity and charm, but she also did not keep him at arm's length. After all, Yi Yuchen had indeed saved her a lot of trouble. She maintained an appropriate distance and expressed her gratitude gracefully. Many thanks to the Crown Prince for his righteous assistance. Wanting will forever remember this kindness. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuchen smiled gently and said softly, Wanting, graceful as a dragon soaring through the clouds, elegant as spring with a long sash. This is truly a poetic and picturesque name, just like you, gentle and graceful. Every time you call it, it feels like a spring breeze. Mu Wanting returned a faint smile and said softly, Your Highness, Wanting has some trivial matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. After saying that, she turned to leave. However, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Yucheng's eyes. Almost instinctively, he reached out and blocked Mu Wanting's path. Then, he took a deep breath, and the sharpness in his eyes was gradually concealed by a refined smile. He spoke slowly, a barely perceptible hint of anticipation in his voice. Miss Wanting, please wait. To be honest, from the moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted by your beauty and charm. I fell in love with you at first sight. Would you be willing to come with me to the Ingyuan dynasty's palace to admire its beauty together and to spend some wonderful time with me? Yi Yuchen's eyes shone with confidence. He firmly believed that in this vast and boundless Milky Way galaxy, no woman could resist his charm. After all, becoming his wife meant having the prestigious position of the future empress of Shadow Abyss Dynasty, a glory that countless women dreamed of. However, upon hearing this, Mu Wanting frowned slightly. From the moment Yi Yuchen suddenly offered his help, a cloud of doubt began to rise in her heart. Along her journey, from Earth to the interstellar stage, Mu Wanting has come to deeply understand the complexity and wickedness of human nature. Moreover, Yi Yuchen is the crown prince of the Ingyuan dynasty, ruling over countless subjects. What kind of beautiful woman couldn't he find? Although Mu Wanting considered herself to be somewhat attractive, she did not believe that her looks alone were enough to captivate the crown prince of a powerful force in a second-level plane. Upon hearing Yi Yuchen's invitation, Mu Wanting instantly understood the oddity of the situation. She guessed that the crown prince must have some unknown purpose. Thinking of this, Mu Wanting fell silent. She shifted her feet slightly, preparing to leave this place of trouble quietly. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in front of her like a ghost, blocking her way. This man was the old man behind Yi Yuchen. He had an ancient face and deep eyes. The old man looked at Mu Wanting and slowly said, Yuchen, stop playing around. We don't have time to waste here. His voice was deep and powerful, exuding an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuchen sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, Sigh, it seems my charm isn't enough. Tell me, if only you would obediently come with me, that would be so much better. At this point, the refined smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister and ruthless expression. His tone shifted abruptly, his voice filled with coldness. That way, you might be able to live a little longer. As he finished speaking, a chilling aura immediately filled the room. Chapter 395, The Mad Yi Yuchen. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yuchen's eyes. He said no more and instantly activated his superpower, SS-level superpower, to summon the dragon race. In an instant, the world changed color, and a powerful energy burst forth from Yi Yuchen's body, soaring straight into the sky. With a deafening roar, a colossal black dragon, tens of thousands of meters long, appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuchen. Its body was enormous, coiling and circling in midair like a mountain peak stretching across the sky. The black dragon's scales shimmered with a chilling light, each one seemingly containing destructive power. Its enormous dragon eyes burned with raging flames, and wherever its gaze fell, it seemed as if even the air itself was ignited. Its whiskers fluttered, and with each swing of its claws, dark cracks were torn open in the void. The appearance of the black dragon instantly shocked the entire audience, leaving everyone stunned by this sudden and bizarre phenomenon. Mu Wanting was also taken aback. She felt the overwhelming sense of oppression, as if even breathing had become difficult. Yi Yuchen stood beside the black dragon, his figure appearing even smaller against its backdrop. However, his eyes were filled with fanaticism and confidence, as if he had already mastered the most powerful force in the world. My original plan was to play with your body first, and then once I got tired of it, I would strip you of the Shadow Walker's legacy. Yi Yuchen's gaze pierced Mu Wanting like ice, his voice carrying a hint of mockery and cruelty. He paused, his expression instantly turning ferocious. But you're ungrateful and insist on forcing me to take action. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, the surrounding crowd was also stunned by the black dragon summoned by Yi Yuchen. Someone exclaimed in amazement. This is Yi Yuchen's dragon summoning ability. It's terrifying. Judging from this aura, he actually summoned a black dragon at the half-step dominator level. Sigh, I thought Yi Yuchen was a good person, but he turns out he's the worst. Someone shook their head and sighed. We only wanted the star-devouring beast, but he wanted the young girl's life and the Shadow Walker's inheritance. Yes, once the Shadow's legacy is stripped away, that beautiful woman will have absolutely no chance of survival. Another person sighed. Sigh, what can we do? Some people said helplessly. The opponent is Yi Yuchen. He himself possesses the strength of a half-step dominator, and now he has summoned a black dragon of the same level. The little girl, on the other hand, only has the strength of a god-level being. Even as a Shadow Walker, she is likely in grave danger. Wait a minute. A gasp interrupted the discussion. You just said that her inherited profession is... Huh? Oh, Yi Yuchen said she's a Shadow Walker. Someone replied, their tone tinged with uncertainty. Shadow. The word echoed in everyone's minds. Suddenly, someone seemed to remember something and cried out in surprise. Wait, the Shadow Warriors. Aren't those the elite troops under the command of the Watcher, Netherworld? These words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounded crowd. As the fragments of memory gradually came together, someone exclaimed in sudden realization. Yes. I remember now, it's her. Back when Lord Yuming was live-streaming the extermination of the Chaos Cult, at the last moment, two shadows attacked from the ghost ship, and one of them was this beautiful woman. Holy crap. If that's the case, then she must be one of the Watchers of the Underworld, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock and awe. The group exchanged bewildered glances, a nameless fear rising within them. They almost attacked the inspector's men. A wave of fear washed over everyone. They felt as if they had just escaped death. They had no doubt that if they were to actually harm the beautiful woman before them, Yuming would not hesitate to cut off their heads. You're actually from the Netherworld? Yi Yuchen also heard the whispers of the crowd around him at this moment. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Mu Wanting, trying to find a flaw in her expression. However, all he saw was determination and confidence, which made him feel a sense of solemnity. Despite Yi Yuchen's usual arrogance and conceit, he had to take the title of Inspector Yuming seriously. After all, that was a being with a formidable reputation throughout the entire universe, whose strength and ruthlessness were something Yi Yuchen feared. Seeing Yi Yuchen's reaction, Mu Wanting's lips curled up slightly. That's right, I'm a member of Yuming. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will destroy your entire Shadow Abyss dynasty. The Netherworld? This is troublesome. Upon hearing Mu Wanting's words, Yi Yuchen frowned deeply. He knew in his heart that if what Mu Wanting said was true, then his actions today were undoubtedly playing with fire and getting burned. However, the Shadow Walker's inheritance emanating from Mu Wanting was far too tempting for him to relinquish. This conflicting emotion churned within him, causing his expression to grow increasingly grim. Unable to make up his mind, Yi Yuchen turned his gaze to the old man who was blocking Mu Wanting. The old man's eyes were slightly narrowed, and the wrinkles on his face swirled like withered branches in the sunlight, yet they revealed not a trace of emotion. He stood silently, like a stone statue, letting the breeze flutter his long robe. Yi Yuchen read tacit approval in the old man's silence, and his hesitation vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of determination and madness. His smile grew increasingly ferocious, like a predator eyeing its prey. So what if he's from Netherworld? If he dares to set foot in my Shadow Abyss dynasty because of you, then the list of world's watchdogs will surely lose a prominent name. After saying that, he waved his hand sharply, and the enormous black dragon responded instantly. With a deafening roar, the black dragon's massive body drew a dark arc in the air, its wings flapping violently, creating a storm that nearly tore everything around it apart. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing its sharp teeth, and charged towards Mu Wanting with overwhelming force. Facing the black dragon's ferocious onslaught, a resolute glint flashed in Mu Wanting's eyes. She took a deep breath, and the power of shadow within her surged like a tide, rapidly condensing into 10 jet-black spiritual spikes. With a thought from Mu Wanting, the 10 spiritual thorns shot towards the black dragon's massive head like lightning. A sharp whistling sound echoed through the air as they pierced the most vulnerable part of the black dragon's soul. The hard dragon scales on the black dragon's head were useless against these spiritual thorns, unable to stop their penetration. With a shrill roar, the black dragon's soul was instantly mortally wounded, and the immense pain caused its entire body to tremble violently. However, this attack, which could instantly kill a star-eating beast larva, only managed to injure the black dragon. The wounded black dragon angrily opened its blood-red maw, unleashing a terrifying, jet-black dragon breath. The breath's range and power were so immense that it seemed capable of devouring all life, inspiring awe and fear in all who beheld it. Mu Wanting sensed the destructive aura of the dragon's breath and knew in her heart that she absolutely could not take this attack head-on. She swayed and instantly vanished into a shadow. Almost at the same moment, the terrifying dragon breath swept over, turning the place where she had been standing into scorched earth. Just as Mu Wanting transformed into a shadow and quietly appeared, Yi Yuchen's cold and sharp face suddenly came into view. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Yi Yuchen's lips, his voice revealing undisguised contempt. The power of shadow truly lives up to its name. It's just a pity you're still too weak. As he finished speaking, the entire space seemed to freeze. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yuchen clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulging and veins standing out, containing explosive power. Without warning, he threw a powerful punch at Mu Wanting. This punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, carrying the force to destroy everything, and aimed straight for Mu Wanting's vitals. The air seemed to be torn apart by the force of his punch, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Mu Wanting felt an overwhelming force rushing towards her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Her heart tightened, realizing she was facing a life-or-death situation. However, she did not back down, but quickly mobilized the mental energy in her mind. Just as the fatal punch was about to strike Mu Wanting, a strange light suddenly flashed in her eyes. It was a deep and mysterious luster, as if it could reach the depths of one's soul. An invisible spiritual force was quietly released, invading Yi Yuchen's consciousness with lightning speed. Yi Yuchen's eyes instantly became empty, and his movements froze. The fist that was about to hit Mu Wanting actually changed direction in midair. Under Mu Wanting's mental control, Yi Yuchen's punch, carrying terrifying power, slammed straight into his own black dragon. Caught off guard, the black dragon was struck hard by its master's full-force attack, letting out a shrill wail. The massive dragon's body twisted violently in midair before plummeting like a meteor. The ground cracked instantly upon impact with the black dragon, sending up clouds of dust and forming a bottomless, enormous fissure. However, Yi Yuchen, who is a half-step dominator, is far more powerful than imagined. After a moment of distraction, he immediately regained control of his body. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Mu Wanting, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. TSK. As expected of someone from the netherworld, they really do have some skills. He exclaimed in admiration, but a chilling undertone lingered in his voice. You actually managed to briefly control me, a half-step ruler, with your god-level strength. However, his tone shifted, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips again. Your mental energy should be almost depleted, right? How are you going to deal with my attack now? As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. A mysterious power gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a dragon-scale spear appeared in his hand. The spear radiated a chilling light, its shaft covered with dense dragon scales, each gleaming with a cold light and containing terrifying power. With a gentle wave of his arm, Yi Yuchen's dragon-scale spear seemed to come alive, instantly transforming into a dazzling stream of light that hurtled towards Mu Wanting. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air seemed to be split in two, emitting a sharp and piercing whistling sound, carrying an unstoppable destructive force. Mu Wanting felt the chilling, killing intent rushing towards her, and her pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in her heart. She tried to dodge, but the dragon scale spear was too fast, as swift as lightning, and there was no way to escape. A muffled thud was heard, and blood splattered everywhere. The sharp dragon scale spear pierced through Mu Wanting's slender body mercilessly, as if it were about to tear her apart. The immense impact caused her to lose her balance instantly, and she was thrown back by the residual force of the spear. She crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, her figure appeared so poignant and fragile. Blood stained her clothes and the earth itself. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My God, Yi Yuchen knows perfectly well that Mu Wanting is from Yuming, yet he still dares to attack her. Isn't he afraid of Yuming's revenge? You must know that Yuming has that eerie ghost ship, which has the power to destroy the entire Ingyuan dynasty, someone exclaimed in shock. That being said, don't forget that the strongest in the Shadow Abyss dynasty isn't Yi Yuchen. Someone beside him reminded him. You mean the founding ancestor of the Shadow Abyss dynasty? The man from before suddenly realized what was happening. That's right, it's him. That founding ancestor is a true ruler-level powerhouse. Although he hasn't shown himself for a long time, if he were to actually make a move, even the Netherworld would have to give way. Another person chimed in, their tone filled with awe. Indeed, the Shadow Abyss ancestor's strength is unfathomable. We haven't seen him make a move in so long that we've unconsciously forgotten about him, someone else sighed. This drama is getting more and more exciting. The showdown between the Netherworld and the Shadow Abyss dynasty is likely to unleash a storm that shakes the heavens and the earth. Some people rub their hands excitedly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Yuchen looked down at Mu Wanting, who lay on the ground, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his tone filled with contempt and disdain. It seems the people of the Netherworld are nothing special after all. Mu Wanting's once luscious lips were now stained with blood, making her appear exceptionally beautiful and tragic. She stared intently at Yi Yuchen, her once bright and intelligent eyes now burning with raging fury. Yi Yuchen, you are not allowed to insult our captain. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in her body, her arms trembling as she supported herself on the ground, trying to struggle to her feet. However, her body seemed to have a mind of its own. Just as she had gathered a little strength, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body went limp. Yi Yuchen's attack was so devastating that it almost robbed her of all her fighting ability. Chapter 397 today, everyone here will die. Despite her severe injuries, Mu Wanting's stunning beauty shone like the bright moon in the sky, untouched by any shadows. Her long hair cascaded down the ground like a waterfall, resembling a flower withering in a storm. Even though she was severely injured, her indescribable beauty shone like a spark in the embers, faint yet tenacious. Yi Yuchen's gaze lingered on Mu Wanting, her curvaceous figure faintly visible beneath her tattered robes, stirring up wicked thoughts deep within him. He knew that by attacking Mu Wanting today, he had completely offended Yuming. Since he'd already offended them, he wasn't afraid to offend them even more severely. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He turned to face the crowd of onlookers, his voice filled with provocation and arrogance. Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty before you is not only a shadow, but also a woman of the Netherworld. Would you like to witness her naked splendor? These words aroused the excitement of the onlookers. They were already attracted by Mu Wanting's stunning beauty, and now, incited by Yi Yuchen, they surged forward like sharks smelling blood. Whistles and cheers rose and fell, intertwining with Yi Yuchen's maniacal laughter to create an absurd and wicked symphony. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly generous, allowing us ordinary people to have the opportunity to feast our eyes on this magnificent sight. Thank you for your blessing, Lord Yi Yuchen. From this day forward, I will follow your lead without question. Oh my, look at Mu Wanting's figure. It's really drool-worthy. I'm so lucky to have seen her today. It's not a wasted trip. Mu Wanting, so what if you were a woman of the underworld? Today you will still become our plaything. The woman from the underworld is of such noble status. I never imagined I would see her completely naked. Now I'll have something to brag about when I go back, ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, a sinister smile appeared on Yi Yuchen's face. He slowly waved his right hand, and an invisible force instantly turned the clothes on Mu Wanting's shoulders into ashes. Her fair, delicate shoulders were exposed to the air like solidified cream under the moonlight, inspiring the imagination. Seeing this, the onlookers became even more excited, their eyes gleaming with greed and longing, as if they couldn't wait to see more of Mu Wanting's beauty. Yi Yuchen laughed wildly, his voice filled with provocation and disdain. Ha ha ha! Everyone says the Watcher is an invincible and terrifying figure in the underworld. Yet today, seeing him, he's nothing special. His woman is being humiliated here, and he hides like a coward, afraid to show his face. His gaze burned as he looked at Mu Wanting, his arrogance growing ever stronger. My beauty, I'll strip you completely naked in a moment, and then let those onlookers come and play with you. After that, I'll plunder your Shadow Walker legacy, making the Netherworld lose all face in the universe. Its status and respect vanished. Every word he spoke pierced Mu Wanting's heart like a sharp blade, and a resolute look appeared on Mu Wanting's originally beautiful face. She knew that Lu Qiyuan in the Netherworld couldn't quench her immediate thirst, and no one on the Nightmare could match Yi Yuchen, who had reached the half-step dominator level. Given the current situation, it seems there is no way to escape this calamity. However, for Mu Wanting, living a life of ignominy was not an acceptable choice. She would rather die standing than live on her knees. To suffer humiliation and disgrace Lu Qi here was something she absolutely could not tolerate. At this moment, the image of that haunting figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. It was as if time had reversed, and she was back on Earth, back aboard the Nightmare. There, Lu Qi was smiling at her, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. The illusory figure before her eyes gradually merged with the Lu Qi in her memory, and Mu Wanting couldn't help but murmur to herself. Captain, I promised to serve you for 10 years, but I'm sorry, Wanting probably can't keep that promise. In the next life, I will definitely marry you. Immediately afterwards, a resolute determination welled up in Mu Wanting's heart, and her mental energy surged like a raging wave. She was prepared to unleash this power in the next second, piercing through her own mind and causing her soul to dissipate. Yi Yuchen, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed the strange movement on Mu Wanting's body. His expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, she's trying to commit suicide." He never expected that Mu Wanting would be so resolute, preferring to end her own life rather than suffer humiliation. However, Mu Wanting did not hesitate at all. She gritted her teeth and waited resolutely for that moment to arrive. For her, it was better to die gloriously than to suffer humiliation and loss of integrity here. At this critical moment of life and death, a familiar and warm hand slowly covered Mu Wanting's head. Meanwhile, the mental energy surging in Mu Wanting's mind also stabilized. Wanting, I'm Sodaim Lotta. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Wanting's eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. She slightly opened her eyes, and those eyes, which were originally filled with despair, now shimmered with starlight, tears of hope and reunion. Captain, is that really you? Her voice trembled and was weak, as if she could not believe this sudden salvation. Looking at the beautiful yet strong woman before him, Lu Qi felt a deep pity in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, bringing his gaze level with Mu Wanting's, and then reached out to gently wipe away the blood from the corner of her mouth. His movements were gentle and meticulous, as if he were handling the most precious treasure in the world. It's me. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. The moment Mu Wanting saw Lu Qi, it was as if a long-lost boat had finally returned to a warm harbor. All her strength and pretense melted away like ice and snow in front of Lu Qi, unable to bear the tearing pain in her body any longer. Her vision went black, and she slowly fainted. Lu Qi gently embraced Mu Wanting. Looking at the hideous wounds on Mu Wanting's body, the bare shoulders, and the fervor in the eyes of the surrounding crowd, he instantly understood what had happened. Lu Qi's right hand slowly condensed a healing light, which brought Mu Wanting's injuries under control. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qi slowly stood up. His entire figure seemed shrouded in a layer of icy frost. His face was extremely cold, and the chill in his eyes pierced straight to the heart, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Today, everyone here will die. As he finished speaking, an invisible killing intent emanated from him. This killing intent was so strong that it seemed to penetrate one's bone marrow, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 398 Ye Yuchan's Brilliance. When Lu Qi appeared in everyone's sight, the fervor in the eyes of the onlookers receded like a tide, replaced by intense fear. They seemed to have seen the most terrifying being in the world. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The Netherworld! Someone screamed in terror, their voice filled with boundless fear and despair. The underworld has really come. Someone else spoke in a trembling voice, as if the news were more terrifying than death itself. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I should have left back then. Why did I even get involved in this mess? Voices of regret and self-blame echoed from the crowd. They were like lambs to the slaughter, awaiting their fate. Your Excellency, I really didn't do anything. The attack on Miss Mu Wanning was led by Yi Yuchen and the evil dragon. Unable to bear the immense fear in his heart, one of them knelt down with a thud and begged Lu Qi for mercy. At the same time, the evil dragon also felt an unprecedented fear. His face instantly turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with terror and despair. His body felt as if all strength had been drained away. He collapsed limply to the ground, too weak to even stand up. His lips trembled, and his voice was weak and trembling as he said, Your Excellency, I really didn't know that Mu Wanning was your woman. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't have dared to show her the slightest disrespect. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed a trembling finger at Yi Yuchen, his voice filled with anger and resentment. It was him. He was behind everything. He knew Mu Wanning was your woman, yet he still deliberately attacked her, tried to humiliate her. He is the real culprit. However, before the evil dragon could finish speaking, Lu Qi suddenly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, an extremely cold energy surged forth like a torrent, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze into ice crystals. Under the influence of this energy, the evil dragon's body froze rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a crackling sound of ice forming, his body slowly transformed into an ice sculpture, standing before everyone. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the ice sculpture suddenly shattered, turning into countless ice shards that scattered all over the ground. After refining and absorbing the heart of elements, Lu Qi gained mastery over all elemental powers. Lu Qi slowly withdrew his right hand, his gaze then turning to Yi Yuchen. His deep eyes revealed endless coldness and killing intent, looking at Yi Yuchen as if he were a dead man. Next, it's your turn. Lu Qi's voice was cold and resolute, like a chilling wind howling from the depths of hell. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lu Qi, Yi Yuchen's heart trembled. His breath seemed to stop for a moment, and he stood frozen in place, as if being crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move. Yi Yuchen forced a smile, attempting to ease the extremely tense atmosphere. Yu Ming is just a woman. I am the crown prince of the Shadow Abyss dynasty, the future emperor. Are you really willing to become an enemy of our entire Shadow Abyss dynasty for a woman? However, Lu Qi seemed not to hear his threat at all, a cold smile curving his lips. Ha! The Shadow Abyss dynasty? So what? From this day forward, it has no reason to exist. The moment the words fell, Lu Qi's ice soul sword was suddenly drawn from its sheath, and then a huge blood-red light burst out, like a blood-red dragon roaring and rushing towards the sky. This crimson light, carrying a terrifying, world-destroying power, suddenly attacked Yi Yuchen. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to burn crimson, forming a blinding streak of blood-red light. The entire world seemed to tremble under this power, as if it were about to collapse. It's over. It's unsheathed. The demonic sword ice soul has been unsheathed, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief and shock. Yu Ming actually attacked Yi Yuchen for Mu Wanning's sake. This is absolutely insane. Someone muttered to themselves, still seemingly unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Can Yi Yuchen withstand this sword strike? Do you think it's possible? So far, no one in the Milky Way has ever been seen who could withstand the Netherworld sword. Someone coldly poured cold water on everyone, bringing them back to reality. It seems that a major battle between the Overseers and the Shadow Abyss dynasty is inevitable. Some people said with great concern, as if they could already see the bloodshed and chaos that would rage in the Milky Way in the future. All right, let's not worry about these big shots business. While they've just started fighting, let's quickly figure out how to escape later. Someone said with a wry smile. Yi Yuchen stared blankly at the blood-red light, feeling an unprecedented aura of death enveloping him, making it impossible for him to breathe or move. Is this the power of the watchdog? He swallowed hard, his heart filled with boundless shock. At that moment, he finally understood the true source of the Overseer's unshakable position throughout the universe. Although Yi Yuchen's strength had reached the level of a half-step ruler, making him a pinnacle existence in the galaxy, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of Lu Qi's earth-shattering sword strike. He was acutely aware that if he were to be struck by this sword, he would surely perish, his body and soul annihilated. But there was no fear in his eyes. Just as Yi Yuchen faced a life-or-death moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the same old man who had initially followed Yi Yuchen. He stretched out his old, wrinkled hand, and there seemed to be an invisible vortex slowly rotating in his palm. The vortex emitted a faint light, yet it gave off a sense of unfathomable depth, as if it could devour everything. Just as the crimson sword light was about to touch Yi Yuchen, the vortex in the old man's hand suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force surged out like a raging flood, colliding fiercely with the crimson sword light. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The crimson sword light and that force tore and crushed each other, forming a terrifying energy storm. In the storm, blood-red light intertwined with various colored rays of light, like a breathtaking painting. Under the impact of this energy, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, forming dark cracks. The onlookers felt an invisible force surging from all directions, forcing them to retreat continuously. Finally, faced with the old man's terrifying strength, the crimson sword light gradually collapsed and dissipated. In the end, it turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted away with the wind, as if it had never existed. Chapter 399, Ancestor of Shadow Abyss. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. He caught it. He actually caught a sword strike from the netherworld. Someone was the first to recover from the shock, exclaiming in a trembling voice. His voice was filled with disbelief. After all, since the emergence of the Watcher Yuming, no one had ever been able to withstand a single sword strike from him. He was able to withstand a sword strike from the netherworld. Just how powerful is he? Could he be the legendary figure? Another person guessed in a trembling voice, as if they had thought of a possibility, but were not sure. Ancestor Inyuan. He must be Ancestor Inyuan. Finally, someone couldn't help but shout it out loud, their voice filled with awe and worship. This name represented invincibility and legend in the Milky Way, an existence that all cultivators looked up to. The shout immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Seeing the old man make a move, Yi Yuchen no longer concealed his intentions and bowed deeply to the old man respectfully, thanking his great-grandfather for saving him. Upon hearing Yi Yuchen's address, everyone immediately realized what was going on, and their suspicions were confirmed. They couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "My God, it really is Ancestor Inyuan." No wonder Yi Yuchen was so fearless. It turns out he had such an invincible figure backing him up. That's right. The question now is no longer whether Yi Yuchen is afraid of Yuming. Some shook their heads, saying, the real question is how Yuming can protect himself. Although he is incredibly powerful, he is only at the god level. But Ancestor Inyuan is a true ruler-level expert. A ruler-level expert who controls the life and death of all things. Yuming probably wouldn't even have the power to fight back against him. Indeed, if Ancestor Inyuan were to attack Yuming, Yuming would likely be in grave danger. Another person sighed, but this is for the best. With Yuming's temper and strength, if he hadn't died here, he certainly wouldn't have let any of us go. Now that he's dead at the hands of Ancestor Inyuan, we'll all be safe. The old man, whom everyone respectfully called Ancestor Inyuan, gently withdrew his palm, which contained supreme power, and then calmly glanced at Lu Qi. His voice was deep and resonant, as if it had traveled through endless time and space, echoing in everyone's ears. Young man, remember that there are always people more capable than you, and the sky's the limit. Your abilities today are indeed extraordinary, but do not let them make you arrogant. In this vast and boundless universe, there are countless hidden masters, many of whom are beyond your wildest imagination. However, faced with a well-intentioned reminder from the Shadow Abyss ancestor, Lu Qi remained unusually calm, even indifferent. He met the old man's gaze calmly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Oh, Ancestor Ing Yuan, so you're Yi Yuchin's backer. Perfect. I'll deal with you all today, saving me the trouble of searching for you later." These words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounded crowd. Everyone was shocked by Lu Qi's arrogance. They couldn't believe that he could be so arrogant and domineering when facing the Shadow Abyss Ancestor, who was at the Dominator level. Yi Yuqin was so enraged that he burst into laughter as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Ha ha ha! You Ming, you're truly a frog in a well, ignorant of your own limitations. You think you can ignore all the heroes of the world just because you've dominated the Milky Way for a time? Today, I'll show you what true dominance is. Before my great-grandfather, your meager strength is nothing more than an ant." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, a sharp glint flashed in the deep eyes of the Shadow Abyss Ancestor. His brows furrowed slightly, as if the entire world had become more solemn. Arrogant. This angry rebuke was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly shattering the silence. The majesty and anger contained in the voice seemed to transform into tangible ripples, spreading layer by layer through the air, causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble, as if they were about to submit to this majesty. As the angry shouts echoed, Ancestor Ing Yuan suddenly moved. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm, his Yuan energy surging wildly within his palm like a runaway horse. This Yuan energy rapidly gathered and condensed in the void, forming an enormous, pitch-black palm. This giant hand was so large that it blotted out the sky, like a mountain falling from the heavens. The palm lines were clearly visible, each one as deep as a fissure in an abyss, containing destructive power. The giant palm, carrying terrifying might, attacked Lu Qi with lightning speed. Wherever the giant hand passed, the space seemed unable to withstand its terrifying power and began to twist and tear, forming dark cracks. These cracks opened and closed like the mouth of a monster, as if they were about to devour everything within them. At this moment, Lu Qi stood firmly in the path of the giant hand's attack. His figure appeared lonely and resolute, like an unyielding monument standing tall amidst the raging storm. He looked up, his pupils reflecting the giant hand that was rapidly descending like a curtain of the sky. Wherever the palm strike passed, the air was instantly sucked away, creating a terrifying vacuum. An aura of destruction permeated the air, and Lu Qi's clothes fluttered wildly in the wind, as if playing the prelude to the impending battle. However, facing this terrifying attack that could make the world lose its color, Lu Qi did not show the slightest fear. His expression was calm and composed, but his eyes gleamed with an undisguised excitement. It was as if the long-dormant fighting spirit within him had been ignited, transforming into a raging inferno. "So what if you're the ruler?" Lu Qi muttered to himself, his voice revealing an indomitable arrogance. "Today, I will challenge your so-called power of domination with my supreme body. I will kill you here and let the world know that no one can stop me, Yu Ming." As soon as he finished speaking, the bloodthirsty aura on Lu Qi's body exploded instantly, like boiling oil thrown into a raging fire, soaring straight into the sky. The crimson aura surged wildly, like a primordial beast breaking free of its shackles, carrying endless killing intent and destructive energy, dyeing the entire sky crimson. Facing an unparalleled powerhouse like Ancestor Shadow Abyss, Lu Qi knew he had to go all out and hold nothing back. Therefore, he unleashed all the bloodthirsty energy within his body to its fullest extent. At the same time, he suddenly swung out the Ice Soul sword in his hand. Soit technique ultimate, soit démon devouring even, netherworld slash, activated. As the sword slashed, an enormous, blood-red phantom slowly materialized above Lu Qi's head. Chapter 400: The Terrifying SSS-Level Superpower, Clone. This blood-red giant sword seemed to be formed from the wails and resentments of countless wronged souls and vengeful ghosts, carrying a terrifying power that could shatter one's heart and soul, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. When the crimson giant sword reached its peak, Lu Qi suddenly roared, his voice shaking the heavens, and slashed the Ice Soul sword fiercely forward. As the sword was swung out, the blood-red giant sword also carried a terrifying power capable of destroying the world, like a blood-red lightning bolt that ripped through the sky, slashing fiercely towards the giant palm of the Shadow Abyss Ancestor. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into a state of solemn silence. Everyone's breath seemed to stop, with only the deafening sound of heartbeats echoing. The interplay of blood and black, like a terrifying scroll depicting the end of the world, slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The instant the crimson greatsword collided with the giant hand, it seemed as if all the power in the world was instantly detonated. That terrifying energy, like a wild horse unleashed, swept wildly across the entire battlefield, as if it wanted to devour everything. The sky cracked open before this force, revealing jet-black fissures, like a harbinger of the apocalypse. The earth trembled, as if unable to withstand the impact of this force, and countless fragments of rock and dust were hurled into the air. At the same time, a dazzling and terrifying light erupted from the center of the energy collision, as intense as a new star suddenly born in the world. Its intensity was so great that it was impossible to look directly at it. Even spectators thousands of miles away felt their eyes sting and had to close them tightly. At the center of this blinding light, the clash between the crimson greatsword and the giant hand had reached a fever pitch. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and poured all the bloodthirsty energy within his body into the crimson greatsword. The sword became increasingly solid, and the crimson aura it emitted intensified. The Shadow Abyss ancestor was equally unwilling to be outdone. He activated his giant hand, gathering endless yuan energy in his palm, attempting to suppress the blood-red giant sword with absolute power. However, Lu Qi's blood-red giant sword seemed to contain endless power, and no matter how much the Shadow Abyss ancestor urged his yuan power, he could not shake it in the slightest. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Shadow Abyss ancestor finally changed. He stared at Lu Qi in disbelief and exclaimed, "You have actually reached the Supreme Realm." He clearly remembered that just 4 months ago, Lu Qi was only at the mid-level of the God Realm. Now, however, he had already crossed over to the Supreme Realm. This terrifying speed of progress made even this ancient monster, who had been around for thousands of years, feel uneasy. Finally, at the moment when both sides reached their peak power, the blood-red greatsword suddenly unleashed a terrifying and earth-shattering power. A deafening roar echoed across the entire battlefield. Under this terrifying force, the giant hand instantly collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Lu Qi was also thrown hundreds of meters away by the force of the recoil, before he could barely regain his footing. He looked up and saw that although Ancestor Inyuan had avoided the direct impact of the sword, his face was as pale as paper and a trickle of blood was slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. This once aloof and powerful ruler was actually injured by Lu Qi's blood-red greatsword. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the surrounding world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, as if frozen in place by an invisible force. An indescribable sense of terror and awe filled the air. Is this really a power that humans can unleash? A mid-level supreme expert spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a ruler of the galaxy, he had been full of confidence, but at this moment, his body trembled uncontrollably. The battle between Lu Qi and the Shadow Abyss ancestor had just overturned his understanding, making him realize that he was probably as insignificant as dust in the face of such power. Yuming has actually reached the supreme level. The last time I saw him, he was only at the mid-level god rank, and only 3 or 4 months have passed. Another powerful figure exclaimed in amazement, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. The supreme-level netherworld was actually able to contend with the sovereign-level Shadow Abyss ancestor, and it seemed that the Shadow Abyss ancestor was even injured. My God, that's a sovereign. Could it be that even a sovereign couldn't subdue netherworld? Exclamations of surprise rang out from the crowd, and everyone's face was filled with shock and fear. At this moment, the smile on Yi Yuqing's face froze, and his heart was churning with turmoil. He never expected that even his great-grandfather's intervention would be unable to subdue Yuming. This filled him with unease. He was not only wary of Yuming's terrifying strength, but also of Yuming's inhuman speed of evolution. In just 4 months, he evolved from the intermediate level of the god rank all the way to the initial level of the supreme rank. This is simply unheard of and unseen. He understood that if he couldn't kill Yuming today, the Shadow Abyss dynasty might truly be destroyed by Yuming in the future. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned to Ancestor Shadow Abyss, his voice filled with unprecedented anxiety and pleading. Great-grandfather, Yoming's potential is truly terrifying. Please, you must not hold back. You must seize this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless, and our Shadow Abyss dynasty will probably never have peace again. Ancestor Ingyuan looked deeply at Lu Qi, his gaze seemingly traversing 1,000 years of vicissitudes, carrying an indescribable complex emotion. He slowly extended his right hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his movements revealing a sense of composure and calmness. The younger generation is truly formidable, he exclaimed, his voice filled with both admiration and apprehension towards Lu Qi. As expected of the inspector, your strength has indeed surprised me greatly. To be honest, I shouldn't have used this ability to fight a junior like you. His words seemed to convey a sense of helplessness and regret, but then his tone suddenly turned cold and resolute. However, Yu Chen's words were not without reason. Your growth rate is truly astonishing. If you are allowed to continue growing, the entire Shadow Abyss dynasty will likely be thrown into turmoil. Therefore, today you must die here. In the end, the Shadow Abyss ancestor's words revealed a strong, killing intent, as if he wanted to freeze the entire world into ice. His mental energy surged wildly, like a raging ocean churning wildly. Immediately afterwards, he activated his SSS-level ability, Clone. The moment Ancestor Ingyuan activated his power, the entire world seemed to tremble. His figure swayed slightly in the void, and then two clones identical to him materialized out of thin air, standing on his left and right sides. These two clones not only looked exactly like the Shadow Abyss ancestor, but what was even more shocking was that the terrifying aura emanating from them was exactly the same as the original body.